In the living room, a man was talking to a middle-aged woman, and a young woman was playing with her mobile phone. The middle-aged woman was aggressive and arrogant, and the man beside her was full of anger. The man's name is Su Ming, and the middle-aged woman in front of him is his girlfriend's mother, Cuihua. A month ago, Su Ming went to a bar and met his girlfriend Wang Xue. The two had a good chat. Their love was so deep that they got drunk without realizing it. When Su Ming woke up, he found himself lying in the same bed with Wang Xue. Later, Wang Xue said that she was pregnant. When Su Ming's parents found out, they were extremely happy. They worked hard and borrowed money to raise 300,000 yuan for the two to get married. The date was set, and Su Ming officially came to propose marriage today. The conditions had been agreed upon, but he changed his mind at the last minute. Su Ming was very angry about this. Su Ming looked at Wang Xue for help, hoping that she would say something. But Wang Xue had no expression on her face, lowered her head to play with her phone, and did not even look at him. Wang Xue sneered inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that I accidentally won the lottery last month while out and about, and was now desperately looking for a buyer, do you think I'd be interested in a peasant like you? Su Ming clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Su Ming, I have no choice. My brother is getting married soon, and the betrothal gift will be at least 500,000 yuan, Wang Xue said. Ding. Detection. Cuihua and Wang Xue look down on farmers and exploit the host. The farm system has been triggered. 5 million cash will be given. A supreme card. Ding. Triggering the novice option. Option 1. Agree to Cuihua's conditions and work like a slave for her family. Mission reward. A green hat, the title of Takeover Man, and permanent disappearance from the system. Option 2. Reject Cuihua's unreasonable request. Mission reward. Permanently activate the farm system. System? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. Su Ming also often read novels, so he naturally knew about the existence of the system. He didn't expect that he would actually activate it. Su Ming was very excited. With the system, Cuihua and Wang Xue, how dare you look down on me? Suddenly, Su Ming remembered that the system said he had never had sex with any girls. In addition, the system's first task reward was a green hat and the title of Takeover Man. Su Ming immediately realized that the baby in Wang Xue's belly wasn't his. Nothing had ever happened between him and Wang Xue. He was completely innocent. Thinking about how he had been trying to please them without any dignity for the past 2 weeks, Su Ming's anger suddenly rose. I choose option 2, Su Ming said in his mind. Ding. The host has made his choice. Please complete the selection as soon as possible. Then Su Ming looked at the arrogant Cuihua and the indifferent Wang Xue in front of him, and suddenly felt relieved. As for the conditions, I can agree, but I have a small request. Cuihua rolled her eyes and snorted coldly. Do you have money? Take out the money first, and then make your request. Okay. Su Ming took out his mobile phone neatly. Cuihua glanced up with disdain, but when she saw the string of zeros at the end, her eyes widened. Cuihua stood up immediately and asked, Where did you get so much money? Cuihua's heart was in turmoil. She knew Su Ming's family was from the countryside and didn't have much money. He would definitely not be able to meet her request, and Su Ming would definitely beg her. At that time, Cuihua would pretend to be magnanimous, take a step back reluctantly, and sign a prenuptial agreement. This agreement would make Su Ming a slave of their family, and he would be squeezed dry by their family. But who would have thought that Su Ming was actually rich? Could this guy be a hidden rich second generation? Oh, my good son-in-law, you are indeed a young and promising man. Our Xiaoxue is so lucky to have a boyfriend like you. Cuihua's expression changed instantly, and she was full of smiles. Then let's quickly pick a good day to get married. Wang Xue was also stunned. Wang Xue was originally a vain and materialistic girl. After seeing the number, she immediately came up to him softly. Oh, dear, you are so mean. Why don't you tell me that you are a rich man? I should have told you earlier, Su Ming smiled calmly. If I had told you earlier, how could I have been the one to take over? Wang Xue was stunned, her face instantly pale. You, how did you know? Huh. Before Wang Xue could finish her words, Su Ming slapped her hard. This slap is because you lied to me. Cuihua was also stunned. When did Su Ming know? Su Ming slapped Cuihua's face again. Wang Xue, I don't want a cheap woman like you. Getting rich by getting married? Only a fool would fall for it. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, Su Ming felt relieved. He kicked the door open and walked away, leaving the mother and daughter staring at each other in bewilderment, their intestines almost turning green with regret. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The selection content has been completed. Ding. Activate the farm system. Farmer. Su Ming. Level. LV1. Experience. 0 out of 100. Farm. Waiting to be selected. Ding. Activate the initial location of the farm. Ding. Please select the location of the farm. Liujiao Village, poor. Qingjiao Village, pass. City 3rd Ring Road. High. City 1st Ring Road, excellent. Ding. Host, please choose. Su Ming was stunned, and these 4 options emerged in his mind. Without saying a word, Su Ming made up his mind. Choose the 4th one. Ding. Host has chosen. Ding. The land is being selected. Ding. The land selection is complete, and the address has been sent to the host's mobile phone. Farmer. Su Ming, level, LV1, experience, 0/100, farm, level 1. Su Ming hurriedly took out his phone and looked at the 2 plots of land in the city center. His heart was excited and his hands were shaking. After packing up, Su Ming got on his electric scooter and headed straight to the city center. After crossing several streets, Su Ming arrived at the destination quickly. He rode his electric scooter impatiently and parked it on the ground. Su Ming stepped inside. Looking around, the ground was covered with weeds and dust. It was actually true. Su Ming had suddenly become a top tycoon. This was in the city center, where every inch of land was worth a fortune. Just when Su Ming was happy, an impatient voice of driving away came from the side. Hey, who told you to park your bike here? Right away. Su Ming looked back. A man who looked like a security guard frowned and walked over impatiently. This piece of land doesn't seem to belong to your company, right? It's not your business if I park here, right? Su Ming said calmly. Nonsense. Of course it's our responsibility. He put his hands on his waist and said to the security guard, See, our company is right next to it. Many big customers have to pass by this road. If you park your electric scooter here, it will affect our company's image. Right away. Haha. Su Ming sneered. He's quite nosy. If it were before, I really couldn't do anything about it. But now, this is my territory. This is my land. I can stop whenever I want. It's none of your business, right? Su Ming said calmly. Ha ha ha. The security guard nearly choked up when he heard that. Do you know how valuable this piece of land is? If it really belonged to you, would you be so poor as to only ride a small electric scooter? Stop bragging and ride away. Ding. The system has detected that someone suspects the host. The certificate has been generated and is in the host's basket. Please check it. Su Ming did not say anything, but came to the electric scooter. Su Ming pulled a small red notebook from the front cover of his e-donkey and opened it. Come and take a look. The security guard frowned. Land title deed. Judging by the address and dimensions, it was exactly this land. The security guard suddenly questioned his life. Anything else? Su Ming put away his notebook. No. The security guard shook his head vigorously. Without even turning back, he ran away. He was too embarrassed to stay. Su Ming smiled but didn't care. His eyes continued to fall on the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a thatched hut. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the initial seeds and some fertilizer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining farm tools. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of agricultural machinery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a truck. Ding. The water and electricity system has been automatically generated. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Su Ming's mind. Hearing it, he was overjoyed. The system was so thoughtful. It had everything. Everything was ready. Only the farming was missing. Su Ming first carefully inspected the farm. There were 2 acres of wasteland, over 1,300 square meters, more than 30 meters long and wide. It was covered with weeds. Next to it was another acre of open space, where a truck and a tractor were parked. At the very back of the clearing, there was a small thatched hut that had just been generated by the system. Pushing the door open, I looked inside. Inside, there was a bed, a table, and a wooden box in the corner. It was clean and tidy. It seemed this little thatched hut was a place for Su Ming to rest. It had electricity and an internet cable. 2 small red books lay on the bed. Su Ming walked in and saw they were 2 land use certificates. He opened them and saw that one was for the small thatched cottage. The other was for the open space next to the cottage. Su Ming was delighted. With this property deed, he could build a villa next door. Outside the thatched hut was a medium-sized sink. Su Ming turned on the tap and water came out. Next to the sink were several cloth bags. Su Ming opened each one and examined them. They were seeds given by the system. Next to the cloth bags were piles of fertilizer, and in the corner were a few farm tools. Spades, hoes, and the like. Not bad, everything you need. Su Ming came from the countryside after all, so he'd done plenty of farm work. Farming, no big deal. Su Ming rolled up his sleeves and began weeding. After about 3 hours, a clearing appeared behind him. Su Ming ran to the thatched hut and looked at the bags of seeds. What should he plant? Su Ming clicked randomly with his eyes closed. When he opened them, he found his finger pointing to wolfberries. To be honest, he had never grown them before. But since he had chosen them, he decided to plant them. Su Ming even checked his phone to see what he needed to know about planting wolfberries, then picked up his hoe and shovel and went to the field. He first used the shovel to turn the soil over completely, breaking up any large clods. Then he used the hoe to carefully hoe the soil once more, making it softer. Then he divided it into ridges. Then came the familiar farming process that Su Ming knew so well. Although weeding was slow, planting was still a breeze. Soon, the fields were planted with crops, as the system automatically indicated the optimal planting distance. Sadly, Su Ming could only plant 5 wolfberry plants on the small plot of land he had painstakingly cultivated. Ding! The system detects that the host is farming for the first time. To stimulate the host's farming potential, the system gives the host a novice experience. Ding! Wolfberry has been successfully planted. Harvesting time 1 hour. Hearing the notification in his head, Su Ming almost flew off the handle. Did he hear correctly? Just 1 hour. Others painstakingly harvested goji berries for months, but mine only took an hour. Su Ming glanced at the time. It was a little after 10 in the morning. In an hour, it would be 11. Su Ming decided to go back to the thatched cottage and rest for a while. He would talk later. Su Ming returned to the house and pulled out his old phone. He happily waited for the fruit to mature while playing a game. Finally, an hour passed. Su Ming happily ran to the field. When Su Ming walked in and took a look, his eyes widened. The goji berries were ripe, bright red. But other people's goji berries were all full of fruit, with bright red fruits covering the trees. Why was there only one of his goji berries? Su Ming was stunned for a while, blinked his eyes, sighed, and shook his head as he walked into the field. However, the moment his feet stepped into the ground, the wolfberries disappeared and were replaced by a card. Su Ming couldn't contain his curiosity and hurried into the field. He took a closer look. He saw a black card hanging from the wolfberry tree, swaying in the wind. Su Ming reached out and took the card down. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a cashback card. Su Ming was stunned when he heard the notification tone in his brain. Su Ming quickly reached out and grabbed another card. It was still a cashback card. Soon, Su Ming had 5 more cards in his hand. All of them were cashback cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a cashback card. Spend at the Hongxiang Mall, Fruit Mobile Store, and get 2 to 5 times the cashback. Time limit, 12 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning a cashback card. Spend at the Chanel Cosmetics Store, in Hongxiang Shopping Mall, with no limit on the amount, and receive 2 to 5 times the cashback. Time limit, 12 hours. Hearing the notification in his head, Su Ming almost jumped up. There's no limit on the amount. But even if it's double the cashback, he's still making a killing, right? He thought he'd accidentally become well off. He'd underestimated the system's arrogance. But this cashback card has a time limit. 12 hours. It's past 11 a.m. now. The mall closes at 8 p.m. It seems like there's no time to clean up. I'll spend these 5 cashback cards first. Afterward, Su Ming rode his electric scooter straight to Hongxiang Shopping Mall. He first checked the sign on the first floor. He took the elevator, and his first stop was the Fruit Mobile Store. On the 3rd floor, Su Ming headed straight for the adjacent Fruit Mobile Store. Welcome. The salesgirl was very pretty and greeted with a smile. Sir, what would you like to buy? I'm just looking around. Su Ming smiled. The iPhone. The most expensive phone on the market right now. Very popular. Besides the phone, they also offer a range of derivative products like PDAs and speakers. It's a good product, but just too expensive. But things were different now. He had his own system. And he also had a cashback card. Su Ming was watching. Suddenly, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He glanced to the side and saw a mobile phone next to him. Unlike other phones, this one was placed in a glass cabinet. It was all gold. Su Ming walked over and took a look. This phone actually cost 200,000. Su Ming decided to buy the phone on the spot. He looked around. Not far away, he saw a salesman in a black suit. He raised his voice slightly and called out, "Hello." The salesperson responded immediately and hurried to Su Ming's side. "Hello, sir. How can I help you? I want to buy this phone." Su Ming smiled. The salesperson was stunned for a moment and blinked. Chapter 8. This guy is a big shot. Sir, the situation is like this. The salesman smiled. This phone is placed in the store mainly to attract customers. Its functions are actually no different from ordinary phones. You have also read the introduction. Its true value lies in collection, not daily use. If you really want to change your phone, you don't have to choose this one. An ordinary phone will do the job. Su Ming smiled slightly. He felt a little fond of the salesperson. Upon closer inspection, he realized the person was the store manager. He could hear the concern in the manager's voice. Seeing Su Ming's youth, evidently a recent graduate, the manager reflected on how difficult it was for young people to save money. He thought that upgrading to a regular phone would save him some money, so spending over 10,000 yuan was acceptable. But spending over 200,000 yuan on this phone wasn't worth it. After all, making money wasn't easy these days, and he was still a boy, so the wedding gifts and other expenses would be quite a bit. It's okay, this is it. Su Ming smiled and pulled out a card. It was a Supreme card, a gift from the system. Sir, the manager was about to say something when she saw the card in Su Ming's hand. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Why did this card look so familiar? Isn't this the Supreme card of the East China Sea Business Alliance? As the manager of a fruit mobile phone store, she received special training before starting her job. On the first day of training, the topic was this card. The trainer spent 2 hours explaining it. Anyone who possessed this card was guaranteed to have a special status. Anyone who sees this card must immediately treat it with the utmost courtesy. There are only 3 such cards in Donghai City. Oh my God, the manager's heart was in turmoil. This young man actually possessed this card. Manager Song? Su Ming called out with a chuckle. The manager suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. Oh, okay. She quickly took the card, her previous advice completely forgotten. What advice? What a joke. Don't you see? This young man has a huge status symbol. With this card, spending 200,000 yuan on a cell phone is as easy as spending 50 cents on a lollipop. Manager Song quickly took the cell phone out of the cupboard and put it in Su Ming's hand. Then, she turned around to pay. At this moment, a fat middle-aged man walked in. He was accompanied by a voluptuous woman. She was heavily made up, and as she walked, her waist swayed like a snake. Her arm was wrapped around the middle-aged man's, her breasts occasionally brushing against his. Oh my, honey, this phone is so beautiful. I really want it. The woman's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the phone in Su Ming's hand, and she said in a sweet voice, "Didn't I buy you a new phone last month?" The middle-aged man frowned and said, "No, I want this one. I'm willing to do anything you want me to do." The woman shook the middle-aged man's arm and said coquettishly, Okay. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile and agreed softly. "Waiter, I want this phone." "I'm sorry, Mr. Qian, this phone has been taken by this gentleman. But we have a limited edition in our store. Would you like to take a look?" the manager said with a smile. Qian Ruhai frowned when he heard this and glanced at Su Ming. He looked Su Ming up and down with a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt in his eyes. Chapter 9, A Song of Liang Liang for you. No, I want this one. Hey, I'm telling you, my woman likes this phone. Buy something else. Qian Ruhai said arrogantly. This is so arrogant. He looks down on others. It's just that he is not born with the right conditions. Even standing on tiptoe, his height was limited. When Su Ming lowered his head, he could clearly see the bright Mediterranean Sea above his head. Manager Song was displeased when he heard this. "Mr. Qian, even though you have some money, compared to this distinguished guest, it's a world away. How dare you offend this distinguished guest in my shop? No way." Manager Song was furious and was about to speak up for Su Ming when he noticed Su Ming looking at him and shaking his head slightly. Manager Song was so smart. He was slightly stunned. Then he understood instantly. Oh, I see. He just doesn't want to reveal his identity. That's normal. As a big shot, keeping a low profile is the norm. Mr. Qian, you're usually so arrogant and domineering. You love to bully others. This time, you've hit a wall. Go home and treat your broken bones. Sorry, I saw this phone first. You guys should look at something else, Su Ming said calmly. Qian Ruhai couldn't help but sneer. Kid, this phone costs over 200,000 yuan, and your outfit only cost a little over 100 yuan. Can you afford a 200,000 yuan phone while wearing cheap clothes? What if I can afford it? Su Ming asked with a smile. Humph. If you can afford it, I'll wash my hair upside down. Qian Ruhai didn't believe it at all. You look like a country bumpkin. Can afford it? Maybe you're just a small internet celebrity. Wait until the person who comes back prints out the order. I took a photo and said, I bought a 200,000 yuan phone, just to brag. Then I didn't want it, and canceled the order. I've seen this kind of person many times. Manager Song overheard this. Okay, Mr. Qian, misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but those brought upon oneself are unforgivable. You said you've walked into a trap. I'll give you a song called Liang Liang. Su Ming laughed inwardly. That's what you said. Don't blame me. At your age and size, it's a bit difficult to do a handstand. And you're washing your hair while doing it? This is even more difficult. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Wait. Qian Ruhai suddenly remembered something. What if you can't afford it? If I can't afford it, just make me an offer. I'll do whatever you ask me to do, Su Ming said with a slow smile. Oh, Qian Ruhai's eyes lit up when he heard it. Boy, this is what you said, don't regret it. Su Ming smiled faintly, ignored him, looked at Manager Song, and said with a smile, please help me pack it up. Okay, sir. Manager Song hurried to the counter. Because this Supreme card is a real name card and can only be used by the person who used it, Manager Song isn't worried about someone impersonating him. Most importantly, ordinary people don't even know this card exists. Besides the words Supreme card, there's no other information on it. Even if someone picked it up, they wouldn't know what the card was for and would probably mistake it for a store discount card. They'd just toss it away and that would be it. The fact that Su Ming was able to use this card to pay for something, knowing its function, already explains a lot. Qian Ruhai sneered at the side. You're quite good at acting. Take your time. There will always be a time when you can't act anymore. Just then, Su Ming remembered something. Wait a minute, Su Ming said suddenly. Chapter 10 Who said I won't buy it, haha. Qian Ruhai jumped up when he heard it. Su Ming was startled. What for is he trying to scare himself to death and inherit his own huabe? He is not tall, but he has a loud voice. Qian Ruhai said, boy, you can't afford it, right? If you don't have money, don't pretend. Lick my leather shoes clean. This time I will teach you a lesson. Manager Song, wrap up this phone. I want it. I'll pay with my credit card now. Qian Ruhai put his hands on his waist. This is awesome. How about it? Can't pretend anymore. Hee. You don't have money? I do. Oh dear, you are really amazing. The woman next to him hugged Qian Ruhai's arms tightly with both hands. Qian Ruhai's eyebrows lit up with joy. He was so proud that he almost took off. Being rich is awesome. It's so cool. Boy, I'll show you what a truly rich person is. Huh? Su Ming looked at him like he was a fool. What are you talking about? Who said I wouldn't buy it? You're still pretending at this point? Qian Ruhai sneered. Su Ming ignored him. Instead, he walked over to the counter. I want to buy all the phones here. I want them all. Su Ming said calmly. Are you sure? Manager Song was stunned. She didn't doubt Su Ming's financial resources. For someone with a Supreme card, buying a few phones was nothing. Even if he bought the store, it would be easy. But the key point was, there was no need for this. Sir, there's no need to be angry with someone like Qian Ruhai. And buying so many mobile phones. It's not worth it. Seeing the look in Manager Song's eyes, Su Ming knew she had misunderstood. I'm not doing this to show off. I have other purposes. Su Ming smiled. Oh, I understand, sir. Manager Song suddenly realized something. Just as Manager Song lowered his head to pack, Su Ming suddenly remembered a question. Then Su Ming asked in his mind, System, can I pay in installments? Yes, the cashback amount from the cashback card is the total amount the host spends at the Fruit mobile store. Hearing the prompt in his brain, Su Ming nodded in relief. Then he looked at Manager Song. Don't worry about anything else, just buy this phone first. Su Ming smiled faintly. Seeing Su Ming's smile, Manager Song instantly understood. Was Su Ming anxious to get this phone? No. He was anxious to watch Qian Ruhai wash his hair upside down. Okay, let's observe 3 seconds of silence for Qian Ruhai. It's a shame you have such a great name. It's just that your net worth doesn't match it. You've truly met someone with a sea of money. A fateful conflict. It was gone. Okay, Manager Song swiped the card. Su Ming entered his fingerprint. Su Ming's personal information instantly popped up on the desktop. That's right, this card belongs to Su Ming. Manager Song, certain of this, felt even more respectful. But Qian Ruhai didn't think so. This guy was swaying his legs and showing off. He said sarcastically, Boy, you're still acting. Even at this time, he could still act. Not bad. Which acting school did he graduate from? This acting skill is definitely worth an award. Ding. Payment successful. Just as Qian Ruhai was gloating, the words, payment successful, appeared. Then the bill appeared. Qian Ruhai was stunned for a moment. He was petrified. The words, payment successful, were like 4 thunderclaps, making his head buzz. Holy crap. This. He can actually afford it. What the hell? Could it be that I've made a mistake? No. That's not right. Definitely not right. Maybe this kid only has over 200,000 yuan. After all, at this age, it's for a wedding gift or a down payment. Having 200,000 or 300,000 in the card is perfectly normal. This guy must have bought it for the sake of face. Even if he buys this phone, it won't change the fact that he's poor. Yes, that must be it. Chapter 11 Please start your performance. Just as Qian Ruhai's brain was working frantically, Su Ming took the bill and waved it in front of him. He said with a smile, Come on, please start your performance, Manager Song. Do you have a basin and shampoo here? Yes. Manager Song said with unwavering determination. He quickly filled a basin with water and then went to the side to buy a bottle of shampoo. Qian Rahai took one look and nearly burst into tears. I won't let you play like this. You're bullying me. You mean shampoo? You mean go buy a new bottle next door? If that's the case, your family has everything. Do you have soy sauce? Yes. Where? On the supermarket shelf. Do you have money? Yes. Where? In the bank safe. You wouldn't do that. Besides, you bought it. So what does that expectant look on your face mean? And you guys, when did all these people start to watch? Huh. Why are you guys looking so expectant too? The crowd of onlookers is growing. People who came later didn't know what was going on. They asked one after another, how what's going on? This isn't a hair salon. Why do you need to wash your hair? Yeah. I've never heard of anyone washing their hair after buying an iPhone. TSK. You two don't know. This fat guy lost the bet and has to wash his hair upside down. Wow. Sure. I just bought an Apple phone. The pixels are so clear. Let's take a picture quickly. People around were talking. Qian Rahai's face turned even uglier when he heard the people around him talking. Aye. Qian Rahai's head was covered in cold sweat, his face swollen to the color of liver. He rolled his eyes for a long time and suddenly gritted his teeth. What happened just now doesn't count. Didn't you say you were going to buy all the phones in the store? If you really buy them all, I'll immediately wash my hair upside down. Oh my God, how shameless. I've seen people cheating, but I've never seen anyone cheating like this. You're such a grown man, and you're still cheating. TSK. I thought I'd see the legendary handstand shampooing that's long since disappeared. Go away, go away. The people around shook their heads. Are you sure? Su Ming smiled faintly. Sure, Qian Rahai said with a feigned toughness. With so many people watching, you can't go back on your word, Su Ming said with a half smile. Humph. As long as you buy it, I'll wash your hair upside down right away, no questions asked. Qian Rahai shouted, hands on his waist. Although I was full of energy, I didn't know why. I suddenly felt a surge of panic. I had a feeling that something was not right. No. Impossible. This must be an illusion. How could this kid have such ability? The things in this store, taken together, would be worth at least 1 million. I don't believe he can afford it. Okay. Su Ming smiled and saw Manager Song. Let's buy it all. Oh, and your inventory. Yes. Manager Song nodded hurriedly. The people around heard it. Oh my. He really wants to buy it. Oh my God. Going? What the hell is going on? What a big melon. It must taste delicious. The salespeople in the store stopped doing anything else and began frantically packing the melons. They were sweating profusely, but their eyes were filled with a little anticipation. Why? Because they could see someone washing their hair upside down. Mr. Su, it will take some time to pack all the phones and inventory in our store. If you have time, you can wait. If you're in a hurry, you can check out first and we'll send it to you later. Manager Song suddenly thought of something and said, then check out first. Chapter 12. Let's start washing our hair upside down. Su Ming thought about it and said, this is indeed a good idea. It saves me from waiting here. After all, the prices of things are fixed. The inventory quantities are also recorded. It's much faster to calculate the total amount than to pack them one by one. The most important thing was to be able to see the handstand shampooing sooner rather than later. The price came out quickly. This gentleman's bill is 4,532,650 new Taiwan dollars. We'll give you a 20% discount. The manager said. No, that's it. Just pay by card. Su Ming said calmly. No need. Are all rich people so arrogant? The people around him couldn't help but complain. We hesitated for a long time to buy a phone. We borrowed money and even sold our kidneys. And now it comes to you. Not only did you buy it, but you also didn't want it even though I gave you a discount. Isn't the money saved from a discount money? Wouldn't it be nice to buy some food? How could they know what Su Ming was thinking? Discount? You must be kidding. Wouldn't that mean less cashback? Seeing the manager swiping his card, Qian Rahai's heart was in his throat. Payment failed. It had to fail. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. But to his disappointment, the screen instantly turned green. The words payment successful appeared. The bill slowly printed out. Oh no, it's over. Qian Rahai's face turned pale. I feel weak. I shake and sway. I almost fall. I'll just have to give up today. I didn't expect this guy to be a hidden boss. We can't tolerate people like you. You're obviously rich. Can't you wear nice clothes, buy a nice pair of shoes, and wear a nice watch? Why is it so deceptive? You can't be so deceptive. Young man, you should have some moral integrity. After seeing this scene, the people around were a little confused. They really doubted whether Su Ming could afford a mobile phone. As a result, they saw this. Oh my God, the payment was successful. What a rich guy. This is so damn arrogant. Are you here to buy a phone or to buy goods? We didn't even buy this much cabbage. Ding. The host successfully made a purchase, and the cashback multiplier was 4 times. 18,130,600 has been deposited into the account. At this moment, a notification chimed in Su Ming's head. Haha, Cool. This system is awesome. Quadruple cashback. I'd become a multi-millionaire before I knew it. Mr. Su, Manager Song said respectfully. Leave me your address. I'll deliver it to you after I've done the inventory. Okay. Su Ming wrote down his address on a piece of paper. Mr. Su, don't worry, I'll deliver it to your house as soon as possible, said Manager Song. As he spoke, Manager Song glanced at the address in his hand. Holy crap, downtown. Mr. Su actually lives in the city center? Oh my goodness. There are so few properties in the city center. The cheapest 1 square meter costs nearly 1 million yuan. A house over 100 square meters would cost at least hundreds of millions. But think about it. For someone with a Supreme card, owning a house in the city center is pretty normal, isn't it? I always thought I'd met a big shot. Now, all those big shots were nothing. This was a real big shot. A truly impressive and powerful person. Unlike Qian Ruhai, who was so arrogant just because he had a little money. Qian Ruhai stood aside and took a cautious step back. He looked left and right. No one was paying attention. Then he took another step back. Just as he was about to turn around and slip away, Su Ming spoke. Let's get started, Su Ming said with a smile. Seeing Su Ming's expression, Qian Ruhai really wanted to cry. He hadn't checked the almanac before going out today. Oh well, this headstand hair washing is inevitable. Chapter 13, there's no cheaper deal. Hurry up, the show's about to start. The legendary handstand shampoo. Can this physique do a handstand? You have to believe in miracles. Everyone around immediately pulled out their phones. Even the saleswoman stopped packing. Even Manager Song pulled out his phone. Qian Ruhai instantly became the center of attention. Qian Ruhai was practically in tears. This was completely unexpected. This was the first time in his life he'd been stared at by so many cameras. It wasn't because he was so awesome or doing something big. Was he supposed to wash his hair upside down? Hongxiang Department Store. As one of the largest department stores in Donghai, it has 13 branches throughout the region. It's a household name in Donghai. And the owner of Hongxiang Department Store is Zhao Xilai. He was a renowned tycoon in Donghai City. He was in his office, sitting on a mahogany chair, humming a tune. At his rosewood desk, he was brewing a glass of premium Longjing tea. In his hands, he held 2 large strings of imperial green jadeite beads, a testament to his wealthy status. He closed his eyes and rested. He felt quite relaxed. Suddenly, at that moment, a burst of hurried footsteps could be heard at the door. Bang! A secretary, with a very beautiful face and a slim figure, pushed open the door and rushed in. Zhao Xilai was startled. He opened his eyes slightly and frowned. You've been following me for so long. Why are you still so impatient? Don't you know the rule of knocking before entering? Get out and come back in again. No. The secretary, panting and sweating, opened his mouth to utter just 2 words. Zhao Xilai glared at him. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Get out. The secretary hesitated, biting his lip. He could only walk to the door, close it, and knock gently. In order to teach his subordinates a lesson, Zhao Xilai lazily called out after a long while. Come in. Hearing the boss' words, the secretary hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. Zhao Xilai closed his eyes and said lazily, Have you learned the rules? Yes, boss, that. The secretary opened his mouth. I'm asking you, why don't you tell me? Zhao Xilai expressed his displeasure. I just taught you all the rules for nothing, didn't I? The secretary's face darkened. Boss, stop being so arrogant. Something big has happened. But Zhao Xilai was usually decisive and efficient. The secretary didn't dare to provoke him. He could only stand there obediently. After a long while, Zhao Xilai slowly said, Tell me, what's the matter? Boss, someone just bought up all the products in the Fruit Mobile store. The secretary said hurriedly. Oh, Zhao Xilai was slightly surprised and opened his eyes. There is such a thing. Who is it? Which young master did it? I don't know him. The secretary shook his head. If you don't know him, then don't know him. What's the big deal? Zhao Xilai didn't take it seriously at all. Yes, the things in the Fruit Mobile store were expensive, but for wealthy people like them, it was just a drop in the bucket. There were still many people in Donghai who could afford it. They were just too lazy, and there was no need. But boss, our finance department just showed that this person is using a Supreme card, the secretary said. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. It's just a Supreme. Zhao Xilai was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized. There was no longer the calm and composed look he had before. His eyes bulged. He slammed the table. He suddenly stood up. His face flushed red. His mouth dropped open. He asked in disbelief, What? Tell me again, what card did you use? Chapter 14. It's completely over. Supreme card. Why didn't you say it earlier? Zhao Xilai roared loudly. The secretary is wronged. I really want to say something. You keep saying one rule after another, and I can't open my mouth. Where's he? Has he left? Not yet. Here's a photo. Quick, quick, quick. Zhao Xilai snatched the photo, glanced at it carefully, memorized Su Ming's details, and then scrambled down. What bullshit rules, what bullshit calmness. He had forgotten about it long ago. The East China Sea Business Alliance's Supreme Card was no ordinary membership card. It required a person of exceptional status to obtain. Even he wasn't qualified. Those who possessed this card were all among the richest people in the East China Sea. Well-known figures. Thinking about how much time he had wasted by showing off, Zhao Xilai wanted to slap himself. He would never show off again. Zhao Xilai scrambled downstairs, dragging his fat body. That guy? That speed. Even Usain Bolt couldn't outrun him. He hurried to the Fruit Mobile store. He took a look inside. What were these people looking at? He pushed through the crowd and walked inside. Qian Rahai's face was grim. He saw Zhao Xilai, and his face lit up. He knew him. Wasn't this the owner of Hongxiang Shopping Mall? Saved today? The two of them were friends after all. They had met a few times, eaten and drank together. If he was willing to speak for himself, wouldn't the matter be settled? Brother Zhao, help me, help me. Qian Rahai rushed to Zhao Xilai, as if he had seen his own father. But Zhao Xilai had no time for him. His eyes darted left and right, and suddenly he saw Su Ming, sitting calmly in a chair. It was him. Exactly like the man in the photo. Zhao Xilai pushed Qian Rahai aside and hurried over to Su Ming's side. Bending over with a smile on his face, he said, Mr. Su, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have personally received you. Zhao Xilai said with a smile. The whole place fell silent. Holy crap. Isn't this Zhao Xilai, the boss of Hongxiang Shopping Mall? He's worth a lot. In Donghai, he was considered one of the top figures, incredibly powerful. He lived in a villa and drove a luxury car. He was a true success. Yet, he was so polite to this young man. My God. Who was this young man? Qian Rahai was completely bewildered. Oh my God. What kind of person did I provoke? Yes, I have some money, but it's only tens of millions. Compared to Zhao Xilai, I'm nothing. Judging by Zhao Xilai's attitude, Zhao Xilai is probably nothing in front of Su Ming. It's over. Today is completely over. I actually provoked such a big shot. Just one casual word from him. Isn't that the end for me? No. I still have a chance to make amends. That's right, I can't give up. Isn't it just washing my hair upside down? I can do it. Thinking of this, Qian Rahai suddenly grabbed the shampoo like crazy. He pressed a large amount of it into his hands and rubbed it on his head. Mr. Su, wash your hair upside down. I'll do it right away. He then placed the basin on the ground. He gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and placed his hands on the ground. He actually did a handstand. That's right. It only worked for a split second. The next second, his entire body tilted. He went straight to the side. Oh my God. Get out of here. If that physique gets hit, he'll be dead, if not broken. Damn it. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Fuck. Is being a bystander really that dangerous? The people around them dodged instantly. In less than a second, whoosh. A vacuum zone appeared. Chapter 15. I can do it again, and then Qian Rahai, his huge body, fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The whole floor shook. But this guy seemed not to feel any pain. He quickly got up from the ground. Mr. Su, my previous wash was not successful. I will try again. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Su Ming smiled. He didn't want to argue with such a person. No. No one. Don't stop me. Qian Rahai shouted loudly, his voice breaking. I'm going to satisfy Mr. Su no matter what today. With that, Qian Rahai stubbornly stood upside down again. Bang! I'll do it again. Bang! I can still do it. Bang! I can still do it. A quick explanation. Even the people in the top floor cinema came down. I thought it was an earthquake. A huge crowd gathered at the entrance, taking photos with their phones. Recording a video. Great. Boss Qian has definitely become an internet celebrity. He even has a nickname now. The Perseverant Handstand Man. Boss Qian fell, feeling dizzy. After another failure, he staggered to his feet. His eyes were blurry. I can still. Before he could finish his words, his eyes rolled back. He passed out immediately. Hurry and get him to the hospital, Zhao Xilai said after seeing Qian Rahai faint. For security guards walked in from outside. They couldn't lift him, but they couldn't. Later, the security captain came up with a very good idea. Each person had one leg. They were dragged out directly. From then on, whenever Qian Rahai saw a basin, he would wash his hair upside down. No one could stop him. Don't stop me. I can do it. I can do it. Qian Rahai left. Zhao Xilai stood beside Su Ming. Mr. Su, if there is anything I can help you with, just let me know. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, I really do have a little thing to trouble you with. Go ahead. Zhao Xilai was overjoyed. Great. Being able to do something for Mr. Su. So happy. I still need to buy some things. Su Ming stood up and said, but it's too troublesome to go from house to house. Can you help me? No problem, Mr. Su. Just tell me what you want to buy. Just tell me what it looks like, and I promise to satisfy you. Zhao Shilai said hurriedly. It's not that troublesome. Su Ming smiled and said, just go to a few stores for me and buy everything they have. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around him fell silent. Is this how rich people buy things? They want to buy everything. Isn't it enough to just buy the fruit and mobile phone stores? We buy things. We pick and choose. We buy clothes and try this and that. We pick and choose. As a result, people buy things. They don't have to choose. They don't have to pick. Indecision-making disorder, it doesn't exist. Okay, isn't it enough to just buy everything? What's wrong? Su Ming looked at the people around him, then at Zhao Shilai, and asked with some confusion. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Everyone around shook their heads. You're amazing. We're used to it. Our hearts have been numbed by the blow. Isn't it just a package deal, a simple operation? Don't be surprised by the basics. I'm glad you're okay. Su Ming smiled and said a few names. Chanel Cosmetics Store. Cuihua Western Restaurant. Lane Crawford Clothing Store. Tianfu Gold Store. The whole place was silent again. No, not silent. They were completely petrified. A Chanel perfume store, thousands of dollars a bottle. A handbag just for you, Lane Crawford Clothing Store. This is a major Western brand. A luxury brand on par with Chanel. Can you wear all the clothes you bought? Can you give us a few? And there's the Tianfu Gold Store. That's a gold shop. We've been searching hard to afford 1 or 2 gold items, but now we're at yours. It's cleared out. Even if we robbed them, we couldn't buy as much as you did. Chapter 16. Are all rich people so arrogant? Is this the legendary money power? Zhao Shilai was also stunned. He kept guessing in his mind. Who the hell is this big shot? How can he buy things like this? I won't be going to that Western restaurant. I'll settle the bill tonight, and I'll pay for today's consumption. The same goes for the other restaurants. I'll pay the bill first, and you can deliver the food to my house later. Su Ming smiled. The people around him were once again stunned. We understand if you bought other things. At least you bought something you could own. But treating someone to a meal, we just don't understand. That's the famous Cuihua Western restaurant. A meal costs thousands. Is this how a big shot thinks? Mortals like us really can't touch it. Wait. Free. Does that mean we can eat there too? Anything we want? Oh my God. What are we waiting for? Hurry. The crowd of onlookers reacted instantly and rushed straight to the Western-style restaurant. The manager of the Western-style restaurant was trying to attract customers at the door. He was startled to see a huge crowd of people rushing towards him. Oh my God. What's going on? Is this a biohazard? After hearing Su Ming's instructions, Zhao Shilai didn't dare to delay any further. He hurried to do it. Calculating the total price was indeed much faster than packing. In less than half an hour, Zhao Shilai returned with the bill. Chanel perfume shop. 5 million. Clothing store. 7.5 million. The gold shop was a bit more expensive. 24 million. Su Ming had specifically instructed that the total must be a round number. No more, no less. No discounts. Zhao Shilai was stunned by this. He was even more respectful to Su Ming. He received the bill. Su Ming's expression was calm. He took out his card. Pay in order, one by one, Su Ming said. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Shilai nodded hurriedly, took the supreme card in both hands, and hurriedly went to settle the bill. Ding. The host has successfully made a purchase, and the cashback multiplier is 4 times. 20 million has been deposited into the account. Ding. The host has successfully made a purchase, and the cashback multiplier is 5 times. 37.5 million has been deposited into the account. Ding. The host has successfully made a purchase, and the cashback multiplier is 2 times. 48 million has been deposited into the account. Su Ming's mind kept ringing with reminders. The restaurant bill wouldn't be settled until tonight. If he added the restaurant bill in, he'd be a billionaire for sure. Yesterday, he was so worried about the betrothal gift money. Today, he'd accidentally earned a small amount. Su Ming had finally witnessed the system's arrogance. Earning over 100 million a day wasn't a dream. How could that be considered incredible? Mr. Su. After settling the bill, Zhao Shilai hurriedly pulled out the card and respectfully placed it in Su Ming's hand. Thank you for your hard work. Su Ming stood up and patted Zhao Shilai on the shoulder. Zhao Shilai almost cried. It's not hard at all. It's an honor to work for Mr. Su. What an honor. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll go back first. Just send the things to my house later. Yes, yes, yes. Zhao Shilai nodded hurriedly. I'll take you home. No thanks, I rode my bike, Su Ming said, heading for the elevator. A bike. Zhao Shilai was stunned. Such a prominent figure actually rode a bike? But then, thinking about it, Zhao Shilai wanted to slap himself in the face. Zhao Shilai, who the hell do you think you are? How can you guess what Mr. Su is thinking? You are far from it. How can you guess what the boss is thinking? Although Su Ming didn't need him to send him down, Zhao Qi still insisted on sending Su Ming downstairs. He followed Su Ming eagerly. He sent him to the building entrance. He saw Su Ming riding away on his electric scooter. Zhao Shilai's eyes were dazed. This shabby little electric scooter. Is this the boss's car? Chapter 17. Keeping up with the boss. This electric scooter is very old. You can tell it's quite old. Zhao Shilai sighed inwardly. I always thought I was a big shot. But now take a look. Fart. You think you are a nobody. Compare with Mr. Su. He was instantly killed into ashes. Look at others. So awesome yet so low-key. Incomparable. There's no comparison at all. I will buy a small electric scooter later. I will never drive a luxury car again. How comfortable the electric scooter is. Enjoy the air and feel the nature. I'm one step closer to the boss. Su Ming didn't know what Zhao Shilai was thinking. I rode my electric scooter back quickly. Park the car when you get there. Go to the fields. Get started and continue working. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 50 experience points. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming was stunned and quickly called up the control panel. Farmer. Su Ming. Level. LV1. Experience. 50 out of 100. Farm. Level 1. It is true. As long as you farm, you can gain experience. Is a level 1 farm already so amazing? What changes will this farm undergo after further upgrades? Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't contain his excitement. Ding. Withered wolfberry vines 5. Recyclable. Would the host like to recycle them? Is this even possible? Can it be recycled? Recycle. Su Ming said hurriedly in his mind. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience 10. Not bad, not bad. You can gain experience by harvesting fruits and recycling withered crops. This is the system helping to upgrade. Full of motivation, Su Ming rolled up his sleeves and started working. First, Su Ming re-repaired the ridges where wolfberries were planted. I went to the warehouse to look through the seeds and finally decided to plant some tomatoes. Ding. The tomatoes have been planted successfully and will mature in 12 hours. Su Ming was stunned when he heard the prompt tone. There is no newbie experience this time. Although the time has been extended a lot. But it's also short, okay? Damn it. Is the system so overbearing? Awesome. Su Ming was surprised and started to work. Water and fertilize. After working for nearly 3 hours, Su Ming finally finished taking care of the land, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't done farm work in a long time, and my body is a little bit unable to keep up. After gently patting his sore waist, Su Ming washed his hands and feet, sat on the recliner next to the hut, ready to rest for a while before continuing to work. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, Su Ming's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID, and his expression changed slightly. Well, it's my parents calling. Su Ming was busy with system matters all day and forgot to tell his parents about the cancellation of the engagement. Minger, how's your wedding with Xiaoxue going? Have you set a date? When the phone was connected, the voice of Su Ming's mother, Li Sumei, came. Mom, Su Ming hesitated for a moment and could only tell the truth. Wang Xue and I broke up and are not getting married anymore. You kid. Li Sumei immediately became anxious. Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with your parents? The child in Xiaoxue's belly is innocent. Did they increase the betrothal gift money? Don't worry, your father and I will borrow some more. Even if we have to sell everything we have, we can't delay your marriage. Li Sumei's words made Su Ming's nose sore, and he almost cried. The old couple are honest and well-behaved rural people, facing the lusts and back to the sky, taking root in the land for a lifetime. For his own sake, he risked his reputation and half his life. Poor parents in the world. Chapter 18. The Landlord's Call. Mom, Su Ming said, it's not what you think. If the child was mine, I would definitely take responsibility, but the child in Wang Xue's belly is not mine. It's not yours. Li Sumei was stunned. This. Mom, this matter has passed. Let's not talk about it anymore. Su Ming comforted her. By the way, Mom, I have good news for you. I just found a good job with a monthly salary of over 20,000 yuan. Really? Li Sumei's surprised voice came. Don't spend too much money if you earn a lot. Save it for your future marriage. I know, Mom. Su Ming smiled. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Just go ahead and get busy. After saying that, Li Sumei hung up the phone. Holding the phone, Su Ming felt mixed emotions. He sighed and put the phone away. If I tell the old couple directly that I have a piece of land worth tens of billions of yuan in the city, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it. Let's take it slowly, step by step. Let the old couple accept it slowly, and then bring them to the city to live a good life. Once you make up your mind, you won't think about it anymore. Just then the phone rang again, with an extremely harsh ringtone. Su Ming raised his eyelids, saw the caller ID, and frowned slightly. Landlord's phone number. Su Ming glanced at the date. No wonder. Today is the day to pay the rent. The house Su Ming rented is in the suburbs. There is no geothermal heating and no air conditioning. It is like an ice cellar in winter and a steamer in summer. Although the environment is a bit bad, it is cheap. But this landlord has a bad temper and is sarcastic. Seeing that Su Ming was honest, they always bullied him. Today they say the floor is damaged, tomorrow they say the wall is peeling, and the day after tomorrow they say the refrigerator is broken. To be honest, even if you hit the wall of this dilapidated house with a hammer, you wouldn't see much change. That unknown brand refrigerator is almost as old as Su Ming. It's normal for it to break down, and it would be a miracle if it didn't. It's because this house is cheap and there is a bus route right at the door, so the transportation is quite convenient. If it were before, when Su Ming answered the phone, he would have to put on a smile and speak kindly, as if he was coaxing the other person like he was coaxing an ancestor. But now things have changed. The palm-sized piece of land I am standing on is more valuable than your house. Bird, who are you? Where did the dead person go? As soon as the call was connected, a harsh and angry voice came from the other end. Are you trying to evade rent? I'm telling you, I'll give you half an hour. If you don't come back within half an hour, you'll have to move out and sleep on the street. Also, I want to inform you today that the rent has increased. It will be 1,000 yuan a month from now on. It's up to you whether you want to rent it or not. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. The same thing again. Su Ming sneered. This landlord would try to raise the rent every once in a while, and afterwards Su Ming would come to his house with fruits and gift boxes to beg for mercy. Now, if I don't give you an urn, you'll be thankful. Su Ming simply muted his phone, closed his eyes, laid down on the recliner, and soon fell into a deep sleep. I sleep soundly after finishing my farm work. Su Ming slept for 3 hours before he opened his eyes contentedly. After a good night's sleep, you will feel refreshed and full of energy. I touched my cell phone and saw that there were more than 50 missed calls. There are still more than 30 unread text messages. This landlord is very persistent. Chapter 19, Delivery. The landlord must have been furious. Thinking of this, Su Ming felt secretly happy. Anyway, there was nothing important in the house, only bedding and some clothes. The most valuable thing was a second-hand laptop that I had been looking for a long time. There aren't any important files in it, and it's stuck like crazy. I've wanted to replace it for a long time. And my own graduation certificate and degree certificate. After washing up slowly, Su Ming went to the field to check on the growth of tomatoes. Not bad, not bad. The vines have grown out. There are wooden sticks automatically generated by the system next to the vines. Tie the vines and the sticks together. After all, tomatoes are very heavy when they are ripe. Goo. Suddenly, the rumbling sound from his stomach startled Su Ming, and he remembered that he hadn't eaten all day. I was so busy farming that I forgot to eat. Su Ming went to the food court next door and ordered a bowl of noodles to fill his stomach. As soon as I got back, I found a big truck parked at the door. Su Ming was puzzled. Suddenly, I saw Zhao Xilai standing in front. Ah, Su Ming suddenly reacted. This is a gift for myself. That is, isn't this too much? I can't let it go. I saw Su Ming coming over. Zhao Xilai was very surprised. Mr. Su, the things have been delivered to you. Where should I put them? Just leave it here. Su Ming smiled and pointed to the open space in front of the thatched hut. Put it here. Zhao Xilai was stunned for a moment. Mr. Su, I don't mean anything else. It's just that this place is public property. We can't just leave it there randomly. It's okay, this is my home. Su Ming smiled. What? Zhao Xilai was petrified when he heard this. Damn it. Oh my god. Manager Song had told him before. Su Ming lives in the city center. He thought it was a villa community. The results are seen. It's really the city center. The most central place in the whole city. Those 3 acres of vacant land have been abandoned for a long time. This is the city center. It's worth over 10 billion. Take another closer look. Parked nearby were tractors, farm implements, and several bags of fertilizer for seeds. Oh my god. Su Ming is farming. Zhao Xilai opened his mouth wide, eyes widened, and began to doubt his life. He had tried his best to guess Su Ming's identity. He might be the son of some financial tycoon. He could also be the son of a real estate tycoon, or he could be the son of a big family. But he now found that he was still too narrow-minded. I am just an ordinary person. How can an ordinary person guess the thoughts of the big boss? This tycoon actually farmed on a piece of land worth tens of billions in the prime area of the city center? Oh my god. The boss is the boss. I am impressed by this operation. Mr. Su, is this land really yours? Zhao Xilai blinked, swallowed, and asked. Yes. Su Ming nodded. What? Is there any problem? No. Zhao Xilai waved his hands hurriedly and shook his head. What could be wrong with me? I have no problem at all. I have decided that I will follow the big brother's footsteps and move towards a firm path step by step. Mr. Su, I have a small suggestion. Zhao Xilai rubbed his hands, feeling a little nervous. What suggestions? Su Ming asked, blinking. Mr. Su, your land is open and unfenced. It would be easy for such valuables to be lost if you leave them there. I happen to have a safe warehouse. Why not leave it there? Zhao Xilai said. Chapter 20. Find a labor company to help. Su Ming heard it. That makes sense. It takes up a lot of space here. Okay, I'll trouble you then. No trouble, no trouble, no trouble. Zhao Xilai shook his head like a rattle. Mr. Su, you are busy. I won't disturb you. After saying that, Zhao Xilai waved his hand. The big truck turned around, driving away into the distance. In the car, Zhao Xilai's heart was pounding. Thank heaven, thank earth. Let me get to know this extremely arrogant and powerful person. Just follow behind him. Do your job well. It will definitely take off in the future. A piece of land worth tens of billions. In the hands of ordinary people. Either develop it or sell it. As a result, people use it to farm? What does it mean? This means that the value of this piece of land is not worth mentioning at all to others. What people are interested in is the most original function of this land. What deep pockets are needed to ignore the value of this land? Zhao Xilai just felt that he was narrow-minded. I can't understand the boss's thoughts at all. Su Ming returned to the field, looked at the remaining wasteland. I started to worry. So many weeds. Do it alone. It will take forever. That's right. You can find someone in the labor market yourself? But I don't know the phone number. After thinking about it, Su Ming thought of Zhao Xilai. This guy just left me a phone number. I didn't expect to use it immediately. Su Ming took out his cell phone. Call Zhao Xilai. Mr. Su. Soon, the call was connected, and a surprised voice came from the other end. Boss Zhao, I have something to trouble you with. Mr. Su, tell me, no matter what it is, I can definitely do it. Zhao Xilai said hurriedly. Zhao Xilai, do you have the labor company's phone number? Have. Zhao Xilai jumped high. Mr. Su is going to assign himself a task. Zhao Xilai, then call the labor company and ask them to come and help me weed. When Zhao Xilai heard this, he readily agreed. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The boss of the labor service company was sitting on a chair drinking tea at the time. When he saw Zhao Xilai's call, he jumped up excitedly and spilled the tea, causing him to grimace in pain from the burn. This guy is Zhao Xilai, the owner of the largest shopping mall in Donghai City. A big shot who is so awesome. He actually called himself. So excited for this stuff. I almost didn't take off from the spot. Boss Zhao, why are you calling me personally? If you need anything, just tell someone below you to give me instructions. The boss of the labor company stood up, bent over, and spoke very respectfully. I have an important matter for you to do. Zhao Xilai's tone was very serious. You say, your business is my business. Find some capable people to pull the weeds. Zhao Xilai said. Pull out the weeds. The boss of the labor company was stunned when he heard this. That's it. You're telling me this is important? No matter how important it is to pull out weeds, it is not a serious matter. Let me tell you, the person you're going to serve this time is a big shot that even I can't afford to offend. Zhao Xilai said on the phone. What? The boss was stunned when he heard this. A big shot that even Boss Zhao can't afford to offend? Oh my god. How awesome is that? Boss Zhao is right. It is indeed an important matter. For that kind of big shot, don't call it weeding. A piece of paper that I needed fell to the ground. It's a huge thing, okay? Chapter 21. Start large-scale farming. Work hard. I won't treat you unfairly. Zhao Xilai reminded on the phone. Yes. How dare the boss hesitate? He hung up the phone quickly. He went downstairs like the wind. We found some of the most capable workers. Drive like a rocket straight to the city center. After getting off the car, the boss and his men walked in quickly. Take a closer look. Just a young man in ordinary clothes. The boss blinked and walked over. He patted Su Ming's shoulder gently. Little brother, are you also working for Mr. Su? Su Ming looked back. Oh, it's from a labor service company. It moves quite fast. I am Su Ming. Su Ming smiled. What? The boss was stunned at the time. Damn it. So young? To him, Zhao Xilai is already a big shot at the ceiling level. The result was just on the phone. When Zhao Xilai called Mr. Su, his respectful tone was like that of an elementary school student. Oh my god. What kind of person is this? Just when the boss was confused, Su Ming said, just pull out all the weeds on these 2 acres of land. Yes. The boss's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's like being injected with chicken blood. As long as I do this job well, will Zhao Xilai treat me badly in the future? Of course not. How do labor service companies perform their work? How do they make money? Isn't it just relying on connections? With Zhao Xilai as my connection, I don't need to worry about getting rich anymore. Mr. Su, did you rent this land? The boss suddenly remembered something and asked cautiously. No, it's mine. Su Ming smiled. Get a positive answer. The boss was petrified instantly. Damn it. This piece of land in the city center worth tens of billions actually belongs to Mr. Su. We actually work on such land. Oh my god. What an incredible honor. Hurry. Get to work now. Put in all your energy and do it quickly and well. If you do well, I'll give you a raise. The boss suddenly reacted, turned around, and shouted loudly. Yes. The workers behind them also heard the conversation between the two. They were as shocked as their boss. How dare I delay even a little bit? Start working like crazy. It's true that there is strength in numbers. In less than 3 hours, the grass in the field was cleared clean. Su Ming took a look. Wow. Good job. Not only does it remove weeds thoroughly, they also picked up small gravel from the ground. Break up all the large clods of soil. This is not pulling out weeds at all. This is simply a renovation of the land by hand. Call. Several workers were so tired that their backs ached. But his face was full of excitement. I work for Mr. Su. Glory. What an incredible honor. Damn it. Cool. Thanks for your hard work. Su Ming smiled and gave each of them double their salary. Mr. Su, this won't do. Take it. Su Ming smiled, and the boss didn't dare to refuse, so he said goodbye quickly. I saw 2 acres of clean land. Su Ming was in a good mood. The ground is finally clean. Plant something more. Just do it. Su Ming ran over and flipped through the seeds. Let's plant some potatoes this time. Potatoes are a common crop and are needed all year round. There are also many derivative products, such as potato starch, potato chips, and so on. When Su Ming was at home, he often planted potatoes with his parents. So the planting process is very familiar. Sprinkle some fertilizer at the bottom and cover it with some soil. Then use a knife to cut the potatoes into pieces, leaving the sprouted parts to plant in the soil. Then cover it with soil. Chapter 22: Cucumber, Bamboo, and Cabbage. The planting process of this thing is relatively fast and does not require much technical content. It is simple and crude. But these 2 acres of land are really too big. There is actually not enough potato seeds. There is still half an acre of land left. Su Ming scratched his head and looked at the empty space nearby. It was okay. He could plant something else. Cabbage, peppers, eggplant. Isn't it easy to grow vegetables? If all else fails, I'll plant an apple tree. Ding. Potatoes successfully planted. Harvesting time, 30 hours. It actually takes more than a day. Su Ming was stunned when he heard the prompt sound in his brain. Su Ming originally thought that all plants should live for more than 10 hours, but now he sees that this is not the case. But Su Ming was not in a hurry. After all, elsewhere, potatoes take several months to mature, which is quite slow. With the support of the system, it only takes a little more than 2 days to mature. If you say that everyone thinks it's too slow, won't that make people angry to death? Before we knew it, it was already evening and it was getting dark. Su Ming touched his chin and thought about it. It's not dark yet. I can also farm. Don't waste time. Thinking of this, Su Ming went to the warehouse. Found some other seeds. Now I am familiar with the process and plant them one by one. Su Ming discovered that when planting, the system would automatically prompt him to give the most appropriate planting spacing. If the planting is too dense, it will indicate that the planting has failed. This is more in line with the facts. After all, no one grows plants one after another without even a little room to grow. Ding. Cucumbers successfully planted. Harvesting time, 12 hours. Ding. Bamboo has been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 32 hours. Ding. Cabbage has been successfully planted. Harvest time, 32 hours. After the planting was completed, a prompt sounded in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Plant similar amounts of crops at the same time. The maturity time varies quite a bit. Why is this? Could it be that the harvest is different? Just when Su Ming was thinking about it, Zhao Shalai brought the bill from Victor Hotel. Su Ming paid directly. The total consumption was more than 8 million. For times the cash back, that's more than 30 million. I heard that the stock is sold out. The chef was so tired that he couldn't lift his hands. The waiter was even wobbling on his feet. We gave employees 3 days of paid leave to let them have a good rest. Get the sound of cash back. Su Ming laughed. Looking at the land I'd cleaned up, I felt satisfied and went to the faucet to rinse it briefly. Sitting in a rocking chair, watching the hustle and bustle of the city at night. But Su Ming is thinking about a problem now. Now that I am a billionaire, I will definitely not live in the dilapidated house I used to live in. Do you want to buy a villa? Thinking about it, Su Ming actually fell asleep like this. Fortunately, it is summer and there is no dew. There aren't many mosquitoes either. Nothing happened that night, and it passed peacefully. Su Ming opened his eyes early the next morning. After washing up, I ate something. Su Ming suddenly thought of something. That's right. The tomatoes are ripe. With the experience of the first time, Su Ming was not so anxious this time. He got up slowly, washed up a little, and then went down to see what had grown. Because of the automatic masking of the system, from a distance, the two pieces of land that Su Ming had cultivated grew the most ordinary wheat. Chapter 23. This is okay. This is a southern city with a suitable temperature. Wheat crops generally have 2 seasons a year or 3 seasons in 2 years, and can be planted continuously, so it will not arouse suspicion from others. Even if others walk into the field, they cannot touch the plants planted by Su Ming. Only Su Ming can do it. No one else can touch or see them. That is to say, whether outside or inside, all people see is wheat. And Su Ming. You can see the crops you planted outside, but the fruits are just ordinary fruits. Only by going to the fields can you see the real fruits. This is Su Ming's privilege, and also the system's protection of this land. When Su Ming stepped 1 foot into the soil, he first checked the cucumbers he had planted yesterday. The cucumber vines have grown out and are climbing up along the racks automatically generated by the system. Most of them are in bloom. Su Ming nodded in satisfaction. His eyes fell on the tomatoes, and he found that they were ripe. It reflects the light brightly in the sun. Will it be a cashback card this time? Su Ming blinked. Walked over. Huh, it's a tomato? No way. Could it be that the first time was a reward from the system? That's why different things grow. What grows later are just ordinary crops. All right, just ordinary. He squatted down, put his hand on a ripe tomato, and picked it up. Huh. Holding the golden tomato in his hand, Su Ming was stunned for a moment. How can this be so light? And there is also a feeling that it can be crushed. Su Ming blinked in confusion, then exerted force with his hands. Crack. Under Su Ming's stunned gaze, the tomato shattered. Oh my God, can it really be crushed? Su Ming opened his mouth wide. The most important thing is that there is something lying among the pile of debris. Su Ming hurriedly checked it carefully. Bracelet? And it is made of small leaf red sandalwood. Su Ming took out his cell phone and checked online. Wow, this bracelet is not cheap. After all, there is no small leaf red sandalwood left now. Love is not platinum, it is a golden egg. The tomato is actually the golden egg that smashes the golden egg. Su Ming blinked his eyes. It was indeed a system. Is this possible? Fortunately, thanks to yesterday's experience, Su Ming felt much calmer. After all, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Maybe because of the golden egg, only 1 tomato grew from a tomato seedling. Su Ming looked carefully and found that there were 20 tomato seedlings and 20 golden eggs in total. Walk to the next one, pick the tomato, and crush it gently. It's also a bracelet, but it is imperial green. Su Ming picked up the other golden eggs and cracked them one by one. Crack all 20 golden eggs. Looking at the harvest on the ground, Su Ming couldn't help but smile. They are all bracelets. And the material of each bracelet is expensive. It's a big fortune. It seems that I really need to build a warehouse and put these things in it, otherwise there is no place to put them. Su Ming held a bag in his right hand, which contained today's harvest. I really feel a bit helpless. Who can believe that a bunch of these things can be grown from farming? However, Su Ming also felt more curious. He looked at the cucumbers that were growing vigorously and really wanted to know what the cucumbers would produce. But please don't wear a bracelet anymore. Otherwise, I would build a specialty store next to it. Just specialize in selling bracelets. Is this the system trying to make me retire early? Do you want a few more bird cages? Come get some crickets. Have some strong tea. Perfect. Chapter 24. What to do if your electric car runs out of power. Returning to the hut, Su Ming opened the box in the corner and casually threw the bag of things in. Yes, it's very casual, like throwing away garbage. If this bag of stuff was left outside, it would definitely cause countless people to scramble for it. This kind of bracelet is absolutely irresistible to wealthy middle-aged men. I won't say anything about the small leaf red sandalwood. There is no upper limit for the price of imperial green jadeite, so the price is limitless. But for Su Ming now, these are just drizzle. Just put it in the box first, let it get dusty. But I'll have to get a bigger box later, otherwise it won't fit, and it takes up too much space outside. But no matter what, this farming trip was a complete success. Ding! Successfully harvested crops, gained 20 experience points. Su Ming's eyes lit up. He hurried to the field and cleaned up all the dead vines. Ding! Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience 10. Su Ming hurriedly opened the panel. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV1. Experience, 90 out of 100. Farm, level 1. Upgrading soon. Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. If the system was so amazing before the upgrade, how much more awesome would it be after the upgrade? Looking forward to it. Ha ha ha, the system never deceives me. Thinking of this, Su Ming became full of energy again and went to the field to weed. Fortunately, I didn't choose the other 3 options at the beginning. When farming, you have to experience the feeling of slow growth. Otherwise, it would be boring. Looking back, my level will gradually increase and the farm will gradually upgrade. The facilities are gradually being completed. That's perfect. Invincible. Su Ming had a feeling that the entire piece of land was like his own child. Su Ming wants to make this land gradually rich through his hard work. Just then, Su Ming's cell phone rang again. Su Ming took it out and took a look. Damn it. It still belongs to the landlord. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you still want your stuff? I'm telling you, if you don't come back, I'm going to throw all your stuff away. Hearing the landlord's harsh voice, Su Mingwei frowned. Okay, I'll be right back. After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. It's not that Su Ming gave in. It's no use dragging it out all the time. So let's resolve it as soon as possible. Moreover, my graduation certificate and degree certificate are in the rental house. It would be really difficult to deal with if it was really lost. Su Ming walked to the door, just about to ride the electric scooter. I found out that it was out of power last night. Have to. I can't ride my beloved little motorcycle today. Su Ming thought about it. Forget it, let's buy a car. Passerby said. Okay. We can't keep up with the big guy's thinking. Someone else's electric car ran out of power. Either take a taxi or take the bus. You were so nice. Buy a car directly. Su Ming took a taxi to a 4S store not far away. There are still many 4S stores in Donghai City. However, there is only one store near the city center, and it is very small. Su Ming went there, took out his Supreme card, and bought a Porsche. The whole process was clean and neat, without any delay. I looked at the shopping guide in a daze. When I learned that it was a Supreme card, the boss will receive you personally. All procedures were completed within half an hour. Driving a brand new Porsche, Su Ming drove to his rental house. When he was in college, Su Ming worked as a designated driver for a period of time. Before becoming a designated driver, I took several training courses and learned how to drive a sports car. Mostly the same, with some minor differences. Pass through the downtown area and slowly drive towards the suburbs. Chapter 25: The Angry Landlord. Skyscrapers and shopping malls gradually became rare. Su Ming had walked this route many times, but every time he took the bus. This was the first time he drove back by himself, and it felt different. After crossing an intersection and turning a corner, Su Ming soon drove into the community where he rented a house. There weren't many parking spaces in this residential complex, so Su Ming just found a spot downstairs to park in front of the unit door, got out, and entered the unit. Most of the people living here are poor. There are hardly any people around during the day, as everyone goes out to work and earn money. The weeds downstairs are very tall, and the trash cans are full of garbage. Flies are flying around. Walk into the apartment building. The entire stairwell was filled with a dark and damp smell, and the walls were covered with all kinds of small advertisements. I arrived at the 3rd floor with ease. He placed his hand on the worn wooden door and gave it a gentle push. Squeak. The teeth-grinding sound slowly echoed in the corridors. But as soon as the door opened a little, it was pulled open by someone. Poor wooden door, it was shaking so much that it almost fell apart. The chubby landlord, who was less than 1.5 meters tall but weighed more than 160 grams, looked at Su Ming angrily. Where have you been? What took you so long to come back? The high-octave sound made Su Ming's ears slightly sting. I didn't do anything. I just walked around and had something to eat. Su Ming smiled calmly and pushed the door open and walked in. You. The landlord was furious, pointing at Su Ming's nose and trembling all over. Let me tell you, I just checked. The water heater, air conditioner, and TV in this room have all been broken by you. And this sofa. This is a new sofa I bought for tens of thousands of yuan, and you broke it like this. If you don't pay me today, I'll pay. Su Ming smiled and said directly. Tell me, how much is it? What you? The landlord was speechless for a moment. Because the impression of Su Ming in her mind was that of a timid person who would nod and fawn upon her. How did this suddenly change so much? And as far as she knew, Su Ming no longer had much money. The decoration and wedding gifts for his future mother-in-law have already drained out Su Ming's family savings. She saw this point clearly, so she bullied Su Ming even more viciously. But who would have thought that we would run into trouble today? Okay, you said you'd pay, right? Take the money. 30,000 yuan, not a cent less. The landlord put his hands on his waist, looking fierce. Okay, no problem. Su Ming smiled faintly, took out his mobile phone and transferred 30,500 yuan directly to the landlord's account. The extra 500 yuan is rent. When the landlord heard his phone vibrate, he took it out and saw that more than 30,000 yuan had been transferred into his account. I was stunned at that time. Damn, what's going on? Shouldn't Su Ming be scolded by me while being timid, and then come to my house in the evening with fruits and gift boxes to apologize? This way you can save money on fruit. But it seems that the plot didn't develop in this direction. Su Ming also ignored the landlord. After all, he is now a billionaire and has a piece of land worth tens of billions. To be honest, this kind of person is no longer worthy of Su Ming's attention. Su Ming came to the bedroom alone, pushed the door open, and took out his graduation certificate and degree certificate from under the box. He took out a snakeskin bag from under the bed and randomly filled it with some daily necessities. I looked around, and there was nothing to take. Chapter 26. The landlord was dumbfounded. I won't rent this house anymore, and I've compensated you. Goodbye. Su Ming smiled calmly, took the snakeskin bag, and went downstairs. Su Ming's series of superb operations have left the landlord confused. If there were real-time barrage, the screen would definitely be full of 666. You have to know that this landlord is a typical bully. Her husband is tall and strong, and he often has affairs with other women, making her cheat on him. Although the landlord knew about it, he didn't dare to get angry. Every time her husband came home, she had to greet him with a smile and serve him with kind words. This morning, her husband took out some money and went out to have fun. The landlord naturally knew what her husband was going to do. Although she felt extremely aggrieved, she could do nothing about it. The landlord, who was filled with anger, was ready to find any reason to scold Su Ming today when he was collecting rent. Let out some anger. Today, Su Ming must at least compensate for 1 or 2 home appliances. What? No compensation? I rented this house to you for 3 years. You lived alone during these 3 years. If you didn't break this thing, who broke it? I have a housing contract. It's clearly written in black and white. As soon as I get the money, I'll kick you out. I'll use the money you compensate me to do some simple renovations on this house and buy some better secondhand appliances. Raise the price a bit and rent it out. You can only blame yourself for being poor and having bad luck. But who would have thought that although this plan was quite good, the script did not go as she expected at all. After receiving her call, Su Ming did not rush back like he did before. Instead, he made her wait in the room for more than 4 hours, making her very angry. And after he came back, he ignored her completely. The most important thing is that when I asked for compensation, this guy transferred the money without saying a word. Although he got the money, the landlord always felt more and more aggrieved the more he thought about it. Oh shit. You are just a stinky farmer from the countryside. What's there to be proud of? The landlord angrily closed the door and hurried downstairs. No matter what, I'm going to catch this brat again and give him a good scolding. As soon as he went downstairs, the landlord found Su Ming holding a snakeskin bag, standing in front of a Porsche with its door open, and talking to 2 patrolmen. Haha. The landlord saw this and burst out laughing. You got caught stealing, didn't you? You're so young and you're still a bad boy. You've got to learn to steal and do thieves. No wonder you're moving out of here. So you want to go to jail? Jail's nice, with food and shelter, and it's so comfortable out of the wind and rain. The landlord leaned against the door frame and sneered, with a very sarcastic expression on his face, swinging his legs and looking very happy. It feels so good. It feels so good. Let you act so arrogant in front of me. Were you caught this time? This is a Porsche, at least a car worth several million. You dare to steal such an expensive car. Who knows how long you will have to stay in it. But who owns this Porsche? This is an old residential complex, and he knows all the neighbors. It seems that no one can afford such an expensive car, right? Or is there someone who can come over to do some temporary work? That should be it. But no matter what, this guy is just unlucky. There are plenty of Volkswagens worth tens of thousands of dollars on the road, but you didn't steal them. Instead, you insisted on stealing this Porsche worth millions, and you were caught red-handed. If you don't go in, who will? But the next second, something happened that left the landlord dumbfounded. Su Ming actually smiled and shook hands with one of the patrolmen. The 3 people greeted each other warmly. Damn, what's going on? Chapter 27. The landlord was arrested. It turned out that Su Ming was shopping in the mall. The patrolman is here too. It was just that I was on vacation at the time and was wearing casual clothes. Don't you say this world is really small? What a coincidence. After all, this is a suburb. The public security is a little worse, and it is also where the crime rate in the entire city is relatively concentrated. It is normal to increase police patrols. The 2 patrolmen got out of the car and greeted Su Ming after seeing him. He was a billionaire after all, so there was no harm in making more friends. As soon as he said those few words, he heard the landlord making sarcastic remarks beside him. Mr. Su, is she the landlord you just mentioned? One of the patrolmen asked. Yes. Su Ming nodded. The 2 patrolmen exchanged a glance, then walked up to the landlord with serious expressions. They immediately showed their police IDs and said, "Hello, ma'am. We just received a report from Mr. Su that you are suspected of extortion. The amount involved is huge. Please cooperate with our investigation." What? The landlord was stunned at that time. She stood there ready to watch the joke, ready to see Su Ming being arrested. How come I became a suspect in the blink of an eye? No, I didn't. You must have made a mistake. The landlord panicked at that time. Rest assured, the law will not let any bad person go unpunished, nor will we wrongly accuse any good person. Please cooperate with our investigation. One of the policemen took out handcuffs and put them directly on the landlord's wrists. The cold handcuffs made the landlord feel cold all over, and then he suddenly began to struggle desperately. No, I didn't. You wronged me. Why didn't you care about him stealing things from the Porsche? Why did you arrest me? Why did you arrest me? The landlord shouted loudly while struggling. Behave yourself. A policeman roared loudly and swept the landlord to the ground with a kick, and then grabbed the landlord and pinned him to the ground. Stealing? Another policeman sneered. Mr. Su is a billionaire. This Porsche belongs to Mr. Su. What? It was like a bolt of thunder, and the landlord was completely stunned. This multi-million Porsche actually belongs to Su Ming. This is impossible. How is this possible? Su Ming rented her house for 3 whole years. She already knew Su Ming's background clearly. My hometown is in the countryside. My parents are genuine farmers. They work hard in the fields and make a few dollars from the land. Su Ming was just an ordinary employee of a company before, but was later fired. Now he is an unemployed vagrant and is worried about the bride price. How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? How could he be an ordinary rich man? Could it be that? Is he the kind of hidden rich second generation from novels, from a prominent family who came out to experience the world? Thank you for your hard work, both of you. Su Ming looked at the 2 patrolmen and smiled. It's okay. Maintaining public order and protecting people's property and lives is our responsibility. A patrolman said, Mr. Su, if you have anything to do, go ahead and do it. We'll call you after we've investigated this matter thoroughly. Good. Su Ming nodded, got into the Porsche, and drove away. The 2 patrolmen took the landlord directly to the 3rd floor. After inspecting the furnishings inside the house, one of them said, You're quite cruel. All these appliances combined aren't even worth 1,000 yuan, and you're asking for 30,000? I'm telling you, you're suspected of fraud. Just wait for the court summons. Chapter 28 Upgraded. Leaving the unlucky landlord behind, Su Ming drove quickly to the city center. Keep farming. With the system, Su Ming discovered that farming was really addictive. After all, there are so many crops that can be grown. Who knows what will come out of the seeds? There will definitely be different surprises every time. When Su Ming returned, it was already getting dark. But this is the city center after all. The surrounding high-rise buildings are brightly lit, and there are street lights on the roadside. So it doesn't look dark at all. After arriving at the place, Su Ming went out to eat something. Weeding the fields. Then the cucumbers are ripe. What will it be this time? Force yourself to suppress the excitement in your heart. Su Ming walked into the field. Take a closer look at the cucumber vines. Oh my God. This is box. What does the cucumber vine produce? Su Ming blinked. Damn it. Is this okay? Su Ming walked over and picked up a box. Open it and take a look. This is monkey. Su Ming hurriedly searched the internet. Damn it. This was the first zodiac stamp issued in my country in 1980. Awesome. This thing is definitely worth a lot of money. Su Ming hurriedly searched the price. He didn't know it until he searched and was shocked. When this stamp was issued, the issue price was only 8 cents, but now the market price has become 12,000. Su Ming hurriedly picked up the next one. Oh my God. This one is even more valuable. It is the world's first stamp, the penny black, in 1840. Su Ming searched the internet. Good job. This stamp is worth millions. Is this even possible? Su Ming hurriedly picked up the next one. This one is actually a stamp issued by the Qing government, the Big Dragon stamp, which is also the first set of stamps in my country. Although not as exaggerated as the previous stamp, the price of this stamp is also over 100,000 yuan. In short, there are 20 stamps in total, each of which is extremely precious and rare. Big fortune. If I sell all these things, my net worth will skyrocket again. Invincible. Don't ask me why I'm so arrogant, because being invincible is so lonely. There is no use in keeping these things anyway, so Su Ming plans to sell them all, including those things that are hidden in the bottom of the box. It's dealt with. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 20 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host on upgrading. Farmer. Su Ming. Level, LV2. Experience, 110 out of 1,000. Farm, level 1. Ding. You've received a mysterious gift pack as a reward for upgrading. Would you like to take it? Extract, Su Ming said in his mind. Ding. Drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving the ultimate reward, the blessing of plants. Ding. Blessing from the plants. The host has worked tirelessly on the land, and the crops are incredibly grateful to the host. They are offering a special blessing to the host. Every second, the host will receive 0.1 yuan in cash. To show their appreciation for their hard work, the host will receive additional rewards for watering and fertilizing the land. It's against the will of heaven. Su Ming was stunned. What does that mean? It means that you don't have to do anything. Just lie on a chair every day, and you can earn 8,640 yuan a day. If a month is calculated as 30 days, it would be 259,200 yuan. You will be a millionaire after this year. Oh my God. Isn't this system too outrageous? He now finally understood how lonely it was to be invincible, and what this sentence really meant. I don't have to do anything all day. Just lying on a chair and sleeping with my eyes closed is making money. My income has exceeded that of most people in the country and is much higher than that of many blue-collar and white-collar workers. Awesome. Chapter 29. Encountering a good brother from university. The most important thing is that I just upgraded to the next level. There are so many rewards. If you upgrade enough, you might get some incredible rewards. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's worthy of being a system. It's invincible. Su Ming looked at his data panel again. If he wanted to upgrade again, he would need 1,000 experience points. Although it seems a bit much, it is 2 acres of land. There are quite a lot of crops planted on these 2 acres of land. Even if it takes 1,000 experience points to upgrade, it probably won't take too long, and it can be completed in 10 days or half a month. Work hard, work hard. He collected all the boxes and threw them into the box at random. This somewhat worn little wooden box is already full. Too small. Su Ming looked a little worried. This is too much. I don't even have room to put my clothes. After putting the things away, Su Ming went to weed the yard. The system recovered the dead vines and gained another 10 experience points. After packing up, it was already late at night. Never mind, let's go to sleep first. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Su Ming woke up naturally, stretched, and took a lazily bath. Pushed the door open and walked out. I glanced at the time, and it was already past 7 in the morning. It was rush hour, and the city center was bustling with traffic and people coming and going. Especially the Guoxing Building next to it. The companies that can work here have high market capitalizations and are basically listed companies. Here, even a cleaning lady earns tens of thousands of yuan a month. The blue-collar and white-collar workers all had frowns on their brows, fatigue written all over their faces, and walked into the building at a very fast pace. There were even several people driving around the building, looking for parking spaces. If it were before, Su Ming would have been extremely envious. After all, those who could work here were considered superior people. But now, forget it. This kind of farming life is pretty good, leisurely, and relaxing. The most important thing is that it can give you a surprise from time to time. One day of farming is equivalent to 10 years of work for others. Su Ming excitedly went to the place where he planted cucumbers and tomatoes yesterday. The ground was tidied up again. Clean up any weeds that have just sprouted. After processing it, Su Ming planted some beans on it. Ding! The beans have been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 48 hours. Planted some more peppers. More varieties, the more the better. Ding! Peppers successfully planted. Harvesting time, 30 hours. The same goes for watering and fertilizing. Reduce crop maturity time and increase harvest yield. It was so busy that it was noon in the blink of an eye. As usual, I went to the noodle shop next door and prepared to order a bowl of noodles. On the way, Su Ming thought about it carefully. The planting experience of the past few days has taught Su Ming that everything he plants is disposable, and the vines will wither after planting. Moreover, Su Ming was not sure whether the same crop would produce the same fruits after being planted. Just walked to the door of the store. I found 3 people standing at the door, smoking and chatting. Su Ming took a look. I know him. Isn't this my old buddy? Su Ming met these 3 guys when he was in college. In the same community. We have similar interests and become friends. Ouch. Lao Su. Oh my God. I didn't expect to see you here. Brother, what have you been busy with lately? The 3 people were also surprised when they saw Su Ming and hurried forward to greet him. Chapter 30, Let's have a meal together. Haha. Su Ming was also very happy, and everyone hugged each other. What are you 3 doing? Su Ming asked. A big client is coming to the company today. He's so cool that he wants to treat us to a meal. The boss told us to wait here. What have you been doing lately, old Su? You haven't contacted us since you graduated. Wang Xue asked. Yo huh? These 3 guys are pretty good. They are actually in the same company? Farming. Su Ming is very down to earth. The 3 people were stunned. Farming is good, but that's not right. Shouldn't farming be done in the suburbs? Why are you in the city center? Ma Yunqiao asked. Not the suburbs, right there. Su Ming pointed to an open space not far away. What the hell? Brother Su, you found a great job. Which rich guy is farming in the city center? Ma Yinchao was extremely envious, standing aside. Is there still such a job now? The thinking of rich people is really hard to understand. You have money but don't develop it, instead hiring people to farm here? Why can't I find this kind of job? Relaxed, casual, and comfortable. No need to punch in and out. How cool. These guys thought Su Ming was hired. Actually, we can't blame them. They all knew Su Ming's family conditions. No matter how hard you try, you can't imagine that these 2 acres of land belong to Su Ming. Yes. Su Ming didn't explain much. Su Ming himself is a calm person who doesn't like to show off. Come on, have dinner with us. Ma Yinchao put his arm around Su Ming's shoulders. Stop it. Why should I go into your company's business? Su Ming shook his head and refused. Are you Su Ming? Just then a person walked over. Mr. Feng. Wang Xue and the other 3 hurriedly greeted them. These 3 guys keep telling me about you. Since you're their friend, you're also my friend. I'm meeting a big client today, so let's just have a quick meal in the hotel. You and these friends haven't seen each other for a while, so let's have some fun. It's their treat anyway. Mr. Feng said with a smile. Since Mr. Feng said so, Su Ming couldn't refuse. All right. Su Ming nodded. Walk. Seeing that Su Ming agreed, the 3 guys were very happy. The bus will be here soon. On the way, everyone had a very happy chat. We arrived at the destination in a short while. Get off the car and take a look. What a great place. The Yuan Mansion. This is basically one of the best hotels in Donghai. Su Ming was fine and remained calm. But it was different for Wang Xue and the others. As soon as they got off the car, they didn't dare to breathe. Fuck. It's actually the Yuan Mansion. I often pass by this street on my way to work, and every time I could only look at the door. I never thought that one day I would be able to go in and eat. I heard that the food in this restaurant is first-rate and has even been served at state banquets. I must take lots of photos and videos later so I can show off later. Wang Xue and the others talked to each other, sighing secretly. Even the bosses of hotels of this level rarely come to eat, let alone them. Moreover, most of the colleagues in the company have just graduated from ordinary schools. I have only been in society for a few years. I never thought of eating in such a high-end place before. Su Ming said. Forehead. This place isn't expensive, is it? If a meal costs 10,000 yuan, 3 meals a day, I can eat here for at least a year. Passerby said. Boss, please just shut up. Please don't hit us, okay? Chapter 31. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Come on, let's go in. Mr. Feng smiled and led the way, and everyone followed him in. In private room, 8888. Everyone sat down separately. Let's chat for a minute. Wait a minute, the client called me. There's a little traffic on the road, so I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After answering a call, Mr. Feng said with a smile, I'll go downstairs to meet you. You guys wait upstairs. After saying that, Mr. Feng went downstairs. Lao Su, you posted a photo of your girlfriend in the group before. Are you 2 getting married soon? Ma Yinchao asked from the side. Break it. Su Ming replied with a smile. Huh? What? Wang Xue asked from the side. Because I'm going to marry her. I'll be the one taking over. Damn, that bitch doesn't look like a good person to me. Jack Ma complained a lot. Get lost. You can have 3 orgasms just by looking at Sister Feng's photo, and you still have the nerve to say that here. Wang Xue couldn't help but laugh and curse. Damn it. When chatting, I'm afraid of encountering someone who knows everything about you and will expose you. Ha 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 ha. Just then, footsteps were heard at the door. The door of the box opened. Mr. Feng walked in first with a smile on his face. Please give a round of applause to welcome our distinguished guest, Boss Jean. Everyone stood up. There was a burst of applause. Su Ming also stood up. Although the purpose of coming here today is to get together with these old friends, chat and eat. But we can't let Mr. Feng see it, right? 2 people walked in from outside, a man and a woman. The man is young and handsome, and the woman is quite pretty. Huh. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Why does this person look so familiar? Damn it. Isn't this his ex-girlfriend Wang Xue? This world is small enough. Can you even encounter this? Su Ming blinked. The guys next to me also recognized him. I'm totally confused. Damn it. If I had known this, I wouldn't have let Su Ming come to dinner. They had seen this woman before. He likes to show off. Now she is with a rich man. Su Ming will be trampled to death. These guys all felt a little regretful. However, Su Ming was indifferent. After all, he has become a rich man now. Although Su Ming is not a person who likes to show off. But no matter how low-key you are, your vision and state of mind will change when you have money. When facing Wang Xue, Su Ming's heart was no longer affected at all. That's right. Su Ming admired this woman a little. Did you find the Lord so quickly? It's only been a few days. Sure. I give you a 666 for this operation. It's simply the king's Li Sins are flash followed by sonic wave. Look at the young man next to Wang Xue. Su Ming felt a little pity in his heart. Big brother, I wish you good luck. After all, a dog will always be a good eater. I don't know why, but I seem to hear the melody of a song spinning around me. Green, 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 green. Wang Xue also saw Su Ming. I was stunned at that time. His expression was so wonderful. That day, Su Ming slapped the mother and daughter, then left angrily. Wang Xue regretted it very much at that time, but then she calmed down. That doesn't make sense. She has known Su Ming for quite some time, so how could she not know what his family conditions are like? Moreover, Wang Xue also chatted with Su Ming's classmates and friends. I know that Su Ming's family is a pure farmer. You work hard all your life, facing the earth and back to the sky, and you can only earn tens of thousands of yuan a year. Where did you get 5 million? Wang Xue discussed it with her family. This text message is most likely fake. Su Ming must have found out from somewhere that the baby in Wang Xue's belly is not his biological child, and then deliberately found such an excuse to distance himself from the matter. That's definitely the case. Chapter 32. Your acting is good. Then Wang Xue went to the hospital and had the baby aborted that day. Go to the bar to have fun at night. As a result, she happened to make eye contact with the young man next to her, Wang Ba. We had sex that night. It was because I was drunk and got carried away. But when I found out that this young man was the owner of a company and was very rich, Wang Xuela's snot bubbles were almost coming out. What the hell? I fished in the bar and have been fishing for so long. Finally caught a big fish. What is this called? This is called God never deceives me, and God will not let down those who work hard. I must hold this big fish tightly in my hands no matter what. Let's get pregnant first. Can't get pregnant? It doesn't matter. There are so many men in the world. Can we use the old method? I am familiar with this road. The door is very clear. The young man's name is Jinshan. As the name suggests, he is very rich. We've only been together a few days. Wang Xue's performance was completely new from beginning to end. Expensive jewelry, expensive watches, various high-end cosmetic luxury products. But people are not new. I don't know how many hands it has been. I'm afraid Wang Xue herself can't count them all. Wang Xue has been very happy these days. I have transformed from a country chicken into a phoenix. I was thinking about finding an opportunity to make fun of Su Ming in front of him. As a result, we met by chance today when we had dinner together with Jinshan. At the beginning, Wang Xue felt a little guilty. After all, she knew the ugly things she had done. But this guilty feeling disappeared instantly after seeing Su Ming's clothes. Wow, he's wearing a big vest and shorts and a pair of shoes. He was dressed seriously like a migrant worker. What the hell is this? As for whether his ugly deeds will be exposed by Su Ming. Snort. I have been traveling for so long. I do have this experience. Because of my style of doing things in a flawless manner, this kind of loophole may be left. The second day with Jinshan. Wang Xue nestled in Jinshan's arms with tears in her eyes. She cried and complained that Su Ming had played with her and made her pregnant. Then he told me his own miserable story. That guy? That's so affectionate. Even if Su Ming exposes himself in public. In Jinshan's view, Su Ming was jealous and deliberately discredited him. Jinshan took 2 steps forward. It turned out that Wang Xue was standing there stiffly. Jinshan turned back with some confusion. What's wrong, dear? Jinshan asked with special concern. No, it's okay. Wang Xue shook her head and bit her lips with her teeth. Her eyes turned red and her face was full of hatred and grievance. Such a weak and pitiful look. Damn it. After seeing it, Su Ming couldn't help but praise it. I want to give you a thumbs up. Your acting is awesome. So awesome. You are the best actress this year. This emotion, this rendering is so perfect. People who don't know the truth just look at your expression. You can come up with a big drama. You will definitely feel that you are cold-hearted and a shameless scumbag. He abandoned a woman he deeply loved. Have to. You are awesome. Jinshan blinked, looked at Wang Xue, then looked at Su Ming, and instantly understood, with a smile on his lips. Jinshan straightened his clothes, reached out, and held Wang Xue's hand, then walked up to Su Ming with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Are you Xiaoshua's ex-boyfriend? Yes. Su Ming smiled faintly. I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have such a woman who loves me. What you can't give to Xiaoshua, I will give her. A smile appeared on Jinshan's lips. As he spoke, he took out a small box from his pocket. As soon as it is opened, wow, a sparkling platinum diamond ring. Chapter 33. Jinshan starts to show off. My dear, this is a little gift from me to you. Do you like it? Oh. Wang Xue was surprised and took the gift in her hand. Thank you. Dear, you are so kind to me. Oh, that's nothing. It's just a small amount of money, not worthy of your status. I'll buy you a bigger one later. As Jinshan spoke, he turned his gaze to Su Ming. His face was full of show-off look. Su Ming said, "You are the only one with this quality. In the gold shop, I bought all the things at yesterday. It's just the bottom-of-the-line stuff." The atmosphere at the scene was very quiet. Ma Yunqiao and others know the truth. My face is twitching. We were a little nauseous. Can we not eat this meal? I want to vomit. We want to go to the hospital to check if we are pregnant. What? Are we men? Who says men can't have it? There are so many strange things in this world, okay. They originally wanted to say a few words to help Su Ming. But seeing the look Su Ming gave them, they didn't know what to say. I could only watch Jinshan and Wang Xue pretending to be cool. But in their opinion, this is a mess. Wearing a platinum diamond ring. Wang Xue is so cocky. Wang Xue finally found an opportunity to show off. Get rid of all the resentment in your heart. Make you look down on me. I asked you to slap us mother and me. Now I will use my social status to crush you to death. Are you angry? Are you furious? Useless. I just have a higher social status than you. I just am more noble than you. What can you do to me? Have you seen all the jewelry I'm wearing? Any one of them is worth several years' salary for you. Wang Xue was in such a good mood. She had looked down on Su Ming before and was anxious to find a successor. Now, a big fish has been caught. Naturally, the tail can no longer be hidden. He looked down on Su Ming even more. Wang Xue also looked down on Mr. Feng behind him and his employees. If Jinshan hadn't come today, Wang Xue didn't want to have dinner with them. Haha. At this time, Mr. Feng came forward and smoothed things over. Mr. Jin, let's take a seat. Good. Jinshan nodded, took Wang Xue to the chair next to him, and sat down. He looked at Mr. Feng with a calm smile, as if he was giving instructions. Mr. Feng, although your company is small and has few employees, it has great potential for development. That's why I want to work with you. However, now that I've looked at the employees of your company, I'm not very satisfied with some of them. If there's someone like that, I'm afraid there will be problems in our cooperation. Mr. Feng, you should understand what I mean, right? Mr. Feng heard it. His face showed some embarrassment. He glanced at Su Ming with a hesitant look on his face. Su Ming smiled and took the initiative to help. Boss Jin, don't worry about this. I am not Mr. Feng's employee, but Mr. Feng's employee is my friend, so I came here with him. Haha. Jinshan was stunned when he heard this, then burst into laughter. So Brother Su, you're here to eat for free. This is a high-end restaurant, and the prices aren't cheap. Brother Su, you've saved up for half a year to eat here. I don't need your mouth to feed me. Brother Su, eat to your heart's content today, or you might not get the chance again in the future. Haha. So that's how it is. You poor bastard. I'm so awesome. I'll crush you to death. Then I would like to thank Boss Jin. Su Ming smiled calmly. I wonder where Brother Su is now. Jinshan continued to ask. Dare to bully my woman? Snort. There's no way. Can I miss this opportunity to kick someone when he's down? It doesn't exist, okay. Farming. Su Ming is an honest child and speaks the truth. Chapter 34. What's going on? Farming. Jinshan was stunned, and the mocking expression on his face intensified. Brother Su has a good vision and good taste. Farming is good. Alas, I also want to experience the pastoral scenery, but there is no way. I have too much work today, so I can only eat in high-end restaurants and drink coffee. Unlike Brother Su, he can face the lusts and back to the sky with a tan skin. I envy him. Su Ming smiled faintly and said nothing, looking at Jinshan and Wang Xue with interest. It's like looking at two monkeys. Keep pretending. You two keep pretending. Seeing Su Ming stop talking, Jinshan looked like a winner. Wang Xue also had a look of pride on her face. Hold your head high. She deliberately revealed the jade necklace around her neck. He looked down at her with a hint of disdain on the corner of his mouth, looking at Su Ming triumphantly. The feeling that you got a huge bargain by marrying me, but you just don't know how to cherish it, dissipated in an instant. Isn't it just about being a father? Does anyone else want this opportunity but don't have it yet? You ignored me before, but today I've made you feel out of reach. Just then the waiter pushed the door open and brought the food. The dishes were ordered downstairs. A look at Jinshan. The opportunity to show off has come again. Can I let this go? Is it my character to let it go? Haha. Everyone, after I cooperate with your Mr. Feng, we will be friends. Don't be polite. Let's eat whatever we want. Come on, let me introduce you. Jinshan coughed. Ahem. Everyone has heard of this dish. Buddha jumps over the wall. This isn't the fake stuff you buy on the street. This is the real deal, limited supply. This dish took 3 whole days to prepare. This dish is Westlake vinegar fish. The breeding conditions for this fish are extremely harsh. The water temperature and feed need to be strictly controlled. Only a few thousand fish can be produced in a year. And this. Jinshan became more and more proud as he spoke. Their faces were glowing. Wang Xue also had a look of boasting on her face. This time, I will be in the spotlight in front of Su Ming. A great comeback. Successfully pretended. Invincible. Come on, don't be polite. Eat more. When all the dishes were served, Jinshan smiled calmly, still pretending to be cool. Xiaoxue and I are tired of these dishes, but I think everyone is eating them for the first time, so don't be polite. The colleagues around heard it. I feel a little uncomfortable. Are you rich? But you can't talk like that, right? Isn't this too harsh? We are not beggars. Mr. Feng also felt a little uncomfortable. But this cooperation is very important to him. I could only smile and smooth things over. Come on, let's all eat. The boss has spoken, and the employees don't know what to say. You can only pick up chopsticks to eat. During the meal, Jinshan kept talking to Mr. Feng. The sound was so loud. What? He had dinner with the richest man again a few days ago. What big plans do you have? Assets worth hundreds of millions. That guy is so cocky. He was beaming with joy and in high spirits. As a result, at this moment, the door of the box suddenly opened. The general manager of the hotel walked in with a smile, followed by 3 waiters in cheongsams. He walked in with 3 bottles of red wine. Excuse me, everyone. The general manager came in, smiled, and said. Then he walked towards Su Ming with a smile on his face. You guys are. Jinshan was stunned for a moment. I don't think I ordered any red wine. Chapter 35. Are you making a mistake? His eyes quickly fell on the wine bottle. Take a closer look. Damn it. This is Lupin red wine. This red wine is produced by Chateau de Florence, one of the top 10 wineries in the world. Lupin red wine ranks 3rd in the world. Holy crap. Is this Li Peng red wine? Oh my god. Is this true? The colleagues around also exclaimed. What? There were a few colleagues I didn't know, and they all looked confused. A few of them who knew more about it began to explain. This red wine is extremely expensive. Each bottle costs about 100,000 yuan. But these 3 bottles of red wine are quite special. They all have a gold-colored marking on the sticker. It is the best among Li Peng red wines. You should know that the temperature and humidity required to make red wine control bacterial fermentation. But this stuff is subtle. Among the red wines produced every year, there is only a very low probability of producing the best Li Peng red wine. Excellent taste. In other words, you can't buy this kind of red wine even if you have money. Although Jinshan calls himself a rich man. But I've never drunk it. I just saw a bottle of it in a collection at a big shot's house. And it was just an ordinary bottle of Li Peng. It's not these 3 bottles of the best quality. What Jinshan never expected was, I could actually see it with my own eyes. The most important thing is how could someone send this thing? Wait a minute. Jinshan stood up hurriedly. Hey everyone, did you send it to the wrong room? I didn't order any wine. Jinshan's eyes twitched, and then he asked. Damn it, how much does this cost? These 3 bottles of red wine together. At least 1 million, right? Yes, I am treating you to a meal. But 40 to 50,000 is enough for this table of food. I can still afford it. But 1 million? Who wouldn't feel sad when spending money? Sir, these 3 bottles of red wine were indeed not ordered by you. Please rest assured. The general manager turned around and smiled slightly. These 3 bottles of red wine were given to Mr. Su by someone. What? Who? King Sof was confused. Wang Xue was also confused. Mr. Feng was also stunned. All colleagues were also stunned. All eyes fell on Su Ming. Especially King Sof. Is there anything wrong with your ears? Did you hear that right? Will someone send wine to Su Ming? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The general manager walked up to Su Ming and said respectfully, Mr. Su. Su Ming nodded. Who gave me these 3 bottles of red wine? It's Mr. Zhao. The general manager smiled slightly. Oh, Su Ming suddenly realized. Zhao Shilai is also eating here. Yes, Mr. Su, Mr. Zhao Shilai is having dinner in the next room and just saw you. The general manager answered hurriedly. Just now, Zhao Shilai had told him Su Ming's identity. The general manager almost jumped up. Damn it. It's an honor to have such a big shot come to our restaurant for dinner. After learning that Zhao Shilai was going to give Su Ming red wine, he came to deliver it in person happily. At least I can make myself familiar to you. Even a big shot like Zhao Shilai needs to curry favor with someone, so I need to curry favor with him even more. Hey. Just then a familiar laugh came from the door. Zhao Shilai walked towards Su Ming with a shameless face. Boss Zhao. Jinshan stood up suddenly after seeing Zhao Shilai. A face full of shock. Is it really Zhao Shilai? Damn it. As a result, Zhao Shilai didn't even look at him. He walked straight to Su Ming. Chapter 36. This time it's completely over. Mr. Su, I didn't expect to meet you here. Feel free to order whatever you want. Don't worry, it's my treat. Zhao Shilai said with a smile. That's not necessary. Su Ming smiled calmly. There's no need for Zhao Shi to pay for these 3 bottles of red wine. Just swipe the card. This? Zhao Shilai was stunned. Mr. Su. Okay, boss Zhao. Su Ming smiled and said, I don't need this little money. Zhao Shilai heard it. All right. I was speechless. Is Mr. Su short of money? You're not short of money, okay? What's the point of having these few things? Are you kidding me? Well, in the end, it's just that I'm superficial. Su Ming took out his bank card. The general manager took it respectfully with both hands and went out to swipe the card. Mr. Zhao. Jinshan widened his eyes. His mouth was dry, and he stammered. Zhao Shilai blinked and glanced at Jinshan. Is it you? Mr. Zhao, are you mistaken? He's just a farmer. How could you possibly be so? Jinshan finds it difficult to accept this fact. Is this a joke? Are you kidding? The person who just showed off for a long time. Is he worthy of Zhao Shilai's respect? This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. You're right, Mr. Su is indeed a farmer. Zhao Shilai is very serious and earnest. King Soft was completely confused. You know he is a farmer. Why are you still so respectful to him? Are you guys playing a trick on me? Stop messing around. I have little education, so don't lie to me. Although Mr. Su is a farmer, he farms in the city center. Mr. Su owns 3 acres of land in the city center. Zhao Shilai said lightly. What? Jinshan shouted in disbelief. Wang Xue also opened her mouth wide. It can almost swallow a whale. 3 acres of land in the heart of the city. This. How is this possible? Is this Donghai City? The land in the city center is worth at least tens of billions. It's so expensive that it's out of this world. Who would use the land in the city center for farming? Wang Xue was even more shocked. Oh my god. She thought of the 5 million that Su Ming took out. It comes to mind instantly. Damn it. I was wrong. That text message is real. Su Ming is really a hidden rich second generation. At this moment, Wang Xue's mind was blank. I thought I had found a rich man and could show off in front of Su Ming. But unexpectedly, he failed to show off and instead stepped on a landmine, which blew himself to pieces. The platinum diamond ring on her hand fell off instantly. Jinshan's blood ran cold. Thinking about how arrogant I was just now, I feel so sad. I thought Su Ming was a clown. But what he never expected was that the clown turned out to be himself. What the hell? The most important thing is that I have been cooperating with Hongxiang Shopping Mall. Look at Zhao Shilai's respectful attitude towards Su Ming. Think about Su Ming's worth. It's over. I'm completely finished. If this partner knew that he had offended such a big shot. GG. Jinshan was almost crying. Not with you. You say you are obviously a big boss. Why are you dressed so plainly? Still farming? Yes, you just told the truth. But the key is that you only told half of the truth. The most important thing you didn't say. Otherwise, even if you beat me to death, I would not dare to jump around in front of you. Oh, heaven and earth. Come and kill me with a thunderbolt. I can't live anymore. I can't live anymore. I can't afford to live anymore. No, there must still be a chance to salvage the situation. Jinshan hurriedly walked up to Su Ming. Chapter 37. Dig your own hole and jump into it. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It's all my fault. I was just blinded by lard. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Jinshan almost knelt down. Zhao Shilai heard it. Yo-huh? What's the meaning? Did you offend Mr. Su just now? Jinshan, you're so bold. You even dared to offend Mr. Su. From today on, our mall will cut off all cooperation with you. I will inform the entire industry to ban you. Jinshan heard it. It's over. It's completely over. Su Ming blinked and said innocently, you can't blame me. I didn't say anything. Jinshan is going crazy. I wanted to slap myself in the face. You made Mr. Su not want to bother with him at all. In the end, I just spoke the truth out loud. Have to. It's over. Go out and find a hole and bury yourself. The entire industry is banned. It means that your company will have difficulty moving forward in the future. It's all over. Mr. Su, do you think this is the right way to handle it? Zhao Shilai looked at Su Ming with special respect. Can. Su Ming nodded. Jinshan also brought this upon itself. Who made you show off? Who made you jump out? But it's not my fault. The colleagues around took a look. What a gap. If they talked to Zhao Shilai, they would definitely smile cautiously and not dare to breathe. But in front of Su Ming, everything was completely reversed. It was Zhao Shilai who smiled along. Especially Kingsoft, which even Mr. Phone can't afford to offend. Result. Zhao Shilai said lightly. Declare it cool. The most important thing is that Zhao Shilai is so respectful to Su Ming. This made them realize the truth of the world. When a small person becomes a big person, it doesn't mean that he has changed or will no longer lick others. It's just that this big shot hasn't met anyone worthy of his licking. If you meet one, he will lick it much better than you. It turns out that big shots are not only better than ordinary people in their ways of doing things, But also their ways of flattering others are far better than ordinary people. Old Su didn't expect you to be so powerful. Haha. I was so scared just now that I couldn't even breathe. I didn't expect the real boss to be here. Boss Jean, do you know anything? Your dear girlfriend cheated on Brother Su before, and she was planning to let Brother Su take over. Maybe you are too. Wang Xue and the others burst into laughter. It feels so good, so good. Think about how King Soft was showing off just now. Now I get slapped in the face again. What the hell? How can I describe it in one word? What? Jin Shan, who had already turned into stone, heard this. Emotion. The reason why Su Ming broke up with Wang Xue. It's not because Su Ming is cheating on her. But is it because Wang Xue is pregnant with someone else's child? Damn it. Jin Shan was furious. If it weren't for you, the damn woman, whispering in my ear, there is no way I could offend Mr. Su. Something like what happened today couldn't have happened. Jin Shan became angrier the more he thought about it. Bang! He reached out and slapped Wang Xue hard. You stinky woman, I ended up like this because of you. Give me back the things I bought you right now, or I'll finish off your whole family. Jin Shan was almost going crazy. If it weren't for this damn woman, I am still the big boss who is high above everyone else. Maybe I can even become friends with Su Ming. As the saying goes, behind every successful man there is a successful woman. But there is a burden behind me. No. What a pit king. You've dug yourself into the ground. It's okay to screw yourself over, right? He cheated me so much that even his own father doesn't recognize him. Chapter 38. Potatoes are ripe. Just then, the manager walked in quickly, holding Su Ming's bank card and bill in his hand. He returned it to Su Ming respectfully. Okay, I'm a little tired. I'm going to go back and rest first. Su Ming stood up. Actually, it's not tiring. If I didn't make a mistake in my estimation, the potatoes are almost ready. I have to go home quickly to harvest the vegetables. Brother Su, take care. We'll meet again later, Brother Su. Goodbye, Brother Su. Mr. Su, I'll take you there. It's completely different from when I first came here. Su Ming has obviously become the brightest star in the team. The brightest one. That's right. When Su Ming reached the door, he suddenly remembered something. Zhao Shilai, please don't see me off. This is Mr. Feng, my friend's boss. He's a very nice guy. Please help me with any business I have. Okay. Zhao Shilai jumped 3 times when he heard it. There is absolutely no problem with the task assigned by Mr. Su. Mr. Feng heard it. His eyes suddenly widened. This is Zhao Shilai. I can't even hook up with a big shot in my dreams. Just because of Su Ming's words. Just get in touch with yourself. Awesome. So awesome. Just because his employees are Su Ming's friends. I have benefited so much from it. Fortunately, I was pretty nice to these employees at the beginning. The initial investment. In return, huge gains and rewards. Just cooperate with Zhao Shilai. How can I not get rich? When Zhao Shilai heard that Su Ming had given him a task, how could he not agree? He walked up to Mr. Feng with a smile and stretched out his hand. Mr. Feng, we are a family from now on. Come, sit down and have dinner. I'll treat you today. Mr. Feng shook hands with Zhao Shilai tremblingly. Take off, take off. I am a super ghost from 0 to 9. Instantly became a super god with 9 to 0. I am invincible. The banquet was extremely lively, completely different from the previous atmosphere. Jin Shan and Wang Xue left in shame. Su Ming took a taxi and went straight home. When I went into the field, I saw that the potatoes were indeed ripe. Harvest, harvest. Su Ming couldn't help rubbing his hands and walked into the field. What kind of surprise will the system give me this time? Coming to the field, Su Ming grabbed a potato. Pull it out with all your strength. This is... Su Ming was stunned for a moment. What is this? Damn it. This is... He can even aim at this? It turned out to be a fish. Is he still alive? I was so happy jumping around. Su Ming was stunned. System, please don't mess with me. Don't tease me. What is this? Fish. Is the fish okay? This thing has grown something alive. How do I preserve this thing? Ding. System protection triggered. This fish can survive in the air forever, but will become ineffective after the first entry into water. A prompt sound rang in Su Ming's mind in time. Su Ming glanced at the land. Damn it. How many fish does this take? Su Ming blinked. Reach out and pull out the next potato. Damn it. Octopus. Next one. Pete. Big crab. What do you mean by system? Are you asking me to open a seafood market? Isn't this too exaggerated? Su Ming blinked. Stick your butt out and pull it out from the beginning to the end. Okay. I give up. I'm convinced, isn't that enough? Su Ming stood on 2 acres of land, looking at the fish, crabs and octopuses all over the ground with a confused look on his face. There are several black lines on the head. Okay. System, I give you full marks for this operation. You totally stumped me. How to deal with this thing? Eat. Damn it. How to eat it? This will last me several days, okay? Chapter 39 The Creditor Comes. Well, Su Ming sighed helplessly. Although I was speechless, these things placed on the ground did not make the same sense after all. Let's put it away first. Old operation, put it in your pocket. Su Ming is busy. At this time, a middle-aged man walked over to the side of the road. He was wearing a suit, tie, and shiny leather shoes. He was walking with big strides, carrying a briefcase under his arm, with his head held high and a proud look on his face. My steps are a little unsteady and my body is a little shaky. It looks like he drank a lot of wine. I just took 2 steps. Su Ming just filled the second bag. The standing body is being lifted outward. When the middle-aged man saw Su Ming, his face suddenly lit up with joy. Oh shit, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. He asked many people, and some of them said they saw Su Ming coming to the city center, so he just wanted to look for him, but he didn't expect that he was there. The man sneered, adjusted his tie, brushed off the non-existent dust on his body, coughed slightly, and walked over with small steps. Su Ming, you are quite good at hiding? In order to avoid paying back the money, you are hiding here. Su Ming was enjoying the joy of harvest. I was slightly stunned after hearing this. Who is it? Not working well? What are you doing wandering around? How? You also have a system, and you also want a farm? Would you like us to exchange experiences? Look up and take a look. Wow, I know you. Isn't this the manager of that microloan company? Before, Su Ming wanted to collect the betrothal gifts for his marriage with Wang Xue. I borrowed 50,000 yuan from their company, but I have clearly paid back the principal and interest. Manager Zhao, didn't I return all the money to you? Su Ming said with a frown. Who said that? Manager Zhao sneered. It's clearly written in the contract that if you borrowed 50,000, you have to pay back 100,000, but you only paid back 51,000, leaving us with a debt of 49,000. What? Su Ming's eyes widened. Damn it. This is too dark. Robbery? Even robbing a bank can't make money as fast as you guys, right? Manager Zhao, I read the terms of the contract very clearly. Why don't I remember this clause being missing? Su Ming asked. Manager Zhao thought to himself. Of course you don't know. Now that you know this, can you still sign? We tampered with this contract. Can we show you the real contract? Let me show you how you can get a loan. How else can we make money? The normal interest is not even enough for my meal. Stop talking nonsense. The contract is right here at the company. It's clearly written in black and white. If you don't pay me back, I'll sue you in court. Manager Zhao sneered repeatedly. Manager Zhao sneered and looked around. This kid ran to the wasteland in the city center. It's definitely not a good thing. Just a glance. Then I saw Su Ming's pocket on the roadside. It's just not far from me. Right at your feet. Is this yours? Manager Zhao took 2 steps forward and raised his hand. Yo-ho. It's quite heavy. He opened his pocket and casually glanced inside. So many fish. It looks good. Did you steal it? I took it, and I'll use it as interest. Manager Zhao directly grabbed his pocket. There are quite a lot of fish in this bag. At least 50 or 60 kilograms. Selling it for 1 or 2,000 is no problem. And I just happen to know a friend who works in this industry. Can sell more. Isn't this just another meal and drink money? If you can't get the interest of 49,000, why not take 1,000 to satisfy your hunger first? As for whether the police will come to the door, hee, I'm not afraid. Chapter 40, not so good. This kid stole something. Does he dare to call the police? What's more, I have a strong background. There is someone behind me. And isn't there a saying that goes like this? Before I drank it, I was from Earth. After drinking, the Earth is mine. The alcohol started to rise. Do you believe I can blow up a tank with my bare hands? Boy, for the sake of these rotten fish, I will let you go today. But I warn you that you must pay me back within 3 days, otherwise I will sue you in court. As he spoke, Manager Zhao pointed to the pocket in Su Ming's hand. Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Blinked. This. If you don't, you should get a pair of glasses. Next to it, there is a big eyewear store on the right side of the intersection. It's better to look carefully before speaking. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. In the pocket you took it from. Not a single fish. They are all octopus and crab. Damn it. Did you hear me talking to you? Manager Zhao saw that Su Ming didn't move. I suddenly felt unhappy. Frowning and looking cold. You owe me money, and yet you dare to be so arrogant? Believe it or not, I can put you in jail in a minute. That? Su Ming rubbed his nose and said, I've already returned all my money to you. If you take my things again, it will be robbery. Yo-ho. Manager Zhao heard it. I was stunned. Haven't seen you for a few days. Became much more stubborn. Every time I saw myself before, I always called myself Brother Zhao. Why are you confronting me head on now? What's up? By the end of the team battle, you have also got 6 pieces of equipment? Isn't it just a bag of broken fish? I took it away, what else can I do? Manager Zhao is a crazy person. Plus, he had been drinking a little and was stimulated by Su Ming's words. I got excited all of a sudden. Damn it. I took this thing away today. What can you do to me? I'm telling you, you made me very angry. You must pay me back today, or we'll see you in court. Manager Zhao walked straight over and put all his strength into it, prepared to lift the thing. But I tried hard, but it didn't move at all. Plus, he drank a lot and was angry. My footing was unstable. Plop. Here comes a standard bullshit. Damn it. You dare to sneak attack me. Manager Zhao rolled over and got up from the ground. There was dirt all over my clean and tidy suit. He was covered in dirt and looked so miserable. As soon as I got up, then came the night battle with the 8 directions hidden knife style. It looks like that. The heels are loose and wobbly. Su Ming was stunned. Fuck you. Is there something wrong with your brain? When did I sneak attack you? I'm standing here without moving, okay? It was you who fell down, okay? You fell down by yourself. I didn't touch you. Su Ming is an honest child and speaks the truth. Damn it. I clearly saw you do it, and you still dare to deny it. Manager Zhao became anxious. The corner of Su Ming's eye couldn't help but twitch. That look in your eyes. What can you see? It's good enough that you don't mistake the sun in the sky for the moon. And you clearly saw yourself doing it? Damn it. From the time you bent down to pick up the pocket to the time you fell down, you didn't even raise your head. Do you have eyes on the back of your head? Don't you just want to rely on me? Manager Zhao saw that Su Ming was silent and ignoring him, angry and annoyed. What's wrong, Lao Zhao? At this moment, several people came in staggeringly from outside the door. You can tell at a glance that he was drinking with Manager Zhao. I was so drunk that I couldn't even think clearly. Everyone walked in a daze and staggered. Chapter 41. What's going on? What kind of treasure is this, Lao Zhao? One of them came over and opened his pocket to take a look in a daze. Wow, so much seafood. Sure, Lao Zhao, it can be sold for a lot of money. Where did you get it? Manager Zhao heard it. I felt happy immediately. I just fell and forgot about it. Pat your chest. Mine. Is this true? The people around didn't believe it. Su Ming looked at these people supporting each other, swaying left and right. It was like a Force 12 typhoon. Su Mingxin said, you guys are all so drunk, why don't you stop chatting here? Go home and sleep quickly. If I come back late, my wife won't open the door for me. Have to sleep on the street. Nonsense. Of course it's mine. This guy owes me money and never pays it back. I'm going to take this little thing and treat it as interest. We'll go to the fish market later to sell the things, and then treat you to drinks. Good. Several people were very happy. Su Ming's eyes twitched slightly when he heard this. I'm still drunk from this meal. Start anticipating the next drink. Come on. Come on. I can't lift it by myself. Help me lift it to the car. Manager Zhao began to greet people. I saw a few drunkards who took a long time to lift one of the bags. Bang. As a result, he fell flat on his back. One of the items was directly pressed under the pocket. Then, I just fell asleep. He was mumbling while sleeping. Wife, why did you put your hands on me again? I can't breathe. Okay. Su Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask. Your love. How big is he? Wow, this bed is nice. The flowers and plants embroidered on it look so realistic. One fell down. The other one was also confused. I just used the weeds next to it as a bed. Without hesitation, without a word. Just lie down and fall asleep. The rest of the guys took a look. You are all asleep. We can't fall behind, right? Have to. The sun is so nice. We slept too. Baji. 2, 3. Finally, Manager Zhao was included. These guys are like a stack of people. Sleep soundly. Forehead. Su Ming was stunned at that time. Finished? Are you guys here to sleep with me? Have you paid the rent to me? Good job. I slept soundly. Oh my god. That guy? Stop drooling. Damn it. Manager Zhao, please put on your shoes quickly. It stinks so fucking bad. It's an eyesore. Oh my god. That fat guy? Put your pants on. Do you think this is a public toilet? Just when Su Ming was confused. Squeak. Suddenly, there was a brake sound at the door. Su Ming looked up. Several black cars came speeding and stopped at the door. The car door opened. Several people hurried down. The man in uniform turned out to be a policeman. Everyone looked serious. Quick. The suspect just entered here and is showing signs of escaping. Let's hurry up and don't let them get away. A leading policeman waved his hand. More than a dozen policemen rushed in. Come in and take a look. Everyone was stunned. Huh. This. The guys who drank today are not good people. The police have been watching them for a long time. Received the news today. These people got together to drink. The police immediately went out and prepared to catch them all in one fell swoop. Surveillance footage on the road revealed that these people entered a wasteland in the city center. This is a blind spot for surveillance. The The police are afraid that they will flee. It is more troublesome to catch them in separate raids. So he hurried over. Result. Good job. This is spectacular. Slept on the floor. It turns out you weren't trying to run. I fell asleep while running. The police comrade said. I've never done such an easy job. Chapter 42. Caught in sleep. Catch him. The leading policeman waved his hand. All the policemen behind him rushed forward. All of these guys were put on cold handcuffs. Press your feet first. Manager Zhao was confused. I thought I had entered a foot massage parlor. He said something that shocked the world and made the ghosts cry. I don't know whether there is a foot washing room or not. But a jail cell is inevitable. Put his shoes on quickly, they stink. One of the policemen couldn't help it. He quickly put on his shoes. So rich. I can't see anything. Oh, change someone. Your strength is too weak and your technique is too unskilled. Change someone. Manager Zhao grumbled in dissatisfaction. Puff. Even the serious policeman couldn't stand it anymore. Everyone burst into laughter. What a jerk. A policeman walked towards Su Ming. Excuse me, young comrade, who are you? The police were very polite. Because there was no such young man on the list they were tracking. Maybe he was just passing by. Comrade police officer, I live here. Su Ming said. Live here? The police were stunned. Young man, have you drunk too much? It doesn't look like that. He seems quite sober. Why are you talking nonsense? I don't mean anything else. I don't look down on anyone. This is the city center. How expensive is this land? How could it be yours? Even the policeman nearby didn't believe it. Take out your phone and check. Result. Just stood there in a daze. What the hell? The harmless photo on the proof of purchase. Isn't it the young man in front of me? Are these yours? We need to check them out. The policeman pointed to some pockets. It's not that they are meddling. Routine check. After all, there is a piece of goods still pressed under this pocket. Ding. Please rest assured, host. The invoice has been automatically generated. The purchase process has been automatically generated, and all items touched within the system have been obtained through legal procedures. It's mine. Please help yourself, police officer. Su Ming smiled. Several policemen opened their pockets and took a look. Wow. Seafood. This king crab. Coconut crab. King crab. Butter crab. They are all top quality. Which one of them is not worth tens of thousands? These two pockets. But it contains a lot. Who are the police? What does he do? Fiery eyes and golden pupils. Naturally, you can recognize it at a glance. Wait a moment. Su Ming returned to the room and found an invoice automatically generated by the system on the bed. Several policemen checked. I found that they all matched. Come to think of it. He is so generous, so buying some crabs is no big deal. I just love eating crabs. As long as what you eat is not a protected animal and it is not illegal, what is it to you? After all, rich people have different hobbies. After all, Mr. Gates, the world's richest man, has even completed the periodic table of chemistry. Comrade, the police seemed to understand something. The reason they came in was to take my things. Su Ming told the truth. Faced with a group of criminals, Su Ming naturally had no need to cover for them. Clear. The police nodded heavily. These guys are in trouble. Adding crime to crime. Damn it. These guys are going to spend the rest of their lives in jail. Poor Manager Zhao. I thought this bag of seafood was only worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. Who knew that the true value would require adding several zeros at the end? The police took a few photos to record the incident. He said goodbye and left quickly. This is just a small episode. Su Ming didn't care either. There is nothing to pity. This is the truth. Those who do evil will eventually perish. The police arrested these guys and left. They left, and Su Ming had a headache. What should I do with this thing? Just continue installing it. Chapter 43, all sold. Let's do it. What else can I do if I don't do it? My pockets ran out halfway through. Su Ming went to the supermarket next door and bought a few more. It took an hour to install. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 300 experience points. Su Ming was delighted. Yo-ho. 2 acres of land is big. This will give you 300 experience points. Yes. In this way, upgrading is just around the corner. Just finish the work. A black car was parked at the door. Su Ming blinked. A familiar smell hits me. Take a look. Zhao Shilai? Hey. Seeing Su Ming and Zhao Shilai still in their signature style, he chuckled and said, Mr. Su, I finished talking to Mr. Feng. I came over to tell you. What is this? Zhao Shilai blinked and looked down. Seafood. Su Ming was helpless. What can I do? That's what the system gave me. I also feel helpless. Mr. Su likes to eat seafood. I know several of them. Zhao Shilai immediately prepared to kneel down and lick. No. Su Ming shook his head. Well, I can't explain it to you. It's hard to put it into words. Mr. Su, can I take a look? Sure. Su Ming nodded. Zhao Shilai carefully opened his pocket and took a look. Oh my god. Zhao Shilai couldn't help but swear. What's wrong? Su Ming asked with a frown. Mr. Su, all the seafood here are rare and ornamental species. Look at this fish. Although it's small, it's incredibly expensive. Its name is the Ceylon Lujian. It's black and white with dark blue stripes, making it incredibly beautiful. However, it lives in deep water, so if you want to catch it alive, you need to grab it underwater and pull it up little by little. It will take at least 3 days to get it ashore. This fish's aquatic lifestyle makes it extremely difficult to capture and even more challenging to decompress. Transporting and breeding are also incredibly difficult. It's a particularly rare and valuable species. A single fish could fetch over 100,000 yuan. Even if this bag is full of crabs, this one is a top-grade king crab. One would cost at least tens of thousands. And this one is a butter crab. To grow to this size, it would cost at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. And it's absolutely in short supply. It's also a great ornamental item. Oh, Su Ming was stunned. Is he so awesome? I underestimated these fish. Mr. Su, how come these are alive? Seeing this fish jumping around so lively, Zhao Shilai was confused. That's impossible. What is going on? Forehead. Su Ming was speechless for a moment. How do you want me to explain it? Oh, I see. I just saw some news a while ago about a new method of preserving fish. They use a special drug to keep them alive for a long time, even in the air. I guess these fish are preserved using this method, right? Zhao Shilai suddenly understood. Yes. Su Ming nodded hurriedly. Zhao Shilai, I give you 100 likes. Okay. You learned this by yourself. Very show. Mr. Su, are you selling this? Zhao Shilai asked cautiously. Sell. Su Ming was extremely firm and certain. Why not sell it? Stay at home and give birth? Forget it. Please spare me. I won't keep it. There's really no room in this room. Mr. Su, I just happen to know a group of friends who particularly like to raise these kinds of ornamental fish. Can you let them come here? No problem. Su Ming nodded. Sell quickly. I don't care about money, really. It's okay to change it. Who can stand sleeping with a group of fish at night? Fish are okay, but if crabs crawl out. Hiss. It's a little cool somewhere. Chapter 44. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Zhao Shilai saw Su Ming nodded. What are you waiting for? Call now. Su Ming was very anxious. Sell it quickly. I can't stand it anymore. I'm not the owner of the oceanarium. What do you need so many fish for? Zhao Shilai made several calls without hesitation. Old song. I have a batch of excellent ornamental fish. Do you want some? Lao Zhang. I have a top-quality golden arowana. Do you want one? Old dragon. Briefly speaking, Zhao Shilai made dozens of phone calls. Rich people like to make money. But there are always a few quirks. Raise fish, flowers and plants, etc. These people are not short of money. I'm afraid I won't come across anything good. When you come across something good, you act quickly. I've finished my call with Mr. Su. Zhao Shilai said this with great respect. Su Ming nodded. Sit and wait for a while. Okay. Zhao Shilai and Su Ming were sitting in the fields. Less than 10 minutes later, a black car came speeding over. A middle-aged man ran down in a hurry. Old Zhao, where's the thing you mentioned? Where? Before he could finish his words, another car came speeding towards us. He stopped with a single step on the brakes. A bald man ran out. That golden arowana is mine. No one can snatch it from me. Less than a minute. The door was full of cars. Dozens of middle-aged men rushed in. Su Ming stood up and took a closer look. Wow. It's so neat. It's all Mediterranean. When people reach middle age, they have no choice but to soak wolfberries in a thermos. There is a Mediterranean fish on his head and a small loach under his crotch. No, it's too dirty. Boss, give me a bag of detergent powder. Be quiet. Zhao Shilai coughed, put his hands behind his back and shouted. When they heard Zhao Shilai's voice, everyone fell silent. This bag contains what you want. Zhao Shilai pointed to several black bags on the ground. Huh. Old Zhao, you must be kidding me. How can such a valuable thing be put in a bag? Old Zhao, you're not making fun of us, are you? The people around were shocked when they heard this. Humph. You guys look like you've never seen the world. Zhao Shilai smiled indifferently and opened his pocket. Holy crap. It really is. Damn, this koi is so beautiful. It's mine, don't fight with me for it. Oh my god, this frogfish is perfect. Could this be the legendary parrot fish? The color is exquisite. A group of people who were skeptical just now had their eyes wide open and rushed over like crazy. Su Ming stood aside and blinked. No. Do you really need to? Isn't it just a few fish? It's not that exaggerated, right? Oh my god. Lao-san, are you okay? Lao Zhao, quickly call 120. This crab can pinch people. Oh my god. My hand. Su Ming looked at these guys. There are several black lines on the head. Are you kidding me? Can you faint from looking at fish? Don't you know that crabs can pinch people? And that. You can tell at a glance that the spines on this fish's back are poisonous. If you insist on touching it, who else will it hurt if not you? But Su Ming was also surprised. Nothing happened when he was harvesting. It seemed that it was the system's protection for him. It's okay, it's okay. Old son is alive. I don't want to go to the hospital. I want to buy fish. I percent carrot dollar carrot, happy face. Su Ming said that he could still tolerate the first two. The last big brother. You're foaming at the mouth. Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital? Chapter 45. Can't you stay calm? It's just a few fish, isn't it? Why are you so excited? You can pick whatever you want. Su Ming stood there and said lightly. Shit. Who the hell kicked me? Haha. Are you stupid? You even want to pull my hair? I don't have any hair. You're using such a despicable trick. Get out of the way. Respect the old and love the young. Don't you understand? I'm the oldest. Get lost. You're only 2 months older than me. This group of middle-aged men over 50 with thinning hair were scrambling like crazy. Su Ming looked very pleased. Not bad, not bad. Buy them all quickly. Take your time. Grab it slowly. Don't rush. It's not dark yet. For a moment, this group of middle-aged men fought over these fish. The scene was so chaotic. Su Ming was watching from the side. Whoosh. A black shadow flashed out. Damn it. Hidden weapon? Wrong. Whose shoes are these? Damn it. Stinky socks. Waistband. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Are you guys going to run naked? Several people got together and almost beat each other's brains out. About half an hour passed. Good job. Everyone gained a lot. That's right. He looked a little miserable. He was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and swollen. Even 2 teeth were knocked out. Okay, pay the money. Zhao Xilai carefully hid the 2 fish he had picked earlier behind him. Haha. What does it mean that the one who is closest to the water gets the moon first? I pick whatever I want. After giving the money, the guys left with their things contentedly. Half an hour later, I heard the hospital in the city center is full. Dozens of middle-aged men with Mediterranean hair lined up obediently outside the surgery department, waiting for wound treatment. I heard that 2 people had a big fight. The scene was so fierce. Su Ming suddenly remembered something. Damn it. If I remember correctly, the cabbage and bamboo shoots are almost ripe. Haha. Harvest. Boss Zhao, go ahead and do your work. I have something else to do. Su Ming couldn't contain his excitement and ordered them to leave. Zhao Xilai heard it. I understood it instantly. Nodded quickly. Mr. Su, you are busy. After saying this, Zhao Xilai left obediently. Su Ming rubbed his hands. Went straight to the cabbage field. Really? Mature. There should have been large cabbages growing on the ground. But now look at it this way. Wow. After seeing it clearly, Su Ming's eyes widened. Is this even possible? In the sunlight, where the cabbage was originally, there was actually a porcelain bowl growing. Porcelain bowl. This is actually a porcelain bowl. Su Ming blinked. I'm making a fortune. Although Su Ming is not very good at appreciating cultural relics. But you can tell at a glance that this porcelain bowl is absolutely extraordinary. The price will definitely not be low. I looked around hurriedly. This time it was a porcelain plate. And it is ancient blue and white porcelain. The next one again. It turned out to be a ceramic jar, also made with the blue and white porcelain craftsmanship. There are styles at the bottom. Su Ming searched online and found that most of them are from the Tang and Song dynasties. That's awesome. If all these things were sold, how much would they cost? When Su Ming checked the next one, he found it was a bamboo slip. Before paper was invented, text was recorded on bamboo, and the characters on it were all incomprehensible to Su Ming. Is this okay? Su Ming blinked his eyes. This was not farming at all. This was clearly archaeology. With this motivation, Su Ming seemed to have endless energy. Chapter 46 Bamboo Maturity. He didn't eat or drink water, and it took him a full hour to check everything in the field. Most of the items are porcelain. Some of the things are bamboo slips. There are also some inkstones and other things, all of which are antiques. Su Ming stood on the ground and blinked. Then he picked out the best dishes and chopsticks. There are also a few cups. What is it used for? Drink water and eat. Every time Su Ming buys food, he packs up disposable lunchboxes and disposable chopsticks, which not only pollutes the environment, but also causes waste. Wouldn't it be nice to have a set of your own? Clean and neat. Arranged everything from beginning to end. Seeing the pile of things at the edge of the field, Su Ming became worried. There's really no room in the box. Forget it, I might as well sell it. There's no point in keeping it. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 150 experience points. That's right. The bamboo should be mature by now. Depend on. What could it be? Su Ming, who just harvested the best. I started to get excited again. When Su Ming walked in and took a look, his eyes widened. The bamboo shoots popped up playfully one by one. Damn it. It turns out that the bamboo seeds do not grow into mature bamboos in the end. It's bamboo shoots. Come to think of it, mature bamboos are of no use. Only bamboo shoots are edible. Awesome. Invincible. Su Ming walked into the field happily, picked up a shovel, and started digging. Call. I'm really a bit tired. But one was dug out quickly. Lift it up with force and pull it out of the soil. Huh. Why is it so heavy? Su Ming looked puzzled and picked it up to take a closer look. There's nothing wrong with that. Etc. Damn it. What's this? At the root, there was a mark left by classmate Su who accidentally dug it with a shovel, which just broke the skin. I didn't look closely at that time. Now look. Damn it. It's white inside. Su Ming hurriedly broke open the skin of the bamboo shoots and took a closer look. This. After seeing it clearly, Su Ming was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Oh my god. It's platinum. What are the most popular precious metals on the market? Gold, of course. Is there anything more valuable than gold? Of course there is, it's platinum. Also known as platinum. I always hear about platinum diamond rings. When have you ever heard of a gold diamond ring? Diamonds are the most precious luxury goods in the world. Why not partner with gold? Because gold is not good enough. Except for those extremely rare metals. Platinum is the most valuable. It's one level higher than gold. Awesome. It's awesome in capital letters. Su Ming laughed out loud. Cool. Harvest. Su Ming couldn't contain his excitement. Start harvesting like crazy. There are 50 bamboo shoots in total. Peel the bamboo shoots one by one. Platinum is somewhat similar in appearance to silver. Of course, it was just a blurry look. But if you look closely, you will find that the surface of platinum is very smooth and can reflect sunlight. Su Ming picked one up and looked at it carefully, adjusting the angle slightly. Oops. So bright. Flash your eyes. Deadly. So deadly. Haha. Cool. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 100 experience points. Su Ming took out a few plastic bags. They started installing one after another. Soon, several large bags were filled. How to deal with this thing? It's better to sell it. It's both an antique and platinum. It takes up too much space. Passerby said. Listen, is this human language? If you think this thing takes up too much space, give it to me. I'll take as much as you have. I don't mind it taking up space at all. Even if you fill my house up with stuff and leave just a path for walking, I wouldn't think it's too much. Chapter 47, I'm going to sell something. Are all rich people so arrogant? Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief angry. My friend, please stop talking. It hurts a little bit. But there are too many things and I can't carry them all by myself. Su Ming first drove the truck out and reversed it. Bag the platinum first. Antiques are light. Su Ming casually stuffed it into his pocket and put it into the house to deal with next time. Then I called a Hualala. He can drive and help himself with work. It wasn't long before someone took the order. Su Ming briefly told him to help carry the things and then help drive the truck over. The driver didn't object. It's all the same, as long as you can make money. You know what? People who do physical work are different. He loaded all the stuff into the car by himself without even breathing. After moving the things, both of them got into the car. Little brother, where are you going? The driver drove the car onto the road and asked. Let's go to Dafu Jewelry. Su Ming said with a smile. Good. The driver nodded with a smile. Little brother, do you work in the decoration team? It's no wonder the driver misunderstood. The back pocket is bulging and quite heavy. The place we went to was still a jewelry store. 9 times out of 10, they went to the jewelry store for decoration. The things behind are all decorations or ornaments. Modern people. No one can predict the decoration style. There are all kinds of artworks. No. Su Ming said with a smile. Then what are you doing? The driver was a little curious. Go sell something. Su Ming said with a smile. Huh. The driver laughed when he heard it. Little brother, you really can make a joke. What are you doing? This is not the way to brag, right? Still selling things? Your pockets are bulging. At most it's just a lump of iron. Just pick up an item from the store. You can buy a car. Haven't you heard that the steel market is not good now? They are all very cheap. Su Ming smiled and didn't explain. We drove not far. I happened to meet the drunk driving check in front. This is also normal. It's morning now. But many people who drank last night thought they were fine and drove out. The alcohol content still exceeded the limit. There are great traffic hazards. Driver, please blow it for me. A traffic policeman came over. Suddenly, I saw Su Ming in the passenger seat. Hey, little comrade, it's you. What's wrong with you? Su Ming was stunned. Take a closer look. Isn't this the patrolman we met at the landlord's place that day? How did he become a traffic policeman? Haha. Seeing Su Ming's puzzled expression, the traffic police smiled and said, "Well, the traffic police team is short of manpower, so I came over to help. Where are you going, young comrade?" "I'm going to Dafu Jewelry to sell some things," Su Ming said with a smile. "Oh," the police officer suddenly realized. "Mr. Su, what a coincidence. There's an event going on inside right now, so entry and exit are very strict. I'm afraid we'll have to check your belongings this time." "Check it out." Su Ming nodded. Several policemen came forward, opened the trunk of the car, and checked it. "Oh, is this platinum?" A few people didn't doubt it. He was so rich, so what did it matter if he kept some platinum? "Are you going to sell all this?" "Yes." Su Ming smiled and replied. "They've been gathering dust in the corner for too long, taking up space. There's no point in keeping them, so let's just sell them all." The policeman couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he heard this. Okay, very arrogant. Falling dust takes up space. The perspective of rich people is different. A casual remark. It can kill you. Well, comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. The police just sighed. But the driver was confused. Damn it. What the hell? Platinum. Is the feeling real? Chapter 48, The Frightened Driver. Is this guy really going to sell something? I thought I was pulling a cart full of iron lumps. Result. Damn it. Platinum. Have you ever seen platinum in bags? Are you still using urea bags? Can't you just store such a valuable thing properly? Others carefully put the platinum necklaces they buy into boxes for fear of losing them. You are so nice. Is it just that casual? Why are the dusty things in the corners of our house smelly socks? What they have are bags of platinum. Living on the same planet. Why is there such a big difference? Is this the arrogance of rich people? Little brother. My hands, which are used to driving a small broken car, suddenly had to pull such an expensive thing. I mean, my little heart can't take it. What if it gets bumped into something? You can't even afford the compensation even if you sell me. For the first half of the journey, the driver was very casual, smoking while driving with one hand, chatting with Su Ming. The second half of the journey, the driver gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. His eyes widened and his gaze was fixed straight ahead. Concentrate. Holding my breath, afraid of making any mistakes. Su Ming felt so suffocated watching this. Fine. Just relax. You don't have to pay for it if it's broken. Although the air conditioner was on in the car, but beads of sweat the size of beans were already flowing down the driver's forehead. My hands and feet are cold and my heart is pounding. Oh my God. This truckload of goods. How much is it worth? I don't know why. I had the urge to knock this guy out and throw him out of the car, then step on the accelerator and run away. But the driver just thought so. Rob? Am I crazy? I have several heads. I'm going to grab all of this stuff. You can shoot me 100 times. It was originally a 10-minute journey. The driver drove for half an hour. The driver said, I've never driven so carefully in my life. Driving before. If you want to change lanes and overtake, just do it smoothly. I am the driving god of Akina Mountain. Now, I'm not bragging. I am definitely a role model on this journey. A textbook version of driving on the road. If you are not convinced, come and argue. After arriving at the place, the driver's back was soaked. My calves are cramping. I finally got out and opened the truck door. Looked at the truckload of goods. Damn it, I didn't even dare to do anything. Think about when you were carrying it to the car before. I even threw it a few times. Think about it now. Depend on. Stop scaring me, okay? I almost had a heart attack. Master. Su Ming blinked aside. The driver jumped up high. Wow. Su Ming took a look. All right. Has potential. If you jump a little higher, you can dunk. Unloading. Su Ming looked confused. No. The driver shook his head like a rattle. Su Ming frowned. It's okay. If it's broken, you don't have to pay for it. No. The driver said with tears in his eyes. I don't want it. Oh, heaven and earth. Who will save me? I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. There is 50 yuan of pocket money under the sofa. I've been saving for several years. Haven't spent it yet. I'm also planning to buy a pack of huazi. At least let me have a taste of huazi, right? Su Ming smacked his lips. I didn't expect the driver to be so scared. Isn't it just a few bags of platinum? Really? Drizzle. The driver said in his heart. Please be a human being. Young people should have some martial ethics. Just finish this. I will never do dry goods again. It's so fucking scary. I'd rather deliver food. No one would order platinum for takeout, right? Su Ming thought for a moment and said, then you help me watch it. Chapter 49, Witnessing the Power of Money. After saying that, Su Ming turned and went into the store. The driver almost cried. What? Watching? You. Come back soon. I feel like I can't hold out much longer. If someone grabs it, I can't beat him. Su Ming walked into the store. It's morning now, and there aren't many people in Dafu Jewelry. I saw a customer coming in. The waiters turned around. A closer look revealed that he was a young man dressed in ordinary clothes. A set of cheap clothes and a pair of hiking shoes. Besides being a bit handsome, doesn't look like a rich person. It won't be the case that he goes out to work for a long time and saves some money. Then he's the one who buys the necklace for the goddess? Although he thought so in his heart, one of the waiters still came over with a smile on his face. Welcome, sir. What could you like to buy? I have platinum necklaces here, like this one, which has a hollow center. Although the overall weight is not large, it still looks very good. The waiter greeted us with a friendly welcome. Forehead. Su Ming blinked. Aye. Then how about this one? This ring. The waiter saw Su Ming's expression. I see, you can't afford this. Then let's look at this one. No. Sir, would you please take a look at this gold bead? It looks very beautiful on your wrist. Aye. Sir, I'm so sorry. This is already the cheapest item in our store. The waiter smiled apologetically. Su Ming blinked speechlessly. Could you let me say a word? Besides, did I say I was here to buy something? Even if I came to buy something, do I look like someone who can't afford it? He looked down at his own attire. It does. I'm not here to buy. I'm here to sell. Sell? The waiters were stunned. They looked at each other. Could this be some prodigal son who stole his parents' necklace and sold it to earn money to play games in an internet cafe? Su Ming wanted to know what they were thinking. I will definitely be too exhausted to complain. Where do you get so many ideas? Do you have the idea of writing a novel? Do you know how much effort the failed author puts into coming up with the plot? Xiaolan, go ahead and do your work. I'll take care of it. Just then, a capable-looking woman in high heels came over quickly. Looking at the name tag on her chest, she was the manager. Yes, manager. The waiter nodded and left quickly. Sir, you just said you wanted to sell something, right? The manager asked with a smile. Yes. Su Ming nodded. Then please take the things out, sir, so we can weigh and measure them. The manager said. Forehead. Su Ming scratched his head. That thing is outside. Come with me and take a look and you'll know. Outside. The manager was stunned. The waiter was also stunned. Come to the gold shop to sell things. Isn't it just gold and silver jewelry? How much space can that take up? In your pocket, in your box. It's easy to bring in, no matter how rich you are. Buy more gold and silver jewelry. A suitcase isn't too small, is it? Isn't it not a small amount of gold and silver jewelry to buy a suitcase? It can be brought in completely. What's up? Are you selling a mountain of gold? Sir, don't joke. The manager said in his heart. Don't believe it. I won't believe it even if you kill me. What are you doing? What if I was 3 years old? I'm talking about this gentleman. It's quite busy early in the morning. Stop messing around. See the manager's expression. Su Ming was helpless. Absolutely true. I'm not using you for entertainment. I'm telling the truth. Su Ming blinked. He uttered 6 feeble words. A face full of sincerity. The manager had several black lines on his head. Okay. For the sake of your sincere eyes, I'll go out and take a look. All right. The manager nodded. Su Ming is in front and the manager is behind. After going out, Su Ming pointed to his car. The manager took a look. His face darkened at that time. What are you doing? Are you playing with us? Good job. A broken truck was carrying a load of urea. Are you coming to me to sell something? I'm not a farmer. This joke, sir, is not funny at all. The manager expressed that I was unhappy. Su Ming was speechless. Walked directly to the car. Sir, what do you mean? We're very busy this morning. Sir, I see you're still young. How could you? The manager talked incessantly. I had only said half of the words. Crash. Su Ming directly opened one of the pockets to reveal the platinum inside. Oh my God. The manager immediately started swearing. Chapter 50. How arrogant this is. Platinum. A pocket full of platinum. Big fortune. Even if she is the manager of a jewelry store. I've never seen so much platinum. The manager hurriedly took 2 steps, but after feeling that the high heels were too much of a hindrance, she threw them away. Wearing only socks, he rushed in front of the car without caring about his image. Dad, where did you get so much platinum? Su Ming heard it. What the hell? How did I get promoted so quickly in this life? Don't make trouble. It looks like you are at least 10 years older than me. When you were born, my parents were only in junior high school. I don't have a daughter as old as you. Dad, are you thirsty? Dad, are you tired? Dad. This manager calls me Dad all the time. Su Ming's scalp tingled from hearing the shout. Stop, stop, stop. Do you want to take this? Su Ming interrupted her hurriedly. Receive. The manager shouted at the top of his voice. The waiters in the store are all busy. Suddenly, I heard the manager's screams coming from the door. I was stunned at that time. What's going on? Is the manager being bullied? How can this be possible? Halala. A group of waiters rushed out. I saw the manager's shoes fall off. They all got angry immediately. What's wrong with you? Why are you bullying our manager? Quick, call the police. Manager, are you okay? The waiter rushed forward. Stop it. The manager turned around and shouted. The waiters were all confused. This manager has been working here for some years. Always calm and dignified. A typical female workplace figure. No matter how difficult the customer is, he will deal with it with a smile. When have I ever seen a manager so excited? His face flushed and his whole body trembled. His eyes were wide open. What's going on? Everyone was confused and looked at the car. Oh my God. Platinum. A pocket full of platinum. The most important thing is, more than one pocket. The carriages were full. No wonder they said they couldn't bring it in. It's really hard to carry so many. Those waiters who previously thought Su Ming was a bootlicker or a prodigal son. Your face is so red. Does someone with this net worth need to be a bootlicker? It doesn't matter how much money he squanders with his net worth, right? Quick, pour some water for my dad. You, get my dad a stool. The manager hurriedly began to make arrangements. Yes. The waiters started to move frantically. The whole jewelry store went completely crazy. Those who were moving stools moved stools. Those who were pouring water poured water. And even the driver drank the best Longjing tea. The driver finally understood. It's so nice to take shelter under the big tree. I have been a Huala driver for a long time. When I usually deliver goods to people, it's good if I can give them a bottle of mineral water. Not like now. Someone moved the stools and someone poured tea. The most important thing is that this is in a jewelry store. The driver suddenly felt happy and his face was flushed. Beautiful. Don't look at my salary as ordinary. Pulled out several bags of platinum. Have you ever pulled it? I've seen bags of platinum. Have you seen it? Snort. From now on, you'll have enough money to drink and brag. The waiters at Tianfu Jewelry are all good-looking. They are all young and beautiful. Know that Su Ming is the seller. Several singles couldn't help but move closer to Su Ming. Keep sending secret glances. So low-key, yet so rich. Just watched it and thought it was pretty average. Now he looks so cool and awesome. Is this the power of money? The manager was thrilled. Touching platinum in hand. It was like touching the face of my long-lost son. That's so kind. Sir, please wait a moment. We will weigh the goods immediately and then settle the bill for you. Speaking of the last two words, the manager was so happy. What a treasure. If all these things are sold. Absolutely crazy, okay. I am really lucky. I can actually buy such a good thing. Invincible. Completely invincible. Awesome. Awesome in capital letters. At the same time, he was very curious about Su Ming's identity. Damn it. What a domineering person he is. Chapter 51 What to Do if you have no money. Sudden. The manager had an idea. Damn it. Just got a batch of goods yesterday. There is no money in the store now. Damn it. The manager's face turned pale. This. Guarding such a bunch of treasures. As a result, there was not enough money. What if I missed this deal? I regret it so much. If you acquire these platinums, then make it into a platinum necklace or diamond ring. Several times the income. The most important thing is, I called Dad for a long time. If this can't be bought, wasn't my shouting in vain? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su Ming stood aside and saw the manager's face suddenly turn pale and asked in confusion. No problem. The manager shook his head hurriedly. Find a way. Find a solution quickly. That's right. I can borrow money. Who can I borrow from? Bank. Right. Find a bank. She could report to her superiors and wait for funding. But each of their branches was relatively independent, and the procedures for funding were complicated and lengthy, taking at least 2 or 3 days. This cannot be blamed on their low efficiency. Damn it. The most important thing is that no one has ever sold things like this before. So much platinum was lying in the car like cabbages. So arrogant. Only a bank can come up with so much money at once. The manager hurriedly took out the phone from his pocket. Dial a number. Chen Guoxing, president of Tianhua Bank. Tianhua Bank is the largest bank in the area. He is also her partner. This jewelry store will deposit the money in Tianhua Bank, and the two parties have a cooperative relationship. Managerly, what's going on? A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. President Chen, where are you? I need to borrow 200 million. The manager said hurriedly. President Chen was stunned. Managerly, what are you doing? President Chen, please stop asking questions. I've received a batch of good goods, but I don't have enough money. Good stuff? The person on the phone instantly became interested. Bank presidents do more than just make money. They also accept valuables. After all, it maintains its value. They also get expensive things. He knows managerly. A calm and generous woman. I worked in the jewelry store for so long. What good things haven't you seen? Anything that can make managerly so excited must be good stuff. Where are you now? President Chen asked hurriedly. I'm at the door of our store. Managerly replied. That's great. I'm in the car right now and we'll be there soon. Xiao Sun, go to Dafu Jewelry right away. We can't let him get away. Then the person on the other end hung up the phone. Manager Li felt uneasy when he heard this. Have to. Listen to the tone. This old guy is here to steal my business. He must have money. Is it possible that the president of the largest bank in Donghai City is broke? Looking back, he was so angry. Wouldn't I cry myself to death? But Manager Li changed his mind. Even if you have funds, it's just tens of millions. After all, several batches of new products have been introduced in the past 2 months. The bottom was completely hollowed out. I simply can't swallow so much stuff. President Chen bought it later. At worst, you can just pay some more money and buy it back. 1 processing and 1 production. Something that costs $1 is sold for $10. There is still a lot of profit margin. It's a sure win. Okay, that's it. After all, President Chen has been his partner for many years. It's impossible to sell it to others. Moreover, in the entire East China Sea, Tianfu Jewelry is the largest jewelry store. President Chen is a smart man. Your partner is still very important. It's impossible to sell it to others. Thinking of this, Manager Li felt a lot more at ease. But the cost price is a little higher. Anyway, the wool comes from the sheep. I still made a lot of money. Soon a speeding car stopped in front of the store. Before the car stopped, a middle-aged man opened the door and rushed over in a panic. What? Where? Where? The one who got off the car was naturally President Chen. He looked left and right, and suddenly saw Manager Li walking over hurriedly. Have to. Another one was petrified. It took a long time for President Chen to come back to his senses. Whose is this? It belongs to this gentleman. Manager Li was pointing at Su Ming next to him. Sir, are you selling these? Yes. Su Ming nodded. Are you still going to accept it? If not, I'll go to another one. Collect. Must collect. President Chen was afraid that Su Ming would regret it, so he jumped up and spoke loudly, which scared Su Ming. Su Ming was startled. What? Are you trying to scare me to death and inherit my platinum? Startled. I'm sorry, I'm so excited. President Chen, realizing that he had lost his composure, rubbed his hands in embarrassment. How are you going to sell it? President Chen asked tentatively. How much? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Selling by gram? What? You don't have enough money? Then go to another store. No, no, no. President Chen waved his hands hurriedly, shaking his head like a wave drum. Enough, enough, enough. It's definitely enough. It will be easy if you collect it. Su Ming glanced at the time and said, I'll get in the car and take a nap. Let me know when you're done. Okay. President Chen agreed hurriedly. President Chen agreed, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. When he saw Su Ming getting on the car, he secretly admired him in his heart. This is a domineering rich man. This pocket contains hundreds of millions of platinum. People don't care at all. I just threw the stall away and went asleep. This is the realm of rich people. There's no comparison, no comparison. To be honest, President Chen had many ideas before coming here. President Chen never expected that it would be platinum. And there are so many. I made a lot of money this time. But Manager Li is his partner for many years after all. It's a bit unkind to intercept them halfway. Manager Li, I'll call the bank right now and have them transfer the money to you. President Chen said. No. Manager Li hurriedly shook his head. If it weren't for you, President Chen, I would have missed out on this batch of goods. I know the rules. Please accept it. I will buy from you later. All right. Since Manager Li said so, President Chen was no longer polite. He reached out and touched the platinum with a smile, and the wrinkles on his face were squeezed into chrysanthemums. This is a good thing. I made a lot of money this time. Although there is no Su Ming to supervise, President Chen would not dare to embezzle even a gram, even if he is beaten to death. But these things are placed on the side of the road, in broad daylight. You can't count them in front of others, right? President Chen thought about it, and had no choice but to call someone. In the bank's office. The bank's vice president is working in his office. Suddenly, the landline rang. The deputy president raised his eyelids lazily and ignored him. He even took a few documents and signed his name on them. Close it slowly. I guess the phone is about to be hung up. Then he lazily picked up the phone. Who is it? The deputy governor was very impressive and spoke very slowly. Why did you take so long to answer the phone? It's just a show off. Damn it. Where have you been? It took you so long to answer the phone. The vice president originally expected to hear compliments from the other end of the line. The result was a high-pitched curse. The deputy governor was stunned at the time. Who is it? So arrogant? Dare to scold me? Who the hell are you? How dare you scold me? The deputy governor responded without saying a word. Nima, I'm your bank president. Chun, President Chun. The deputy governor was stunned. My blood ran cold. It's over. It's over. A song of Liang Liang for myself. I could tell it by listening to the sound. It is indeed President Chen. The deputy president was almost crying. President Chen, you have nothing to do. Why are you using your personal number to call this landline? I haven't seen it before. Don't you have a work ID? Is this a fishing expedition? However, when he saw a missed call from President Chen on his muted phone, he understood. President Chen, I'm sorry. I was wrong. My phone was muted just now. Shut up. President Chen shouted over there. I don't have time to waste on you right now. Hurry and get everyone in the company to come to Tianfu Jewelry. Bring your weighing tools and notify the security personnel. Everyone come. Immediately. Oh. The deputy governor was stunned. What's going on? Moving? Is President Chen drunk? Not really. He speaks quite clearly. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. I just collected a few bags of platinum, at least several £100. If you delay me and cause even the slightest loss, I'll never forgive you. President Chen spoke loudly on the phone. Chapter 52, is this arrogance? What? The deputy president was shocked and immediately understood. I understand, President Chen. I will do it right away. After hanging up the phone, the vice president dragged his fat body and rushed out like a madman. At least he is the vice president. How could he not know the value of platinum? Damn it. A few more pockets? Since when did platinum become a matter of pocket? How much is this? It's unbelievable. But what the president said is definitely correct. Big fortune. Manager Wang, notify the bank bus immediately. It must arrive within 5 minutes. 2 salespeople, come here. Get ready to get in the car. People from the finance department, bring your weighing tools. Notify the security team to come immediately. The vice president ran into the hall and shouted loudly. Everyone in the bank hall was stunned. Whether they are here to do business or are staff members. What's going on? What happened? Fuck, what's going on? Isn't someone here to rob me? You're just worrying about nothing. The robbers won't even look at the few digits in your paycheck. Damn, don't you understand that life is hard and you can't afford to break it? Ordinary people had never seen such a scene before, so they discussed it in low voices. Quick! I saw the employee was still stunned. The deputy president shouted loudly. Oh. The staff then reacted. Although I don't know what happened. But looking at the deputy governor's expression, something big must have happened. Take action first. After calling the driver to come over, Manager Wang cautiously approached and asked, Vice President, what happened? President Chen received several bags of platinum, at least several 100 kilograms. What? Manager Wang was furious at that moment. His idea is exactly the same as the deputy governor's. This thing also counts pockets? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Manager Wang also joined the team, urging them to do so. Soon a minibus drove over to the door. There were also 2 black cars. The car door opened. More than a dozen fully armed bank security guards surrounded the place, escorting the bank employees into the car. These are people registered with the Public Security Bureau. Although they are employed by the bank, they are allowed to carry guns. Inside the hall, only 2 security guards were left to watch over the house. There was also a group of people doing business with their eyes wide open. Leaving now? I waited in line for hours, and it was almost my turn. You guys just left? What the hell happened? Several cars drove towards the city center. After arriving at the place, the police surrounded the place. The bank staff quickly got out of the car. This time get off the car. They were all stunned. Where's the stuff? Isn't this just a piece of junk? Where did the platinum go? Just as they were staring blankly, they saw President Chen. President, where is the platinum you mentioned? The deputy president hurried forward and asked. Here. President Chen pointed to the pocket in his car. To be on the safe side, President Chen sealed all his pockets. That's it. Everyone was stunned. Stop messing around. President Chen, you are such a grown-up now. This joke is not funny at all. There are so many of us here, and we have come in such a big group. As a result, Actually, you can't blame them for thinking this way. Just a few bags. There's still dirt on top. A treasure like platinum. Who buys it without putting it in a box to protect it well? Even in a bag. It can't be just a few broken urea bags, right? Impossible. President Chen smiled faintly. Cut. Look at you. You have never seen the world. Let me open your eyes today. As he said this, President Chen opened his pockets. I'm fucking crazy. Everyone was stunned. It's true. Holy crap. Who is the seller? Are you so arrogant and awesome? There are many pedestrians coming and going nearby. They all stopped and stretched their heads to look inside. What the hell? Why is it such a big scene? Isn't this someone from the bank? Why are people from the bank here? If I'm not mistaken, the word urea is clearly written on those pockets. Not really? Isn't it just a few bags of fertilizer? As for the 3 layers of protection inside and outside that are so tight that it is impenetrable, what kind of fertilizer is this? Made of gold? Hey, I almost guessed it right. Fuck, what's going on? Are all fertilizer sellers so arrogant? The entire bank was mobilized for a few bags of fertilizer? What kind of fertilizer is this? Is it for the peach trees? Look, their security team has blocked the road. The main road has been blocked. The traffic was completely blocked. The red light lasted for more than 10 minutes, and the car owners were already impatient. Everyone got off the bus. It turned out to be due to a few bags of fertilizer. Everyone started complaining. What's happening these days is really becoming more and more confusing. But as they watched, I noticed the bank staff carefully taking one out of his pocket. Fluorescent platinum. I'm fucking crazy. It's actually platinum. Holy crap, such a big piece of platinum. How much is it worth? I want to cry. I worked as a delivery driver for 4 months, and only then did I give my wife a small platinum diamond ring. Could it be that these openings are filled with platinum? Who is this middle-aged man? Is he so arrogant? You idiot. He's the president of Tianhua Bank, the buyer, not the seller. Oh my god, who is that seller? How could he sell such a valuable item without even being there to watch? People around were talking about it. The bank staff inside began to work carefully and quickly. The gram weight of each bamboo shoot is fixed, and the bank has unique means of distinguishing authenticity. Inventory, numbering, packing, transportation, and storage. The process is extremely fast. It was done in less than 10 minutes. President Chen's eyes were shining. The headquarters had just learned the news, and the regional president personally called him and praised him highly on the phone. This time, he is undoubtedly the best bank president of the year. If the regional president mentioned him to the head office, this is simply like soaring into the sky. Of course, this is all later. What he needs to do now is to curry favor with Su Ming, who brought him this opportunity. This is a big customer, an extremely distinguished VIP. President Chen couldn't help but bend down, holding a bank card in both hands, walked carefully to the side of the car, and knocked on the door gently. Su Ming stretched lazily and got out of the car. What's going on, President Chen? Is it over? It's over. President Chen hurriedly agreed. His waist bent considerably as he spoke. You have 401 kilograms of platinum, the market price. Tell me the total. Su Ming said. Yes. President Chen quickly replied. The total is 119.2 million. We rounded up the total to 120 million for you. Thank you. Su Ming put the bank card away and said lightly. Look at what you said. This is what we should do. If you have anything else you want to sell, come to me. We can definitely eat it. President Chen said hurriedly, handing over his business card. The group of onlookers around gasped after hearing this. Chapter 53, please accept it. Oh my god. It seems that this guy is the seller. The most important thing is that it's sold for 120 million. Damn, he's a billionaire at such a young age. I just negotiated a $3 million contract. It was pretty good, but now it doesn't seem so good anymore. The most important thing is that this little brother only sells a part of the things. If we take out all this cash, how big a pile will it be? This little brother is so handsome. Isn't he the Prince Charming I've always dreamed of? Sister, please take a look in the mirror and look at the wrinkles on your face. Aren't you afraid of scaring people to death? It feels sour. The crowd of onlookers around looked like they were jealous. It's too sour. Su Ming heard the discussions of the people around him and smiled faintly. You only know one side of the story, not the other. The piece of land in the city center worth tens of billions of dollars is also mine. Mr. Su, we won't bother you anymore. President Chen bowed with great respect. Then he and Manager Li looked at each other. The two nodded. We'll talk about their business later. He took a few steps back and waved his hand. Withdraw. Everyone is neat and tidy. Without any hesitation. Retreat first as a sign of respect. In the car, President Chen looked serious. Immediately distribute Mr. Su's photo. Everyone must memorize his face. Whenever Mr. Su comes to our bank, he must be given a grand welcome. If anyone dares to offend Mr. Su, don't blame me for turning my back on him. Manager Li looked at Su Ming with a smile on his face. She planned to ask for money from her superiors immediately and buy the things as soon as the funds came back. 200 million is enough to buy the thing back. How many platinum diamond rings can be made? Mr. Su, please wait a moment. As he said that, Manager Li hurriedly ran into the store wearing only his socks. After a while, he held an exquisite gift box in his hand. Inside lay an extremely exquisite platinum necklace pendant. In the center is an imperial green jadeite. This platinum necklace is not a long piece of gold as seen on the market, but is made using ancient methods. Hollow carving. Extremely exquisite. It can be said that the production process is the same as the original price of the entire platinum necklace. Mr. Su, this is a small gift prepared for you by our store. Manager Li said with a smile. I didn't sell anything to you, so forget it. Su Ming shook his head. No, please. Mr. Su, please accept it. Manager Li was almost crying. Please accept it, I beg you. Holy crap. If I'm not mistaken, this necklace seems to cost over 300,000, right? Oh my god. That's 10 years' salary. Comparison is really frustrating. You're giving us a necklace that we can't even afford at work as a gift. The most important thing is that people don't want it yet. The onlookers were almost crying. We won't watch it anymore. Can't we just not watch it? Just go and move bricks. Mr. Su, although you sold this thing to President Chun, I still had to buy it from him in the end, so you still helped me a lot. Manager Li hurried to explain. Let's just forget it. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. There is no place to put it at home. It takes up space. Driver, let's leave. Okay. The driver jumped high, got into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Only Manager Li was left disheveled in the wind. Well, he is indeed a big shot. Such an expensive thing takes up too much space. That makes sense. What Mr. Su said makes a lot of sense. Life. We should pay attention to the quality of life. Space is the most important. I also want to learn from Mr. Su. Soon back to the city center. Su Ming got off the car under the driver's admiring gaze. President Chun was extremely happy at this moment. Meet a great customer. Awesome. Just arrived at the bank. I found a person standing at the door. No. Isn't this my old friend? Why do you look so sad? Old Zhao, what's going on? President Chun walked away, patting the man on the shoulder. Oh, don't mention it. I just received a call. My father is seriously ill. I have to go back to take care of him. The man sighed and shook his head. Alas, it's inevitable that people will get sick when they get old, so don't think too much about it. President Chin also showed some sympathy. If you need any help, just let me know. No, huh? Why are your bank staff making such a big scene? What are they doing? The man noticed that President Chun was followed by a large group of staff. Haha. At this point, President Chin couldn't help laughing. Cough, cough. Hold on. My old friend's father is seriously ill. But you can't be so happy. I just received 400 kilograms of platinum from a big shot. President Chun was very proud. Oh. When this person heard this, his eyes lit up and he frowned slightly. There are such people in the East China Sea. Where did you recruit them? Su Ming, Mr. Su. Who? When the man heard this, he almost jumped up and took off. He opened his voice and shouted loudly. President Chun was shocked. The security guards and security guards around were also shocked. Crazy alert. What are you doing? Going to rob a bank. This person is Zhao Xilai. The guy stared with his eyes wide open, grasped President Chin's shoulders tightly with both hands, opened his mouth wide with a look of disbelief. Looking at President Chun, cold sweat broke out. What are you doing? I am warning you. I'm not interested in men at all. The person you just mentioned is called Su Ming. Yes. President Chun blinked and nodded. Oh my god. Zhao Xilai's eyes were dull, and he uttered 2 words. What's wrong? President Chun asked doubtfully. You know the guy who bought out 5 stores in my mall? I know, wait. You mean that person is also Mr. Su? The 2 old men, over 50 years old, stared at each other. I never thought of it. It was actually all done by Mr. Su. Oh my god. How arrogant this is. Alas, the person I miss most when I go home this time is Mr. Su. When I leave. Don't worry. President Chin's eyes were sharp as a torch, and he patted his chest. The responsibility of taking care of Mr. Su. Leave it to me. Zhao Xilai heard it. He stretched out his big hand and shook hands firmly with President Chun. They looked into each other's eyes with affection. Look at the appearance. It seems as if there is some important historical mission to be passed on. Although Zhao Xilai was extremely reluctant. But there is no way. Filial piety comes first. He had no choice. The next day, Zhao Xilai and President Chun came together. Su Ming was tidying up in the yard. I saw 2 people stunned for a moment. Mr. Su, I am saying goodbye to you. When Zhao Xilai saw Su Ming, he was reluctant to leave. Oh. Su Ming was stunned for a moment and blinked. What's wrong? What happened? Alas, my father is seriously ill. Zhao Xilai sighed. After hearing this, Su Ming had no choice but to pat Zhao Xilai on the shoulder. Don't worry, Mr. Su. If you have any problems in the future, just call me. I will be there immediately. President Chin immediately stood up. Chapter 54, I'll take over. Zhao Xilai was extremely envious of President Chun, able to accompany Su Ming all the time. But there's nothing I can do. My father is seriously ill, and as a son, I must go back to take care of him. We chatted for a few more minutes. Zhao Xilai hurried to catch the plane. Oh, Mr. Su, are you farming? Before coming, President Chin already knew that the 3 acres of land belonged to Su Ming. Yes. Let me help you. President Chun immediately took off his expensive suit, threw it aside casually, rolled up his sleeves, took off his shoes, took the hoe from Su Ming's hand, and looked like he was working hard. You coming? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Mr. Su, I grew up in the city. A great man once said that working people are the most glorious, and agriculture is the foundation of our country. But I've toiled all my life and never farmed. I also want to be in close contact with the earth and feel the fragrance of labor. President Chun said with a smile. When Su Ming heard this, he felt amused. President Chun, you can do it. He talks in different ways. As expected of a bank president, he has great eloquence. It would be a pity not to tell crosstalk. President Chun grew up in a wealthy family. My parents are both in the banking system. Otherwise, how could he become the president of a bank? It doesn't exist. I have never had any experience in farming. You have to know that as a bank president, he is a big capitalist. In his eyes, people who used to farm were simply not worth mentioning. But since meeting Su Ming, his 3 views were completely refreshed. Damn it. Who says farming is bad? I'll get angry with anyone who says that to me again. President Chen always felt that he was in high spirits and full of success. But who would have thought that today, something happened that refreshed his worldview? Because he discovered that the words farming can sometimes be very noble. It mainly depends on where you farm. Farming in the countryside is indeed an extremely hard job with a relatively low social status. But if you farm on a piece of land worth tens of billions in the city center, that's different. You have to know that for this piece of land in the city center, even if President Chun is the regional president, he has the authority to approve billions of dollars. I definitely never thought about taking over this piece of land, because I can't afford it. But Su Ming actually used such a piece of land to farm. I just want to ask you if you have any temper. You say you don't have any temper at all. Su Ming was stunned by President Chen's series of actions. Wow, that's pretty cool. You should be awarded an Oscar for best performance. The facial details and emotional expression are flawless. That's not good. Su Ming said. It's okay, it's okay. I'm old now and have always wanted to find a chance to stretch my legs. Here comes the chance. After saying that, President Chen squatted down and started pulling out weeds. Pulling weeds is not a technical job. President Chen can still do it. This is a real big boss. Su Ming's net worth is definitely more than just this piece of land. What does it mean to use a piece of land worth tens of billions of yuan for farming? It means that people don't take this piece of land seriously at all. This is a real dragon that is hidden in the world and is very low-key. Not to mention anything else. If Su Ming just loosened his fingers, some liquid would seep out from the gaps between his fingers for their bank, which would be enough for them to eat for a long time. How could I let go of such an invincible boss? If I let myself go, I would be a fool. President Chen's treatment. We worked until dark. President Chun was so tired that he was sweating profusely and his clothes were dirty, but he was extremely happy. He left with great joy. After a busy day, Su Ming ate something and prepared to go back to rest. As soon as I entered the house, wow, it's full of antiques. There's really no place to put it. Sold it, sold it. Just make do for the night. Selling directly tomorrow. No words were spoken that night until the next morning. Su Ming got up very early. I washed up and ate something. He drove the truck over, opened the back door, and sorted the things. Selling antiques. As a result, after all the packing, there were exactly the right number of boxes in the truck. Su Ming patted the car door and nodded with satisfaction. It just so happened that Su Ming had placed some wooden shelves in the back box of the car before, which made better use of the space and made it possible to fit everything in. Otherwise, it really wouldn't have fit in. But where to sell it? Su Ming was a little worried. After thinking it over carefully, he took out his phone and called President Chen. Oh, Mr. Su. A flattered voice came from the other end of the phone, giving Su Ming goosebumps. President Chen, I have something to trouble you with. Oh, look at what you said. Your business is my business. How can it be considered troublesome? Just give me your orders. I have some stuff I want to sell. No problem, no problem. I can definitely eat it. President Chun said hurriedly. No. Su Ming smiled and said, you misunderstood. This time the goods have nothing to do with gold or silver. They are antique jades. I see. President Chen nodded in sudden realization. Banks are in the money business, and the biggest hard currency is precious metals. The styles of banknotes and coins have changed a lot from ancient times to the present. Some countries perish and some countries prosper, but no matter how your country changes, precious metals will always be hard currency. Therefore, for a bank, it is reassuring to keep precious metals in the warehouse. But antique jade and so on. Compared with precious metals, it's really not that good. You want to sell these things? Don't worry. There are people who can eat them here. President Chun said hurriedly. There's an antique market less than 20 kilometers from the city center. There are several large shops there, and they're quite wealthy. It should be possible. Mr. Su, Please wait here for a moment. I'll drive over to find you right away. That's not necessary. Su Ming smiled. No, no, no. President Chun said hurriedly. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't trust you. I'm telling you, those old guys in this antique market are all old foxes. They can say anything they want. I'm afraid you'll be deceived. Please wait for me. I'll be there soon. Before Su Ming could react, the other party hung up the phone, leaving him at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Wow, this President Chin really doesn't give up any opportunity to curry favor with me. But it's better this way. Su Ming can save himself some trouble. He just needs to go to the place and leave the rest to President Chen. Get back to work, all of you. As soon as he hung up the phone, President Chen's face became stern and he looked at his subordinates and scolded them loudly. Then he grabbed the car keys and ran downstairs. In the fields, Su Ming was leaning against the car door, smoking. I saw a car speeding towards me from a distance and stopped steadily in front of Su Ming. The car door opened and President Chen walked out quickly. Mr. Su, I'm here. President Chen said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. Get in the car. Su Ming patted President Chen on the shoulder and opened the car door. Chapter 55. Don't you have eyes? Wait a minute. President Chen hurriedly said. Mr. Su, you can just sit in the passenger seat. I'll drive the car. You drive? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. This is a truck with a box at the back. Although it is not big, it is more than 6 meters long. Mr. Su, you don't know this, but I actually have an A license. President Chen laughed and said, I don't know if Mr. Su wants it. If he does, it's just a matter of a word from me. Su Ming was stunned. President Chen is over 50 years old this year. His youth was 20 or 30 years ago. At that time, there was no such complete system for driving license test, so it was relatively easy to pass the test. In addition, now that President Chen has reached this position, it is actually very easy for him to get a driver's license. No need, I have it. Su Ming smiled. He got his driver's license when he was in college. It took him a lot of effort to pass it. At that time, Su Ming thought that if things didn't go well for him at work, he would drive a truck to transport goods, which would be a skill that could help him make a living. Two people got on the car separately. President Chun was sitting in the driver's seat, feeling very nervous. He took a deep breath, fastened his seat belt, started the car very skillfully, and drove away slowly. This is the city center with many red lights, and we have to stop from time to time. If President Chun were driving himself, it would just be a matter of braking, but he was afraid that Su Ming would feel a little bumpy, so he drove very steadily. Seeing Su Ming sitting in the passenger seat with his eyes closed and a relaxed look on his face, President Chun breathed a sigh of relief. After passing through the city center, the road below was much easier to walk on, and we arrived at the destination quickly. President Chun drove the car to the parking lot very skillfully. It seemed that he had been here many times. But after going around in circles, I found that there was no parking space. This is a bit of a headache. Suddenly, President Chun saw a man get into a car and was reversing out. President Chun couldn't help but feel happy and drove over quickly. Because the truck was large, it was reversing slowly. While it was reversing, a small black car drove across and stopped in the truck. President Chun quickly stepped on the accelerator to stop the car. What's wrong with you? Can't you see I'm reversing? President Chun stuck his head out and spoke loudly. I'm willing, what's it to you? After the car owner got out, his attitude was extremely arrogant. The guy was wearing a suit and tie, with a shiny slicked back hair and a briefcase tucked under his arm, looking like a successful man. It's just that human nature is not good. President Chun is so angry. Look carefully at the cars in this parking lot. Every one of them is a luxury car. Why are you driving this truck here? The man walked to the back of the truck and suddenly kicked the trunk with his foot. Damn it. Move forward quickly. You lousy car. If you dare to hit my car, I'll make you pay for it. After saying this, the man turned around and was about to leave. Did I let you go? At this time, Su Ming got out of the car and smiled coldly. Yo huh. The man was stunned and sneered. What? You still want to blackmail me? Oh, I see. Did I just kick the paint off your car and you feel bad? Fine, no problem. As he spoke, the man took out a small piece of jade from his bag and threw it directly at Su Ming's feet. This is a piece of Hitian jade. It can be sold for a few hundred yuan to repair your car. Is that enough rubbish? As the man spoke, he looked at Su Ming as if he were a beggar and sneered sarcastically. Do you think I stopped you just because of this piece of car paint? Su Ming smiled faintly. Then why are you doing this? The man frowned. I'm talking about what's in this car. Su Ming patted his car gently. Haha. The man couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. What? Are you saying that I just kicked the vegetables in your car and destroyed them? I didn't expect that people are so creative in extorting money these days. It's no wonder men misunderstand. This is a standard vegetable truck with a cabbage icon printed on the truck bed. There was nothing we could do. The owner of the feed store had thought that Su Ming was a full-time vegetable seller. What's going on? At this moment, a faint voice suddenly came from the side. The man was startled and looked back, only to find that it was an old man with gray hair. The old man was not young, probably in his 70s or 80s, and was leaning on a cane, but he was in good spirits and had a rosy complexion. Ouch! When the man saw the old man, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. Mr. Zhang, why are you here? Shaoli. The old man took a look and the man nodded. I really like the pair of bracelets you gave me last time. Look at what you said, old man. Giving you something as a filial gift is nothing. The man said hurriedly. What's going on? The old man set his eyes on Su Ming. Don't mind him, old man. The man rolled his eyes. He's just a scammer. I only bumped into his car lightly and already paid for the paint, but he's asking me to pay for the stuff inside. This cabbage is so fragile, and he's still afraid of damaging it. Su Ming felt amused when he heard this. You guessed it right. There really is an emerald cabbage in it. Fortunately, there is system protection, otherwise it might really break down. Young man, you are so young. It would be great if you could learn some skills to make a living. The old man frowned. Why are you trying to imitate others and commit fraud? This is illegal. Stop it now before it's too late to make a big mistake. Boy, did you hear that? The man sneered and said complacently, Mr. Zhang is a highly respected elder here. I'm not going to bother with you because of Mr. Zhang's face. If you dare to make trouble again, I will call the police. The man's name is Li Tao. I opened a company and became quite wealthy with a few million in spare cash. From time to time, I would go to the antique market to shop and occasionally find a bargain. In his opinion, Su Ming is just a stinky vegetable vendor. It is to deliver vegetables to some merchants in the antique market. After all, this antique city sells more than just antiques. There are also many tea houses and restaurants. When you are tired of shopping, you always need to eat and drink. A poor vegetable vendor dares to blackmail me? What can you put in your broken car trunk? At most, it's just cabbage and radish. I can afford to pay for the vegetables no matter how expensive they are. Besides, I just kicked it once, although the force was a bit strong, but the dish will be ruined. Only a fool would believe that. After all, precious fruits and vegetables would not be transported in this kind of vehicle. I'm not messing around. I'm serious. Su Ming smiled faintly. Hey boy, you are shameless, aren't you? Li Tao suddenly became angry, and the old man Zhang next to him was also a little unhappy. Chapter 56. Face changing. Boy, I see you're young, so I'll give you a chance. Don't push your luck. Mr. Zhang frowned. Mr. Zhang, there's no need to get angry with a young man like this. Li Tao said hurriedly. Brothers, please take a video and use it as a witness for me. Today, I will give him the money, but later, I will take this video to the police station to seek an explanation. Don't worry, it's no problem. Several people followed Mr. Zhang, all of whom patted their chests and took out their cell phones. I can compensate you, but I should have the right to know what I have lost. Li Tao took a few steps forward, put his hands behind his back, sneered, and then said, Since you are so shameless, don't blame me for being rude. All right. Su Ming shrugged, walked to the back of the car, unlocked the back door, and then turned around to see these people with his bright teeth showing. Everyone, watch carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming opened the car door. This is... Li Tao didn't take it seriously at first, but when he saw what was here clearly, his eyes widened. Old Master Zhang was already angry. He was a well-known figure of the older generation, but this kid didn't even give him face. But when they saw what was here clearly, they were completely dumbfounded. Damn it, this is not a truck of vegetables. It's just a cart of antique jades. Li Tao just felt his head buzzing. What's wrong with this kid? Are you here to deliberately cheat people? This kind of antique jade is always wrapped in a box, which is stuffed with foam and newspaper, for fear that it will be knocked or bumped and broken. It's not like you just stuffed it into the back of the car like cargo. You're going to screw me over so badly. All petrified. Those guys holding their cell phones were about to record evidence of Su Ming's blackmail, but all of a sudden, they stood there like stone statues. These people are frequent visitors to the antique city. Although I haven't got it in my hands to look at it carefully yet, I still have a good eye. Just looking at those jades carefully, you can tell they are treasures just by looking at their colors. Li Tao's heart was twitching. Damn, who the hell is this guy? A truck was pulling a load of priceless antiques and jade artifacts. The hustle and bustle here quickly attracted a large crowd. After all, this is a parking lot. The people around were unable to come forward, and as a result, everyone who came over was petrified. Oh my God. One of the guys raised his jaw, which was about to drop to the ground, and made two sounds from the depths of his soul. This is fucking huge. Is this blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty? Holy crap, what is that? Wang Xiji's calligraphy. Wow. Isn't this the 7-colored glaze from the official kills that has long been extinct? Any one of these things could be sold for a fortune, and this guy is just leaving it in the back of the car like this? Oh my God. The whole group of people were stunned. Several people were swallowing their saliva frantically, having the urge to grab one and run away. But their remaining sanity told them no. If you get caught trying to rob someone, you'll end up in jail for life. It was also the first time for President Chen to see it. President Chen originally thought that Su Ming was just transporting a few bottles or jars, sealing them in boxes and putting them in the back. Who would have thought it would be of this scale? And so casual. Wow, he's much more arrogant than the last time he sold golden bamboo shoots. This. Old Master Zhang was trembling all over. His back was no longer hunched, his legs and feet were no longer sore, and he had the strength to walk again. He threw away his crutches and walked forward tremblingly. Young man, no. Sir, can I take a look? Mr. Zhang's face was full of longing, which gave Su Ming goosebumps. Well? Su Ming blinked his eyes. This carriage is a bit high, can you get on? You can go up there. Mr. Zhang nodded hurriedly. Then press your hands on the back of the car and use your arms to exert force. Wow, an old man who is nearly 80 years old just climbed onto the car like that. Who is this old man? Damn, I see you just got here, and you don't even recognize this old man? This old man is the oldest master in our antique city. That's right. I've appraised countless treasures in my life, and I've never missed a single one. In the national antique world, this old man is considered a top figure. Seeing Mr. Zhang, the crowd became completely excited and rushed forward in a hurry. After all, I'm not sure whether this thing is true or false. Everything depends on Mr. Zhang's words. Su Ming stood behind the car, feeling a little amused and helpless. My goodness, this is originally a parking lot, so it's not particularly busy. But the news spread quickly. From 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, within a few minutes, the entire parking lot was packed. Countless people and eyes were staring intently. Su Ming was really afraid that these guys would rush over and steal the car. Old Master Zhang stood in the carriage, shivering, looking here and there, and suddenly he didn't know where to start. Mr. Zhang, please come and identify it quickly. That's right, we can't wait any longer. Seeing that Mr. Zhang didn't move for several minutes, the group of people below began to urge him. Old Master Zhang turned around, nodded heavily, stuck out his tongue, licked his dry lips, walked to the side tremblingly, and picked up a porcelain bowl. The crowd of onlookers fell silent instantly. Old Master Zhang took out his reading glasses and put them on his head. He wished he could put the porcelain bowl close to his face and look at it carefully. After several minutes, Mr. Zhang reluctantly put the porcelain bowl back. Seeing Mr. Zhang's actions, both Li Tao and all the onlookers around him held their breath. The most nervous one was Li Tao. If these things are all fake, then I don't need to pay any money. Fake goods are worthless. But if it's true, well. Old Master Zhang suddenly sighed, and the people around him were stunned and shook their heads in disappointment. Haha, what do you think? I said this thing is fake. Li Tao immediately jumped out and pointed at Su Ming's nose. You fake thing, and you still want to blackmail me? Fortunately, Mr. Zhang is here today. It turns out it's fake. Don't you think about it? If it were true, how could it be placed so casually at the back? Come to think of it, let's go. The onlookers around were talking to each other, shaking their heads and preparing to leave. This thing is real. Mr. Zhang suddenly opened his mouth and spoke. What? Although Mr. Zhang's voice was not loud, these 6 words were like a thunderclap. The food was fried until it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and everyone in the audience was stunned. Master, don't joke around. Li Tao said hurriedly. Are you doubting my eyesight? Old Master Zhang frowned, looked at Li Tao, widened his eyes, and scolded him. No. Li Tao hurriedly shook his head. I dare not. Chapter 57. The Fainted Old Man. The reason I sigh is because I sigh at myself. As Mr. Zhang spoke, he cast his gaze upon Su Ming. For so many years, I have considered myself an otherworldly expert. I never imagined that you were the one. I am so ashamed. Su Ming smiled and said, Thank you for your compliment, old sir. No. Old Master Zhang hurriedly shook his head and carefully took the porcelain bowl next to him. Although this bowl looks a little worn, it is authentic. It is a porcelain bowl from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It is priceless. What? Everyone below was stunned. Ceramic bowls originated in the Xia, Shang, Zhou, spring and autumn periods and Warring States periods, and gradually evolved through the generations. The blue and white porcelain technology gradually emerged in later generations. And this isn't a porcelain bowl that ordinary people use for eating. This is something used by princes during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It's exquisitely crafted, and it's been preserved so well over the years without any marks or damage. It's a miracle. Mr. Zhang couldn't let go of the bowl. Mr. Zhang, please take a look at the others. Someone below spoke hurriedly. Okay. Mr. Zhang couldn't hold back any longer. This is an authentic work of Wang Xue. This is a landscape painting by Tang Bohu. Ancient books record that this painting was destroyed long ago. How could it actually appear? This is a jade Buddha carved from imperial green. Mr. Zhang is so amazing that he can tell whether something is real or fake just by looking at it and playing with it. Pick any one that's true. Just pick one and it's still real. Mr. Zhang went from being incredibly excited at the beginning to being calm and composed now, as if he had gotten used to it. Oh, these are ivory chopsticks from the Qin dynasty. Oh, this is an inkstone from the Ming dynasty. Small stuff, just a drizzle. Finally, Mr. Zhang's eyes fell on a box in the corner. It is filled with bamboo slips. Old Master Zhang blinked his eyes, picked one up with trembling hands, and flipped it over. Oh my God! Since Mr. Zhang collects antiques and jade, he naturally has some understanding of ancient culture. Although the Chinese civilization has a long history, in the 5,000-year history of civilization, too many cultures have been destroyed. Many historical gaps have become permanent mysteries. But Su Ming's frame of bamboo slips looks very casual. It turned out to be a pre-Qin book recorded in ancient books that had long been lost. This will greatly fill the gaps in pre-Qin culture. If the antique jewelry from the past still has value, and these things are absolutely priceless, the value is inestimable. Oh my God, this. Old Master Zhang was holding a bamboo slip in his hand, his eyes wide open. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking and he couldn't speak clearly. What's wrong? Many young people below asked hurriedly, and two even wanted to get on the bus. Get out of here. Old Master Zhang glared and shouted loudly. Where's the cultural group that came today? Where are they? Call them over here. Yes. One of them ran out quickly. Mr. Zhang carefully put the things back to their original place and looked at Su Ming. This gentleman. You are the elder, just call me Su Ming. Su Ming smiled faintly. Old Master Zhang nodded, forcing himself to suppress his anxiety. Su Ming, are these all yours? Certainly. Su Ming nodded. Excuse me, where did you get all these things from? Mr. Zhang hesitated for a moment. Old man. Su Ming smiled calmly. I can't tell you where it came from, but don't worry, this thing is absolutely clean. Yes. Old Master Zhang nodded hurriedly. I am sorry for being abrupt. The group of people below were dumbfounded. Not really? Why is Mr. Zhang like this? This old man Zhang has a very high status in the antique world. Although Su Ming's card is full of valuable antiques, some of them are even extinct. But this old man Zhang has lived for almost 80 years, so what good things has he not seen? He has also seen many private museum collections. The things there are no less than Su Ming's. Although the old man would be amazed and excited, he would never be so servile and cautious. What is going on? A group of people stared at each other, but no one dared to speak and no one dared to ask. The most dumbfounded person here was Li Tao. It's over. I'm finished. For Mr. Zhang to treat it with such an attitude, there must be a rare treasure found in it. Who is Mr. Zhang? He was an old man whose stomping of feet would make the antique world tremble. But today in front of Su Ming, he acted like a primary school student. Not yet. Before Li Tao could react, a group of people suddenly ran over from a distance. Make way, everyone, make way. This group of people are all very old, and they all have gray hair. He looks a little old, but he moves pretty fast. Lao Zhang, where's the incredible thing you found? That's right, don't lie to us. A group of gray-haired professors who hold very high positions in the academic world gathered behind the car like a group of newlyweds. Can I lie to you? Mr. Zhang's eyes fell on Su Ming. Su Ming, look. It's okay, you can look at the things as you like. Su Ming smiled calmly. Mr. Zhang nodded hurriedly, walked to the side tremblingly, picked up a few bamboo slips, and gave one to each old man. Then it's simple. These old men were also petrified. Well, hiss, belch. The air was quiet for a few seconds. Then these dozen or so gray-haired old men fell backwards in unison. Everyone rolled their eyes and stood there straight. Damn it. Su Ming was dumbfounded at that time. Why are you old men here? What are you doing? Mass suicide coming? Don't try to scam me like this. Oh my God, as netizens said, if you run into a scammer, you will lose everything. I ran into a bunch of them and lost everything I had. What's more, these dozen old men are members of the cultural troupe. Either a professor or a scholar. Teacher. Professor. Headmaster. The younger generations following behind them panicked and rushed forward to support their elders. Su Ming blinked and looked at President Chen. President Chen said, "Don't look at me. I have never seen such a scene." President Chen discovered this. He thought he was a very powerful person. After hanging out with Su Ming for a while, he realized that what he had seen before were all small scenes. You look at a group of gray-haired old men lying on the ground in front of you, and the surrounding area is surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside, and there is no way in. It is more popular than a visit from a top star. How spectacular! Where else can you see it? Actually, you can't blame these old guys for getting excited. These old men are all in their 70s or 80s, and 2 of them are even over 90. I have long passed the age of being competitive and vain. At this age, for them, living one more day is a blessing. They devote themselves wholeheartedly to their studies and are no longer affected by external things. In particular, there are a few old scholars in the field of culture who have thoroughly studied the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization from beginning to end. The official history that has been passed down from ancient times to the present day has long been familiar to everyone, and those interesting stories recorded in folk records are also familiar to everyone. What they are doing now is to connect the cultures together, but with such a long history, some of the 5,000-year civilization heritage is bound to be lost. Many documents have been lost or may only be found through future archaeological excavations. But this time, they actually got these preaching books from Su Ming. It will greatly fill the gaps in history. It can even push the civilization of the Celestial Empire forward by several hundred years. After all, there are many people abroad who, for whatever purpose, always say that the Chinese civilization is only 2,000 or 3,000 years old, and the appearance of these letters from Su Ming confirms the Chinese civilization's 5,000 years of history. It's like a dying person taking a life-saving elixir. A man who was almost dying of thirst came across a bowl of clear water. How could I not be excited? Hurry, hurry, what are you waiting for? Call 120. Yes. Who has mineral water? Hurry up and carry it over there where it's cooler. A group of young juniors were in a panic. Who has seen this scene? More than a dozen old men lay on the ground. Those who knew about it fainted with excitement after seeing the good stuff, while those who didn't know about it were ready to set off together. The people in the inner circle probably knew what was going on, but most of the people in the outer circle had no idea what was going on. I saw these old men holding the things for a long time, and then they fell down. What's going on? Are these old men not very old? Are they suffering from cerebral congestion or stroke? Can you please use your brain? Have you ever seen so many people have a stroke at the same time? Damn, maybe what they're watching is poisonous. Have you read too many novels? The people around were talking at once. The big guy didn't know what was happening. An old man underground suddenly opened his eyes slowly. Teacher. The young students following behind him were particularly happy after seeing this scene. Teacher, are you okay? It's okay. The teacher shook his head, his hands trembling as he held the bamboo. His old eyes were cloudy but filled with tears. Haha, that's great. I found it. I finally found it. No need to call an ambulance. We are all fine. Even if the ambulance comes, we will not leave with it. The other old man slowly woke up and hurriedly stopped the student next to him, who was about to make a phone call. Principal, what are you doing? The students around were stunned. Speaking of which, this old man is over 80 years old and is the honorary president of a well-known university. He usually walks steadily, does things slowly, and speaks neither hurriedly nor slowly. This is the first time I've seen someone so excited as today. Chapter 58, Harvest of Beans and Peppers. Oh my God! Just as these students were asking questions, there was another howl next to them, which scared them. Another old man burst into tears, his nose choking. Teacher, I found what you've been pursuing your whole life. The gaps in our preaching civilization will be filled. Those foreigners who have been making sarcastic remarks will probably have to shut up this time. Your lifelong wish has finally been fulfilled. Okay, cry all you want. The students around were completely speechless. I saw these old men waking up slowly. The younger generations all stood aside, motionless. You guys please. This is both crying and laughing. What on earth did you see? Aren't they bamboo slips that record the preaching culture? It's no wonder these young people have such thoughts. After all, they are still young and not very knowledgeable, so they cannot understand many things. Hey gentlemen, what exactly is written on this? Why are you so excited? There was a bystander nearby who couldn't help himself. The calmest among them was Old Man Zhang. Standing in the carriage, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Let me tell you one thing. The records on these bamboo slips will prove that our celestial empire truly has a 5,000-year-old civilization. This is an ironclad fact that no one can refute. So powerful. The people around looked at each other and couldn't help but gasp. Everyone is into antiques. Those who collect antiques and jades must not understand history. If you don't understand history, would you dare to play with this? How much can this thing sell for? Someone next to him asked stupidly. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people looked at him with contempt. My goodness, do you have no brains? How can you ask such a stupid question? Can this kind of thing be measured by money? Priceless treasure, right? If you have to measure it by price. Mr. Zhang thought about it carefully and said, let's put it this way. Just pick one. It's worth a few $100 million, but this is the starting price. Bang! As soon as Mr. Zhang finished speaking, a figure in the crowd rolled his eyes and fell down. Were the people around you shocked? What are you pouring? You are standing in the middle of the crowd. You don't see anything inside, and you are not a scholar. How would they know? This guy is Li Tao. Li Tao wanted to die. This time, the antiques and jades he collected were enough to bankrupt him. As a result, there was a frame placed casually in the corner of the carriage, and some inconspicuous bamboo slips were placed inside. Even if he sold himself, he still couldn't afford the compensation. This thing has been passed down for thousands of years from ancient times to the present. There must be some damage or cracks on it. If Su Ming were to say that the crack was caused by the kick you just gave him, he would neither be able to explain nor deny it. Seeing the excited attitudes of these old men and hearing the numbers mentioned by Mr. Zhang, Li Tao is very stubborn. Come on, why am I still standing? Aren't I dizzy? Then his blood rushed up and he fainted from fright. This person can't leave. I saw him kicking a car before. That's right. If there's any damage to this thing, he'll have to pay for it. While Li Tao was in a coma, he vaguely heard the noise of people around him talking and a group of people surrounded him. It's over. It's completely over. Li Tao didn't say anything, just rolled his eyes and walked away. After being shocked, fainting, waking up, and experiencing all kinds of excitement, this group of old men finally remembered an extremely critical issue. Who is this driver? What's going on? Such a valuable thing. Are you just going to throw it into the corner and be done with it? Who's driving? Do you know that these are priceless treasures? How can you, the transport drivers, mess with them like this? Isn't this a waste of natural resources? These old men stared at each other with angry eyes. I'm lucky the items weren't damaged much, otherwise the loss would have been huge. Exactly. Do you know that just one word on this is worth a fortune? Who's the driver? Come out. Why are you using a vegetable truck to transport this? How did your boss teach you how to do things? Or did you take kickbacks? The old men were all glaring. That's not how things are done. Such a valuable item. Can you just take a car and transport it? Who can afford to pay for the damage? Look. One of the master's hands trembled as he read the inscription. Oh my God. This actually records the burial location of a noble from the early Xia dynasty. As far as I know, it hasn't been excavated yet. If it were to be dug up, who could this be? Using this cart to transport such a valuable item, if it gets damaged, the loss would be huge. This group of old men seemed to be holding their grandchildren. No, it should be said that they were even more intimate than holding their grandchildren. I was shivering with heartache as I held these things. To be honest, if Su Ming had only taken out a bamboo slip, these old men might have fought each other to the death for such a thing. After all, it is too precious. When the people around heard this, they all nodded in agreement. That makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. If I had this thing, I would definitely wrap it in cloth, stuff it with foam around it, put it in an iron box, and wrap it in shockproof, drop-proof, and fireproof material. How can you just throw it into the bin like throwing away garbage? And you can see that there are obvious signs of collision on the front of this car, which obviously means it has been in a car accident before. If it is accidentally damaged. How heartbreaking. The most important thing is that these bamboo slips are only a part of it. There are also bottles and jars of antique jade on the shelf. If any of them fell and broke into pieces, it would be enough to make them tremble with pain. Who on earth is driving this car? It's not your own things, so you don't feel bad about it. If I were this driver, I wouldn't dare drive. This thing is too expensive and I can't afford the compensation. Su Ming glanced at the eyes of the people around him and smiled faintly. These things are all mine. I can put them however I want. Even if I use them to burn, no one can stop me, right? What the hell? When these old men heard this, you want to use this to make a fire? Damn it. If you dare to use this to make a fire, I will fight you. Su Ming didn't care at all. It's not that Su Ming has no sense of national mission. Of course Su Ming does, and he also has a strong sense of national mission. But the key point is that the attitudes of these old men make people feel a little uncomfortable. This thing is mine, I can do with it what I want. Is it really necessary for you guys to point fingers here? Even if I really throw them into the stove to keep them warm, what does it have to do with you? Although you are all cultural scholars, you can't forcibly interfere in other people's lives, right? Hey young man, is this yours? One of the old men stared with bloodshot eyes. Guaranteed authenticity. Su Ming smiled faintly. Don't joke around, young man. This is no joke. Another master interrupted. Believe it or not. Su Ming didn't want to say more. When the people around heard the conversation between the two parties, they immediately stopped paying attention. What is this for? Are you going to rob it? Look at the old man's appearance. He hasn't let go of these things since he got them. No way, they're not really going to rob, are they? These old men each held one person and ran away in all directions. Su Ming really won't be able to catch him. Ouch. But in the next second, an old man suddenly changed his expression and smiled. Young man, I am old and my eyesight is blurry. I didn't expect you to be the real god. Young man, I'm really sorry for making you laugh just now. We old guys are a little excited. You're so young, and you've got so many great things. I can tell you're from an extraordinary background. Do you have anything better? The price is negotiable. You should all learn from him. Look at this young man. He's so knowledgeable at such a young age. You can tell he's a very learned man. I have to teach you every day. Just learn more from others. 2 of them were trying to curry favor, and 2 of them were taking the opportunity to teach the students a lesson. Su Ming was stunned. Damn, what's your zodiac sign? Are you guys changing your face? It's changing so fast, isn't it? The people around were also stunned in an instant. Old men, this is not how you play. This is too sudden. You didn't give people any preparation. Judging from the posture just now, he was clearly furious. It's clearly to stand up for these antique jades. Why did his expression change so suddenly? They were no longer angry or furious. They all flattered with smiles and even took the opportunity to teach their students a lesson. What the hell? Can you guys have some principles? The old man thought to himself, what are principles? Can principles be more precious than these things? In the face of these things, principles are worthless. After reading it, President Chen secretly sighed that his dog-licking attributes were still not very high. Compared with these old men, his rank was too low and he could only be considered a silver. The people watching around were speechless for a moment. Good man, you guys are really trying to lick my ass. It was quite intimidating and tense. Even if you want to be a bootlicker, it won't be so sudden. It's such a big scene, it's scary. Mr. Su. Mr. Zhang was helped down from the car. He walked tremblingly in front of Su Ming. His excitement just now was a little too much. I climbed into the car on impulse, and now the after effects have come back. My waist hurts, my legs are sore, and I don't have the strength to walk. These things are too important to us. I wonder if you are willing to part with them. If you are willing, we can collect them at a high price. Any price is fine. I just hope you won't sell them to anyone else. Mr. Zhang's face was full of longing. Chapter 59. The beans are ripe. That's right, Mr. Su. You can ask for any price, and we will raise it for you. What are you guys still doing there? Hurry up and bring a chair to Mr. Su. It's so hot standing here. Hey, go get our big parasol. Xiao Zhang, hurry to the nearby store to buy some ice cream, chilled watermelon, and iced water. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have you standing here in such a hot day. Mr. Su, why don't you take a seat in my car? The air conditioning in my car is sufficient. Damn it, old man, don't fight with me. The air conditioning in my car is enough. This group of old men almost got into a fight. Su Ming looked at them and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A group of people in their 70s and 80s, and 2 old men over 90, were crowded here like naughty old men. Oh, Mr. Su, these things are afraid of wind and moisture. It's inconvenient for you to leave them here. I have a few boxes in my car. How about sorting and packing them? That's right, the box is free. I see there are a few calligraphy and paintings. Would you like to have them framed? Mr. Su, would you like to sell the antique jades in your car? I'll take them all. I see the front of the car seems to be damaged. I will pay for the repairs. This car is a little dirty. Hey, someone, get a basin of water and wash the car. These old men seem to be vying for favor. No. Su Ming waved his hands hurriedly. These old men are so enthusiastic that I can't resist them. Well, gentlemen, as long as the price is right, I can sell it. Su Ming smiled faintly. Just don't get so excited, old men. Okay. The old men nodded hurriedly. Besides, gentlemen, this is not a place to talk. There are too many people here. How about we talk somewhere else? Su Ming said. You can't run away. No, we have to sit in the trunk. If you want to run away, what should we do? These old men stared. It's so hard to come across this thing. I can't let him run away. Several black lines appeared on Su Ming's head. This is all up to me. Don't worry, I won't run away. Can you point out a place where I can park the car and we can discuss it properly? Su Ming smiled. Okay. One of the old men nodded and said, let's go to my house. My manor is only 2 kilometers away. Good. Su Ming nodded, collected all the things and put them in the car, throwing them casually in the car. These old men were so heartbroken that their hearts were almost breaking. If it weren't for the fact that you were the owner of the things in this car, we would have definitely turned against you. Such an expensive thing can be thrown away just like that. It hurts. The security personnel of the antique city had received the news, and a large number of security personnel rushed over to disperse the crowd and leave a passage. President Chun drove the car, Su Ming sat in the front passenger seat and talked, and the old man sat in the back seat, giving directions. In a short while, they entered a huge manor. A van drove in from behind. More than a dozen scholars, including Mr. Zhang, got out of the car one after another. There was another car behind, which contained the scholars' students and their entourage. These people brought a lot of storage boxes, packed all the precious antiques and jades in the car, and entered the villa with bamboo slips. The two parties sat down separately. President Chen stood behind Su Ming without sitting down, looking like a little follower. Mr. Su. Because Mr. Zhang knew Su Ming first, he was also the first to speak. We are not blackmailing or forcing anything, but these things are too important to us. Of course, we won't get something for nothing. Just name a price and we'll chip in. Mr. Zhang is very sincere. Su Ming touched his chin. Money. To be honest, I'm really not interested. When money reaches a certain level, it is just a number. The reason he wanted to sell all these things was that his box was too full to hold them. Well, gentlemen, these things are useless in my hands. They can only play their best role in your hands. So I will donate these bamboo slips for free. What? When Su Ming said this, all the old men in the room widened their eyes, including the young scholars following behind him. Did you hear that right? Free donation? As long as it is said by an old man in his 70s or 80s, there is still possibility, but this is a young man in his 20s. It is the time when we are young and energetic and pursue wealth and glory. He actually mentioned making a free donation? Is this the realm of a big boss? Mr. Su, this is absolutely not allowed. An old man nearby said hurriedly, this thing is too valuable. We can't take it for free. That's right, just name a price. Even if we have to sell all our property, we will definitely give you the money. Mr. Su, this is not something that can be donated or not. We are unworthy of accepting it. Several old men said hurriedly. No. Su Ming smiled calmly and said slowly, to me, this thing is just a piece of bamboo and some words I don't recognize. But to you scholars, it is a priceless treasure and even more important to our country. I only have one request. I hope that you gentlemen can make the results of your research public and restore the reputation of our country. Several old men were stunned when they heard this. They looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Well, a man with ambition is not limited by age. Without ambition, living to 100 is in vain. This young man is amazing. I can donate these things for free, but these antique jades still need to be sold. Su Ming said with a smile. No problem, don't worry about that. Mr. Zhang was the first to speak out. Well, if you're confident, we can make a list and leave these things with us. We'll either sell them or auction them off. We'll definitely give you the highest price. Okay, no problem. The rest of the process is much simpler. These dozen or so old men huddled together, ignoring everything else and just looking at the bamboo slips, not even eating or drinking water. Their assistants, these young people and students, all helped Su Ming count and record the items. The person in charge of this matter is President Chen. Instead, the real owner, Su Ming, was sitting on the sofa, playing with his phone out of boredom. After playing with it for a while, he actually fell asleep. An hour later, things were done here. When Su Ming and President Chen came out, only Mr. Zhang came out to see them off, and all the others gathered around the bamboo slips. I am so crazy. Don't see me off, old man. We're leaving first. Su Ming waved and got into the car. President Chen drove away. Soon, the car drove back to the city center. President Chen received a phone call and had something to do, so he hurriedly said goodbye to Su Ming and rushed back to the bank. Su Ming stretched lazily. He popped up his own property interface. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV2. Experience, 670/1000. Farm, Level 1. Skill, Blessing of Plants. Gain 0.1 yuan per second. There are still some peppers and beans that have not been harvested. Plus the dead vines all over the ground. After taking care of everything, the experience level can be raised to at least 800. In other words, in 1 or 2 days, you can upgrade yourself. The first time you upgrade, you will gain the incredible skill of plant blessing. So what do you get with the second upgrade? And Su Ming noticed that his farm was only level 1 now. Having levels means that you can upgrade. Although Su Ming doesn't know how to upgrade now, as long as his level goes up, the farm will definitely be upgraded. To put it bluntly, just do it. After a long time of trouble, Su Ming felt a little tired. After sleeping for an hour in the thatched hut, I got up and removed all the dead vines from the ground. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 experience points. Hearing this number, Su Ming was delighted. This wave is not a loss. This wave is not a loss. I glanced at the time of the peppers and beans, and they were almost ripe. Su Ming touched his chin. What should he plant in such a large piece of vacant land? Su Ming turned over the seeds and pondered for a while. Finally, Su Ming decided to grow some grapes. Skillfully plow the land, dig holes, apply fertilizer, buy seeds, and cover the soil. Su Ming found that although he had only been farming for a few days, he was able to complete the work in one go. Ding! Grapes successfully planted. Harvest time, 72 hours. After planting everything, Su Ming added some fertilizer and watered the plants. As usual, I got the reminder that the ripening time was shortened and the crop quality was increased. By the time I finished all this, it was already dark and the peppers and beans were ripe. Su Ming laughed heartily, his face full of excitement, and hurried towards the place where beans were planted. From a distance, it looks like a field of wheat seedlings, but you can only see the beans inside when you walk in. Su Ming stood in front of a bean rack. The rack was automatically generated by the system. When the picking was finished, the rack would automatically disappear, leaving only dead vines. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Pen. The thing growing on the bean is actually a pen? Su Ming blinked, feeling a little amused and helpless. The system is worthy of being a system. It always gives me surprises. Su Ming reached out and picked up a pen, then took a closer look at it. The entire pen is heavy, black in color, with gold at both ends. There was also a string of English letters on it that Su Ming didn't recognize. Su Ming took out his mobile phone and did a random search on the internet. When he saw the result, his eyes widened. Oh my God, pens can be this expensive. It turns out that these pens are all limited editions. The price is extremely high, and it is purely handmade. The nibs of some pens are made of diamonds. In other words, any one of these pens could buy a house in the city center. Not an exaggeration at all. There are 20 pens in total. Each one is different, but without exception, they are all limited editions. It is extremely collectible. Su Ming didn't know how the system was able to make so many limited editions appear on the bean racks, but the products produced by the system were definitely authentic. After putting away the pen, Su Ming went to the chili peppers next to him. The pepper was not very tall, so Su Ming squatted down to take a closer look. Hey, this thing looks so familiar. Oh my God, it's a bag. Although Su Ming doesn't know much about luxury goods, he still knows brands like Hermes, Gucci, and Chanel. Damn it. Is this okay? Su Ming walked over and picked up a bag. The logo on it is very clear, LV. Chapter 60. The peppers are ripe. Although Su Ming couldn't tell the difference between real and fake, how could something produced by the system be fake? I took out my phone and did a quick search online. Wow, this is a limited edition bag, limited to 100 pieces worldwide, and this bag is number 001. If this bag was placed somewhere else, it would definitely cause countless women to scramble for it and scream. But Su Ming expressed indifference. It seems that there is no use giving it to myself. It's a bit inappropriate for me to take this bag with me when I go out shopping. I think it is more convenient to use a plastic bag. Why are you so calm? Because my heart is as calm as water. Don't ask me why I'm so calm, because the system is so awesome. Even if a planet grows out of this Earth one day, I wouldn't find it strange. There's nothing we can do. The system is just so awesome. Su Ming, the diligent little bee, picked all the bags off one by one. 1, 2, 19, 20. A full bag of 20 limited edition bags. Su Ming just casually put it in a plastic bag. Oh, is it ever going to end? Just when I sold out one batch of goods, another batch arrived. Su Ming grumbled. Fortunately, no one else knows. If others knew, they would definitely drown Su Ming with saliva. If you dislike it, you can give it to us, and we will never complain. Su Ming casually threw the bag and pen into the corner of the hut and went out to clean up the dead vines. Ding. Successfully harvested crops, gained 50 experience points. Ding. Successfully harvested crops, gained 20 experience points. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience 10. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining experience 10. After dealing with the things, Su Ming planted grapes on it. Because the area was small, planting was quick and both plots of land were cleaned up in less than 2 hours. By this time, it was almost midnight. Su Ming randomly found a night market, ate a few bites, bought some snacks and fruits, and returned to the house to play Summoner's Rift for a while. Then he fell into a deep sleep, exhausted. Early the next morning, Su Ming opened his eyes. He stretched himself and went down to the field to check on the growth of the grapes. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, really good. The system automatically generated a grape rack, and the seedlings have sprouted and are climbing up. Normal grape cultivation requires watering many times a day, and attention must be paid to whether the grapes will get sick, the yield, and the temperature difference between day and night to ensure sweetness. However, for Su Ming, only the initial planting and watering are required, and everything else is left to the system, which provides the most perfect growing environment. It will take at least 2 more days for the crops in the field to grow. Su Ming had nothing to do now. Looking at the bare area around him, Su Ming decided to find a construction team to build the surrounding wall today, although the system will cover it up. But Su Ming still felt a little uncomfortable. It's better to cover it. Having made up his mind, Su Ming no longer hesitated. I quickly washed up, had something to eat, took my car keys, and packed a few bags of things in the box. There are too many things, so let's sell everything that can be sold. I also had some cash from selling fish, which I converted into cash and put in the bank. Sitting in the car with the air conditioner on, Su Ming drove straight along the road and soon arrived at Tianhua Bank. Mr. Su, you are here. The security guard at the door had seen Su Ming's car long ago and came to greet him from a distance. Mr. Su, you can just go to work, and I will park the car. Thanks for your hard work. Su Ming smiled, got out of the car, opened the back door, and was about to reach out to take the 2 torn black plastic bags in the back. The other 2 security guards came running over in a hurry. Hey, Mr. Su, I'm carrying something in the back. Come on, give me a hand. Be gentle, don't break it. Su Ming looked at the 3 security guards with a mixture of laughter and tears. One of them drove to park the car, and the other 2 followed Su Ming, carrying the things on the back seat. Before Su Ming could take 2 steps, the bank door opened, and the lobby manager ran over quickly with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, you are here. Please come in. After Su Ming entered the lobby, he was directly welcomed to the 2nd floor and went to the VIP room. After brewing the finest Longjing tea, the lobby manager smiled and sat next to Su Ming. President Chun is away due to some matters, but don't worry, President Chun has already left a message. As long as you come, no matter what business you need, we will handle it as quickly as possible, without the need to apply for permission from above. Nothing much. Su Ming smiled, and the 2 security guards hurriedly put 2 worn plastic bags on the table. I came here to deposit some money. Money? The lobby manager was stunned. Su Ming opened the 2 plastic bags with a smile. Wow, there's real money in there. The lobby manager was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Ming with a lot of doubts in his heart. According to Su Ming's net worth, it was nothing for him to have such a small amount of money. But how could he have so much cash, so brand new? Where did he get it from? Fake. Impossible, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mr. Su has such a high status. He has hundreds of millions of cash in his bank account and owns tens of billions of land. Would he use this little fake money to fool you? Although the lobby manager had a lot of questions, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. How can I ask this? If this angers Su Ming, President Chen will kill him. Don't worry, we'll send someone to handle it right away. After saying that, the lobby manager called 2 bank staff members over and started counting the money. Ordinary people need to queue up and have their numbers called, and then slowly sort through the exchange process. But for Su Ming, it only took less than 10 minutes. Mr. Su, we have completed the inventory. The total amount is 12.35 million. The lobby manager said with a smile. We have transferred the money to your account. Good. Su Ming nodded. It's troublesome. No trouble, no trouble. It's our honor. The lobby manager said hurriedly. After leaving the bank, Su Ming drove to Guoxing Building. The largest local trade building is also the largest luxury goods trading place in the entire city. After parking the car, Su Ming took out a worn travel bag from the trunk. This was the bag Su Ming used to store his clothes when he was in school. It was originally black, but after years of frequent washing, it had turned white and looked worn out. Most of the people who can enter and exit this building are well-dressed, or at least neatly dressed. Looking at Su Ming, who was wearing ordinary clothes and carrying a worn travel bag in his hand, many people frowned slightly, feeling a little strange. Some people even thought of the robbery scenes in old movies. I was afraid that Su Ming would open the travel bag, pull out a knife from it, and shout, "Robbery." Facing these strange looks around him, Su Ming might have cared about it before, but now, when you are in a high enough position, you will find that the eyes around you are just clouds. I took the elevator and arrived at a counter store that specializes in recycling bags. Hello, sir. A beautiful young lady standing at the door looked at Su Ming curiously and said, Sir, this is the bag recycling area. What are you doing? Selling bags. Su Ming blinked. I'm sorry, sir, we only recycle high-end luxury goods here. Your bag is a bit worn out, so we won't accept it. The young lady was a little embarrassed and a little embarrassed. Sir, it's not that we look down on you. We really don't accept your bag. It's a bit too old. It might fall apart at any time. Oh. Su Ming was stunned. Oh, I'm not selling this bag. I'm selling the packaging inside. I see. The young lady was stunned for a moment. Then please come in, sir. Please wait a moment while I find an appraiser. Good. Su Ming nodded, carrying his worn travel bag, went in and sat on the sofa. Soon, a young man came over. I heard you want to sell bags, sir? The young man was not very old and had a tag hanging on his chest that said Apprentice Appraiser. Obviously, the people in this store didn't believe that Su Ming could sell any expensive bags, and most of them were counterfeits. It might even have been stolen. So I found an apprentice appraiser with little experience. Yes. Su Ming smiled calmly, then opened his travel bag, took out a bag from it, and casually threw it on the table in front of him. How much do you think this bag can be sold for? This? The young man actually didn't take it too seriously, because this kind of person had come to their store before, stealing other people's bags and selling them secretly. Or maybe they collect some high-quality imitations from somewhere, hoping to sell them while they are in trouble. Without exception, these people were exposed and driven out or arrested. But when he saw Su Ming's bag, he was stunned. The bag is white in color and not large in size, but its surface color does not reflect light, just like milk. This is a limited edition product launched by a luxury brand a few years ago, and the surface treatment is a patented process. The materials and craftsmanship are naturally first class, but the surface treatment is the selling point of this luxury brand. I heard that many famous celebrities have bought this bag. I didn't expect that I could actually see one with my own eyes today. The young man swallowed and hurried over, sat opposite Su Ming, put on white gloves, and carefully picked up the bag. The craftsmanship, logo, serial numbers, and all the details are so flawless, it is a genuine product. This bag. The young man hesitated for a moment and asked, Excuse me, do you have an invoice? Have. Su Ming nodded. It's in the interlayer of that bag. Chapter 61. Don't talk to me about money. After a full half hour, these people finally raised their heads. His eyes were already bloodshot. This half hour is more tiring than a whole day's work. They have all been authenticated and are all genuine and brand new, without any damage. Mr. Su, are you sure you want to sell all these bags? Chen Xiaoyu asked cautiously. The invoice inside proved that Su Ming was the buyer. Moreover, they have checked the purchase order number and learned through formal channels that the person who bought these bags was the same person, Su Ming. Yes. Su Ming smiled and said, I sold them all. This? Chen Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed. The bags here are too expensive. Many limited editions are already out of stock. Although this kind of luxury item cannot be considered a priceless treasure, its price is definitely not low. These packages add up to a terrifying amount. Their store has been open for so many years, and basically, if they are closed for a week, they will be full of food for a week after opening. This is the first time I have received so many bags at the same time. This money is really tight. Mr. Su, of course we want to accept it, but we don't have enough money. Chen Xiaoyu said. Not enough? Then, Su Ming said. No. Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Mr. Su, please don't be angry. We sincerely want to buy these bags, but my authority is too low. The money I can use is only 40 million, and the price of your bags is over 80 million. If you trust me, I can first transfer 40 million to your account, and then the remaining 40 million. Okay. Before Chen Xiaoyu could finish her words, Su Ming nodded. Is that all? Is this so fast? Wouldn't you consider hesitating for a moment? You agreed before I even finished speaking. Aren't you afraid that we'll take the things and not pay you? Several appraisers looked at each other in bewilderment, wondering who this young man was and how he could be so arrogant. Why not? Su Ming blinked. No. It's fine, it's great. Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly stated. But don't worry, we will sign a guarantee contract. There's no need for a contract. It's too troublesome. Su Ming waved his hand and asked them to write down their bank account numbers. Just transfer the money over later. Huh? Oh. Okay. Chen Xiaoyu blinked. After so many years in the luxury goods industry, this is the first time I have met such a domineering person. No wonder time is money. The way rich people save time is really beyond the understanding of mortals like us. Signing a contract is such a waste of time. I might as well earn 40 million yuan with this time. Well, what a gap. Mr. Su, thank you very much for your support and help to our store this time. Chen Xiaoyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The headquarters will be very happy to receive so many top-quality bags, and her commission will definitely not be small. We feel bad for taking advantage of you. Is there anything we can help you with? We can help in any way we can. Chen Xiaoyu is very sincere. Although she knew that Su Ming was a big shot, she might not be able to help him. But other than that, she really couldn't find another way to express her gratitude. Give people money? I don't care. Maybe he has too much money and has nowhere to put it. Maybe he thinks there are too many zeros in his bank card and doesn't want to count them. So I could only express my gratitude in a dry and primitive way. Help, I don't need anything. Su Ming packed up his worn travel bag and blinked. Su Ming thought about it carefully. There's really nothing I can help with. Farming? I can totally handle it on my own. And you can only do this yourself. Mr. Su, even if it's just a small matter, we will feel uneasy otherwise. Chen Xiaoyu rubbed his hands. Looking at Chen Xiaoyu's eager eyes, Su Ming was really embarrassed to refuse. Touching his chin, Su Ming suddenly thought of something. There is something going on. That is the purpose of going out today. To be honest, I have something to do. Su Ming smiled faintly. I have a piece of land, about 2 acres in size. I want to build a wall around it, and then build a 2-story villa. I want to find a construction team when I go out this time, but I don't know much about these things. Do you know any reliable construction teams? This is also what Su Ming is worried about. Su Ming is not short of money. It doesn't cost too much to build a wall or a villa. I'm afraid of encountering shoddy construction. Not only is it unsafe to live here, it's also extremely annoying. After all, Chen Xiaoyu and his friends are in business. This store is so big. Even if Chen Xiaoyu is not the boss, he is still the manager, so the store needs some decoration or something. Look at the decoration of this store. It's pretty good. The layout is also quite good. The construction team must be of good quality. This way, you can save yourself trouble and also keep yourself safe. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, yes, yes. Chen Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she said hurriedly, speaking of construction teams, we actually have a construction team that we're in regular contact with. They work quickly and with high quality. Don't worry, I'll contact them right away. Where's your address? Do you have a pen and paper? Have. Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly ran to the side and took a piece of paper and a pen. Su Ming wrote down his address and left his phone number on it. Call me when they're going. Okay, don't worry. I'll let them go today. I can guarantee you that the quality and quantity will be guaranteed, and the speed will be very fast. Su Ming nodded. As for the expenses, just deduct them from the payment. Chen Xiaoyu originally wanted to say it was free and I would pay for it. But when she saw Su Ming's expression, she swallowed the words back. Does the boss need money? Looking at Su Ming's expression, it was clear that it was just about building a wall and a villa. How much can it cost? I'm using you to save me this money? Are you insulting me? Then I'll trouble you. Su Ming smiled, then went out with his bag. Chen Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. Hurry up, take out all the packaging boxes in the store. These packages must be stored properly in batches. Yes. The waiters around nodded hurriedly and started to get busy. Chen Xiaoyu sat on the sofa and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. That was great. She was going to make a fortune this time. With this business, my position can be improved. She took the address and phone number given by Su Ming and was about to contact the construction team. Next to Guoxing Building? Isn't Guoxing Building located in the city center? Chen Xiaoyu blinked. Damn it. Could it be that the 2 acres of land the boss mentioned is in the city center? That's the city center. Land worth tens of billions. Chen Xiaoyu finally understood why Su Ming didn't take these bags seriously. Compared to this piece of land, these bags are nothing. It's not even a fraction of what it is, okay? Chapter 62. This is called speed. You know what? Manager Chun is really fast. The efficiency is also quite high. As soon as Su Ming returned, the phone call came. After confirming the time and place, the other party hung up the phone. Soon, trucks came and piled the necessary materials on the ground. This construction team specializes in building buildings. Building a wall or a villa is a piece of cake for them. More than a dozen migrant workers arrived one after another, including a few wearing white hats. You must be Mr. Su, right? A man in a suit hurried over after seeing Su Ming. It's me. Su Ming nodded. Excuse me. I am the person in charge of this project. This time, I will be responsible for building the courtyard wall and villa for you. The man smiled slightly. After the two chatted for a few sentences, Su Ming realized that this construction team was not as simple as he thought. Do you see the Guoxing Building next to it? It was built by their company. He is also an official. By the way, Mr. Su. The man suddenly thought of something. Regarding the style of the courtyard wall and the villa, please choose. The courtyard wall is fine. It doesn't need to be particularly beautiful, just practical. Su Ming thought for a moment, then said, but this villa? Mr. Su, we have built quite a few villas. We have a lot of ready-made blueprints. I will bring them all this time. The man pulled out some blueprints from his briefcase. Of course, if you don't like them, you can give us some specific requirements. For example, what do you want the villa to look like? We'll hire a professional designer to design it according to your vision, and then we'll get started once you give us your approval. And don't worry, we're a professional construction team. Plus, you and Manager Chun are friends, so the quality of the materials is bound to be top-notch. We also know you're in a hurry to use them, so you don't have to worry about the speed of construction. Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment. To be honest, I'm not that anxious. You are so fast and efficient. Su Ming was so scared that he slept in the thatched hut all night. When he woke up the next morning, he saw that the courtyard wall and the villa were completed. There is no way. The speed of Party B's project depends on the speed of Party A's payment. Su Ming not only paid quickly, but also paid with great force. The potential of the engineering team was immediately stimulated. If you think it's too slow, I can do it even faster and still ensure the quality and quantity. Well, as for the villa, I don't ask for much. Su Ming touched his chin and thought for a moment. There won't be many people living here, maybe only 4 or 5 people in the future. Su Ming thought about it for a long time and decided that his parents must take the child in. Besides, I am already in my 20s and will definitely get married and have children in the future. It's best if the villa has a second basement. It doesn't need to be decorated too elaborately. I mainly use it to store things. Okay. When the man heard this, he immediately understood and quickly pulled out a drawing. Look, what do you think of this? The man pointed at the drawings, afraid that Su Ming wouldn't understand, and continued to explain them. This villa has 5 floors, 3 above ground and 2 underground. Each floor is approximately 220 square meters. I just looked at your vacant land. Apart from the villa, there is about 70 square meters of free space. I'm going to build you an enclosed swimming pool and then build you an underground garage at the entrance. The underground garage is built under the open space and can be expanded slightly in all directions. It will be no problem to build an area of more than 100 square meters. Of course, the size can be adjusted. It all depends on your wishes. To be honest, Su Ming had never thought that he would have anything to do with the word villa before. But I didn't expect that it is not only related now, and it's particularly relevant. For other people, no matter how rich you are, if you want to live in a villa within the first or second ring road, you can only buy one that has been built by others. If you want to customize it yourself, sorry, you can only go to the suburbs. But Su Ming is different. There's no way, actually this piece of land in the city center is mine. I can live the way I want. Imagine the days of the future, with tall buildings and busy traffic all around. And suddenly, a villa appeared on this piece of land worth tens of billions of dollars in the city center. A diligent farmer works from sunrise to sunset. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about this little life makes me happy. As for what the requirements are for this villa, Su Ming said it didn't matter, as long as the house was livable and had a large and comfortable space. Moreover, this drawing is classified as confidential in their construction group, because it was designed by an internationally renowned designer, but their group spent a lot of money to buy it. It combines Chinese and Western cultures, ancient and modern styles. It has both modern simplicity and the ancient style and charm of ancient culture. Just one word, beautiful. Okay, that's it. Su Ming nodded. Mr. Su, don't worry, this is just a rough design. We will take all the details into consideration. The interior decoration will take some time. If you have any other ideas or requirements during this period, please feel free to put them forward, and we will do our best to meet your requirements. If you don't want to bother buying the appliances and furniture in the villa yourself, we can provide them for you. Good. Su Ming nodded. This is much more convenient. In other words, you can be a hands-off boss and don't have to worry about anything else. I see you're in the city center, farming. The man blinked and uttered the last 2 words with great difficulty. It's so unfair, farming in the city center? This is too luxurious. I have never seen anything so luxurious. But if the other person is willing, it has nothing to do with you. Look, there's a truck here, and next to it are several farm vehicles, as well as some common farm tools. And you definitely need to water your land frequently. So we want to introduce an automatic irrigation system, and we'll also build a slightly larger warehouse next to it, so you can store your farm machinery and tools. As for the wall, we'll want to leave a back door for you, so it will be more convenient for you to enter and exit. The man continued. When Su Ming heard this, he couldn't help but admire it in his heart. Look, what professionalism is. This is what professionalism is. To be honest, Su Ming's farming is different from others' farming. Others do need these, but Su Ming doesn't. The man didn't mention it, and Su Ming never thought about it. But the key point is that he just arrived, and with just a quick glance, he has thought of all the details so clearly. In addition to being experienced and professional, he is also very attentive. Of course, Su Ming knew it in his heart. Whether they put in the effort or not depends on whether the employer is worthy of their effort. If this was just an ordinary villa project, I'm afraid they would just do their job. After the job is done, take the money and leave. But with Su Ming, they left nothing out and were very careful. Why? They have done the villa work many times, and some of them spent hundreds of thousands to build a villa in the countryside. Some people spend millions or even tens of millions to build a villa in the suburbs. It has become dull and ordinary, and I'm used to it. But now, a villa is being built in the city center on a piece of land worth tens of billions of dollars. This is the first time in the history of the world, and it is very likely to be the last time. Chapter 63: The Power of Money. When they first received the call from Manager Chun, they thought they were a scammer. That's nonsense. Building a villa in the city center? When I was a 3-year-old. But reality slapped them in the face. When the headquarters learned the news, the chairman called him personally. I repeated the instructions over the phone. Quality must be guaranteed. The details must be perfect. Seek speed and quality. If there is any flaw and Mr. Su is not satisfied at all, you can pack up and get out. With their company's technical level, building a villa is just playing house. After all, skyscrapers have been built several times. Their motto has always been to complete the task according to customer requirements. But for Su Ming, everything was elevated to several levels. In fact, there is no need for the company's boss to remind you. How can a person who owns a piece of land worth tens of billions of dollars in the city center be a simple person? Even if there are no specific requirements, I will still be careful and cautious when working on the ground and will not dare to be careless at all. What you are stepping on is not land. It is clearly a ground full of diamonds and gold. Since Mr. Su thinks it's suitable, we are ready to start construction. Your 2 cars can be parked here. We have marked out this open space for you to park. Then we will put a circle of colored steel tiles around the courtyard wall to separate the inside and outside. After we finish building the courtyard wall, we will directly remove the colored steel tiles. Do you think this will work? The man asked. Okay, no problem. Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. Although the system can help cover itself. In the eyes of these construction workers, what was planted on the ground was the most ordinary wheat, which had already sprouted slightly. Even if they walked in, they couldn't see the grapevines and racks, nor could they touch them, as if they were air. Only Su Ming could see it. Even so, there are still some people who find it inconvenient. After all, what if this grape rack produces some other treasures? Su Ming went in and took a walk, and when he came out, he was holding a basket of treasures, as if he appeared out of thin air. This could not be explained. It's different with color steel tiles. At least it can be covered. Moreover, you can choose to receive the goods at night, which is relatively safer. Su Ming sighed inwardly. On TV, you can always see Party A and Party B arguing back and forth, insulting each other, and attacking each other. Look at yourself again. Party A and Party B get along harmoniously. What is this called? This is called the power of money. After a while, the surveying team came and took a simple survey of Su Ming's land. Su Mingka has 2 acres of land for cultivation. That is 1,333 square meters. It is about 38 meters long and 35 meters wide, approximately a square. Next to it is an aisle, about 2 meters wide, next to the ground, running from beginning to end. Su Ming's car is parked in this aisle, and next to it is an open space. The thatched house is at the innermost part of the open space, facing north and south. In front of him was a huge open space for building a villa. 15 meters long, 20 meters wide, 300 square meters of land. Su Ming discovered this later when he looked through the land certificate. This can be considered as the system specially generating a piece of land for Su Ming's consideration. In other words, including the plantable area, the aisles, and the occupied vacant land, Su Ming owns a total area of nearly 3 acres in the city center. But there are only these 2 acres of land where we can grow crops. After getting Su Ming's consent, the man started work immediately without saying a word. The workers worked very quickly and built a huge color-coded steel tile wall nearly 3 meters high in less than 2 hours. A door was left so that Su Ming could enter and exit freely. And they also thoughtfully set up several special lighting lamps inside. After all, once this colored steel tile wall is built, it will block the light source outside, and it will be a bit dark at night. The workers outside began to work overtime. After all, this is a job assigned by the higher-ups. Who dares not to be attentive? However, Su Ming's life in there was not affected at all. There is no delay in eating, drinking, playing, and becoming a god in Summoner's Rift. It's past 11 o'clock in the evening. The workers are still working. Su Ming directly called the hotel next door, ordered 4 tables of food, and asked them to deliver the dishes. Su Ming originally wanted to invite the workers to eat at a restaurant. But the person in charge said no, because the construction site needed someone to watch over it. At least 4 people were needed, because the wall was too big and at least 1 person was needed on each side. In this case, it would not be good to leave anyone behind. So Su Ming directly ordered food for 4 tables, 1 table each in the east, south, west, and north. Just find a table and eat together. In addition, Su Ming also bought a few boxes of huazi and gave 1 box to each person. Working for such an employer, workers are naturally happy and work harder. After eating and drinking, Su Ming chatted with them for a while and then went to bed. The workers started working overtime. Early the next morning, Su Ming opened his eyes. After washing up quickly, I walked out of the door and took a look. I'll go. Su Ming was stunned at that time. This speed was really fast. Not only was the foundation completed that night, but the courtyard wall was almost finished. The main reason is that the cement they use is quick drying and can solidify into shape within a very short time after pouring. Very sturdy. This type of cement is produced in small quantities, is expensive, and is rarely used. Because generally speaking, no matter what kind of building it is, whether official or civilian, it will be planned in advance and enough time will be left for construction. There is no need to use this kind of cement. Ordinary cement will do. It is just as strong. However, the construction party knew that Su Ming was in a hurry to use it, so they directly used this cement, which accelerated the project and shortened the construction period. Mr. Su, the person in charge, had bloodshot eyes, clearly having not slept all night. The wall is almost finished, but it's only the first step. There are still many details that need to be adjusted, but it should be finished tonight at the latest. Su Ming nodded. Actually, I'm not particularly anxious. You don't have to work so hard. It's okay, Mr. Su. Staying up late is normal for us in this industry. But headquarters said that in order to ensure the quality of the project, I will be in charge today. From now on, we will work in 3 shifts, and each shift will have a person in charge to liaise with you. Hearing this, Su Ming nodded. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. After buying some breakfast for the workers, Su Ming strolled out. I've been in the city center for so long, and all I've done is farm and sell goods. I haven't really had a good time visiting the surrounding shopping malls. Su Ming randomly chose a direction and walked forward. Anyway, I don't have anything to do right now, and the crops in the field will take some time to mature. Chapter 64. Encountering an old classmate. The streets are very busy in the morning. There are many office buildings around, with people coming and going at the entrances. All of them are office workers, blue-collar and white-collar senior executives, all walking in a hurry, most of them looking tired and exhausted. Once upon a time, Su Ming was also a member of the army. But now, what does it mean to sleep until you wake up naturally, or count money until your hands cramp? This little ideal came true accidentally. Alas, I feel helpless. No way. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Su Ming was walking when suddenly a person came running from the corner. The man was dressed in tattered clothes, holding a briefcase in his right hand and a bun in his left hand, stuffing it into his mouth frantically. Ouch! He ran too fast and couldn't dodge when he saw Su Ming, so they bumped into each other. Su Ming didn't feel anything, but his body felt a little stuffy. But this guy was in a bit of a pity. He slipped and fell into the lawn next to him. The lawn was covered with dew from watering it early in the morning. It's over my new suit. The man got up from the ground with a sad face. Excuse me, brother, I accidentally. Lao Su. When this guy saw Su Ming, he was stunned. Su Ming was also stunned when he saw this guy. Isn't this my high school classmate Wang Kai? The two had a very good relationship in high school, like real brothers, but after going to college, they kept in touch less and less. I heard a while ago that this guy found a very good job. Who would have thought it was in Donghai? This is really a coincidence. Oh my god. Wang Kai blinked and couldn't help punching Su Ming. You kid. We haven't seen each other for 4 or 5 years. Haha. Su Ming was very happy to see his friend again. Do you work nearby? Yes. Wang Kai nodded. Before, I was always in the provincial capital. 2 months ago, the company started a new project here, so they asked me to come here. Okay, you're doing pretty well. Su Ming said with a smile. Oh, I can't chat with you anymore. I'm going to be late. Wang Kai pointed to his watch and said, well, I'll call you after get off work and we can talk over a drink. Become. Su Ming nodded, and after they exchanged phone numbers, Wang Kai ran away. Su Ming laughed. After so many years, this guy's personality remains the same. I used to like to arrive in class on time. It's the same now that I'm working. But it seems that Wang Kai is doing pretty well. The suit he was wearing was worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Although his watch was not expensive, it was still worth 3 or 4,000 yuan. The pair of leather shoes on his feet were also worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. He is dressed very smartly, which shows that he is quite successful at a young age. Su Ming randomly picked a shopping mall, went in to eat something, strolled around, and then went to the cinema to watch a movie. It was not until noon that he slowly walked out. Suddenly, Su Ming's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was from Wang Kai. "Lao Su, where are you? My project has come to an end, so I can take a couple of days off. Come on, let me buy you a drink. It won't delay your work, will it?" Wang Kai was very happy. One was because of the reunion with old friends, and the other was the completion of the project. "I'm unemployed now and have no job to go to." Su Ming smiled faintly and looked around. "There's a new hot pot restaurant on Shengli Road. Shall we try it?" "Come on, no problem, let's go." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Ming sent Wang Kai a location, then went in and reserved a seat. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, Wang Kai arrived. They ordered some dishes, drank some wine, and relived their college days. As we chatted, we talked about current events. "Old Su." Wang Kai looked at Su Ming and blinked. "I heard that you found a girlfriend and you two are planning to get married. How is it going?" "We've split up." Su Ming smiled faintly and took a sip of wine. "Why?" Wang Kai was stunned for a moment. "I heard that you two have a good relationship. Don't your uncle and aunt also hope that you will get married and start a family soon?" "She's pregnant." Su Ming smiled calmly. "Unfortunately, it's not mine." "Depend on." Wang Kai slammed his beer glass on the table. "You dare let our buddy take over? Just split it up." Su Ming smiled and shook his head. Although Wang Kai is a young and successful guy with a thriving career, his temper has not changed at all and is still the same. "By the way, Lao Su, you don't have a job now." Wang Kai suddenly remembered something. "If you don't mind, I'll introduce you to a job. Don't worry, I don't mean to look down on you. The land in Donghai is very expensive. Without a job and no income, you won't be able to survive for long just by living off your savings." Su Ming naturally knew that Wang Kai did not look down on him, but sincerely wanted to help him. "Brother Kai, not for now." Su Ming smiled faintly. "I am now farming in the city center, and I have enough money. Depend on." Wang Kai smiled and shook his head. "You're not drunk, you're just bragging." "Ha." Su Ming laughed and said nothing more. Su Ming himself is not a person who likes to show off. "That's right." Wang Kai suddenly remembered something, took out his phone, and opened the class group chat. "Did you know that there's a high school reunion tomorrow night?" "Reunion?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment. "According to the normal time, it has been 2 years since I graduated from college. It's impossible for everyone to get together for a high school reunion, right? You don't know this, do you?" Wang Kai took a sip of his wine and said, "Actually, after graduating from college, more than half of our high school classmates returned to Donghai to work. In the past 2 years, quite a few have returned. After all, Donghai isn't bad. It's a first-tier city, and it's home." Su Ming nodded in sudden realization. "Who started the party?" Su Ming asked. "Who else could it be? Of course it's our squad leader, Sun Ming." Wang Kai said meaningfully. After hearing this, Su Ming thought to himself, as expected, there would be no one else except him. When they were in high school, their class monitor Sun Ming was a rich second generation. His grades were also quite good. He ranked second in the class in the college entrance examination, and Su Ming was the first in the class. At the high school graduation party, Sun Ming was always unhappy with Su Ming and stepped on Su Ming many times, both openly and secretly. Most of the other students in the class also remained silent. Except for Wang Kai and his good friends who spoke up for them, the rest of the people remained silent. After all, everyone knew what was going on. Sun Ming's father is a successful entrepreneur. He built a factory in the local area and developed several transportation routes. He is very rich. On one side are farmers who come from rural areas and have very ordinary family conditions. On the other side are rich second generations whose families own businesses and will take over the companies after graduating from university. This multiple choice question is not difficult. Most people know which one to choose. Chapter 65: Why go to the city center? By the way, they also mentioned you in the group. Wang Kai remembered something and took out his cell phone. Su Ming also took out his cell phone and took a look. Because since going to college, Su Ming has blocked all high school groups. Almost quit. When I opened the group, I found that Sun Ming had tagged me several times. "Su Ming, our classmates are having a reunion in a week. I heard you've been in Donghai. You can't not come," at Su Ming. As expected of the top scorer in our class, he's just busy. I sent him several messages, but he didn't reply at Su Ming. Does anyone know where this guy works? Why hasn't he said a word in ages? At Su Ming. Su Ming felt amused. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell what Sun Ming means. It's just that Sun Ming heard that Su Ming was not doing well after graduating from university, and he wanted to use his current status to step on him again. It's good to show off in front of others. You see, it's useless to do well in the college entrance examination. Money is king. And several of Squad Leader Sun's lackeys were also flattering him. Squad Leader, why do you have to ask him to go? He might be carrying bricks somewhere right now. Not necessarily. Maybe he went back to his hometown to farm. Haha, that makes sense, that makes sense. Wang Kai looked at Su Ming's expression. Hey Lao Su, please don't be angry. Don't argue with them. That's just how they are. Wang Kai hadn't read the messages in the group much these days. When he saw this, his face looked a little ugly. He should have known not to let Su Ming know. Aren't these guys really going too far? After all, they are classmates. Even if Su Ming has gone back home to farm and is down and out, he shouldn't be ridiculed like this, right? It's okay. Su Ming smiled faintly, but didn't take it seriously. It's okay. We won't go to the class reunion. I won't go either. Let them have fun. Wang Kai put away his phone. Don't worry, I'm not that sensitive. Su Ming smiled faintly. We are old classmates. I haven't seen each other for so long. I miss you. The class monitor is treating us to a meal. How can I not go? Are you really going? Wang Kai blinked. Yes. Su Ming sent a message back. Oh, I've been busy farming lately and haven't looked at my phone. I'll definitely be there for the party. Oh my god. As soon as Su Ming sent the message, Sun Ming replied immediately. Sun Ming, isn't this the top scorer in our class's college entrance exam? He's such a busy guy. He's only just replying now. Li Hu, the squad leader is treating us. How can he not come? Zhang Yu. After all, it's a 5-star hotel. It's rare for us to get in, let alone Su Ming. Su Ming smiled indifferently, turned off his phone, and ignored it. I guess Sun Ming must have felt like he was punching the air, with nowhere to put his force. He was so angry that his whole body was itching and his teeth were gnashing, but there was nothing he could do. Well, Wang Kai shook his head. If you go there, they will definitely not let you go. How about this? I happen to have a suit here. You can wear it when you come back. Su Ming smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not certain who will let go of whom. Seeing Su Ming say this, Wang Kai had no choice but to sigh and shake his head. The two of them ate and drank. The sky was slowly getting dark. Su Ming has a good alcohol tolerance, so he was fine. But Wang Kai was staggering after drinking. Suddenly Su Ming's cell phone rang. He looked down and saw that it was the person in charge of the construction site. Mr. Su, excuse me, our wall has been completed. A quiet and polite voice came from the other end of the line. But there are still some details that need to be finalized by you. I wonder if it's convenient for you now. I see. Su Ming glanced at the time and saw that he and Wang Kai had almost finished their meal. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll be there soon. Okay. The person on the other end of the phone said hurriedly, Mr. Su, don't worry. Good. Su Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. What's wrong? Although Wang Kai was staggering from drinking, he was still conscious. The tongue is a little big and the steps are a little unsteady. He had negotiated a business deal today and also met an old friend, so he was naturally happy and drank a few more sips. Something happened at home. I need to go back. Su Ming smiled. I send you. Wang Kai stood up and took out his cell phone from his pocket without waiting for Su Ming to speak. Master Wang, please drive the car over here. Yes, I'm at Chunjiankyo Hot Pot Restaurant. After saying that, Wang Kai hung up the phone. Go downstairs. Okay, you even have a driver. Su Ming smiled. Depend on. Wang Kai couldn't help but punch Su Ming. Others may not know me, but you don't know me, do you? I can't help it. I often go out for social events. I can't drive when I'm drunk, right? Su Ming laughed. Wang Kai's family conditions are also good. Although not as good as Sun Ming's, they are not bad either. My family has some connections and resources, otherwise I wouldn't have reached such a high position 2 years after graduating from college. However, this guy and Sun Ming are two extremes. Sun Ming wishes that everyone in the world would know that he has good academic performance and his family is rich and powerful. Wang Kai, on the other hand, is more low-key and gets along well with Su Ming and his group of poor brothers. After waiting in front of the hot pot restaurant for a few minutes, an Audi drove over from a distance. More than 800,000 is considered a high-end model, not bad. Let's go, get in the car. Wang Kai patted Su Ming's shoulder, opened the back door of the car, let Su Ming get in first, and then he got in himself. Where are you going? Wang Kai looked at Su Ming. Guoxing Building. Su Ming smiled. What are you going there for? Wang Kai blinked his eyes. I thought I was drunk, but I didn't expect you to be drunk too. I'm going to your house instead of going back to my company. I'm off work today. Well? Su Ming blinked and touched his chin. How should he explain this? Someone is waiting for me at the entrance of Guoxing Building. Oh. Wang Kai nodded without any doubt. Okay, Master Wang. Let's go to Guoxing Building first. Good. The driver nodded and drove directly towards the National Day Building. In fact, it was not very far from the National Day Building. After waiting for a few traffic lights, we arrived in less than 10 minutes. Wang Kai got out of the car, and Su Ming also got out of the car. Wang Kai sobered up a little after opening the window to let in some fresh air. He stood at the door of the National Day building, frowning and looking left and right. There's no one here. Lao Su, where are the people? Wang Kai blinked and looked at Su Ming. Su Ming patted Wang Kai's shoulder and pointed ahead. It's over there. Oh. Wang Kai was stunned for a moment before he realized that there was a construction site in full swing, and it seemed that a wall was being built. Oh. Wang Kai immediately understood. Su Ming is now working at the construction site. Well, although the work on the construction site is hard and tiring, the income is quite good. If you have some skills, it is easy to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. Chapter 66 Wang Kai, who doubts his life. Well, Wang Kai sighed and shook his head. Old Su, the work on the construction site is too hard. Wang Kai patted Su Ming's shoulder and said, You'd better not do it. I'll find you a job later. It pays as well as the construction site. At least, it's indoors with air conditioning, so it won't be so hard. The two walked forward while chatting. After walking only 2 steps, the person in charge saw Su Ming and ran up to him hurriedly. Mr. Su. The person in charge looked at Su Ming with a smile on his face. The wall is almost finished. Are you satisfied with it? Su Ming looked around. The wall is 3 meters high and is covered with barbed wire, which ensures high confidentiality and security. There is a big iron door, very thick and heavy, and there is a back door behind it. Good. Su Ming smiled, very satisfied. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. It's not hard. This is what we should do. The person in charge said hurriedly. You came back these days mainly to discuss some details about the wall with you. Wait a moment. Wang Kai blinked at the side and said, Lao Su, are you the contractor? No. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Then why did they report to you when they built the wall? Wang Kai was a little dazed. Because this piece of land belongs to Mr. Su. The person in charge next to him glanced at Wang Kai, his eyes full of, Are you a fool? Oh, so this is it. This piece of land is yours, and you are the inspector. So it's normal for me to report to you. Wang Kai nodded in sudden realization and touched his chin. Sudden. Oh my God. What did I hear? Wait. You. Wang Kai's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at the person in charge. Say it again. What? Oh. The person in charge was startled and took a step back. What's going on? Are you going to turn into a zombie and eat people? This piece of land belongs to Mr. Su. The person in charge hesitated. Oh my God. Wang Kai jumped up in surprise. Lao Su, this piece of land is yours. Are you kidding me? Well, it's mine. Su Ming scratched his head and said, Ui. Wang Kai suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. Wang Kai will be back for at least 2 months. Even if he didn't come back, he knew that land in the city center of any city would not be cheap, let alone in Donghai City. The country's first-tier cities are close to the sea and have a highly developed trade economy, so the land in the city center is extremely expensive. This piece of land worth tens of billions actually belongs to Su Ming? Oh my God. This. Wang Kai's eyes widened and his gaze was dull. Okay. Su Ming laughed and patted the guy on the shoulder. Look at you. Isn't it just a piece of land? Oh my God. Wang Kai couldn't help but curse. You really are so easy to talk about. It's just a piece of land. Do you know how much it's worth? 10 billion at least. I know. Su Ming blinked. Wang Kai blushed a little when he thought about how he had just introduced a job to Su Ming. Have to. Although he had no intention of mocking or looking down on Su Ming, he sincerely wanted to help him. But when he thought about it this way, Wang Kai felt a little embarrassed. I thought I had achieved some success 2 years after graduating from university. But for Su Ming, this is just a small achievement. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't mention it. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it. Lao Su, this piece of land is very valuable. You must not sell it. Rent it out. Wang Kai suddenly remembered something and spoke hurriedly. Such an expensive piece of land in the city center can be rented out to earn rent. Su Ming can use this piece of land as collateral for crazy investments. Don't be afraid of failure. What's more, in today's society, the probability of failure in the investment industry is relatively low. If you keep your eyes open and are not greedy, you will not fail. I won't sell it, but I won't rent it out either. Su Ming smiled. What are you going to use it for? Are you planning to develop it yourself? Wang Kai was stunned for a moment. He thought Su Ming had built a wall here and was preparing to start construction inside. Develop a real estate or build a shopping mall or something there. Farming. Su Ming smiled calmly. Farming. Wang Kai was petrified again and suddenly became a specimen. This is land in the city center worth tens of billions of dollars, and you're using it to farm. Lao Su, are you sure you are not here to make fun of me? If you rent out this land, the annual rent will be enough for you to buy countless acres of land in the countryside. You can plant whatever you want. Even if you roll on the ground while planting, no one will care. But you are actually farming on this piece of land in the city center? What a waste. What a disgrace. He suddenly remembered something Su Ming said when they were eating hot pot. Farming in the city center. He thought it was fake and a joke. But now look. Depend on. What this kid said at that time was not false at all. It was true. Wang Kai blinked and was stunned for a long time. After stammering out a word, his fingers stopped stiffly in midair. Haha. Seeing Wang Kai like this, Su Ming laughed and patted Wang Kai on the shoulder. Look at you. You are so useless. Come on, big brother. The land in the city center is worth hundreds of billions, and you're going to use it to farm? Wang Kai opened his mouth wide. As Su Ming's good friend, Wang Kai knows Su Ming's family very well. I know that Su Ming's family is not well off and his parents are both farmers. But after not seeing each other for a few years, Su Ming suddenly owned this piece of land worth tens of billions. It's no wonder that Wang Kai is dumbfounded and can't even speak clearly. The impact of this incident is really too great. Wang Kai suddenly felt that even if he won a lottery worth hundreds of millions of yuan, his life would still be as ordinary as water. This is also a big deal. Do you know that my good brother Su Ming has a piece of land worth tens of billions in the city center? Farming cultivates one's sentiments. Su Ming smiled calmly and cast his gaze on the person in charge. You guys decide on the details and make it as perfect as you can. I'll just farm in here and live there normally, and I won't do anything else. Okay. The person in charge immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Come on, let's go inside and talk. Su Ming patted Wang Kai's shoulder, and the two of them walked in one after the other. When Wang Kai saw that nearly 2 acres of land were planted with wheat, he was completely dumbfounded. Are you really going to use it to farm? However, Wang Kai was very smart and kept his mouth shut without asking any more questions. I don't understand the world of big guys. We dare not say or ask, just watch. After entering the thatched hut, Su Ming opened the door. Oh my god. After Wang Kai looked at the computer, he immediately pounced on it. This is the top configuration, right? This water cooling system costs more than 30,000, right? You can play any game with it without any lag. Haha. Su Ming laughed. Su Ming was still very happy that Wang Kai did not distance himself from him because of his sudden increase in worth. Chapter 67. The system lets me pretend and fly. Wang Kai was originally worried that Su Ming would be stepped on by Sun Ming during the high school reunion. Now that I see it, there's nothing to worry about. Sun Ming's net worth is not even worthy of carrying Su Ming's shoes. He will definitely be killed instantly. Su Ming walked to the box in the corner, opened it, and took something out. Give. Su Ming put this thing in front of Wang Kai. This is... Wang Kai was stunned for a moment and looked down. Holy crap, a Montblanc fountain pen? Wasn't this a limited edition released a few years ago? I heard the liner is made of gold and the outer shell is sapphire. Isn't this bracelet made of red sandalwood? This bracelet alone can buy you a house in the outer ring. This... Looking at the few things Su Ming casually placed in front of him, Wang Kai was shocked again. But this time he recovered quickly. Compared to this piece of land worth tens of billions, this little thing is really nothing. Okay. Wang Kai was not polite. Then I'll accept it. No amount of money can compare to brotherhood. If two brothers have a good relationship, a little bit of kindness won't make a difference. The two sat in the house and chatted for a while. Just as they were about to go out for a drink and a midnight snack, Wang Kai's phone rang. Wang Kai looked worried after answering the phone. Okay, I can't have supper tonight. There's a problem with the client, and I need to go over there quickly. Okay, I'll take you there. Su Ming sent Wang Kai to the door. After the driver came to pick up Wang Kai, he left directly. The construction outside was still going on. Su Ming ordered some midnight snacks for the workers and then went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Ming opened his eyes. You know what? After building the 3-meter-high wall, the sense of security here is extremely strong. The gate was closed, and in order to prevent the construction of the villa from affecting Su Ming, they surrounded the villa area and left a passage on the outer wall to facilitate their entry and exit. After the villa is built, the 2 walls in the yard will be demolished and the temporary passage will be closed. As expected of a professional, he takes everything into consideration when doing things. Su Ming entered the grape field. The grapes have now ripened, but they are still green all over. Ding! The system detects that the host will be attending a class reunion. To help the host show off, the crop maturity time is reduced by 40. Damn, this is even possible. Su Ming blinked and was stunned for a moment. Awesome. Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't expect the system to be so user-friendly and even have such a function. Originally, These grapes would not be ripe until at least tomorrow night, but now it seems that they can be ripe this afternoon. And the thing that grew this time must be a good thing, otherwise the system would not say that it was to help itself show off. Haha. Su Ming was really looking forward to the grapes this time. What could it be? Su Ming was in a good mood, and all his sleepiness was gone. I played Summoner's Rift in the house for the whole morning. It was not until the afternoon that Su Ming hurried out. Because according to calculations, the grapes should be ripe. From a distance, it still looked like wheat seedlings. But when Su Ming stepped on the ground, grape racks appeared one after another. There were no expected clusters of purple flowers. Su Ming blinked. No way, is this possible? Growing on top of the grape trellis were actually bunches of car keys. Is this even possible? But Su Ming changed his mind. The car key is not the car, what use is it? You give me a car key, but I can't drive it. Could it be that this time failed? It shouldn't be. The system has shortened the time it takes for crops to mature specifically for tonight's class reunion. Normally, the food here should be very good. Su Ming blinked and reached out to take off a car key. Ding. The Audi A6L car key has been obtained. Ding. The purchase contract has been generated, the insurance has taken effect, the car purchase details have been completed, and the purchasing identity has been confirmed. Ding. Host, please go to Longxing 4S to collect it with your ID card. The moment Su Ming took the car keys, 3 prompt sounds suddenly came from his brain. Oh my god. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. So that's what's happening. Su Ming really wronged the system. Although the knot on it is a car key means a car. When you take the car keys, the system will automatically purchase the vehicle for you. All the details will be handled for you. You only need to take your ID card to pick up the car. Su Ming blinked and looked at the 2 acres of land. Wow, hundreds of vines. There is a key on each vine. That means hundreds of cars. Su Ming couldn't help swallowing. Hundreds of cars. Su Ming knew that the Longxing 4S store was located in the suburbs and was the largest 4S store in the area with a very large scale. They range from ordinary people's cars to luxury sports cars worth tens of millions. But even the Longxing 4S store has a profound foundation and strong strength. It can't withstand Su Ming's purchase of hundreds of cars at once. This is going to drain my body. Thinking of this, Su Ming could no longer hold back and reached out to grab another key. Ding. The Audi A8 car key has been obtained. Ding. The purchase contract has been generated, the insurance has taken effect, the car purchase details have been completed, and the purchasing identity has been confirmed. Ding. Host, please go to Longxing 4S to collect it with your ID card. Another Audi? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Couldn't these hundreds of keys all belong to Audi cars? Su Ming touched the next key. Still Audi. However, each car model is different, and the car series is also different. Su Ming started from the beginning, one after another. I touched it more than 20 times, but it was still an Audi. Okay. After all, Su Ming had worked in car sales before. These more than 20 Audi models are from different series and are all classic styles among Audi cars. I bought all the good cars in Audi at once. Others are being stingy and hesitant about which car to buy. Su Ming will probably have a lot of headaches in the future. Which car should he drive today? There's nothing we can do. There are too many cars. Su Ming suddenly understood the worries of the ancient emperors and the joy of flipping cards. Please, no more Audis. More than 20 are enough for me to drive. Needless to say, the quality of Audi cars is indeed very good. But the key point is that with so many of you gathered together, no one can stand it. If I build a parking garage and fill it with all Audi cars, wouldn't that be a headache? There is no feeling of happiness at all. Su Ming looked at the remaining shiny car keys. They are all white and carved out of the same mold. When hung there, it looks like a solid white key. Only when you take it off will you know which car it is and what model the car key is. Chapter 68, I bought all the luxury cars. Huh. When Su Ming reached for the next car key, the prompt tone finally changed. Finally, it's not an Audi, but a BMW. Oops. Su Ming also breathed a sigh of relief. This change is a good thing. This means that in the future, car keys will also have different license plates and different car models, which is more or less a surprise. But the car Su Ming is driving now is a BMW. Although the price is not high, the car is in good condition. Although some time ago, there were always various problems with BMW cars in the news. But how could there be anything wrong with the things produced by the system? Since it is certain that new brands will appear every certain distance. Su Ming suddenly felt motivated. He hurried back into the house and took out a plastic bag. It's a bit worn out. It was left behind when Su Ming went to the supermarket to buy things some time ago. I threw all my car keys in there and started picking from the beginning in a hurry. As expected, there were also about 20 BMWs. Ding. The Ferrari 488 car key has been obtained. A new prompt sound suddenly appeared, which made Su Ming stunned. Damn it. Ferrari is coming. Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ferrari 488. It is worth more than 4 million yuan and is a real luxury car. It is not comparable to BMW and Audi worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This time, we have a big hit. Su Ming hurriedly reached for the next car key. Sure enough, it was another Ferrari. One after another. Wow, Su Ming bought all the Ferrari cars. They are all very representative classic and new styles. If you pick up any one of them and drive it on the road, you will definitely be the coolest guy on the street. With the Ferrari at the beginning, Su Ming was more motivated. The hundreds of keys at the back cover all the luxury car series. What is Rolls-Royce? Which one is Lamborghini? Let's put it this way, all the famous luxury cars in the world are now in Su Ming's plastic pocket. The most exaggerated one is a Koenigsegg 1:1. This car caused quite a stir when it was first released. Only 6 units of this limited edition are available worldwide. When it was released, the price of this car was over 100 million. When Su Ming was working as a salesperson, he had a detailed understanding of the performance of this car. V8 turbocharged engine with 986 kilowatts of power. The ratio of the car's own power to its weight is exactly 1:1, hence its name. The maximum speed can reach 450 kilometers per hour, and the acceleration time from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour is also the shortest. When you are driving at 100 kilometers per hour and encounter an emergency ahead, you can brake quickly, and the braking distance is only 28 meters. It can be said that this car is the top aristocrat among the top sports cars today. If this car were put before, it would definitely be a dream car. But now the car keys are lying quietly in Su Ming's hands. The contract has been generated. The purchase has been completed. As long as Su Ming has his ID card and the car key, he can drive the car out. Well, after a long time, Su Ming suddenly sighed. Cars are men's eternal pursuit. When you have money, you like to buy luxury cars. But the key point is that there are hundreds of car keys squeezed into this pocket, covering the entire luxury car series. It's over. Su Ming suddenly felt that life was hopeless. What is buying a car? Don't ask me, I don't understand. Because poor me, before I could enjoy the pleasure of buying a car, the system directly gave me hundreds of luxury cars. Do you still want to buy a car with this system? There is no way. Everything is arranged clearly for you. You can even have everything without leaving your home. Well, is this the trouble of rich people? Su Ming suddenly understood what the worries of rich people are. Moreover, the car given by the system is not just a limited edition with only 6 units in the world. It is the only top-of-the-line model among the limited edition models. Su Ming didn't know how high the price was, but it was definitely an astronomical figure. Not to mention anything else, if this car is accidentally bumped into. Even if you scratch off a piece of paint, you can exchange it for a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 480 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing. You've received a chance to draw a prize. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV3. Experience, 1290/5000. Farm, Level 1. Skill, Blessing of Plants. Gain 0.1 yuan per second. Damn, I upgraded. Su Ming was overjoyed. This is much more exciting than having a bag full of luxury cars. Su Ming took a deep breath and couldn't help rubbing his hands. The European Emperor is possessed. The European Emperor is possessed. Lottery, Su Ming said in his mind. Ding. The lottery is in progress. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary scanning function. Scan function. Su Ming was stunned. What's the meaning? What is it used for? Could it be that I have turned into a scanner? Su Ming blinked. He glanced down at his shoes. Turn on scanning. Ding. Open. Slippers, rubber, 30% worn, price, 5 yuan. Damn it. Su Ming was stunned. I couldn't help but feel happy. This is so awesome. This means that I have a pair of sharp eyes. Su Ming suddenly thought, could he use this thing to scan lottery tickets? Although it's impossible to know the lottery numbers in advance, it's always possible to scan a scratch-off ticket, right? You can't stop me from this, right? Just when Su Ming was ecstatic, his cell phone suddenly rang. Su Ming took out his cell phone and took a look. I set the alarm myself. The class reunion will be in 2 hours. Su Ming blinked and ignored the dead vines on the ground. I went back to the house and took a quick shower. I looked at the time and found that the 4S shop should not have closed yet. Su Ming only took the Koenigsegg keys and took a taxi there. After all, you have to pick up the car yourself. If you drive a BMW there, you won't be able to drive back. After arriving at the place and paying the taxi fare, Su Ming walked in his slippers. Su Ming had been to this place before, and that time he came with his boss. The boss went in to discuss business, and he stood at the door, just taking a casual look without looking too closely. But this time Su Ming came to pick up the car, so he could naturally take a good look around. Not to mention that this place is really big. The lobby on the first floor is about 1 to 2,000 square meters. Everywhere you look, there are cars. There is a sign in front of each car that specifically introduces the price and performance of the car. There are quite a few people inside, coming and going. Su Ming originally thought that there would be at least 1 or 2 salesmen who would pour him a glass of water and introduce the cars to him. As a result, several salesmen glanced at Su Ming and then automatically ignored him. Their eyes averted and fell on someone else. Okay, Su Ming didn't care. He felt more comfortable being alone. Anyway, there is still enough time, so I might as well take a look at what kind of cars these grapevines have grown into. After all, these cars will be parked in their own large garage in the future. Chapter 69. The one wearing slippers is probably a thief. First BMW, and then Audi. Although Su Ming couldn't remember the specific car models, he could remember a general idea. What is giving Su Ming the most headache now is what to do with the parking lot. If you build one in the suburbs, it won't cost much. But it's too far, and it's inconvenient to drive back and forth. It seems that it can only be done in the city center, on one's own land. Dig out the entire piece of land, and build a parking lot. It should be at least 6 or 7 meters underground, or even more than 10 meters underground. Otherwise it will affect your farming. Well, Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. It's so worrying. It seems that I can only tell the construction team when I get back. Just as Su Ming was strolling, he suddenly heard people chatting next to him. A man and a woman are looking at a BMW worth more than 500,000 yuan. But after seeing Su Ming, the two men were stunned. Honey, why don't we get another car? The woman glanced at Su Ming, hesitated for a moment, and spoke in a very, very low voice. Oh. The man was stunned for a moment. He had spent quite a while choosing this car. Don't you particularly like this car? This. The man was a little dazed and blinked. I originally wanted to spend a little more money to buy a nice car to improve my reputation, but you see. After the woman finished speaking, she looked at Su Ming meaningfully. The implication is obvious. Look, people wearing such shabby clothes are buying this kind of car. We dress so well, but our taste is the same as that of people like this. Isn't this too embarrassing? Hubby, we're not broke. We can just bite the bullet and spend all that money to buy a car worth 1 or 2 million. I think the car next door is pretty good. At least it's not a mass-produced car, so it's quite respectable to drive it out. The woman spoke softly. It was a deliberately lowered voice. Because the couple owned several restaurants at home, they were quite wealthy and made a lot of money. I used to drive a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan for transportation. Now I have some spare money and I am planning to buy a good car. I originally had my eyes on a BMW worth over 700,000 yuan, which was pretty good. But I found that there was a young man standing next to me, and his clothes were really ordinary. Such a person's taste is actually the same as mine. When you say it's open, will it feel a little? The woman didn't mean to look down on people without money. She just felt a little uncomfortable. Moreover, although this BMW is a bit expensive at more than 700,000 yuan, it is not uncommon, and you can see one just by walking on the street. It would be better to spend a little more money to buy a sports car worth 1 or 2 million or something, which would give you more face, right? After all, people live their whole lives for this face. How can others know that you are rich and capable if you don't drive a luxury car? The man hesitated for a moment and touched his chin. Honey, you're right. We've already opened a few stores and are considered established. We'll have to discuss opening branches with others soon. We can't afford to buy this car cheaply. You're right. After saying this, the man turned around and looked at the deputy manager who was standing next to him with a smile on his face. Manager Zhou, I'm really sorry, we don't want to buy it. Please excuse me for introducing so many things to us. After saying this, the couple left. The deputy manager didn't react. Just left? Damn it. If it weren't for his professional ethics, he would have wanted to jump up and curse. It has been at least half a month since you arrived, and I have always greeted you with a smile every time you came. Served tea, water, and cigarettes. So you just said you didn't want to buy it? Although this car is not expensive, the landing price is at least 800,000. This is not a small order. As the deputy manager, I have to pay high costs. If I have this car, plus insurance and other things, I can get at least 3 or 4 figures. As a result, all the money was wasted. Manager Zhou was so angry that his eyes were full of fire. The couple inspected the car, and all that was left was to sign and pay. As a result, he took one look at Su Ming and changed his mind immediately, and the cooked duck flew away. I thought today was a good day, but in the end I only got a song of Liang Liang. It exploded, and it exploded on the spot. Not only did the car fail to sell, but it also gave competitors an opportunity. As one side gained strength while the other lost strength, Manager Zhou's eyes were almost spitting fire. Normally, Manager Zhou wouldn't be so irrational. After all, this is a business with external parties. Even if a beggar comes to buy a car, he is still a customer. How should you treat him? But the key point is that this week the manager spent half a month talking and was about to put the money in his pocket, but in the end it became someone else's. Who can stand it? A pair of fiery eyes stared at Su Ming. Damn it. Who comes to our 4S store to look at cars? Look at you. You could come at any other time, but you chose to come and mess up my business at this time. I'm so mad, I'm so mad. Manager Zhou clenched his fists and forced himself to suppress his anger. There's nothing I can do. No matter how angry you are, you have to endure it. No matter how they are dressed, they are still your customers. Manager Zhou turned around angrily and strode over. Su Ming had no idea that this sudden change had occurred because he just took a casual glance. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. You can't blame me for others looking down on you, right? If I throw this outfit on the street, I'll look like a passerby because everyone wears it like this. What? Can you still kill everyone with one stroke? Manager Zhou walked to the door and slammed the table, startling two security guards who were playing with their mobile phones. What's going on? You two are useless pieces of shit. The company paid thousands of dollars to hire you as security guards, and they let you play with your phones at the door. Oh. Seeing Manager Zhou's furious look, the two security guards were stunned for a moment. Hasn't it always been like this? This is a 4S store that sells cars. They will only show up when someone causes trouble. It's so safe now, and no one is causing trouble? What kind of temper is this? Our 4S store is the largest in the area. We only have legitimate customers here. Not just any random person can come in. Look, that guy was wearing a pair of slippers. His feet were covered in mud, and he actually came in. How can you be a security guard? How can such a person be allowed in? This might be a thief who stole something. You're going to be in trouble. I'm telling you, you have 5 minutes to solve this problem. If anything gets lost, you all get out. Manager Zhou was filled with rage, but he couldn't vent it on anyone else, so he could only yell at the two security guards. Then he swung his sleeves fiercely and turned away. There are quite a few people at the door. After hearing this, they all turned their heads to look in Su Ming's direction. After seeing Su Ming, several people became alert. Damn, could this really be a thief? Chapter 70 give you 2 bottles of mineral water. It's not because they are ignorant and have never seen those hidden rich people. They have also seen those people who look like ordinary people wearing a sweatshirt, shorts, slippers, and holding a fan, but are actually worth tens or even hundreds of millions of times more. But the key is that these people are basically over 50 years old. Only when you are old, have gray hair, and a little hunchback can you get out of this feeling. If young people have money, they tend to like to show off to some extent, dress elegantly, and at least wear an expensive watch. Have you ever seen a rich young man wearing a very ordinary set of clothes and a pair of slippers with mud spots on them going out for shopping? It's not that I look down on ordinary people, but it was because of you that the manager's business was ruined. If I don't vent my anger on you, who else can I vent it on? The two security guards stood up, furious. Who is this? When did he get in? There's mud on your feet. Don't get the car dirty. My dad used all his connections to buy this security guard. If he gets fired, it would be a huge loss. Wow, this kid is going to drive a Porsche. When the two security guards saw it, they were so scared that they trembled all over. What if this kid accidentally scratches the Porsche? Have to. They both have to suffer bad luck. This kid doesn't look like a rich guy. Manager Zhou will definitely blame them for lax supervision. You will be fined and your money will be deducted without negotiation. The two security guards looked at each other and hurried towards Su Ming. Su Ming was looking at the car. Is this the Porsche 488? Not bad, not bad. It can be used as a means of transportation. It is not good enough in terms of riding style, but it is good enough in terms of painting. This Porsche is pretty good. I'll ask my dad to get a driver's license so he can drive it. Why does this Porsche look so familiar? I remember now. Isn't this the Porsche that Wang Xue dreamed of when he was in high school? Although 6 years have passed, this car is still very popular. There's no way. It's too classic. Okay, then I will give this car to Wang Xue later. This old guy will definitely be very happy. Su Ming was watching when he suddenly heard 2 sets of footsteps coming from behind. Su Ming was stunned. Could it be that the salesperson finally noticed me and was ready to come over to serve me? Su Ming turned around and was about to speak, but when he saw it, he frowned slightly. I saw 2 security guards staring at me menacingly and coming towards me. There was anger in his eyes. If someone said that this was to serve himself, Su Ming would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Did something happen? Su Ming thought about it, and it seemed like there was nothing else. 2 security guards walked up to Su Ming, looked him up and down carefully. One stood in front, and the other quietly went around to the back. Wow, quite professional, double teaming from front and back. What can I do for you? The security guard standing in front of Su Ming frowned. There's nothing wrong with the content of the words, but the tone is a bit off. It was very impolite and full of warning. Plus that vigilant look. Is this serving customers or interrogating prisoners? Nothing, just coming here for a stroll. Su Ming smiled faintly. There was no emotion in his words. He wanted to see what these two security guards were up to. Stroll. The two security guards looked at each other and said, "Excuse me, sir, you are not dressed properly. We cannot serve you." "Oh." Su Ming nodded. "If I come here to pick up the car, can you treat me?" "What?" The two security guards were stunned. "Are you here to pick up the car?" The two security guards suddenly felt a little uneasy. He blinked and couldn't help but look at Manager Xue, who was standing not far away. Manager Xue was a little dazed. "Come and pick up the car?" "No way. He is the deputy manager of the store and also one of the salesmen in the store. He needs to register and report every car sold in the store." Manager Xue frowned and recalled that there were few people picking up their cars today, and they were all in the morning. It seemed that no one picked up a car in the afternoon. Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Manager Xue thought about it, opened the directory, and took a closer look, but there really wasn't any. Manager Xue sneered, looked at the two security guards and sneered again, then shook his head slightly. When the two security guards saw what was going on, they knew what was going on. They said, "Hey, you're lying, kid. Are you here to pick up the car today?" One of the security guards sneered and asked, "What car did you buy from us? When did you buy it? How much did it cost? You know this, right? You're just a security guard. What can I say to you?" Su Ming sneered and retorted directly, "You don't respect me. How can I be polite to you?" Hee. The security guard sneered, "Kid, don't hold on any longer. The cheapest car in our 4S shop costs over 100,000 yuan. Can you really make over 100,000 yuan a year? Even moving bricks isn't easy. You'd better go back to where you came from and stop causing trouble." "Oh, the cheapest one costs hundreds of thousands." Su Ming blinked. "This is really expensive. It's so expensive that you can buy many of them with just the change in your bank account." Su Ming suddenly understood. This is seeing tinted glasses. He was dressed casually and was wearing a pair of slippers. If you look closely, you can see a few spots of mud on it. No wonder these two security guards came over to chase people away. However, Su Ming didn't know that this was just an excuse and a reason. The real reason was that the couple changed their minds after seeing Su Ming, causing Manager Xue to lose a large sum of money. Otherwise, everyone is treated equally here. No matter you are an entrepreneur, a wealthy person who sincerely wants to come here to buy a car, or a migrant worker who just wants to come here to enjoy the air conditioning for a while. It doesn't matter, anything is fine, just don't cause trouble. But this doesn't work just for Su Ming. There's nothing you can do about it. It's your fault for angering your boss. These two security guards are also low-level people, earning a few thousand yuan a month, not much better than these migrant workers. But the key is that you have offended your leader, and we are just following orders. There is nothing we can do. Everyone should do his or her job. Young man, you're still young. It's normal for you to like cars. But no matter how you look at it, you can't afford it. Instead of looking at it, you might as well go to the construction site and move a few more bricks. If you want air conditioning, you can go to a big shopping mall or an underground street, where it's cooler. Don't stand here, you're delaying our business. The security guard standing in front of Su Ming said, "If it doesn't work, I'll give you 2 bottles of mineral water." Seeing that Su Ming didn't express his opinion, the security guard continued. Su Ming laughed immediately. The routine of giving away mineral water has come out. Chapter 71, Don't Regret. Are you here to pick up the car? Manager Xue watched for a long time and couldn't help but walk over. Yes. Su Ming nodded calmly. I'm the manager of this store. I'm the one who records the sales of every car. I don't think you're the one who came to pick up a car today. Manager Xue sneered and said, Are you sure? Su Ming smiled. Nonsense, of course I'm sure. Manager Zhou's eyes were cold. I'll give you one last chance, are you sure? Su Ming smiled. I have given you the chance to regret. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Where do you get all this nonsense from? Manager Zhou's eyes were blazing with anger. If you want to indulge in your sight, I won't stop you. There are plenty of Volkswagens over there. Look around as much as you want. What on earth did you come here to look at? Even if you want to watch, don't come in slippers. It's because you were dressed like a migrant worker that the client I'd been serving for half a month suddenly left, and my 40,000 to 50,000 yuan commission per order was gone. Manager Zhou squeezed out these words from between his teeth. I see. Su Ming suddenly realized. No wonder these 2 security guards targeted me so much. The reason turned out to be this. But Su Ming felt funny in his heart. You are incompetent and can't keep people, but you blame me? What's wrong with me wearing slippers? Which law prohibits me from wearing slippers? So that's how it is. Su Ming smiled. Why don't you get out now? Manager Zhou's eyes were blazing as he pointed at the door. Okay, then don't regret it. Su Ming smiled calmly and turned away. Manager Zhou sneered when he heard Su Ming's words. Regret? There is no word regret in Lao Tzu's life dictionary. Besides, who the hell do you think you are that you can make me regret this? After all, I am the manager of a 4S store. Much better than you, a migrant worker. Can you make me regret it? Manager, the person has already left. Please calm down. Yeah, don't bother with people like that. It'll only make you sick if you get angry. The two security guards said hurriedly. From now on, you two should stop playing with your phones at the door. Keep your eyes open and watch carefully. Don't let any cats or dogs in there. Do you hear me? Yes. The two security guards hurried to flatter. The manager is angry now. There is nothing we can do. Seeing Su Ming's leaving back, Manager Zhou sneered, and the anger in his heart dissipated a little. Turned around and went straight to the office on the second floor. Su Ming was not angry either, because Su Ming worked in car sales before. This will be clearly stated in the car purchase contract. If the 4S store fails to deliver the car on time as specified in the contract, it will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. This is not a small amount. I wonder what Manager Zhou would look like after learning the truth. Would he faint in the toilet from crying? At this time in a club, an obese middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, hugging two beauties on his left and right, and in front of him was a young man with a flattering face. Manager Zhao, look. The young man smiled. No problem. Zhao Yunlai laughed and said, you will come to work at my place tomorrow. Oh, thank you, Manager Zhao. The young man was so happy that he quickly poured Zhao Yun a glass of red wine. As I was falling down, the door at the entrance was suddenly pushed open. Bang! The door slammed against the wall, startling several people in the room. Secretary Chen? What's going on? Zhao Yunlai frowned and looked at Secretary Chen. Secretary Chen has been with me for many years and is very disciplined. Something big must have happened to make him so panic. Manager Zhao, orders, a lot of orders have appeared. Secretary Chen said breathlessly. Xiao Chen, why are you going backwards as you grow older? Manager Zhao breathed a sigh of relief, smiled, and said calmly, what our 4S store lacks the least is car orders. What's so strange about having orders? No. Secretary Chen licked his dry lips and stammered for a long time without being able to utter a complete sentence. Finally, he took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Manager, someone has placed an order for over 400 cars from our store, including that Koenigsegg. What? Zhao Yunlai was stunned and horrified. He sobered up instantly, pushed away the two beauties beside him, and stood up hurriedly. What did you say? Say it again. Manager, look, this is the order contract. Secretary Chen said, pointing to the door. There was a big cardboard box at the door. When I opened it, I saw that it was full of car orders. This. Zhao Yunlai blinked. I quickly opened it and saw that it was all signed contracts, including the invoice for the car purchase. A closer look revealed that there were indeed hundreds of copies. So many contracts were signed in our store at the same time. How come I didn't know about it? Zhao Yunlai was completely confused and looked bewildered. Manager, this wasn't signed in the store. This is a remote contract. Remote contract? Zhao Yunlai frowned. Manager Zhao, this was sent from headquarters. I've already called headquarters to confirm. It's a mysterious buyer who bought it without showing up. But the buyer is from our area, so he bought our car directly through our headquarters. Because when you buy a car, you need to provide identity information, and this is the identity of the person buying the car. As Secretary Chen spoke, he put a document in his hand into Zhao Yunlai's hand. Zhao Yunlai hurriedly opened the file and took a closer look. So young. The photo in the buyer's information showed a young face with white and bright teeth. And on the shopping list below, the male protagonist's name is All Su Ming. Looking at the date again, today is the day to pick up the car. Oh my God! Zhao Yunlai was completely shocked. What a big deal this is. What is the identity of this young man, and how could he have such strength? If Su Ming bought more than 400 cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at the same time, he would be shocked and treated as a distinguished guest, but it would never be like this. Because the cheapest car in this car purchase contract costs hundreds of thousands. In addition to the common Audi and BMW, there are also many popular models such as Ferrari and Porsche. How can you come here to buy a car? This is here to sweep. I've seen people booking a whole theater for a meal and a movie, but I've never seen people booking a whole theater for a car. With Su Ming's move, all the luxury cars in the 4S store will basically be sold out. Manager Zhao. Looking at Manager Zhao holding the shopping list, he looked like he was petrified. Secretary Chen beside him whispered, our store will close in less than 2 hours. Call Zhou Hai right now and tell him to delay closing tonight. He is not allowed to close without my order. Quick! Chapter 72. So what if I get the top score in the college entrance examination? Yes. Secretary Chen answered hurriedly, then quickly called Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai was sulking in the office. Although Su Ming was driven away, the order was indeed lost. The most important thing is that the two customers are somewhat famous in the business circle. If this spreads to 10 people will spread it to 100 people, which will affect your future sales. Oh shit. The more Zhou Hai thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed the table. Just when I was getting angry, the cell phone rang. I took a look at my phone. Secretary Chen. Zhou Hai was stunned and stood up quickly, coughed, and answered the phone. Usually when Secretary Chen calls him, it's because the general manager wants to see him. Even though he is a deputy general manager, he seems to be only one step away from being the general manager. In fact, his status is far inferior to Zhao Yun's, because Zhao Yun was airdropped from the headquarters to gain experience. He has a strong background and strong capabilities. I have climbed up step by step from being a small clerk, and this is the top position I have reached in my life. Other people's starting point has already exceeded your end point. There's nothing we can do about it. This world is just so realistic. Secretary Chen, what's going on? After Zhou Hai answered the phone, he asked very politely. Manager Zhou, the general manager said the store won't close today. Please wait for notification on when to close. Okay. Zhou Hai quickly agreed, but can I ask why? Because today a distinguished customer bought more than 400 luxury cars from our store. What? Zhou Hai was also stunned. Impossible. I registered the car myself. Manager Zhou, the other party purchased the car directly through headquarters, so you don't know. Headquarters has already sent the purchase contract and documents. Please prepare them. Okay. Zhou Hai nodded hurriedly and hung up the phone. Distinguished guest, great distinguished guest. He hurried to the mirror to straighten his suit and adjust his tie. How rich is this person? He actually swept through more than 400 luxury cars in their store. Even if you have a mine at home, you wouldn't buy a car like this, right? If you drive one car a day, it will take more than a year to finish driving them all. I will do whatever it takes to serve this distinguished guest well today. Wouldn't it be 100 times better to serve this distinguished guest well than to serve the buyer who left today? Thinking of this, Zhou Hai took a deep breath, nodded heavily, looked at his rather handsome self in the mirror, opened the door, and strode out with vigor. The two security guards at the door had put away their phones. When they saw Zhou Hai leaving, they came out and looked at each other. What is going on? He was furious and wanted to kill someone just now. How come he became so happy in just a short moment? All employees, please gather in the lobby. We are having a small meeting. Zhou Hai walked to the front desk and shouted through the loudspeaker. Many employees were stunned after hearing this. Now is the time to sell. Aren't meetings usually held in the morning or in the evening after get off work? Having meetings now is delaying business. There were also several salesmen explaining the condition of the cars to customers. After hearing this, they all looked embarrassed and could only apologize to the customer and then hurried over. A distinguished guest will be arriving later. Zhou Hai straightened his suit and said with a flushed face, this distinguished guest bought more than 400 luxury cars from our store. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. Buying more than 400 luxury cars at the same time? Is this the world of the big guys? Why buy so many cars? Can you drive over here? Forget it. How can we mortals guess what the boss is thinking? I won't say much about the rest. You too, quickly put away your phones. If you notice any distinguished guests arriving, tell me immediately. Zhou Hai looked at the two security guards. Yes. The two security guards answered hurriedly. This is not about kicking people out. This is a big deal. If you are not careful, you will definitely be kicked out. You guys must be careful and cautious in what you do and say. Zhou Hai looked at the other salesman and said, you three are gold medal salesmen and have a good understanding of the car's performance. You three should stay. We will provide full service to our distinguished guests. Yes. Only after everything was arranged did Zhou Hai breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Su Ming had already walked to the door and took a taxi away. Go straight to the party. When I got out of the car at the hotel, I found Wang Kai standing at the door. Old Su. Seeing Su Ming, Wang Kai walked up and laughed, then patted Su Ming on the shoulder. I've been waiting for you at the door for a long time. Let's go. It's so hot. Why don't you wait for me upstairs? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. I can't stand it. Wang Kai shook his head. Someone is bragging in the room, and the ceiling is about to burst. Haha. Su Ming laughed, naturally knowing who Wang Kai was talking about. Sure enough, as soon as I reached the door of the room, I heard someone inside laughing loudly. It's just that I have time to get together with everyone this month. Next month I'll be going abroad. My family is planning to open a trading company overseas, so I'll be busy then. It was the voice of squad leader Sun. Su Ming and Wang Kai looked at each other, smiled faintly, and pushed the door open and walked in. This is a private room with 5 large tables. The table in the middle was the most crowded, with not a single empty seat. Sun Ming was sitting in the main seat, his face flushed. I was surrounded by classmates who were smiling and busy flattering me. There were only a few empty seats at the 2 tables next to it, obviously because people couldn't squeeze into the middle table and had to sit on the sides. There were fewer people at the tables on both sides, only 4 or 5. Next to Sun Ming, there was a beautiful girl who was eye-catching. Yiling? She is here too? Wang Kai and Su Ming looked at each other, a little bit unbelievable. This is the most beautiful girl in their class. She is pretty, has good academic performance, and comes from a good family. I heard that he went abroad to study when he was in college and has been pursuing further studies abroad ever since. I didn't expect that he would come back. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly understood why Sun Ming wanted to hold this party. The drunkard's real intention is not to drink. It's all on these beauties. I heard that although the class beauty has many suitors now, she is still single. It seems that he has just returned to China not long ago. As soon as he returned, Sun Ming was impatient. Ouch! Sun Ming's eyes lit up when he saw Su Ming. Isn't this the top scorer in our class's college entrance exam? You're late. There's no room for you on either side. Just sit in the back. He looked smiling and very enthusiastic, but his words were full of disdain and sarcasm. Just you? You have no right to sit next to me. Go to the corner. Even if you were the top scorer in the college entrance examination, what difference does it make if you are better than me? Aren't you still working hard carrying bricks at the construction site? Chapter 73, They Kicked Me Out. Su Ming smiled calmly, his expression calm, and he ignored it. Then he and Wang Kai walked to the innermost table and sat down. There are not many students at this table, only 4 or 5. I used to be the quiet and introverted person in the class. It is obvious that he is not doing well now and dresses like an ordinary person. Wang Kai and Su Ming sat down on the chairs. But before he could say anything, Yiling suddenly stood up, walked over, and sat next to Su Ming. Everyone in the room was stunned. Everyone is smart. After seeing Yiling, they all understood why Sun Ming wanted to hold this class reunion. Just to find a reason to get in touch with Yiling more and pursue her at the same time. Who would have thought that Qing Yaojin would appear halfway and intercept the plan? But if you think about it carefully, this can't be considered as intercepting. After all, it was Yiling who took the initiative to sit next to Su Ming. Su Ming, long time no see. Yiling smiled sweetly at Su Ming. Haven't seen you for a long time. Su Ming smiled calmly. Yiling used to be the goddess of the class. Many boys liked her, and Su Ming naturally liked her too. But at that time, Su Ming's family background was too ordinary. A goddess like Yiling can only be thought of in one's heart. She is truly a dream goddess. If it was a few days ago, if Yiling greeted Su Ming like this, Su Ming would have felt a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. After all, there is still a big gap, and I feel a little inferior. But now, money is a person's greatest confidence. The reason for inferiority complex is that you don't have enough money. If you have enough money, the word inferiority complex will not exist in your dictionary. Actually, I've always owed you a thank you. Yiling gently combed her hair, which was smooth and had the unique body fragrance of a young girl. Do you still remember the question I asked you before the college entrance examination? I remember now. Su Ming suddenly understood and nodded. On the night before the college entrance examination, Su Ming explained a math problem to Yiling, and the next day, she took the exam with a question very similar to this one. Thanks for helping me explain that problem. Yiling smiled and said, that was a big question, worth 24 points. If it weren't for that question, I wouldn't have been able to get into Huaqing University. It's nothing. It's only natural for classmates to help each other. Su Ming smiled. They are chatting animatedly here, then look over there. Sun Ming's face turned black. He clenched his fists suddenly, and anger flashed in his eyes. But I also have doubts in my heart. He can't figure it out. I am young and successful now, and I will take over the family company soon. Isn't he 100 times better than Su Ming, the bricklayer? Why does Yiling favor Su Ming, but not herself? This is unscientific. Feeling Sun Ming's anger and murderous gaze, Su Ming looked at Yiling. Beautiful lady, you are using me as a shield. Yes. Yiling admitted it openly. Then why did you choose me? Wang Kai is also good. You can choose him. Su Ming said. Wang Kai raised his head and hurriedly shook his head. No, 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 you can fight, but don't hurt the neighbors. Yiling smiled and looked at Su Ming with a pair of clear eyes. He is too ugly. Wang Kai is crying his heart out. Please, I have made it very clear not to hurt the neighbors. Why are you hurting me? Sun Ming is a good guy, he's good looking, and his family is quite wealthy. Su Ming smiled. But I don't like it. Yiling blinked and looked at Su Ming with a little curiosity. I thought Su Ming would be a little flustered and blush because of my initiative to chat. But from beginning to end, Su Ming was neither humble nor arrogant and was very calm. This is not an act, but it is real from the inside out. After all, temperament and background are things that cannot be faked. Yeah. Su Ming smiled and said, then I wonder who Miss Yi likes. You guess. Yiling smiled playfully. Have to. Before Su Ming could say anything, the fire on Sun Ming's side was about to burn. Su Ming could even feel white smoke starting to come out of Sun Ming's hair. Su Ming even wanted to touch Sun Ming's scalp out of mischievousness to see if the temperature had risen. Sun Ming organized this class reunion specifically for Yiling. This was a private room in a 5-star hotel, and we ordered some dishes, which cost a lot of money. I thought I could take this opportunity to get closer to Yiling and maybe win her heart. Unexpectedly, I ended up being a bridge for others. If it was anyone else, it would be fine, but this person had to be Su Ming. Sun Ming was angry. You have to know that Yiling was beside him just now, with a blank expression on her face, neither enthusiastic nor cold. He looks so businesslike and official that people feel like there is always a distance between them. But in front of Su Ming, she used all kinds of tones and actions like a little girl. Sun Ming's teeth were almost broken. I'm so angry that my teeth are itching. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. No, I can't give up like this. After all, it's about chasing a goddess. How can it be so easy to chase a goddess? Su Ming, I will make you give up when you realize the difficulty. And at this time, Zhou was waiting at the door of the 4S store. It was getting darker and darker, and there were fewer and fewer people. There was no one in the hall anymore. But still no one came. Not long after, a car drove over from a distance. Zhou's eyes lit up, and he was delighted. Could it be that they were coming? But after looking carefully, I found out that it was General Manager Zhao Yunlai. Zhou, has anyone arrived? Zhao Yun asked hurriedly after getting off the car. No. Zhou was also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Zhao Yunlai frowned and looked at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The contract states that we can pick up the car at 4:30 p.m. Of course, he is a distinguished guest, so it's no big deal if he is a little late. But the key is that these customers are usually punctual. Even if they are not punctual, they will at least call. Zhao Yunlai paced at the door for a while, thought about it, took out his cell phone, and mustered up the courage to call the other party. Ring, ring, ring. Su Ming was chatting with Yiling when his cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Su Ming smiled apologetically and then answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Su. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhao Yunlai suddenly felt as if his heart was being held tight and breathing was a little difficult. He hurriedly forced himself to calm down. Call. It's really stressful to talk on the phone with important people. I'm Zhao Yunlai, the manager of the 4S store. Thank you very much for your support of our store. We've seen the contract, and you need to come pick up the car today. I'm wondering when you can come. Of course, we're not rushing you. You can come anytime. It's just so we can make arrangements in advance. Zhao Yun said politely. I've already been there. Su Ming smiled faintly. Well, what? Zhao Yunlai didn't react for a moment. I've been there, but your people kicked me out. So, I don't want the car anymore. After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. Zhao Yunlai held the phone and was instantly petrified. Chapter 74, I can't afford to pay. I've been here. No more. These 6 words sounded like thunder in Zhao Yunlai's mind, making his head buzz. Manager Zhao, what's wrong? Zhou asked in a daze. Mr. Su said he had been here. Zhao Yunlai blinked. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhou shook his head like a rattle. I received the call and have been waiting at the door ever since. No one. Mr. Su also said that he was kicked out after he came here. Is that true? Did you kick anyone out today? Zhao Yunlai frowned and asked with wide eyes. No. Zhou looked innocent. How is this possible? We are doing business and everyone who comes here is a customer. How could I possibly chase them away? Zhou said subconsciously. Zhou didn't react, but the 2 security guards did. They actually kicked someone out today. But the man was dressed casually and was very young and came in wearing slippers. How could it be him? The 2 security guards looked at each other and swallowed uneasily. One of the security guards gently poked Zhou. Manager Zhou, today is not. Not what? Zhou was a little impatient. Can you 2 security guards be more discerning? The leader is worried right now. Why are you still? Holy crap. Zhou also reacted suddenly. I really kicked someone out today? No way. Is it such an unlucky thing? Seeing Zhou expression, Zhao Yunlai was furious. Fuck, you really kicked him out. Damn it. Tell me the truth. Who did you kick out today? Was it him? As Zhao Yunlai spoke, He took out a document next to him and turned to the last page, which contained Su Ming's identity card. Zhou Hai blinked his dry eyes, couldn't help swallowing, and took the document tremblingly, waiting to see the photo on it clearly. Instantly petrified. It's him, it's really him. This young man in slippers with muddy feet turned out to be the mysterious buyer who booked the entire 4S store. This. Big fortune. Zhou Hai suddenly felt his hands and feet go cold. It was over. This time they were completely cold. How could it be? How could it be this guy? He clearly remembered that when Su Ming came, he clearly said that he wanted to pick up the car. As a result, I didn't say anything and just drove him out without believing it. It's over, it's completely over. He was very angry because Su Ming had delayed a business deal of his. Who would have thought that this time he was picking up sesame seeds, but lost a cart of watermelons? He thought he had a pretty good eye, and that looking down on others would never happen to him. What's the result? He hit his head against the wall, causing it to bleed and his brain to come out. I'm dead, completely dead. When Zhao Yunlai saw Zhou Hai's expression, he understood instantly. Bang! Zhao Yunlai didn't say anything, just swung his fist and slapped him in the face. You damn bastard! Zhao Yunlai yelled. Do you know what's written in the contract? If we refuse to take delivery of the cars, we'll have to pay 10 times the amount in liquidated damages. 10 times. Over 400 luxury cars. The total value is over 500 million. 10 times that is 5 billion. You won't be able to pay it back even if you work hard for the rest of your life. While what? Zhou Hai was dumbfounded. His legs went limp, and he sat down on the ground with a thud. It's over, completely over. He knew that he had offended a mysterious big shot this time. I'm afraid he will die without a burial place. Can a person who can afford so many luxury cars be an ordinary person? Not to mention whether he refused to let Su Ming pick up the car, just his attitude towards Su Ming today was enough for him to disappear from this world. Although Zhao Yunlai was furious, he wanted to tear Zhou Hai to pieces. But he knew in his heart that Zhou Hai, the useless guy, would be dealt with later. The most important thing now was to calm Su Ming's anger. Otherwise, this huge compensation would cause his company to go bankrupt and leave him with huge debts. All my hard work over the years will be in vain. Although he has someone behind him, that person will definitely not protect himself because of a big shot like Su Ming. If the headquarters knew about this, my fate would not be much better than Zhou Hai's. Roll. Zhao Yunlai kicked Zhou Hai hard. Damn it, you useless damn thing. Go back and wait for processing. Everyone else, don't leave work tonight. Stay here and keep watch. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he hurried back to the office, leaving behind a group of petrified salespeople and security guards. Damn it. Am I dreaming? They all have some impression of this incident today. Su Ming, who looks like a migrant worker, is actually a mysterious rich man? More than 400 luxury cars at one go. Even if you have a mine at home, you wouldn't buy it like this, right? Zhao Yunlai paced back and forth anxiously in the office. Finally, he took a deep breath, took out his phone tremblingly, found Su Ming's number, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and dialed it. Beep, beep. Su Ming was chatting with Yiling. The phone rang again. Su Ming took it out and looked at it. Isn't this the call he just received? Your business is quite busy. Yiling blinked and said playfully. No way. Su Ming smiled faintly and answered the phone. I should have made it very clear just now. I don't want the car anymore. When will you deal with the compensation? Mr. Su, please don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Zhao Yunlai held the phone and could not help but nod and bow, beads of sweat pouring down his forehead. It was that damned bastard Zhou Hai. He was blind and looked down on others. Don't bother with him. I've already dealt with him severely. Mr. Su, you bought the car to be happy. Don't get angry over such a small matter. How about this? You keep the car, and I'll give you a 20% discount and provide full insurance and maintenance. In short, we'll do our best to meet any requests you have. Look, Zhao Yunlai's voice was trembling. I was trembling so much that I could hardly speak. There's nothing I can do. I'm not in the right. If Su Ming really said, I don't want the things anymore, you'd better prepare the penalty. Zhao Yunlai had no choice but to find a rope and hang himself. I can't afford to pay for it. More than 5 billion. Not to mention more than 5 billion. Even if it's 500 million, it's a stretch for him to take it out now. Unless he sells this 4S store, but if he sells it, the people at the headquarters will definitely chop him to death. Chapter 75. Send it to me. After hearing this, Su Ming smiled calmly. You know what? This guy speaks quite pleasantly. In fact, for Su Ming, it doesn't matter whether he picks up these 400 cars or not. After all, if you don't pick up the car, I can buy it. The auction prices for those antique jade pieces haven't arrived yet. The money from the bags sold has not arrived yet. Once the money arrives, it will be no problem for me to buy more than 400 cars with cash. What Su Ming wants is an attitude. Please speak nicely and politely, and we can discuss everything. If you act bossy and condescending, I'm sorry. I'll show you what a boss is. All right. Su Ming thought about it and smiled. No need for a 20% discount. Please help me get the license plate and insurance. No problem. Absolutely no problem. When Zhao Yunlai heard this, he was overjoyed and breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body went limp, his shirt soaked through, and he almost fell to the ground. He quickly agreed. Although it is summer, it is already dark and cool. What's more, the air conditioner was on in the room, but Zhao Yunlai was still gasping for breath. It's so hot. When do you want to pick up your car? Don't worry, our store is open 24 hours a day and is at your service throughout the entire process. We will be there whenever you come. Zhao Yunlai hurriedly expressed his opinion. That's not necessary. Su Ming smiled faintly. How about this? You deliver the Koenigsegg to me. I'll find a time to come over for the other cars later. I'll let you know in advance. I'll trouble you to keep them for me during this time. Okay, no problem. Absolutely no problem. After saying that, Su Ming hung up the phone. Zhao Yunlai breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the sofa, looking as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Call. It's like walking a circle between life and death. It's really stressful to talk to such a big shot, let alone a big shot who can decide your life or death with just one sentence. Although the other person's tone was calm and approachable, I thought about his identity. I couldn't help but feel extremely nervous. After sitting in the chair for a full 5 minutes, Zhao Yunlai finally had enough strength to support himself and go downstairs. Zhou has already left. This guy is too embarrassed to stay here, and he also knows that his career prospects are over. You can leave work now. Zhao Yunlai wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, also, inform the sales department that the store will be closed tomorrow and no sales will be made to the public. However, you all must go to work. Several people were stunned, not quite understanding what it meant. Mr. Su may come here to pick up his car someday. Don't let outsiders affect Mr. Su's shopping mood. Besides, we're such a big 4S store, and all the expensive cars are already booked. What else can we sell? Zhao Yunlai explained. Makes sense. That makes so much sense. Zhao Yunlai is worthy of being a manager. He sees things very clearly, much more clearly than they do. Awesome. In their 4S store, the cheapest car costs tens of thousands of yuan and is considered a high-end car online. Especially the second, third, and fourth floors are all filled with luxury cars, but these second, third, and fourth floors are all booked by Su Ming. Only a few cars were not bought by Su Ming. There is no point in doing business with the outside world anymore. You can't just tell someone when they come, I'm sorry, sir, our car has been booked and is not for sale now. One is troublesome, and the other is afraid that others will not believe it. Also, before Mr. Su comes, I'll call you and tell you that you must be in your best spirits. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, I'll chop him into pieces. Yes. Everyone responded loudly, full of energy and fighting spirit. The two security guards looked at each other. I almost peed my pants. Fortunately, Zhao Yunlai did not hold them responsible, otherwise they would both be in trouble. In fact, Su Ming didn't want to make things difficult for the two security guards, so he didn't say too much. After all, the two security guards were just following orders. Zhao Yunlai personally made a phone call, applied for a temporary license, drove the Koenigsegg, and quickly arrived at the hotel where Su Ming was. Then he called Su Ming. After Su Ming answered the phone, he made an excuse to go to the bathroom and went downstairs. Not long after, Su Ming came down from upstairs. Mr. Su. Zhao Yunlai hurried over after seeing Su Ming. This is your car purchase contract, and these are the car keys. Thanks for your hard work. Su Ming smiled faintly and patted Zhao Yunlai's shoulder. Zhao Yunlai almost cried at this moment. So approachable. So kind. So approachable. Well, we made such a big mistake, but others forgave us so easily. I feel guilty about it. Mr. Su is busy, so I won't bother you. Zhao Yunlai was a smart man. When Su Ming came down from the hotel, he knew that Su Ming must be eating upstairs. Su Ming smiled faintly, took the car keys, and got in the car. TSK. It's worthy of being a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. This feel and sensation is just extraordinary. Unable to resist the urge to drive, Su Ming drove around the hotel and parked the car in front of the hotel. Excuse me, sir. Just then, a man who looked like a security guard came over and said, Sir, this is not a parking space. If you park here, it will cause traffic jams. The security guard was very polite. Can you work as a security guard in a hotel if you are not familiar with cars? Definitely not. Understanding car models is a compulsory course for them. That's why the security guard spoke so politely. If you were driving a car worth tens of thousands of dollars, the security guard would kick you away. I couldn't find a parking space. After getting out of the car, Su Ming stuffed a few red tickets into the security guard's hand and said, "Please keep an eye on it for me. If anyone wants to come in, I'm at 888. Come up and find me. I'll move the car." Okay. When the security guard saw that there was money to be taken, his eyes lit up and he agreed with a smile. For ordinary people, the white boxes are parking spaces. For Su Ming's sports car, any open space in the world is a parking space. This is what it means to have money. Taking the elevator upstairs, Su Ming pushed the door and walked into the private room. Oops. As soon as he entered, a boy sitting next to Sun Ming couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement when he saw the watch on Sun Ming's wrist. "This watch of yours isn't cheap, is it? I think I've only seen it on TV, not in real life." This guy has been Sun Ming's loyal lackey since high school. "It's nothing, not worth much." Sun Ming smiled faintly and took the watch off. "I just bought this watch for fun. I'll go." Another boy carefully held the watch in his hand. "Isn't this a limited edition Patek Philippe? I heard this watch costs 70,000 or 80,000. It's nothing, just a small amount of money. If you like it, I can buy a few for you." Sun Ming smiled calmly. "Oh, that won't do. That won't do. We can't afford it." Chapter 76 Buying Fakes is not good. How can we compare with the squad leader? He earns so much money a year, so buying a watch is easy for him. But we can't compare. Several classmates began to flatter him. "Look at us. We usually have to hesitate for a long time before buying a bicycle. It's incomparable." Haha. Sun Ming laughed triumphantly and sneered at Su Ming, who had just pushed the door open. "See, that's the difference. Even though you are a little handsome, what's the use? What's the use even if you are the top scorer in the college entrance examination? In this world, what matters is status and money. See, this watch of mine is worth your annual salary. Are you jealous or angry? Useless." I thought Su Ming would turn around and leave, or would be a little angry. But who would have thought that Su Ming just smiled faintly and didn't care at all? Then he walked straight to Yiling's table and sat down, chatting with Yiling. Sun Ming was so angry. It's like punching out really hard, only to hit the air. It feels soft, and there is no sense of strength. It's so uncomfortable. "Actually, I want to buy a watch too." After Yiling glanced at Sun Ming, she said to Su Ming, "Because sometimes I can't bring my phone to work, I can only rely on a watch to tell time." Ouch. As a result, Yiling's words, which were originally not very loud, actually fell into Sun Ming's ears. It turns out that this guy has been paying close attention to the situation here. Sun Ming laughed and stood up. "Yiling, there are quite a lot of fake watches on the market now, and many watch merchants are selling inferior products as good ones. But don't worry, I know several people who sell watches. They can definitely guarantee the quality and quantity. Whatever style you want to buy, I can recommend one to you and give it to you for free. Don't worry, I don't have any other intentions. It's nothing special for us classmates to give each other watches." Sun Ming saw that this was his chance to show off, so he hurried over. "This is a fly. Give it a chance, and it'll come through." "Thank you, squad leader." "No thanks." Yiling refused indifferently. "Why?" Sun Ming was persistent. "Yiling, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. We are all classmates, and it's normal for us to help each other. So where do you live? Give me the address, and I'll send it to you later." "Yo-huh? Sure." They all started asking for the address. If Yiling gave the address to Sun Ming would definitely treat Yiling's home as a check-in destination. If he didn't go there 8 or 10 times a day, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Really, no need. Yiling shook her head. Sun Ming frowned slightly, looking unhappy, but still smiling. "How about this? I call them now and ask them to send one over." "Thank you, squad leader." "No thanks," Su Ming said as he sat aside. "I'm talking to Yiling. Why are you butting in?" Sun Ming frowned. "It really has nothing to do with me, but we are classmates. It's not very nice for you to sell fake goods to Yiling." Su Ming smiled calmly. "Fake?" Sun Ming's face darkened instantly when he heard this. "Tell me clearly, what do you mean by this?" So the squad leader didn't know. Su Ming pretended to be surprised and said, "It seems that the squad leader has been deceived. Your watch is fake." "Huh." As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, Sun Ming burst into laughter. "I laughed so hard that tears almost came out." You? You can tell whether this watch is real or not. Have you ever seen one?" "Exactly. Do you think you have the right to comment on the monitor's watch?" The two classmates behind him couldn't help but follow Su Ming's sarcasm. "All right." Su Ming shrugged. "Since you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Could you please let me take a look at the monitor's watch?" "Okay, no problem. Take a look." Sun Ming sneered and threw the watch into Su Ming's hand. "Hold it tight and don't drop it. You can't afford to pay for it if it breaks." "I can afford it." I can afford it after moving bricks for a year, right? That makes sense. This kind of thing happened here, and many students gathered around to look at us. Today's society is full of snobs. Sun Ming's family owns a factory and is rich. Many people can't curry favor with him, so how could they possibly help Su Ming? However, Su Ming didn't care. First, look at the hands of the watch. Patek Philippe's watch hands are patented and are small and delicate, but the hands on this watch are a bit rough, and even the surface of the hands is not polished. Look at the string of English numbers on the back of the watch. The English is the name, and the numbers are the serial number. The font is very small, and the engraving process is also patented, so others can't imitate it. The numbers on the real watch are very clear, but the numbers on this watch are a bit blurry. The most important thing is that there is a string of English letters under the third gap on the surface of this watch chain, which is a hidden anti-counterfeiting mark. But if you look at this watch, there is no such mark at all. Also, the genuine watch has a sapphire surface that has been specially processed, so it won't have any scratches. But look at this watch again. Although you can't see it at a glance, you can still see a few shallow scratches if you look closely. To sum up, this watch is fake. Squad leader, you haven't been scammed, have you? This watch is a high-end imitation, only 5 or 6,000 yuan. You spent so much money on it, it's a huge loss. You can't let these counterfeiters go. Squad leader, you'd better keep your eyes open in the future and don't buy fake watches like this. It's okay if you buy it yourself, but if you really buy such a watch for Yi Ling and it turns out to be fake, how big a misunderstanding will there be? It will damage your reputation as a squad leader. After Su Ming finished speaking, he smiled faintly and put the watch in Sun Ming's hand. Quiet. The room was dead silent. Several students even couldn't help but take out their mobile phones and search for this watch on the official website. Sure enough, the anti-counterfeiting method was exactly the same as Su Ming said. Several people fell on Sun Ming's watch quietly and silently. If people who have not seen the real one cannot tell the difference, but if people who have seen the real one take a second look, the difference between the real and the fake one is a bit obvious. Sun Ming's face looked very ugly. The corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch a few times. He forced himself to remain calm, holding the watch in his hand, taking a deep breath, and slowly exhaling. I didn't expect. Classmate Su also knew something about watches. Thanks to you for reminding me. Otherwise I would have been cheated. I'm going to find these damn bastards when I get back. After saying that, Sun Ming sat back in his seat without even looking back. We are all adults. We have graduated for 2 years and are also struggling in society. Everyone knows that the watch Sun Ming is wearing is fake. What he just said was just a reason and an excuse. Seeing the looks of his classmates around him, Sun Ming was filled with anger. Chapter 77. I know this car owner. I thought I could use the opportunity of the class reunion to show off and save face. But I had already thought that instead of saving face, I was slapped hard several times. Pain. Uncomfortable. And it's the kind of pain that can't be expressed in words. The few classmates who had just held Sun Ming's stinky feet also looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This time he is really flattering someone. The kind that stinks. It makes them feel like there is a lump in their throat, which they can neither spit out nor swallow. Su Ming and Yi Ling sat there chatting among themselves, and the students who were watching the show were also indifferent and kept aloof. But the group of people at the main table were very embarrassed. You look at me, I look at you, and no one says anything. Su Ming smiled calmly. The scanning system is turned off. There is no way. I have a system that can cheat. It turned out that Su Ming had accidentally turned on the scanning system. The scanning results showed that the watch was fake, and the system also pointed out how to prove that the watch was fake. Since you've stretched your face out to me, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't slap you in the face? So Su Ming just went with the flow and slapped Sun Ming hard in the face. Oh my god. At this moment, Li Kong suddenly pushed the door open and walked over excitedly. Guess what? I just saw a luxury car downstairs. What car? Another classmate asked. Koenigsegg. What? Everyone was shocked. Koenigsegg. There are only 6 limited edition cars in the world, and the cost of one car is over 100 million. I heard that the top-of-the-line cars cost more than hundreds of millions. You know, you can't buy this car with money. Where is this car parked? Sun Ming stood up and asked. It's just downstairs. Li Kong said. As expected of a rich man, he's so awesome. He parked his car downstairs. There were several cars stuck behind him, but they didn't even dare to fart. They just waited there obediently. Damn, so arrogant. Li Kang's topic broke the awkwardness, and the classmates were all surprised. By the way, I just couldn't help but record a video downstairs. I've already posted it in the group. You guys can take a look. Li Kong said. As soon as these words were spoken, all the students took out their mobile phones, including Sun Ming, who was a little impatient. This is a limited edition car worldwide. and there are only 6 of them. As soon as it was released, it was ordered by many wealthy people. I heard that when this car was for sale, more than a dozen rich people were fighting for it. The ones who can really grab it are the richest of the rich, the real top big shots. I didn't expect that someone in their Donghai city would actually steal this car. What a status this is. What does it mean to park downstairs? This means that the owner of this car is having dinner in this restaurant. This is an opportunity, a huge opportunity. Su Ming's family is considered a well-known figure in this city. As long as you have the nerve to find the car owner and say a few words to him, so that he has an impression of you, you may come in handy someday in the future. This kind of car owner can become a fat man by just giving himself an order. Opportunity is fleeting. Once lost, it will never come back. Holy crap, it really is. And it looks like it was just bought. Look at the license plate. It was just put on. A classmate couldn't help but exclaimed, I have only seen this car on TV, computer, and in magazines. Who would have thought that I would have the chance to see it with my own eyes today? This is no ordinary Koenigsegg. Su Ming stuck out his tongue and licked his dry lips. This car is top of the line. Look at the paint color, the windows, and the rear bumper. They're not the prototypes. They've all been modified. Before the modification, this car could reach a top speed of 450 kilometers per hour, slightly faster than a high-speed train. After the modification, it will likely exceed 500 kilometers per hour. Its weight-to-horsepower ratio is 1:1. It's truly a top-tier car. The entire body of this car is made of carbon fiber. It is the world's first car with a power of 1,000 kilowatts. He's both handsome and wild, the perfect combination of beauty and the beast. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Amazing, awesome. You're worthy of being the squad leader. You know so much. Su Ming sat aside, smiled and praised. Yiling sat aside, tilted her head and blinked. Something's not right. According to how things develop today, there seems to be some discord between the squad leader and Su Ming. But Li Kong just sent a video to the group, and Su Ming didn't watch it. The squad leader talked about the advantages of such a car, and Su Ming actually praised it in a rare way. Haha. Su Ming smiled complacently. It's okay, because the owner of this car happens to be my friend. Su Ming blushed, smiled slightly, and his face flushed. Oops. The students were shocked when they heard this. As expected of the squad leader, he actually knows this kind of person. With our squad leader's status and position, it's normal for us to know someone like this. Squad leader, who is this person? What does he look like? Can you introduce him to us? The eyes of the students around me were shining wildly. Okay, but he's here to eat, so he obviously doesn't want to be disturbed. So, how about I introduce him to the students later when he's free? Okay. The students were madly flattering her. Yiling didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes were always on Su Ming's face. Looking at Su Ming's half-smile, she always felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Yiling's gaze moved slightly downward. I found that Su Ming's pockets were bulging. Car keys? Yiling blinked. Suddenly, I had a special premonition. I'm afraid today's things will be very interesting. Class monitor, we are classmates after all. You must help us more in the future. That's right, squad leader. You know this big shot. This big shot must have a big company or a big background. If we want to find a job, isn't it just a matter of a word from him? I hope the squad leader will give me more support in the future. Feeling the center of attention, Su Ming's face was filled with smugness. Although I don't know him yet. However, he believed that with his identity and status, he would be able to find out by asking around. Even if we can't be friends, at least we can get to know each other. Moreover, Su Ming dared to conclude that the person who bought this car must be a man, because any man would have special hobbies. Why buy this car? Of course it's for publicity and to show off. Since it's for showing off, then this kind of person must like to play. It just so happens that Su Ming likes it too. When the time comes, I'll find a big bar, sit in a booth, and do some magic tricks. Doesn't this mean we're friends? So wonderful. Oh, I thought I was pretty good driving a BMW worth 600,000 or 700,000 yuan, but compared to this guy, my car is worth less than one of his wheels. Su Ming sighed and shook his head. Yes. The students around also sighed. $1 million luxury car is already out of their reach. I've never even seen a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Chapter 78. The truth is revealed accidentally. The people in the room were sighing. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and a security guard walked in cautiously. After looking around, the security guard walked towards Su Ming. Can you move your car? The security guard said. Good. Su Ming stood up, nodded, and followed the security guard out. The room suddenly became quiet. Staring at each other. The security guard specifically notified Su Ming to come up and move the car. This matter is not a big deal, but the key is, this hotel has a dedicated parking lot, and the only car suspected of blocking the road seems to be the Koenigsegg. Could it be that? Su Ming's face turned red instantly, and he clenched his fists. Oh shit. I've really lost face today. I wish I could find a place to hide. I had just given a thorough analysis of that car, and I was lamenting that I couldn't afford it. But who would have thought that this car actually belonged to Su Ming? He suddenly remembered what Su Ming had just said to him. Say you know a lot. I thought Su Ming was flattering me, but now I see it this way. This is clearly a mockery of myself. I thought I could show off my muscles and measure my wrists at this class reunion. Unexpectedly, he was taught a lesson by others. How did Su Ming do it? How to afford a limited edition Koenigsegg, a sports car worth hundreds of millions. What does it mean? This means that Su Ming's consumption level and class have far surpassed his own. No wonder Su Ming remained neither humble nor arrogant throughout the party. It turned out that the other party didn't think much of me at all. Back then, I was a big shot in front of Su Ming, but now I am just an ant. No, not even as good as an ant. Li Kong blinked, swallowed, stood up, walked to the corridor, opened the window, and looked down. I just happened to see Su Ming driving away. Damn, is this car really Su Ming's? Li Kong has made this matter a done deal. The people in the room became even more silent. At this time, everyone suddenly understood why the beautiful class girl was so fond of Su Ming. I'm afraid no woman can resist a man who can afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions, right? Although Yiling was surprised, she did not show any excessive expression. She had no idea how rich Su Ming was or what he had experienced in the past few years. The reason why she sat next to Su Ming at this class reunion was because Su Ming had indeed helped her a lot with her studies when she was in high school. Another reason was that she couldn't stand the flattery in the room. Facing the gazes of her classmates, Yiling just smiled faintly. No matter what they thought, Yiling was too lazy to explain. After all, these people's opinions had no impact on Yiling. Until Su Ming came back, the room was quiet and not a word was spoken. Only Wang Kai was sitting there happily. How's that? Shocked, right? You only know one side of the story, not the other. If you knew that classmate Su Ming is in the city center and has a piece of land worth tens of billions. The most important thing is that not only did this guy not develop the land, but he actually planted crops in the city center. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat this meal. You all need to go to the hospital quickly and get your jaws fixed. So this car is yours. After Su Ming came back and sat back in his seat, Yiling smiled. Yes. Su Ming nodded lightly. This car is really beautiful. Yiling said. It's okay, barely enough, just for transportation. Su Ming's expression was calm. When the students around heard this, their hearts couldn't help but twitch. Are you speaking human language? A sports car worth hundreds of millions is just barely affordable for you? Is it just for transportation? I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've become so rich. Yiling smiled. Nothing. Su Ming still looked the same. What is this? Wang Kai sat aside and smiled calmly. Old Su's fortune is not just this little bit. Forget it. Old Su won't let me tell you. So let me tell you this. This car is only 1% of Old Su's assets. Hiss. As soon as Wang Kai finished speaking, countless gasps of shock were heard in the room. 1%? What does that mean? This means that Su Ming has at least tens of billions of assets. Oh my god. Su Ming comes from an ordinary rural background. What happened during the 6 years, 4 years in college, and 2 years after graduation? Even if you win 5 million every day, you won't have that much money, right? Many classmates looked at Su Ming with increasing eagerness. There are always many people who change with the wind. Instead, the original protagonist Su Ming is now left out in the cold. No wonder Su Ming could tell that the watch was fake. He is rich, and he must have bought countless watches like this, treating them all as toys. The true and the false can naturally be distinguished. However, Su Ming ignored them and just chatted with Yiling and Wang Kai. The students here were chatting animatedly, while the students at the other tables all looked a little embarrassed. There are several people who are regretting their decision to the core. Just when Su Ming stepped on Su Ming, they wanted to say a few words for Su Ming, but because of Su Ming's status, they gave up in the end. If I had known this earlier, I would have shown up just now. Well, it's a pity that there is no medicine for regret in this world. Su Ming could no longer show off. Think about what I just said. I know the owner of this car. We are friends. Su Ming was so embarrassed that he really wanted to jump off the building and end it all. But in other words, the car owner himself does know him. We can barely be considered friends. But the key is that this is not the same thing. This is so embarrassing. From the time the food was served to the end, Su Ming didn't say a word. He sat at the table with his head lowered silently. There was no way. He was the one who organized this party. It would be inappropriate to leave, but it would be too embarrassing not to leave. Originally, after the party, Sun Ming had arranged singing and other activities in the evening. But this incident made Sun Ming lose all interest. Still singing? It's better to give yourself a song of Liang Liang. It's so cold that it goes straight to my heart. After finishing the meal, Sun Ming immediately paid the bill, was the first to leave, and drove away without even looking back. The other students followed Su Ming from a distance. Haha, Wang Kai was still happy and patted Su Ming on the shoulder. I am also proud of you this time. Because of the relationship between Wang Kai and Su Ming, many classmates started to try to find a way out. If they couldn't get in touch with Su Ming, they would try to get in touch with Wang Kai first. So the female classmates secretly exchanged glances with each other, and the male classmates secretly gave each other gifts. Although Wang Kai ignored him, it still felt great to be paid so much attention to. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. My driver will be here soon. But Wang Kai was a smart man. He laughed, got in his car, and ran away. I won't be a light bulb. Chapter 79, I'll take you back. Hearing Wang Kai's words, Yiling's face turned red. She felt a little embarrassed. But we are all adults and have all worked in society for 2 years, so this kind of thing is nothing. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, and they are willing to be together. What is there to be shy about? You didn't drive? Su Ming asked. No. Yiling shook her head. My car was sent for maintenance, so I took a taxi here today. Then I'll take you home. Okay. Yiling nodded. There is no need to be reserved. It would be a bit too much to be reserved at this time. Su Ming is also a man of many years, and he likes beautiful women. Yiling was very beautiful even without makeup or dressing up in high school, and she became even more beautiful 2 years after graduating from college. With a height of 1.72 meters, slender and white thighs, a perfect and plump figure, and a pure yet beautiful face, such a woman is a goddess no matter where she is. It's just sending people home, nothing else. So being proactive won't offend others. Su Ming nodded, walked to the side of the car, and opened the passenger door. Yiling smiled sweetly, walked over, and got into the car. After watching this, the group of female classmates behind me were so jealous that their eyes were almost bleeding. But there is nothing I can do, I can only be jealous. After all, compared to Yiling, they have neither looks nor figures. The most important thing is lack of vision. Looking at Su Ming and Yiling walking away, the students looked at each other and sighed sadly. A wonderful class reunion ended just like that. A bit embarrassed, a bit helpless. It's all their own fault. They can't blame anyone else. Sitting in the car, Yiling told Su Ming her address. Yiling rents a house in an upscale residential area. I heard you're getting married soon. Yiling sat in the car, blinking her eyes, and asked with a bit of nervousness and expectation. We broke up. Su Ming smiled faintly. Oh. Yiling was stunned. Why? Because I don't want to be the one who takes over. Su Ming smiled. Then he briefly explained the whole story. I see. Yiling nodded in sudden realization. But even Yiling herself didn't notice that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and a hint of uncontrollable joy flashed in the depths of her eyes. Even my breathing became faster. I heard that you went abroad when you were in your sophomore year? Su Ming asked. Yes. Yiling shrugged helplessly. My father forced me to go, saying that the academic atmosphere abroad would be better. But I have to admit that this is indeed the case. Su Ming nodded. In China, it is difficult to get into university, but easy to graduate. But abroad, it is easy to get into university, but difficult to graduate. The academic atmosphere is relatively rich, and the value of college graduates is slightly higher. However, Su Ming believes that with the development of the country, this gap will be made up sooner or later. You're not leaving after you come back? Su Ming asked. I'm not leaving. There are so many good things here, but it's still better back home. The food abroad is too monotonous. There's no way it can compare to the rich variety of food back home. Yiling blinked. What have you been through in the past few years? How did you suddenly become so powerful? Su Ming chuckled and said, keep it secret. Cut. Yiling couldn't help but roll her eyes. If she didn't want to say anything, then forget it. The two of them chatted happily along the way and soon arrived at their destination. After they exchanged new phone numbers, Yiling left. After all, it was the first time, and it was a bit inappropriate to invite Su Ming up for tea at this time. Let's talk about it after you get familiar with it. After sending Yiling home, Su Ming thought that there were still many dead vines in his field that had not been cleaned up, so he drove back in a hurry. As soon as we arrived, we found that the construction site was still in full swing. The wall had been built, and through the side door next to it, we could see the outline of the villa inside. It's fast enough. It takes at least 3 or 4 months to build a villa in other places, but for Su Ming, the time is shortened exponentially. Mr. Su. When the person in charge saw Su Ming, he hurried over and said, Mr. Su, We have already laid the foundation of the villa. The underground floors are almost built. Only the above-ground floors are left. But don't worry, we will speed up. Well? Su Ming blinked. Well, actually, I'm not particularly anxious. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Su. When the person in charge heard this, he almost cried. Su Ming took a look and asked, What's wrong? What happened? I didn't say anything. That's why they say Mr. Su is a rich man and we are not. Mr. Su has such a broad mind and cares about us so much despite his busy schedule. Don't worry, we all understand your concern for us, but your work is the top priority for us. We accept your concern, but we will definitely not slack off. The person in charge answered in a resounding voice. Ah, all right. Su Ming blinked. Actually, what I meant was that I really am not in a hurry. You happen to understand another meaning. Why does this scene seem familiar? Why does it feel like he's following the same path as President Chun? The licking is so natural and so sophisticated. Forget it. Since you think so, I can't say anything. If I explain a few more words, I'm afraid I'll make you cry. Mr. Su, is this your car? The person in charge suddenly saw the car parked on the side of the road, and his eyes widened. Yes. Su Ming was very casual. Koenigsegg, the person in charge exclaimed. Holy shit, a sports car that's limited edition worldwide and costs hundreds of millions. Appearing right in front of him alive. But think about it again. Don't you see who the owner of this car is? Mr. Su, isn't it right for Mr. Su to drive a car like this? Yes, of course. Look at how little you can do. If Mr. Su sees you like this, won't he think you look down on him? Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I lost my composure. The person in charge said with great fear. Oh. Su Ming blinked his eyes. What was going on? Isn't your Lenovo function too powerful? Seeing the person in charge bent over and trembling all over, Su Ming felt confused. What is going on? It's okay. You guys are busy. I'll get busy too. Su Ming patted the person in charge on the shoulder and said, It's no use. I can't stay with you guys anymore. You guys are so weird. I really don't understand. Hearing Su Ming's gentle words and the strength coming from his shoulders, the person in charge had tears in his eyes. Mr. Su is so nice. Mr. Su, please rest assured that we will do our best and live up to your expectations of us. After secretly wiping away a tear, the person in charge, who was originally a little tired and sleepy, suddenly became energetic and strode towards the construction site. Chapter 80. Send me something. After closing the door, Su Ming went to the field. The grapevines are still withered. One by one, the vines were pulled up and arranged aside. The automatically generated racks disappeared, and the vines were collected. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining 60 experience points. Su Ming drove a farm vehicle and plowed the land from beginning to end. Then Su Ming fell into the distress of happiness again. What should I plant next? From the time the system appeared to now, Su Ming has planted quite a few things. Vegetables, fruits, and other things are grown. It was also quite rewarding. Directly turned himself into a billionaire. Oh, the seeds are almost finished. Walking to a makeshift shed next to the thatched hut, Su Ming took a quick look and found that the seeds had been almost used up and the fertilizer had been used up. Seeing this, Su Ming couldn't help but want to complain. In fact, Su Ming bought a lot of fertilizers. It was just because during the days when President Chun came, he was so carefree and threw the fertilizer into the fields as if it were free. That's why it's used so quickly. Su Ming touched his chin and thought about it. Forget it, I'll have a good rest tonight and ask the boss to send some more seeds and fertilizers tomorrow. Thinking of this, Su Ming clapped his hands lightly, washed up, tidied himself up, went back to the house to play games for a while, and then lay down to sleep. Early the next morning, Su Ming opened his eyes. The sunlight shines through the treetops and onto the ground. Seeing that the 2 acres of land had been cleaned up by himself, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction and then called his former boss. Hey, Boss Su, what business do you need to take care of? The shop owner was very excited after receiving Su Ming's call and spoke hurriedly. Su Ming pondered for a moment. Do you have many seeds there? A lot, of course. The shop owner hurriedly replied. Don't worry, I have as much as you want. I have whatever seeds you want. Okay. Su Ming nodded. Give me more of each of the seeds you have, and also send me a truckload of fertilizer. Okay, leave it to me. The boss agreed happily. This is a big business. What did the boss say? Give me some more. And every seed must come. The shop owner hurriedly rubbed his hands and stood up, checked the existing seeds, and looked at the inventory in the warehouse. Old son, please send me some of the seeds you have. I want every one of them, but in larger quantities. The boss took out his cell phone and called the supplier. Don't be kidding me. Aren't the seeds you sell all vegetable, fruit, and grain seeds? All I have here are flower seeds. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I don't need your money. The boss was a little impatient. After hanging up the phone, he called several colleagues in succession and asked them to ship more seeds. Then he went to the nearby area to wake up the sleeping workers, hired a large truck, and loaded fertilizer into the truck. 2 hours later, the boss looked at the 2 full trucks and nodded with satisfaction. Set off. 2 trucks drove towards the city center, one in front of the other. Boss, where are we going? The truck driver blinked. He knew this boss, and he sold seeds and fertilizers. This was not the first time he had delivered goods for this boss. But the point is, other people ship their goods to the countryside, so why are you shipping it to the city center? Even if you are located in the east of the city and want to transport things to a village in the west, you usually take the outer ring road, which is faster and has no traffic jams. No one went to the city center. The boss who wants this stuff is farming in the city center. The shop owner smiled. Boss, don't joke with me. I've been driving your car for several years. If you don't want to talk about it, forget it. I'm not a liar. The driver shook his head. The boss was both amused and confused when he heard this. Of course I don't blame you, because I didn't believe it at the beginning either. I also expressed strong doubts, but reality taught me a lesson. I don't understand the world of big guys at all. They're just farming in the city center. What can you do? It's not just about farming, but it also looks like the farming is going pretty well. Otherwise we wouldn't need so many seeds and fertilizers. Pull the car to the side of the road and prepare to unload the goods. The boss pointed to the side of the road, and the driver looked and saw. Isn't this a construction site? The surrounding walls have been built, and a group of people are working hard nearby. Did the boss drink too much today? Talking nonsense. He doesn't look like it. He doesn't smell of alcohol and looks quite sober. Forget it. As long as you pay the shipping fee, we will go wherever you tell us to go. The driver didn't ask any questions and stopped by the roadside as instructed by the boss. Su Ming walked out of the door, holding a box of huazi in his hand, and gave a box to each of the boss and several delivery drivers. Oh, Mr. Su, look at how polite you are. Even though you work for me, it still costs so much. The boss said with a nod. It's hard work for you to do so many things. Su Ming smiled and nodded, then pointed to the 2-meter-wide aisle and said, just unload the goods here, leaving a path for me to walk. Okay. The boss quickly agreed and waved his hand. The truck driver was already suspicious, but when he walked in and took a look. Damn it. Is it true? Are there really people farming in the city center? What the hell? Isn't this too arrogant? Of course, the driver only dared to think so in his heart. What's wrong with others farming? This land is mine. I can farm if I want. I can roll around on it, and no one can control me. Is this the simple and unpretentious life of the rich? Well, people like me really can't understand it. Some of the porters had been here last time. Seeing the other people staring in amazement, I felt amused. Look at how ignorant you are. What happened to Mr. Su in such a place? It seems normal to us. Not only normal, it is quite correct. But these guys forgot that the situation was not much better when they came here the first time. Su Ming was in charge of directing the large trucks to back up. The workers were used to the work and worked very quickly. In a short while, they had unloaded 2 full trucks of seeds and fertilizers. Su Ming also paid the shipping fee. After all, it was summer and the weather was hot. After working for a whole morning, the workers were covered in sweat and their clothes were soaked. Su Ming bought them some chilled watermelons and gave them some red envelopes. These workers were so touched. Well, when you work for others, they would like to deduct all your money. But with Mr. Su, as long as you do your job well, money is not a problem. You can't refuse it even if you want to. I will give you more. Chapter 81. You can plant this. After finishing their work, the workers accepted Su Ming's cigarettes and red envelopes and left with many thanks. These workers were also very considerate. They were afraid that the seeds and fertilizers would get damp, so they covered them with a huge plastic sheet. Su Ming looked at the pile of seeds and scratched his head. Without seeds, even the best cook cannot cook without rice. With seeds, the dilemma of choosing began immediately. You know what? This boss is quite efficient. Each bag is labeled with the type of seeds it contains. Moreover, this time the boss has prepared a complete range of goods, with hundreds of types of seeds. After his eyes swept over a few vegetable seeds, Su Ming was shocked to find that there were also flowers. We have orchid seeds and chrysanthemum seeds. Sure, this boss is quite thoughtful. Su Ming was not in a hurry. He looked down one by one. Suddenly, Su Ming's gaze stopped. Cactus seeds. Damn, is this even possible? Su Ming has attended college after all. There are many ways to plant cacti. The 2 most common ones are rhizome planting. Another method is to sow seeds. Moreover, most cacti are grown in pots for appreciation. Cacti can indeed bloom and bear fruit, but the probability is relatively low. Su Ming suddenly became interested. What would grow if he planted a cactus? Su Ming laughed. I suddenly became motivated and started to work. After preparing the seeds and fertilizer, Su Ming began planting. It took him a whole morning to finish planting 2 acres of land. Ding! Cactus successfully planted. Harvesting time, 72 hours. Then water with fertilizer. I just had a simple meal at noon and was busy until 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I was so tired that my back and waist ached before I finally cleaned up the 2 acres of land. Call. Fortunately, it is just farming, and with the support of the system, it is relatively simple. Otherwise, it would probably take a long time just to farm. From the last prompt time, it will take about 60 hours to harvest. That is 2.5 days. Su Ming laughed heartily, feeling happy. Don't be in a hurry. You have plenty of time. Just wait. He clapped his hands gently, washed his hands and feet, changed into a new set of clothes, put on his shoes, and then Su Ming walked out slowly. The construction site outside the door is still in full swing. The frame of the entire villa has been erected and interior decoration can be carried out soon. Su Ming doesn't need to worry about all the details. They are all the best and most refined designs. Mr. Su, the person in charge hurried over after seeing Su Ming. I have something to trouble you with. Su Ming smiled. Look at what you said. Serving you is our duty. How can it be a bother? You say. The person in charge said hurriedly. I want to build an underground garage. Su Ming thought about it. Well? The person in charge was stunned and blinked. Mr. Su, the garage is already in our plan. It can park 20 to 30 cars. Is it not enough? This? Su Ming scratched his head. It was enough originally, but it's not enough now. Not enough space? Don't worry, it's no problem. How big do you want to expand it to? Can it accommodate 50 cars? Or 100 cars? We can meet your requirements. The person in charge blinked. After all, this is a private parking lot, and 50 or 60 cars is actually not a small number. 100 cars is no less. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then said, it's still a little small. Hearing Su Ming's words, the person in charge was stunned. Is the space for 100 cars not enough? Mr. Su, just tell me directly, how much space do you need? 500 cars. How many? The person in charge jumped up immediately, his eyes widened, and he shouted loudly. However, the person in charge reacted quickly, realizing he had lost his composure. I'm so sorry, Mr. Su. I got a little excited just now. Your garage, these 500 cars, this. The person in charge stammered and didn't know what to say. Actually, I didn't want to trouble you so much, but I've already bought the car and it's still in the 4S store. I can't just leave it there forever, right? Su Ming is innocent. You can't blame me. The car keys were generated by the system. If you insist on giving me the car, I can't refuse it. Bought 500 cars. The person in charge was petrified on the spot. Are you enjoying this? Other people buy cars one by one, but you bought 500 cars at once and took over the 4S store. No wonder Su Ming drove back a new car last night. It turned out that Su Ming didn't buy a car, but because he could only drive back one car. There are still more than 400 cars left there. Can the garage be built? Su Ming asked. Oh. The person in charge suddenly woke up. Yes. Don't worry, it can be done. But we have to redesign the plan. We should build you a large 2-story garage more than 10 meters underground. Design a garage for you that can store 1,000 cars. That's hard work. It's not hard, absolutely not hard. The person in charge shook his head like a rattle. From the initial shock to the current calmness, the person in charge's heart has been struck like a rock by Su Ming's tyranny. As stable as Mount Tai. Is this the real world of the rich? Well, think about those people who asked you to build villas for yourself before. They were all so arrogant. He thinks he is a rich man, and is proud and arrogant, and looks down on others. But compared with Su Ming and Mr. Su, he is still far behind. This is not a difference in money. This is a difference in realm. Nothing can compare to it. After receiving Su Ming's request, the person in charge drove back to the company without saying a word and asked all the top designers in the company to stop their work and start designing frantically. Normally, it takes at least several weeks from placing an order, designing, to final production, but for Su Ming, the time is compressed into 5 hours. When Su Ming woke up the next morning, he found that construction on the garage had already begun. They designed a spiral sunken passage, and then 2 huge parking platforms, all built under the 3 acres of land. 3 acres of land. The parking lot is nearly 2,000 square meters, with a total area of nearly 4,000 square meters on the upper and lower floors. Not to mention parking, it is enough for parking airplanes. Su Ming was very satisfied. He just waited for the parking lot to be built, and then went directly to the 4S store to pick up all the cars. Sitting on a recliner, feeling the breeze and basking in the sun, Su Ming felt that this life was both comfortable and solid. On the right are villas and underground parking lots under construction, and on the left is thriving land. This wonderful little life. It feels so good, I can't stop. Chapter 82. Something happened at home. The next morning, Su Ming got up very early. The construction site is still bustling with activity. The cactus in the ground has grown out, but it will take 2 days to harvest, so Su Ming is not in a hurry. Just when Su Ming was planning to do something to pass the time, a familiar figure appeared at the door. This walking posture, this smile on his face, why do they look so familiar? Looking closely, isn't this President Chen? What's going on? Are you forcing your way through again today? Oh, Mr. Su. President Chen hurried over after seeing Su Ming and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, for disturbing you again today. President Chen, have you eaten? Su Ming asked. I've eaten. President Chen smiled and replied, Mr. Su, please don't be angry. Ever since I last worked out, I've noticed my muscles are getting better and better. These past few days, they've been itching a bit since I last worked out. I thought, since I haven't been here for a few days, the grass in the field must have grown quite a bit. I came here especially to weed it for you. It turns out that this time it was not a forced passage. They came here to forcibly remove the weeds. Poor little grasses, they had just emerged from the ground when they were about to be killed by President Chen. Mr. Su, please don't refuse. I have a rare opportunity to get close to the earth, feel the fragrance of the soil, and recall my childhood, the time when I worked in the fields with my parents. As President Chen spoke, he choked up a little and wiped away the 2 crystal tears that had just flowed out with his hand. Perfect, this acting is perfect. Su Ming couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The Oscar statuette belongs to you. Okay, then I'll trouble President Chen. President Chen has said so much, there is no way for me to refuse. Look at Chen's tone, his eye movements, and those 2 crystal tears. From beginning to end, President Chen's deep sincerity was revealed. When President Chen heard this, his face was overjoyed. He took off his leather shoes, put them aside, walked barefoot, rolled up his sleeves, ran to the side, and skillfully filled a bucket with water. He first watered the plants, then applied fertilizer, and finally weeded. Su Ming stood aside and watched in amazement. Wow, he works even more efficiently than me. Others who don't know would think that this land belongs to you. President Chen was busy watering and fertilizing the plants, and he was very happy. Su Ming couldn't intervene at all and felt helpless. He could only shake his head and walk to the side. The entire frame of the villa has been built. Even the glazing has been completed. Interior decoration is in progress. Mr. Su, what are your requirements for interior decoration? The person in charge hurried over after seeing Su Ming. I don't have any requirements. A normal design is fine, but it must be safe, with electrical and fire protection. Su Ming thought about it, and then said, although I have a system, having a system does not mean that I am indestructible. You said that you have been unlucky for half your life, and you finally got a cheat system, but something unexpected happened and you died. It's really a loss to my grandma's family. After all, he still wants 3,000 beauties in his harem. Also feel the fun of ancient emperors flipping cards. Mr. Su, please rest assured that this is our priority. When the person in charge heard this, he immediately patted his chest and made a loud promise. How's the progress on the underground garage? Su Ming asked. Mr. Su, we have been digging all night last night. The person in charge had 2 dark circles under his eyes, but he looked energetic and very happy. They used coal mining technology, and when they dug a little further, they would use support frames to support it. Then construction begins, and the foundation is poured. No delay, very fast. If nothing goes wrong, we guarantee that we can complete it within 3 days. The person in charge assured loudly. After hearing this, Su Ming nodded and was very satisfied. This construction speed is like a rocket. It disappeared in a flash. After inspecting the construction site and going out for breakfast, Su Ming went back. As a result, just as I walked back to the yard, my cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and saw it was his mother. Su Ming was stunned for a moment and blinked. A few days ago, Su Ming sent 20,000 yuan to his family, saying that he earned it from working. It's not that Su Ming is stingy and doesn't want to spend money on his parents, but he is afraid that his parents will not be able to accept it for the time being. It's better to proceed slowly and step by step. Although Su Ming's mother missed her son most of the time, she also knew that her son was busy with work and rarely called. Why did you suddenly call me today? Su Ming didn't hesitate and answered the call directly. Son, how's your work going lately? Don't overwork yourself. Your health is important. As soon as the call was connected, Li Sumei's voice came from the other end of the phone. But if you listen carefully, you can hear that the words are full of fatigue. It's okay, Mom. I'm not particularly busy and don't work overtime that often. And Mom, I'm not short of money now, so you two shouldn't be so tired as before. Rest more and buy whatever you want to eat. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Su Ming said with a smile. No, Li Sumei said. You kid, hurry up and find a wife to get married, so your parents can be at ease. I'll call you first. I hope I don't disturb you at work. Su Ming felt something was not right when he heard it. In the past, whenever my mother called me, she would send a text message on her mobile phone in advance to ask if it was convenient. She had never called during the day, and I could tell that my mother seemed to be trying hard to hide something, and there was something else behind her words. What's wrong, Mom? Did something happen? Su Ming frowned slightly and suddenly became nervous. He could give up the system, the land, and all the money in the card, but he didn't want anything to happen to his parents. Don't think too much, kid. Nothing happened at home. Mom just wanted to call you. Li Sumei noticed Su Ming's nervousness and spoke hurriedly. Mom, don't forget, I'm your son. Mother and son are connected by heart. Don't I know if there's something wrong? Tell me. What's going on at home? What happened? Su Ming frowned and spoke in a hurried tone. After hearing what his mother said, he was sure that something must have happened at home. Li Sumei was silent for a few seconds on the other end of the phone and finally couldn't help crying and said, My child, something happened to your father. What? Mom, don't worry, what's going on? What happened? Su Ming asked loudly with a frown. President Chun was watering the plants when he heard this. He was startled and stunned. What happened? Did something happen at Mr. Su's house? Then I must help. Chapter 83 Rushing Home. Last night, your father was coming back from the fields. Halfway through his journey, he saw an old lady from the neighboring village riding an electric bike and accidentally falling into a ditch. You know your dad is a soft-hearted person. He just rescued the old lady. But this old lady insisted that it was your father who hit the person, and she also said it wasn't you who hit him. Why did you save him? Your father said to let the old lady go to the hospital for a checkup. If she is really injured, it wouldn't be a big deal to pay a few medical bills. But the old lady's family is being unreasonable and refusing to go to the hospital for a checkup. Last night, they even broke into the house and beat up your father. Now your father is lying in the hospital. Son, I know it's not easy for you. If I really had no other choice, I wouldn't call you. Li Sumei said this while crying on the phone. Buzz. Su Ming's brain buzzed, and uncontrollable anger surged from his heart to the top of his head. Su Ming clenched his fists suddenly. His face turned ashen. His father, Su Tao, is a well-known good man in the surrounding villages. I have been an honest man all my life and have never done anything wrong. What's more, his father was walking back from the field. If the old lady was riding an electric bike and hit him, it would be his father who would be injured. How could it be the old lady who was injured? Thinking of his father being beaten and admitted to the hospital, and his mother being frightened, Su Ming almost gritted his teeth. Su Ming took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. Mom, it's okay. Don't worry. I have some money here. I'll go home right now, and we'll talk about it later. Good. Li Sumei nodded. Her son was grown up and could be relied upon. She felt relieved, but still a little worried as she warned him. Son, no matter what, don't act on impulse. It's okay, Mom. Don't worry. Su Ming comforted her and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Su Ming was furious. His eyes were bloodshot, and President Chen next to him was startled. President Chen also learned from the phone call that Su Ming's father was beaten after being blackmailed. Mr. Su, don't worry, don't be angry. Things have already come to this. There's no point in getting anxious. I'll drive you back right away. And don't worry, I'll notify the bank staff right away, and they'll take care of this land 24 hours a day. President Chun said hurriedly from the side. Thank you very much, President Chun. Su Ming was extremely upset. If he drove alone, something might really happen. Without saying much, the two of them quickly went out and got into Su Ming's Koenigsegg. President Chen certainly recognized this car and was surprised that Su Ming could buy this sports car. However, President Chen knew in his heart that now was not the time to dwell on this issue. Su Ming sent a location message to President Chen. Fortunately, the distance is not very far, and it only takes about 4 hours to get there. Without saying a word, President Chen stepped on the accelerator to the floor. The Koenigsegg's motor roared, and with a hum like thunder, it disappeared from the street. They soon left the city and reached the national highway. President Chen drove at full speed, reaching the maximum speed. At President Chen's speed, the original 4-hour journey could probably be shortened by half. Sure enough, just 2 hours later, the red sports car stopped in front of a county-level city hospital in an extremely graceful posture. Su Ming's face turned pale, and he and President Chun got out of the car and rushed to the hospital. Su Ming already knew that his father was hospitalized in room 405. As soon as I reached the 4th floor, I heard a roar coming from the corridor. Su Tao, You hit my mother like this, and you still don't want to pay compensation? I'm telling you, there's no way. If you don't pay 300,000 yuan today, I'll sue you and put you in jail. Before the roaring voice died down, Li Sumei's tearful voice could be heard interfering. It wasn't my husband who hit your old lady. She fell into the ditch on her own. We've called the police, and they'll recover the truth of this matter. What are you trying to do? After hearing this, Su Ming's anger, which had just subsided, rose up again like a volcano erupting. He strode out of the elevator, and President Chun followed closely behind him. At the door of his father's ward, there stood a middle-aged man with slightly gray hair, and behind him stood several people who seemed to be the old lady's family members. They were all roaring and harassing at the door of their father's ward. Li Sumei leaned against the door with her frail body, trying desperately to prevent them from coming in. Su Ming's eyes suddenly turned red. How did his mother spend the whole day? How did his mother resist with such a frail body? Stop! President Chen shouted loudly. When the family heard the voice, they were stunned for a moment. They turned around and saw two people walking towards them. Who are you two? Why would you mind your own business? Just leave now. The middle-aged man in the lead frowned. Son. Li Sumei couldn't help but feel happy when she saw Su Ming, but the joy in her eyes quickly turned into worry. Son, please leave quickly. Mom can handle everything here by herself. Please leave quickly. Su Ming felt a lump in his throat when he heard this. I almost cried. Even though the other party was bullying her like this, her mother was still concerned about her own safety at this time. Mom, it's okay. Su Ming smiled faintly and told his mother that nothing would happen if he came. Are you the family of that old lady? Su Ming asked with a frown. Yes, we are. The middle-aged man in the lead sneered and held his head high. You kid is Su Tao's son. Fine, your father can't pay, so you have to pay. I tell you, you injured my mother, and this matter cannot be resolved without 300,000 yuan. I give you two choices. Either pay the money and the matter will be over, or send your father to jail. I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just 300,000? Su Ming smiled calmly. Old Chun, I left in a hurry and didn't bring my bank card. Can you help me pay for it? Su Ming deliberately did not call President Chen. I'm just afraid that these guys will become even more aggressive after knowing that President Chun is the bank president. Su Ming, don't worry, I'll take care of it. President Chen originally wanted to call him Mr. Su, but when he heard Su Ming's tone, he immediately understood and changed his address. Send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. President Chun took a step forward, looked at these guys, sneered, and then said, Chapter 84, Raising the Price. When these people heard this, they couldn't help but feel happy. Oh my, is it so smooth? We just asked for 300,000 and we got 300,000? What a bunch of fools. Can't even bargain? But since you were so willing to give us 300,000, it means that you have more than this amount. It seems that we asked for less. No, we can't suffer a loss. We want more. Wife, how is the old lady doing? The middle-aged man looked at his wife next to him and asked. They are indeed a family, in cahoots with each other, like snakes and rats from the same nest. The wife next to him immediately understood what her husband meant. Oh, the old lady is getting worse. Before I came, she couldn't breathe smoothly. Maybe she will pass away in the next day or two. As the woman spoke, she pretended to wipe away a few tears. Did you hear that? My mom is dying. I'm telling you, 300,000 isn't enough. She needs 500,000. If you don't give us 500,000, we will send Su Tao straight to jail. This isn't just a case of knocking someone down. This is murder, and murder is punishable by death. The middle-aged man said loudly. You are asking for a higher price. Su Ming sneered. Okay, no problem. 500,000 is 500,000. Su Ming looked back at President Chen, who nodded. The middle-aged man was extremely happy to see that his goal had been achieved. The old lady wasn't hurt at all. He got 500,000 for no reason. He is going to get rich. Soon, President Chen transferred 500,000 yuan to the other party's account, which made the guy so happy that his nose was almost bubbling. He no longer looked as fierce as before, but was smiling all the time. Oh my, the son of the old Su family is really capable. He can easily take out 500,000 yuan. He is really amazing. Get out of here. Su Ming frowned at them and scolded him loudly. Snort. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, but he had achieved his goal and got the money. He felt refreshed and didn't want to argue with Su Ming. He walked away while humming a song. Seeing that the person had left, Su Ming hurriedly pushed open the door and walked in. Su Tao was lying on the hospital bed, his face pale and his eyes closed. His right leg was wrapped in white gauze, and he had an IV in his hand. Su Ming hurriedly opened the scan. Su Tao, injured, with minor soft tissue contusions all over the body and a fracture in the right leg. After seeing the scan results, Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries. However, this was just a relief and did not mean that Su Ming would let them go. This beating can't be in vain. Mom. Su Ming turned around and saw Li Sume. He took out a thick stack of banknotes from his pocket and said, "Take this money first. Let my dad rest well in the hospital during this period. You should also take a break. Leave this matter to me." "Okay, but kid, you better be careful and don't be impulsive." Li Sume is still a little worried about her son. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what's important and what's not." After Su Ming finished speaking, he gave President Chen a look, and President Chen nodded. The two of them walked out, but just as they reached the door, they saw a middle-aged fat man walking towards them. "Are you a family member of the patient?" The fat man frowned slightly when he saw Su Ming. "It's me." Su Ming glanced at him. "I'm the vice president of the hospital. The patients haven't paid a cent so far. If you don't pay, I'll kick you out." "We'll hand it and right away," Su Ming said. "Hurry up." The fat man in the middle said something very impatiently and turned away. Su Ming said nothing more, took the elevator to the first floor, and paid 100,000 yuan for his father's hospitalization fee. "Mr. Su, this matter can't be calculated like this." President Chen couldn't hold it in any longer after holding it in for a long time. "Don't worry, President Chen, I will definitely not let this matter end like this." Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief knowing that his father was not in any danger for the time being. Now he could free up his hands to deal with them. At this time, the old lady's son, the middle-aged man Guoxing Building, hurried to the bank with his family. "After checking, I found that the bank balance had increased by 500,000. I was so happy that I almost burst into tears." The boss, Guoxing Building, was enjoying himself, but the middle-aged woman next to him looked at her husband and asked, "Is the money going to be less?" "That's a lot, right?" Guoxing Building was stunned for a moment. "Why is it not a small amount? I see on TV news that it's always over 1 million or 2 million. The friend that the son of the old Su family knows is quite wealthy. He didn't even blink an eye when he took out 500,000 yuan. He must have a lot of money." Guoxing Building heard it. "That's really the case. Are you asking for less? I have indeed heard about this when watching the news. Some people lost 1 or 2 million. I thought I would be happy to get 500,000, but it turns out that I lost a lot. So what do you mean?" Guoxing Building looked back at his wife. This middle-aged woman was also obsessed with money, and a bad idea came to her mind as soon as she rolled her eyes. She whispered a few words into her husband's ear, and Guoxing Building was so happy when he heard it. But he quickly reacted, coughed lightly, and looked at the other relatives in the family. "Well, you guys go back first and take good care of the old lady. Don't worry, I will divide the 500,000 among you, and it won't be less." Good. When these people heard this, they were very happy. Everyone got a share, so they all went back. But Guoxing Building did not go back. Instead, he strolled back to the hospital, and not only did he go back to the hospital, he went straight into the director's office. Su Ming paid his father's hospital bill downstairs and booked the entire ward, then went upstairs to let his mother have a good sleep. President Chen was busy helping Su Ming take care of Su Tao. Su Ming saw all of this and kept it in mind. In the blink of an eye, it was dark. President Chen went out and bought some meals. Anyway, the problem was temporarily solved, and Li Sumei's face looked a little better. After eating a few bites, Su Tao woke up. "Son." Su Tao was stunned when he saw Su Ming. "How did you get back? Are you okay? They didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Like Li Sumei, Su Tao was concerned about Su Ming from the first moment. "Dad, it's okay. It's over. Don't worry." Su Ming smiled and said, "Dad, are you hungry? Do you want to eat something?" "Well." Su Tao sighed. "It's Dad's fault. I've dragged you down. I was trying to be a good person and do good things, but I made a mistake. What's wrong with this society?" "It's okay. There are always more and more good people in this society." Su Ming smiled and said, "It's just that we were unlucky and encountered a rat shit." Chapter 85. You finish your performance, and I take the stage. Su Tao was injured. The injury was not serious, but it was painful enough. Fortunately, their gastrointestinal function was not affected, and they were a little hungry. The family of 3 and President Chen ate and chatted for a while, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. As we were chatting, we suddenly heard loud crying at the door. "Mom, I'm sorry, son. This damn Su Tao." The old lady was in good health and could easily live to 80 or 90 years old. How could she become like this all of a sudden? A sudden howling sound came from the corridor. Su Ming and the others were startled. They looked at each other and frowned slightly. "What's going on? What does the other party want to do? I'll go out and take a look." Before Su Ming reached the door, it was suddenly pushed open. Guoxing Building strode in from outside, his eyes red, tears on his face, and a look of grief. Okay, you guys still have the mind to eat, but my mom is dying. What? Li Sumei was stunned when she heard this. Your mother is clearly unharmed. How could? You're still quibbling at this point. Didn't you say I refused to examine my mother? I just examined her. My mother was hit by Su Tao. She suffered internal injuries and internal bleeding. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. After saying that, Guoxing Building threw the 2 pieces of paper heavily to the ground. President Chen hurriedly picked them up and handed them to Su Ming. Although Su Ming is not a medical student, he can see that there is indeed a lot of blood congestion in the chest and brain cavities in the film, and it is a dark mass. Where did you shoot this movie? Su Ming asked. It was taken in this hospital. A cold voice came from the door, and then a man in a white coat slowly walked in. I'm Du Xiangyu, the director of our hospital. I took this film myself, and I can prove that what Mr. Guo said is correct. Did you see it? Did you see it? Dean Du personally proved it to me. Guoxing Building shouted. Pay the money now. 500,000 yuan is not enough. Give me another 1.5 million yuan, a total of 2 million yuan, and we'll be done with it. Otherwise, I'll arrest you and put you all in jail. Su Ming and President Chen are so smart. I understood it after hearing it. It turned out that after going back to discuss it, he felt that the money was not enough and wanted more. Su Ming frowned and walked towards the door. He saw the old lady lying unconscious in the corridor and scanned her. Wang Xue is in good health with no internal or external injuries and suffers from mild hypertension and heart disease. Seeing the scan results, Su Ming sneered in his heart. I see. Before Su Ming could speak, President Chen smiled and said, President Du, do you still recognize me? Who are you? Du Xiangyu looked at President Chen and frowned slightly. He had never seen this person before. No, why did he look familiar? Dean Du is really forgetful. When you went to our bank to deposit money. President Chen? Du Xiangyu suddenly remembered something. His face turned pale and cold sweat broke out. This. No way. How could it be such a coincidence? President Chen is the president of Tianhua Bank, and he is in charge of more than a dozen branches. He is usually a big shot who is hard to find. I was lucky to see him last time. How could he appear in a hospital in this small county-level city? No way. Could it be such a coincidence? President Chen, what are you doing? Du Xiangyu secretly swallowed his saliva, stuck out his tongue, licked his dry lips, and asked cautiously. Nothing. President Chen sneered. President Du, I have a very detailed list of you. I know exactly which bank you opened, how many bank cards you had, and how much money you had deposited. I don't think you can save that much based on your salary, right? Du Xiangyu panicked instantly. As the director of a hospital, how could his hands and feet be clean? Accepting red envelopes from doctors and patients was only a small part of his actions. He also used his power in the hospital to do many shady businesses. Every gain is huge. But this guy is smart. He spread his money across different banks and deposited it in different accounts. But to be honest, the real top management of the bank are all connected to each other, and the user lists are also shared with each other. Du Xiangyu's little trick was a secret in the eyes of others, but it was completely transparent in the eyes of President Chen. If President Chen makes his bill public, if the police just do a quick check, you will be dead without a burial place. After all, Du Xiangyu understands better than anyone how dirty he is. President Chen, please show some mercy. Du Xiangyu said tremblingly. Whether I will spare you or not depends on your performance, and you must also obey Mr. Su's instructions. As President Chen spoke, he looked at Su Ming and said respectfully, Mr. Su, look. Du Xiangyu was stunned for a moment. Mr. Su? Only then did he suddenly realize that President Chen came to this small hospital because of this young man. What a man President Chen is. The president of a big bank. Those chairmen of large companies and boss shareholders worth hundreds of millions, when applying for loans, which one would not greet President Chen with a smile and flatter him. But such a person actually called a young man Mr. Su? The most important thing is that the respect in his eyes is not fake at all. So what is the identity of this young man? How could Su Tao, an ordinary farmer who has lived an honest life, have such a son? Du Xiangyu suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. But he knew that this was not the time for him to be dazed, and he had no right to be dazed at this time. Su, Mr. Su, I. Du Xiangyu saw that Su Ming was trembling and couldn't even utter a word. Let me ask you, what's going on with this movie? Su Ming asked with a frown. This. Du Xiangyu avoided his gaze, swallowed his saliva, and after a long moment of nervousness, he gritted his teeth and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It's my negligence. I got the wrong film. It's not this old lady's. There's nothing wrong with her health. Dean Du, what are you doing? When Guoxing Building heard this, he asked, How come you told the truth? Dean Du, don't forget that you accepted my... Before Guoxing Building could finish his words, Du Xiangyu slapped him hard. I was wondering who secretly put a red envelope on my table while I was out eating. Aren't you encouraging corruption? I finally know it was you. I'm returning the money. Chapter 86: The Farce of Tearing Each Other Down. Guo is not a good person. He is a typical person who wants to get rich by scamming people. He has always lived in the countryside and only goes to the city occasionally. How can he understand the transactions between the upper-class people in the city? So Du Xiangyu's slap made him dizzy, his head buzzing, and his mind full of questions. You didn't seem to have this attitude when you took my money just now, right? You changed your mind too quickly. It was so unexpected. Could you just give me a little time to react? So Guo didn't quite understand what was going on, but he wasn't a fool either. He knew that the two people standing opposite him were people Du Xiangyu couldn't afford to offend. But you took my money, so you can't just not do the job, right? Dean Du, you took the money on your own initiative. Guo frowned and said loudly, when you received the money, you were smiling and said that 100,000 yuan was too little and asked for 200,000 yuan. Why are you? Shut up, damn it. Du Xiangyu was furious when he heard this. Damn it, you are going to expose all my secrets. No, I can't admit it. President Chun, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't take the money. I just returned to the office and found 200,000 yuan on the table. I was curious about who put it there, and now I know. Du Xiangyu is a dean after all. Can you admit this? Definitely not. If I admit it, I might end up in jail. Okay, Dean Du, since you don't want to admit it, don't blame me for being rude. Guo pulled out his phone and said, I'm telling you the truth. I recorded the conversation when I went in. What did you say? It's all recorded. You can't deny it. What? When Du Xiangyu heard this, he almost jumped up. My goodness, you bunch of damn farmers. When did you become so cunning? Damn it. Can't you just go out and plant more crops when you have nothing to do? Why do you watch so many movies and TV series? This routine must have been learned from the movies. Damn it, give me the phone. Du Xiangyu was very excited at that time. If the news got out, he would be killed without a burial place. After all, he knew all the dirty things he had done. If this gets out, I'll end up in jail for life. Du Xiangyu jumped up in panic and tried to snatch the phone away. Although Du Xiangyu can jump very high, he is the dean after all, and his physical strength is only slightly better than that of ordinary people. How can he compare with Guo, who often works in the fields? Guo quickly raised his phone and pushed Du Xiangyu aside. Du Xiangyu took 2 steps back, and after finally standing firm, he rushed forward again. The two men started fighting at the door. Su Ming looked at President Chun, and President Chun looked at Su Ming. We didn't say anything or do anything, did we? I didn't force you to fight, did I? Are you guys filming a movie? The plot is moving too fast, isn't it? You just enter the plot without giving people any preparation? 2 people were wrestling at the door when footsteps were heard, and several uniformed policemen walked over. Stop, stop, what's going on? One of the policemen frowned and shouted loudly. Du Xiangyu was fighting with Guo and was startled when he heard the police's voice. Comrade police officer. President Chun smiled faintly, walked forward, and briefly explained the whole story. Although we can't just listen to one side of the story, just look at the situation at the scene. President Chen's words are highly credible. Du Xiangyu and Guo beat him up, his eyes were swollen, his clothes were torn, and he was beaten with fists, kicks, and teeth. Although the phone screen was broken, there was no problem with the memory, and this audio evidence could be retrieved later. It's a done deal. Su Ming also provided the police with an audio recording of Guo asking Su Ming for 500,000 yuan. It turned out that Su Ming also secretly recorded the conversation. Soon the police took Du Xiangyu and Guo away. President Chen also went with them and provided a lot of evidence about Du Xiangyu, including some bank deposits. Du Xiangyu is the director of the hospital. He has a high salary and also receives commissions from surgeries. However, no matter how high your salary is, there is a limit. 1 or 2 million a year is normal. But your current assets are almost over 100 million. There is a lot of income from unidentified sources, and there are many expensive products in the house, which is hard to explain. Poor Dean Du, he is far away from home and no one knows about the things he does. As a result, he stepped into a deep pit full of bombs, which blew him to pieces. After Dean Du went in, he confessed a lot of dirty things in order to mitigate his crime. The vice dean who had been particularly rude to Su Ming was also arrested. Pull out the radish and bring out the mud. The atmosphere of the hospital suddenly changed. It changed from being extremely turbid to being extremely clear. The old lady checked again and found that she had no injuries. The reason why the old lady fell into a coma was that her own son Guo actually put a large amount of sleeping pills into the water. Pretend that your mother is seriously injured and unconscious. After the old lady woke up, She also proved that Su Tao did not hit anyone. Guoxing and his family were also jailed for extortion. This matter can be said to have a perfect ending. But it was nothing to Su Ming. Because this is normal, nothing big. Although Su Tao was injured, fortunately, the injury was not very serious. After a day of recuperation in the hospital, the doctor said I could be discharged and go home. Come back for a checkup after a while. If you are able to, the plaster can be removed. However, you cannot do any heavy work within the next 1 or 2 years, and you need to be extra careful when walking. After all, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. President Chen drove Su Ming's car back first. After all, we have to take the old couple there, and Koenigsegg only has 2 seats, which is not enough for them. After President Chen drove the car back, he drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom back overnight. When the couple went out and saw their son driving such a nice car, they were a little stunned. Son, this car is quite expensive. Although your parents have always lived in the countryside and don't know much, it looks like it cost a lot of money. Where did you get so much money? Did you do something illegal? Li Sumei frowned and said hurriedly, you can give up the money, but you can't do anything illegal. You should be upright and clean. You can't do anything illegal. After hearing this, Su Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. President Chen hurriedly explained, Auntie, you misunderstood. Su Ming got goosebumps when she was called Auntie. President Chen, if I remember correctly, you seem to be 2 years older than my mother, right? Chapter 87. This time I am proud. But it is obvious that President Chen doesn't care at all. Not only does he not care, he is proud of it and feels very happy about it. Are you kidding? What an honor it is to be able to talk to Mr. Su's mother. Others don't even have this opportunity. I'm the president of Tianhua Bank. Your son previously made some small investments through our bank and acquired shares in several companies. As a result, these companies suddenly went public, and their market capitalizations were huge, and your son suddenly became rich. Don't worry. All the money is clean, and you can spend it without any problems. Li Sumei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this. So that's how it is. For this honest farmer who has lived in the countryside all his life, investment is a word he has only heard of but does not understand at all. But I always hear about it on TV and radio, and I know that it is a very legitimate thing, and if you are lucky, it can bring huge profits. I didn't expect my son to be so lucky. You kid, even if you earn money, you can't spend it so recklessly. If you have too much money, you must save it. You still need to get married, and you need money for the bride price, the house, and when you have children in the future, you need money for milk powder and education. These are all expenses. Li Sumei said with a smile. Okay, Mom, I know. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a little headache. But Su Ming also knew that his mother had been frugal all her life. It was a lifestyle habit, something engraved in her soul. Frugality was the principle his mother had maintained throughout her life. If it weren't for my mother, I wouldn't have gone to college, and I wouldn't be where I am today. Don't stand here in this hot weather. Get in the car, and let's go back first. Su Ming stepped forward to support Su Tao. President Chen hurriedly opened the car door, and together with Su Ming, he placed Su Tao on the boss sofa in the back. Li Sumei also sat in. Mr. Su, I'll go back first. The family of 3 was going home, and if I went with them, I would be like a third wheel. President Chen, please come to my house for a simple meal. You've been so busy these past few days, and we're feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Sumei said hurriedly. No, I have something to do at the bank. I'll take my leave now. Mr. Su, we'll talk later. President Chen shook his head. Su Ming also knew what President Chen meant, and it was difficult to say anything. Thank you, President Chen. I won't see you off then. President Chen was overjoyed to hear Su Ming's thanks. This is not a matter of any other kind. It concerns Su Ming's parents. I have helped them quite a bit. How could they treat me unfairly? Haha. Chen Xingchangel was so happy that his nose was about to burst. He was especially grateful to himself for having the sudden inspiration to help Su Ming pull out the weeds yesterday morning. After parting with President Chen, Su Ming also drove home. To be honest, it has been 4 or 5 years since I moved to the city. I rarely go home because I have to work overtime even during the Chinese New Year. I didn't expect that the surroundings have changed so much during this period of time. The asphalt road has been renovated. It used to have some potholes, but now it is as smooth as new. The car is very stable on it without any bumps. The weeds on both sides were cleared away, replaced with uniform bushes, and locust trees were planted every few meters. As soon as the locust flowers bloom, the fragrance spreads for miles. There are also some solar streetlights on both sides of the road, so it is as bright as day when driving on it at night. Hey, whose car is this? Walk to the village gate. There is a big willow tree at the entrance of the village. It is noon now, and many people have come back from the fields and are squatting under the big willow tree, eating. As a result, I saw a black car coming from the distance. When it got closer, I looked again and realized that I had never seen this car before. But it certainly can't be cheap from the looks of it. Isn't this car expensive? A shirtless man looked at the people around him and said, "Besides, this car is more than just expensive, it's a Rolls-Royce." A young man wearing glasses next to him said in shock, "What is a Rolls-Royce?" The people nearby were confused. "Let me tell you, this car is worth over 10 million. Ouch. As soon as these words were spoken, several villagers who were listening to the excitement around them suddenly exclaimed in surprise. More than 10 million. How much money is this? They work hard all year round, facing the lusts and with their feet rooted in the land, to earn a few tens of thousands of yuan. If you are more diligent, you can build a few greenhouses and grow some off-season vegetables, or do some odd jobs while farming, and you can earn only a few 100,000 yuan a year, or at most no more than 200,000 yuan. This 10 million is a number they dare not even think about. So today, someone actually spends so much money to buy a car? Whose family is this? When did such a rich person appear in the village? The villagers looked at each other and found that there were indeed a few young people in the village who were doing well. I have also driven back Audis and BMWs, but the most expensive of those cars was only worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan. I've never seen anyone drive such an expensive car back. Whose house is this? Everyone stared at each other. Their village is located next to the main road. It is like the branches of a big tree. Most of the cars driving here are from the village, and at most they are trucks coming in from outside to transport goods. But have you ever seen anyone using this kind of vehicle to transport goods? Isn't he village chief Zhang's son? I heard he's a manager now. No way, no way. Yesterday, I saw him driving an Audi worth over 300,000 yuan. That must be Wang Lao's son. I heard he's working in a mine now. Maybe he's the mine owner. I think he's the second son of the Li family. He seems to be a real estate developer. A few people were wondering about this when the car stopped at the door of the banyan tree and the windows rolled down. Third brother, our Lao Su was sent to the hospital thanks to you. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. The car window rolled down, revealing Li Sumei's face. She looked at the shirtless man and said, "Ouch." The villagers exclaimed. Could it be the Su family? Aren't these two at the end Su Tao and Li Sumei? When did their family become so rich? The people in this village grew up together and know each other well. Su Tao and Li Sumei are real villagers. They have only been to the city a few times in their lives. When did they get so much money? Third uncle. At this moment, the window on the driver's seat rolled down, revealing Su Ming's face. "I'll treat everyone to a meal later, so you can't not come." Su Ming. Everyone understood immediately. It turns out it's because of Su Ming. This child hasn't made any progress in the past few years. Is this someone who makes money by running a big company? I won't chat with you guys anymore. Let's go back first. Su Ming smiled and drove away. Only a group of petrified villagers were left there. Chapter 88. Fancy Blind Date. It's actually the old Su family. After seeing them leave, one of them couldn't help but shout. Oh, Su Ming was a bit dull and honest when he was little. Who would have thought that he would become so successful when he grew up? Who knows which cloud is raining? Comparisons are detrimental. My son works at a bank now, and I'm quite happy about that. But compared to the son of the Su family, he's a far cry from the best. The villagers shook their heads and sighed to each other. Su Ming sat in the car with a faint smile. He didn't drive fast, one reason being that the roads in the village were interconnected and there were no traffic lights, so it was easy for a car or a villager to appear at the intersection. It is also to give face to my parents. After all, when he married Wang Xue, his parents shamelessly went from house to house in the village to borrow money, but were ridiculed by many people. Now is the time to make your parents proud. The village is not big, and such a big thing would probably be known to every household within an afternoon. In this world, money and interests come first. If you have money, naturally there will be countless people coming to curry favor with you, flatter you, and please you. But if you have no money, even if you have no conflict of interest with others, others will laugh at you, ridicule you, and mock you. This is human nature. They will envy those who live better than you, fear those who are far better than them, ridicule those who have a bad life, and seek pleasure and a sense of existence from those who are lower than them. Who dares to laugh at the Su family now? The son of the old Su family drove back a car worth 10 million yuan. This is 10 million. Many ordinary people work hard all their lives and can't even earn half of it. When Su Ming arrived at the door of his house and parked the car, several neighbors came over. Hey Laoli, is this your son's car? Su Ming is such a great kid. He really makes your parents proud. I've always thought this kid was smart. Even though he doesn't like to talk much, he's definitely the type who appears foolish despite being wise. It really is like that at first glance. My kid only makes 6,000 to 7,000 yuan a month. Compared to you, it's a far cry. I say you two must share your child-rearing methods with us. Don't hide them. Look back. My son is not good, but I will educate my grandson well and strive to raise an outstanding child. That's right, you can't hide it. Su Tao and Li Sumei were in a terrible mood yesterday, but as soon as their son came back, everything changed overnight. Their moods improved and their spirits became stronger, especially Su Tao. He had broken bones and injured his face, which was a bit painful, and coupled with the anger in his heart, he was very depressed. But now his waist doesn't hurt anymore, his legs are no longer sore, and he has the energy to speak. There is no way. My son has become more powerful. He has become more confident and speaks with more authority. Su Ming, do you have a girlfriend now? If not, how about Aunt Wang introduce you to one? My niece just graduated from college, and she's very beautiful. Third sister Wang, this is so dishonest. Your niece must weigh at least 200 pounds. Aren't you just trying to cheat her? Su Ming, listen to me. I have a friend whose daughter is a graduate student. Why don't you take a look at my daughter? She just graduated from graduate school and works in the city. We don't want a dowry or a house. We just want you two to live happily together. As Su Ming listened, he felt something was wrong. You can come to congratulate me, or to express your envy, or even to borrow money from me. I won't refuse. But can you please not mention the word blind date? I'm a little scared. Sure enough, when Su Ming turned around and looked at his mother, Li Sumei's eyes lit up. There was a gleam in his eyes. I listened very carefully to what my older sisters said, and I remembered it clearly. Su Ming sometimes admires his mother. Although she only has an elementary school education, she has always been able to remember everything she has seen and heard when encountering such things. I remember the contact information of these girls clearly. Su Ming couldn't bear the headache. He was still young, so why was he in such a hurry? Are you so anxious to have a grandchild? Oh, let's not talk about this for now. Su Ming quickly changed the subject, walked to the back of the car, and opened the trunk. Before delivering the car, President Chen had filled it with skincare products. Could the gift from President Chen be bad? Ginseng, deer antlers, etc. are all basic items. Su Ming opened several packages and took out the contents. When I was away, all of you uncles and aunts helped our family a lot. This is a small gift. Please don't refuse. Take it. Seeing the gift in Su Ming's hand, the neighbor's eyes lit up. Isn't this ginseng and deer antler? Oh, these are abalone and bird's nest. This kind of thing can only be seen on TV. If you say buy it, anyone can afford it. The key is whether you are willing to give up and whether it is worth it. Nowadays, everyone has tens of thousands of dollars at home, so buying some bird's nest and abalone is a piece of cake. But the key point is that some people have tens of millions of dollars in assets, so buying these things is just a drop in the bucket, but some people only earn that much money in a year, and their homes will be empty after buying them. We are all ordinary people in the village. Who would be willing to spend this money? Even if they are sick, they will force themselves not to go to the hospital for checkup in order to save money. Oh, Su Ming, we didn't do anything you. Several villagers around were a little reluctant. It would be rude not to refuse. You can't just give it to me and then I ask for it, right? When I was little, I also ate at the homes of several aunts and uncles. This is just to repay their kindness back then. Take it, take it. Having said that, these people did not refuse and happily took the things in their hands. Each of them got a few abalone, a ginseng, and some deer antlers. Su Ming took out a few more boxes of cigarettes from the back door. These cigarettes cannot be bought on the market. They are all from special supply channels. Seriously good stuff. After unpacking, I distributed it to several uncles nearby. Oh, I've heard of this cigarette. It's not available on the market. I heard that only high-ranking officials can smoke it. You know what? It's true. That brat from our family was lucky enough to get half a pack of cigarettes. They were so good. I smoked them for more than half a year and couldn't bear to finish them. If these cigarettes were sold in the market, this box would cost at least 200 yuan, and this cigarette would cost 10 yuan. Oh, you should smoke less. Most people in the village smoke. They are reluctant to spend money and only smoke cheap cigarettes or old dry tobacco. They rarely smoke this kind of good cigarettes because they are reluctant to spend the money and they can't get them either. Chapter 89, A Rare Warmth. You're surprised by something you haven't seen before. Su Ming can drive such an expensive car, so a few boxes of cigarettes are nothing. Su Ming is the big boss now. Su Ming, does your company have any vacant positions? If so, please consider us. Although my daughter is not as capable as you, she is a college graduate after all. You can arrange some for us. The neighbors all received gifts that satisfied them, and they all liked Su Ming more and more. The mouth that eats the food is grateful, and the hand that takes the food is grateful. These words of praise are almost used up. Uncles, aunts, I won't chat with you here anymore. My dad's injury hasn't healed yet, so he needs to go back to the house and rest early. That's right. Then go get busy. Old Su, your injuries will surely heal very quickly now. With a son like this, wouldn't you be so happy even in your dreams? This kid is so rich and so polite, he's really promising. Watching Su Ming supporting Su Tao inside, and watching the family of three close the door and go back to the house to chat, the surrounding villagers standing at the door were envious. You said, a while ago, Li Sumei was borrowing money everywhere to collect the betrothal gift for her son's marriage. How come after just a few days, this guy is so rich? You say, is it possible that he is doing some shady business? You don't know this, right? You know Guoxing Building from the next village, right? Yes, that old lady's son. He's in jail for extortion. Really? There's also this matter. Old Su is a simple man, and he definitely wouldn't have hit anyone. It must have been framed by the old lady's family. I heard they asked for 500,000 yuan. But when Su Ming came back, they didn't get the 500,000 yuan, but instead it was blackmail, and they put Guoxing Building in jail. Oh, according to what you said, this brat Su Ming has a very strong background now. Of course, with such a strong background, how could he do something illegal? He's not stupid. That makes sense, that makes sense. Alas, this kid. The villagers stood at the door, talking to each other. They all watched Su Ming grow up, and their own children also get along well with Su Ming. When Li Sumei came out to borrow money, it was they who paid the most. Seeing Su Ming's success, he felt envious and jealous, but he would not bear grudges. Instead, I am happy for them. Think about it. Who wouldn't be happy if there was a rich man living next door to you? The yard is not big. There are fields with vegetables on both sides and a brick path in the middle. In the corner was a firewood pile with chopped firewood neatly stacked. Looking at the slightly dilapidated courtyard that he hadn't been back to for a long time, Su Ming sighed. As conditions have improved over the years, and with strong support from the government, many families have built new houses. There are at least 4 large tiled houses, 5 or 6 meters high in total, which add to the luster. My home is still the small bungalow built by my grandmother at that time. The walls are already modeled, and the doors and windows are still the old-fashioned wooden doors and windows, which have long been dilapidated. But this is Su Ming's home after all, and it is also the place that makes Su Ming feel the warmest. You two don't have to worry about me. Just go do what you need to do. I'm in good health. Su Tao was sitting on the Kong very happily, with his mouth grinning all the time and never closing. You stinky old man. Li Sumei couldn't help but roll her eyes. Look at you showing off. Your tail is up to the sky. Haha, my son has made it big. How can I not be proud? When my leg heals, I'll go to the door and do the Yanga dance every day. Su Ming stood at the door and heard his father's words. He laughed and shook his head. It's time for dinner, Mom. I want to eat the food you cook. Su Ming glanced at the time, and Li Sumei felt a little worried when she heard it. Son, it's not that I don't want to cook, but I don't have the ingredients at home right now. It's okay. My home is not far from town. I'll drive, and we can go together. When Li Sumei heard this, she nodded. It would be much more convenient if her son had a car. Su Ming was driving the car, and Li Sumei was sitting in the passenger seat. They soon went out and went to the town to buy some vegetables and fruits, as well as a lot of meat. I drove back. Su Tao sat on the Kong, eating fruit and watching TV. Su Ming helped Li Sumei by cutting vegetables, and soon a table full of delicious food was ready. The family of 3 sat around the Kong, chatting and eating, enjoying the rare warmth. Mom and Dad, there's something I want to discuss with you. I've got a villa in the city. Come with me. Su Ming put down his chopsticks halfway through his meal and said, No. Su Tao shook his head. Son, your parents grew up in the countryside and have lived here for half their lives. Although the conditions are a little difficult, we have long been accustomed to it. The neighbors on both sides are familiar people. We go out and chat every day, and we are not lonely. If we suddenly live in a villa and don't know anyone, your mother and I will be suffocated to death. Son, I know you understand that you want us to not work too hard, but your father and I have worked hard all our lives. Now that you have made it, our moods are different. We work not for the money, but just for the work. If we don't work, we can't sit still. We always feel like something is missing. Working makes us feel at ease. Li Sumei also said with a smile. But living in the countryside is still a little inconvenient. It's cold in the winter, so it's so hard. The villa has air conditioning, and I will hire a nanny, so you don't have to do anything. Su Ming said. No, we definitely can't stand life in the city. Living in a villa with no neighbors, we're locked up in the house every day without a single person we know. How can we live like this? Su Tao said, and Li Sumei also agreed. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. Since parents have already said this, it means they have made up their minds, and there is no point in trying to persuade them. Mom and Dad, let's put it this way. Since you can't bear to leave this place, here's what I think. Our front yard is small, but the backyard is large. I plan to demolish this house and use the space in the backyard to build a small Western-style building for you. The floor heating kitchen and everything else are all ready for you. The neighbors are here too, and you can live comfortably. Is that all right? After hearing Su Ming's words, the couple looked at each other and nodded after a while. That's fine, but son, you have to do it within your means. Don't let our affairs cause any financial problems for you. Su Tao hesitated for a moment, then said, That won't happen. Mom and Dad, you know that if you build a villa here, you can build a really good one for 500,000 yuan. And 500,000 is really nothing to me. Su Ming explained hurriedly. Chapter 90, Childhood Friends. Su Ming has already designed it. Build a 2-story villa for my parents in the countryside. Because prices in the countryside are relatively cheap and it is not that difficult to build, a general 2-story villa will cost 200,000 or 300,000 yuan. If the interior is better decorated, 500,000 yuan should be enough. However, Su Ming planned to renovate it properly. By the way, build a basement and a garage with floor heating, etc. This is standard, and all household appliances should be the best. Let parents enjoy the feeling of living in a villa in the city while staying in the village. By the way, there's 7 million in this card of Mom and Dad. Su Ming took out a bank card from his pocket. This was a subcard that President Chun had previously opened for him. The password is my birthday. You don't have to keep this money. Spend it as you please. How many? The couple looked at each other, still a little shocked. Although they knew that their son had become rich and was not short of money, hearing this was still a bit. Son, we can earn money slowly, but please don't do anything illegal. Li Sumei was still a little worried and quickly gave instructions. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Didn't President Shin tell me? I made my money through investing, and he's the president of a bank. How could he possibly do anything illegal? Don't worry. All the money I earned was earned honestly. Not a single cent was earned illegally. Otherwise, would I dare to drive such an expensive car back home, so openly? If this gets out, wouldn't someone use it against me? When Su Tao heard this, he realized that this was indeed the case. My son is not stupid, and he would not let such words fall into the hands of others. All right. Li Sumei also nodded. I'll save it for you. Maybe you can use it someday. When Su Ming heard this, he was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I'm just afraid that you two will be too surprised. Otherwise, I will just give you 270 million. These 7 million are really a drop in the bucket for me. If you sell anything that grows in the ground, it will probably fetch more than 7 million, right? I don't need this little money at all, okay? Mom and Dad, let me tell you, this money is really not that much. You two should spend it on what you need to eat and drink. Don't be stingy about buying clothes. And you can also go on a trip. I don't have money for marriage. I've already saved enough. Su Ming said hurriedly. You kid, you don't know how to live. This won't do. You have to prepare for a rainy day. You never know what might happen in the future. This amount of money is not a small sum. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, this money will be a lifeline for you, right? Su Ming sighed after hearing this, but this was expected. His parents had lived a frugal life all their lives. In fact, this was also a microcosm of many people in the country. They all liked to save money to deal with future unexpected situations. After the family of 3 had their fill, Su Ming helped Li Sumei clean up the dishes and wash some fruit. The family of 3 sat on the kong, chatting and watching TV, spending a happy afternoon. At night, Li Sumei cleaned up the house next door and let her son live there. Bored, Su Ming took out his cell phone. Only then did I remember that I forgot to bring a mobile phone for each of my parents. Forget it, this phone can be bought everywhere. If it doesn't work, just buy one Apple phone for everyone in the market. Su Ming downloaded a random game and prepared to kill everyone in it. Result: oh my god, how did I die? This guy shot me in the air and killed me. This airdrop hits my face. Why is there no equipment in it? Do I have so many cheats? Su Ming used to really enjoy playing this game, but now it's full of big brothers. Flying and hiding are just basic techniques, and locking the head in blood is just mediocre. There is nothing that plug-in developers cannot develop, except what you can't think of. Su Ming sighed and put his phone aside. He hadn't slept at home for a long time. It was really comfortable to lie on the warm kong. After a day of tossing and turning, Su Ming was a little tired and soon fell into a deep sleep. Second, early in the morning, Su Ming had just finished breakfast and was chatting with a few neighbors at the door when suddenly the sound of a motorcycle came from a distance. When they turned around, they saw a young man wearing sunglasses driving a motorcycle from a distance and stopping in front of Su Ming. Oh my, you really came back. I didn't believe it when my mom told me that. The young man took off his sunglasses, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and laughed. This guy is called Chao Ming Yuan, and he is Su Ming's childhood friend. The two brothers really grew up together without any money. But Chao Mingyuan knows nothing about this aspect of learning. As soon as he graduated from the third year of junior high school, he dropped out of school and went out to work in society, while Su Ming finished high school and college. Although they have different life trajectories, the two brothers have a good relationship. Every time Su Ming comes back, he will go out with Chao Mingyuan to eat and drink to maintain their relationship. After all, they grew up together, and it is a true friendship. Haha. Seeing Chao Mingyuan, Su Ming was also very happy. Hey, you went to work, didn't you? Why are you back? I was thinking of treating you to a meal when you were on break. I didn't go to the construction site because it was closed these days. Chao Mingyuan got out of the car with his eyes shining as he stared at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Damn, you're really good. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. I saw it at a car show before. It cost over 10 million. Think about it. Try it. Su Ming smiled and took out the car keys. No. Chao Mingyuan shook his head like a rattle. Please spare me. I wouldn't dare drive even if you gave me 100 guts. This car is going to get bumped. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay for anything if it gets damaged. Su Ming smiled calmly. He had more than 400 cars. How could he be short of yours? To be honest, this is a very cool luxury car for you, but for me, this Rolls-Royce Phantom is just the entry-level model. After all, his own Koenigsegg can buy 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms. It still doesn't work. Chao Mingyuan shook his head firmly. This is not a matter of money. Such a nice car, and I, a novice who just got my driver's license, driving it like this is a waste. Haha. Su Ming laughed. I have a car that was recently used. I'll give it to you later. You can use it as a practice. Terrific. Chao Mingyuan was very happy. What car? A BMW is not expensive, only over 500,000 yuan. Su Ming said lightly. 500,000. Chao Mingyuan was stunned, and his eyes almost popped out. Okay, if you say it's cheap, then it's cheap. I am powerless to complain. Who made you the boss? You can't compare with me. After all, the person came back to drive a 10 million luxury car, so this 500,000 car is really not expensive for Su Ming. Chapter 91 School Anniversary. By the way, it's just right that you're back. Chao Mingyuan seemed to have thought of something. Our school is celebrating its anniversary tomorrow. School anniversary tomorrow? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. After careful calculation, it is indeed the 80th anniversary of the school's founding. It also has a long history. After all, the school was established before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Over the years, many important figures have emerged in the school, and they would come back to donate money to the school during every integer anniversary. One of them really wanted to donate money, and the other came back to make more connections. After all, people who can come forward to donate money are not simple people. Getting to know more people, plus the friendship among alumni, will always be useful in business or something. Don't forget it. Chao Mingyuan patted Su Ming's shoulder. How many people can come from our class? Su Ming asked. When Su Ming was in school, there were not many students in the same class. There are only 4 or 5 classes in a grade, and each class has less than 30 students. When I was in 6th grade, even the first grade had been interrupted and could not be completed. I don't know about that, but that guy will definitely participate. Chao Mingyuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Su Ming knew who he was talking about. The guy's name is Han Peng. When he was in elementary school, his parents were doing business in other places and his family was quite rich. Han Peng relied on his wealth and often bullied his classmates. The situation was too outrageous and the school didn't dare say anything. After all, his parents donated money to the school every year. After all, that happened more than 10 years ago. The parents in the village had a relatively low level of education, and their children did not dare to tell their parents when they were bullied at school. Video media was not as developed as it is today. Most parents can only swallow their anger, and children dare not say anything. Han Peng will definitely appear at the school anniversary. To put it bluntly, it is nothing more than to show off one's identity and status, show off one's strength, prove how well one is doing outside, and by the way, suppress these old classmates. Su Ming smiled calmly. If it were before, Su Ming would have just avoided this guy, but now. Su Ming wanted to let him know that there are always people better than you. If you look down on the poor, there will be countless people who look down on you as well. Okay, I'll definitely be there tomorrow. How about this? You come find me tomorrow morning, and I'll drive you there together. Good. Chao Mingyuan was very happy and chatted with Su Ming for a long time before going back. Su Ming went home to help his parents with the work in the fields, tidy up his yard, and change some medicine for his father. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and Chao Mingyuan was waiting at the door early the next morning. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This guy was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. Su Ming originally wanted to give him the key so that he could have a try, but Chao Mingyuan refused to open it no matter what, and shook his head like a rattle. Can't open. It's not a question of whether to compensate or not. It would be a waste to let a novice like myself drive this kind of car, and waste is a crime. There was no other choice. Su Ming could only drive to the elementary school with Chao Mingyuan. It turns out that there is a primary school in their village. Decades ago, every couple had at least 4 or 5 children, so the primary school in the village was full of students every year. But 20 or 30 years ago, with the introduction of family planning, a couple was only allowed to have 1 child, so the village primary schools were gradually abolished and merged. In the end, all students had to go to the central primary school. Su Ming and his classmates went to school in the village when they were in the 1st and 2nd grades, but they went to school in town after the 3rd grade. From a distance, I found that the primary school was decorated with lights and was very lively today. There were cars parked at the door, at least a few hundred meters along the road. Su Ming found a parking space on the side of the road and parked his car. After getting off the car with Chao Mingyuan, we walked towards the elementary school. I haven't been back for a few years, and the school hasn't changed much. The playground has been turned into a plastic running track, and a new teaching building has been built. The small tree next to it is still there, and the big willow tree where we often played during breaks has not been cut down yet. Even when Su Ming graduated from elementary school, the uncle who was guarding the door, of course, has now become an old man. He is still alive, but he has only a few teeth left. Isn't this a classmate of ours? After walking a few steps, Chao Mingyuan, with his sharp eyesight, saw several people standing at the door at a glance. Su Ming took a closer look and saw that there were more than a dozen people in total. It was okay, more than half of them had come this time. They were all standing at the door. Everyone is looking forward to it, not knowing who they are waiting for. Just when Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan were confused, a figure walked over. Looking closely, wow, isn't this Han Peng? As soon as Han Peng appeared, these classmates immediately surrounded him, especially the female classmates who were dressed up, and all of them were winking at him. Oh, Han Peng has become more and more handsome since we last saw him for a few years. Does Han Peng have a girlfriend? Mr. Han, I heard that your parents opened a company in the city. You are a young master now. A group of people surrounded Han Peng and held his stinky feet. Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. There is never a shortage of snobs in this world, but they don't know Su Ming's true worth. If they knew, they would immediately leave Han Peng aside and gather around Su Ming. I didn't expect so many people to come to this school anniversary celebration. Han Peng smiled faintly, his eyes full of arrogance and disdain. He didn't take these classmates seriously at all. He raised his head slightly, with a polite smile on his face, and said lightly, "Young Master Han has spoken in the group. How dare we not come? Master Han's words will definitely work. Mr. Han is going to attend the school celebration. Even if I have to quit my job, I still want to see Mr. Han in person." Hearing the flattery from the people around him, the disdain in Han Peng's eyes became even stronger. He couldn't help but pat his sleeves gently, as if these people surrounding him would dirty his clothes. At this moment, a car drove over, a Porsche worth over 3 million yuan. A man was in the driver's seat. After getting out of the car, he quickly walked to Han Peng's side and said, "Master, this document needs your signature now." Han Peng nodded calmly, looked through the document, took out a pen and signed it casually. "Go." "Yes." The man nodded, took the documents, drove away. Su Ming almost burst out laughing after reading it. This kind of cheap way of showing off wealth is too. What if this is a stupid TV show? Is it necessary to do this just to show off? Still, young master? This was living 100 years ago. Chapter 92, I will just watch your show quietly without saying anything. Chao Mingyuan was also standing by and couldn't help laughing. Although Chao Mingyuan doesn't have much money, he is not stupid. His temperament is not much different from Su Ming's. Otherwise, these two brothers would not be able to be like real brothers. However, even if these people who were busy flattering Han Peng thought so in their hearts, they would never say it out loud. Oh, young Master Han is really rich. If I'm not mistaken, this Porsche is worth more than 3 million, right? What? This car costs over 3 million, my god. I only make a little over 100,000 yuan a year, but I'll have to work hard for 30 years to buy this car. Most of these students dropped out of school and entered society very early. Some people have learned a skill and earn a fixed salary, while some are still struggling in society and earn even less. For them, buying a car is a luxury, let alone a sports car worth more than 3 million? Nothing. Han Peng smiled faintly, then said, "With hard work, you will be able to drive such a good car one day." At this time, Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan also came over. After looking at them, Han Peng put on a sarcastic smile. What a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect these two guys to come. Then today is going to be interesting. When Han Peng was in elementary school and bullied others, It was the two brothers Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan who were tied together and resisted the most fiercely. He was humiliated many times. Now that he has grown up, although he doesn't bully others as much as he did when he was a child, he can't change the things in his bones. What's more, for Han Peng, he has already conceded that Su Ming came here today just to admit defeat. Because these classmates came today just to flatter him. Although Su Ming was stubborn when he was young, he should have realized the reality after growing up and being beaten by society. Money is the most important thing, and face is nothing. As long as they say a few nice words to me and admit their mistakes, I might be able to arrange some security jobs for them. You can earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, and maybe even get 5 insurances and 1 fund. Isn't it much better than farming? Seeing Su Ming appear, the students around him automatically ignored him, because they all knew that Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan's families were ordinary farmers. Compared with young Master Han, there is a huge gap between them. Oh, isn't this Han Peng? Just then, a cry of surprise came from the door, followed by a white-haired old man walking out. Hey, Principal Ding, why did you come out in person? When Han Peng saw Principal Ding, he hurried forward, and the two shook hands cordially with a huge smile on their faces. We didn't expect that you, Han Peng, could take time out of your busy schedule to attend the school anniversary. We are very happy. Principal Ding laughed and said, No, this is my alma mater. Without the nurturing of my alma mater, would I be where I am today? My parents often talk about how good you were to me in elementary school. Han Peng responded with a smile. Speaking of your parents, you must go back and convey my gratitude. Your parents donate some money every year. Many of the facilities in this school are available because of you, so I can afford to replace them. Principal Ding continued. It's nothing. After all, my father also graduated from this elementary school, and you taught him there. Donating something to your alma mater is nothing. The two people were talking back and forth, praising each other. These were polite remarks. Su Ming scratched his ears when he heard this. To be honest, although you two have some speaking skills, compared with President Chen, you two are just elementary school students. President Chen's way of praising people is like bathing in the spring breeze, and it is extremely clever. It's a bit rough when you two praise each other. I can only give you a passing grade. Let's go, let's talk inside. Principal Ding held Han Peng's hand and led him inside in a friendly manner. He didn't even look at Su Ming and the others. Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan looked at each other. They were here to watch the fun today, so it didn't matter. The school was decorated with lights, banners, and hot air balloons, and it was very lively. Sitting in the playground were students from grades 4 to 6 of the school, as grades 1 to 3 were on vacation. There are students on the left and an open space on the right where returning alumni sit. Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan found a corner and sat down. Several other students also found some seats and sat down. But Han Peng was treated differently. Principal Ding always took him to the front. Behind the rostrum is a VIP seat. People on the playground still have to bask in the sun, but the people in the VIP seat have a sunshade and a fan next to them. There are also watermelons, fruits, and mineral water on the table. When he got to the podium, Han Peng shook hands cordially with several key leaders of the school and had a pleasant conversation with them, attracting the attention of countless people. Who is this guy? His status and identity must be extraordinary. To be so welcomed by these big leaders, he must not be a child from an ordinary family. The people sitting in the VIP seats behind him came forward to shake hands with each other and get to know each other. Han Peng smiled, kept extending his hands to shake hands, and even exposed half of his body so that others could see his face clearly. He looked so happy that his tail was raised to the sky. I suddenly feel a little regretful. Chao Mingyuan looked at the big sun. It's okay, the fun is yet to come. Su Ming smiled mysteriously and calmly. When Chao Mingyuan heard this, he was stunned and said nothing. After about half an hour, most people had arrived. The school principal first gave a speech and then played songs. Finally, the critical moment has arrived. Donation ceremony. To put it bluntly, what is the so-called school anniversary for? Isn't it just for this moment? It is just to take money out of the hands of you, our former alumni, and put it into the pocket of our school. Dear students, dear parents, dear friends. Principal Ding stood up and stood in front of the microphone. Those sitting in the VIP seats are all former students of our school. They have now achieved status and fame in society. We would like to invite a few representatives to speak. After Principal Ding finished speaking, he led the applause. Han Peng stood up and straightened his clothes. This has been agreed upon before. Han Peng walked to the microphone and coughed lightly, and countless female classmates stared at him. Han Peng swept his gaze across the entire room with a proud expression and smiled faintly. Dear classmates, dear parents, dear friends, I thank my alma mater for nurturing me. It has enabled me to achieve what I have today. To express my gratitude for your nurturing, I have prepared a small gift today. I hope you will accept it. After saying that, Han Peng took out a check from his pocket and placed it in front of Principal Ding. Principal Ding, I'm donating some money to our alma mater on behalf of my company. I hope you won't refuse. Chapter 93. Mr. Su is here too. Oh, it's only natural for the school to train you, and we don't ask for anything in return. Principal Ding quickly refused. Principal Ding, what you said is wrong. You are all hard-working gardeners who work hard for your students. It is only natural for the students to show some appreciation. Moreover, this money is not for you, but for the school and for future children. Han Peng pretended to be angry. Okay, then I'll thank you on behalf of all the students in the school. Principal Ding sighed and pretended to be helpless. Students, applaud your seniors. Wow. There was a round of applause. Principal Ding opened the check and took a closer look. His eyes widened. Oh my, 1 million. This. Thank you so much, Mr. Han. Thank you so much. It's nothing, Principal Ding. The company's funds are a bit tight recently, and this 1 million is a bit thin. I will donate more when the company's funds are back on track. Okay. Principal Ding smiled and nodded. Oh, young Master Han is really amazing. This random donation is 1 million. Oh, I only make 100,000 yuan a year, and they donated all my income for the past 10 years in one go. I can't compare. I don't know if young Master Han has a girlfriend now. If not, what's wrong with having a girlfriend? Which rich man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? I can also be in power. Many girls sitting next to Su Ming couldn't help but whisper to each other. Some distinguished guests behind him and some parents in the audience couldn't help but be a little surprised. This is not a small amount, a full 1 million. What does it mean for a person to be able to donate 1 million? It means that his wealth is far more than that. This 1 million is nothing to him. It won't hurt him at all if he donates it casually. Han Peng came here today just to show off. Seeing the looks of the people below, Han Peng felt very proud. This is exactly the effect we want. And his gaze couldn't help but fall in the direction of Su Ming. How about it? When you were little, you always went against me. Now you know you were wrong, right? The gap, do you understand? When you were young, you didn't understand how important money was, but now you know, right? Thank you, Mr. Han, for your donation. Now we welcome the next person. Han Peng is the representative of the younger generation, while the next one is the representative of the middle-aged generation. He was in his 40s with slightly gray hair. He was wearing a very neat suit. Although it was a hot day, he still wore a shirt and trousers, and his leather shoes were very clean. The man walked to the podium and smiled faintly. Junior Han, you are so young, and yet you can be so generous. I really admire you. Junior Han, you are so young, and you can donate 1 million. If I donate too little, I will not be able to get by. So, I will donate 2 million. There wasn't much of a strong reaction to this statement. Because the person speaking is in his 40s and will soon be 50. After many years of struggling in society, his career has reached its peak. I heard that this person works as a senior executive in a bank. 2 million yuan is really a drop in the bucket for such an executive, and is probably just a fraction of the annual dividend. Han Peng is only in his 20s this year. He was able to donate 1 million yuan shortly after entering society. If you are in your 40s or 50s, wouldn't you be able to donate 10 million? Although the reaction from the audience was not very enthusiastic, Principal Ding was still very happy. This is 3 million at once. I can replace the school's equipment and do some simple renovations, and the rest. That goes without saying. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your donation. Principal Ding walked up to Zhang Chongyang and said with a smile, It's nothing. It's all what I should do. Some people like to donate to schools. One reason is that it brings good reputation, and the other is that a monument will be erected at the school gate. A message will be engraved on it indicating who donated and how much they donated. This is a great act of kindness and has a measurable merit. Many people have dishonest ways of making money, and some of their money comes from unknown sources. It makes you feel uneasy when you spend the money, but it's a different story if you donate it, as it buys you peace of mind. Zhang Chongyang was speaking when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a face out of the corner of his eye. Why does this face look familiar? Zhang Chongyang turned around with some doubt and almost stood there dumbfounded. Damn, isn't this Mr. Su? Isn't this world too small? It turns out that Mr. Su and I are classmates. Then Zhang Chongyang let go of his hand, ran down the steps next to the rostrum frantically, and rushed into the crowd. The audience below the podium, including those in the VIP seats, were all confused. What the hell? What's going on? Those who knew understood that Zhang Chongyang came to donate money, while those who didn't thought he had stolen the money and ran away. Several people stood up and stretched their necks to see what was going on. Zhang Chongyang came running and stumbling in front of Su Ming, beads of sweat on his forehead, panting heavily, with a smile on his face. "Mr. Su, why are you here?" It turned out to be Vice President Zhang. Su Ming smiled indifferently. It turned out that Zhang Chongyang was President Chen's subordinate and the bank's vice president, the second in command of Tianhua Bank. "Mr. Su, you also graduated from this elementary school. I didn't expect that we are actually alumni. It's such an honor." Zhang Chongyang stretched out his hand to shake hands with Su Ming, his whole body trembling with excitement. When all the bank employees went to pull out weeds, he was the only one there. That's pretty hard work. After all, he is the second in command of the bank and wants to show his face in front of Su Ming. I was surprised too. Su Ming smiled calmly. "Vice President Zhang, you should go back. They are all waiting for you." No. Vice President Zhang shook his head desperately. "Good heavens, President Chun is not around, and I finally get to perform independently in front of Mr. Su. How can I give up this opportunity?" "Just kidding. This is an opportunity that no matter how hard one tries, they would never get it. I have completed the donation and taken out 2 million yuan. Now all my tasks are to follow Mr. Su. Mr. Su, this place is too hot. Why don't you come with me to the VIP seats?" "No, this place is great." Su Ming smiled calmly. After Su Ming said this, Zhang Chongyang didn't dare to sit idly by. He looked left and right and found a soda vendor next to him with a big parasol. Without saying a word, he walked over, took out a few banknotes from his pocket, and put them on the table. He opened the parasol and came to Su Ming and stood behind him. The whole place was quiet. Stunned, looking over here. What's going on? What's going on? The vice president of a major bank actually personally held an umbrella for an insignificant young man? Could it be that Zhang Chongyang is a fool? How is that possible? Have you ever seen a fool become the president of a bank? Since Zhang Chongyang is not a fool, then this question has only one answer. That means Su Ming's identity is not simple. Chapter 94. Give me a chance to act like a fool. Quiet. Deathly quiet. On the rostrum, whether it was the school leaders or the distinguished guests, everyone was quiet. It was as if someone suddenly pressed the pause button on time. Damn, who is this guy? This is Zhang Chongyang, the second in command of Tianhua Bank. Their bank president is a mysterious figure that is hard to find. This deputy governor is actually in a similar position. President Chun is already in his 50s and is approaching retirement age. Vice President Zhang is only in his early 40s this year and is at the peak of his career. In other words, the position of president of Tianhua Bank in the future will basically belong to Zhang Chongyang. This is a big shot that no one else can curry favor with. It is precisely because of this school anniversary that Zhang Chongyang came today. At other times, they cannot even see him if they want to. Even if they want to apply for a loan, due to their identity and status, an ordinary manager or a department head in the bank can receive them. There is no way to get in touch with top people. But it was such a person who was so respectful to a young man. This scene is so shocking. Young man, you have no moral principles. Who are you? When you come, just tell us who you are so we can arrange a seat for you. You are sitting quietly at the back. It's very difficult for us. Time stood still on the podium, naturally attracting the attention of students and parents. Today's students are different from those in the past. The internet is highly developed, and they have much more exposure to things than these old guys did when they were young. They already know a lot of things at this age. Parents have been working in society for so many years. If they can't see such a small thing, isn't it a waste of their time? Vice President Zhang, look at you. This is almost impossible to continue. Su Ming was very helpless and had a headache. I'm not a big star. Why are they targeting me like this? This makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Mr. Su is fine. If they want to watch, then let them watch. Mr. Su is so handsome, suave, knowledgeable, and talented. They can't watch him even if they want to. Zhang Chongyang was determined as a turtle eating a weight, and he would follow Su Ming firmly no matter what. Are you kidding? How could I let go of such a good opportunity? The people on the rostrum looked at each other, and then all came over. Leading the way was the principal, a warm smile on his face. Vice President Zhang, may I ask who this person is? Principal Chang, please don't ask any more questions. Mr. Su is not in a position to reveal his identity. You just need to know that my position as vice president is worthless in front of Mr. Su. Hiss. I couldn't help but gasp the whole time. Everyone has their own little thoughts in mind. Everyone was wildly guessing who this person was. The one with the ugliest expression was Han Peng. This guy came here originally intending to suppress Su Ming, but unexpectedly, instead of suppressing him, he stepped on a nail. He stabbed his head so hard that it bled and was in unbearable pain. This Mr. Su, Principal Chang, with his head full of white hair, looked at Su Ming with a smile on his face. Principal Chang, please don't call me Mr. Su. Just call me by my name. When I was studying at this school, you were the principal. Su Ming stood up. Respecting teachers is a traditional virtue that has been passed down for many years. No matter how rich or powerful he is, he still has to be respectful in front of his teacher. Oh my God. Principal Chang quickly smiled and said, I never thought that such a talented person would appear in our school. It's really a blessing. Principal Chang, I came here this time for 2 reasons. One is to see the school, and the other is to meet you teachers. Su Ming smiled faintly, then said, since it is the school anniversary, donations are inevitable. So I will donate 20 million. Oh my God. 20 million. What a huge number this is. Principal Chang stood there in a daze. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Generally speaking, if all the donations for the entire school anniversary exceed 5 million, it would be quite remarkable. Su Ming came up with so much money by himself. Principal Chang, please say something. Seeing Principal Chang standing there in a daze, his eyes wide open and his old face red, looking like he was about to suffocate, Zhang Chongyang reminded him. Oh, I. Principal Chang was in a panic, stunned, and speechless, stammering. This. Principal Chang has been the principal of the Central Primary School for nearly 20 years. That's definitely the top guy. In fact, with Principal Chang's identity and status, there is no problem in getting promoted. But there is a saying that goes, it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. If I get promoted, I will immediately become the lowest level. I was over 40 years old when I became the principal. At the very least, I have to stay in the position of principal for 6 or 7 years before I have the possibility of moving up, but by that time I will be almost 50 years old. Who will promote an old man who is about to retire? So he repeatedly rejected the promotion orders from above. It is just to be able to sit firmly in this position. He has seen many ups and downs and experienced many things, but now when faced with Su Ming's identity and generosity, this old man who has been calm and powerful for many years can no longer remain calm. So stupid. Principal Chang, why are you so unsound? I remember you didn't seem to have a stuttering problem. Zhang Chongyang said from the side. Oh, sorry for making fun of me. Principal Chang finally reacted, took a deep breath, and forced himself to control his madly beating heart. Let's Su Ming, please forgive me for laughing. To be honest, although I have been the principal for many years, I still rarely see such a large sum of money. Han Peng stood behind him, looking like he was eating shit. I thought that the money I donated this time would definitely be the first to come out on top, and my name would be high up on the stone tablet. After all, whoever donated more money would have his name listed higher on the stone tablet, so Su Ming was definitely ahead of him. This stone tablet will be preserved for many years. As long as the school is there, the stone tablet will be there. Poor Han Peng will probably be suppressed by Su Ming for the rest of his life, and will always be second best. Su Ming, donating money is not something you can just talk about. Take out the money first. Han Peng rolled his eyes, sneered, and then said, who doesn't know that words are not enough? Everyone looked a little embarrassed when they heard this. Han Peng, are you really stupid, or do you have no brains? Have you drunk too much? Chapter 95, Self-Inflicted Slap in the Face. Even if you are jealous of someone, you should open your eyes and see clearly, right? Zhang Chongyang is such a respectful person. How could he lie? But since Han Peng said this, no one knew what to say. After all, Su Ming boasted that he would donate money, but he just walked away afterwards, and they had no way to stop him. Oh, you have a point. Su Ming nodded and looked at Principal Chang. But I didn't bring a check to transfer the money today. Is that okay? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Principal Chang nodded hurriedly. Vice President Zhang, could you please check my bank balance for me? I haven't checked it in a while, and I don't even know how much it is. Okay, please wait a moment. Vice President Zhang hurriedly took out his cell phone and called the head office. Hello, this is Tianhua Bank. I'm Zhang Chongyang. Can you please check how much money is in Mr. Su's account? Just give me a rough estimate. Okay. The voice of the customer service staff on the other end of the phone was originally businesslike, but after hearing Zhang Chongyang's voice, he suddenly became nervous. But when he learned that Su Ming's accounts were to be audited, he suddenly became extremely enthusiastic. If someone could crawl over along the telephone line, the bank employee would definitely crawl over without hesitation and disclose Su Ming's deposits in front of him. Vice President Zhang, I've checked and found out that Mr. Su's account has a total of 256.25 million. So much. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. I think I only sold some platinum, and the other 2 sums of money haven't been received yet? Su Ming took out his cell phone and found a text message in it. Su Ming then realized that those old gentlemen had auctioned off some of his antiques. Everyone around heard it. Although I was a little envious, I also felt a little doubtful. because the net worth of several of the people here has already reached this number. More than 200 million is indeed not a small number. But the key point is that Zhang Chongyang is a person of extraordinary status and position, and the funds he can control are more than tens of billions. A person with a deposit of more than 200 million is indeed a wealthy man, but he is not worthy of Zhang Zhongyi's attention, right? Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. Zhang Chongyang hung up the phone and smiled faintly. This money is just the tip of the iceberg of Mr. Su. How should I put it? It's the kind that can be completely ignored. What the hell? Ignore? Excuse me, everyone. It's just some pocket money. Su Ming smiled calmly and said. All the doubts in everyone's mind were swept away. After hearing Su Ming's words, several black lines appeared on his head. Listen, is this human language? Pocket money? Who has more than 200 million in pocket money? Even those wealthy people with a net worth of hundreds of billions probably don't have so much pocket money at home, right? The one with the ugliest expression here is Han Peng. When he heard the amount of Su Ming's deposit, he felt a little secretly happy in his heart. How dare you show off with such a small amount of money? In his opinion, Su Ming must have some leverage over Zhang Chongyang. But I never expected it. This time, he stretched out his face and directly pressed it against Su Ming's hand, and at a very fast speed. This slap in the face is a bit painful, a bit uncomfortable, and a bit wronged. There was a crackling sound. Principal Chang, please send me the school's account number, and I will transfer the money. Okay. Principal Chang nodded hurriedly and sent Su Ming the school account, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. When did such a big shot appear in my school? Awesome, so awesome. The classmates who had been standing far away from Su Ming came forward one after another after hearing this. The boys were eager to have a relationship with Su Ming, while the girls began to flirt with him crazily. They don't expect to become Su Ming's wife. As long as they can be Su Ming's girlfriend, even for just 1 week, that would be enough. Thank you, Su Ming, for your donation. I am so grateful. Principal Chang burst into tears. The school has not been developing well in recent years, and the facilities inside have never been replaced. With your money, we can finally replace them. Principal Chang shook hands with Su Ming, and the media reporters nearby took photos frantically. Whose photo is taking up so much space? Oh, this is Han Peng's photo. Delete it. It's useless to keep it, and it takes up space. Han Peng almost cried when he heard the discussion among the reporters next to him. I came here out of pride, hoping to show off in front of others, but I never expected the result. Die before achieving success. Su Ming pressed him to the ground and rubbed him madly. For so many years, he has been pretending to be cool in front of others, and finally he knows what it feels like to be slapped in the face. The principal warmly welcomed Su Ming, and Su Ming and Chao Mingyuan went on stage together. The former protagonist has long been left aside. Han Peng became completely invisible. This guy really couldn't stay there any longer, so he found a reason, an excuse, and slipped away. The school anniversary celebration continued, but with a different flavor. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Ming. The school leaders had no time to watch the performance and were frantically trying to find topics to chat with Su Ming. Several teachers who had taught Su Ming were able to chat with Su Ming, while those teachers and leaders who came later were all extremely jealous. Zhang Chongyang was so happy that he followed Su Ming like a loyal guard. Show your face, show off your dignity. It was like putting a step up in front of Su Ming. A way to show off. Moreover, this road is very comfortable and smooth, and it will give you a slap in the face. Before, only President Chun had this opportunity. This time, by chance, I actually encountered this opportunity. It feels so good. I'm afraid that President Chun will regret it terribly after he finds out. Why didn't I graduate from this elementary school? This school celebration was extremely lively. Principal Chang even called the school's purchasing department to buy more firecrackers. Originally, the school anniversary would only have been set off firecrackers for about 10 minutes, but this time, because of Su Ming's arrival, they lasted for a full half hour. Originally, the school leaders were planning to keep Su Ming for a quick meal, but Su Ming said he wanted to go home to be with his parents, so no one dared to keep him. When he reached the door, Chao Mingyuan was still a little dizzy. Chao Mingyuan is an ordinary person who couldn't be more ordinary. But today I had a great chat with all the leaders, and my pockets were full of business cards. Chao Mingyuan and Su Ming have a special relationship, and Su Ming is like a brother. Since they can't get in touch with Su Ming directly, it's also a good thing to get in touch with Chao Mingyuan. This is called saving the country by taking a roundabout way and overtaking on a curve. The most important thing is that a company had just opened a branch in the local area and directly hired Chao Mingyuan as deputy general manager. You don't have to do anything. Just go to work, read the newspaper, and drink tea every day. Chapter 96. I'm so depressed. because raising such a person is equivalent to tying a thread between you and Su Ming. Be the envy of other people. My eyes are almost red, but there is no way I can do without this convenient condition. The whole morning was bustling with activity, and Su Ming finally got away around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I accidentally revealed your identity and caused you so much trouble. Zhang Chongyang stood in front of Su Ming and said apologetically. Haha. Su Ming laughed and patted Zhang Chongyang on the shoulder. Vice President Zhang, you're worrying too much. Okay, I'm going home too. Please do as you please. Feeling the force coming from his shoulder, Zhang Chongyang almost cried. I was so moved by Mr. Su's affirmation. Watching Su Ming leave, Zhang Chongyang wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I will follow President Chen's footsteps and swear to follow Mr. Su forever. Han Peng was in a depressed mood. After the school anniversary, I found a hotel to drink alone. I was getting drunk when I suddenly saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom driving towards the door. Han Peng's eyes lit up. This is a sports car worth tens of millions. Could it be the VIP guest in school today? But there is a special parking lot for VIP guests. He parked the car in that spot, and there was no Rolls-Royce Phantom there. Just when Han Peng was puzzled, the car window was suddenly rolled down. Chao Mingyuan smiled brightly. Hey, isn't this squad leader Han? He's drinking here. Han Peng was stunned. He sobered up instantly, rubbed his eyes hard, frowned, and looked carefully. Oh my god. The person sitting in the driver's seat was Su Ming. Han Peng is about to cry. Su Ming, could you please show some martial ethics? I've already come here to drink. Why don't you let me go? Poor me. I was just feeling so emotional and was wondering if the driver was a noble person. Okay, no more guessing now. I made sure of it myself. Su Ming smiled faintly. In fact, he disdains to show off. There is nothing he can do about it. It was Chao Mingyuan who insisted on stopping the car. Who told Han Peng to drink outside instead of inside the house? You found this yourself. It has nothing to do with me. After witnessing Su Ming's departure, Han Peng couldn't cry, let alone laugh. Holding the wine glass in my hand, the alcohol had sobered up and the food in front of me became tasteless. Come on, go back. Just stay at home and don't go out. Otherwise, you will be asking for trouble. Ha ha. Chao Mingyuan, sitting in the passenger seat, laughed heartily. Old Su, you should have seen that guy's expression just now. It was so ugly. Su Ming smiled and shook his head. No need to bother with him. Haha. Chao Mingyuan laughed heartily. Before, he always boasted about his wealth and status in front of me. To be honest, I was a little envious and jealous of him. But now, I just feel a little sorry for him. The two of them went back while chatting. Chao Mingyuan was not polite and stayed at Su Ming's house for dinner. After all, when they were young, they grew up wearing the same pants and growing up naked. True brotherhood, pure friendship, true childhood friends. Li Sumei and Su Tao treated Chao Mingyuan like their own son. We made a table full of delicious food and chatted while eating. After eating and drinking his fill, Chao Mingyuan said goodbye and left. Su Ming was chatting with Su Tao when suddenly a car horn sounded at the door. Then there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Li Sumei wiped her apron and ran out quickly with small steps. Su Ming was also a little curious, so he walked out of the house with his mother. Oh, his sister-in-law, why are you closing the door in broad daylight? Is there something shameful going on in your family? A sharp and sarcastic voice came from the door, and Li Sumei's face changed slightly when she heard it. Su Ming also frowned slightly. The mother and daughter looked at each other, and both knew who had come. She is Su Ming's second aunt Feng Yueme. Her family is well off, and she runs a garment factory in the town, earning hundreds of thousands a year. Among the villages within a dozen miles, they are definitely considered a wealthy family. Feng Yueme has always been a hot-tempered person. Her family is rich, so she is even more arrogant and looks down on everyone. Especially since Li Sumei and Su Tao are honest couple, Feng Yueme often bullies them by taking advantage of her family's wealth and speaks meanly to them both openly and secretly. The old couple are honest and simple-minded, and they don't know how to talk back. No matter how much Feng Yueme insulted them, they just smiled. Moreover, Su Ming's family is not well off, and when he is short of money, he has to shamelessly borrow money from Feng Yueme. Every time they went to borrow money, Feng Yueme would have a long face and scold Li Sumei and Su Tao as if she were scolding her son. The old couple didn't dare to say anything and kept smiling. It often takes several hours to borrow money. It's not because the journey is long and we need to hurry, but because Feng Yueme will keep nagging us. He was almost scolding me in the spine. Su Ming has disliked this aunt since he was a child. But one is your elder, and the other is your parents who keep reminding you. There will be many places where he will be short of money in the future, and only Feng Yueme has so much money to lend him. So I can only bear it. Open the door. Su Ming smiled calmly. He had to endure before, but not now. Li Sumei glanced at her son, nodded, and opened the door. Oh, why did you take so long to open the door? What's going on? Are you trying to protect yourself from thieves? Did someone steal the little money you have? The door opened, and Feng Yueme sneered. The woman was in her 40s, very dark, with a dry face full of wrinkles and a thin figure, but she was dressed in jewels, had a thick layer of rouge and powder on her face, and had a perm on her hair. Honestly, this outfit. After reading it, Su Ming felt a little nauseous for some reason. But Feng Yueme didn't think so. She always thought she dressed very beautifully. Sister-in-law, whose car is this? It's parked in front of your house. Hurry up and have someone move it away. I want to park my car here. Feng Yueme said with a frown. This is my son's car. Li Sumei smiled. What? Your son bought a car? Feng Yueme frowned upon hearing this and pinched her waist with both hands, causing all the rouge and powder on her face to fall off. Sister-in-law, I'm not criticizing you, but your family is so poor and you still want to buy a car. Do you have the financial resources, sister-in-law? When did you learn to compare yourself with others? It's okay to compare, but you have to have the ability. When did you become this rich before you could compare yourself with others? You don't have the ability. Isn't this just pretending to be rich? You're just trying to save face and suffer for it. Chapter 97. A good calculation. After hearing this, Su Ming's face darkened. He wanted to say something, but his mother reached out to stop him. After seeing this, Su Ming could only sigh and shake his head. Yes, but Xiao Su is not here. Li Sumei was about to explain when Feng Yueme interrupted her. What kind of car is this? Why are the two letters on the logo overlapping? Is the logo printed wrong? A no-name brand? Hey, sister-in-law, your family really doesn't know how to live. You bought a no-name brand. What kind of crappy car is this? Okay, pull over. I'm going to park here. Su Ming smiled calmly. It seems that Feng Yueme is just a nouveau riche. Don't you even recognize the Rolls-Royce double R logo? There is a statue of a flying goddess on it. You don't even know this, yet you pretend to be rich? Look, my car is the real car. Feng Yueme looked at her car, an Audi, with great pride. Su Ming opened the scan with some curiosity. Audi A6, 2012 model, flooded and damaged, third hand, purchased for 78,000 yuan. Su Ming almost burst out laughing after reading it. Su Ming originally thought that Feng Yueme would buy a new one. After all, the price of an Audi A6 is approximately between 400,000 and 600,000 yuan. But who would have thought that this car was not only a third-hand car, but also a car that had been involved in a major flooding accident? This car is a 2012 model and is the first Audi A6 model to enter the domestic market. These are secondary. The most important thing is that this car was actually a flooded car in a major accident. And I spent 78,000 to buy it. This is someone being slaughtered. Not only was he killed, but the knife cut into the aorta. If Feng Yueme knew this, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood. Oh my, your family is really amazing. You even drive this Audi. Li Sumei said with a smile. That's it. Feng Yueme raised her head proudly. Okay, no need to move the car. I came here this time to tell you something. What's up? Li Sumei was stunned for a moment. You borrowed 100,000 yuan from our family. Isn't it time to pay it back? What? 100,000 yuan? It's clearly 50,000. Sister-in-law, let me be clear. Is it true that you don't need to pay interest when you borrow money? Feng Yueme sneered. Even if there is interest, it can't be this high, right? My interest rate is only this high, so what? Feng Yueme pulled out an IOU from her bosom and swung it vigorously. See? It's clearly written in black and white. Li Sumei was stunned and took a quick look. It said on it that an additional interest of 50,000 yuan would be charged when repaying the money. There is also my signature and handprint below. This. Li Sumei was stunned at the time. There was clearly no such information at that time. How could you? Normally, each of the three persons should have a copy of the IOU. One is the borrower, and the other is the guarantor. But they are all relatives, and Li Sumei is too honest and has no ulterior motives at all. I didn't understand all the twists and turns. I just signed it directly. Who would have thought that Feng Yueme would actually add another clause at the end? This clause was not included when Li Sumei signed the contract. Feng Yueme is going too far. What? Not coming up yet. Feng Yueme smiled calmly. It's okay if you can't pay it back. Our family happens to be short of 2 laborers these 2 days. You and Su Tao can come to our house to help. You go to the factory, and Su Tao goes to my house. Then we won't pay you wages. You can use your wages to pay off the debt. You? No matter how good-tempered Li Sumei was, she was still a little angry. Isn't Feng Yueme going too far? I understood what she meant after listening to her. It turned out that when Feng Yueme came here today, she knew very well that Li Sumei's family could not pay back the money at all. Her real purpose was to make Li Sumei and Su Tao become free labor for their family. In this way, he could fire 4 workers and let Li Sumei and Su Tao do the work of 2 people each. The wages of 4 workers are more than 20,000 yuan. That's more than 200,000 yuan a year. But I still have to pay back 100,000 yuan. Why? Because you and I didn't sign a contract, and there's no paper proof. It's just a verbal agreement, nothing more than words. I have the IOU. So how come I always win and don't get paid? No way. I will starve you 2 to death for being so honest, and make you work for me for free for the rest of your lives, so that you can suffer in silence without being able to express your pain. Either you pay me back right now, or you 2 can work for me. It's your choice. Sister-in-law, this is 100,000 yuan. If I file a lawsuit in court, you 2 will be labeled as deadbeats in the future. You might even have to go to jail. Su Ming's future. Feng Yuemei knew that Su Ming was the couple's most cared-for child, their apple of their eye. I am willing to die of exhaustion for the sake of the old couple Su Ming. Li Sumei's expression changed. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan? No problem, I'll pay you back now. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly said, What? Pay back the money. Feng Yuemei obviously didn't expect such an answer. Su Ming, you studied at university for a few years, and then went to the city to work for 2 years. You may not be able to do anything else, but you have learned to brag. You said you would pay back the money, but what can you give? Feng Yuemei sneered, and said with some disdain. Su Ming smiled calmly. If you transfer the account, you will know then, right? Ouch. Feng Yuemei was stunned. The boy hadn't seen Chongqing City for several years. The way you speak has become much more assertive. Okay, I'll tell you the account number. If you can't transfer the money, don't blame me for being rude. Feng Yuemei sneered and gave her account number. Soon, Su Ming transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Su Ming, we are all relatives. I am also your elder and have watched you grow up. You say you don't have the ability, so why are you pretending? Feng Yuemei waited for Su Ming to make a fool of himself while sneering, Sister-in-law, look at the son you raised, alas. Just as she was sighing, her cell phone suddenly rang, and he took out his phone to take a look. Dear customer of XXX Bank, 100,000 yuan has been credited to your bank account. Feng Yuemei was stunned at that time. Did it really turn around? Feng Yuemei's face became extremely embarrassed. Did this guy win the lottery? She couldn't think of a second explanation. After all, just a few days ago, Li Sumei and Su Tao came to borrow the betrothal money. But he was kicked out by his own sarcasm for 3 hours. How come this guy has become so rich in just a few days? Oh, I didn't expect your family could come up with 100,000 yuan. Feng Yuemei said sourly. Didn't you sell the house? Why don't we just sell the house so you don't have to worry about it? Su Ming smiled calmly, reached out and took the IOU, and tore it into pieces. It's getting late. We need to rest. Please go back, auntie. After saying that, Su Ming closed the door. Chapter 98 Dinner. Feng Yuemei thought this time would be the same as before. When I arrived, the old couple were very nervous and would agree to any conditions I put forward. After all, I have the IOU. I heard that Su Tao and his wife borrowed a lot of money for Su Ming's marriage. How can they have extra money to pay back their debts when they are heavily in debt? The plan sounded very good, but halfway through, it accidentally broke. It's a futile effort. I hit a snag right at the door and couldn't even get in. Okay, how dare your family turn me away? This has never happened before. Just wait, I won't give up. Feng Yuemei turned around angrily and walked away. Li Sumei stood at the door, feeling a little awkward and hesitant. Although her family has become rich now, they have lived without money for too long, and Li Sumei is still having trouble adapting to the change. Son, she's your aunt after all. Isn't this a bit? Li Sumei hesitated for a moment. Mom. After hearing this, Su Ming felt helpless. You and my dad know how my aunt treats our family. She's very mean and loves to boss you 2 around. Out of 365 days a year, you're the one doing voluntary work for them 360 days a year. How many times has it happened during the autumn harvest when you and my dad finally finished our chores and were exhausted, only for her to come to our house and ask you 2 to do the work? If it weren't for her constant work, your and my dad's backs wouldn't have been so worn out. Even if she lent us money, it's a favor, but it shouldn't be this excessive, right? The most important thing is this IOU. She clearly only lent you 50,000 yuan, but she added another clause to it, turning 50,000 into 100,000. What's the point of having a relative like that? Li Sumei opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that what her son said made sense. Mom. Su Ming smiled and said, Our family is different now. We no longer need to borrow money. Our conditions are much better than theirs. Li Sumei suddenly realized that her son was out and had money, so she didn't need to live the hard life she had before. The mother and daughter chatted for a while and then went back to the house. Feng Yuemei drove home and got out of the car angrily. A middle-aged man was lying on a lounge chair in the yard, his eyes slightly squinted, a cigarette in his hand. It was Su Tao's second brother, Su Hai. Why did you come back by yourself? Where's the third brother? Su Hai opened his eyes slightly and found that only his wife had returned. Snort. Hearing this, Feng Yume snorted coldly. They are now rich and successful. Su Hai straightened up when he heard this. What's going on? Su Ming is back. Feng Yume's teeth itched with hatred when Su Ming was mentioned. She sat down on the chair next to her angrily and said, I don't know what kind of shit luck this kid had. He suddenly became rich, and he actually paid the money back. Returned it. Su Hai was stunned when he heard this. How much did you pay back? 100,000 or 50,000? 100,000 yuan, not a penny less. What? Su Hai was completely surprised. He knew very well what the conditions of the third family were. It is no exaggeration to say that the family is now penniless. In order to arrange Su Ming's marriage, the old couple borrowed money from everywhere and sold everything they had to scrape together 500,000 yuan. Could it be that this guy's marriage fell through? Did the woman return the betrothal gift? Su Hai blinked. I don't know either. Feng Yume shook her head. But I don't think so. Think about it. These 500,000 yuan were scraped together. If he gave us an extra 50,000 yuan, wouldn't the money be enough? Although the couple are honest, this is 50,000 yuan. The key is that Su Ming gave me the money without even a moment's hesitation. Su Hai was also a little surprised when he heard it. Su Ming used to work in the city, but later I heard that he was fired. How did you suddenly become rich? Could it be that I won the lottery? That's impossible. I play lottery all the time, but I haven't heard of anyone winning the jackpot in the city. Feng Yume ran into a snag at Su Ming's house and was filled with anger. But there is nowhere to vent. He gritted his teeth for a long time and then returned to the house angrily. At this time, Su Ming's family of 3 were sitting together watching TV. Mom. Su Ming suddenly remembered something. The uncles and aunts in the village have helped our family a lot. I want to book a hotel in town and treat everyone to a meal. Okay. Su Tao was the first to agree. I've wanted to do this a long time ago, but my family has no money. Now that I have this opportunity, I should really express my gratitude. As long as they have a good relationship with our family and have borrowed money from them, we will invite them. Li Sume also nodded in agreement. The day after tomorrow, then. Su Ming glanced at the time and saw that the day after tomorrow was the weekend. Although ordinary people have no concept of working hours, every household has children. It is lively when there are many people. Okay. Li Sume nodded, walked to the cabinet, opened the door, and took out 2 somewhat worn thick notebooks. When I opened it, I saw that the handwriting had turned yellow and it looked like it was written many years ago. This is our family account book. Over the years, I remember exactly who lent us money and how much they lent. Li Sume opened the account book and knew everything about it. Su Ming watched TV while Li Sume and Su Tao confirmed the list. Soon it was getting late, and the family of 3 went to bed separately. Early the next morning, Li Sume went door to door to notify everyone. Su Ming drove directly to the town. This town is quite large and prosperous. This is mainly because the road that runs through the town is the main road, connecting the 2 cities. The main road also makes the town particularly prosperous. Su Ming studied in junior high school in the town for 3 years, so he naturally knew which hotel was the best. Su Ming drove towards the restaurant. After parking the car at the door, Su Ming got out and walked in. Hey, young man, eat. The shop owner was a sturdy middle-aged man, shirtless, with a sweat towel draped over his body and an apron tied around his waist. He was sweating profusely and walked over with a smile on his face. Boss, I want to book your hotel and hold a banquet tomorrow. Young man, you really came. What a coincidence. These days are already fully booked. Only today and tomorrow are empty. The boss laughed and said, How much is the standard for your table, young man? The highest standard. Su Ming smiled. Ouch. The boss was stunned when he heard this. Here comes a rich man. Young man, I'm not being nosy, but it doesn't have to be too expensive. Just about right is fine. My place is generous in quantity and tasty. Of course, I hope you order something expensive. I earn more if you order something expensive, but making money is not easy, so there's no need to do that. Chapter 99, you must give it to me. That's not necessary. Su Ming smiled faintly. Let's stick to the highest standard, but boss, I have to say something ugly up front. Money is not a problem. The quality of the product must be good. Look at what you said, young man. The boss laughed and said, I've run this hotel for almost 30 years. I've always maintained quality and quantity, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to stay open this long. The highest standard table is 4,888. This price is just average in big cities. But this is a town after all. Although people's living standards have improved now, they are still frugal at heart. In addition, the consumption level in the village is still far behind that in big cities. So this price is already very high in this place. The shop owner has been in the business for many years, but he has not performed to the highest standards many times. Su Ming did a quick count of the number of people. There were 8 people at a table, so about 20 tables could be seated. In order to prepare for a large number of people, Su Ming prepared 10 more tables. Su Ming paid a deposit of 20,000 yuan and confirmed the time for the banquet tomorrow. Just as he was about to leave, the door curtain was lifted and a middle-aged man walked in. "Hey, Teacher Song, are you packing up the 4 dishes?" When the shop owner saw the man, he hurriedly said with a smile, "Yes." Teacher Song nodded. "I'm here for another reason today. You have to thank me. I've brought you a big business deal. We'll be having a school dinner tomorrow at your hotel. It's the highest standard, with 10 tables. This. The shop owner was in a dilemma when he heard this. Look at this. Either there is none, or there are 2, and both are of the highest standard. If it were up to the shop owner, he would definitely be willing to take on Su Ming's job. Because many people come to Su Ming, his own profits are relatively large. The items on the 30 tables add up to nearly 150,000 yuan, so I can at least earn tens of thousands of yuan. But the key point is that Teacher Song is the class teacher of his grandson. I can't afford to offend you. If you accidentally offend someone and he comes back to make things difficult for your grandson, it wouldn't be a big deal if the child suffers a little, but the key is that if it has any impact on the child's physical and mental growth, then the loss will outweigh the gain. This. The boss scratched his head, turned to look at Su Ming, and said with some embarrassment, "Teacher Song, you came at an unfortunate time. This young man just made an appointment for tomorrow." Teacher Song frowned slightly when he heard this. He looked Su Ming up and down and didn't recognize him. "Young man, are you a local?" "Yes." Su Ming nodded lightly. "That's good." Teacher Song felt relieved when he heard this. "Why?" "Because there is a central primary school opposite the hotel, and I am a student of the central primary school. The current social environment is different from before. In the past, people had children to add a labor force to the family and earn more money. But as the times become more and more advanced, parents are paying more and more attention to their children's education. All the children from the surrounding villages go to the central primary school. How dare you offend me? Do you dare to offend the school? No problem. I will put your child in school, but I will put you in the worst class and find a teacher to make things difficult for you. In a few years, you, kid, will be terrible at studying, but you will be better at being naughty than others. To be honest, it is not easy to educate a child well, but it is too easy to teach a child badly and destroy a child's childhood. Su Ming looks young and may have just graduated from college. If you get married and have children locally, your children must come to our central primary school. Even if you get married, have children in the city, and go to other schools in the future, don't you have relatives and friends? Young man, although you were here first, we must prioritize things. Yesterday was the Central Elementary School's anniversary celebration, and tomorrow is a dinner for school leaders and teachers. It's a very important day, so please give tomorrow to us." Teacher Song smiled calmly. "Young man, don't be so quick to refuse. Even if your child doesn't go to the central primary school in the future, there must be 1 or 2 children of your relatives and friends who do, right?" Ouch! Su Ming was delighted when he heard this. This is a threat to myself. There is actually no rush for Su Ming. Any day is fine. If not, we can just change the hotel. If Teacher Song could discuss this with me properly, it wouldn't be a big deal to give in a little. After all, we should respect teachers, and it's not easy for teachers either. And it's my alma mater. But Teacher Song spoke in a sarcastic tone, both explicitly and implicitly, and even threatened me. How could I be afraid of your threats? Is it my personality that makes me afraid of your threats? I'm sorry. Su Ming smiled calmly. I don't think my work is less important than yours, and things should be done on a first-come, first-served basis. I won't give in. You. Teacher Song's face turned ugly when he heard this. Today I met a young and inexperienced person. Okay, wait. After saying this, Teacher Song left angrily. The shop owner panicked when he heard this. As long as I am involved, what will happen to my grandson? Young man, just give way for a moment. This child is in school, and we can't afford to offend him. The boss sighed. Boss, trust me, nothing will happen. Su Ming smiled and sat down on a chair. Well? The shop owner hesitated for a long time and could only sigh. Teacher Song had suffered such a great injustice here today and was confronted by Su Ming, and he had not even spoken up for him. The most important thing is that this store is still my own. Teacher Song will definitely blame me later, and my grandson's life will be difficult in the future. Forget it. I'll find a way to get my grandson transferred to another school as soon as possible. My head hurts. It's troublesome. Just as the shop owner was thinking about it, footsteps were heard at the door again. As soon as the door opened, a man walked in. It was none other than Principal Ding. Following behind him was the angry teacher Song. It was summer now, and the sun was shining brightly outside. Principal Ding was a little older, and when he came in from outside, he was a little dazzled. He saw one person standing and one person sitting in the room. After careful identification, the one standing should be the store owner. His figure is very familiar, and the one sitting is this young man. Principal Ding frowned slightly and walked over. I'm talking to this young man, you. Principal Ding had just said less than 2 sentences when he suddenly felt that the figure was a little familiar and blinked with a little confusion. At this time, his eyes gradually recovered and his vision slowly focused on Su Ming. Principal Ding's eyes suddenly lit up. Ouch! Isn't this Mr. Su? This. He is the principal. Teacher Song stood at the back, staring at Su Ming with displeasure. However, after looking at the principal, she became enthusiastic again. Principal, it's summertime, and you've bothered me to come here in person. I can actually handle it myself. Chapter 100. Have to bow your head. Su Ming, why are you here? Principal Ding walked over hurriedly with a smile on his face. I'm going to hold a banquet tomorrow and invite everyone in our village. Would you like to come, Principal Ding? I'll come. I'll definitely come. Principal Ding's eyes lit up. Su Ming had personally invited him, so he couldn't ignore him. Principal Ding, the teachers in your school are quite overbearing. Besides teaching and educating, they also threaten people. Su Ming smiled slowly and meaningfully. No. Principal Ding hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head, extremely flustered. Su Ming, please don't misunderstand me. This is all my fault for letting such a black sheep into the teaching team. But please believe me, this is a rare and isolated incident. After saying that, Principal Ding turned around, his eyes wide and glaring. Teacher Song, what's wrong with you? Why don't you come over and apologize? When Teacher Song just left the house, he was full of anger. Just as I was about to go back to school to find some leaders to support me, I saw Principal Ding coming out of the school. Teacher Song stepped forward and added fuel to the fire. He said that he tried to negotiate with the other party in a nice way, but they didn't appreciate it at all and even cursed the school. When Principal Ding heard this, he felt a little unhappy. You can refuse to give it to us, but please don't curse. I have been the principal of this school for so many years, and I have always worked diligently and sincerely to serve the school and the students. Who in the surrounding villages doesn't know about this? For the sake of your own reputation, you can't curse others, right? So Principal Ding was a little angry and rushed in angrily, wanting to find this person to ask for an explanation. But when he came in, he saw that it was Su Ming. Principal Ding understood immediately after seeing it. Who is Su Ming? If you are really dissatisfied with the school, can you donate 20 million? It must be Teacher Song's doing. Teacher Song, standing behind, was beginning to doubt his life. What the hell is this? Are you two colluding to play a trick on me? Are you kidding me? What is going on here? After seeing this young man, Principal Ding became so respectful and even asked him to apologize. What is going on? What? Teacher Song can't speak anymore. Principal Ding sneered and said, haven't you always been curious about who donated 20 million to the school? It's him. What? Teacher Song was stunned where he stood. This. Judging from the principal's expression, this must be true. Teacher Song went to the city to study yesterday and missed the school anniversary. We can only blame this guy for being unlucky. If he had been lucky, this kind of blunder wouldn't have happened today. Teacher Song was almost crying. Isn't my luck too bad? How could I have met such a rich man? Someone whom even the vice president of Tianhua Bank needs to curry favor with. Even if I had come 10 minutes earlier, I wouldn't have met him. I'm sorry. There was no way out. Teacher Song had to bow his head. I can't afford to offend you. But Teacher Song was extremely confused. Who is this person? Teacher Song is a local. Although he cannot know everyone in the surrounding villages, he is still relatively clear about each family's financial situation and which family runs a factory. I've never heard of such a rich man suddenly appearing. I'm so sorry, Mr. Su. The principal felt a little uneasy. He just donated money yesterday and was offended today. Although Su Ming would definitely not ask for the money back, he had offended such a rich man. Once Su Ming got angry, he would not donate a penny to the school from then on. This is a huge loss. After all, Su Ming is still so young. If he donates some money to the school when he thinks of it in the future, the accumulated amount will definitely not be a small amount. This deal is a big loss. Principal Ding, it's okay. Su Ming smiled calmly and patted Principal Ding on the shoulder. Since you are having a dinner party tomorrow, let's go together. I'll treat you. Boss, please count the number of people and we'll eat together tomorrow. Okay. When the boss heard this, he nodded quickly and said, "Okay, this time we won't offend either side." Moreover, the boss also realized that since Principal Ding was so respectful to Su Ming, Su Ming's identity must be extraordinary. The most important thing is the teachers at the school, plus Su Ming's relatives and friends, so we have to prepare food for 40 or 50 tables. Although the workload is heavy, the money earned is high. This is so embarrassing. When Principal Ding heard this, he was a little panicked. He took Su Ming's money yesterday, and now he still wanted him to treat him. "It's okay, Principal Ding." Su Ming smiled and said, "Respecting teachers is a traditional virtue in our country. Principal Ding has given so much to the school. As a student, it's only natural for me to treat the teacher to a meal. It's settled. The meal will start at 12 noon tomorrow." Well, when Principal Ding heard this, he burst into tears. "Look, what is realm? Teacher song. You have lived for more than 40 years, but you are still not as insightful as a 20-year-old boy. What do you call this? This is called repaying evil with kindness. If you offend someone, they won't care at all. Or for other people, this matter is not a big deal at all and does not affect their mood." Su Ming didn't care and left after chatting for a few words. Then Su Ming went to the nearby shopping mall and bought all the cigarettes and alcohol on the counter. "I asked someone to deliver the things to the hotel at noon today, and then I drove home." His mother Li Sume didn't come back until noon. A total of dozens of households were notified according to the list. Adding some relatives from the neighboring village, Su Ming calculated the number of people and found it was about the same as he expected. "My second brother's house." Su Tao also took a look at the list. When he read it for the first time, he felt something was wrong. When he read it for the second time, he remembered that Su Hai didn't seem to have notified anyone. "Dad," Su Ming smiled and said, "I think it would be better for our two families to have less contact in the future." Su Tao sighed when he heard this. He naturally understood what his son meant. "What my second brother and sister-in-law have done over the years is indeed not very decent. After all, we are a family." Su Tao hesitated. "You treat them as family, but they don't treat you as family." Li Sume walked in from the outer room and couldn't help rolling her eyes. "You know how they've treated our family over the years. Feng Yuan came last night and asked us to pay her back. We only borrowed 50,000 yuan, but she actually asked us to pay back 100,000 yuan. If you don't pay back the money, you have to work for them. They know you have a fracture, but not only did they not come to see you, they even made you work. How can you be such a family?" Well, Su Tao opened his mouth, but in the end, nothing came out. All he could say turned into a helpless sigh. Chapter 1: Oh, when you don't know. At noon the next day, a huge rainbow gate was erected at the entrance of the hotel. There are many firecrackers placed on both sides. Li Sume and Su Ming stood at the door to greet and see off people. Su Tao sat at the main table in a wheelchair. One bus after another drove over from a distance. These buses were hired by Su Ming to bring people from the village over. "Oh, Laoli, your son has made great progress. Don't forget me in the future." "Oldly, does your son have a girlfriend?" "My nieces." "Don't listen to her, my niece is not bad either." Those who come are all from the same village, real relatives. The men greeted each other and went into the house to chat with Su Tao, while the women surrounded Li Sume and acted as matchmakers. This is so lively. The old couple's faces were flushed and they looked very happy. "How can I not be happy that my son has made great progress?" As we were chatting, a group of people came over from a distance. There are quite a few people, probably dozens of them. "Oh, isn't this Principal Ding?" Among the women chatting with Li Sume, one of them was sharp-eyed and recognized her at a glance. "Principal Ding doesn't know anyone?" "The principal of the only primary school in the town." "Principal Ding, why are you here?" After seeing Principal Ding, these people hurriedly greeted him. Regardless of whether Principal Ding knew them or not, he still had to say hello. "Hello everyone." Principal Ding had a smile on his face, and then his eyes fell on Su Ming, and he hurried over. "Thank you, Su Ming, for giving us this opportunity to have dinner together." Everyone around was stunned. This is Principal Ding. He is considered a top figure among the surrounding villages. They all thought that Su Ming had found a good job outside or won the lottery and became rich, but in terms of social status, how could he compare to Principal Ding? As a result, Principal Ding stood in front of Su Ming like a student standing in front of his teacher. How humble and respectful. Principal Ding was also smart. He turned around and looked at Li Sume. "You are Su Ming's mother, right? Oh, you are truly a great woman. You have cultivated such a talent for society. It is also an honor for our school." Oh, Li Sume was a little confused for a moment. Li Sume is an honest rural person. The highest ranking official you can usually see is the village chief, and when you see the village chief, you must be extremely cautious and speak very politely. As for Principal Ding, She never even imagined that someone of his caliber would one day speak to her so politely. This Li Sume blinked. I have never experienced this kind of situation before. Principal Ding. Su Ming said slowly at this time. It's hot outside. You can take the teacher inside to sit down. It's comfortable in the air-conditioned room. Well, Principal Ding nodded hurriedly. After shaking hands with Su Ming and saying goodbye, he took the group of teachers in. The teachers standing at the back could see clearly, and most of them had seen Su Ming on the school anniversary day. When passing by Su Ming, everyone greeted him with a smile, shook hands with him, and took photos with him. The sudden appearance of this group of teachers made the villagers sitting in the house quiet down a lot. I know them all. Aren't these the teachers from the Central Primary School? How did you get here? Just when everyone was confused, Principal Ding came forward and greeted Su Tao. Shaking hands and chatting, all smiles. Principal Ding said that he was followed by several key school leaders. This enthusiasm. Everyone in the room was stunned. These honest farmers are usually polite when meeting teachers, and they are even more silent when meeting leaders and dare not speak. Who could have thought that there would be a sudden reversal today? The school leaders became polite after seeing Su Tao. Su Tao was also confused. I know him. Isn't this Principal Ding? When Su Ming was in elementary school, he attended a parent-teacher meeting and saw him there. In their eyes, Principal Ding is a high-ranking figure. Brother Su, you have raised a good son. Principal Ding shook hands with Su Tao warmly and said, your son donated 20 million yuan to our school during its anniversary celebration the day before yesterday. Hiss. When Principal Ding said this, everyone in the room gasped. How much? 20 million. Ordinary people work hard all year and only earn tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Tens of millions is an unattainable number for them. How capable is the son of the old Su family now? Principal Ding nodded in satisfaction when he saw the reactions of the people around him. He said this just to make Su Ming proud. After a brief conversation with Su Tao, he sat down with the teachers at a few tables in the corner. They are all very honest. Feng Yueme and her husband had just woken up. Feng Yueme was furious with Su Ming before, so she went to the hospital and got several 4 drips. I tossed and turned for half the night before I could fall asleep. Su Hai got up, washed up briefly, opened the door, and looked around. Why is it so quiet today? It is summer now. Although it is not yet time for the autumn harvest, the people are always busy and always find something to do, such as going to the fields to check on the crops and weed. And it's noon now. Normally, the neighbors would gather under the banyan tree to chat, talk, eat, and be lively. But this afternoon, the surroundings were completely quiet with no sound at all. Su Hai blinked, took 2 steps to the left and 2 steps to the right. The doors of his neighbors were all locked. Su Hai was stunned and confused. What was going on? What's wrong? Feng Yueme came out of the house and said, what's wrong with you in the middle of the day? Go and cook. The neighbors aren't home. Su Hai said, if he's not at home, then he's not at home. What does it have to do with you? Feng Yueme frowned, but still walked out. When she took a look, it was true. Only their own door was open on this street. The rest were locked. The couple looked at each other. What was going on? Was there some activity in the village that had left them behind? Why are you two at home? Just at this moment, an old lady came from the small aisle next to her. She was over 80 years old, bent over, leaning on a cane, and walked out slowly. 6th aunt. Feng Yueme saw the old lady and shouted, where has all the old lady gone? What? You don't know? The old lady blinked her eyes. Although she was old, her ears were not deaf, her eyesight was not blurry, and her brain was still working well. I don't know. Feng Yueme and her husband were confused. What had happened? The feeling of being abandoned is really uncomfortable. All the neighbors were away, just the 2 of them. What is going on? Chapter 102, Furious. Your 3rd son is having a dinner party today. Many people in the village are going, and he asked me to go too. But I'm old and don't like crowds, so I didn't go. The old lady said, the 3rd brother treats us to a meal? Su Hai was stunned for a moment. Su Tao is treating, and called everyone in the village out? Abandon the 2 of you alone? The couple looked at each other and became angry. Su Tao, what does this mean? Are you slandering us? If this gets out, won't people in the surrounding villages laugh at me to death? Although my husband and I have bullied you before, we are still a family after all. I, Su Hai, am your Su Tao's biological brother. This old lady has nothing to do with you. It was just 2 years ago that she gave you 1,000 yuan because she saw that you 2 were in trouble. You invited everyone here, but you didn't invite me? The couple is so angry. Especially Feng Yueme, who was on 4 drip and took some medicine all day yesterday. And the anger in her heart had finally subsided, but it suddenly flared up again. What? Su Tao didn't call you? The old lady asked, even though she knew the answer. Damn it, you damn old thing. Su Hai cursed in his heart. Oh, I'm calling you, but we don't like crowds, so we'll just have a couple of bites at home. Feng Yueme is so obsessed with her reputation that she suffers in vain and is very stubborn. The old lady smiled and said nothing, then left with her cane. However, the meaningful expression she left behind made the couple feel very uncomfortable. What does this mean, third brother? The couple entered the house, and before they sat down, Feng Yueme frowned and spoke loudly. Everyone in the village was called away, but we too weren't invited. Are they trying to make fun of us? Feng Yueme put her hands on her waist and continued speaking loudly. Okay, calm down. We both usually do things a bit too much. Excessive what? Feng Yueme shouted loudly. I'm his sister-in-law. In ancient times, I'd be the elder. What's wrong with me saying a few words to him? What's wrong with asking him to help me with some work? Isn't the money we lent him enough? But you borrowed 50,000 and got back 100,000. Shut up. Feng Yueme's eyes widened in anger, and she pointed at her husband's nose and cursed. It's because of you, a coward, that I have suffered this injustice. I don't care about the anger I have today. I have to vent it. Seeing his wife throwing a tantrum, Su Hai couldn't help but shrink his neck. His wife is a well-known shrew in the surrounding villages. If this makes his wife angry, there will be no peace this month. So what do you say we should do? What to do? Feng Yueme sneered. She thought about it, took out her cell phone from her arms, and made a call. Son, Mom has been wrong. As soon as the phone was connected, Feng Yueme burst into tears. Feng Yueme's son also works in the city. She announced to the public that her son had married the daughter of a wealthy family, rich and powerful. But the truth is never so beautiful. Her daughter-in-law is indeed from a wealthy family, but her behavior is a bit problematic. Because this girl's family was rich, she behaved recklessly since she was young. Her parents didn't care much about her, so she had a lot of boyfriends when she was in high school. It became even harder to control her after she went to college. But as she got older, rumors became more and more frequent, and the girl's parents became anxious. So he found someone to take over and took his daughter in. And this person is Feng Yueme's son. Feng Yueme didn't know any of these things. She only knew that her son was a live-in son-in-law. Although he is a son-in-law who lives with the wife's family, and he is cuckolded very badly. But after all, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were wealthy and owned a company, and he held a very high position in the company. Feng Yueme knew that her son was a son-in-law who lived with the wife's family and had no say in the company, so she couldn't let her son come back easily. But today I have suffered such a great injustice, and my son is determined to come back to support me no matter what. Let others see how capable your son is. My son is not bad either. Mom, what's wrong? What happened? A very anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Son, your third uncle's family has suddenly become rich, and they look down on our family, beating, scolding, and mocking us. What? Su Tian's face darkened on the other end of the phone. He knew that he was a son-in-law who lived with his wife's family, and that his wife led an immoral life and often went out to spend the night with all kinds of neighbors. He is a man after all, and he would feel a little uncomfortable if he was cuckolded higher than a mountain. But the key point is that his wife married him just to shut up other people, and there was no emotional basis at all. Yesterday, I also used this identity to climb step by step to the position of general manager of the company, which can be said to be a win-win situation for both parties. But it is a man's nature after all. No one can stand being cheated on by his partner. But I just couldn't get angry, so I could only shift my attention to others. For example, his cousin Su Ming, who has always been better than him since childhood. After graduating from university, Su Ming no longer had the same glory as before. Life is getting worse day by day, but my life is getting better day by day. I thought that my cousin would never be able to surpass me in his lifetime, but I never expected that he would turn things around this time. Mom, wait a minute. I'm on a business trip near home. I'll be back soon. After saying that, the guy hung up the phone. As soon as Feng Yueme hung up the phone, her expression immediately returned to normal. She sneered. You coward, I can't rely on you at all. My son is the only one I can trust. Just wait, he'll be back soon. Alas, aren't you causing trouble for your son? If my in-laws knew about this. Shut up. Feng Yueme looked at Su Hai angrily. It's fine if you can't help me, but you're still talking nonsense here. Su Hai shrank his neck in fear and stopped talking. Not long after, a car horn sounded at the door, followed by a young and handsome man in a suit and tie walking down. Son. Seeing this young and handsome figure, Feng Yueme's eyes lit up. Mom and Dad, get in the car. After Su Tian asked his parents to get in the car, he drove directly to the mall. I want to see how powerful you have become now. My father-in-law and mother-in-law own a real estate company with a considerable market value. Moreover, there is only one daughter in the family, and she is the future heir of the family. No matter how great you are, Even if you win the lottery or get really rich, you are definitely not as great as me. I want you to know the difference in status. You dare to bully my parents? Is this matter never over? The reason why Su Tian came back so quickly was, on the one hand, to vent his anger on his parents, and on the other hand, he was suspicious and difficult to accept Su Ming's sudden change of identity. Chapter 103 showing a little superiority. On the way here, Su Tian had already called his company and asked them to investigate Su Ming's situation. Soon, feedback came from the company. They found out about Su Ming and Wang Xue. They were about to get married, but due to some special circumstances they called off the engagement and are now strangers to each other. Su Ming is now an unemployed vagrant, and it is rumored that he is working at a construction site. A few photos were also sent over there. Su Tian picked up his phone and took a look. He found that it was Su Ming and a few people standing in the construction site, who seemed to be building a villa. There was still mud on my feet and hands. Hee. Su Tian understood immediately after seeing it. This is called blowing one's own trumpet. This is most likely the returned betrothal money, and it's for treating everyone to a meal. It's just to shut other people's mouths. Don't let the news of breaking off the engagement spread throughout the village and make you embarrassed. Su Ming, I thought you were honest and sensible, but I didn't expect that you would become vain at this time. It's okay to be vain, but you have to have the ability to do it. If you don't have the ability, and you are vain, aren't you asking for trouble? It's a shame to save face. What a pity. Poor guy Su Tian came to a rather wrong conclusion based on some outdated information and some photos that could easily cause misunderstanding. I still don't know who is trying to be rich. The hotel was bustling with activity. Su Ming, this is the highest standard. In addition, the prices in the town are cheap, so you can fry, stir-fry, deep-fry, stew, and braise. Seafood, meat, vegetables, and fruits. A large round table was filled with 8 people, and all of it was full of dishes. Although the village holds a banquet every once in a while, it is just a simple banquet where people just want to have a full meal. But this is different. The table is full of meat, all good stuff. Everyone ate with big mouthfuls while sighing that Su Tao's family was truly blessed by one person's success. The table was full of food, enough for them to eat to their heart's content, and everyone could even pack some food to take home. At least there is enough food for today and tomorrow. While I was eating, the door curtain was lifted. I originally thought it was the store owner coming in to serve the food, but when I looked closely, isn't this Su Tian? Feng Yuemei and Su Hai were standing behind him. Su Tao was stunned, and Li Su Mei was also stunned. Su Ming felt amused. Seeing this, he understood that Feng Yuemei had called her son back to support her. You guys are the ones who got into this trouble, don't blame me. Many people in the village saw the family of 3, and their voices became lower and their eyes became a little subtle. We are all from the same village, and we all know and understand what happened. Su Hai and his family have gone too far. It's normal for Su Tao not to invite them. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? If you weren't so excessive, people wouldn't treat you like this, right? Oh, it's my second brother and his wife. Li Su Mei stood up and said, look at my brain. I forgot to tell you too that your family of 3 is here. Just find a place to sit. Casual. Su Tian sneered. Aunt, my father and uncle are brothers after all. We can't just sit anywhere. I see there is still a lot of empty seats at the main table. Is it okay for our family of 3 to sit there? Li Su Mei was stunned for a moment. Su Ming stood up at this time. Cousin, long time no see, come and sit down. Seeing Su Ming, Su Tian sneered. You are still acting at this time. I wonder how long you can keep acting. Once I peel off your fig leaf, I will let you know the consequences of offending our family. Su Tian held his head high and walked over with his parents. He pulled 3 chairs from the side and placed them directly at the main table. Because the table is very big, it can easily seat 14 or 15 people. However, in order for everyone to eat well, Su Ming only seated 8 people at one table. So it didn't have much impact if the 3 of them got involved. My cousin. As soon as he sat down, Su Tian couldn't help but say, I heard you're getting married soon. How's the wedding going? Don't forget to tell me when you get married. I'll give you a big red envelope. Oh. Su Ming sneered. We broke up. Oh. Su Tian was stunned and pretended to be very surprised. What should I do? I finally found a girlfriend, and we can be together happily. Why bother with this? You said you were working on a construction site now, and you don't make much money a month. You should save the betrothal money that was returned. It's not worth spending it on treating people to a meal. Su Tian's voice was quite loud. He deliberately let everyone around him hear it. The voices in the room suddenly became much quieter. Su Tian was very proud. What do you think? I still need to step in and expose your true colors so that others can see your true face. Su Tian thought that the people around him were stunned because they heard this shocking news. But two words flashed through most people's minds. Idiot. Is there anything wrong with your brain? Especially Principal Ding. If you had said this before, I might have believed it. But on the day of the school anniversary, Zhang Chongyang stood next to Su Ming and called the bank himself to find out about Su Ming's bank deposits. Moreover, Zhang Chongyang said personally that this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket, just the tip of the iceberg for Su Ming. Who is Zhang Chongyang? The vice president of Tianhua Bank. A big shot who is second only to one person and above everyone else. How many billions of funds can he control? Would you lie for a young man working on a construction site? It's impossible, which means that Su Ming's identity and status are definitely not simple. Putting everything aside, with the 200 million yuan in Su Ming's account, treating this meal would be a piece of cake. Is there something wrong with Su Tian's brain? This trick of yours might work on others, but on Su Ming, it's completely self-humiliating. The surrounding villagers thought so too. Because many villagers attended the school anniversary at that time and witnessed the incident with their own eyes, the news spread from one person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and everyone knew about it. Without saying anything else, Principal Ding personally confirmed that Su Ming donated 20 million. Although this amount of money is an astronomical figure for them, everyone is smart. What does it mean for someone to donate so much money compared to their assets? This amount of money is nothing. You said you are a family of 3, and they didn't invite you. So it would be fine if you just came anyway, but why are you so stupid as to slander Su Ming? If you're not crazy, what is? Oh. Su Ming heard this and nodded calmly. I didn't expect you to find out. Chapter 104, A small donation of 1 million. Su Tian felt proud when he heard that. How's that? Did I get the point? My dear cousin, you should be down to earth and never be too ambitious. Look at you. You finally managed to scrape together 500,000 yuan, but you didn't return the money intact and even treated them to a meal. How inappropriate. Your uncle and aunt are old and have to pay for your willfulness. This is not good. Su Tian said. My cousin is right. Su Ming smiled slowly. Feng Yueme and Su Hai straightened their backs immediately when they heard this. It has to be said that my son is more capable. A random word can reveal your true colors and expose your peacock ass. Are you still showing off? Are you still bragging? I want you to know how powerful my son is. Cousin, the work on the construction site is too tiring. Why don't you come with me? I'm the general manager of the company now. Come back to my company, and I'll give you a note. You can go straight to security. I pay others 5,000 a month, but I'll give you 7,000. How about that? Okay, thank you for troubling my cousin. Su Ming still responded indifferently. Su Tian felt a little unhappy. I'm introducing a job to you. Shouldn't you be kneeling in front of me crying and thanking me? Why are you so calm? Cousin, you can't do this. You have to be down to earth and take one step at a time. Security may be a lowly job, but as long as I'm here, you can keep doing it. Isn't it good to be safe and sound, sheltered from the wind and rain? You should at least thank me. Su Tian frowned. Everyone around heard it. Puff. One person who was not very strong in concentration laughed out loud. Su Tian heard it. Listen, people start to laugh at you when they know your truth. But this guy had no idea that others were laughing at him. Please, stop showing off. You are a super squishy shooter, using sprint and flash to rush to the sword master with 6 pieces of equipment. They can kill you with just one knife. But you don't know it yet, and still think your live broadcast operation is so cool. Everyone is 666. Thank you, cousin. Su Ming smiled. The melody of a song suddenly appeared in his mind. I should cooperate with you in the performance. We can't pretend to turn a blind eye. We must cooperate well. That's more like it. Su Tian smiled faintly and glanced to the side. Huh. Isn't this Principal Ding from the Central Primary School? Why are these teachers here too? Ah, I see. It must be a coincidence. After all, it is summer now and the weather is nice today, so there must be a lot of people attending the banquet. It is normal for school teachers to go out for a meal, not to mention that it is no problem for such a big restaurant to host banquets for 2 families at the same time. Su Tian picked up the wine glass from the table, straightened his clothes, and slowly walked towards Principal Ding. Seeing the gazes of the surrounding villagers, Su Tian's face showed an extremely happy smile. Look at you bunch of poor guys. Only I have the ability and capability to talk to Principal Ding. You guys are far behind. Oh, that's my son. He's really capable. He even knows Principal Ding. Feng Yueme and Su Hai are so happy now. I felt like I was stepping on a ladder and reaching the sky. My son brings me so much honor. Seeing the gazes of the whole village, Feng Yueme felt that they were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. But the villagers' eyes clearly said, Are you 2 fools? Have you drunk too much? If he had a plate of peanuts, he wouldn't have drunk like this, right? Oh, Principal Ding, I was your student when I was in elementary school. I never thought I'd get to meet you again. It's such an honor. Su Tian stood in front of Principal Ding and smiled faintly, then spoke. His words were full of respect, but his eyes were indeed arrogant, and he didn't look respectful at all. You are still just a principal, but I am different. I am now the general manager of a big company, responsible for many large projects. I will become the chairman of the company in the future and will be much more powerful than you. Ah, Su Tian. Principal Ding also smiled. I heard that the school had its anniversary celebration the day before yesterday. Alas, I was too busy with work and didn't have time to come back. I just happened to come back today. After saying that, Su Tian took out a check from his pocket. On it was written a line of words, very elegant. On my own behalf, I donate 1 million to the school. As he spoke, he looked around with some complacency. See, this is called strength and capital. Su Ming, your family borrowed money from everywhere and took money from Peter to pay Paul for the 500,000 yuan betrothal money, which made your parents almost feel very embarrassed. But look at me. Not to mention 500,000, even 1 million can be easily taken out. And you, a bunch of poor villagers, only earn tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. The money I earn takes you more than 10 years to earn. And as far as he knew, the school would only raise a maximum of 2 to 3 million yuan every time it celebrated its anniversary or held a fundraising event. If he took out 1 million yuan at once, Principal Ding would definitely stand up and thank him with a smile on his face. Ah, Principal Ding's expression was indifferent, as if he hadn't seen it. Sorry, the school has enough money, so we don't want it. What? As a result, Principal Ding's words made Su Tian feel like he was struck by lightning, and he stood there in a daze. Wait, is there something wrong with my ears? This is 1 million. You don't want the money I donated? Is this school so arrogant now? Principal Ding, this check has my signature and the bank seal. If you take this check to the bank to withdraw the money, it will be 1 million. Don't you want it? Su Tian asked in disbelief. To be honest, if it were under normal circumstances, Principal Ding would definitely ask for money. As for this kind of thing, the more the better, and no one should be refused. 10,000 yuan is not too little, and 1 million yuan is not too much. But look at the occasion today. It is obvious that Su Tian and Su Ming are in opposition. Can I have it myself? Of course not. Not only can he not save himself, but he also has to give Su Ming face. Principal Ding, this is a small token of my cousin's appreciation. Please accept it. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly said from the side. Good. When Principal Ding heard Su Ming's words, he quickly and crisply took the check away and said, thank you. Su Tian's head was full of question marks. What does that mean? What's going on? I haven't been back for a few years. Has the village changed so much? What game are you guys playing? I don't quite understand. What kind of magical operation is this? I donated 1 million yuan, but Principal Ding looked disgusted. You refused without saying anything, but you accepted the money with just one word from Su Ming. And it doesn't seem like you received 1 million. It's like I handed me an eraser and you used it for a while and then gave it back to me. This is 1 million. Isn't it 1, 2, or $10? Chapter 105 I can't show off anymore. Su Tian was confused and completely stunned. What's going on? I seem to be a little confused. Normally, if I donated 1 million yuan, the school teachers and leaders should not only shake hands with me enthusiastically to express their gratitude, but also take photos with me to be published in the newspaper. How is this? He took out the money and said thank you. Is that it? Only 1 million. That's right, it's only 1 million. We still have to thank him. 1 million is still money. It's just in time for the school toilets to be repaired. You're showing off even 1 million? Several vice principals and directors were whispering to the side. The guys are smart. Normally, someone who donated 1 million should be thanked. But this kind of thing depends on the circumstances. Who asked you to go against Mr. Su Ming? Then it's not our fault. Su Tian originally thought that this trip would bring honor to his parents and himself as well, but when he heard what the school leader said, his face turned green. What the hell? Only 1 million. Are schools so rich now? Judging from the other person's appearance, it seems that I have to force myself to give the money to others, and they are only accepting it reluctantly. Then the other party didn't know what to do with the money, and finally had no choice but to spend his money on repairing the toilet. My mentality has collapsed. I'm going to vomit blood. What on earth are you guys trying to do? Poor Su Tian really started to doubt his life. He blinked. The teachers in the school ate their own food, and no one paid any attention to them. The villagers behind him ate their own food and ignored him. I was standing there with a checkbook and a pen in my hands, feeling very embarrassed. What the fuck is going on? Why is it a little different from what I thought? What do you school leaders mean? Feng Yueme couldn't sit still any longer. She strode over and said angrily, My son donated 1 million to you. I know, 1 million, and then what? Principal Ding blinked, a little impatient. Do you know how much money Mr. Su Ming donated? Just him. Hearing this, Feng Yueme sneered. You're so poor you can't even afford to eat, and you still want to donate money? You are really wrong. Mr. Su Ming not only donated money, but also donated 20 million. How many? Feng Yueme and Su Tian exclaimed at the same time. Is there anything wrong with your ears? Did I hear it right? This is impossible. How could this be possible, Principal Ding? You actually lied for such a person? Feng Yueme reacted and shook her head hurriedly. Su Tian thought so in his heart, but when he saw the look in Principal Ding's eyes and the looks in the eyes of the teachers around him, he understood. What the principal said is true, not false. But where does he get so much money? His current assets were only 10 or 20 million, and today he had to give up 1 million in order to give face to his parents and suppress Su Ming. Who would have thought the result would be? This is not suppressing Su Ming, this is dancing in front of the big boss, and he himself has become a jumping clown. Just when Su Tian was dizzy, another person walked in. Zhang Chongyang. This guy has been running around the area for the past 2 days and hasn't left yet. Because we want to open several branches in the town, the people's ability to deposit money cannot be ignored. Every family has tens of thousands of yuan, and if you put all the villages together, it would be tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. This is also a huge number. Moreover, banks can carry out many business and financial operations, such as loans and pension insurance. Which one is not a benefit? Opening a business in this town may not have any impact, but the assets of the surrounding towns combined together amount to hundreds of billions. That's a lot of money. When Su Ming was treating everyone to dinner today, he also called Zhang Chongyang to inform him, but Zhang Chongyang was in a meeting at the time and did not answer the call. After the meeting, the secretary said that someone called him. Zhang Chongyang saw that it was Su Ming calling, so he hurriedly returned the call in fear and trepidation without saying a word. Su Ming didn't say anything and just asked him to come over for dinner, so Zhang Chongyang hurried over. Vice President Zhang? When Su Tian saw Zhang Chongyang, his eyes almost popped out. Why is Vice President Zhang here? He hurried over and said, Vice President Zhang, why did you come here in person? If your loan is approved, I will go to the bank to see you in person. Why did you come all the way here? Su Tian thought it was because the loan he applied for from the bank was approved. He also knew that Zhang Chongyang was on a business trip nearby. I thought Zhang Chongyang came because of me. Zhang Chongyang blinked and asked, Who are you? I, Su Tian. Su Tian said hurriedly. Oh, I have some impression. I'll talk about you later. Zhang Chongyang said something impatiently, and then quickly walked to Su Ming's side. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for being late. I'm late. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. 3 cups. What? Seeing Zhang Chongyang's attitude towards Su Ming, Su Tian was completely dumbfounded. It was like a bolt of thunder out of the blue. Su Tian was fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I have been hit one after another since I came here. Who is Zhang Chongyang? The vice president of the largest bank in Donghai City. He is definitely a high-ranking figure, whom he never sees normally. Even his father-in-law has to respectfully call him Brother Zhang when he sees Zhang Chongyang. As a result, such a big shot was so respectful and servile in front of Su Ming. What kind of luck does Su Ming have? Who is this son? Feng Yueme asked in a low voice from the side. Mom. Su Tian secretly swallowed his saliva. This person is the vice president of Tianhua Bank that I told you about before. What? When Feng Yueme heard this, she immediately began to doubt her life. This is a big shot, usually only seen on TV. But now he actually appeared in front of her alive, and Li Sumei was so cautious with Su Tao, whom she looked down upon. Damn, what the hell is going on with this family of 3? Ding Dang was very poor a few days ago and had to borrow money everywhere. I heard that he was blackmailed by an old lady and couldn't pay a penny. How did he suddenly become rich? It's not enough that he's rich, but he can also be treated so respectfully by such a big shot. The mother and daughter stood there. No one paid any attention to me. It was extremely awkward. The surrounding villagers were eating and drinking, and the teachers at the school were also drinking and chatting, looking very happy. The house was full of excitement and noise. Only the mother and daughter were standing there alone. Even Su Hai carefully moved closer to his brother Su Tao, and the 2 brothers talked in a low voice. Chapter 106, Such a Tall Green Hat. Second aunt, cousin, come and eat. Su Ming smiled calmly. Oh. Su Tian was stunned for a moment. Ah, okay. The mother and daughter looked at each other, then carefully moved to the side of their original seats and sat down. Su Tian is your cousin? Zhang Chongyang was stunned for a moment. Yes. Su Ming nodded. So you 2 are family? Zhang Chongyang smiled and looked at Su Tian. Okay, I will approve your loan as soon as I get back. Thank you, thank you. Su Tian hurriedly stammered his thanks. My loan has been raised for more than 2 months. The number is not large, only 20 million. Normally, I own a car, a house, and savings, and my father-in-law's family is also well off, so it should not be a problem to get approval for 20 million. But such a loan has been delayed for so long, and there has been no news at all. I came here today to show off my skills in front of others. What's the result? Instead of showing off, he became someone else's background. I had been approving the loan for more than 2 months, but there was no news at all. However, when people saw Su Ming didn't say anything and just said that it was approved. Who is my cousin? Why do I feel like I can't see through him anymore? Just as Su Tian was daydreaming, Zhang Chongyang continued, Xiaodian, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but your wife's life is too immoral. It's okay to have so many boyfriends before marriage, but she's still doing bad things after marriage. As soon as Zhang Chongyang said this, the surrounding noises instantly quieted down again. Su Tian's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed, and he could even feel the ears of the people around him suddenly become longer. This is a big melon. Su Tian got married, and the girl's family was very well off. Everyone in the village knew about it. What's more, when they got married, they didn't hold the wedding in the village at all. Instead, they booked a 5-star hotel in Donghai City. No one from the village went, and they didn't even accept the gifts. They looked down on you. So even though they knew that Su Tian was married and that he was rich, they didn't know the specific financial situation of the girl's family, or even what the girl looked like, as they had never seen her. Zhang Chongyang's words instantly aroused the curiosity of countless people. Su Tian felt so embarrassed. Please, Vice President Zhang, please stop saying that. The reason why I held my wedding in Donghai City and didn't go home was because I was afraid that other people would find out. Family disgrace should not be made public. If others knew about this, wouldn't it be so embarrassing? But if Zhang Chongyang really wanted to say it, he would not be able to stop him. After all, Zhang Chongyang was a person of higher status than his father-in-law. I'm just a junior. What can I do to stop him? This I really don't know. Su Tian looked embarrassed. Everyone around heard it. Seeing how you lack confidence, what Zhang Chongyang said is true, good guy. I thought you became rich overnight, but I didn't expect that the prerequisite for wealth is to be cuckolded countless times. How could you not know such an important thing, kid? I don't care about other people's affairs, but the key is that your wife has even got involved in our bank. Several of our bank's directors and managers are having affairs with your wife. Zhang Chongyang's revelation was so explosive. To be honest, who is Zhang Chongyang? The vice president of a bank. Will he care about these trivial matters? Of course not. What my subordinates do has nothing to do with me. As long as you abide by the law and don't do anything illegal, and as long as you can create profits for the bank, your private life has nothing to do with us. But Zhang Chongyang was so smart that he could tell as soon as he came in that Su Tian and Su Ming did not get along. Who is Su Ming? He is an important client of their bank and owns a piece of land worth tens of billions in the city center. Moreover, President Chun said that even this piece of land is only part of Su Ming's assets. What does it mean? This means that Su Ming only needs to give them some cold rice to eat, which is enough for them to be full and rich. Not to mention anything else, the platinum that Su Ming sold some time ago is now kept in the safe, waiting to appreciate in value. Although several of them were sold to Manager Li, there are still many left. As long as they are put up for auction, the value will double instantly. Zhang Chongyang and President Chun are of the same kind. He is naturally very good at flattering people and has a deep ability to read people's faces. It can invisibly make Su Ming proud and at the same time trample another person into the ground. Su Tian looked so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Old son is the same. He doesn't take good care of his daughter. This girl has had many boyfriends since junior high school. From junior high school to high school and college, I know that she has had more than 50 boyfriends. Even after getting married, she is still not honest. Zhang Chongyang sighed and shook his head regretfully. It's not easy to be a son-in-law. I beg you not to say that. Su Tian was about to cry. Feng Yueme and Su Hai were both stunned. They don't know anything about this. If you think about it carefully, no wonder so many of the woman's relatives and friends looked at them meaningfully when they got married. At first, they thought that everyone else was rich and they were just rural people, so others looked down on them. Although the couple opened a small factory in the town, their income was pretty good. But compared with people in the city, there is a big gap. Now that I think about it carefully, I suddenly understand. The couple vaguely saw the green hat on their son's head. A song came to my mind. Yaleso, that is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Aye. Su Tian couldn't sit still any longer, feeling very uncomfortable. He stood up and said, Vice President Zhang, everyone, I'm really sorry I have something else to do at the company. I have to leave first. After saying that, He turned and left. After their son left, the couple could no longer sit still, so they stood up and said goodbye and left. Walking to the door, Su Tian gritted his teeth in hatred. Son, Feng Yuanmei called out to her son from behind. But suddenly I was stunned, not knowing what to ask. I also knew that my son was in a bad mood, so in the end I could only say nothing. So what if you're rich? It's still the same, driving a crappy domestic car. Feng Yuanmei glanced at Su Ming's car and sneered. Mom, Su Tian really couldn't help it. If it weren't for his mother's competitive spirit and love of face, how could he become like this today? Let me tell you, this car is not a domestic car, nor is it a junkie car. This car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the land price is 13 million. How much? Feng Yuanmei was stunned at that time. I didn't expect that the junkie car that I didn't even care about turned out to be a luxury car, and worth more than 10 million? Mom and Dad, Su Tian frowned and said loudly. I told you a long time ago that there are always people better than you. Don't look down on others just because your life in the village is a little better. Now you are embarrassed. Chapter 107. Back to the city center. Where had Feng Yuanmei and Su Hai ever seen such a scene? For them, luxury cars worth more than 10 million yuan only exist on TV. It was a little hard for them to accept that he suddenly appeared in front of them. Are they still the same family of three that they have looked down upon from the beginning to the end, and who are nothing in their eyes? I thought my family opened a small factory in the town, and although my son was a son-in-law, he was also the general manager. It will definitely surpass many of their families. Just as I was feeling proud of myself, I looked up, but they found that Su Ming and his family of three were standing at a higher place, looking down at them, and the height was beyond their reach. Son, who is that Zhang Chongyang? Feng Yuanmei hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously. Through the conversation between her son and Zhang Chongyang, she could vaguely guess that this person had a connection with the bank and his position must be quite high. Call. Hearing his mother's question, Su Tian took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Mom, let me tell you this. Even my father-in-law has to be careful when he sees Mr. Zhang and doesn't dare to offend him in the slightest. Hiss. When the couple heard this, they gasped. The ceiling they can reach is their son's father-in-law. They couldn't even imagine going any higher. The couple's eyes were filled with disbelief. How come Li Sumei and Su Tao, the couple who were begging for money at their doorstep just a few days ago, suddenly became successful? The family of three stood at the door feeling very embarrassed. After staring at each other for a long time, they could only leave in shame. The banquet was held in a lively manner. The villagers were all enjoying the meal and drinking some wine, and the atmosphere was very relaxed. There was a group of people sitting around Su Ming, including Principal Ding and Zhang Chongyang. It was so lively with people toasting each other with cups and glasses. It was not until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that people gradually dispersed. Su Ming paid the bill and left with his parents. Now that their son has become successful, the couple can stand up straight. When they went out again, others greeted Li Sumei and Su Tao with smiles. People are always so realistic. When you have no money, they will step on you a few times. Now that you have money, they will flatter you a few more times. Normal, too normal. A family of three is having dinner in the evening. The meal was very sumptuous because Su Ming had prepared 10 extra tables of food in the restaurant. It turned out to be a good move because in the end there were only 2 empty tables. Su Ming packed up the food from both tables, distributed most of it to his relatives, and kept some for himself to eat. Mom and Dad, I should go back tomorrow. Su Ming put down his chopsticks and said with a smile. Go back, your parents are in good health. Su Tao laughed and patted his chest, saying that he was in good health. You don't have to worry about Mom and Dad here. Li Sumei was also all smiles. She was particularly pleased that her son had made progress. Go ahead and get busy. The money you left for us is enough for us to spend. Good. Su Ming nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, Mom and Dad, I'll take care of building the house. You guys should rent a house in town in the next few days, and I'll have the construction team come over to build the house. Good. Li Sumei and Su Tao had no objections. She knew in her heart that if she didn't agree, it would become a worry and a burden to her son. After all, he is a filial and good child. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. After saying goodbye to his parents, Su Ming drove back. Judging from the time, the cacti in the ground should have matured long ago. And judging by the speed of the construction team, the villas and underground parking lot have probably been completed. Thinking of this, Su Ming became more and more excited and stepped on the accelerator harder and harder. The journey, which originally took 3 or 4 hours, was shortened by half, and we arrived at the destination very quickly. You know what? After being away for 3 or 4 days, I really miss this place. Su Ming's previous lifestyle of working from sunrise to sunset made him quite relaxed and content. No wonder many talented ancient people like to farm. It's so relaxing and feels so good. Hey, Mr. Su, you're finally back. Seeing a car slowly driving towards him, the leader of the construction team's eyes lit up and he hurried over. Thanks for your hard work. Su Ming smiled after getting off the car. It's not hard, it's not hard. Serving Mr. Su is our honor. The villa and parking lot have been built. Take a look. Oh, it's really finished, and it was built pretty fast. Su Ming walked in. I first looked at the land on my right. It was still covered with lush wheat, but I couldn't see the growth of the cactus unless I stepped in. However, Su Ming was not in a hurry and went to the villa first. There is a large yard with a swimming pool, and the rest is green grass with a corridor in the middle. Next is a villa with 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, and the interior decoration is quite luxurious. Su Ming looked at the details carefully and found them to be quite perfect and in place. Especially the 2 underground floors, which, according to Su Ming's requirements, have a large area and extremely strong storage capacity. They also thoughtfully added a lot of security locks and safes. Then Su Ming went to take a look at the underground garage. The entrance is spiral-shaped, but the arc is very large. After driving a few circles, it goes 10 meters underground. Then there is a 2-story parking lot with an area of nearly 2,000 square meters, which is a very large area. Normally, building such a large parking lot would take at least several months to half a year. But with the power of money, the project time was greatly shortened. Not bad, not bad. Su Ming was very satisfied. When the construction team heard this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When their construction team returned, they also inquired about Su Ming's identity and background. Finally, I had some contact with President Chun and learned from him that this piece of land was just one of Su Ming's assets, or even just the tip of the iceberg of Su Ming's assets. Who dares to be disrespectful? Isn't being disrespectful like seeking death? By the way, I'll have to trouble you with something in a few days. Su Ming looked at the person in charge of the construction team and said, My parents live in the countryside, and I'd like you to build a villa for them. No problem, leave it to us. The person in charge immediately took the responsibility, patted his chest, and made a promise loudly. Just a normal 2-story villa will do. Su Ming thought about it and realized that since it was a house for his parents to live in, it didn't need to be particularly complicated, as long as it was comfortable. Don't worry, we've done this kind of project many times. Leave it to us. The person in charge said hurriedly. What does it mean to build a house for Su Ming's parents? It means that Su Ming is quite satisfied with his project and is quite confident in himself. This is a kind of affirmation. It is also a kind of encouragement. Chapter 108 Cactus Fruit. After looking at the garage and the villa, I selected a villa plan for my parents and called them to give them a few days to move. Originally, they didn't want the money this time, but under Su Ming's insistence, they had no choice but to accept the money reluctantly. The person in charge finally left. Su Ming excitedly closed the door and looked at the land with enthusiastic eyes. He stepped in impatiently. With one step, the scene in front of me changed, and cacti had grown one by one. The distance between each 2 cacti is about 1 meter, leaving just enough space for a person to walk in the middle. The height is also about 1 meter. It is covered with sharp thorns and is emerald green. The most important thing is that there is a small red fruit on each cactus. Su Ming had eaten cactus fruit before. The unripe ones were very sour, but the ripe ones were very sweet. Coming in front of a cactus, Su Ming licked his lips. He stretched out his hand excitedly and slowly placed it on the cactus fruit. Although there were some sharp thorns on it that pricked the hand a little, it was not a big problem. Su Ming pulled the fruit off with just a little force. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Then what? It's over? Su Ming blinked. According to past experience, it was either a mobile phone, a watch, or a bag, or the car keys. In other words, the things that grow can be seen with the naked eye. But, isn't this the fruit of a cactus? Looking left and right, this is not jade, nor is it something precious. There is also a faint fragrance. No way. Could this be a very ordinary cactus fruit? It shouldn't be. Su Ming was a little depressed. I thought that this time I planted cactus that something special would grow, but when I looked at it, it was a bit disappointing. Could it be a system problem? Or is it that the system can only grow other things when certain crops are planted, and when some crops are planted, they will grow whatever they are, but they grow very fast? Well, Su Ming sighed a little depressed and shook his head. Never mind. You must know how to be content. After all, the growth attributes of this land are something that many people dream of but cannot obtain. I brought the cactus fruit under my nose and smelled it. It was quite fragrant and must be delicious. Su Ming remained calm and broke the fruit open with his hands. I thought there was red flesh inside, but I found 2 black balls inside. What is it? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Take it in your hand and smell it carefully. You can smell the fragrance of medicine. What? There's medicine in cactus fruit. Ding. Special item detected. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the leg stretching and eye staring pill. What the hell? Stretch your legs and stare at the pills? Poison. No way. If you want to know what was growing in the field before, you can see it with the naked eye, and there is never any hint of special items. The most important thing is that it has such a weird name, stretching legs and staring eyes pill. Su Ming blinked and took out a pill. Is it poison? But it doesn't smell like that. Why is it so fragrant? There is a feeling of wanting to eat. This system is so funny. It makes the ground full of poison. However, Su Ming finally understood one thing. He had misunderstood the system. The system is still the system, as awesome, cool, and awesome as ever. It's just that this time the things that grow are more restrained. Note, stretching legs and staring eyes pills. Everyone who uses them will say they are good. For swelling and pain from bruises, colds and fevers, kidney deficiency, and frequent urination, and heart and brain diseases. Just one stretching legs and staring eyes pill will make returning to health a dream. Remember to take orally. Soluble in water. Oh my god. Su Ming couldn't help but swear. Does the system have such a funny side? This is a great advertisement. Is this medicine so good? Even Su Ming felt that the system was doing this on purpose. This is not just a pill to help you stretch your legs and stare. It is a life-saving medicine. Ding. Host, please take note. This medicine is a primary medicine. It can alleviate symptoms and cure primary diseases, but it cannot cure serious diseases. At this moment, there was suddenly another prompt sound in his brain, and Su Ming was stunned when he heard it. Understood. This medicine is definitely good for the body if taken. It can strengthen muscles and bones and improve physical fitness. But if you want to treat it as a miracle drug that can cure everything, that is impossible. This is already very powerful, and the system has made it very clear that this is a primary potion, which means that it can become intermediate or even advanced in the future. It cannot be cured now, but after the system is upgraded, the medicine produced by the cacti planted will probably be advanced medicine. By that time, I am afraid that all diseases can be cured. But this is a matter for the future, and it is enough for now. Su Ming couldn't help but get a little excited. My father suffered an external injury and is still recuperating at home. With this pill, he will definitely recover on the spot after taking it. 666. Su Ming couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. I'm sorry, system, I was wrong. I even dared to wrongly accuse you just now. My vision is too short. In the past, the fields grew valuable things, but now, to Su Ming, money is just a number. Su Ming couldn't help but blink his eyes and looked at the entire patch of cacti. Although there were not many, there were at least hundreds of them. The harvest is definitely not a small number. Su Ming chuckled, ran into the house, took a plastic bag and picked the fruits one by one, like an industrious little bee. It took less than 2 hours to get everything sorted out. Picking the cacti is easy, but if you want to deal with the remaining cacti, well, a bit prickly. The joy of harvest is only temporary, and cleaning up the mess is the most painful thing for Su Ming. Su Ming looked at the land, his face full of bitterness. Well, there is no other way but to do it. However, before Su Ming, he bought a wetsuit. Actually, it was not bought by Su Ming, but given by the store owner. He also took an axe, was careful and attentive, and with the protection of the wetsuit, he did the work quite quickly. It was not until dark that Su Ming cut down all the cacti in the field. Ding. Successfully harvested crops, gained 450 experience points. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 experience points. Su Ming was so tired that his back and waist ached. He breathed a sigh of relief, and all the cacti in the ground disappeared at the same time. Su Ming originally wanted to rest for a while, but suddenly he remembered something. He ran to the side, picked up a pill, and swallowed it without hesitation. As soon as he finished eating, Su Ming's eyes widened, and a heat spread from his lower abdomen to the surrounding area. After a while, all his back pain disappeared, replaced by vigorous energy. We can still work for another 500 years. Chapter 109 Diligent Xiaowang. The energetic Su Ming drove the agricultural machinery and plowed the land again. While we were working hard, a figure walked towards the door, wearing shorts and slippers. Who is it? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Thief. No way. Have you ever seen a thief so natural? He must have a strong mental quality. The man was holding a bucket in his hand and walked to the side of the thatched hut in a very natural manner. He turned on the faucet and filled a bucket with water. He turned off the water and was about to pour the bucket on the ground when he suddenly froze. Because he found a young man sitting on a tractor looking at him in amazement. Mr. Su, you're back? After seeing Su Ming, the young man shouted in surprise, then hurriedly put the bucket aside and trotted over, becoming very nervous. Xiaowang. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. I know him. This is President Chen's subordinate, and should be the person that President Chen pays close attention to. Su Ming was not stupid. Looking at the young man's expression, he knew that he was going to water his land. When I came back this morning, I found that the ground had been cleaned up without a single weed. President Chen had really put in a lot of effort during the time I was away. Xiaowang, what are you doing? Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. Xiaowang was afraid that Su Ming would mistake him for a thief, so he hurriedly explained, I came here to clean up the floor for you. It is true. Su Ming smiled. President Chen's work really makes me feel at ease. To be honest, Xiaowang almost went crazy with joy when he received this assignment. Don't you even look at who the other person is? He is a rich man who farms in the city center. From ancient times to the present, have you ever seen anyone so awesome as to be able to farm in the city center? Even the ancient emperors couldn't do that. The most important thing is that Donghai City is a first-tier city after all, and the central area is very expensive. Not to mention a first-tier city, even if it is a small fifth-tier county town, the price in the central area is not low. If Su Ming is willing, he can immediately become a billionaire. If you build a building in this place and collect rent, you can make a lot of money. Xiaowang also knew that it was because President Chen wanted to promote him and gave him a chance to contact Mr. Su. There are tons of benefits, handfuls and handfuls. Thanks for your hard work. Su Ming smiled, got off the tractor and patted Xiaowang on the shoulder. Feeling the heavy force on his shoulder, Xiaowang almost cried. It's not hard, it's not hard. It's what I should do. It's what I should do. Su Ming felt amused at Xiaowang's fearful look. Why did your bank president ask you to come here? Su Ming joked that this was actually a question he asked even though he already knew the answer. I saw the nervousness in Xiaowang's heart. Su Ming wanted to use this method to dispel the other party's tension and ease the atmosphere. But who would have thought that Xiaowang became even more nervous when he heard it? He swallowed and wiped the cold sweat off his face. Mr. Su needs to understand his own situation, so he must answer carefully and not cause trouble for President Chen. Carefully considering his words, Xiaowang said cautiously, during a meeting a few days ago, President Chen criticized me by name, saying that I was too ambitious and too impetuous, always floating in the clouds. He wanted me to be more down to earth, so he arranged for me to help Mr. Su farm and weed you. This will allow me to experience what it means to be down to earth and understand what true peace of mind feels like. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry to have occupied your land these days. Su Ming blushed a little after hearing this. As expected, he was taught by President Chen, the way of licking is exactly the same. The tone and intonation sounded as if President Chen himself had arrived. It's just that my skills are a little lacking. The rest are similar. Originally, Su Ming wanted to ask them to weed the fields themselves, but now it was them who asked Su Ming to do the work. The transformation is so clever that you can't find any flaws. To be honest, Xiaowang felt a little embarrassed after he finished speaking. Who doesn't understand? It's just an excuse. The real purpose is to get in touch with Su Ming. We are not 3-year-old children. Who doesn't understand? He remembered that before leaving, President Chen had said to him earnestly, Xiaowang, you must remember that the mission I'm giving you this time is extremely important. You must remember this matter is more important than our entire company, more important than any of your business. Xiaowang has been in this business for a while, so he naturally knows that his thickness and skills are not as thick as those of his President Chen. There was no way to say this naturally, and my face still turned pale. Su Ming felt amused. This President Chen was really interesting. I was afraid that if I didn't appear in front of Su Ming for a few days, Su Ming would forget me, so I had to show my presence from time to time. President Chen, you underestimate your own level and strength. I will never forget the way you licked me in my life. Although I am rich now, I am still far behind you in this kind of skill. Mr. Su, please don't refuse. If you refuse me, I won't be able to report back. After hearing this, Su Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Okay. When Xiaowang heard this, he was immediately delighted and started watering the plants with the bucket. To be honest, the land was already clean enough, without a single weed on it, but Xiaowang could still find some newly sprouted weeds from some very small cracks, leaving not a single one behind. Oh, Mr. Su, your tractor is a little dirty. I'll wash it for you now. Oh, Mr. Su, your corridor is a little dirty. I will clean it for you now. Oh, Mr. Su. Su Ming was a little amused. The kid couldn't work on his own, so he drove the tractor out of the field and parked it aside. Xiaowang took a rag and a water gun and washed it very clean. Su Ming really wanted to remind him that he was just a tractor and there was no need to wash it so clean. But Su Ming knew in his heart that the boy might cry as soon as he said that, and then look at him bitterly. What's wrong with Mr. Su? Did I do something wrong? Okay, do it if you like. Xiao Wang was like a chicken with its blood pumped up. He cleaned the house inside and out, even wiping the front door. Although I was tired and sweaty, my eyes were full of ecstasy. Mr. Su was here, and I performed in front of Mr. Su. Who among you has this ability? Who among you has this capability? That means I have this opportunity. Chapter 110 President Chun is ill. In short, it was already dark by around 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Wang had almost finished the work, but he still had no intention of giving up. A pair of eyes full of passion stared at Su Ming. Looking at Su Ming, goosebumps appeared all over his body. What was this kid going to do? Do you want to sleep with me? No, I don't have this hobby. In fact, Su Ming misunderstood. He wanted to help Su Ming wash his clothes and brush a pair of slippers at the same time. Although I have a strong desire to open my mouth. Xiao Wang finally swallowed his words back, which was not a good thing. He scanned the entire yard with his sharp eyes. He had done everything he could, but there was no more work to be done. He could only sigh. What a shame, why did it finish so quickly? Mr. Su, you see, I've almost finished cleaning up. Through this labor, I've deeply experienced what it means to be down to earth and what it means to take one step at a time. I will never be so ambitious again. Xiao Wang walked up to Su Ming, as if he was making a self-criticism, full of bitterness and hatred. After listening to this, Su Ming felt a bit amused and helpless. Okay, can't you guys just continue your performance? I'll just watch. Xiao Wang really doesn't want to leave. What a great opportunity. By the way, where's your President Chun? Is he on a business trip recently? Su Ming suddenly remembered something. Under normal circumstances, President Chun should also come. When Xiao Wang heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Finally, this opportunity came, and Su Ming finally asked. If I hadn't asked, I really wouldn't have been able to open my mouth. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. Our president is very eager to come and help you, but he hasn't been feeling well lately and is currently in the hospital. What? Your president is sick? Su Ming couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. President Chun had helped him a lot. Just based on President Chen's attitude towards me, I need to pay more attention to him, right? What's going on? What happened? Why is your President Chun in the hospital? Su Ming asked hurriedly with a frown. So President Chun has a strong ability to lick, but he has to admit that licking himself is very comfortable, and it really helps him a lot and saves him a lot of trouble. Mr. Su, you don't know. Xiao Wang sighed. It rained in the city center the day before yesterday. President Chun was worried about your wheat, so he rushed over overnight and stayed here all night. The next morning, he caught a severe cold and was hospitalized. It looked like he was about to develop pneumonia. Mr. Su, please don't tell me that I said that. Our President Chun repeatedly told me not to tell. Su Ming was stunned at that time. Is there anything of your own here? President Chun actually braved the rain to guard the wheat for himself? Although Su Ming felt a little amused and helpless in his heart, let alone rain. Even if it rained knives and lava from the sky, the wheat would be fine. Although I know it, President Chun doesn't know it. No wonder President Chun sent Xiao Wang here. So that's the reason. If he could walk by himself, he would have come here a long time ago. So that's how it is. Su Ming touched his chin. Suddenly Su Ming's eyes lit up and he remembered something. Don't leave yet. Wait a moment. Su Ming stood up and walked into the house. He took out a cactus fruit from the plastic bag, opened it, and revealed 2 pills inside. He picked up a bottle of mineral water, poured out some water, put half of the pill into it, shook it slightly, and soon it turned into a bottle of black water. The reason why Su Ming did this was, firstly, that he did not want to reveal his secret, and secondly, such words were more disguised. It is also easier to explain. After preparing everything, Su Ming came out and put the bottle in Xiao Wang's hand. Xiao Wang took it and took a closer look. What is this? Ink. That black patch looks poisonous no matter how I look at it. But this is something Mr. Su brought over, so I don't dare to say anything or ask anything. Xiao Wang, go to the hospital and say hello for me and tell him I'm grateful. I have something else to do and can't get away for now. Oh, yes, the stuff in this bottle is good. Remember to tell President Chun that you can't throw this away. Remember to drink it. The introduction just now may have made it very clear. It is a cold and a fever. You'll feel better after drinking it. Even if it turns into pneumonia now, I'm afraid it won't be a big problem. Once you eat this thing, you will immediately regain your health. Even if I can't recover immediately, I'm afraid I'll get much better. This thing is naturally extremely precious to others, but it is nothing to Su Ming. More than 900 pills. 1 a day is enough. Su Ming has been eating for almost 3 years. Besides, President Chen caught a cold and a fever because he was worried about his land. What is President Chen's identity? Although he was extremely respectful to him, Su Ming also knew that his status was very noble. If it weren't for him, he would never have done such hard work. Oh, okay, I understand. Xiao Wang was stunned for a moment. If President Chen knew that Su Ming cared about him so much, he would be so happy that his nose would almost burst. But the key is this thing Su Ming gave. Kind of. A bottle of ink. And let President Chen drink it? Look at any panacea. They all have luxurious exteriors, almost as if they were made of red sandalwood. And the bottle in Su Ming's hand. Isn't this Nongfu Spring which costs 2 yuan? Can this thing really work? It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. Okay. Xiao Wang answered hurriedly, then turned and left. After getting in the car, Xiao Wang blinked and looked at the bottle of ink. Forget it. Mr. Su's move must have a deeper meaning. He is an expert, so it is normal that I cannot see through him. Thinking of this, he drove straight to the hospital, but he stopped the car halfway. Is he really gone like that? At that time, I would hold a bottle of ink in my hand and tell President Chun that this was a gift from Mr. Su, and it's a bit shabby. He couldn't help but think that Mr. Su must have something important to do. Otherwise, with Mr. Su's skills and abilities, why wouldn't he send some other gifts? He knew that when Su Ming sold those bamboo shoots, he only sold them according to the platinum price at that time. The artistic value was not considered at all. Su Ming's expression at the time was that this thing took up too much space, so you should take it away quickly and just pay some money. So we can imagine that Su Ming is a man who is not short of money. He must have something urgent to do at that time, and he couldn't buy him anything else, so he just gave him a bottle of ink. Chapter 111 Divine Licking. Besides, Mr. Su's identity and status are there. It must be that others are giving him gifts crazily. When has Mr. Su ever given gifts to others? It is very likely that in Mr. Su's worldview, this is what it means to give something as a gift. Even if it is just a feather, it represents the friendship between two people that is as heavy as Mount Tai. He also believed that if President Chun got something from Su Ming, he would be ecstatic to accept it even if it was just a feather. But the key is that I can't do it myself. The most important thing was that he went to visit President Chun in the hospital with a bottle of ink, which made President Chun feel embarrassed. Isn't this embarrassing for Mr. Su? Mr. Su is standing too high up, and he does things spontaneously, but we who are below him must carefully consider the people above us. Thinking of this, Xiao Wang nodded heavily and drove directly to a gift shop next to the hospital. This is something that will always be available in the gift shops around the hospital. He bought some very expensive supplements. Although it cost a lot of money, Xiao Wang didn't feel sorry at all. How could he do a bad job when doing things for Mr. Su and President Chen? At this time, President Chun was lying in a special ward. The ward is actually similar to a hotel, equipped with separate single rooms, bathrooms, TVs, and independent doctors and nurses. The environment is good, but President Chun looks very bad. President Chun has been living a life of luxury for so many years that his health is no longer as good as it was 20 or 30 years ago. The severe cold and fever made President Chen's face pale. He lay in bed without any energy and looked very depressed. There was an 4 drip hanging on his hand. His eyes were dull and his face was pale. His wife had just left to go home and cook. After seeing Xiao Wang, President Chen's eyes suddenly lit up and he struggled to stand up. You're back. How's it going? Did Mr. Su come back today? I'm telling you, don't try to fool Mr. Su. It's the same whether he's here or not. In fact, when Mr. Su's not here, you have to work even harder. You must remember that you're the one I value most among the younger generation in our company. If you do a good job on this, I'll give you a promotion right away. After seeing Xiao Wang, President Chen immediately forgot about his illness and hurriedly gave instructions. He only regretted that his health was too poor and he couldn't do it himself. Oh, he would always feel guilty if he didn't do it. The most important thing is that you don't want to do it yourself or you are not confident in doing it. So it is not enough to let others do it. Xiao Wang hurried over and said with a smile, Don't worry, President Chun, I'll take care of this. Besides, Mr. Su came back today and was very satisfied with my work and with our bank. Oh, when President Chun heard this, his face lit up with joy, as if he had received a shot of cardiac stimulant. His waist and legs no longer felt sore, and even his breathing became much smoother. Xiao Wang, I've already told you before that you don't need to buy anything for me. You just need to do the things I assign you. Your salary this month is only a few dollars, and these nutritional supplements must have cost a lot of money. Take them out and return them quickly. President Chen really doesn't care. What he said was sincere. You are just a small employee now, earning a few thousand yuan a month. It is really unnecessary to spend half of it on nutritional supplements. Look, the bedside is almost full of them. I wouldn't eat this kind of thing myself. It would be fine if you asked others to give it to you as a gift. You are just a young man. Saving some money to buy a house before you get married is better than anything else. As long as you help Mr. Su sincerely, you are giving me the best nutrition. President Shun, to be honest, please don't be angry. I really don't want to spend money to buy you such expensive nutritional supplements. Xiao Wang is an honest child and told the truth. However, President Shun was not angry after hearing this, which is what is right. He noticed this point about Xiao Wang, but it was okay for him to say that to himself, but he couldn't talk like that when he went out in the future. I didn't buy these things. Mr. Su asked me to bring them to you. What? As soon as Xiao Wang said this, President Shun sat up suddenly. Ouch! As a result, when he did this, the needle on his wrist suddenly pierced into the flesh. Oh, nurse, needle, needle. The nurse ran over, pulled out the needle, and inserted the needle in another place. Only then did President Shun breathe a sigh of relief. Hurry up and put the things Mr. Su gave me here. President Shun pushed everything on the small table next to him to the ground without hesitation. Using his only remaining left hand, he carefully placed the things one by one. Xiao Wang felt funny after reading it, because in fact, what he bought were all quite ordinary things. President Shun, you are simply a famous double standard. Look at the things you have in the corner. There are ginseng worth tens of thousands of dollars. Just throw it there like a pile of garbage without even looking at it. But the things he bought, of course, now President Shun thinks that they were bought by Mr. Su, and he places them next to him like treasures. The most expensive thing is just a box of sea cucumbers. Is it really necessary to be so excited? Oh, what is this? Bird's nest. This is good stuff. It nourishes the brain and promotes blood circulation and removes blood stasis. Mr. Su is very thoughtful. He knows that I am old and that a cold may damage my brain. He told me to get enough rest. I am so touched. What is this? Is it milk powder? Mr. Su is indeed worthy of his name. He knows that I'm old and not as strong as I used to be. If I were in better health, I wouldn't get a bad cold from being caught in the rain. Mr. Su is indeed very considerate of me. Sea cucumber. Oh my, how did Mr. Su know that I love to eat this? I can't live without it for every meal. Even if Su Ming is not around, his acting skills are still top-notch. Xiao Wang was stunned after hearing this. President Shun, please stop showing off. It makes my scalp tingle. If I'm not mistaken, there are some top-quality blood swallows in the pile in the corner. The price of a box is hundreds of thousands. This box of mine only costs a few thousand yuan. And this milk powder is the better kind among ordinary milk powder. As a result, President Shun was forced to speak eloquently. And this sea cucumber, President Shun, I don't know about other things, but it seems that sea cucumber is the thing you dislike eating the most, right? And even if you really like to eat it, there are a lot of sea cucumbers in the pile in the corner, and any one of them is better than this. As a result, you don't even look at the others and only favor this one. Just because you think this thing was a gift from Mr. Su? To be honest, there are so many things displayed in the corner that you can buy all these things by just taking out a box. Just because of these 3 words, Mr. Su, these things have become priceless treasures. Chapter 112. The power is profound. The most important thing is that some of the other things are common health products. That is just some vitamins and nutrients, so-called amino acids, and so on. No medicinal value. But to President Shun, this is not a nutritional supplement or ginseng. It is clearly a magic pill. Xiao Wang was taught a profound lesson by President Shun here. As the saying goes, the value of something depends on who gives it and from whom it is taken. President Shun, I learned it. I really learned it. Thank you for your cultivation. President Shun was so ecstatic that he had long forgotten his illness. His face was no longer sallow, and his body was no longer weak. I guess it's also because of the crazy secretion of adrenaline. You little brat, what did I tell you before I left? I told you over and over again that I was in good health and had to leave on a business trip. Why did you tell the truth? Aren't you making Mr. Su worry about me? President Shun couldn't help but complain. There was resentment in his tone, but the smile on his lips was almost gone. Xiao Wang really couldn't stand it anymore. President Shun, I beg you, please stop showing off. If you show off again, I'm going to vomit. Being a bootlicker to your level is superb. You have reached the pinnacle of mastery. President Shun, there's something I'm not sure whether I should say. Xiao Wang hesitated for a long time. Just say whatever you want to say. Didn't I tell you before? You have to be quick and decisive. If you have something on your mind, just say it. President Shun, there are only 2 of us in this room. There are no nurses or doctors outside, and there are no surveillance cameras in this room. There's no need for you to do this. To be honest, Xiao Wang really thinks this is unnecessary. Mr. Su is not around and can't see it. Xiao Wang, I'm telling you, you can't think like that when it comes to people and things. It's absolutely unacceptable to say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, especially with Mr. Su. And I'm not just licking. Ahem, I'm not just pretending. I respect Mr. Su from the bottom of my heart. Everything I said just now came from the bottom of my heart. Well? Xiao Wang was stunned after hearing this. Hi. It's really high? I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. He is worthy of being President Chun, worthy of being a super being who can climb up to the position of president step by step from the bottom. Sure enough, this realm is not something that we can see through. Awesome, really awesome. Is this what it means to moisten things silently? After President Chen finished his sigh, he coughed, rocked the bed, and half lay down on it. Xiao Wang, how's Mr. Su doing lately? Did you ask where he went? Hey, what's that in your hand? Ink. Why did you go home to practice calligraphy? Calligraphy is a good thing. It can calm your mind. Did Mr. Su teach you that? Xiao Wang was really a little embarrassed. President Chen, you are wrong. This is not ink. What I have in my hand is what Mr. Su gave you, and the rest are bought by me. Suddenly, Xiao Wang had a bit of a bad taste in his mouth. If he told the truth, how would President Chen flatter him? President Chen, this is actually something Mr. Su asked me to bring to you. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. Oh, President Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly held out his hand. Quick, go buy me a pen and paper. Oh my, I'm suddenly overwhelmed by the urge to practice calligraphy. Our country has thousands of years of civilization, and the written language has been passed down through generations, carrying countless ancient charms. Mr. Su's consideration is truly extraordinary. Mr. Su is indeed so insightful in his approach, it truly astonishes me. Gao is indeed very good. The licking is so silent and gentle. But it seems that this time it is a little off. Well? Xiao Wang looked embarrassed. Is this possible? But this isn't ink. President Chen, you misunderstood. This is not ink. Mr. Su asked you to drink it. What? President Chen was slightly stunned, then his eyes widened with joy. Could it be Coke? Oh, Mr. Su is indeed Mr. Su. He still considers me. You probably don't know this, but Coke is actually a medicine that can cure colds. Mr. Su really knows a lot and is thoughtful enough to actually send me this. Wow, I'm so touched. I haven't had Coke in so many years. Hurry up and bring me that cup. I want to have a good sip. You little bastard, be careful with what you take. If you spill anything, I'll never forgive you. This is simply an extreme operation, one showing 5. The kind where one can beat 5 and kill all 5. What an awesome reaction. As long as it is a gift from Mr. Su, even if it is just a dung ball, it is as good as nectar. Xiao Wang could only marvel in his heart. Oh shit. Awesome. But we are uneducated, so we can only say fuck to everyone. Your reaction is so fast, it's like a god's reaction speed. Awesome, so awesome. Are you still afraid of spilling it? Moreover, the contents of this bottle don't look like Coke at all. Although Coke generally looks black, a closer look reveals that apart from some reddish hues, it's not pure black. The bottle is clearly filled with ink, a solid black mass. Apart from admiration, Xiao Wang really can't find any other adjectives in his heart. Why can others become bank president, but I can't? Why do others have such a high position, but I don't? The realm is not enough. I can't hook up with Mr. Su, but I can hook up with President Chun, and I will follow President Chen for the rest of my life. This level of skill is really too profound, so awesome. Xiao Wang carefully scanned the gifts in the corner. After taking a closer look, he found that there was everything. A variety of advanced nutritional supplements. Any one of them is much better than this half bottle of ink. But an object just sitting there has no value. If there were no humans on this earth, gold would just be gold and would be worthless to animals. But it's different when there are human beings, classes, and values. When it comes to something, you have to see who gave it to you. If it's given by an ordinary person, it's worthless. But if it's given by Su Ming, then its value will be different. This is the legendary gap. President Chun was so excited. Don't even mention ink. I'll drink the gift from Mr. Su, even if it's poison. Of course, this is an exaggerated idea. How could Mr. Su give himself poison? Xiao Wang brought a cup from the side, and President Chun carefully poured a small bowl of it, took a look, and smelled a strong medicinal fragrance. It turns out this thing is medicine. President Chen almost cried. This thing is traditional Chinese medicine. It turns out that Mr. Su actually boiled traditional Chinese medicine for me. I am so touched. Chapter 113 Miraculous Effects of Medicine. President Chen didn't waste any time and just got down to work without saying anything. The cold liquid flowed down my throat. Although it was slightly bitter, it was still somewhat sweet. Wow, this medicine tastes so good. The most important thing is that after drinking this medicine, your lower abdomen will feel slightly warm and a stream of energy will spread around. President Chen suddenly felt that his head was no longer dizzy. His breathing became smoother, and his throat, which had been a little painful, became clearer. President Chen blinked his eyes, pulled out the needle directly, put on his shoes, and walked around on the ground. The back pain is gone, and the lightheadedness is gone. All the cold symptoms disappeared. Oh my God! President Chun jumped twice on the spot, like a madman, and couldn't help but swear. Awesome! President Chun couldn't help but shout out 2 more words, leaving Xiao Wang dumbfounded. What was wrong with President Chun? Was he crazy? This medicine is so powerful, so powerful. It's a miracle drug, a miracle drug. Xiao Wang, standing by, thought President Chun was acting. No need for that. It's just the 2 of us. Is there any need for such exaggeration? Mr. Su couldn't see. It's so comfortable, so comfortable. President Chin's eyes widened as he looked at the bottle in Xiao Wang's hand and snatched it away, mouth to mouth. He drank it in big gulps. Xiao Wang was stunned. Is President Chin really crazy? President Chin drank it in big gulps and then wiped his mouth. I immediately felt refreshed, invigorated, and light. Not only did the pain he felt before disappear, but his body became much stronger as he walked with greater vigor. President Chen, are you okay? Xiao Wang said worriedly. I'm fine, of course I'm fine. Not only am I fine, I'm very fine. President Chen laughed heartily, then shouted. You little brat, I'm telling you, I'm not only fine now, I feel exceptionally well. You only know one side of the story, didn't you think it was poison? Honestly, it's Chinese medicine. After drinking it, the pain is gone, and I feel exceptionally well. As expected of Mr. Su, these people only know how to give away these mundane things like deer antlers and ginseng. Look at the potion in the bottle that Mr. Su gave me. After drinking it, my illness disappeared immediately. President Chen now spoke with confidence and a rosy complexion. He walks with great vigor. Whether a person is sick can be seen with the naked eye. This is not something that can be acted out. Xiao Wang was stunned and dumbfounded when he saw this. So this isn't poison? He suddenly felt a little regretful. He should have secretly taken a sip on the way. After all, if I just take a small sip, President Chen won't notice. Just when President Chun was very happy and walking back and forth in the room, suddenly he seemed to be petrified. His eyes widened and his mouth trembled uncontrollably. Ah! Suddenly, President Chun let out a scream, then fell to the ground and began to roll in pain. Damn, it's really poisonous. Xiao Wang was so frightened that he rushed out to call the doctors and nurses over. But the next second, President Chen suddenly got up from the ground. Wow! President Chen couldn't help but shout loudly. President Chen, what happened to you? Xiao Wang really can't stand your constant startling. You're going to scare me to death. This is impossible. This is impossible. What happened to you? Are you okay? Xiao Wang really can't stand it anymore. Do you want to call the doctors and nurses to do a brain CT scan for you to see if there is any brain disorder? Aye. President Chen blinked and said, I'm not nearsighted anymore. Ah. Xiao Wang stood up suddenly, looking confused. The weather has been humid these days, and my legs have been aching slightly because of rheumatism, but now the pain is gone. When I was young and working in the countryside, I also had a back injury, but now my back doesn't hurt anymore. The main thing is that I have a severe stomach problem and can't eat anything, but now I suddenly feel like I can eat anything. If you say that Chinese medicine can cure colds, they will believe it. When President Chun was young, there was an old Chinese doctor in the village who was very good at medicine. He prescribed a medicine for him. After drinking it, you will feel cold starting from the top of your head, and then it will spread throughout your body bit by bit, and then your cold will be cured. He was a real old Chinese doctor, and the herbs were all picked by him himself in the mountains. They were very effective and cannot be found now. But after taking this medicine, President Chin's illnesses that had lasted for many years were cured. The rheumatism is gone, the stomach problems are gone, and the lumbar muscle strain is gone. The most important thing is that many other hidden diseases in his body have also disappeared. Once he takes off his glasses, his vision in front of him becomes clear. Clearer than wearing glasses. It's so awesome. Xiao Wang, tell me clearly, when Mr. Su handed the things to you, did he say anything else? President Chen grabbed Xiao Wang and said, Xiao Wang's brain was also confused at this time. He blinked his eyes and thought for a long time. Mr. Su didn't say anything. He just wanted you to drink. Ha 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 ha. President Chen laughed out loud. Well, that's all I can say. Mr. Su is just Mr. Su. He's really good at what he does. He's really awesome. See? I was in poor health before, but after drinking this, my body became stronger. I think I can live another 50 years. President Chen was extremely happy. You know, a severe cold is not easy to treat. It would take at least a week. But after drinking the medicine, he felt better immediately. Many hidden diseases in his body, although not fatal, would inevitably bring a lot of pain, were all cured in an instant. This is truly a blessing from God, Mr. Su. You will be my guiding light in the future. Xiao Wang was completely confused. President Chun didn't look fake. especially since he had been wearing glasses for so many years, which showed that he was severely myopic. They were made of thick glass, but now President Chun threw away his glasses, and his eyes became extremely transparent. President Chun, please don't get excited. Do you want me to go down and make an appointment for you to check? You're right. Find a doctor quickly. Why bother making an appointment when you're in the hospital? Xiao Wang was just a little excited. Soon, doctors and nurses came in to check, take x-rays, and do everything. All the symptoms disappeared. Your lumbar muscle strain is gone too. My God, your eyesight is at its best. The mild kidney stones you had previously are gone. The 2 tofi on my feet are gone. This is impossible. Chapter 114, extremely excited. All the senior doctors in these hospitals gathered together and looked at the films. They were all confused and bewildered. This person is the one who helped President Chun build his hospital. A large part of the loan was provided by President Chun. The dean personally asked the best doctor in the hospital to consult with President Chun. The bank president wanted to take an x-ray. So many doctors had already returned home and rushed back in person from various departments. But after they got the film, they were all stunned. They are all a group of experienced old doctors with gray hair, and they have never encountered such a situation. Especially the doctor in the respiratory department. The film he just took this afternoon showed a slight infection. Normally, the symptoms will become more serious and then gradually heal. There is a high possibility of some minor aftereffects. But now the symptoms have disappeared completely, and my respiratory system is very healthy. The most confused person should be the ophthalmologist. The glasses that President Chun wore before were all fitted by them, but now President Chun's eyesight has reached its best condition. They couldn't help but take President Chun to do a brain CT scan. It was discovered that President Chun's brain was full of youth and vitality, and several brain cells had even regenerated. It's a miracle of medicine. You must know that brain cells cannot be regenerated. Once one dies, it is dead. But nothing is absolute. President Chun now feels that his hearing and eyesight are sharper and his memory has improved, as if he has returned to his peak state around the age of 20. How is this possible? President Chun, what on earth happened? Did you eat anything? The machine is broken. Can you check it again? After being confused for a long time, several gray-haired doctors came forward, discussed for a long time, and asked cautiously. Xiao Wang stood aside, kept his mouth shut and head down, not saying anything. Keeping it secret was the most important thing. As expected, President Chun didn't say anything, but just smiled calmly. Doctors, my physical condition is not bad, right? I should be able to be discharged from the hospital, right? No problem. That's no problem at all. The vice president standing by was also confused. He blinked and nodded. To be honest, if the person in front of them wasn't President Chun, they really wanted to arrest President Chun and do a dissertation to see what was going on. They can't force this person. An ordinary person would have been forced to undergo another examination and blood tests, but President Chun's status was too high and they had no way to deal with it. When President Chun arrived, he was in an ambulance and looked listless, but when he came out just one day later, he was refreshed and full of fighting spirit. He suddenly felt that he could work until he was 80, 90, or even retire at 100, and there would be no problem. Xiao Wang, remember to find a few people to pack up these nutritional supplements and send them to my house. Yes. President Chun needs to leave quickly. Look at the eyes of the doctors around him. They are so enthusiastic that they seem to want to eat him up. If I don't leave now, these doctors are really going to eat me up. President Chun drove straight to the city center. When he arrived and was about to get out of the car to take a look, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Ming should have fallen asleep. Wouldn't it be annoying to come and disturb them at this time? President Chun thought about it and decided to do it tomorrow. He must visit in person tomorrow to express his gratitude. I didn't expect Mr. Su to still remember me. This medicine must be something special. Mr. Su should know that I only interacted with him for money and benefits, which is why I was willing to be his bootlicker. But I never expected that Mr. Su would not only accept me, but also treat me as a friend. He truly accepted me. Don't worry, Mr. Su. From now on, I will absolutely follow you wholeheartedly and work for you. I will serve you wholeheartedly and always be at your service. President Chun was so moved that he almost cried while sitting in the car. He didn't think there was anything wrong with the medicine. After all, our country has a long history. There must be many magical things hidden among the people, and those legendary Chinese medicines are probably not just talk. It is very likely that Su Ming has something good in his hands. If this thing were taken out, it would be worth a fortune. But Su Ming actually used it for himself. Mr. Su, why are you so nice to me? I'm so ashamed. I'm really ashamed. You didn't hide such an expensive thing at all. As soon as Xiao Wang said it, you gave it to me immediately. I'm so touched. Before, you just deposited a few $100 million in my bank and sold some platinum. I was a little unhappy about it, but it was just because you didn't show your respect on the surface. But now I see that I was narrow-minded. I was too narrow-minded. You were such a great person, let alone a few $100 million saved. Even if you didn't save a penny, being able to be your friend would be my supreme honor. Su Ming didn't know that when he was traveling in Summoner's Rift, there was an old man in his 50s at the door who was so moved that he cried and sobbed. It's just that President Chun was a little moved. Because there were too many of these things, Su Ming just piled the miracle medicine in President Chen's eyes in a corner. This thing is unlimited. If it doesn't work, I will plant another 2 acres of land. 1 serving is enough to last for 2 or 3 years. What I grow in 1 year is enough for you to eat for several lifetimes. To be honest, Su Ming never thought that this thing would have such a good effect. He just wanted President Chun to recover from his illness quickly and not feel so uncomfortable. After all, President Chun had helped him a lot. The most important thing is that Su Ming only put half of it into the bottle, not all of it. Because Su Ming was a little worried in his heart. If the effect was too magical, it would easily cause a sensation. He just didn't expect that the effect would be so good after only half of it was released. President Chun was so impressed that he stopped at the door for a long time before reluctantly driving away. Be sure to come early tomorrow morning to thank Mr. Su Ming properly. But I can't come empty-handed tomorrow, and the key is Mr. Su's status. He doesn't want expensive jewelry, so why not just take out a platinum bamboo shoot? Isn't it much more expensive than this jewelry? What a headache. When he got home, his wife and children had already fallen asleep. President Chun was full of energy and didn't want to sleep at all. He sat alone on the sofa thinking about what to give as a gift tomorrow. When I thought of this, it was already dawn and the east was getting brighter. President Chun sighed and went to the bathroom to wash up briefly. By this time, President Chin's wife had also woken up. Although it was not yet 5 o'clock in the morning, she needed to make breakfast and send it to President Chun. Chapter 115, Picking Up the Car. As a result, as soon as Mrs. Chun walked out, she saw a man sitting on the sofa and subconsciously screamed loudly. President Chun shuddered with fear. Just when I was thinking about how to thank Su Ming, I suddenly heard a scream next to me. Who could stand it? Oh my God, what's going on? What happened? President Chun jumped up and turned around quickly. You old man, when did you come back? Mrs. Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing her husband. Although I breathed a sigh of relief, my heart was still pounding. Hey, I came back in the middle of the night last night. I saw you were sleeping so soundly that I didn't disturb you. President Chun also breathed a sigh of relief. Why are you back? Didn't the doctor tell you to stay in the hospital? Oh, I'm telling you your health. I'm fine. President Chun stood up. Old man, I always listened to you before, but you have to listen to me this time. Don't use excuses like you're busy with work. You're feeling a bit sick this time. What did you say? Are you okay? Mrs. Chun didn't react at first, but suddenly she did. This is a bad cold. The doctor checked it out, and it was almost mycoplasma pneumonia. I left at around 6 o'clock last night. At that time, President Chin's face was pale, and he felt uncomfortable all over. This night won't be enough? Miracle medicine? This is impossible. How is it possible? Mrs. Chun blinked, then stood there rubbing her eyes with her hands. I'm not awake yet, am I? It's really healed. President Chun laughed heartily, feeling refreshed. He stopped coughing, his face flushed, and his appetite was also greatly improved. Make me something to eat. I'm starving. To tell you the truth, it was Mr. Su who sent me the medicine. Mr. Su is indeed capable and competent. The medicine he sent me made me feel better as soon as I took it. Mr. Su. Mrs. Chun naturally knew that her husband had a big client like Mr. Su. Oh. Mrs. Chun didn't ask any more questions, just nodded quickly and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Alas, I've never been so sad in my life. What can I give you as a token of my gratitude? President Chun feels that he is going to lose his hair. Su Ming woke up feeling refreshed in the morning. While the sun was still shining, I plowed the field from end to end. Xiao Wang came yesterday and delayed my work, so I have to finish it today. After cleaning up the land, Su Ming looked at the seeds and scratched his head. What would you like next? Su Ming planted a lot of vegetables. To be honest, Su Ming will not plant those things again in the short term after planting them once. After all, even if you plant it, you know what the fruit will be, and there is no novelty at all. After searching through the seeds for a long time, Su Ming set his sights on something. Corn. This is one of the most common crops in the country. It is also one of the country's economic crops. After all, corn is a good thing. It can be eaten by humans and livestock, and corn oil is also indispensable in the lives of many people. It's you. When he was in his hometown, Su Ming had a lot of planting experience. I'm familiar with growing this thing. Dig a hole, sprinkle some fertilizer underneath, put some seeds on top, and then cover the hole. Because corn is a large volume crop, it is planted relatively compactly. Su Ming can guarantee that there will be upgrades after this planting. Haha. It makes me happy just thinking about it. After a busy morning, the land was planted. As usual, some fertilizer was sprinkled on it, and some water was poured to increase the yield and shorten the time. Ding! Corn has been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 36 hours. Only 36 hours. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. The growth cycle of this thing is actually not short. It seems that the system is just acting arbitrarily. After finishing the work in the field, Su Ming ate something and drove directly to the 4S store. The 4S store has been closed for the past few days, but all the employees are at work and gather at the door every day in high spirits. They all remembered Su Ming's license plate number and photo clearly. Here it comes. Seeing a cool car coming, several people's eyes lit up. After waiting for a few days, Su Ming finally arrived. Bang! Zhou Hai was reading documents in the room at this time when the door was suddenly pushed open by someone. Dry? Zhou Hai raised his head and was about to curse, but he saw that the guy's face was full of excitement. Coming. Here I come. When Zhou Hai heard this, he stood up like the wind and rushed out, crawling and rolling. Regardless of his fat body, he jumped down the stairs like a ball. He quickly rushed to the door, took a deep breath despite his pounding heart, and with an extremely enthusiastic smile on his face, he looked at the young man in slippers, covered in dust and mud, walking towards him in the distance. Mr. Su. Zhou Hai quickly walked up to Su Ming and extended his big hand to shake his hand cordially. Are you here to pick up all the cars today? Yeah, I just finished building my underground garage. Su Ming smiled. Underground garage? Several salespeople listened in. Listen, what does it mean to be rich? What does it mean to be arrogant? This is what it means to be arrogant. He built an underground garage specifically for buying a car. So awesome. According to what they said, the construction time of the underground garage would take at least several months. It seemed that Su Ming had planned to rent all the cars and use it for parking long ago. Judging from the light tone in which Su Ming spoke, it was as if he was telling them, "Oh, I bought some cabbage and planned to store it in the cellar. Is this the gap? Mr. Su, we have been storing your car here. All the contracts have been prepared and the insurance has been prepared for you. Here are the license plates for the car, all ready for you." Su Ming took a closer look and found that everything was fine. There was no problem with the contract and the insurance was also well arranged. Okay, thank you for your hard work, but I can't take advantage of you. I see that your insurance policy is all comprehensive coverage, and with so many cars added up, the total amount is not small. Su Ming smiled. No. Zhou Hai shook his head desperately as soon as he said this. Mr. Su, it was our boss's idea to buy you insurance. It cost a little money, but it's just a small number, not worth mentioning. Besides, we have an internal price with the insurance company, which is very cheap. Su Ming didn't want to force it after hearing that. The other party's intention was very clear. He wanted to make friends with him, and Su Ming did not refuse. After all, more friends mean more paths. Although money can talk about everything, Su Ming is a lazy person. He doesn't want to do anything by himself except farming. In the future, he only needs to call Zhou Hai for car-related matters. I believe this guy will definitely do it for him. Chapter 116, it's really spectacular. Thank you very much, Manager Zhou. When Zhou Hai heard this, he was so happy that his nose was about to burst with snot bubbles. Look at what you said. This is what we should do. It's our honor. Zhou Hai said with a smile, but he soon became a little worried. But Mr. Su, how are you going to transport so many cars back? Even if we each drive a car with more than 400 cars, I'm afraid we'll have to make more than 50 trips back and forth. This is indeed a thing. Su Ming was also stunned for a moment. He was so busy picking up the car that he really didn't think about it. Oh, this is indeed a very tricky question. Headache. What a headache. Seeing Su Ming's conflicted expression, the sales staff nearby couldn't help themselves. Brother, if you find it difficult, you can give us the car. We will definitely not find it troublesome. We would rather drive back and take a taxi to transport it back one trip at a time. We will not find it tiring. But regardless, this is indeed a very tricky issue. It is impossible for one person to drive several cars. Even if you hire a large truck for transportation, it will take an entire afternoon, and it will be a bit troublesome to go back and forth. Nearly 500 vehicles. Transportation is indeed a big problem. Look at the people in this store, including the security guards. There are only 8 or 9 people. The most important thing is that these cars are all luxury cars. It's not that Su Ming feels sorry for them, but he is afraid that they will be damaged. These people probably don't dare to drive them easily. Who will be responsible if they are damaged? Su Ming touched his chin, frowned, and thought carefully. Mr. Su, if you are troubled, I have a small suggestion. Zhou Hai is in this business and has a pretty smart mind. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he said with a smile, "What?" Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Look at all the cars. It would take us several trips back and forth, not to mention that your most expensive car is worth hundreds of millions. We really don't dare to drive it. But we have an idea. You see, there are so many people driving designated cars now. I will contact the designated driving company later and ask all the designated drivers to come and drive, right?" Zhou Hai whispered aside, "Oh, that's a really good idea." Su Ming's eyes lit up. The designated driver job is usually done at night, and now most people are either doing other work or resting at noon. But the key is the designated driver. If someone has a company, it shouldn't be a problem to just make a phone call and find some designated drivers. But don't forget, this is Donghai City, a first-tier city, and the area of the city center alone is extremely large. The permanent population is over 10 million. This is just the population in the city center. There are even more people in the suburbs and rural areas. If there are not enough designated drivers, you can find some other drivers, bodyguard companies, etc. There will always be people who drive. Okay, this is a good idea. Moreover, the people in the designated driving company are all trained. He can drive a sports car, and the vehicle is relatively stable and safe, so there will not be any major accidents. To be honest, even if the car was bumped or damaged accidentally, Su Ming wouldn't feel bad. Now to Su Ming, this is not a car, it is just a toy with 4 wheels. Su Ming plans to create a software on his computer in the future, input all the cars into it, and randomly choose the car to drive every day. If a car is unlucky, it may be covered with dust, and the engine may rust and become undrivable. In today's society, as long as you have money, you can get things done. How can you not find a driver even if you pay him her? Okay, let's do it. Su Ming nodded. Zhou Hai's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he was particularly happy to show up again. President Chen is not here. If President Chen were here, he would definitely hold Zhou Hai's head and flush him into the toilet. How dare you steal my limelight? Am I the only one who can show off in front of Mr. Su? Designated Driver Company. Ma Chunlai, general manager of the Donghai branch, sat in a chair, drinking tea and listening to music. For things like designated driving, their platform provides orders, customers spend money to make money, and they take a commission from it. Not only is this kind of business low risk, it's also simply making money for free. As he was listening with his head shaking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Ma Chunlai didn't think much about it, and took out the phone to take a look. Oh, isn't this Zhou Hai? They are both upper-class people in society. One is a car salesman and the other is a designated driver. After all, they are somewhat related to cars. They were friends before, but the overlap in their fields is not particularly large. They just want to get to know each other. Hey, Manager Zhou, why did you think of calling me? Ma Chunlai answered the phone and said something polite. Manager Ma, I'm here to bring you a big deal, and I'll also introduce you to an important figure. Oh, Ma Chunlai straightened up when he heard this. Who is Zhou Hai? The general manager of the 4S store is on the same level as himself. The most important thing is that he and Zhou Hai are not particularly familiar with each other, so it is impossible for him to make fun of him. Manager Zhou, could you please explain more clearly? Lao Ma, do you remember what I told you before? A friend came to our store and bought more than 400 cars. He sold out our store completely. That's what happened. Ma Chunlai was so smart that he immediately understood what was going on. This mysterious big shot had appeared. Look, Mr. Su came today to pick up the car first, but Mr. Su bought a total of 480 cars, and we don't have enough staff. Can you see if you can transfer all the drivers under your software over here? The more people, the better. Hiss. When Ma Chunlai heard this, he took a breath. Wow, 480 cars. Drive away all at once. Even Ma Chunlai, who had been in this position for several years, had never seen such a domineering scene. Others come one by one, but Mr. Su comes with 480. Is old Ma capable or not? Give me a word. Zhou Hai knew that Ma Chunlai must be shocked by the news, but Su Ming was still waiting here, and he couldn't let Su Ming worry. Okay, I'll definitely do it. Don't worry, tell Mr. Su I'll call right now, and it will be fixed within 10 minutes. Not to mention that Mr. Su's identity is mysterious. Can a person who can buy 480 luxury cars be an ordinary person? They will make a lot of money from this order alone. After Ma Chunlai hung up the phone, he strode to the door without saying a word and pushed open the deputy general manager's office. The deputy general manager was a fat man and was doing something with his secretary. Ma Chunlai's sudden intrusion scared the fat man, and he immediately surrendered. Manager, what are you doing? The fat man had nothing to be embarrassed about. After all, they were all men, and he had done many bad things with Ma Chunlai. Chapter 117, The Huge Team of Designated Drivers. Damn it, you fat bastard, you still have the mind to play these things at this time. Hurry up. Find someone. Find a designated driver. The more the better. When the fat guy heard the general manager, he wondered if he had drunk it. We are just designated drivers. Why do you still need to find a designated driver? Did you know that there's a mysterious tycoon at Zhou Hai's 4S dealership who bought 480 cars? The fat man understood immediately after hearing it, and stood up immediately with his eyes wide open. Okay, I'll get ready right away. This fat guy is in charge of the HR department for designated drivers. Without saying a word, he began to frantically call teams in various regions. Each team had dozens of designated drivers under their command. After receiving this news, although the team leaders were all confused, how could they dare not follow the orders from their superiors? The riders were confused after receiving the news. What the hell? An order coming in broad daylight. Isn't it time for another meeting? Isn't that ridiculous? I'm moving bricks at the construction site right now. How can I have time for a meeting? Yeah, we always gave advance notice of meetings before. What's going on here? Could there be some misunderstanding? Countless riders were also very confused by the messages they sent in the group chat. What on earth was going on? Damn it, put away your curiosity. A big shot bought 480 cars at a 4S dealership and they're short on drivers. I'm telling you, if you complete this order, each of you will receive a 500 yuan reward. First come, first served. Ma Chunlai, who usually never appears in the group, joined the group and sent an announcement. Holy shit. I'm not interested in moving bricks anymore. I want to drive. I just want to go and see who this big shot is. Work. Some people were resting at home, while others were busy with other work. After receiving the news, they dropped all the work in their hands and rushed to the 4S store frantically. Less than 10 minutes. Countless designated drivers wearing blue clothes and riding small electric bikes appeared on the road. What are they doing? No way, there are so many designated drivers in broad daylight. Are they going to have a group fight? No way, what happened? Should we call the police? Are you crazy? They didn't do anything. Why are you calling the police? Countless pedestrians on the street looked at each other in surprise. What was going on? So many designated drivers were rushing in one direction. Everyone's face was beaming with joy, and they looked anxious, as if a fight was about to break out. Could they be fighting with some group or something? Shouldn't it be? There are no conflicts in the industry. There were 2 police officers who were carrying out the operation nearby, and they were also shocked when they saw this scene. Maintaining public order is their primary responsibility. Now so many people are rushing in one direction. Isn't this causing trouble? This is not a small number of people. If you look closely, there may be 100 or 200 of them. Wait a minute, comrade, what are you doing? One of the policemen stopped the man and asked, Comrade police officer, I really don't have time to talk to you. If I'm late, I won't be able to grab it. I'm telling you, we're going to work. Go to work, understand? Drive for others. Oh, the police were stunned. Even if they drive, there aren't so many people driving, right? Comrade police officer, you may not know this, but someone bought 500 cars at a 4S store, but they don't have enough drivers. A young man next to them explained with a smile, and then the 2 of them rode their electric bikes to catch up with the group. What the hell? The police were stunned. How could he be so arrogant? Buying so many cars? The 2 policemen looked at each other and felt a little unbelievable in their hearts. This couldn't be an excuse, right? No, we were worried and had to go and check it out quickly. Soon the video was circulated online, and many people were ready to watch it later to see what was going on. Fight or not, it's just a melon after all. It would be a waste if you don't eat it. There were few customers at the entrance of the 4S store, but soon a large blue army could be seen in the distance. Soon, more and more people came, and countless electric vehicles were parked at the door of the store. At this time, Ma Chunlai had also arrived. Old Ma, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su, the man who has taken over all the business at our 4S shop. Mr. Su, this is Ma Chunlai, the general manager of the designated driver company. Hello, Mr. Su, you can just call me Xiao Ma. Not to mention Su Ming. Even Zhou Hai felt a little disgusted. Come on, old man. Even if you want to get close to me, you can't do it this way. Look in the mirror and see the wrinkles on your face. It can basically kill a fly. Are you trying to get close to Mr. Su as a joke? Manager Ma, I'm really sorry to trouble you. Su Ming smiled faintly. When Ma Chunlai heard this, he thought, isn't this young man too polite? No matter where you are, serving customers is our lifelong pursuit. Ma Chunlai flattered hurriedly. This guy is not simple. If ordinary people were so rich, they would have been so proud of themselves. How could they be so nonchalant like Su Ming, as if it was a particularly insignificant matter? Seeing that the number of people was almost there, Su Ming nodded. Ma Chunlai stood up to clear his throat. These people all knew Ma Chunlai, who was the general manager of their company. Everyone, All the cars here with red cloth tied on them belong to Mr. Su. Please enter one by one and don't leave any behind. Yes. The designated drivers were all full of fighting spirit and couldn't help but speak loudly. They just saw it clearly. Even their general manager needs to curry favor with someone. How can he be an ordinary person? The destination has been sent to your phones. It has the location information. Remember to drive carefully. You can't afford to pay for any damage to the car. The designated drivers nodded and then walked in one by one. It's really spectacular. There are all good cars inside and all electric cars outside. Holy crap, what is this? Oh my god, isn't that a Ferrari? Fuck, this sports car seems to be a global limited edition, right? Oh my god, I've seen this car before. It seems to be over 80 million. I don't dare drive this car. I thought I stole a 2 million yuan car, which was pretty good. But compared to yours, my car. When the drivers rushed in, they were all dumbfounded. This man is worthy of being the one who owns the entire 4S store. It's too fierce. But when the designated driver came in, he saw that there were no more cars. Why did they call so many people over? What are you guys still standing there for? There are people all over the upstairs. Ma Chunlai looked at the dazed drivers and shouted hurriedly. Oh. Everyone rushed upstairs. Then the entire floor was filled with exclamations of disbelief and the sound of shutters snapping. Chapter 118, The Invincible Convoy. Since it's almost time, let's go. Su Ming took a look and then said. Zhou drove in front to lead the way. Ma Chunlai followed Su Ming's car as a bodyguard. A team followed behind him. New cars, and they are all luxury cars. How do these drivers feel? I'm numb. That's right, I'm really numb. No matter if it's due to the blow or the stimulation, I'm completely numb. The two policemen who came from a distance stopped at the intersection and took a closer look. Wow, it was really spectacular. Countless onlookers came over and took a closer look. It turned out to be true what the man said. He was indeed here to drive. It's just that these hundreds of cars are driving together, and they are all luxury cars. The impact is really unprecedented. The scene was so overwhelming that the two policemen were puzzled. After a closer look, they realized, oh, isn't this Mr. Su? Suddenly I was no longer puzzled. You can tell at a glance that this car was definitely bought by Mr. Su. It is normal for Mr. Su to buy a car in this scenario. Although the two policemen remained calm, the onlookers around them were not. Damn, isn't this the legendary Bugatti Veyron? Oh my god, what did I see? I heard someone posted online a while ago that a mysterious rich man had bought out the entire store, and I cursed him out. Now I see what an idiot I am. Oh my god, the men were all jealous and the women's hearts were beating faster. Any of these cars would make them lie on the bed and strip off their clothes without hesitation. Every car is a luxury car. The cheapest one is worth several million, and the highest one is worth hundreds of millions. Before, Su Ming had specifically asked Ma Chunlai to tell others that they should just drive, wait for the traffic lights, and obey the traffic signals. The most important thing is not to affect normal driving. Who would have thought that not only were there a few more police cars leading the way, but the entire road seemed empty? There's no way. Who dares to drive with you? I can't afford to pay for the damage to your car. Countless people were taking photos, and countless small anchors started live broadcasts. These cars are rarely seen in normal times. But now they suddenly gathered together in a spectacular way, becoming the most beautiful scenery on the road. Hundreds of luxury cars and hundreds of designated drivers were driving on the road in a mighty procession. The scene was like the Emperor's tour. But there are also some people with sharp minds. After careful consideration, they realized that this might not have been bought by a human, and it was very likely that the designated driving company suggested using this opportunity to hype it up. But Ma Chunlai soon sent a public relations person to clarify and prove that the matter was false. And the truth of the matter was revealed. A mysterious buyer bought hundreds of cars and needed a large number of drivers. Although some people are skeptical, the most important thing is that the official news came out very quickly. The police also issued a notice saying that this was indeed not a hype, but real. Oh my god, I feel like I was shot in the knee. This young man has no moral integrity. Can he drive all these cars at once? Don't ask me why I was kneeling to watch the video, because I felt like I couldn't stand up anymore. This can no longer be described as tycoon. The total price of all these cars must be over 1 billion yuan, right? This is too crazy. There's probably no other person in the world who owns as many cars as you do. Look at other people who can buy cars for just a few $100s, but you won't let me buy a few clothes. Is this the world of the big guys? Normally, we buy things wholesale, fruits and vegetables. I've never heard of this kind of car being sold wholesale. I'm afraid this boss will have a lot of trouble in the future because of which car to drive today. Why did I have to see all this? Oh my god, I feel like I can't survive this. They are envious and jealous, but not hateful. There is no way. They cannot hate such people because they are too awesome. Soon the convoy arrived at the location. This was the villa built by Su Ming in the city center, and not far away was the entrance to the underground garage. The person in charge of the construction site has completed all the finishing work and is waiting there for Su Ming's acceptance. Bored, he was also browsing the news. After seeing the live news, he was stunned for a moment. Who is this? But after seeing Su Ming's photo, he was stunned. Suddenly, he realized that it was no wonder that Su Ming wanted to build 2 parking lots at the same time. So this was it. Oh my god. At first, I was wondering why Su Ming built a 2-story parking lot. Isn't it a waste? Now that I look closely, it's not a waste at all. Not only is it not a waste, it feels a bit crowded. In the beginning, it was because of the pressure from above that he came to build a parking lot for Su Ming. When he knew that Su Ming had 2 acres of land in the city center, he became extremely respectful. But now it seems that it was just the tip of the iceberg. People buy hundreds of luxury cars at once. Think about it. I just bought an Audi A6 some time ago. It was so beautiful, but when I compare it carefully, I feel like a piece of trash. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Ming's car slowly stop in front of him, the person in charge swallowed with dry eyes, and his voice trembled. What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? No. The person in charge shook his head desperately. I'm just a little excited. Su Ming smiled faintly. Are all the facilities inside ready? Don't worry, everything is ready. Whether it's lighting, ventilation, or sewerage, we have everything ready. The parking space has been marked for you. Okay, that's troublesome. Su Ming led the way in front, and the cars behind drove in one after another. It has to be said that these drivers' skills are really good. So many cars have been driven here without any wear and tear. They are on the road as if they were brand new, and there have been no accidents. Many drivers were so excited that they almost cried. Although the car was not theirs, being able to drive such a good car in their lifetime made their life worthwhile. Soon the cars stopped in the parking spaces one after another. When the drivers got out of their cars, they were all almost unable to walk. Oh my god, my legs have never been so weak in my life. Me too. If this car gets bumped or hit, I can't afford to pay for it even if I get beaten to death. But I have to say, it's a luxury car. It's a real pleasure to drive. Think about the cars I drove before. That Bentley is nothing. You're really taking advantage of me, you little brat. I drive a Bentley, unlike you, who drives an 80 million sports car. Chapter 119, Arrogance. But no matter what, they also felt the feeling of a luxury car this time. They can go back and brag about it, and this feeling will accompany them throughout their lives. I am afraid that when they are about to leave this world, they will take a sip of wine and shout. I also drove a sports car. Although this car is not theirs, they have driven it and felt the whirring sound when they stepped on the accelerator. A group of drivers gathered together and lamented what happened today. So awesome. When they all turned their eyes to the young figure, they were extremely envious. He is so young, but he has such ability and can drive such a good car. So cool and awesome. It has to be said that today's events have refreshed the 3 views of these drivers and changed their attitude towards life. From now on, no matter how amazing something is, it will not be awesome in front of them. After all, who among you can buy 480 luxury cars at once? The drivers stood in the corner and did not stop others from entering, but they were reluctant to leave. Many people were taking pictures. The scene was so shocking. Thank you for your hard work. Su Ming stood in front and spoke loudly. He meant what he said. After all, he could feel how nervous the drivers were when they drove the cars back. After all, these cars are top-of-the-line sports cars. Su Ming doesn't care if they are bumped or scratched. At worst, he can just not drive them. But these drivers dare not think so. Oh, Mr. Su, look at what you said. Isn't this what we should do? It's our honor to drive you. Su Ming smiled faintly and clapped his hands gently. Soon Zhou Hai ran over from behind, pulling 2 suitcases in his hands. What is this? Many people looked over with some curiosity. But after opening the 2 boxes, everyone's eyes turned blue. There were banknotes, red banknotes. Su Ming was not stingy at all. Although he already knew that the platform would give each person 500 yuan, the money given by the platform was the platform's money, so he still had to give it. This business deal is worth 1,000 yuan. Including the 500 yuan reward from the platform, driving the car from the 4S store cost 1,500 yuan. It has to be said that they made a lot of money on this business. Of course, Su Ming didn't feel sorry, because he knew that these drivers really put in a lot of effort to drive their cars back. Truly doing your best. Mr. Su, that's not necessary. Our platform. Manager Ma, your platform is your business. This is a small token of my appreciation to the drivers, but please don't deny them the 500 yuan just because of my money. Su Ming spoke for the driver. Ma Chuanlai's face turned red when he heard this. He really thought so, but since Su Ming said so, How could he dare not give it to him? Mr. Su, look at what you said. How could you not give it to me? That's right. We in business would never cheat drivers. The drivers around couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard this. This guy with the surname Ma was called Ma Baopi among them. Find a chance to find. So they were even more grateful to Su Ming. As expected of such a domineering person. They deserve it. They're rich. They're so open-minded. Before, those people didn't treat us as human beings. Look at Mr. Su. He has a certain amount of wealth and has reached a certain level. Yes, I'm so touched. If I had met such a rich person before, I would definitely be envious and jealous, but now I don't feel any hatred at all. The drivers were so grateful. If it weren't for Su Ming, how could they have earned so much money? Su Ming knew that these people were doing hard labor for money. Not to mention that driving is not a physical job. It actually requires concentration. In addition, those who work as designated drivers often encounter people who are drunk and are really difficult to serve. Although Su Ming is rich now, it does not mean that Su Ming has left the grassroots. After all, he once struggled among the grassroots. He understood that having money was a good thing, but the majority of people had no money and were still struggling to survive. Nothing, it's what I should do. Su Ming smiled calmly and said goodbye to every driver warmly. Many drivers were almost crying after leaving. I am so touched. After seeing off drivers Zhou Hai and Ma Chunlai, Su Ming clapped his hands, looked at the two-story car, and nodded. The matter was settled. At this time, the person in charge was still guarding the door. Mr. Su, I've been to your house. We'll start construction soon. We've already helped your parents move. They're renting a house in town, which we also provided. The person in charge said hurriedly that the people above had already told him about it in the phone call he just made, and he was afraid that the people above also knew about the car. I'm really sorry to bother you. I have to pay you this time. Don't be so hasty to refuse. I have plenty of money. Su Ming smiled and patted the person in charge on the shoulder. The person in charge originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing Su Ming's words, he had no choice but to shut up. Su Ming smiled as he walked to his door, but suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing there. Oh, isn't this President Chen? Is he back at work again? Mr. Su, thank you so much for what you did yesterday. I've been thinking for a long time, but I can't think of anything to give you. Look at me, this. President Chen stuttered. I couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. You ask others what they lack, and they already have what you have, and they can easily get what you don't have. Not to mention anything else. Just these 400-plus cars are enough to make me suffer. It's okay, President Chen. You've helped me a lot in normal times. Aren't we friends? When the word friend came out, President Chen almost cried. He was so moved that tears really streamed down his face. Oh, look, there's some grass growing on your land again. I'll help you get rid of it right away. After President Chen finished speaking, he raised his arms, rolled up his sleeves, and started to get ready to work without saying a word. After seeing this, Su Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He begged him, please, leave these little grasses alone. Xiao Wang just finished his work yesterday, and the grass hasn't grown yet. President Chen came again today, and it is really difficult to grow weeds in his land. While he was working, President Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. He was stunned for a moment and was about to hang up when he found that the caller ID was a little unusual. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry, I have to take a call. It's okay, go ahead. Su Ming was sitting in a recliner basking in the sun, feeling very comfortable, he said lazily. After hearing this, President Chen nodded and answered the phone. Chapter 120 Mysterious Call. President Chen? The call was connected, and a rather dull and slightly majestic voice came from the other end. Although the voice sounded somewhat majestic, it revealed a feeling of extreme exhaustion. I'm President Chen, may I ask? This is not a work number, but a life number. Usually, only my relatives, wife, and children know my number. In fact, even if it is a work number, few people will disturb you during normal times. Generally, if you want to make a call, you have to make an appointment through your secretary. And this unknown person was able to call my phone directly. Who is he? President Chen, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Xue from Angel Group. I wonder if you've heard of me. President Chen was stunned. This name sounded familiar. I just blinked my eyes, and suddenly a light bulb went off in my head, and I remembered. Oh my goodness, this is a big deal. President Chen was able to become the president of Tianhua Bank and became a top figure in Donghai City. He naturally has his own style when speaking and doing things. Not everyone can see it. This is the second time in history that such a person seems excited after receiving a phone call. The first time was when I received a call from Su Ming. Angel Group is a large company, and its main business is maritime trade. Their products are mainly sold abroad. They are produced domestically and sold abroad. Their brands are rarely seen in China. Therefore, They are not well known in China, but they are quite well known abroad. However, this only applies to other people. People like President Chen naturally know the situation of major companies and groups. For him, there is no such thing as domestic or foreign situation. And this Wang Xue is the chairman of Angel Group. This is a legendary figure. He is now in his 50s, about the same age as me, but his status is much higher than mine, and he has much more money. President Chen had previously thought about whether he should cooperate with Wang Xue and let him deposit his money in his bank, which would increase the market value of his bank many times. By that time, not to mention the banks in Shanghai, even the banks in Beijing will not be able to compare with us. I'm afraid only a few head offices can compete with me. But President Chen has basically no confidence. Because although he seems to be very successful to outsiders, he actually has limitations. Although he is the general manager of Donghai City Bank, in fact, from a national perspective, he is just a small president of the Donghai branch of Tianhua Bank. Wang Xue's business has expanded overseas. His name is on many large foreign banks, and he has many overseas accounts. I heard that the amount is almost off the charts. This is a name that appears on the domestic rich list. He is very powerful. He doesn't know how much money he has, but it is definitely not a small number. Oh, it's Mr. Wang. Nice to meet you. I'm really honored to receive your call. What can I do for you? President Chen would only be so excited when he received a call from Su Ming, and this time he was also extremely excited when he received a call from Wang Xue. After all, this is a big shot in the industry, someone he can only look up to. Even the president of their bank and Wang Xue can probably only treat him as peers. President Chen, you're really insulting me. What's so honorable about answering my call? Aren't we friends? Wang Xue made a few polite remarks on the phone, all in official terms, but it was obvious that Wang Xue sounded very tired, as if he didn't want to dwell on this topic for too long. President Chen is a smart man, and he immediately understood that the other party didn't want to argue with him, so he should get down to business. Mr. Wang, I wonder if you... President Chen left one person alive. He hopes that the other party will say to him, I want to cooperate with you and deposit the money in your bank. This will greatly increase the funds in their banks. President Chen, this is what happened. Yesterday, I heard from my staff that President Chen was seriously ill and almost had pneumonia, but he recovered and was discharged from the hospital overnight. Is this true? The voice on the other end of the phone became even more tired, and one could even hear a deep sense of sleepiness in it. When President Chen heard this, he was stunned. No way, I just have a cold, and I alarmed Mr. Su and Wang Xue. President Chen couldn't help but touch his face. It was quite round and had a big face. That's what happened. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wang. I'm fine now. President Chen initially thought that the other party was using this topic as an entry point to talk about his illness and then discuss cooperation, so as to invisibly bring the relationship closer. But it is obvious that President Chen is a bit self-indulgent. President Chen, I'm calling you this time to ask how you recovered from your illness. I heard from the doctor at the hospital that your illness is very serious and you need at least 2 weeks of recuperation. How did you recover overnight? Can you recommend a solution? I really need it right now. President Chen was stunned. Oh my God, it turned out he was overthinking it. President Chen also sighed in his heart. It was indeed true. Who was he, a big shot? Who was he? There's no way I can compare with anyone else. I'm afraid only the president of Tianhua Bank, that big shot in Kyoto, is qualified to discuss business with him. I'm just a small president of a branch at best. There's a world of difference. So I felt a little disappointed, but President Chen had a relatively accurate understanding of his own positioning. Although I felt disappointed, I was not surprised, nor did I show any unexpected behavior. The other party had already gotten straight to the point, so it was not convenient for me to argue. President Chen was a little surprised. He had just been discharged from the hospital yesterday, so how could he know this? He was quite well informed. But if you think about it carefully, maybe Mr. Wang's family or people around him are sick. If I go to ask the doctor, I will definitely find out. Mr. Wang should live nearby, and he will know about my situation by just asking. After all, I am a public figure of some importance, so it is normal for me to get such news. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Do you have a cold too? President Chen said subconsciously, otherwise why do you want this medicine? There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. Wang Xue couldn't help but sigh, a long sigh mixed with a bit of fatigue, helplessness and bitterness. To be honest, Wang Xue was a little surprised when he heard the news. A person had a bad cold and recovered overnight. Chapter 121. Please help me. If this matter were to be spread out, few people would believe it, but Wang Xue was sure that the information he had received was true and the doctors in the hospital would not dare to lie to him. But Wang Xue was still a little worried. After all, something that can directly cure a disease is definitely not a simple thing. After all, Wang Xue's position is here. Although this matter seems a little unbelievable, he is not surprised at all. The country is so big, and there are countless masters hidden among the people. It is normal to have a few great doctors who can bring people back to health. It just depends on whether the other person is willing to talk about it. If they are willing to talk about it, then there is naturally no problem. But if they are not willing to talk about it, it is not easy to force them. To be honest, Wang Xue still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, to him, President Chun was someone he would not even look at before, but now he suddenly had to call him to beg him. Yeah, I wonder if President Chun could reveal it to me? This thing is very important to me. Wang Xue said over there very tiredly. President Chun was stunned for a moment. His illness was cured, but it actually had nothing to do with him. It was all thanks to Mr. Su. But President Chun was also a little puzzled. In fact, he just had a cold. Not to mention that Wang Xue was very careful in his daily life and rarely got sick. Even if he was sick, he wouldn't call him just for a cold, right? Mr. Wang, you have a cold too? It's not that serious, is it? If you really have a cold, wouldn't you just go to the hospital and rest? It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm afraid people won't agree. And you know that this kind of thing will cause trouble if it gets out. President Chun carefully chose his words and said cautiously that this thing belonged to Su Ming, and he could not cause trouble for Su Ming. Wang Xue didn't have much hope at first, but when he heard this, he felt certain and very happy. After all, what he said meant that there really was such a thing. It was magical, and you could get better immediately after eating it. If President Chun is in particularly good health or the injections are very effective, then there is really nothing I can do. But now it means there is hope. Of course, Wang Xue did not find it strange that President Chun had the warning in his words. This was very normal. Since President Chun did not have this thing himself, it must have been given to him by someone else. The other party must be an expert who was unwilling to reveal his identity and did not want to cause trouble. This was a very normal thing. President Chun, I'm not going to hide it from you. This is what happened. Wang Xue told the story in detail, explaining the whole story very clearly. It turned out that the reason why Wang Xue called President Chun personally was all for his mother. Wang Xue started working in a company when he was in his 20s. He worked his way up from a clerk to the position of general manager, and finally acquired the entire company and established a trading company. He really was a man who single-handedly ventured into the world and built a small trading company into a large multinational enterprise today. He has tens of thousands of employees and an unknown amount of assets. He owns several large ships alone, each of which costs hundreds of millions. This person's intelligence, ability, and vision are truly top-notch. Although Wang Xue later became very rich, there are still a few things that people particularly like about him. First of all, he treats his employees very well, with high salaries and good benefits. Overtime work will definitely be paid, and women can take paid leave to give birth, and they will also be given maternity leave. Young single employees can buy a single apartment at a very low price if they get married. Furthermore, this person is very upright and never argues about right or wrong. Even when criticizing others, he only sticks to the facts and never makes personal attacks. He is a very decent person. The employees under him also respect such a boss very much. It is indeed a good thing to work with such a boss. The most important thing is that although Wang Xue is rich, he is very filial. When Wang Xue was in his 20s, his father passed away. That period was when Wang Xue started his own business. It was very difficult. His mother sold her old house and came to Wang Xue's side to help him take care of everything, including cleaning the company. She even went out to work as a confinement nanny to help Wang Xue supplement the family income. Today, Wang Xue's mother is over 70 years old. She was at the age to enjoy her retirement, but at this time, an accident happened. Wang Xue was also helpless. He was very rich and had a high status. He could just shout and many doctors would come to treat his mother. Just a while ago, his mother fell ill. It was just a cold, which was actually nothing serious. She could just go to the hospital. But who knew that his mother was afraid that Wang Xue would worry, so she found a clinic to see a doctor. As a result, she met a quack doctor, and the more he treated her, the worse her condition got. Now her entire lungs are infected, which has caused multiple organ infections and is now difficult to treat. The patient is already old and has such a serious illness. His immunity is already weak and he cannot even undergo surgery. If the doctor says he should undergo surgery, there is a very high probability that he will die on the operating table, and there is only a very slim hope of survival. And surgery is useless if you have an infection. In addition, the old lady was in poor health to begin with, and she couldn't be given too many antibiotics, otherwise she would die before the disease was cured. The old lady is now in the intensive care unit, where 4 or 5 top doctors are on duty around the clock. But the situation is still getting worse and worse, and I can only rely on the slow drip of medicine. That is to say, it prolongs life. If all the medicines are withdrawn now, the old lady will pass away soon. Wang Xue felt that he had aged a lot these days. His originally black hair had turned a lot whiter, and he couldn't eat or sleep well. I don't even have the energy to take care of the company's business. He consulted many doctors, both Chinese and Western medicine, but they all shook their heads after examining the old lady, saying that the old lady was too old, over 70 years old. If it were someone else, these people would not dare to take action, and the worst that could happen would be death. After all, the disease has reached this stage, and we can only try our best to save it. But this is Wang Xue's mother. If something really happens, they can't take the responsibility. Even the old lady advised her son. My child, don't you see that you are getting older these days? You have lived to be over 70 and have enjoyed all the blessings you should have. If you have nothing to do, just let me go. The old lady persuaded her son to let her go, not because she didn't want to live or stay with her son. She just couldn't bear to see her son so tired, so exhausted and staggering. Chapter 122, A Filial Son. What kind of person is Wang Xue? For decades, even when his competitors almost drove him bankrupt, he never showed any emotion. But after hearing what his mother said, he found a corner and cried alone, almost fainting. My mother suffered a lot with me when she was young. Now I can only watch my mother walk towards death step by step. It was so hopeless. Wang Xue had a lot of money, but money could not solve the problem. This made him feel extremely powerless for the first time. The doctor said that the most serious condition is lung infection. As long as the lung infection can be cured, the rest can be slowly adjusted without any problem. But the problem is that although it is said so, it is too difficult to do it. As a result, at this time, someone came with the news that President Chun of Smallpox Bank also had a lung infection and was about to develop pneumonia, but he was discharged from the hospital overnight. After the doctors examined him, they found that this guy was stronger than before and many of his previous illnesses were gone. Without saying a word, Wang Xue went to visit the doctor in person. After seeing Wang Xue, he was shocked, terrified, and flattered, but he also said something that made him despair. Mr. Wang, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but only President Chen knows about this, and we don't know what's going on. I felt a little desperate, but also a little hopeful when I heard the doctor's words. Without saying a word, he quickly found President Chen's phone number and called him without hesitation. President Chen, even if I beg you, my mother's illness really can't be delayed any longer. Don't worry, as long as you agree to let me do this, I can agree to anything you ask. What Wang Xue said was naturally set in stone. This request, this condition is really too heavy. Can you agree to any conditions? Judging from his tone, even if the position of chairman is taken over by Wang Xue, I'm afraid he won't say a word. But the key is that I promised Mr. Su not to reveal this information easily. President Chen was also a little troubled after hearing this. There was no movement from President Chen, and Wang Xue was a little anxious. President Chen, where are you now? I'll find you right away. I'm willing to give you 10% of our company's shares. I can also deposit all of our company's trading stocks in your bank account. Wang Xue continued to increase his weight. If it really doesn't work out, you can ask for money. Just tell me how much it is, as long as it's within my reach. I won't give you a penny less. If you think it's really not possible, I'll give you my chairman's position. Is that okay with you? Wang Xue even said this. That's my biological mother. What a shitty company, shitty position, shitty money. They are worthless in front of his mother. Even if he takes his mother out to beg, it will be better than now. As long as my mother is alive. Mr. Wang, please don't misunderstand me. I'm not greedy, and I'm not trying to figure out the conditions. But you should know that this thing is not mine. I have no right to choose, no right to make decisions. Well, a friend gave me something, a bottle of water that looked like ink. I drank it, and I got better. To be honest, I don't even know what I drank. If it really belongs to President Chun will not hesitate at all, and will give it to you without saying anything. But the key is that this thing is really not mine. It belongs to Su Ming and has nothing to do with me. Not to mention whether Su Ming is willing to take this thing out. It is not even certain whether it still exists. However, Wang Xue heard the most crucial information from this sentence. It's true. That thing really exists. President Chen, please help me make the contact. How about that? I can give you anything you want. Wang Xue on the other end of the phone wiped away his tired face and was now excited. President Chun was in a dilemma, with Mr. Su on one side and Wang Xue on the other. Okay, Mr. Wang, I can only do my best, so I'll call you back later. Okay. Hearing this, Wang Xue nodded hurriedly and hung up the phone without hesitation. He couldn't afford to waste time. President Chun held the phone, sighed, and looked at Su Ming, who was resting with his eyes closed in the distance. This is really a difficult thing. To be honest, he was a little scared because the news had already spread. If Su Ming blamed him for this, all the good relationships they had before would be wiped out. Wang Xue is so filial, I can't help but say it. President Qin knew that if Wang Xue were in front of him, he would almost kneel down in front of him. Forget it, since Wang Xue is so filial, I will help him this time. Gritting his teeth, President Qin walked towards Su Ming. Mr. Su, I have something I want to ask. Walking to Su Ming's side, President Qin hesitated for a long time. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. What's the matter? Mr. Su, President Qin was nervous, rubbing his hands together. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and asked, do you still have that black water? Perhaps he felt that what he said was too general, and with a greedy feeling of wanting to ask for something from others, he hurriedly recounted the whole story. Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand me. It's not me who wants this thing. You've heard of Angel Group before, right? It was their chairman, Wang Xue, who asked for it for his mother. After hearing the whole story, Su Ming blinked. I have heard of Angel Group. After all, it is a local group in Donghai City. However, it is not very famous. I don't know Wang Xue very well, let alone him. However, Su Ming was somewhat touched by Wang Xue's filial piety, as his parents were both in good health. If I become like Wang Xue one day, I will probably make the same choice as him. It is indeed rare for a successful son to be so filial to his mother. So that's how it is. It seems that Wang Xue found out about you. So he came to me, right? That's right. And he said he would agree to any conditions, whether it was shares or money. He could even give up the position of chairman. President Qin said hurriedly from the side. President Qin naturally knew that Su Ming was not short of money. After all, he had a piece of land worth tens of billions in the city center. How could someone who could afford 500 luxury cars be short of money? But the conditions must be stated. Whether to accept it or not is Su Ming's business, but whether to give it or not is Wang Xue's business. This is a matter of attitude, and I can't help but say it. Chapter 123. Take it quickly. Of course, Mr. Su. I know this thing must be very precious and very rare, so it doesn't matter if you disagree. President Qin spoke cautiously, fearing that this matter would anger Su Ming. After all, he had revealed this information to others without authorization. If Su Ming really implicated him because of this, he really would have no way to deal with it. Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but smile and shook his head. President Qin is still too cautious. This medicine may be extremely precious to others, but not to Su Ming. Actually, there is really nothing. Stretch your legs and stare, there are a lot of big balls. Just put it in the corner of your wall and put it in a plastic bag. When President Qin saw Su Ming shaking his head, his face turned pale with fright. No way. Oh no, I'm angry. What should I do? What should I do? Well, wait for me for a moment. Su Ming said as he stood up and walked into the house. President Qin was stunned. Su Ming walked back to the house, found a bottle of mineral water, and through the whole stretching legs and staring eyes pill into it. Because according to President Qin, Wang Xue's mother's condition is quite serious. You may want more. Seeing Su Ming holding a mineral water bottle filled with black ink in his hand, President Qin was delighted. There really is one. Others would definitely not believe that this thing can cure diseases, but President Qin really believes in it. Because I have used this thing. The stretch legs and glare pill is great, and anyone who uses it will say it's good. Thank you, Mr. Su. I'll call Wang Xue right away. What's a reasonable price? President Qin said hurriedly. He was just a middleman, but he was determined to get the job done for Su Ming. In fact, President Qin also has selfish motives. The things belong to Su Ming, but he is the one who pulls the strings. Wang Xue will definitely thank himself in the end. As long as I cooperate with Wang Xue, the cake will be so big that I will feel dizzy. Don't worry yet. Su Ming smiled and stuffed the things into President Qin's hands. I won't go over. You can take the things over for me. The old lady is old and has been ill for so long, so she can't delay. Go quickly. Oh. President Qin was stunned for a moment. President Qin is a banker and also a businessman. What matters in business is profit. It is impossible to give things to others without getting the profit in your hands. This is President Qin's habitual thinking. But Su Ming didn't care about all that. He just took the things away first and talked about the money later. President Qin secretly marveled in his heart. This is the realm of being a human being. If I had such a good thing, I would definitely ask for a crazy price that would not even reach the other person's bottom line, but I would never let myself suffer a loss no matter what. However, everything changed when I came to Mr. Su. Saving people first is the most important thing. Human life is more important than anything else. Although Su Ming is not short of money now, he is also a normal person and it is impossible for him to give things to others for no reason. The most important person is Wang Xue. A person of such high status, position, and wealth can still give everything for his mother. This filial piety alone is enough to move heaven and earth. Filial piety is the most important virtue. Moreover, money is just a number to Su Ming. There are still those celebrity paintings and antiques that have not been auctioned, and a large sum of money has not been received. Those bags are still there and have not been sold. If this money arrives, it will definitely be a huge amount. Not to mention anything else, the land beneath my feet alone is worth tens of billions. Do I still need this little money? Moreover, this thing is quite precious to others, but it is really nothing to Su Ming. If others knew that this special medicine was now piled up like garbage in Su Ming's corner, they would definitely vomit blood. What a waste. All right, President Chun, stop standing there. Go quickly. The old lady's health is very important. After Su Ming finished speaking, he sat on the chair, swaying slightly and basking in the sun. President Chun was stunned and stood there. He learned another lesson from this today. He felt that Su Ming would take this thing out without hesitation, no matter whether the other person was Wang Xue or even an ordinary person. Because normal people tend to take advantage of others' misfortunes and kick someone when he's down. If they don't want money now, when else will they ask for it? Could it be that Su Ming is a stupid boy, stubborn and easily deceived? Of course this is impossible. From the first time we met until now, Su Ming's behavior and actions reveal the philosophy of life. So awesome. President Chun took a deep breath. He thought he was already quite familiar with Mr. Su and had some understanding of him. But now he realized that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. He now saw that Su Ming seemed to be radiating the radiance of humanity, and his figure suddenly became great. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely do what you ask me to do. Seeing Su Ming nodded, President Chun turned around and left without saying a word. He hurriedly got into the car, started the car, and made a phone call. Wang Xue was guarding the VIP ward of the hospital, sitting at the door of the ward, looking quite tired. Because he didn't sleep the whole night before. The old lady was in poor health and might need emergency treatment at any time. As a family member of the patient, he had to keep an eye on her, worry about her, and sign documents. He had no time to sleep at all. After hearing his cell phone ringing, he hurriedly took out his phone. Seeing that it was a call from President Chun, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that this was news from President Chun. It might be good news, but it was also likely to be bad news. Wang Xue took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and pressed the answer button with trembling hands. It's hard to imagine that this is the chairman of a trading company, a man with an unknown net worth and tens of thousands of employees under him. There are actually times when I am so nervous. President Chun. The moment the phone was connected, Wang Xue's voice was trembling. President Chun could tell that Wang Xue was feeling extremely nervous. Mr. Wang, where are you now? I'll be right there. Real? Wang Xue's eyes lit up, and he sat down. All the fatigue of the night was swept away in an instant, and an ecstatic look appeared on his face. But he knew that now was not the time to be amazed, so he hurriedly told him the location of the hospital where he was. Okay, wait a moment. Send someone downstairs to pick me up. I'll be there soon. After saying that, President Chun hung up the phone, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Wang Xue couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up quickly and looked through the window. His mother's face showed a hint of pain and fatigue. Mom, you're saved. Chapter 124 Miracle Medicine. After Wang Xue finished speaking, he rushed downstairs frantically without saying a word. There was an elevator right next to him, but Wang Xue couldn't wait for him. He would rather run downstairs and move his body than take the elevator. Soon, a car appeared in the distance, with a police car leading the way in front and behind. President Chun was stopped by a traffic police on the road for speeding. President Chun hurriedly explained, and the traffic police immediately cleared the way in front of him without saying a word. The journey that originally took 20 minutes was compressed to 5 minutes. Mr. Wang. President Chun hurried over with a bottle of black ink in his hand. Thank you, President Chun. Where's the stuff? Wang Xue said hurriedly. That's it. President Chun put the thing in his hand into Wang Xue's hand. Wang Xue was stunned for a moment. If he hadn't known about it before, he would have really thought that he was going to poison his mother. Mr. Wang, we can talk about other things later. Let's go upstairs and rescue the old lady first. President Chun said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Wang Xue nodded hurriedly and turned around and ran away. He is so agile and fast that he can take 3 steps at a time. He doesn't look like a middle-aged man in his 50s at all. He is clearly a young man in his 20s with explosive physical strength. As soon as I got upstairs, I found that the door of the ward was open. There were several nurses standing at the door, and I could hear the sounds of emergency treatment coming from inside. Get ready. One of the doctors shouted loudly. Wang Xue was so scared that he rushed over in a hurry. 7 or 8 doctors were standing in a circle in the ward, their faces full of anxiety. Several nurses were busy working around. What's going on? What happened? What happened? Wang Xue asked hurriedly and loudly. Mr. Wang, your mother just suddenly. I'm afraid this time we can only do our best. The attending physician, wearing glasses, sighed. Son. The old lady opened her eyes at this time and looked at her son with a pair of cloudy eyes. My son, I am not young anymore. It doesn't matter if I die at this time. You are so old now. Take good care of yourself. Mom will go first. No, no, no. Wang Xue shook his head desperately, then knelt down in front of his mother and hurriedly opened the bottle of mineral water. Mom, drink this, and we'll be done after you finish it. The doctors around were stunned. What the hell? A closer look reveals that the inside of a bottle of mineral water is pitch black, like ink. There are also Chinese medicines in it, but the old doctor knew at a glance that these could not be Chinese medicines at all. Mr. Wang, the old lady is already in this state. We will do our best. Please do not listen to those folk remedies. They will only accelerate the passing of the old lady's life. You all shut up. Wang Xue turned around and cursed loudly. Then he took a few steps forward, put the mineral water bottle to his mother's mouth, held the old lady's back and neck with his hands, asked his mother to sit up slightly, and then fed her the water little by little. Seeing what Wang Xue did, all the remaining nurses and doctors held their breath. Although we don't know what Wang Xue fed the old lady, think carefully about who Wang Xue is. This is a big shot. Everyone will try all kinds of medical treatments when they are sick, but a smart person like Wang Xue would not do that. All the doctors dared not breathe, and President Chun, who was standing at the door, did not move. The old lady drank half the bottle in a few gulps and couldn't drink anymore. Wang Xue held his breath and stared with his eyes wide open, extremely nervous. Suddenly the old lady opened her eyes. The next second, my whole body began to tremble violently. Wang Xue clenched his fists and bit his lips. Is this medicine not working? Or, look, it's working, it's working. The old lady's heartbeat has increased, and her blood pressure is returning to normal. At this moment, a nurse next to her suddenly screamed loudly. Wang Xue was stunned for a moment and looked over hurriedly. Sure enough, the old lady's blood pressure was very low, and her heart beat only 40 times a minute. This is the heartbeat of a dying person. But now the old lady's heartbeat has not only become stronger, but its frequency is approaching that of a normal person. The most important thing is that her breathing has become stable, and her originally dark complexion has slowly returned to its original rosy color, and the old lady is no longer very dark and white. It's done, it's done. That's great, great. Wang Xue couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, several doctors nearby rushed forward frantically to start the examination. Oh my God, this is incredible. This is too incredible. The old lady was originally suffering from severe pneumonia and multiple organ failure, but various instruments showed that her body was recovering. At this rate, it won't be long before I can recover. The most important thing is that the old lady suffers from chronic rheumatism. My legs were cold, but now they are slowly warming up. Wang Xue stood up, trembling with excitement. It's a miracle. It's simply a medical miracle. Mr. Wang, what exactly is this medicine? Can you give me a drop so I can go back and test it? If this thing is popularized, it will simply... The doctors around here were going crazy. There were many old doctors with gray hair who had been working for several years. After seeing this scene, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe it. Wang Xue's gaze fell on President Chen. He strode over, grabbed President Chen's hand, and then knelt down. Thank you, President Chen. Thank you, President Chen. From today on, you and I are brothers. Tell me what you need, and I will never hesitate. No, no, no. President Chen quickly shook his head. He hurriedly helped Wang Xue up from the ground. Mr. Wang, you are wrong. This thing is not mine. Oh. Only then did Wang Xue realize that President Chen had once told him this. But no matter what, President Chen played an indispensable role in ensuring his mother's survival. No matter what, you played a big role in saving my mother. Please don't refuse this thank you. Wang Xue hurriedly said loudly that President Chen was definitely the most important contributor to his mother's rescue. His mother was critically ill and about to pass away. This series of blows made Wang Xue completely hopeless. I felt extremely guilty about myself. If I hadn't been so busy at work and had spent more time with my mother, I wouldn't have gone to that black clinic for an injection and ended up almost killing myself by accident. Chapter 125 How to Thank You. But dawn always comes after darkness, and President Chun is like a hero riding on colorful clouds. Although this metaphor is a bit inappropriate. But no matter what, there is no need to express Wang Xue's gratitude to President Chun. This thing is not mine. It belongs to Mr. Su. Which Mr. Su? Wang Xue was stunned for a moment and thought about it. It seemed that there was no doctor with the surname Su among the doctors he knew. He knew all the great doctors in the country, and there were one or two, but they were all in Beijing now. But Wang Xue is not a fool. After President Chen said this, he understood. This thing was given to President Chen by Mr. Su. If it weren't for Mr. Su, my mother would have passed away long ago. Mr. Su is the owner of this thing. After he learned the news, he handed it to me without hesitation and asked me to come over immediately. He never asked for money from beginning to end. After recalling what Su Ming said and his expression at that time, President Chen showed an expression of extreme admiration on his face. This is the true realm, the realm of being a human being. I really can't reach it. Wang Xue couldn't help but burst into tears when he heard this. I am a businessman, and I am engaged in overseas trade. Over the years, I have been involved in the word profit, and am already stained with the smell of money. Of course, there is nothing shameful about this. After all, many people live for money. He has become accustomed to others making conditions to him and himself making conditions to others, and everything is done for money. In his subconscious, if someone really had a special medicine that could save his mother's life, then the other party would definitely make very demanding demands without hesitation. He was already prepared for a heavy loss. He had quietly transferred a sum of money into a very private account of his. The amount was not much, only 20 million, but it was enough for him and his mother to live the rest of their lives. But I never thought that I would judge others by my own standards. The other person's realm was several levels higher than mine. When he heard that someone needed to be rescued, he didn't say a word and just had someone deliver the things in advance. Mr. Wang and Mr. Su told me before they came that saving lives is more important than the old lady's health. President Chen said this very emotionally. Wang Xue muttered to himself over and over again, then sighed heavily and burst into tears. He was already prepared to leave the company and had even almost completed the handover, but who would have thought? The most important thing is, after Mr. Su learned the news, he immediately asked President Chen to deliver the items. President Chen rushed to the scene as quickly as possible with police cars clearing the way in front and behind. However, as soon as he arrived, his mother was critically ill. If those few minutes at night are not wasted, I'm afraid the old lady won't be able to survive even a minute with her current physical condition. Lifesaver, this is truly a great lifesaver. If Su Ming had been a little greedy and had even the slightest thought of negotiating with himself, his mother would have passed away by now. This is my lifesaver. If it weren't for his decisiveness and selflessness, my mother would have passed away long ago. What kind of person is this? Over the years, Wang Xue's heart has been as hard as a rock. He has only been heartbroken and moved by his mother, but now he is deeply moved by another person. President Chen, please lead the way. I need to pay a proper visit to Mr. Su. He is my mother's savior, and I must thank him in person no matter what. Oh, President Chen was stunned for a moment. Well, take my car, I'll take you there. Good. Wang Xue turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back to look at the doctors and said, You must keep this a secret and don't tell anyone. Also, give my mother a full body checkup. The doctors in the room were stunned. After hearing Wang Xue's words, he nodded hurriedly. Then he followed President Chen out, and the two of them got in the car and drove away. Wang Xue sat in the passenger seat with a smile on his face. It was the first time he smiled in so many days. He actually fell into a deep sleep. The fatigue of several days, mixed with the joy that his mother was rescued, finally made this middle-aged man in his 50s unable to hold on. After a while, the car arrived at the destination. Wang Xue opened his eyes and was a little confused. Isn't this the city center? There are office buildings and shopping malls all around. Could it be that Mr. Su is the owner of which store? Mr. Wang, you may not know this yet. Look at the land on your right. President Chen understood Wang Xue's confusion and explained with a smile. This piece of land covers nearly 3 acres. Mr. Su lives here. He has a villa on 1 acre of land, and he likes to grow crops on the other 2 acres, such as wheat. What? Wang Xue didn't react for a moment. When he reacted, he was stunned. This was a piece of land in the city center. He knew very well that it was worth hundreds of billions. If it works well, the auction price will be higher. But the owner of this land actually farms here? He suddenly understood why Su Ming didn't want money. This was a person of a higher rank and level than himself. People at this level only pursue the quality of life and the level of comfort, so why would they care about money? The two men got out of the car, and President Chen led the way, explaining, You might not know this, but Mr. Su is actually quite young. I never expected to learn so much from this young man. I feel like I've lived in vain for over 50 years. He brings me a different experience every day. He's truly an amazing person. As President Chen spoke, he walked inside. Wang Xue followed him in with a curious look on his face. When he looked, he saw that the 2 acres of land next to him were actually being planted with wheat. Is this the realm of a master? Guarding a piece of land and doing nothing but farming here? Soon, Wang Xue's eyes fell on the young man who was wearing a cloth sweatshirt, slippers, and had mud on his body. The young man was basking in the sun with his eyes closed, rocking in a rocking chair. Next to him was a radio playing Peking opera. If you don't know, you might think he is an old cadre. This is Mr. Su. President Chen whispered at the door. Wang Xue was stunned for a moment, then strode over, knelt down in front of Su Ming, and kowtowed 3 times. Su Ming was almost asleep in a daze and was startled by the noise. Chapter 126, Don't try to scam me like this. Su Ming was stunned when he saw Wang Xue kneeling in front of him. Who are you? Damn, you're kneeling to the wrong person, aren't you? Su Ming blinked and stood up quickly. I'm not married yet. Su Ming was almost asleep in a daze. It feels so nice to enjoy the breeze, bask in the sun, and listen to Peking opera. But suddenly, footsteps were heard nearby, and then a person knelt down and kowtowed to himself 3 times, which scared Su Ming. What the hell? Is this guy begging for money? Is the threshold for begging so high now? Isn't this too bold? It is said that a man's knees are made of gold. This is too straightforward. But the key point is that I don't have any cash in my pocket. Who carries cash when going out these days? What should I do? Should I go around the house and find something for him? But the key is those messy things in the bottom of the box. Any one of them costs tens of thousands of yuan, and the cheapest ones are the mobile phones. I've never heard of anyone giving away a cell phone for food. If this gets out, won't the beggars sect come to surround me? This was just Su Ming's first reaction after being frightened after falling asleep. But soon, Su Ming felt that something was wrong. First of all, this guy was dressed very neatly in a suit and tie. Moreover, you can tell from his face that this person is dignified and well-groomed, and his living conditions must be good. No way, beggars have this kind of equipment now. I am a little behind the trend. After all, I have retired early. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought you were at least 40 or 50 years old. Wang Xue blinked. In fact, he said too little. He felt that anyone who could possess such a thing must be at least in his 70s or 80s, with a head full of white hair, trembling, wearing a white robe, with an immortal look and a rosy complexion. But who would have thought that he was a young man in his 20s, covered in mud, and very diligent in farming? It was only at this time that Su Ming saw President Chen at the door. President Chen nodded and blinked, and Su Ming understood immediately. It turns out that this person was not a beggar, but Wang Xue on the phone. Boy, you scared me. No, hurry up and get up. This place is surrounded by shopping malls. There are so many people coming and going. It won't have a good impact if someone sees us. Su Ming hurriedly tried to help him up, but Wang Xue refused to get up no matter what. Mr. Su, you saved my mother's life. I cannot thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my mother would definitely be gone. How can I thank you? As he said this, Wang Xue wanted to kowtow again. Stop, Su Ming hurriedly said. If you kowtow again, I'll be angry. When Wang Xue heard this, he was stunned and quickly got up. Don't make Mr. Su angry. Mr. Su, Wang Xue had just said 3 words when his vision suddenly went dark. He felt dizzy and fell down. Su Ming was dumbfounded at the time. Damn, no way. Did you kowtow several times to come here and commit fraud? President Chen just walked over quickly, took a quick look, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, Mr. Su. Don't worry, the old man is fine. I heard he hasn't slept well these past few days and is very tired. Plus, he kowtowed so hard just now. Look, his head is broken and bleeding. Su Ming took a closer look and realized that he was really working too hard. I have seen people kowtowing to ask for money, and people trying to scam people on the road, but I have never seen anyone kowtowing until they fainted. This guy works so hard. Send him to the hospital and let him have some rest. Just then, 2 bodyguards walked in from the door. They came with President Chen and Wang Xue. Seeing their master fainted, they rushed over in a hurry. President Chen briefly explained the reason, and the 2 bodyguards were a little amused. However, Wang Xue's health was more important, so he quickly put him in the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove to the hospital. It's fast enough to just come here directly. Wang Xue left. President Chen smiled, picked up the bucket, and continued to work. Su Ming lay on the chair and continued to bask in the sun. Everything was beautiful as a picture. In the hospital, after learning that the chairman's mother had recovered, the company's senior executives were ecstatic and rushed over. They are really happy because their boss is very nice to them. Some time ago, When they heard that the boss was going to sell the company's shares and give up the position of chairman in order to treat his mother's illness, they were a little panicked, thinking that the policies and direction would definitely change with a new boss. If someone like Zhou Paopi comes up, they will be in trouble. But she never expected that when she arrived at the hospital and hadn't even seen the old lady yet, she saw Wang Xue being carried out of the car. I was so nervous that I rushed him to the hospital. It took a long time before Wang Xue slowly opened his eyes. He had a terrible headache. He blinked and looked around slowly. He was surrounded by the company's senior employees, all of whom were extremely nervous. Chairman, you used too much force before and accidentally fainted. A bodyguard nearby couldn't help but speak out, but he didn't mention the kowtow. After all, the employees were all there. Oh. Wang Xue blinked his eyes. His brain was a little slow, and after a while he slowly reacted. How is the old lady doing? Are the test results out? Wang Xue asked hurriedly. Mr. Wang, don't worry. We've conducted a complete checkup on your mother's health. All her failing organs have returned to normal, and she's slowly recovering. Furthermore, the colds and back pain she suffered in her youth have unexpectedly disappeared. She's in better health than ever before. I guarantee she'll live another 30 years. A doctor nearby said excitedly that this was simply a miracle. Miracles in the medical field are not an exaggeration to be called miracles. After hearing this, Wang Xue breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes, and slowly opened them after a while. Is Secretary Yang here? Secretary Yang squeezed through the crowd and asked, Chairman, what do I want to tell you? Is there a property for us in the city center? When Secretary Yang heard this, he wondered if the boss was stupid. Boss, we are engaged in overseas trade business. We have never been involved in domestic real estate. Do you have a map? Secretary Yang took out his cell phone, opened the mobile app, and pulled up a map of the city. You all know this place, right? Of course I know. Isn't this the Guoxing Building? The largest building in Donghai City. Several employees around blinked their eyes, and their boss woke up and did something amazing. What was he doing? Chapter 127, Rapid Action. There's a vacant lot next to the Guoxing Building. You all know about it, right? We know about this, but it's been vacant for many years. I heard someone wanted to develop a property there, but they couldn't find the owner, and the city government hasn't agreed. A vice president-level figure next to him said, Very good. Take this piece of land as the center and investigate all the buildings and skyscrapers within a 500-meter radius. Wang Xue said hurriedly. When the employees heard what the boss said, they realized that he was going to get involved in real estate. But it's not surprising, it's quite normal. The real estate industry is very profitable, and their boss has a lot of money and friends, so they will definitely not lose money in the real estate business. It seems that the boss is about to wake up. Selling trade is too risky, especially when foreigners always come with all kinds of traps and pitfalls when doing business. But it's different when doing real estate business. There is no need to cheat like some domestic companies. You just need to be more formal and ensure good quality, and the money will come like a tide. As long as they don't deal with people or those cold houses, they still believe that they can make money. Excellent. Besides taking care of your current tasks, your next priority is to thoroughly research all the surrounding properties. Whether they're hotels or office buildings, find out if anyone wants to sell any of them. Everyone nodded when they heard this. The boss just wanted to build something on this piece of land and then form a chain. This idea is perfect. I don't care what method you use, and I don't care how much you pay, but at least you have to buy me a property. Don't worry. Chairman, we'll take care of this matter. Our negotiation team is quite professional. Several people nearby loudly assured that they were the best at this kind of business, and as long as the money and profit were enough, no one would refuse to let go. After purchasing it, immediately send a construction team to demolish the building as quickly as possible, dig up the foundation and everything else, and return the building to farmland. As a result, Wang Xue's next sentence left all the employees dumbfounded. Oh my God, could it be that the chairman really has a brain injury or something wrong with him? This is a building in the city center, and each one costs tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. If you want to buy the land, it will probably cost hundreds of billions. They have the funds and energy, but after you buy it, you have to turn it into farmland. Boss, what are you doing? Is it really that he is crazy with joy? Is there something wrong with his brain? But Wang Xue didn't care about their emotions. He just closed his eyes and thought to himself, Mr. Su is farming in the city center, but the place is too small and not enough. How can this be possible? At least we need some more. 1 acre is not too little, and 10 acres is not too much. If the entire city center were purchased and turned into farmland, it would be spectacular. But others don't know what Wang Xue is thinking. The employees were all dumbfounded, their eyes wide open, and they simply couldn't believe what they heard. Remember, from today on, Everything you do must be centered around Mr. Su. Mr. Su. They were confused again. Who was this? Boss, you must have had a dream when you were unconscious and dreamed of some great master in the dream. Boss, this was a dream, and now it is reality. Don't confuse dreams with reality. There were even a few employees who wanted to secretly call a doctor to do a brain CT scan for their boss to see if there was anything wrong with his brain. Even if you want a farm, there is plenty of land in the countryside. You can rent a large piece of land for 10 million yuan. But you bought a building worth millions of dollars in the city center, and after you rob the owner, you still want to farm the land? This operation also. It's amazing. But the two security guards understood and nodded, and the doctors next to them also understood immediately. All right, all of you stop staring at each other. If you don't know what's going on here, just listen to me. Wang Xue was a little impatient and didn't want to explain. He sat up hurriedly and said, "Where is my mother? I want to go see her." All the employees were confused, but they didn't dare to refute. This company belonged to Wang Xue. He held real power and great energy that ordinary people could not compare to. Even Secretary Yang, who had followed Wang Xue the longest, could only nod. Seeing Wang Xue's state, they were sure that their boss was neither crazy nor stupid, but why did he make such a decision? There must be a reason behind it. Everyone is not stupid. The boss's mother was critically ill this morning and almost died, but she recovered in the blink of an eye. Someone must have saved his mother. But the key point is that even if this person saved the boss's mother, it would not cause the boss to buy the farmland inside the building. What kind of thank you is this? They had never seen such a mysterious operation before. A group of employees walked out of the hospital with eyes wide open and blinked, confused. I think you guys don't know what's going on, but we do. At this moment, the two bodyguards spoke happily. What's the matter? Normally, the two bodyguards would be polite when they saw the bosses, but now the bosses were looking at the two bodyguards with extreme politeness, handing them cigarettes and pouring them water. The two bodyguards smiled and explained the whole story. After hearing this, all the employees were dumbfounded. I didn't expect there would be such a reason. The most important thing is that the mysterious adult is actually farming in the city center? What is going on? Forget it. We have no control over why this big shot is farming in the city center, but there is one thing we must do well. Mr. Fu frowned slightly and said, "From today on, all our wishes will be based on the boss's will. We will do whatever the boss tells us to do. This matter is the top priority. We can stop all the business we are doing and give it our all." That's right. We're able to enjoy the company benefits today, receive company shares, and participate in annual dividends, all thanks to the boss. In other words, you and I can have the life we have today. It's all thanks to the boss. The boss asked us to do this, so we must do it well. No matter what, we can't let the boss down. In the final analysis, we should thank this mysterious Mr. Su. If it weren't for him, the boss might have changed by now. Yeah, it is. Chapter 128, The Angel Group's Restlessness. In their view, Su Ming's approach not only saved them, but also saved tens of thousands of employees of Angel Group. It also saved Wang Xue and Wang Xue's mother. This is their benefactor. Hold an emergency meeting immediately and devise an action plan in the shortest possible time. We must purchase this piece of land as quickly as possible. I'm going to contact the construction team right now, the demolition team, and have them prepare all the tools and start demolishing the building as quickly as possible. Then I'll go around the mall and ask around to see if anyone is willing to sell the property. If no one is willing, I'll just throw money at it. You too, please contact President Chun and ask for a photo of Mr. Su. That's right. We must remember what Mr. Su looks like. No matter where we meet Mr. Su in the future, we must be respectful. Even if we ignore our boss, we can't ignore Mr. Su. After understanding the whole story, these employees were all excited. As the saying goes, like boss you are, like employees you will get. The boss is a very good person and especially filial, and all the employees under him are very honest. They knew very well what their boss had been going through recently. He couldn't eat or sleep. He became increasingly thin and listless, and most of his originally black hair had turned white. But it was because of Su Ming that their boss was resurrected. To regroup, they must do this well. After these people had finalized their discussion, they drove away and went about their own business, which required more seriousness and attention than anything else. They all knew in their hearts that although Su Ming took out a bottle of potion that looked like ink, he saved the entire Angel Group. To be honest, everyone present here needs to kowtow to Su Ming, but that would be a bit too spectacular, so let's forget it. Looking at it this way, is it an exaggeration to buy the surrounding properties and turn them into farmland? Not at all. This is exactly why Wang Xue made this decision. Angel Group, a large group that enjoys a high reputation overseas and is well known among the wealthy circles in China, is working together for the first time. Countless hard-working figures appeared throughout the city center. However, Su Ming and President Chen knew nothing about it. One of them was basking in the sun and preparing to go to sleep, while the other was working very hard to pull out weeds. I have to admire President Chen's great efficiency in work during this period. He has kept the entire area in good order. Not only that, the villa was also cleaned inside and out. Although the person in charge cleaned it up after they left the villa, there were always some corners that were not noticed. President Chen is always diligent and conscientious. He wears a searchlight on his head and holds various tools in his hands. He cleans every small corner. To be honest, Su Ming didn't care. After all, he grew up in the countryside, and no villa could guarantee that the outside was clean. But President Chen seemed to have misophobia and would not let go of any trace. President Chen is indeed a kid who grew up in the countryside. He has experienced hardships, and he does have some abilities. Otherwise, such a piece of land is worth tens of billions, and all kinds of things can be grown on it. Su Ming would not easily open his arms to others. In the afternoon, Su Ming couldn't stay idle, so he worked with President Chen to clean the villa inside and out. The interior decoration of the villa was quite luxurious and extravagant. The second underground floor is very clean, with warehouses one after another. However, the other party is particularly careful. Each warehouse has a constant temperature and humidity system that Su Ming can set. This is extremely beneficial for storing items. The two of them were busy all day. Su Ming was a little tired, and President Chen was also a little tired. Su Ming smiled and took out another bottle of black potion. Everyone drank a cup and instantly felt refreshed. It was getting dark, and after Su Ming treated President Chen to a meal, he really had nothing to do. It's time to leave. Mr. Su also has his own space, but President Chen really doesn't want to let him go. Every time I leave Mr. Su, I always feel like something is missing beside me, and I feel very uncomfortable. But I have no choice but to leave. Mr. Su, I'll leave first. Okay, thank you for your hard work today. It's okay, Mr. Su, this is what I should do. I'll come again tomorrow. No, it's already cleaned up, there's nothing to worry about. All right. President Chen has left, and I feel a little lonely. He can't come tomorrow, and I won't see Mr. Su for another day. When this guy was at work yesterday, he heard about what happened between Zhang Chongyang and Su Ming in his hometown. He regretted it so much that he wished he had gone back with Zhang Chongyang. So he worked harder today and worked more diligently for Su Ming. Sitting in the car, President Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He gave himself a full score for his good performance today. Do you want to find a place to relax later? Of course, it's not that kind of relaxation. I want to find a very formal store and ask someone to relax my muscles and soak my feet and take a bath. Although President Chen is sometimes bold in his actions, he is always very formal in his daily life. It would not be good if someone else got hold of this kind of thing. To be honest, President Chen followed Su Ming in the beginning because Su Ming had a piece of land, a lot of money, and a mysterious background. But now that he knows Su Ming better, he feels that this person is a little too mysterious. After all, it's easy to come up with such a good thing to cure people. This made him feel that Su Ming must be no simple matter. There was something behind him, and what was revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. He also decided that from now on he must follow Su Ming's steps and be Su Ming's most loyal bootlicker even if it means death. Su Ming returned to the thatched hut. They opened the boxes, packed up the things inside, and moved them to the villa one by one. It's very close anyway, and there's nothing to do at night. Then Su Ming picked a bedroom and moved his computer in. From today on, he started to enjoy life in the villa. After finding two big partners and taking Su Ming as a summoner, they traveled the canyon overnight, and Su Ming successfully reached platinum. Not to mention that these two big guys are really good. One is a jungler and the other is a top laner, and the two of them can kill the opponent. The most important thing is that these two big guys often beat each other until they are left with only a little blood, allowing Su Ming, the father, to take the kill directly. Even though Su Ming was not very good at playing, he still achieved an amazing result in the end. Although I am not very good at playing, my damage is high. Chapter 129. Why is this building gone? Su Ming felt very comfortable after playing all night. Su Ming went to bed in the early morning, and when he woke up, it was already noon. After ordering a takeout and having a delicious meal, Su Ming took a shower, changed into a set of dry clothes, and then walked out to look at the ground first. The corn is growing well, and now the fully grown ears are emerging, but they are still very small. Su Ming calculated the time, and it would be ripe in about 12 hours. That is, in the early hours of the morning. Accustomed to this growth model, Su Ming was not in a hurry and walked slowly to the door. Although it was noon, there were still many people at the door, and there was a lot of traffic coming and going. But for some reason, Su Ming felt something was not right today. I blinked. I've lived here for a while, but today I feel a little. Holy crap. Su Ming suddenly remembered something and looked to the left with his eyes wide open. I fuck his uncle. Why is there a building missing? When I finished moving my things yesterday, I still remember that the lights were still on in the building next door. People were coming and going inside, and Su Ming was still lamenting that working overtime was quite tiring. But when you woke up in the morning, you found that the building was gone. Just disappeared like that. You should know that Su Ming's land has Guoxing Building on the right and a very tall office building on the left. There is a road in front and several buildings behind. It can be said that it is surrounded by several buildings. However, it was precisely because of the surrounding buildings, coupled with a circle of trees and fences, that Su Ming felt much safer. Why is this building gone? Su Ming blinked, confused. Even if it was demolished, it couldn't be done so quickly. The building was completely demolished overnight. Damn, it was so fast. Su Ming had come into contact with some people at construction sites before. It would take at least a month to demolish a building like this, from the initial blasting to the final cleanup. But not only was there no dust around, the entire building disappeared and was completely demolished. It was so fast. What's going on? Su Ming was confused and took a step towards the place. As I walked, I secretly wondered, is the speed of demolition in the country so fast now? A whole building was demolished overnight. This is really the speed of the country. Su Ming suddenly remembered the reconstruction of the train station overnight. Unexpectedly, it was right in front of me. Su Ming used to have several colleagues in this office building, and they occasionally chatted. The building was gone overnight. Su Ming walked over and took a look, but didn't think anything of it. It was normal for people to demolish a building and build a new one. He shrugged his shoulders and didn't care. Su Ming didn't think it was a big deal, but the people from Angel Group were exhausted. They knew that Su Ming was demolishing a building right next to them, and the noise couldn't be too loud, and they also had to make sure the construction waste was removed quickly. They were very busy all night last night. It started last night. I don't know how many workers there were. It took 12 hours to create this seemingly incredible miracle. In fact, it is very normal. As long as there are more people, there will be more power. As long as the money is in place, all the glass will be broken. After Wang Xue gave the order, the company's employees bought the building as quickly as possible and then started to demolish the interior. After the internal company finished the move, they dismantled all the internal facilities, so the people Su Ming saw last night were not working at all, but were dismantling the building. They hired several professional teams, including the construction team that built this type of building, and some designers, who were very familiar with the environment inside. At the same time, they destroyed all the underground foundations. They have also introduced the most advanced building demolition technology, which is not blasting, but using a machine to demolish the building layer by layer from the top. It is fast and produces little dust, and the construction waste can be directly transported away. You have to know that the money spent is not a small amount. It is really like flowing water, but no one feels sorry. Wang Xue didn't even look at it. He just signed the contract and took the money to work. Fortunately, this building has been under construction for a long time. The interior was made of bricks and was dismantled quite quickly. The most important thing is that this is the city center. When the planning and supervision was in progress, the entire building was actually prepared for demolition. It was built bit by bit like a template, and it would be even faster to dismantle it. The fact that this building was demolished in such a short time was a result of countless efforts made by the Angel Group and the people at the construction site. Many workers were woken up at night and gathered from various construction sites. Although some people are a little skeptical, they are still working very hard for the sake of money. Although this was done for Su Ming, it was nothing in Su Ming's eyes. Building a building? That's normal. They tear it down and build it up, then tear it down again. Isn't that normal? Many places like to do this. One is that they can apply for some funds to do something, and everyone knows the purpose. Another is that they can build some landmark buildings. In addition, this building is indeed quite old. I heard that it is already in its 50s or 60s. Su Ming just took a look and said nothing, then went back directly. He looked around and found that there was nothing to do in the fields, so he swept the yard a little and tidied up his small warehouse. Just as he was about to go back, he suddenly saw someone walking towards the door. Su Ming turned around and saw that it was a row of cars, a row of black and gold cars. You can tell at a glance that this car is very expensive. It is a customized model from abroad, an extremely unknown brand, but the vehicle is quite expensive. The car door opened and Wang Xue got out of the car. He was wearing a suit and tie and looked very smart, no longer in his previous listless state. Following behind him was a large group of people, obviously Wang Xue's subordinates. After visiting his mother yesterday, Wang Xue found that the old lady was really better. Her appetite had improved and she could drink water and eat meat, which made him very happy. The mother and daughter ate a big meal with their stomachs wide open. A good mood means a good appetite, and a good appetite means a good body. Although Wang Xue was excited and couldn't sleep all night last night, he only felt that he was getting more and more energetic. Of course, he wondered if it was because of the ink, because his mother had only drunk half of it, and Wang Xue was worried about letting his mother drink the other half, so he kept a sip for himself to taste it. It is this small bite that makes my body stronger and more energetic than before. You know, even the doctor yesterday was so surprised when he looked at the film that his jaw almost dropped. Chapter 130, a big deal. Even several senior doctors who were on business trips in the neighboring city couldn't help but drive over overnight. It's incredible that such a serious infection could be completely cured overnight. Although these organs are not as good as those of a young person in his 20s, they are at least comparable to those of a person in his 40s or 50s. It is incredible that they appear in a person who is nearly 80 years old. Now, as long as this old lady exercises, I think even a few somersaults won't be a problem. As people age, their organs will fail, they will suffer from osteoporosis, muscle atrophy, and even brain atrophy or normalcy. But this old lady is different. Not only do her bones become strong now, her bone density has reached that of a young person, her muscle atrophy has been completely alleviated, and her organs have not failed at all. Instead, they are experiencing reverse growth. The roots of the originally snow-white hair have turned black, and this change happened in just one night. This can no longer be called a miracle. It is simply an inexplicable miracle. In fact, Wang Xue never thought that there would be such an unexpected surprise for him that would help his mother recover her health. Even if she can live for a few more years while taking medicine and receiving in 4 drip, so that I can put down my work and go for a walk with the old lady, that would be a good thing. I can say that I have no regrets. However, Su Ming's medicine not only completely cured the old lady's illness, but also restored her body to the state of her 40s or 50s. She would have no problem living another 30 or 40 years. While he was ecstatic, Wang Xue was very clear in his mind. All this is because of Su Ming. If it weren't for Su Ming's own mother, she wouldn't have gotten better. Therefore, he had been waiting here for a long time, but he did not dare to disturb Su Ming easily if he did not show up. After all, young people do not know what time to go to bed and get up. It was not until Su Ming came out of the door and saw it that he ordered his convoy to drive over from a distance. Spend money to buy a house. A bloody head? It's nothing compared to Su Ming's treatment. Mr. Su. After seeing Su Ming, Wang Xue immediately lowered his posture, bent his waist involuntarily, and walked quickly in front of him. This is not a compliment. It is a subconscious reaction that comes from deep within, respect. The senior executives behind him looked at each other and were secretly surprised. You know, even when facing some senior foreign leaders, Wang Xue had never been so humble. You can imagine how powerful the young man in front of you is. It's Chairman Wang. How is your mother's health? Su Ming smiled faintly. Thanks to Mr. Su, my mother has fully recovered and her health has returned to the state she was in her 40s or 50s. Living another 30 or 40 years won't be a problem for her. Wang Xue couldn't help but say. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The first thing someone asks about is their mother, which shows that they are still worried about her. So touching. That's good. You should take good care of your injuries. Don't be so excited when you get older. Yes, Mr. Su, have you seen it? Wang Xue said with a smile. What? Su Ming was stunned when he heard such a nonsensical statement. This vacant lot next to it. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. I came here today to give you a gift. Wang Xue said with a smile. Su Ming heard this and said, that's not necessary. I'm not short of money, and I don't want a company or anything like that. Not to mention this. Even if he is a rich and powerful person, as long as he is filial to his mother, Su Ming will help him when encountering such a thing. Filial piety is the first of all virtues. Moreover, Su Ming himself is a filial child. He knows how anxious he is when his parents are sick. No, you must accept this gift. It's my way of thanking you. I'd be really sad if you didn't. Wang Xue said hurriedly, with a longing look on his face. Su Ming sighed helplessly. It seemed that he really had to accept it. If he didn't, this guy would feel bad. Okay, what is it? Hey. Wang Xue smiled mysteriously, took out a document from his subordinate, and put it in Su Ming's hand. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then opened it, and saw a small red notebook inside. Damn, why does it feel familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Mr. Su, I was chatting with President Qin yesterday. He mentioned that you're particularly interested in farming, but you only have 2 acres of land. How can it possibly satisfy your daily needs? So I took the liberty of buying the office building next door. I had it demolished. How's it going? Didn't disturb your sleep last night. This is my own decision. Please don't be angry. I think I need at least 5 mu of land to farm. Look, this land is planted with wheat. You can also plant some other seasonal fruits and vegetables. Add a few more baskets of green onions and some ginger, and we'll basically have our food needs taken care of. Wang Xue explained on the side. Damn it. Su Ming was stunned at that time. No wonder this version feels so familiar. Isn't this a land title deed? It proves one thing, that this land belongs to Su Ming. Su Ming opened it and saw that it was neither too big nor too small, with an area of exactly 3 acres. I now have 3 acres of land, 1 acre for living and 2 acres for farming. Now I have 3 more acres. I didn't expect that the gift Wang Xue prepared for me would be like this. How about it, Mr. Su? Do you like my gift? After hearing this, Su Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You probably don't know, but I have a golden finger. Planting crops here not only matures quickly, but also produces many amazing things. Your land is of no use to me. But Su Ming didn't want to tell the truth. After all, the gift was carefully prepared for him. This was really a gift that was delivered to the edge of a knife. Su Ming was about to speak when suddenly a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. System detection. The host has 3 acres of land under his name, adjacent to the original land. Ding. 3 acres of land meet the system generation conditions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the land fusion. Ding. Fusion in progress. 1:15:50. Oh my god. Su Ming's eyes widened at that time. Damn, is this possible? This time it's really a big win. I originally thought that this was a piece of land that was neither good to eat nor worth abandoning, but I never expected that the system was so arrogant. It's a big fusion right away. Invincible, invincible. Having said that, I really have to thank Wang Xue. Chapter 131. What is realm? It's a big fortune. Wang Xue gave himself a big gift. To be honest, Su Ming didn't feel anything special about having 3 more acres of land. Although the city center is very valuable, Su Ming knows in his heart that what is valuable is not the value of the land, but the system. Only with a system can these 2 acres of land have real value. Without the system, it would just be a piece of land in the city center. For Su Ming, it really felt like it was a waste to eat it, but not to throw it away. But who would have thought that the systems could be integrated? This is such a blessing from heaven. Su Ming was extremely surprised and happy. With these 3 acres of land, the land he owned became 5 acres. The scale of farming more than doubled. With the support of the system, this piece of land will have real meaning and value. Otherwise, it is just a piece of land. It's worth a bit more just because it's in the city center. Otherwise, it would be worthless. Su Ming held the red book in his hands with his eyes wide open and couldn't believe it was true. To be honest, when the system gave him an acre of vacant land to build a villa, he felt a little bit resentful. I can live in other places. This land is great for farming. Now, it doesn't matter how much land I have. Ding. Land fusion successful. The prompt sound made Su Ming burst into laughter. Awesome, awesome, so awesome. Wang Xue has been feeling uneasy since he arrived. To be honest, he had only known Su Ming for a short time. This is the second time we met. He had no idea what kind of temper and personality this young man had, what he liked and disliked, what he loved to do, and what he didn't like to do. But I think he has a strong background and a mysterious identity, so he must be rich. I'm afraid that people won't take this little piece of land seriously. If you look back and say lightly, "Oh, thank you," then this gift of mine did not touch the heart. But now he is relieved. Seeing Su Ming's look and excitement, it meant that he had guessed right. As long as Mr. Su likes it. I was worried before. What if Mr. Su doesn't like it? It seems that I am relieved now. To be honest, he was really at a loss as to what to give Su Ming as a thank you gift. It was also to cater to Su Ming's interests. Since Su Ming liked farming, he planned to take over the land. This is the best gift I can think of. After all, no one likes money. Overnight, he hired countless workers and used special demolition methods to demolish the entire building, turning the damaged foundation into farmland. It cost a lot of money, but as long as Su Ming likes it, it's all worth it. After all, his mother was now in the hospital, recovering. There will be no problem living for another few decades. This is saving a life. If only my mother could live another 30 or 40 years. If you die at the age of over 100, you won't be so sad and grief-stricken. Over 100 years old. How many people in this world can live to be over 100 years old? This is not a funeral, but a happy event. After seeing this scene, many senior executives around couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I am also happy for my boss. Now that the gift has been delivered to his doorstep, I can be considered to have made a friend. None of these senior executives slept the entire night before yesterday. Some of them who were still in good health even picked up sledgehammers and personally started to dismantle things. This was the first death order issued by their boss Wang Xue. The entire company was required to put down everything they were doing, put aside all business objects and focus on one thing. These employees have worked with Wang Xue for at least several years. Who is the boss? How could they not know? He is a filial son. If something happened to the old lady, their boss would probably become discouraged and might even give up on her. The company will have big problems. Although they are capable, they cannot be the boss. Without a leader, the Angel Group may collapse at any time. Su Ming's action not only saved the old lady's life, but also saved countless families within the entire company. So when they saw Su Ming was very happy, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Su, seeing Su Ming still standing there in a daze, Wang Xue spoke cautiously. Oh. Su Ming suddenly woke up and blinked. Mr. Su, I hope I didn't cause you any trouble by giving you these 3 acres of land. Trouble? If this is troublesome, Su Ming would rather come more. It can be said that this is the best gift Su Ming has ever received since he grew up. It's not a bother at all. Mr. Wang, I have to say that this gift of yours is really great. Su Ming laughed, and Wang Xue also laughed, completely relieved. When my mother asks me about it in the future, I can calmly say that I gave her a thank you gift, and Mr. Su Ming will be very satisfied. Look at what you said. You saved my mother's life, so you are my savior. As a savior, any gift is not excessive. Wang Xue smiled. After saying this, Su Ming felt a little embarrassed. Wang Xue didn't know the value of these 3 acres of land, but Su Ming knew it. This thing is too valuable. Don't go yet. Wait a moment. Su Ming said this and took the notebook back to the hut. After a while, he took out a box of mineral water bottles from it. It was filled with pitch black ink. You've put in a lot of effort to finish demolishing the building by the end of the night. Come on, take it all. Su Ming opened the water and gave each of them a bottle. Oh my God. After seeing this scene, Wang Xue couldn't help but swear. There are so many? If Su Ming knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh. It's not just a lot, it's super a lot. I still have more than half of it in this box. To be honest, this thing is very precious and valuable to others, but to myself, I can eat it as a meal. If that doesn't work, I'll fill a bag for you and you can take it home and play with it as marbles. What? There is none left? No problem. Come to me and I will plant a field of cacti for you. I guarantee you will eat them until you die. This is what Su Ming thought, but Wang Xue didn't think so. He believed that Su Ming still had this thing in his hands, but there should not be much left. Even if it's too much, it's a secret recipe that someone else has, and they made it themselves. This thing is quite precious. What is this, Su Ming? This is not a bad job. You give me something, and I give you a gift in return. It's a gift of reciprocity. Wang Xue was almost crying. Look, this is what realm is. This is the real realm. Chapter 132, Don't Kneel. For Wang Xue and others, these things are priceless treasures that can never be bought with money. Because they are not short of money. Mr. Su must have felt that I spent a lot of money and felt bad for me, so he didn't want me to suffer any loss, so he gave me these things. Mr. Su may think that these things are not worth much. But Wang Xue knew that if this thing were put on the market, countless people would pay a lot of money for it. Thank you, Mr. Su. Wang Xue held the mineral water bottle in his hand, trembling with emotion, tears streaming down his face, and fell to his knees. Su Ming was shocked. Hey, man, could you please stop kneeling when you talk? Why don't we stand up and talk nicely? Although I saved your mother's life, you don't have to kneel down to me several times. Once is enough. Get up, get up. Su Ming hurriedly prepared to help him up. No, I can't get up. Mr. Su, you are so kind to me. You gave me such a precious thing without hesitation. How can I thank you so much? The senior leaders behind him also knelt down. It's spectacular, so spectacular. Angel Group is the premier trading group. The senior executives behind the company's chairman, including those at the ministerial level, knelt in a black mass. After reading it, Su Ming couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Is this your company's corporate culture? Good guy, he kneels down at the slightest provocation. Aren't you guys too soft-hearted? Of course, Su Ming didn't mean that they were spineless. These people can support a huge trading group. They must have personal abilities and are definitely not spineless. It's not your fault, so just kneel down as soon as you come up. You have to know that this is the Guoxing Building next to the city center. There were a lot of people coming and going, and many of them were stunned after seeing this scene. What is this for? The heroes of Liangshan go up the mountain? Kneel down to Big Brother? That's nonsense. What era is this? The world is bright, and the society is peaceful. Those so-called dark forces have long been defeated and no longer exist. Take a closer look. The group of people kneeling down were all dressed in suits and ties and looked very energetic. Holy crap. Look, isn't the logo on this car Angel Group's? Oh my God, it really is. Although their backs are facing us, the person in front seems to be the chairman of Angel Group. His back looks so familiar. Damn, man, you have a really good eye. It really is him. My brain is a little bit exhausted. Pinch me. The chairman of Angel Group and his men actually knelt in front of a young man. What the hell is going on here? Everyone was stunned. Whether they were blue-collar or white-collar workers, or bosses and vice presidents of several surrounding companies, they all gathered in a circle, taking pictures of the excitement with their mobile phones. Su Ming was speechless after seeing this scene. It's over now. This matter can no longer be suppressed. Hurry up, hurry up. There are too many people watching. This is not right. To be honest, this stretching leg and glaring eye pill is nothing to me. Wang Xue blinked. What the hell? Stretch your legs and stare at the pills? This name comes from. Good. It started so well. Hi. It's really high? Only living people can stretch their legs and stare. And only healthy people can do this. A person with full body paralysis can only keep his eyes open and cannot even stretch his legs. If Su Ming knew what Wang Xue was thinking, he would definitely be in a dilemma. Wow, this is President Chin number 2. Here comes another one who takes advantage of the situation and licks the boots. But the more Su Ming said this, the less these guys got excited. This thing is so valuable. I wonder how much it would be worth if it were put up for auction? These guys looked at each other and couldn't help but look at the building next to them. Do you want to buy this and tear it down too? Su Ming suddenly felt a little regretful. You should have not given it to him earlier. It's not that I'm reluctant, it's just too noisy. If you don't get up, I'll be angry. Su Ming deliberately put on a stern face. To be honest with you, these things are very valuable to you, but they are nothing to me. I can have them anytime I want them. However, the 3 acres of land you gave me is still very valuable to me, so we can say that this is mutually beneficial. In my eyes, the value of what you gave me is far greater than the stretching legs and staring eyes pills. There was no way. Su Ming could only pretend to be angry. Otherwise, you come up and kneel down. Who can bear that? As expected, when Wang Xue and the others heard that Su Ming was angry, they hurriedly got up from the ground. I'm so sorry, Mr. Su. We'll take our leave first. Su Ming put his hands behind his back and nodded in silence. This stuff can be drunk by anyone, whether you are sick or not. If you are sick, it can cure the disease. If you are not sick, it can strengthen your body and bones. Especially Mr. Wang, I advise you to drink more. When you walk, keep your back straight. You always kneel down, and my heart can't stand it. Wang Xue was speechless when he heard this. I am not weak-boned, nor am I spineless. There's no way. When I see others, they can stand straight and strong, but when I see you, I can't help it. In the end, these guys were driven away by Su Ming. Wang Xue walked ahead aggressively, smiling faintly at the onlookers. Mr. Su is our Angel Group's best friend, but I advise you not to disturb Mr. Su. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, several people got into the car and drove away in a neat and elegant manner. The crowd watching blinked. Most of these people work in Guoxing Building. No matter what kind of angel group it is, they have all heard of it. After all, they are all top-level companies and are connected to each other. Damn, who is this young man and why is he so mysterious? I come here every day for work, and I haven't noticed this guy is actually farming here? That's awesome. This piece of land is worth at least tens of billions. Go work for the boss. We'll never meet people like him in our lifetime. That makes sense. The people around sighed and gave up the idea of making friends with Su Ming. Are you kidding? Even Wang Xue has to kneel down, so how can they make friends with him? It's totally not on the same level, okay? However, the video soon spread online. When Wang Xue learned about this, he was not angry, but very happy. This is equivalent to tying himself and Su Ming together. Wang Xue sat in the car and drove around the city center in circles. He observed the topography of the city center and the surrounding buildings and told his secretary, immediately send someone to check for any buildings for sale around here. Buy them all and raze them to the ground. Chapter 133 Mr. Su is awesome. If it were before, the secretary would definitely not understand. Isn't the boss crazy? Even if he is your savior, giving him a few acres of land is pretty good, right? Now he suddenly understood. Now he was holding a bottle in his hand. Thinking of his old mother who had been bedridden at home for many years, this secretary wished he could sell his house and give all the money to Su Ming. Even I would think so, let alone Wang Xue. But Wang Xue's words gave him a headache. First of all, the conditions here are special, as there are either office buildings or banks all around. The reason why we were able to buy the building yesterday was because the owner of the building was a former friend of Wang Xue. I owe Wang Xue a big favor. In addition, the owner of the building failed in his business investment and was in debt. He was anxious to sell the building to pay off his debts. It just so happened that Wang Xue offered to buy it at a high price, and the two parties hit it off. The contract was signed very quickly and was also torn down very quickly. However, if I want to buy other buildings and then demolish them, it will probably be very difficult and costly. Wang Xue sat in the car and sighed to himself. When the car passed by Su Ming's land again, Wang Xue's eyes fell there and did not leave for a long time. I originally thought that giving Su Ming 3 acres of land would make me feel a little less guilty, but who would have thought that he would give you such a precious thing instead? Well, I thought I was pretty good. But compared to others, I am still far behind. Most of the people at the door had left, and Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He closed the door and called the person in charge. Don't worry, Mr. Su. The villa in your hometown is under construction. However, according to your requirements, we are using ordinary but absolutely high-quality materials. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 months to complete. Don't worry, we are here. We will send someone to take care of your parents throughout the entire process. The person in charge said hurriedly after receiving the call. You know what? These guys are quite well informed. Wang Xue just arrived and knelt down to express his gratitude. The boss of the construction company has already learned the news. Who is Wang Xue? Chairman of Angel Group. A big shot on the rich list. Wang Xue has an overseas trading company, which he built. Their daily turnover is equivalent to my income for several months. To be honest, when the boss built the villa for Su Ming for free, he had some complaints in his heart. Fortunately, the money was paid to the bag recycling place, and I also owed them a favor before, so I did it reluctantly. But now the boss's attitude has taken a 180-degree turn. What kind of person is it that can make Wang Xue kneel down? He had been feeling dissatisfied before, and he really wanted to slap himself a few times. So as soon as I heard the news, I immediately called the person in charge and asked him to put in 100% effort. And I told him that the villa must be built to be perfect, even more perfect than Su Ming's villa. I must have a good relationship with Su Ming. This is a big shot. The person in charge was shocked when he received the call from his boss, but he soon found out the reason. He became very nervous at that time. He thought Su Ming was very powerful, but he never thought that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Narrow-minded. I am still narrow-minded after all. So after receiving Su Ming's call, the person in charge was frightened and hurriedly answered the phone. Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment and blinked. What's going on? Are you so excited? I'm confident that you can leave my parents' villa to me. I have no worries. But there's one thing I want to trouble you with. Su Ming said, Mr. Su, the trouble you're talking about is too much for us to handle. It's our honor to help you. What do you need us to do? Oh, that's right. I bought another 3 acres of land. Can you help me build a fence? Okay, no problem. Leave it to us. Send us the location and we'll send someone over right away. Good. After Su Ming hung up the phone, he sent the other party his location. After getting the location, the person in charge nodded and immediately called another construction team. The person in charge only reacted after the call. Wait a moment. Something seems wrong. The person in charge hurriedly took out his mobile phone and the location again and took a closer look. Damn, it's still in the city center. And it's the land next to Su Ming. That's not right. I spent several days at that construction site. I am very familiar with the surrounding environment. There are buildings in front, behind, left and right. Where does the vacant space come from? Could it be? The person in charge blinked. Oh my God. Are they so arrogant? They bought the building next door and turned it into farmland just to farm the land? This matter has exceeded the understanding of the person in charge. Because ordinary people would be very happy if they got a piece of land and then build a building on it and rent it out. But Su Ming's family's wealth was probably just a number, and their status was so high that he couldn't even imagine it. The pursuit of a farming life is what people want. How can you be so insightful at such a young age? Invincible. He quickly called the boss of the company. After learning about it, the boss drove to investigate in person and found that it was true. Soon there was another President Chen in the world. President Chen number 3 is officially born. However, Su Ming didn't know all this. He glanced at the time and saw that it would take some time for the corn to mature. Su Ming also went to check out the other 3 acres of land. They were quite good, with fertile soil. However, Su Ming is not in a hurry to plant now. After the people from the construction company arrive, it will only take a few days to build the wall on the 3 acres of land. To be honest, I was used to growing things inside the walls, and suddenly there was no wall, so I felt a little uncomfortable. It feels like being stripped naked and being peeped at. I was sitting on a lounge chair basking in the sun, but less than 5 minutes later, there was a gentle knock on the door. Who is it? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Could this be a reporter interview? I don't seem to have the time to accept their interview. He walked to the door and opened it. Wow, Su Ming was shocked. There was a group of people standing at the door, but they were all wearing construction hats. Behind him were one large machine after another. The aisles beside were filled with one large truck after another, each loaded with materials. All the workers were looking at him eagerly, full of energy and enthusiasm. Standing in the front was a middle-aged man wearing a white hat and a flattering smile on his face. "Hello, Mr. Su. Let me introduce myself. I'm the owner of Cuihua Construction Company." Chapter 134, The Bustling Construction Site. "Ah, hello." Su Ming stretched out his hand, and the two shook hands. The boss almost cried. "I shook hands with Mr. Su. Oh my God, what an honor." "Don't worry, Mr. Su. Our construction team will build you a perfect fence in the shortest possible time to ensure your daily farming needs." The boss released his hands, patted his chest, and made a loud promise. Looking at these workers who seemed to be full of energy, Su Ming blinked his eyes. "What's going on? Did you also drink the stretch your legs and eyes pill? I just asked them to build a wall." Not only did the boss come in person, but everything was ready. It's not easy to collect so many things in such a short time. Su Ming had no idea that the boss called the construction site directly and asked everyone there to bring over all the best materials, because there happened to be a construction site where they were going to build a wall. Moreover, this factory is used by them themselves, so the quality of the fence is naturally good and the materials are all top-notch. That's why we can get everything shipped here in such a short time. Everything is ready and it's fast. It's okay, there's no rush. Su Ming smiled. No. The boss shook his head desperately. "Mr. Su, don't worry. We understand what you mean and we promise to complete the task as soon as possible." "No, did you misunderstand? I don't mean anything. I mean it literally. There is no other extended meaning. You're forcing yourself to understand." "What did you understand?" After the boss finished speaking, without waiting for Su Ming to speak, he waved his hand and all the workers went there with high spirits. Soon, work on the land next to them started in full swing. "Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. Please go ahead and do your thing." After saying that, the boss went to the construction site, picked up the hammer, and started digging the ground. Su Ming blinked. "Okay, whatever you want." After all, this boss is the boss of a construction company. He knew very well how much this building in the center was worth. He understood even more clearly how difficult it would be to demolish the building. But the so-called difficulty depends on money. When you have a lot of money, the difficulty is nothing. An entire building was demolished for dust prevention, as well as the underground garage and reinforced concrete foundation, and finally landfilled to restore it to arable land. According to the normal process, it will take at least half a month to complete. But the other party was like crazy and finished it in just one night. What does it mean? It means the powerful energy of customers. It means awesome. So this time the boss came in person. Not only does he have to do the work himself, but he also has to supervise the workers on the construction site. He also ordered that the wages of all workers on the construction site be tripled. Overtime is 5 times. He also hired a chef to build a small kitchen next to the construction site so that there would be meat at every meal. And it's the kind with more meat than vegetables. Eat whatever you want, however you want. It is necessary to ensure that the workers have strong physical strength. There is endless fighting spirit. Only under this circumstance can we ensure that the wall has no problems and is perfect. He also called the person in charge in the countryside. He has to give it his all. If he does a good job, he will be promoted to vice president of the company. At this time, Su Ming was sitting in a chair with his eyes closed. This gift was beyond his expectations. What surprised him even more was that the systems had actually merged. It was something he had never thought about before. He thought that if he started with 2 acres of land, it would always be 2 acres of land. I never thought that there was such a thing. During this period, Su Ming also went home. There were a lot of cultivated land passing by, and my household registration was in the village, and I also had a few acres of land under my name, but the system never made a prompt sound. This means that it is very likely that the 2 pieces of land can be merged. Nothing else works. If you look down, the place where Su Ming is basically a square, surrounded by 4 major roads in the front, back, left, and right. There is a vacant lot here in Su Ming, and there are 2 large trading companies behind it. Next to it is the Guoxing Building and the vacant land that was just purchased. Walking further to the side, there are several more buildings, and countless buildings form a square like this. Su Ming suddenly thought, what if he bought all the surrounding buildings? Then the area of this land will increase many times. Can they all be integrated? If that's the case, wouldn't it be? Su Ming had no real desire for money, so he thought about it this way. Should I earn more money and try to buy all the surrounding properties if all these can be integrated? Invincible. This time, Su Ming plans to plant crops separately, planting some vegetables and fruits here and some other things there. There were quite a few seeds, But this time Su Ming also called the shop owner and asked him to send some other things. Plant everything you can. Su Ming thought about it and decided that this piece of land had the perfect conditions for growth. So how about planting some coconut trees? Grow some fruits that are only found in the Western world. Or some chestnuts or something. In fact, Su Ming had the idea of growing fruits a long time ago. But everyone who has been to an orchard knows that the density of fruit trees is too low. 2 acres of land is not enough to plant many trees. But now it's different. There are 3 acres of land next to it out of nowhere. The 2 acres of land here can be used for normal planting, while you can plant whatever you want on the other side. Because everything Su Ming had planted before withered after he collected the fruits, including the cactus. Su Ming wanted to give it a try and see if planting fruit trees would cause them to disappear after one harvest. Will planting a fruit tree change the way it is grown? Can it be harvested multiple times? If this is true, then will the harvest be different each time? After all, the growth cycle of this land is very short. The growth period accounts for a large part of it. After it grows up, it actually doesn't take that long to bloom and bear fruit. Maybe you can harvest once every 1 or 2 days. Then you will be invincible. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. Looking at it this way, the land he had was still too little. If there is a little more, it will surround everything. There is another farm next to it. Raise some pigs, some sheep, some chickens, and some geese. If we raise more dairy cows, will the milk we squeeze out change? After all, this is a ranch system. You can farm or graze. But the land was too small before, and Su Ming only farmed and never thought about grazing. When there is enough land, maybe it will be possible. Su Ming, who originally wanted to live a retired life, suddenly had many more pursuits. It has to be said that the gift given by Wang Xue opened up a new world for Su Ming. Marvelous. Chapter 135. Why are you here again? The construction site is in full swing. Su Ming took a look and thought that if we calculated the time, the corn would be mature soon. The corn has already grown into ears, and they are long. When I went in, I saw that it had grown more than 2 meters tall. Su Ming vaguely remembers that his family was very poor when he was young. I will chop some corn because the last few sections of corn have a slightly sweet taste, similar to sugar cane. From the outside, this corn looks no different from normal corn. However, each cob of corn is wrapped very tightly, and the inside cannot be seen. Su Ming really felt a little more expectant. What could grow out of it? Just as Su Ming was thinking, a familiar figure flashed past the door. President Chun. President Chun rubbed his hands and walked in with an enthusiastic look on his face. Mr. Su is busy. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Why is this guy here? Didn't I tell him not to come today? President Chun, why are you here? Su Ming smiled and asked. President Chun was extremely nervous. I shouldn't have come today, but I came here rashly. I'm really afraid that Su Ming will be angry. That? President Chun stood at the door, rubbing his hands nervously. Mr. Su, I have some friends from Beijing who are here and want to buy some antique jade. I don't know much about this stuff, but I heard that you've been exposed to it. I wonder if it would be convenient for you. Oh, Su Ming was stunned for a moment. President Chun wants me to accompany him? No. President Chun shook his head desperately. What a man Mr. Su is. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not dare to let Mr. Su accompany someone else's guide. Is Mr. Su still single? President Chun suddenly gave a sly smile. There's a beautiful woman among the people traveling with us this time, and I've introduced your identity to them. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes. That's nothing. Su Ming smiled calmly. After what happened with Wang Xue, Su Ming doesn't have much thoughts about matters between men and women. And for Su Ming, as long as he has money and status, why would he be afraid of not having women? Su Ming is not a promiscuous person, nor is he a playboy who lives a life of debauchery. Appearance is important, but emotional compatibility is more important. Su Ming knew clearly that President Chun wanted to act as a matchmaker. But I don't have much interest in this matter. But at least President Chun has helped me so much, running around all the time. Besides, this time it was just a small request, and I didn't have anything else to do. All right. Su Ming nodded. I'll clean up first. Wait for me for a while. After Su Ming finished speaking, he returned to the villa and changed into a set of dry clothes that were a little more formal. Thank you, Mr. Su. President Chun couldn't help but be overjoyed. I feel so touched. Su Ming did not drive his own car, but got into President Chun's car. President Chun personally served as the driver. Along the way, President Chun was very careful and cautious, following the rules of driving. Soon we arrived at a place. When I got off the car, I saw that it was a 5-star hotel. There were 3 people standing at the door. In the center was a middle-aged man with a thin build but a noble temperament. Although he was dressed in ordinary clothes, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. 2 people followed behind him. The one on the left is a short, fat man with a corpulent figure, holding a paper fan that is swaying slightly in his hand. He squinted his eyes slightly, looking very honest. The one on the right is a girl who looks only 17 or 18 years old. She looks cute, like a porcelain doll, and exudes a clever and quirky spirit. I'm so sorry, Mr. Zhang, I'm late. President Chun hurried over and shook hands with the middle-aged man in the center. Mr. Zhang, this is the Mr. Su I mentioned to you. Oh, Zhang Tao was slightly stunned, and his eyes fell on Su Ming. President Chun had already given a rough introduction to Su Ming's situation. A young man controls a piece of land in the city center worth tens of billions of dollars. Instead of investing in business or doing anything else, you are farming there? This godlike operation was simply unbelievable to him. He called his friends in Beijing and did some research, and it seemed that there was no one named Su Ming among the major families in Beijing. Who is this guy? Hello, young man. My name is Zhang Tao. If you don't mind, you can just call me Uncle Zhang. Zhang Tao stretched out his hand with a smile. Su Ming smiled calmly, and the two shook hands. My name is Su Ming, Uncle Zhang. Just call me by my name. Good. Zhang Tao smiled and nodded. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su, it's too hot. Let's talk in the car. Good. Soon, an RV drove over from a distance, and several people got in one after another. I just didn't have time to introduce it. Zhang Tao smiled and pointed at the short, fat man next to him. This is my friend Li Tianhua, a veteran in the antique world. I came here to buy something this time, just to ask him to help me open my eyes. Li Tianhua is an introvert. He just smiled and nodded without saying anything. This is my daughter, Zhang Tongtong. I have spoiled her since she was a child. She has no respect for her parents. If she offends you later, Su Ming, you will have to bear the consequences. Zhang Tao smiled. Dad. Zhang Tongtong was immediately unhappy when she heard this. Her face darkened and her lips pouted. What are you talking about? I'm a very obedient person. Hello, Brother Su. Don't listen to my dad's nonsense. I'm a very good boy. Su Ming smiled. Looking at the girl's quirky and mischievous appearance, I knew that what Zhang Tao said was absolutely true. After introducing each other, Zhang Tao started talking about the real business. My elder is about to celebrate his 80th birthday. The old man has loved antiques and jade all his life. I came to your place on a business trip this time, and I was so busy running around that I accidentally forgot the date. I just remembered it now, and I have to go back in a few days. It would be too late to buy it elsewhere now. The main reason is that I heard there's a place in Donghai City that sells antique jade, which is very famous. I came here to take a look. If it works, I'll get one here. I heard from Xiao Chen that you, Su Ming, have made some achievements in the antique jade business. I would like to ask you for help. Is it too much trouble for you? Zhang Tao is indeed a smart guy, and he makes people feel comfortable when he speaks. That's nothing. Su Mingdao said. It's just that President Chun is exaggerating a bit. I'm not very involved in this matter, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you. The boy is too modest. Zhang Tao laughed. Su Ming didn't take it seriously. This was just traditional business mutual praise. Su Ming had been to the antique and jade city before. He also killed a large group of gray-haired old men in seconds. The legend about Su Ming is still circulating today. Chapter 136 Antique Shop. Mr. Zhang, are you planning to buy a finished jade piece or have a piece of stone cut? President Chun asked from the side. The jade industry is very complicated. In the past, there were not many people working in the jade industry, and they were all insiders. However, as people's living conditions became better and better and their pursuits became more and more, this industry soon became prosperous. When things are going well, there will inevitably be undercurrents, and more people will commit fraud. There are many things that are so fake that an expert can tell they are fake at a glance, but an outsider cannot tell the difference. Finished jade is naturally cut or dug out of stone. You can see the materials and everything else. It was carved by everyone. The value is there. Of course, there are many types of jade. Each one is different, and the most expensive one is the emerald imperial green level. Another method is stone cutting. Some are raw stones that have not been cut at all. One of these things depends on eyesight, and the other one can be said to rely on luck in most cases. The other one has a skylight. Cut out a small corner. Reveal what's inside. The quality of the cut products that are sold with the skylight open must be good. But this kind of thing also carries great risks. Because in some cases, only a small piece is cut out, and if you cut further, it will either be stone or of extremely poor quality. Many people become rich overnight, but many people also become poor overnight and lose all their family assets. So the jade industry is very complicated. Finding a perfect jadeite is not easy, but if it is really found, even if it is carved into the simplest object, it will be extremely valuable. Of course, for those who like him, the value is naturally extremely high, But for those who don't like him, it is just a drizzle. It's not as good looking as glass. Let's see what happens. Zhang Tao thought for a moment and said, if it's good, I can buy a finished product. But if it's just stone and carving, I'm afraid it will be too late. President Chen nodded. But I heard a batch of rough diamonds from abroad arrived a while ago. Would you like to cut 1 or 2 for fun? Can I cut it? Zhang Tongtong was immediately interested when she heard it. I want to join. You girl. Zhang Tao touched his daughter's head lovingly. Zhang Tao is in his 50s and his daughter is younger, but she is only 20 years old. It can be considered as having a child in old age. Naturally very doting. The few of them chatted and soon arrived at the place. Although Su Ming had been here last time, he did not go in. This time he had a good opportunity to take a closer look. President Chen is quite familiar with this place and is quite familiar with it. Li Tianhua is a dull person by nature. Follow President Chen and walk around. Go to some famous shops to look at some things, ask some questions, and when you get tired, listen to some music and drink a cup of tea. Zhang Tongtong is a little elf. She is beautiful and has a good personality. She is about the same age as Su Ming. She keeps chattering around Su Ming. 2 hours passed quickly. He visited many stores, but few things caught Zhang Tao's eye. Either the quality is average or it is fake. However, Zhang Tao did make some preparations after all and decided on a few things in his mind. An ivory fan, a jade ruby with very good water quality, and an inkstone. The trade in ivory is now illegal, and the ivory available on the market is all handed down from the past. This ivory fan is very rare and worth a lot, more than 3 million. In fact, the price shouldn't be so low. It just has some minor flaws, with 2 cracks on 2 of the fan blades. The quality of this jade is quite good, but it has some impurities. Inkstone, that's about it. This also made Su Ming realize that the antique business was really profitable. Because many things are picked up at bargain prices from the countryside or other places, the prices are not high, but they increase by hundreds of times once they are resold. It is not an exaggeration to say that if you don't open for 3 years, you can make enough money to last for 3 years after you open. I didn't eat much at noon, and now I'm really hungry. Zhang Tao stopped. He was busy in meetings in the morning and had a quick lunch with his daughter and Li Tianhua. I'm really a little hungry after walking and stopping all this time. President Chen quickly found a restaurant he had been to before, and the food was very good. Su Ming came in and took a closer look. Wow. The location of this store is good, not much different from my own land. Both are in the center. The highest floor is on the 3rd floor, and the whole room is filled with mahogany furniture. It is polished to a gleaming shine, and the moment you walk in you can see the ancient charm. The waiters in the store are all tall and beautiful women. People feel comfortable at first sight. After all, this is also an antique city, and many people who come here to buy things are swindlers. But there are naturally a lot of rich people here. If you don't have much money in your pocket, how dare you come to this place to play? Although Su Ming is considered a rich man, he rarely enjoys the pleasures of being rich. Now it's no wonder that everyone wants to be rich. This is enjoyment. The 5 of them sat down separately and ordered 6 dishes, with a portion of rice for each person. Zhang Tao is old and doesn't have a big appetite. In addition, he hasn't had much appetite recently, so he doesn't eat much. It makes sense that Li Tianhua has grown so fat. He eats a lot. Su Ming was not a pretentious person. He was busy all day and did not eat lunch. He ate 3 bowls of rice. Zhang Tao was watching from the side, feeling extremely envious. He thought that when he was young, he could eat more than Su Ming. He really missed it. Zhang Tongtong usually strictly controls her diet to maintain her figure, but after seeing Su Ming eat so happily, she really couldn't help it and ate a bowl of rice as well. After sitting here for a while and drinking some tea, a few people strolled downstairs. Just as I reached the door of the building, a middle-aged man with a box in his hand walked over with his eyes shining. Hey, isn't this President Chen? Are you here to shop again? President Chen laughed heartily. Yes and no. This time I'm here with Mr. Zhang from Beijing to look at something. He's planning to buy a gift for his elder's birthday. Oh, Boss Xue was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Tao with a smile. Mr. Zhang, I wonder what gift you are planning to buy? I happen to have a few pure treasures here. Would you like to do me the honor of coming to take a look? Sure. It doesn't matter where to go. Zhang Tao didn't refuse. On the way, President Chen introduced Mr. Xue. Boss Xue has a fairly large shop called Guoxing. I also have a few handy treasures in my hands. President Chen had bought a few things from him before, and they were friends. Chapter 137 Good Stuff. Boss Xue led the way, and the group of 6 quickly arrived at the destination. However, there were a lot of people here, so Boss Xue took them through the back door and went directly to the 3rd floor through a small staircase next to it. There are many people selling goods on the 1st and 2nd floors, so it is a bit noisy. But the third floor is much quieter. The third floor is equivalent to a series of private rooms. There are only 4 fully enclosed ones in total. Everyone is smart and knows that these private rooms are used to trade particularly valuable treasures. Boss Xu took them into a private room, and when they opened it, they saw that it was quite large. There are bookshelves all around filled with books, and a round sofa in the middle. There is a coffee table next to it with tea brewing on it, and a Tonglu teacup burning sandalwood in the middle. The walls are covered with calligraphy and paintings by famous people. Li Tianque just took a glance, and then looked away. If it wasn't real, it must be fake. It must be fake. Who would put a real one on the wall, unless it is in their own home? Anyone who dares to put it in such a store would be crazy, right? Boss Xu, we won't hide anything. Let's skip the polite words. You must have some merchandise ready for us to see since you invited us here. President Chen smiled and said, Okay, no problem. Please wait a moment. Boss Xu left and went out to call a waiter to come in and make tea for them. Boss Xu is quite a character. He has quite a few treasures. I heard he got some more goodies a while ago. He must have gone to his office. I heard there's a safe in his office. It was custom-made overseas and cost several million. All the treasures are in it. President Chen introduced with a smile. President Chen and Zhang Tao were chatting happily, while Li Tianque kept his head down and pondered the table, which was made of fine Wangwali wood. Zhang Tongtong and Su Ming lowered their heads and whispered to each other. Zhang Tao was delighted. He thought his daughter was no longer a child, and it was time for her to find a boyfriend. Su Ming had no idea that he was just accompanying President Chen for a walk and a stroll, but he accidentally became a very satisfactory son-in-law. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the door opened and Boss Xu walked over with a smile, holding a few boxes. I know you're sending a gift to an elder, so you definitely can't ask for ordinary things. I have a few things here, please take a look. As Boss Xu opened the first box, he found a calligraphy and painting. A few people lowered their heads and took a closer look. Wow, it was Tang Boha's. Boss Xu, you're quite capable. You can even get Tang Boha's paintings. President Chen was shocked. Tang Boha's things were of great value in the market, but the key was that they were basically out of stock because anyone who could find them had already been taken. Nothing is absolute. This is something I received accidentally in the countryside. Boss Xu said happily, but judging by the technique, this must have been painted by Tang Bohu when he was a child. His brushwork isn't that mature yet. Li Tianque came immediately and looked carefully with his head down. President Chen and Zhang Tao also looked up. Zhang Tongtong obviously had no interest in this thing. He stared at the other boxes with some boredom. It's true that the stuff is good. Li Tianque looked at it carefully for a long time before nodding. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. At least he had a more satisfactory alternative answer today. Only, Li Tianque hesitated for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, there used to be a large stain on the lower right corner. It was later scraped clean by an expert and then repaired. If it weren't for this stain, the value would be much higher. Now the value is. Boss Xu was stunned. He didn't expect that this was a master. This brother is really amazing. His eyesight is indeed extraordinary. This thing was indeed dirty before. Boss Xu did not deny it, but admitted it readily. If you can't recognize it, then you deserve it. If you recognize it, I will agree. Anyway, I have nothing to lose. When Zhang Tao heard this, a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. The old man has been in this business all his life. He has been playing with antiques and jade for decades and has a very sharp eye. I'm afraid he can't be fooled. That won't do. Let's look at this. Boss Xu laughed, took the small box next to him, and opened it. It turned out to be a bead. They are not small in size, and the main thing is that they are a pair. This is... Li Tianque perked up at the sight, carefully put on his gloves, and took a closer look at the pearls. Are these a pair of night-shining pearls? It's a nice thing, but my old man doesn't like this kind of handheld toys. Zhang Tao shook his head and vetoed it. It's okay, don't worry, I still have some good stuff here. As he spoke, Zhang Tao took the last box mysteriously and opened it gently. It turned out to be a small wine cup. This is... Li Tianque's eyes lit up when he saw it. This thing has been lost. This small wine cup is made of ceramic. However, the firing technique has long been lost. Because this ceramic is as thin as a cicada's wing and will break with the slightest touch, in ancient times, it was something only royal nobles could have. The requirements for the production process are quite high. Just 100 years ago, in that dark history, the person who possessed this craft burned it to prevent it from being leaked, and he also committed suicide. All the collections in his home were smashed to pieces. This thing has been lost since then. There are very few such ceramics on the market, and each one is priced at a sky-high price. The wine cup is not big in size, so the price is not outrageously high, but not too low either. This time, Li Tianqua didn't dare to touch it with his hands, but picked up the box and looked at it carefully. Good stuff. Boss Xu, we are here with sincerity this time. Just state the number. President Chen smiled and said. Boss Xu smiled calmly and slowly stretched out a hand with 4 fingers. 4 numbers. President Chen was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhang Tao. After seeing this thing, Zhang Tao looked at Li Tianqua. If this thing is real, 4 numbers would work. Li Tianqua looked at it very carefully this time. He looked at it for half an hour before putting it down and nodding. Su Ming sighed secretly on the side. 4 fingers should be 40 million. 40 million. If all were converted into gold, how many could be made? Although I don't know much about this industry, I have always seen it in the news. Blue and white porcelain is already very expensive, let alone the top-grade blue and white porcelain made with this lost craftsmanship. It's normal to auction it for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. 10 years ago, there was an auction that caused a sensation in the country. A royal blue and white porcelain bowl was sold at a sky-high price of 350 million yuan. Chapter 138, is it fake? That was 10 years ago. I'm afraid the price would be even higher now with inflation. Boss Xu, what's the origin of this thing? Don't worry, it's clean. I can only say that I got this from a friend of mine. This guy took some money from me, but couldn't pay it back. The company had some problems, so he sold this to me. I'm not lying. He sold it to me for 20 million. If he were to tell someone else, Boss Xu would definitely not tell the truth. But we are all smart people, and those who do big business know that buying price and selling price are 2 different things. The big guys in the antique business pay attention to the origin of the items. In fact, it's the same with people. Background is very important. The treasures that were used by the royal family and passed down are naturally of great value. But if you found it from a tomb robber or it has unknown origins, then its value will be discounted. Especially if you hold this thing in your hand, it will have great potential for appreciation and will only become more and more expensive. It will definitely not fall in value. This thing is really quite good, and it's Changhua porcelain. The firing technique is very mature. You can tell that the person who fired this thing is definitely a master. The body is extremely thin and can transmit light, and the glaze on the surface is very thick. Most importantly, such a lost item has been preserved so well. There is no flaw at all. It is simply a miracle. Look at the painting above. It should be a painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. It should be something used by the royal family, most likely for the queen. There may have been a minor problem during firing, resulting in the red not being particularly bright, but now it seems to have become a wonderful touch. Li Tianqua is a man of few words, but when he encounters something like this, he will talk nonstop. Su Ming was sitting on the side, and after hearing this, he didn't quite understand. What Li Tianqua said was very pertinent, and everything he said was true. After all, this job is different from other jobs. You can't belittle others as worthless. If you do that, they would have kicked you out long ago. I won't sell it no matter how much money you offer. There's no shortage of buyers like you in the world. For people in this line of work, the treasure in their hands is their child. Who can tolerate you calling my child a bully to elevate yourself? Mr. Li is indeed an expert. What he said is correct, absolutely correct. Boss Xu nodded, and it seemed that the deal was basically done. If that's okay, then let's talk about the price. President Chen said on the side. President Chen, this is a very realistic price. To be honest, if someone else came, I would definitely increase the price. Because you are my old friend, I also want to recognize you as my friends, so I lowered the price a bit. After saying that, Boss Xu opened a folder from the side, which was full of photos. If you look closely, you will see that they are all real masters in the appreciation industry taking photos with these things. I have to say this thing is really pretty good. You know what? Boss Xu is really an experienced man, and he has prepared quite a lot of things. With these photos and proof, the price can only go up. It is absolutely impossible to lower it. Zhang Tao was quite satisfied. The old man has always been very fond of blue and white porcelain. Such a thing is a treasure that has long been lost. The old man will definitely be very happy. For Zhang Tao, tens of millions is just a small number. Well, let's not waste any more time talking. If I can, I'll just take this thing. Zhang Tao said with a smile. Boss Xu, give me a bottom price. This way I'll give you 5 million less. Boss Xu thought about it carefully and said, 3,500. You take it. There is a reason why Boss Xu was willing to spend the 5 million. One reason was President Chen. President Chen was the president of the largest local bank, and he knew this very well. After this deal, he would definitely think of himself first when President Chen came up with any other business, and the future profits would far exceed 5 million. Secondly, he could also see that Zhang Tao was definitely not an ordinary person. People in Beijing could spend tens of millions of dollars as if it were a piece of cake. And it can be seen that the old man and their family likes this thing very much. He buys something for his birthday every year. He only hopes to make a lot of money from this one business. It seems that he has lost 5 million, but in fact it is an investment for his future. If you get to know a big shot in Beijing, your own clients will gradually infiltrate into Beijing, and this business will only make money and not lose money. When Zhang Tao heard that the other party had directly cut the price by 1/8, he thought it was pretty good. The matter was settled, but there was no rush to pay and leave. The two parties just chatted as they had just met. Su Ming and Zhang Tongtong were chatting happily. They were of similar age, and Su Ming would not refuse to chat with a beautiful woman. Just as there was some free time, Zhang Tongtong took the thing and looked at it carefully with a magnifying glass. After looking at it for a long time without being able to figure out what it was, he gave the thing to Su Ming. Su Ming came here today just to serve as a foil. I wasn't prepared to say or do anything. When I saw Zhang Tongtong bring the things over, I couldn't help but start a scan. Blue and white porcelain, fake bottom of the cup, value, 500,000. The scanning system is very user-friendly and will scan out the most valuable things. Su Ming was stunned after reading it. He blinked, somewhat unable to believe it. He widened his eyes and looked carefully for a long time. You have to know that it is impossible for the system to go wrong. This means that this item worth 35 million is fake. Looking up, Su Ming saw a few people chatting happily. He then lowered his gaze again, pulled over the magnifying glass, and took a closer look. I actually found a few extremely tiny cracks at the bottom that were almost invisible. Are you blinded? 3 words popped up in Su Ming's mind. Li Tianque was specially invited by Zhang Tao. According to President Chen's introduction, he is a person with very sharp eyesight in this industry. Even Li Tianque couldn't tell that it was fake. He looked at Boss Zhu again and found that Boss Zhu looked normal, laughing heartily along with the topic without any trickery. Could it be that Boss Zhu is also unaware of this? After all, even Li Tianque didn't see it, so it's normal that Boss Zhu couldn't see it either. Or is it that Li Tianque and Boss Zhu were originally in the same group and joined forces to cheat people? The possibility is very low, because Li Tianque is from Beijing and should have never been here before. Besides, the reason I came here is because of President Chen. Su Ming took the thing carefully and took a closer look. The scanning system was turned on again, and this time it very considerately showed Su Ming the crack, which just formed a circle. The bottom is fake. Su Ming blinked his eyes. It was a fact that was set in stone. Chapter 139, it's really fake. This is a master. Su Ming couldn't help but marvel in his heart. The forgery was so perfect that it could even be hidden from Boss Zhu and Li Tianque. It has long been rumored that there is a group of experts in the market who specialize in counterfeiting. These people have existed for more than 100 years and have been hiding among the people until today. Those so-called fluorescent powders are just the most basic means. A true master can fake things so perfectly that it is difficult to detect. For example, this blue and white porcelain bowl. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't find any flaws. If it weren't for the scanner, Su Ming really wouldn't have been able to find any clues. The rim of the bowl is real, but the base is fake. However, this base also has an extraordinary origin and is very expensive. It is very likely that the two were one, but were broken for some reason and then filled in by a master. Even if the two were once one, as long as they are broken, the price will inevitably be greatly reduced. At this time, Zhang Tao and Boss Zhu had already shaken hands and were ready to transfer the money. Su Ming blinked. Wait a moment. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent and turned to look at Su Ming. President Chen hesitated for a moment, then asked, Mr. Su, what are you doing? To be honest, Su Ming didn't want to get involved in this mess. But Zhang Tao is a good person, and this thing is not cheap, more than 30 million. That's right, I haven't been in the antiques industry for long. I know a little bit about this stuff, but I feel like there's something wrong with the base of this blue and white porcelain bowl. Would you like to take a closer look? Su Ming considered his words for a moment and then spoke. Oh, after saying this, everyone around was stunned and looked at each other. Li Tianque and Zhang Tao frowned slightly and reached out to take the things. Boss Zhu's expression also changed, and he became extremely nervous. No way, is there really something wrong with this thing? If this deal is successful, he can earn more than 10 million and make a friend. But if something goes wrong with this deal, it doesn't matter whether he makes money or not, but his reputation will be completely ruined and may even be infamous. Li Tianque's eyes were almost blinded as he looked at it bit by bit with a magnifying glass. But I can't find any problem. Su Ming sighed. You can see there seems to be a little gap where the base meets the bowl. Su Ming couldn't help but say, no. Li Tianque was stunned for a moment. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like it exists. Mr. Su, President Chen was also a little dazed. He knew that Su Ming was not someone who would say such things for no reason. It sounds like he is confident when he says it, but even Li Tianhua, a veteran in this field, can't see it. What is going on? Su Ming, stop hiding it and just say it directly. Zhang Tao smiled faintly and said, this gift was for the elders in the family. It was of the utmost importance, and no mistakes could be made, and he would not allow any mistakes to occur. Then I'll be honest. I have a feeling that the base and the sides of this bowl were previously broken and then glued together. Su Ming said. Ha! Hearing this, Boss Zhu burst into laughter. Don't make a fuss, little brother. I've had everyone appraise this item, so there's no way it can be faulty. Look, there's even a photo, signature, and certificate of authenticity on it. Besides, how could I possibly fool President Chun with a fake item? I'm just saying. Su Ming shrugged indifferently. I've already said this much. If you don't believe me, don't blame me if you suffer any loss. Boss Zhu felt a little unhappy. The money was about to be transferred, and you suddenly said this. Aren't you disrupting my business? Zhang Tao looked pensive. Zhang Tongtong was very clever. Dad, this place is so big. How about we go shopping? Giving gifts always requires good luck, especially when it is a gift to an elder in the family for his 80th birthday. If everything goes smoothly when buying this thing, there won't be any problems. But if there are any setbacks when buying something, then it just tastes a bit wrong. It's unlucky. Seeing Zhang Tao about to leave, Boss Zhu was very angry. You're such a jerk, you always say one thing and then another. Not only did it ruin my business, but it also made me lose an important friend. I have no grudge against you in the past or in the present, so why are you trying to trick me like this? President Chun, we're old acquaintances. You know my business reputation. How could this be fake? Boss Zhu was a little anxious and looked at President Chun. President Chun blinked, looked at Zhang Tao, then at Su Ming, and finally at Boss Zhu. He just shook his head and said nothing. Old Zhu, it's not that I don't want to help you. I can't afford to offend either of these two people here. One is a friend of the president of the Beijing branch, and the other is Mr. Su, who has a mysterious and powerful background. Even if you give me 100 courage, I wouldn't dare to offend you. Besides, you don't know Mr. Su. It's impossible for him to harm you for no reason. There must be a reason for what you said. Li Tianhua was watching with a magnifying glass. After Su Ming said this, he had doubts in his mind. No matter how I look at it, I feel that something is not right about this thing. I have an indescribable feeling. Boss Zhu finished reading it. The duck leg was already in my mouth, just one last bite away, but the duck flew away. Little brother, look at you. You've ruined a good deal. Boss Zhu couldn't help but complain when he saw Su Ming. Su Ming was shocked when he heard this. What's the matter? Are you questioning me, young Master Su? Are you kidding? Am I the kind of person who would wrongly accuse others for no reason? How about this, Boss Zhu? Let's make a bet. If this thing is fake, how are you going to compensate me? When Boss Zhu heard what he said, he realized that he couldn't bear it anymore. Little brother, if you can prove that this thing of mine is fake, no problem, you can take anything else from our store. But if this thing is real, I've suffered a huge loss today. How are you going to compensate me? Su Ming smiled faintly. How can I compensate you? 10 times the compensation. After saying that, Su Ming suddenly stretched out his big hand, grabbed the bowl in front of everyone's stunned gaze, and then gently put it on the table. Bang! Crack! Accompanied by a crash and the crisp sound of the bowl breaking. This is a precious and lost ceramic bowl, which broke in an instant. Before anyone could exclaim in surprise, they suddenly discovered that the bottom of the blue and white porcelain bowl was intact, with marks on the edge clearly visible. You can't see it when it's glued on, but once you break it off you can find the chemicals inside. Everyone was shocked. It's fake. It's really fucking fake. Oh my god. What Su Ming just said turned out to be true. This thing is really fake. Chapter 140 Good Gift. Boss Zhu was originally angry, but after seeing this scene, it was as if a spring was installed under his butt, and he stood up immediately. Li Tianhua grabbed the thing without saying a word, looked at it carefully for a long time, and sighed. Little brother, you are really awesome. Li Tianhua's words basically nailed the matter down. In fact, they all understood it in their hearts without Li Tianhua saying anything. After all, I have been working in the antique street for so many years, how could I not see this? Boss Zhu was almost crying. How can you say that? I originally thought I could make some money and make some friends, but now I've fallen into a pit and can't get out. Zhang Tao was also shocked. After all, he is a big shot in the capital, with a high position and power. He is the kind of person who can remain calm even when faced with a huge crisis, but he is still a little shocked. This method of counterfeiting can be said to have reached the pinnacle, but it was still discovered by a young man. They really have lived in vain. I have to say that the person who forged it is very smart. Because this bowl is very thin and fragile, it is generally not held in the palm of your hand to play with it, let alone bumped. So the glue he used didn't stick that well. As long as it remains physically intact, that's all that matters. I'm afraid the person who lied didn't expect that he would be knocked down by a young man today. To be honest, Zhang Tao was still a little scared. If I buy this thing today and lose some money, it's not a big deal, just tens of millions. But if this thing falls into the hands of the old man and is discovered by him, then it will be over. President Chen's face darkened. Zhang Tao was able to do business with Boss Zhu today because of his own face, and Mr. Su also came along. As a result, Boss Zhu came up with this thing to fool people. Aren't you embarrassing me? You're making me lose face. President Chen fixed his gaze on Boss Zhu. Boss Zhu, we're old acquaintances. Tell me what's going on. Boss Zhu stood there, his hands trembling, his face pale, and he kept stamping his feet. President Chen, I'm so wronged. I really didn't know this thing was fake. It's over. I've lost a lot this time. Boss Zhu felt so weak that he almost fainted. Boss Zhu, if you made a mistake, that's your problem. We came to buy things from you today because we saw your sign. Mr. Zhang is a big shot from the capital. He just said that the item he bought was for an elder's birthday. If the elders found out about this, it would cause Mr. Zhang a lot of trouble. President Chen said with a cold look. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Boss Zhu hurriedly said, President Chen, you know me well. I wouldn't dare do this kind of business even if you kill me. I can cheat others, but I can't cheat you. Everyone heard it. It can be basically confirmed that Boss Zhu was indeed cheated without knowing it. Okay, let's go. Without saying a word, he walked out with an expressionless face, and everyone followed him. Boss Zhu sat in the private room in a daze and refused to see me off. This thing was bought back at a cost of 20 million. Not only did he lose such a huge sum of money, but he also offended President Chen. If this matter gets out, my reputation will be ruined. After everyone went downstairs and stood at the entrance of the main street, it was already getting dark. Oh, forget it. Zhang Tao sighed and shook his head. I'd better go back to Beijing to buy it. Mr. Zhang, I'm so sorry to trouble you today. President Chen said this very embarrassedly. Nothing. Zhang Tao smiled, patted President Chen on the shoulder, and his eyes fell on Su Ming. Little brother, your eyesight is really good. If it weren't for you, I would have been cheated today. Li Tianhua also laughed and said, I thought I was pretty good, but compared to this guy, I'm so much worse. Everyone burst into laughter, and the unpleasantness just now was finally gone. Arrived at the parking lot and drove away directly. After saying goodbye to Zhang Tao, Su Ming and Zhang Tongtong left each other their contact information and went back. President Chen originally wanted to follow Su Ming to do some work in the fields. But after hesitating for a long time, he didn't open his mouth. After all, they said that I was not allowed to come today. He could only return home with endless regrets, while Su Ming returned to the fields. As soon as I got there and took a closer look, wow. The workers at this construction site are building really fast. The outline of the wall has already taken shape. At this speed, the work can be completed within 2 days. However, Su Ming discovered that there was another small piece of open space under construction in front of this piece of open space. The workers were working hard, and Su Ming didn't think much about it. They were probably doing municipal planning, and it had nothing to do with him. However, just as he walked into the yard, the sound of a car was heard at the door. Su Ming looked back and saw a black car parked at the door. Why does this car look familiar? Just as Su Ming was thinking, the car door opened. Wang Xue got out of the car. Mr. Su. Wang Xue walked over with a smile. Mr. Wang. Why was Su Ming stunned for a moment? You're not going to come over and knock on some more balls, are you? It's not Chinese New Year now, so I don't have any red envelopes. Hey. Wang Xue chuckled, and Su Ming got goosebumps all over his body. You old glass. I'm not interested in men. Mr. Su, I heard that you built an underground garage that can hold hundreds of cars. I guess it must be a hassle for you to refuel. So, I took the liberty of building a gas station next to your vacant lot. Don't worry, this gas station is only for your use. Wang Xue took out a gas card from his pocket and said, Please accept it. Su Ming was stunned for a moment and blinked. Wow, no wonder he is the chairman of Angel Group. His position is really high. Do you think fuel cards are expensive? To be honest, it's neither expensive nor not expensive. It depends on who you are. For someone of Su Ming's status, this thing is actually a very average value. Because Su Ming is not short of money, he can afford to fill up as much gas as he wants. But the key is inconvenience. This gift touches my heart. Also, I know you're not short of money, but you're always on the go, which can be inconvenient sometimes. This card is the Business Alliance's Supreme VIP card. I applied to the Business Alliance using your name. As long as it's a hotel or shopping mall in the Business Alliance, you can enjoy huge discounts and the most distinguished service. Wang Xue took out another black card and put it in Su Ming's hand. This is another very affordable gift that touches the heart. Wang Xue is awesome. He is worthy of being called that. The skill of giving gifts and flattering people is better than that of President Chen. This realm is invincible. To be honest, this gift is not very noble, but it is extremely useful. Chapter 141, Fighting with President Chen for a Job. Wang Xue knew that Su Ming was not short of money, so give something that is more practical. The old man racked his brains for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, so he got anxious and summoned all the company executives. The company's employees were all confused. What's going on? Is something serious going to happen? All senior company executives must be present, and even those on business trips require a video connection. This situation is very rare. Because Wang Xue doesn't like holding meetings, he only holds meetings with the department that needs him. This kind of conference only happens very rarely, and each one is a major company event. They were just guessing. If they had gone in, they would have been stunned to find out that the company's top executives were only discussing one topic. Give gifts. It's very difficult to give this thing easily and skillfully to the heart of the person. Later, an employee said that it might be a hassle for Su Ming to refuel so many cars. When Wang Xue heard this, he slammed the table and immediately sent someone to buy a small piece of vacant land nearby and build a gas station on it. Building a gas station is difficult. Having connections requires background and requires particularly strict review. But who is Wang Xue? It was approved after a few phone calls. But you have to find a reason to give a gift. Because he had cured his mother's illness before, Wang Xue had donated 3 acres of land to someone else. This gift can't be given for no reason, right? He thought about it and realized that Su Ming had just finished building the villa 2 days ago, so it was a perfect time for him to celebrate moving into a new house. So he hurriedly applied for it. Then he hurried over and handed the gas card to Su Ming, which was still warm. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I have to say that this gift of yours has just alleviated my urgent need. Su Ming smiled faintly. Wang Xue almost cried when he heard this. His efforts were not in vain. It seems that I should listen to more opinions from everyone in the future. Look at how clever this gift is. Can ordinary people give such an awesome gift? Wang Xue blinked and looked around. Oh, when I was young, I also came from the countryside. My parents raised me by farming. I haven't felt the sensation of farming in all these years. Mr. Su, you must let me experience it no matter what you do. When Su Ming heard this, he felt it was so familiar. It turns out that you and President Chen are from the same family. You two are not from the same village, right? Before Su Ming could say anything, Wang Xue took off his suit and leather shoes, picked up the bucket, and started watering and weeding. He works efficiently and effectively, even faster than President Chen. Su Ming was stunned watching from the side. Didn't you collude with President Chen? Why does it look so suspicious? You two look so similar in your movements. Following Wang Xue was his secretary. Seeing that Wang Xue was going to work in the fields, he also prepared to go to work. Just stand there. Wang Xue got anxious at that time. This is my chance to perform. Why are you interfering? Aren't you just disrupting the situation? Go back quickly. I'll take a taxi back later and leave quickly. The secretary was stunned for a moment, blinked, and said okay. He has been with Wang Xue for a long time, and he knows very well that Wang Xue wants to do this style. This person has always been a man of his word, but today he acted like a concubine vying for favor in front of Su Ming. Well, go ahead and win my favor slowly. I went home to eat. Mr. Su, please go back and rest. Leave this matter to me. Seeing Su Ming standing there in a daze, Wang Xue spoke hurriedly. Su Ming stood there in a daze, and finally could only sigh helplessly. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Su Ming returned to the house and went to explore the Summoner's Rift. Wang Xue was full of energy, weeding, watering, and fertilizing. Then he swept the entire aisle clean and wiped some of Su Ming's farm vehicles very clean, leaving no trace of dirt on the tires. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Wang Xue was so tired that he was out of breath, but he was extremely proud. Look how efficiently I work. I am old. My health is not as good as before. I usually live a life of luxury and seldom move. It seems it's time to exercise more to strengthen my muscles and bones. Poor President Chen, who knew that a new competitor would appear invisibly. If President Chen came and saw him, he would definitely curse. You shameless old thief. It's so abominable that you are competing with us for favor. Wang Xue stood at the door of the villa and gently pressed the doorbell. Su Ming opened the door, and Wang Xue smiled hurriedly. Mr. Su, I have almost finished my work. It's so late, I won't disturb you to rest. I will go back first. Then I'll see you off. No, 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 you take a rest. After saying this, Wang Xue ran away. Su Ming stood there, sighed, and shook his head. President Chun was not satisfied, so Wang Xue came, and anyone else came to play mahjong in his place. Su Ming walked away and checked the time. The corn was about to mature. When I arrived at the construction site, I found that the whole site was brightly lit and the workers were full of energy. The boss doesn't even wear a hat and works hard. There were several workers lying on the ground next to them, snoring loudly. It seems that he is the one on duty. He lies on the ground and takes a nap because he is tired. After reading it, Su Ming frowned slightly and felt a little distressed. We are all human beings, raised by our parents. Even though it is summer, the ground is cold. It is easy to get into trouble if you sleep like this. Su Ming felt a little guilty. Su Ming provided food for the people who had built a villa for him and booked a hotel for them to rest. We can't favor one over the other. Thinking of this, Su Ming walked over. Oh, it's Mr. Su. The boss came forward hurriedly after seeing Su Ming. Don't worry, Mr. Su. At the current construction speed, we guarantee that the project will be completed within 2 days and won't delay your use. And you see, your 2 plots of land are adjacent to each other. I opened a door where your thatched hut used to be. You can drive your farm vehicle directly in without any delay. Su Ming nodded. This was a very thoughtful consideration. I'm not in a hurry about this wall. You don't have to work so hard. Your health is important. Don't overwork yourself. I've booked a hotel for you. Go and get some rest. Su Ming took out his cell phone and showed it to his boss, showing him the hotel he had booked. Although it is not a 5-star hotel, it is definitely not bad. It costs several hundred yuan a night, and it is a standard room with 2 people staying in one room. It has a computer, a TV, air conditioning, and independent bathroom. It's not that Su Ming is reluctant to spend the money, but because this hotel is the closest and the best. This. Chapter 142 Corn Ripening. Su Ming knew these people too well. If he booked a 5-star hotel that was far away from here, they would definitely sneak around and not stay there, because it delays work. So I chose a hotel with a very nice environment which is only about 100 meters away from here. Mr. Su, The boss' fingers were shaking as he held the phone, and he was so moved that tears streamed down his face. Otherwise, why do people say that people are rich and capable? Look at the level of others' conduct. Look at those Zhou Paobi. He is far inferior to Mr. Su. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I've already ordered food for you. After you've eaten and drunk enough, go and rest. No one's body is made of iron. I can't let you wear yourself out just because I'm building a wall. Su Ming patted his boss's shoulder. The employees around widened their eyes after hearing this. Oh my God, this is the first time I've encountered such a thing. The employer booked a hotel for them, and it costs 500 or 600 yuan a night. Such a nice hotel for us to stay in. Oh my God, when we work for those people, they want us to work 24 hours a day without eating or drinking. This is the difference between people. Mr. Su is really great. We are grassroots workers, and others don't even like to look at us. But Mr. Su gives us food and a place to live. No, I have to work overtime and finish the wall as soon as possible. Mr. Su, forget about this hotel. Don't worry, we understand your intentions, and we will definitely work hard. Although the workers around were very tired, they were now as passionate as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They are construction workers and are at the bottom of society. He is usually covered in dust and does the heaviest physical work. They don't care about their health at all when they work, and they are actually overdrawing their lives. The most important thing is to make money every day you live. They have worked for many people, and those people really wish they would not rest or eat, but just work hard at a very fast speed. When we are away from home, we usually stay in dormitories. Dozens of people live in one room, and the environment is dirty, messy, and poor. When staying in a small hotel, look for one that is extremely cheap. If not, just find a place to sleep for the night. Normally, even people sitting in the car stay away from them for fear of getting them dirty. This was the first time they had seen an employer as kind as Su Ming. Why are you still staying in a shitty hotel and eating shitty food? Get to work. Su Ming stood there for a long time, feeling helpless. He said, "Good man, I really want you to rest, not to get excited." Su Ming shook his head helplessly. "I've already ordered everything, and the takeout is on the way. As for the hotel, I can't refund it anymore. If you don't go, my money will be wasted." Su Ming spread his hands, and people were stunned when they heard it. "Okay, you guys continue. I'm leaving first." Without waiting for these people to react, Su Ming turned around and hurried back because he felt the corn was ripe. When I went back to take a look, it was true. Each corn plant has one corn. You can tell from the appearance that the corn looks very plump. Su Ming couldn't help but walk over, picked one off, and hurriedly peeled off the skin to take a closer look. Holy shit, what is this? There were no big, plump kernels of corn in it, but it was a glass bottle with red liquid inside. Wine? Damn it. Who would believe that red wine can be grown from corn? Su Ming usually doesn't drink. Even when we had class reunions in the past, we only drank domestic beer and liquor. This thing is very rare. Su Ming searched the internet. Romanée-Conti? Romanée-Conti is widely regarded as the top red wine estate in the market. The Romanée-Conti wine produced there is of treasure level, and the production is quite low, only about 6,000 bottles a year. The bottle of Romanée-Conti in Su Ming's hand is a rare edition. The price is extremely high. An ordinary bottle of Romanée-Conti costs hundreds of thousands, but this bottle is decades old. The climate, water temperature, and bacterial conditions were all perfect back then, so the wine tastes quite good. This is auction-quality wine. Su Ming swallowed his saliva. He put the wine aside, broke off the next cob of corn, and took a closer look. Another bottle of Romanée-Conti. Su Ming suddenly became interested. Several bottles in a row were Romanée-Conti, but they were quickly replaced. The next brand is Petrus, produced in 1998. This is a magical red wine, known as a mythical work. It has an extremely rich black-purple color. Taking a sip, it's packed with rich fruit flavors, along with notes of caramel, mocha, and vanilla. The flavors are very concentrated and quite full. After swallowing, the mouth will still have a sweet taste, even a little bit of sourness, which combines various tastes into one and is well balanced. The next brand is the legendary Black Cherry. It is also very popular among collectors. They are all legendary red wines, not the counterfeit and inferior products commonly seen on the market. Brief explanation. The wines mentioned above are basically all red wines produced by Chateau Latour, Chateau Valandruz, and Chateau Lamondo. And they are all dream-level red wines with extremely high value. Looking at the red wine on the ground, Su Ming felt worried. This is too much. If I drink it myself, it will take me forever. Next is the domestic liquor. 30-year-old, 50-year-old, we have them all. Matai, Fengjiu, and Wuliangya. Nothing less. All kinds of red wine and white wine that have disappeared from the market have appeared. Su Ming dared to guarantee that anyone who loved wine or liked to collect wine would probably go crazy after seeing these things. Well, Su Ming sighed in annoyance. Ding. The system detects that this item is fragile. The protection period for new items is 2 hours. Su Ming was stunned when a prompt sounded in his brain. He hurried to the side, pushed a small cart over, and then inhumanely threw the wine into it. There is no way. The system protection is as hard as iron. It is impossible to break it. It will never break in this lifetime. A brief summary. It took Su Ming a full hour and a half to move all the red wine from the 2 acres of land into the basement. Then just pile them there randomly. When you feel tired, take a pill to stretch your legs and open your eyes. Instantly become more energetic and full of fighting power. After consuming 5 stretching legs and staring eyes pills, Su Ming finally finished all the work. Su Ming roughly counted them. There are more than 7,000 corn plants in total on the 2 acres of land. That's 7,000 bottles of wine. Chapter 143 Upgrade. It occupied 3 of Su Ming's storage rooms. However, what made Su Ming most excited was not the wine, but the fact that he was about to be upgraded. It seems that I still need to plant such items on a large scale in order to upgrade quickly, because every upgrade can bring about a change for myself. The most important thing is that the current farm level is still unique, and there is no prompt that the farm can be upgraded after the upgrade. However, Su Ming believed that the system would never create such a thing for no reason. There must be a channel for upgrading, but my current level is not high enough. It can be said that the more Su Ming upgrades, the more he feels that this system is as vast as the ocean, and there must be many functions in it. Ding. Successfully harvested crops and gained 7,100 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a new function. No need to tire of talent. Ding. The never fatigued talent grants the host eternal energy and strength, preventing illness from long-term fatigue. Never feel tired. Passive talent. The host can actively disable it. Su Ming was stunned when he heard the prompt tone. Damn, is this tailor-made for me? Are you afraid that you will get tired if you farm too much? I thought I had the stretching legs and staring eyes pill to replenish my strength, but it turns out the system just saved me the trouble. What are you afraid of? I'll keep you from getting tired. Not only will I not feel tired from farming, I won't feel tired from doing anything. So after I get married. Okay, I can't think about it anymore. If I think about it again, I'll block it. This talent may seem a bit useless, but if you think about it carefully, it is indeed quite invincible. What does not feeling tired mean? It means that you can participate in a marathon and run from the beginning to the end without stopping. What is tired? Always keep the most energy. And the system has made it very clear. It is impossible for me to get those diseases that can be contracted from working for a long time. People who keep their heads down will suffer from cervical spondylosis. Sitting for a long time can cause lumbar disease. They don't exist in myself. Invincible, invincible. Awesome. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV4. Experience, 8950/10,000. Farm, Level 1. Skills, primary scanning function, blessing of plants, no fatigue talent. Ding. System prompt. After Level 5, the system will be updated. Just as Su Ming was checking his data panel, a prompt sound suddenly came from his brain. Damn, the wait is finally here. Su Ming couldn't help but be surprised and his eyes widened. Su Ming also figured out the pattern. Maybe the system would be updated and a new function would be developed every 5 levels. Then later on, well, it's hard to say. Su Ming was excited and happy. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Because of his talent, Su Ming is now energetic and not tired. He drives the farm vehicle to collect things. Soon the 2 acres of land were cleaned up. Ding. Recovered. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200 experience points. I have to say that the more you plant, the better. There is a lot more experience in recycling. Su Ming decided to grow some fruit this time. Apples, peaches, and whatnot. But to be honest, if he kept maintaining this kind of high energy, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep, so Su Ming could only actively shut down his talent. After all, he is still a normal person. Although sleep does not seem to be so important to him now, he still feels like something is missing when he is not used to sleeping. The next morning, Su Ming got up early and opened his eyes. After yawning, he walked towards his garage and stood in front of it, feeling worried. With so many cars, which one should I drive? It seems that we have to make a system, a lottery system, and drive whichever car we draw. Look left and right. Su Ming walked to the side and picked up a small stone from the corner. Just throw it gently on the ground. The little stone jumped up happily and then stopped in front of a car after jumping a short distance. Su Ming took a closer look and was surprised. Oh my God, why is it you again? Rolls-Royce Phantom. A grand and steady boss car. Helpless, Su Ming could only shrug his shoulders, sit in the car, step on the accelerator, and drive away. When I drove out, I found that the entire wall had been built. Today's work should be to deal with some details and clean up. And the gas station next to it has actually been successfully built. Su Ming drove the car over and stopped. There were 2 refueling ports at the gas station. After swiping the gas card, Su Ming pulled out the gas nozzle, filled up the car with gas, and drove away. It was much more convenient to have a gas station right at the door. Holy crap, am I seeing things? Why is there a gas station here? You read that right. There was nothing here yesterday. No way. Why is there a gas station in the city center? I don't know either. Many drivers passed by here with their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Have you ever seen a gas station in the city center? Several drivers went to try, but found that they could not refuel at all. And the gas machine will indicate that this station is a private gas station. Are private gas stations so awesome? Isn't this an illegal building? Many drivers didn't believe it and called the police immediately, and the police arrived to verify the situation. I found out that this gas station belongs to Angel Group Trading Company. Except for people from Angel Group Trading Company, no one else can use it. This is reasonable and legal. Because they are a trading company and have a large ferry gas station, setting up their own is part of the procedure. There is no illegality whatsoever. Su Ming didn't know any of this and drove directly to the agricultural store. The boss was packing up at the door when he saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom driving over. His eyes widened and he was like, oh my God, when does the shop ever have such customers? After Su Ming got out of the car, the boss suddenly realized, well, he has the ability to drive this kind of car. Boss, you're really untrustworthy. I told you I wanted fruit trees, so why didn't you deliver them? Su Ming asked with a smile after getting off the car. Oh, Boss Su, you are wrongly accusing me. I dare not do that. The shop owner waved his hands hastily. Of course, I'll give you the best of what you want. Their fruit trees will take a few days to grow before I can ship them to you. The quality of the ones I have now is not particularly good. Oh, Su Ming nodded in sudden realization. It seemed that he had wronged someone. Do you have any other fruit trees here? When the boss heard this, he nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, yes. The boss hurried into the house and came out with a roster. This is the pear tree, this is the cherry tree. Of course, we also have mulberries and chestnuts. The apple and peach trees we ordered last time will take some time to be ready, but we have good stock on hand right now. Su Ming pondered for a moment and said, give me the pear tree. Chapter 144, President Chen. When Su Ming was at home, he knew that in many cases, pear trees needed to be grafted. The main pear trees are locally sourced. It is highly adaptable, but the fruits it produces are small and unpalatable. But after grafting, the advantages of both are combined into one. But Su Ming is not worried about these things because he has a system. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Whether to graft or not, the planting conditions do not exist here. Because the system will provide me with the best conditions. By the way, give me some more fertilizer. Okay. The boss answered hurriedly. Please transport it back to me by car. Soon Su Ming gave the money. A car was driving in front, followed by 2 large trucks. One truck was loaded with saplings, another truck was loaded with fertilizers, and the 3 trucks looked magnificent. Drive into the city center and stop at the red light. 2 large trucks followed a Rolls-Royce Phantom, attracting countless people's attention. There were 2 traffic police standing at the intersection, directing traffic. One of the policemen had just started work and was stunned after seeing this scene. Brother Sun, why did this big truck drive to the city center? It's carrying fertilizer and saplings. Something's wrong. Now the traffic policeman blinked. Countless movies that I have watched flashed through my mind. All kinds of criminal methods of secret transportation appeared in his mind. There is a feeling of eagerness to try. Could it be that I solved a major case shortly after starting work? The old traffic policeman took a puff of his cigarette, raised his eyebrows, and glanced at him lightly. Don't meddle in other people's business. Oh, the young traffic policeman heard it. Isn't this like Brother Sun's temper? Brother Sun is a real tough guy with a strong character and a true enforcer of justice. How could you say such a thing? Could it be? Seeing the young traffic policeman's expression, Brother Sun couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently patted the guy's hat. You little brat, you know nothing. He's driving well and not breaking the law. Why do you care about him? I'm telling you, remember the license plate number of the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of you. Don't care about the cars he's driving on the road. Oh, the young traffic policeman was confused and didn't quite understand. What is going on? He was full of doubts, but didn't dare to ask more questions. Su Ming didn't know about this situation. We continued driving and soon arrived at our destination. The workers unloaded the cargo at a very fast speed. Without saying anything, Su Ming finished tidying up the 2 acres of land and directly drove the machine specially used for planting fruit trees. Dig holes and plant. Because fruit trees require a much larger growing area than corn. Generally speaking, there are 3,000 to 4,000 corn plants per acre. However, only dozens or 100 fruit trees can be planted on 1 acre of land. There are about 100 pear trees in 1 acre. Soon, with Su Ming's hard work, the 2 acres of land were planted. Ding! The pear tree has been successfully planted. Harvest time, 72 hours. After completing it, a prompt sound rang in his brain, and Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he heard the same prompt tone as before, Su Ming felt a little more curious. How come it's the same as before? There should be a slight change. Because Su Ming didn't buy many pear trees this time. Only about 150 in total, and now half an acre of land is still empty. You can't just sit around doing nothing. Su Ming came to the seeds and rummaged through them for a long time, and suddenly saw something. Fennel. This crop has a special fragrance like coriander. People who like it can't stop eating it, and people who don't like it can't even get close to it. But Su Ming likes to eat it very much. Especially the aroma of dumplings made with fennel, which is really unforgettable. Just add a little fennel to a plate of meat filling to give it that light and mellow aroma. So delicious. Su Ming couldn't help laughing, and started planting fennel without saying a word. He planted the half-acre of land very quickly. After all, he was an old hand. The planting was completed in less than 2 hours. Ding! Fennel has been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 2 hours. Damn, the time is so short. Su Ming couldn't help but blink his eyes. He had been growing things for so long, but he had never seen such a short time to mature. If this is fertilizing and watering. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. I walked to the side excitedly, but before I could take 2 steps, a familiar figure appeared at the door. President Chun is here again. Oh, Mr. Su is busy. Mr. Su, how can you come and do such dirty and tiring work? I'll do it. Oh, after working in the fields for a while, I suddenly felt that my waist and legs were no longer sore, and I had more energy to walk. Working more is always beneficial, so please don't be reluctant. As President Chun spoke, he came to Su Ming's side, brought the bucket over, and walked aside to start collecting water in a very familiar manner. Mr. Su, I loved playing in the water when I was little. When I was young, I often went swimming in the reservoir with my friends. Every spring, when I go to the rice fields with my parents to release water, those are my happiest days. It's a pity that I haven't worked in the fields since high school. After going to college, I've been away from the tranquility of the countryside and come to this bustling big city. I feel so impetuous. But thanks to meeting Mr. Su, I've been able to feel this inner peace again. Thank you so much for taking my life to the next level. President Chun was taking the water while talking with a smile. His skill of licking people was already superb and had reached the highest level. Alright. To be honest, Su Ming has become a little numb. He is not the kind of person who is extremely vain. But it's naturally nice to be licked by someone. Who doesn't like being flattered? With President Chen around, Su Ming was happy to have some free time, and this guy worked much harder than himself. I just feel sorry for the grass in the field. The crops planted in this land cannot be seen or touched by others. Only Su Ming can see and harvest them. And Su Ming could only see it when he stepped on the ground. To outsiders, this looks like a wheat field. But the weeds growing in the ground are real, and everyone can see it. President Chen was very happy. He came here again today. Now for him, this place has become his workplace. He must come here to punch in every day. As for the bank, love to go or not, Mr. Su is the most important. The most important thing is that President Chen has developed a sense of competition. You know, this old guy Wang Xue is of a higher level than himself. If Mr. Su sets his sights on Wang Xue, won't all his previous efforts be in vain? So he is very diligent and must punch in every day. This is something he must insist on. This is a man's principle. However, President Chen is old after all, and his waist and legs ache after working for a while. Chapter 145 Buying Fruit Trees. Su Ming smiled helplessly, walked into the house, and took out a bottle of black mineral water. President Chen, you've been so busy helping me out in this hot weather. It's nothing for me. Just drink some water to quench your thirst. Su Ming said as he placed the water in front of President Chen. President Chen was stunned and almost cried. This. Mr. Su, no, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. He knew too well the weight of this thing. I have such a serious illness, and I can cure it by drinking it. Wang Xue's mother was dying, and the doctors had given up on her life. However, she recovered after drinking half a bottle. What is this? This is a real elixir. But Su Ming would give such a thing as he said. Okay, President Chen, I have plenty of this stuff. Take it back and drink as much as you want. If you finish it, I still have more. Me. President Chen was at a loss. Su Ming was speechless and threw the thing into his arms. President Chen hurriedly took the thing, carefully asked him to wipe it clean with his expensive suit, and gently put it aside. If this thing were put up for sale, I wonder how many people would rush to grab it. Ordinary people would be fine, but he knew of quite a few wealthy people, some of whom were old, sick, or even dying. If you knew there was such a miraculous elixir, people would have rushed to ask for it like crazy. But President Chen and Wang Xue both knew it in their hearts. Mr. Su is not short of money at all. What he lacks is leisure time and the fear of trouble. So the two old guys had a tacit understanding and did not reveal it to anyone. Even Wang Xue strictly forbade his subordinates to leak the news. Anyone who revealed it would be fired immediately. President Chen is reluctant to drink it. I am old, my wife is also old, and there are children and elderly people at home. Although the parents are no longer with us, the daughter-in-law's parents are still here, as well as the father-in-law and mother-in-law. How can people not get sick if they eat whole grains? This thing will definitely be useful in the future. I am in good health now. After drinking Su Ming's medicine last time, my body became stronger and many of my old ailments disappeared. Although I still feel a little tired when doing some work as I am older, I feel much more comfortable than before. I didn't expect that I just helped Su Ming a little, but he directly gave me a bottle of such a precious medicine. Favor. This is simply a great favor from heaven. Perhaps because of the spiritual power, President Chen suddenly felt full of energy. Watering, fertilizing, and weeding. I will do my best in everything and will never fall behind. President Chen, I just told you, if you want to drink, you can have as much as you want. If you run out, come back to me for more. I have plenty. I've been farming for so long, and you've helped me so much, so I should give you some. Su Ming spoke slowly from the side, and President Chen almost cried after hearing it. So, I said my efforts were not in vain, right? It turns out that coming here to work every day has its benefits. Doesn't Mr. Su owe you something? It seems that I have to work overtime and work hard to free Mr. Su's hands completely and let me do all the work. Not to mention a person who lives a life of luxury in the office. Even a person who works in the fields all year round will feel back pain and leg cramps. But President Chen had drunk this stuff before, and now his body is much stronger than before. Although I am a little tired, it is nothing. President Chen was very meticulous in his work this time. Do it bit by bit without any omission. The purpose is simple, which is to be able to stay in front of Su Ming for a longer time, even if it is only 1 minute. Mr. Su, you bought a good deal on this fertilizer. It's the best fertilizer on the market right now. You really have good taste. It's okay. I can carry it by myself. Well, I come from the countryside after all, so I can do this little job. President Chen rushed to the place where the fertilizer was stored. He had just boasted that he would never let Mr. Chen work, but when he took a closer look, he was a little dumbfounded. Good job. This is a large bag of fertilizer. One bag is a standard 100 kilograms. Except for those who do physical work all year round. I'm afraid ordinary people can't lift it, let alone myself who is over 50 years old. President Chen glanced at Su Ming cautiously and licked his dry lips. He had already boasted, and it would be a bit shameless to call Mr. Su over now. No, I must try it. I don't believe it. President Chen took a deep breath and walked to the side of the fertilizer bag. He took a firm horse stance, placed his hands on the fertilizer bag, and moved it downwards. Then he turned his body to the right side, and the bag rolled directly onto President Chen's shoulder. Then President Chen took a breath and lifted it up. Depend on. President Chen's eyes widened at that moment. He couldn't believe it at all. He actually carried it up by himself. Although it is a bit heavy, it is no problem at all. It is just like an ordinary person carrying a watermelon. It is a bit heavy, but no problem at all. Oh my God. President Chen was a little skeptical about his life at the time. When did he become so arrogant? Invincible. He is not stupid. He is so old. If this thing were to happen before, it would have crushed him. Maybe the ambulance has arrived now and is sending me to the hospital to treat my fracture. But now it was easy and not a problem at all. He even had a feeling that even if another one came, he might be able to withstand it if he gritted his teeth. President Chen was not stupid either. He immediately understood that this must be because of Su Ming's bottle of water. Is it so amazing? Not only can this thing cure diseases, it can also strengthen muscles and bones. It's so awesome. Countless thoughts flashed through President Chen's mind, and he suddenly thought of his daughter. Because my daughter has lived in good conditions since she was a child, she is a little fat and weak. She becomes out of breath after walking a few steps. If I give this to my daughter to drink, will it be able to completely reverse the situation? Go back and try it. You must try it when you get back. President Chen became much stronger and in good health. He was extremely happy and worked even harder. In a short while, the land was cleaned, watered, and fertilized. Then he cleaned Su Mingnong's car, had a meal with Su Ming, and then reluctantly said goodbye and left. Su Ming went to the construction site next door. Finding that the work on the construction site was still in full swing, Su Ming gave them a few words of advice, asking them not to be so busy, and ordered some food for them before going back to rest. Chapter 146. A knock on the door at midnight. There was a strong wind blowing on the way back. Su Ming looked up. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and the moon that was visible before was now hidden in the clouds. It was only a little after 7 in the evening, but it was already pitch black. The mountains that were once vaguely visible in the distance had long since been hidden in the darkness. The storm is coming. Su Ming took out his cell phone and checked the weather forecast. There would be heavy rain tonight. He hurried back to tell the construction site that the employees should go back and rest and not work at night. After learning that there would be heavy rain tonight, the boss hurriedly arranged for employees to fix everything that needed to be fixed on the construction site and cover everything that needed to be covered with awnings. These tasks were a piece of cake for them. They finished them skillfully in a short time and then went back to rest. Su Ming returned to the villa, turned on the light and sat in the bedroom, turned on the computer, and prepared to take a trip to the Summoner's Rift. Crack! At this moment, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed outside the window. Immediately afterwards, an extremely strong gale swept through and heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Su Ming felt a little more worried. I just planted something, so it should be okay, right? Su Ming blinked his eyes, still a little worried. So he picked up his umbrella, opened the door, and went out to stand in the field. Where's the rain? Where's the wind? Standing in the field, everything was calm, as if nothing had happened. The land was dry and everything was growing well. But it's just a step outside. The rain was pouring down. Is the system so awesome? Only then did Su Ming breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. With the protection of the system, there was no need to worry about anything here. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief, yawned, and went back to continue playing the game. As a result, the game page was just opened. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Only then did I remember that I was in a hurry when I came back and forgot to close the door. But the only people who can come here are President Chen and Wang Xue. The boss of the construction team has gone back to rest. Who is it? Su Ming walked to the window with a little doubt and looked down carefully. Is it a woman? Because I was looking down at her, I couldn't see her appearance, but she had a good figure. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing her long, slender, white legs. Su Ming smiled and went downstairs to open the door. The little girl dodged and rushed in. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The little girl was soaked to the skin. I'm sorry. I was walking and it suddenly started raining and I had no place to hide, so I knocked on the door. Are you okay? Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Aren't you afraid that I'm a bad guy? Su Ming deliberately smiled evilly. Puff. But who would have thought that the girl would suddenly become happy? Su Ming began to doubt his life at that time. What do you mean? You doubt my ability, don't you? Come on. Come on. Explain to me clearly. What did you mean by that smile just now? I'm sorry. The little girl reacted immediately and apologized hurriedly. I finally found a place to shelter from the rain, and I couldn't offend anyone no matter what. I. The girl's eyes rolled around, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. How could someone as handsome and good-looking as you be a bad person? Su Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, with an expression that said, "Do you believe it or not?" written all over his face. Seeing Su Ming's expression, the girl immediately wilted. I'm sorry. The little girl lowered her head, and her hands were nervous. Su Ming shook his head helplessly. Go inside and find the third room on the right. There's a shower in there. After you're done washing, there are clean clothes in the closet, but they're all men's. You can just pick any to wear. There's a kitchen next to it. There's food in the refrigerator. You can make whatever you want to eat or drink. After Su Ming finished speaking, he went straight up to the second floor. Seeing Su Ming walk away cleanly and neatly, the little girl breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still a little nervous. It's just because I got sick some time ago, and I'm still very weak after recovering from the illness. Moreover, there are office buildings all around. Whether they are banks or commercial buildings, you cannot enter without a door card. And the rain came too suddenly. I just walked to the door of this place when it started to rain heavily. If I ran to the nearest Guoxing Building, it would be a distance of 100 or 200 meters, and by that time I would have been soaked like a drowned rat. If I take a taxi home, it will take more than half an hour. I'm definitely going to catch a cold, and I might even have to go to the hospital. The most important thing is that the girl is afraid of thunder. She feels inexplicably frightened by lightning and thunder. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief and carefully watched Su Ming go up to the second floor. The little girl came into the room like a thief, slowly closed the door, and then locked it directly. When I opened the wardrobe, I found that it was full of brand new men's clothes, all of which were newly bought and had not even been unpacked. The little girl took a bath towel from the side and went to the bathroom. I hurriedly took a hot bath. After all, this was someone else's home, and it was impossible not to be nervous. After taking a bath, she felt a little more distressed because she had no change of her tight clothes. There is no other way but to wash it painfully and then blow it dry with a hairdryer. After doing all this, the little girl's expression eased a little and she relaxed a little. As soon as I walked out of the room, I couldn't help sneezing. Are you okay? At this time, Su Ming came down from the second floor. Sit on the sofa for a while. I'll make you some ginger soup. The little girl nodded obediently, sitting on the sofa and looking around with curious eyes. The villa is very large and very luxurious. Who is this young man to be able to own such a villa in the city center and live alone? The little girl felt a little more curious. Su Ming skillfully boiled a bowl of ginger soup and put a leg-stretching and eye-staring pill in it. Doing all this, Su Ming was a little dazed. Because when he was with Wang Xue before, she also caught a cold once, and Su Ming was also like that, making ginger soup very skillfully. Time has not passed long, but things and people have changed. Su Ming suddenly laughed. When did he become so sentimental? He shook his head and put the ginger soup in front of the little girl. The little girl hurriedly took it and held the hot cup with both hands. Her little face slowly became a little redder. She pouted her lips, blew gently, and drank a sip of ginger soup impatiently. The boiling hot ginger soup flowed down her throat into her stomach, and a warm current slowly seeped into her limbs. The little girl suddenly felt much more comfortable. Thank you. Chapter 147 Kitchen Destroyer. May I have your name? Su Ming asked with a smile. My name is Whopping, and my parents and friends call me Cuihua. The little girl took another sip and then said, Su Ming nodded. I just saw the weather forecast, and it's going to rain. It won't stop until tomorrow morning. You can rest here tonight. You can choose any room on the first floor. I'll stay on the second floor and won't be coming down. Thanks. Whopping felt warm in her heart. She knew that the reason Su Ming said this was to reassure her. Can I ask you a few questions? Cannot. Is that a question okay? No. What's your name? Su Ming. What do you do? I'm a bad guy. Puff. Have to. I was despised again. Su Ming was a little distressed. Doesn't he look like a bad person? Normally, in the middle of the night when there was a violent storm outside, shouldn't a weak little girl be extremely vigilant in her own home? You look so relaxed, as if you were sitting on the sofa at home. Where does this sense of security come from? Is it because I look too kind? Okay, I'm going to rest now. You should rest early too. Etc. Whopping suddenly shouted, then felt a little embarrassed and said with a bitter face, I haven't eaten yet. I'm hungry. Can you cook? Yes, a little. There's stuff in the fridge, make it yourself. Su Ming stood up and said, if you don't mind the effort, make one for me too. I'm a little hungry too. Okay. Xiao Kaming was very happy and stood up immediately. Good guy, so trembling. However, Su Ming's eyes did not leave any trace, and he withdrew his gaze after just one glance. Although I am a normal man, I wouldn't go to this extent. Half an hour later, Su Ming put down his phone and looked at the food in front of him that was as black as charcoal. I couldn't help but frown and turn the food over and over with my chopsticks, carefully looking for the original appearance of the food. What is this? Whether you are wasting food or not is another matter. Can you tell me what the raw materials of this thing are? Why can't I see it? I'm sorry. Xiao Kaming lowered her head as if she had done something wrong and rubbed her apron in a particularly troubled manner. Stop. Su Ming quickly reached out to stop him. Don't ruin my apron later. Give it to me. After Su Ming finished speaking, he took the apron and tied it on, then found some vegetables and some meat from the refrigerator. Xiao Kaming sat on the sofa and watched Su Ming cut with his knife cleanly and neatly. It only took a short time to prepare 2 hot dishes, 1 cold dish, and 1 soup. It's delicious. Wow. Xiao Kaming's eyes widened. You are so awesome. If you live alone in a rented house for 2 years, you'll learn to cook. Su Ming smiled, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started eating with big mouthfuls. Soon, the two of them were satisfied with the meal. Xiao Kaming volunteered to wash the dishes. Crack. Soon, a crisp sound came from the kitchen. Sorry. It's okay. May you be safe every year. Bang. It's okay. That pot is shatterproof. Bang. No. I really want to ask you. How could washing dishes bump into the oven? Su Ming had no choice but to do it himself. Looking at the few remaining fruits, Su Ming felt like crying but had no tears. I have to buy some more bowls and chopsticks tomorrow, otherwise they won't be enough. The trash can is almost full of debris. Go to bed. After cleaning up the kitchen, Su Ming pretended to be angry and pointed in the direction of the bedroom. Hey, who knew that Xiao Kaming was not afraid at all, and smiled. Don't pretend, I know you are not angry. After saying that, Xiao Kaming ran into the bedroom. Su Ming sighed helplessly. It was windy and rainy outside, but it was like spring inside the house. Su Ming stretched, shook his hands, and entered the game. It's not easy, I can finally play games. He found 2 more high-level experts and helped Su Ming soar to the Grandmaster level. Not to mention that Su Ming's own gaming skills have also improved, perhaps because he is at a higher level and his awareness has improved, or perhaps because the stretching legs and staring eyes pill has increased his reaction speed. He used to be a clumsy person, but now he has gradually become a master. There was even a game where these 2 big guys met an even bigger big guy and were beaten like sons. It was only thanks to Su Ming that they turned the tables. They played until late at night, and Su Ming slowly opened his eyes early the next morning. After taking care of his personal hygiene, taking a shower, and changing into clean clothes, Su Ming went downstairs. At this time, Xiao Kaming had already woken up. The breakfast she had just bought was placed on the table, and she had changed back into yesterday's clothes. Thank you for taking me in yesterday. I'm very grateful to you. Xiao Kaming smiled playfully. I bought you breakfast. You should eat breakfast, otherwise it will be bad for your health. This is my name and my contact information. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Xiao Kaming quickly ran away carrying the backpack he had brought yesterday. He looked in a hurry, and it seemed that there was indeed something urgent. However, the girl did not leave on her own, but waited until Su Ming woke up before leaving. Su Ming smiled and shook his head without saying much. It was just a small episode in life. After breakfast, Su Ming went to the field. Only then did I realize that the fennel was ripe. Oh my God, I forgot about that. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then smiled absent-mindedly. I thought the girl's arrival would have no impact on me, but it ended up disrupting my normal pace, and I even forgot about farming. Take the sickle and go to the field. The moment his feet touched the ground, Su Ming was stunned. Is this routine a bit wrong? To be honest, after farming for so long, not a single real fruit has grown in this land. It's all other stuff. Now there is real fennel on the ground. Su Ming squatted down and gently cut off one and held it in his hand. No change. I smelled it, and it was full of fennel flavor. Su Ming was filled with doubts. Could there be something wrong with the system? Impossible. He would rather believe that the world would be destroyed than that the system would go wrong. But why does the fennel that is planted still grow into fennel? No, I am too narrow-minded after all. Anything produced by the system must be awesome. This thing might be the same as the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, and it might have some special effect. Yes, that must be the case. After all, I have had experience before. Chapter 148, I will never doubt the system again. However, this thing is different from the stretching legs and staring eyes pill. After all, that thing has instructions, but this thing has no instructions. Su Ming thought about it and blinked. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's try a batch first. After saying that, Su Ming moved his sickle and cut off a large piece of fennel. Then he picked it up and went to the faucet next to him to rinse it clean. I went to the kitchen and blanched it in boiling water, then chopped it into small pieces, rolled it into a ball with my hands, and squeezed it hard to squeeze out the water. Then he found a piece of pork in the kitchen and made it into stuffing. Pork and fennel. Well, after everything was ready, Su Ming was suddenly stunned. Damn, I don't have any dumpling wrappers. Helplessly, Su Ming could only go to the garage and drive towards the vegetable market, raising a cloud of dust. Su Ming chose Hennessy Viper today. It is also a global limited edition cool sports car with a cost of over 100 million yuan, and only 10 units are available worldwide. This car has a wild shape, a roaring motor, and sounds particularly nice. It's not noise at all. Even a fool can see that this car must be very expensive. Countless people looked back, and what was particularly spectacular was that the front, back, left, and right of the car were completely empty. It had just rained last night and the road was slippery, so I accidentally bumped into it. Can't afford the compensation even if you sell the house. If they knew that Su Ming was driving this car and just wanted to buy dumpling wrappers, they would vomit blood. My goodness, who wouldn't drive such an expensive car to show off their wealth and publicity? But you, old man, are using this car to buy groceries? Okay, your car is awesome. I'm afraid even the designer of the Hennessy Viper has never thought of this. One day, the dumpling skin from the East will be able to sit in the passenger seat of this car. But it really doesn't matter to Su Ming. It doesn't matter what kind of car it is as long as it can be used for transportation. This car is mine. I can put whatever I want in it. Even if it's manure, what's it to you? However, Su Ming knows the law. This is a car for carrying people, so it's okay to put some clothes you usually buy in it, but it's not allowed to put goods in it. Because this is not a truck for transporting goods. Park the car at Kaishiku. Su Ming walked in with ease. When he rented a house before, he had no money to eat, so he basically provided for himself. Shopping for groceries is something he is very familiar with. What? Eat instant noodles? Hey man, you are too rich. Now instant noodles cost only 5 yuan a bowl. You can't afford it. Soy sauce 20, chopsticks 10, dumpling wrappers 6.5, strainer 20. The shop owner put the food into his pocket with great familiarity. A small handful of vegetables, 2 yuan, a total of 58.5 yuan. Su Ming nodded. Boss, it's 55. I come here often. Okay, 55. The boss answered with a smile. Su Ming took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. He walked out of the vegetable market carrying his things. The boss was packing up when he suddenly felt like there was a car next to the corner of his eye. Looking closely, there was a wild sports car parked not far away. Holy crap, Hennessy Viper. The boss is young, only in his 30s, and likes cars. Even though I can't afford it, I can still take a look, right? The boss took out his cell phone and couldn't help wanting to come forward and take a photo. After all, there are only 10 cars of this kind in the world, and it is said that no one in China seems to have bought them yet. It's not that we can't afford it. One reason is that it's difficult to ship it over because of tariffs, and the other reason is that there are too many buyers from abroad. If you miss this time, don't even think about having a second chance. Just as the boss was about to go over to take a photo, he found that the young man who had just visited his store opened the car door and got in, and then the engine started. The boss was dumbfounded. Fuck, are you kidding me? You can afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions, and you're really bargaining over a few bucks here. The boss was dumbfounded. Then he couldn't help but roar loudly. Are you kidding me? Not only do you think a billionaire comes to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, but you also bargain with me? But Su Ming didn't know what happened. He ran away in a flash. After returning home, Su Ming skillfully made dumplings for himself. After the pot boils, pour the dumplings into it. In fact, there are many ways to cook dumplings. The method that Su Ming is most proficient in is actually the one his mother often uses when cooking dumplings. After the pot boils, put the dumplings in. When all the dumplings float to the surface, they are basically 80% cooked. Pour a little cold water into it, and after it boils again, pour some more cold water in. Repeat this 3 times, and the dumplings will be cooked. Pouring a little cold water will lower the temperature in the pot and shrink the dumpling skin. The dumpling skin will be very elastic, but the filling will not be affected. Not to mention Su Ming's psychology, he actually has some expectations for this thing. Soon the dumplings were cooked, and Su Ming hurriedly scooped out a bowl and made some garlic sauce for himself. Then he put one in his mouth impatiently. Well, after eating, Su Mingren was stunned. Apart from feeling very hot, he didn't seem to feel anything. After blinking, Su Ming ate another one. Not yet. Come again. Brief explanation. Su Ming finished the bowl of dumplings, and even though his belly was full, he still felt nothing. No way. Is there a bug in the system this time? Suddenly Su Ming was stunned. A warm current like fire appeared in his stomach, slowly gathering towards his lower abdomen, and then a certain part. Wow. Su Ming was shocked. I am wronging the system. This is more than just effective. This effect is what many men dream of. A man stood in the middle of the street. A group of people scold you for not being handsome. It doesn't matter, I accept it calmly. I'm not handsome anyway. A group of people scold you for having no money. It doesn't matter if I don't have money. There are so many people, and one more person won't make a difference. Besides, I can make money with my own hands. But if you are too fast, I guarantee that this man will either turn hostile or run away immediately. So shameful. The barbarian king's ultimate skill lasts at least 6 seconds, but you only have 3 seconds. Who can stand this? Stretching legs and staring eyes pills have the effect of curing diseases and strengthening muscles and bones. The efficacy of this thing is a little bit single, but it is what countless men dream of. With this thing, you can dominate the love world and be invincible. What is Xiao Shizenlang? Su Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. From now on, I will never have any doubts about the system again. What is the system? It is the most awesome existence in the world. Can the things they produce be bad? It doesn't exist. Moreover, Su Ming felt that even if this thing was pulled out of the ground and eaten raw, the effect would probably be just as good, let alone being wrapped into dumplings. If I knew some refining technology, I could condense it into a pill. Okay, stop talking. If this gets out, I'm afraid the threshold of my house will be broken down by others. Chapter 149, I'll give you something good. Just as Su Ming was amazed, 2 familiar figures appeared at the door. President Chun and Wang Xue. These 2 old men are of noble status. One is the president of a bank and the other is the chairman of a trading company. But standing on Su Ming's land. These 2 old men are so cute with their beards puffing and eyes glaring. Mr. Wang, I was here first. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to steal my job? Don't give me that. Only those who do a good job can stay here. When doing things, you have to follow the principle of first come first served. Don't think that just because you have a lot of money you can show off in front of Mr. Su. First come, first served, what's the use of that? We all own companies and businesses, so why do your employees always stay the same? Hey, old Wang, if you say that, don't blame me for being rude. Why, old Chun, do you want to fight with us? The 2 old men were holding a bucket of water in each hand and were about to fight. Su Ming was stunned when he heard the sound in the house. Who is this? Why are you drunk and coming to fight at your doorstep? Su Ming hurried out to take a look and found 2 old men in old men's shirts fighting over a bucket. Several black lines instantly appeared on Su Ming's head. Good job. Fortunately, I came out early. Otherwise, your brain will be beaten out. Wait. Su Ming hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Hey, Mr. Su, you finally came out. Please give me justice. This old man stole my work. He has only been here for a few days, and I have been running around for you the whole time. Mr. Su, don't listen to his nonsense. His work is too rough. How can it be compared to my meticulous work? Oh my. Old Wang, let me tell you, your company has money and I can't compare to you. But if you work for Mr. Su, don't steal my job. I'm just trying to snatch it from you. What can you do? Hit me if you dare. Su Ming suddenly felt a headache. Others are competing for favor with the harem. Why is it a little different for me? How did it become a fight between 2 old men? I'm having a hard time. Well, wait a minute. After saying that, Su Ming shook his head and went to the warehouse next to him to get a bucket. 1 per person, 1 acre per person. That should be all right? Snort. The 2 old men each held a bucket of water. They looked at each other, snorted coldly, turned their heads away, and didn't look at each other. There were 2 convoys at the door, one belonging to Wang Xue and the other to President Chun, and both sides were on the verge of a show of force. Su Ming couldn't help but slap his forehead. Can you please let your men go back first? Well, no problem. Although the 2 old men were on edge, they were very nice to Su Ming and hurried out to ask everyone to go back. Before Su Ming could give any instructions, the 2 old men started weeding, fertilizing, and watering the plants as if they were competing. It's done so quickly. Su Ming stood there in a daze for a long time. He blinked and opened his mouth. Forget it. You guys go ahead and have fun. I'll just stay out of it, okay? Su Ming went back and ate 2 more dumplings. After he was full, he touched his belly and suddenly remembered something. President Chen has been busy here all the time and has helped me a lot. Wang Xue also gave me a big gift. To be honest, it's not easy for the two old men, and I still feel a little guilty. Looking down at Fennel, Su Ming's eyes suddenly flashed with a light. These two old men are quite old and have been busy with work for many years. Their bodies are not good anymore. I am afraid that aspect. As the saying goes, when you reach middle age, you have no choice but to add wolfberries to your thermos. Even a pot of soup made from ginseng, soft-shelled turtle, and oysters is not enough to arouse a man's virility. What if these two old men eat this thing and regain their youthful state? Wouldn't that be crazy fun? Su Ming couldn't help laughing and walked to the kitchen to divide the fennel that he had harvested but not used into 2 bundles of similar weight. After these two old guys finish, give this to them as a gift. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The two old men had drunk the medicine before, so they were very strong and did not feel tired at work. They quickly cleaned the 2 acres of land and wiped the cars clean. Su Ming came out and took them to have lunch. Thank you both for helping me. Okay, don't thank me, okay. Seeing that the two people were about to talk again, Su Ming really couldn't help it. You two have helped me so much. I have no way to repay you, so I'll give you two something. After saying that, Su Ming took out 2 bags and put some in one pocket to take home. He patted the two old men's shoulders meaningfully and said, "You two can't look down on this thing, and don't throw it away. It has miraculous effects." The two old men looked at each other, somewhat confused. Although he was in a high position, the two old men recognized him. Wasn't this Fennel? One is the president of Tianhua Bank. One is the chairman of a trading company. Both of them are big shots in this market, and they are always surrounded by people when they go out. There are countless people who usually try to find them for connections, but still can't even meet them. There were so many people who wanted to give golden Buddhas and jade ornaments to the two of them, but the two of them didn't even blink an eye and look down on them. But Su Ming did the opposite and gave 2 people 2 bunches of fennel. You know, if other people knew about this, they would definitely laugh their heads off. You gave this to these 2 people? Aren't you looking down on them? With the value of 2 people, just a little bit of this thing can fill up your 2 acres of land. Are you kidding? President Chen and old man Wang looked at each other. These 2 people are not ordinary people. The most important thing is that they have seen Su Ming's magical potion. It looks like a bottle of ink and tastes like deadly poison after drinking it, but it can actually strengthen the body and save lives. It is definitely a godlike medicine. And Mr. Su just said it very clearly. This thing has miraculous effects. Could this be something ordinary? Definitely not. At least it's as good as the stretching legs and staring eyes pill. Mr. Su, we are not doubting you. I know this thing must be the same as the pill before. It's just that we 2 old men are ignorant, and you. President Chen asked cautiously. He doesn't know what this thing is used for. Su Ming laughed heartily, patted the 2 old men on the shoulders, and said meaningfully, He, Buddha said it cannot be said. The 2 old men's eyes lit up when they heard this. This must be a top-grade treasure. Otherwise, Su Ming wouldn't be so mysterious. Chapter 150, so that's how it is. It's just that Su Ming didn't say it explicitly, which made the 2 old men very upset, as they couldn't figure out what the thing was used for. Don't be stingy, you two. You'll know when you get back and eat. But I'm telling you, don't call me when you find out what this thing is used for. Just enjoy it slowly. After saying that, he left behind a tall figure, with his hands behind his back, and walked back slowly, leaving 2 old men standing in the aisle, staring at each other with bags in their hands, just like old men who had just come back from the vegetable market. It's like there is a huge treasure in front of you, but someone tells you that you can only look at it, and it's yours, but you can't sell it. The 2 old men stopped fighting and just looked at each other. What is this thing used for? As the saying goes, curiosity kills the cat. What are the identities of these 2 old men? What have they not seen? What good food have they not eaten? What delicious food have they not drunk? But everything Mr. Su takes out is incredibly magical. Ahem. Wang Xue couldn't help it. Old Chun, today's competition ends here. I have something else to do. Goodbye. Old Wang, let's compete again tomorrow. The 2 old men couldn't resist their curiosity and hurried home to see what this thing was used for. Isn't it just eating? There are so many ways to eat this thing. You can stir-fry it or use it as stuffing. Anyway, it improves the quality and taste of the dishes. Su Ming stood at the door and looked through the window at the 2 people who were in a hurry, feeling amused. No matter how old a person is, he or she is curious, and even these 2 old men are no exception. However, Su Ming believed that as long as the 2 of them ate this thing after returning home, they would immediately kneel down to be moved by him. They are so old, and Su Ming could see before that their health has long been failing. You can't have it all. If you put too much energy into work, you will neglect certain things. President Chen and Wang Xue drove all the way home at full speed. President Chen's wife is in her 40s, so she is not young anymore, but she is still graceful and elegant. After all, she is well off. Huh? Old man, why did you buy a bunch of fennel? Mrs. Chun was a little shocked at the time. This old man had been married to her for almost 30 years, but he had never gone to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. After all, their family was well off, so such things were either done by herself or mostly by the nanny. Hey. President Chun smiled mysteriously. You are in for a treat. This thing was given to you by Mr. Su. Mr. Su said that you should not save it and eat it quickly. It has miraculous effects. Oh, the lady was shocked when she heard this. Mrs. Chun also took a sip of the potion that Su Ming had given to President Chun. Although it was only a small sip, the rheumatism that had plagued her for years was actually cured. She contracted this disease when she was young while working in the fields. It can only treat the symptoms, but not the root cause. Therefore, Mrs. Chin's admiration for Su Ming is no less than that for her own husband. Mrs. Chin couldn't bear it any longer, so she hurried to the kitchen. After washing them, she picked out a small handful and stir-fried them into a small dish. Mrs. Chun always cooks, but she was afraid of destroying the efficacy of this thing, so she simply added a little oil and salt. Although it didn't have much taste, they didn't enjoy it. The old couple looked at each other, licked their lips, picked up the chopsticks, and ate one carefully. No reaction? The old couple didn't believe it and thought that what Su Ming gave them was fake, so they ate several of them in succession. Suddenly, the old couple was stunned and looked at each other. They found that a certain part of their body seemed to have a little feeling. Oh my God! President Chin's eyes widened at that moment. He hadn't felt this way in years. It's worthy of being a miracle drug sent by Mr. Su. It really is a miracle drug. Eating something actually produces this. President Chun now admired his original decision immensely. Following Su Ming's ass really only brought benefits and no disadvantages. A simple gift given to yourself can bring you endless benefits. President Chun even felt that he seemed to have returned to the peak state of his youth and should be even stronger than his peak state. Mrs. Chun also blinked. To be honest, the two of them have been married for so long, and since they were in their 30s, the opportunities for them to sleep together have become very rare. But now, it was noon, and my aunt had taken a day off, so there was no one at home. The old couple looked at each other, and since they were both an old married couple, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. They took a bath, and then Wang Xue also returned to the company. His home is not here, it's in the capital. Old Wang's wife passed away a few years ago. The old man has never looked for another wife because he is busy with work. Besides, his son and daughter are grown up, and he doesn't want to look for another wife anymore, so it's fine with me. But after eating the fennel, he was completely stunned. He is most aware of the changes in his body. After all, it is his own body. Wang Xue's eyes widened, and he licked his lips with his tongue. At this moment, his secretary came over and was stunned when he saw that Wang Xue had cooked a dish for him. This was fried by Wang Xue himself in the company cafeteria. But it shocked a lot of people in the company cafeteria at that time, and also scared the man who contracted the cafeteria to death. I was almost scared to tears. He thought Wang Xue was calling him out, saying, "The food in your cafeteria is too bad. Look, I don't like it. I have to cook for myself if I want to eat." The person in charge was so frightened that he quickly returned all the money he had embezzled, and the food improved greatly. To be honest, although the person in charge was a little greedy, the food was indeed not bad, and there was everything. But in the end, I did something wrong. You have to be afraid. Wang Xue had no idea that his unintentional action would change the atmosphere in the cafeteria. What do you want from me? Wang Xue glanced at the secretary and asked. Although this secretary is a woman and looks good, Wang Xue is not that kind of person after all, and the secretary is already married and has children. Looking at this secretary, I don't feel anything. It's like this, Chairman. Just now, the chairman of Yunhai Shipping Company called and wanted to invite you to relax tonight. What do you think? Wang Xue is a person who is busy with work and basically would not agree to such a thing, but after all, he is a person on the same level as his chairman. I still have to inform them, and basically everyone just politely replies that Wang Xue is busy with work and doesn't have time to go. Where is it? Wang Xue asked. Qingyun Club. The secretary was stunned for a moment. Chapter 151 Wang Xue's Second Spring. Wang Xue actually asked where the place was? This is unprecedented. Qingyun Club. Wang Xue was stunned for a moment, the huge sign of the Qingming Club popping up in his mind. He slammed the table and said, "Tell him I agree right away, but he doesn't have to pay. I'll pay for our dinner tonight, and we'll have a great time." The secretary began to doubt his life at that time. Is there something wrong with my ears? Did I hear it wrong? The chairman actually agreed? Wang Xue is always busy with work. Although he is in a high position, he is still a man of few thoughts after all, so it is normal for him to have some ideas. However, Wang Xue does not seem to have very high requirements in this regard. He just made his secretaries younger and prettier, but of course workability still comes first. To be honest, when these secretaries first started working for Wang Xue, they were a little worried, afraid that this boss would use some unspoken rules against them. But after working for several years, they found out that this boss hired these beautiful secretaries just to please his eyes and never did any extra work. Even when talking, we should keep at least 1 meter apart. Moreover, the chairman of Yunhai Shipping Company invited him more than once, but Wang Xue rarely agreed. And in most cases, Wang Xue would say, "Old son, you should avoid going to that place as it's not good for your health." But I never thought that he would agree today. Although the secretary was completely confused, he still had to listen to the chairman's words. With a lot of doubts in his mind, he quickly called back, which made the other party very happy. 2 people in their 50s were soaking in the hot springs in the club. It was so comfortable. Mr. Sun looked at Wang Xue and smiled slightly. "Old Wang, this isn't like you. You always told me not to come here often, but why are you suddenly inviting me here today and even asking me to pay? What do you care?" Wang Xue smiled mysteriously. "No matter what, I am a man, and there is nothing shameful about having some needs now that my wife has passed away. The most important thing is that after eating the fennel, he was actually full of worries. He only had the key but no lock, so he couldn't show his masculinity. As a result, Old Man Sun bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Who doesn't know how to take advantage of the situation? All right, Old Wang, stop pretending in front of me, okay? Have you come to terms with it? You're always busy with work and you're exhausted. It's time to relax. Your company has grown so big that you basically don't need to do anything big anymore. Can't your subordinates help you with it? It just so happens that I know the owner of the club. He told me that there are a few new people coming to work these past 2 days. I'll take you to meet them and relax for a while." The two looked at each other and then burst into laughter. After taking a bath and eating something, the 2 of them had another massage and soon arrived at the private room on the top floor. This was not accessible to ordinary people. To the outside, this was a formal club, but to the inside, no need to say more, everyone understands. Old Sun looked at Wang Xue in surprise. The old man came here just to enjoy a massage, but now he is accompanied by 2 technicians. "You old man, it seems you're really exhausted. I'm telling you to take it easy. Don't accidentally call the ambulance and ruin their business. Get lost." Old Sun shook his head and laughed in his heart. "You old thing really are biting off more than you can chew. You can't even handle one, and you want to deal with 2? Just wait and see how I laugh at you tomorrow morning." Wang Xue smiled calmly, full of confidence. How could the things Mr. Su gave him be bad? How could he not know the condition of his own body? No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Old Sun was helped out by someone. "I'm finally getting old again. I accidentally twisted my waist last night. Fortunately, this is a massage club. I found a few people to massage me, and I feel almost better, but I still need to rest." Old Sun stood at the door, ready to laugh at Wang Xue who was about to come out, but he found that Wang Xue stood with his back straight, striding forward with a beaming look on his face. Following behind him were the 2 technicians from last night. The 2 technicians were indeed a little embarrassed. She had a smile on her face and her arms around Wang Xue as if she was reluctant to leave. Moreover, his face looked haggard and he even walked unsteadily. Old Sun noticed something was wrong as soon as he saw it. "This can't be right. Didn't you 3 play landlord all night last night? Old Wang, we have known each other for quite some time. How could I not know your abilities? Every time we came together, we were always in trouble, supporting each other and going back together. Why do you look so different today?" As for the landlord game, it was actually just Old Sun's unbalanced thoughts. Do these 2 technicians look like they're playing landlord? Who could play landlord like this? Old Sun swallowed his saliva and cautiously approached Wang Xue. "Old Wang, don't hide it. Did you get some special medicine? I'm telling you, we are old friends and acquaintances. You can't be secretive. Just tell me how much you want and what you want. As long as it's not too much, I'll give it to you." He is over 50 and still so energetic. "Are you kidding? I told Old Sun that I could eat anything I wanted, but you shouldn't say that. You're also taking medicine. Do you think I don't know the side effects of those medicines? They take a long time to recover from the effects of taking them once. I'm not stupid." Wang Xue was indeed pretending to be stupid and joking. What if this annoyed Mr. Su? "You old man is still hiding 2 million. I need your 2 million. 5 million. Get lost. 10 million. I say, Old Sun, you've lost your mind. I'm just that strong." Wang Xue didn't want to tell the truth at all. "Are you kidding? How can I tell you such a secret?" Wang Xue came here this time to try out how powerful Su Ming's fennel was. He didn't have much hope, but the result last night was beyond his expectations. So awesome. It was beyond my expectation, and it really raised my ability to several levels. He clearly remembered that he did not have this kind of skill when he was 18 years old. If this matter gets out, Mr. Su will definitely find it troublesome and blame himself. Moreover, Mr. Su said that no matter whether it is potion or this thing, there are plenty of them, which means that Mr. Su must have a treasure in his hand. Maybe when he is in a good mood, he will give him some, and he will benefit from it endlessly. If I offend Mr. Su because of this little thing, I will really have to go to the toilet and cry my heart out. Just when Wang Xue was thinking happily, he saw Old Sun in front of him suddenly kneel down. Wang Xue was shocked. Chapter 152, Secretly Learn My Kneeling Technique. Old Sun burst into tears and snot. Old Wang, we are old friends. We usually support and take care of each other. I treat you well. Why didn't you tell me about this good thing? Wang Xue was stunned. Oh my God, Old Sun, when did you learn my kneeling skill? How can this be disgraceful? There are a lot of people coming and going in front of the club. What if someone sees us? Everyone knows what kind of business this club does, but you know it in your heart, but you can't say it out loud. There are a lot of people coming out early in the morning, and if you let people see you, it would be so embarrassing. It can't possibly not exist. I'm telling you, if you don't tell me what's going on, I'll be kneeling with you all day. Wang Xue has a headache. How did this turn out to be a dogskin plaster? Old Sun, get up first. Get up, and I'll talk to you, okay? Don't lie to me. Old Sun stood up doubtfully. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I did get something from someone, but please forgive me. This person has a mysterious origin and a powerful background. Even I dare not offend him in the slightest. I dare not tell anyone unless he speaks up. Wang Xue was also helpless. Seeing his old brother kneeling in front of him, he felt bad. But I can't offend Mr. Su Ming because of this. Am I not a fool? Old Sun was stunned. Oh my God, that's it. What you said is the same as if you didn't say anything. Old Wang, you're being so unfriendly and unkind. We've been working together for over 20 years. Can you tell me if I've ever asked you for more money when delivering goods to you? Haven't I always tried to keep the price as low as possible? Yes. So, for the sake of our friends, you can't hide it. Eating it all by yourself is really unfriendliness, right? I don't want too much either. Just a little bit will do, right? Wang Xue was overwhelmed. Lao Suntu and I have indeed been working together for a long time. Lao Suntu is a transportation team of an overseas trading company. The department controls several large ships, and many of its goods are transported out through Old Sun. And Old Sun is a very particular person. The freight is not much, about 10% lower than the market price. Don't underestimate this 10%. Transporting goods once will cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Moreover, both parties are friends, so sometimes there are some bumps in the road, so it doesn't matter, they can just laugh it off. Without this partner, my business would be greatly hindered, and finding another partner would not be so smooth. But Mr. Su gave me such a good thing. If I tell him about it, he will think that you are just showing off when I give you something. What are you bragging about? I don't want to see you anymore, so get out of here. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? When old Wang saw that Wang Xue was very conflicted, his knees went weak, and he knelt down again. There's nothing I can do. The masculinity of one's own man. Old Sun is rich. Although his net worth is not as high as Wang Xue's, it is at least a little higher than President Chen's. Since he turned 45, his health has been deteriorating. He went to the hospital for a checkup and found nothing wrong, but he just couldn't get better. The other guy has 6 seconds left before he can use his ultimate skill and is invincible, but I have less than 3 seconds left before I can use my ultimate skill. I took Chinese medicine, saw Western doctors and acupuncture, and tried all kinds of folk remedies and traditional Chinese medicines, but they were of no use. Yes, you are rich. That's useless. Money is not everything, and it cannot cure this disease. Wang Xue was the same before. He knew clearly in his heart that those so-called prescriptions were useless, so his period came seldom. He would feel better if he could hold it in for a few months and then come again. Now a godlike thing is right in front of him, and Old Sun cannot let go of this opportunity no matter what. This way. Wang Xue was helpless and hurriedly helped Old Sun up. I recently met a master named Su. This thing was given to you by Mr. Su. I have no idea whether he is willing to help you or not. I can only tell him this. Seeing Old Sun's expression, Wang Xue felt a little softened. Mr. Su, Old Sun knew all of Wang Xue's friends. When did you meet such a friend? What does he do? Is he a traditional Chinese medicine doctor? Don't make blind guesses. He's a young man, but he's a very powerful hermit. All right. It doesn't matter what Mr. Su's identity is, but you have to help me talk about this thing. Just tell me if I have any problem with the money. When Old Sun saw that things were taking a turn for the better, he was so happy that his nose was almost snotty. Okay, Get in my car and wait for me for a while. I'll take you there later, but we have to make an agreement beforehand. Don't get out of the car yet. I'll go in and take a look first. Mr. Su, if you agree, you can go in. If not, we'll leave immediately. Please don't bother. Old Sun nodded hurriedly. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I'm telling you, Old Sun, don't think about throwing money at people. Others may have used Mr. Su's money, maybe even more than me. He really doesn't care about your money. This is just the tip of the iceberg. As an old friend, Wang Xue naturally knew what Old Sun was planning, so he immediately pointed it out and warned him. Not to mention that Su Ming occupied 6 acres of land in the city center. If he sold the stretching legs and staring eyes pills and the fennel given to him and set up a company, he would become a multi-billionaire in no time. But he doesn't care about these things at all. He just wants to farm and live so transparently and invincibly at such a young age. After arriving at the place, Old Sun realized that his friend was right. Oh my God, don't tell me that all the land in the city center belongs to him. Oh my God, if these 6 acres of land were developed, they would be worth at least hundreds of millions. Old Sun's eyes widened. Although he also had that much money, he was still a little shocked. You old thing, you're judging others by your own standards. You really think Mr. Su is planning to develop the property? You're wrong. Mr. Su is not planning to develop this property at all. He's farming in the city center. Old Sun was completely dumbfounded. His 3 views were refreshed, and his respect for Su Ming increased even more. He had heard that there was a kind of hermit who did not like money and only liked to be indifferent to fame and fortune. I never thought that such a thing really existed in this world. Okay, we're here now. You better remember what I said before, otherwise I won't be able to save you. Chapter 153. You are so dark. Su Ming was pouring water into the fish pond at this time. There was originally a lawn in front of the villa, but Su Ming didn't need it, so he asked the construction team to turn it into a large fish pond with circulating water, which looked very nice. This morning he called the fish fry market and asked them to send some ornamental fish over, which were placed in the glass box next to him. They are all very valuable fish species. There are goldfish, and of course there are also the very precious golden arowana. There are also some miscellaneous fish species, all of which are relatively peaceful and will not attack. Su Ming planned to open a fish pond next to it and raise some piranhas and other fish in it. 2 crocodiles would be nice too. Hearing footsteps coming from the side, Su Ming looked up and saw Wang Xue, with a rosy face, striding towards him. Mr. Su, you got up so early. I came here today to thank you for the gift you gave me yesterday. It was really amazing. No wonder Su Ming was so meaningful when he left yesterday. He understood everything today. How was it? Were you exhausted last night? Su Ming smiled mysteriously. He knew that the old man must have done something last night. It's okay, it's okay. I drank your medicine earlier, and I feel very strong. Plus, the fennel I ate was really delicious. But Mr. Su, I have something to tell you. Please don't be angry. I have a friend who is an old business partner. We have known each other for over 20 years. This old man is about the same size as me, but he has some problems with his private parts. He guessed what I ate and kept pestering me. I had no choice. Having said that, Wang Xue carefully glanced at Su Ming's expression, fearing that he would anger Su Ming. Understood. Su Ming turned off the faucet. Mr. Su, don't worry, I just came here to ask. If you don't agree, I will take him away immediately without any problems. I promise that he will never bother me again in the future. Seeing Su Ming's expressionless face, Wang Xue panicked. He couldn't offend Su Ming no matter what. Oh, you don't have to be nervous. Su Ming smiled. Su Ming has principles in his heart. It's okay to help others, but you have to have the right attitude. Wang Xue gave himself a great gift, especially the 3 acres of land next to it, which helped him a lot. Moreover, Wang Xue never felt that the gift he gave was very important from beginning to end. He just felt that it was too light. He was very humble and respectful in front of him. And fennel, like leeks, is always available after each harvest. To be honest, this thing is very precious to others, but to me, worthless. I just happen to have some left. Wait for me. Su Ming returned to the villa. He had cut all the fennel last night. He took out a handful from it at random, found a pocket to put it in, and took it out. Send it to your friend. Su Ming put the thing in Wang Xue's hand. Wang Xue almost cried. Look how generous he was. The most important thing is that Su Ming did this because he completely trusted himself. If someone else wanted this thing, they would definitely ask for a lot of money, but Su Ming never mentioned a penny from beginning to end. But just because Su Ming didn't say it doesn't mean I won't say it. No matter what, I must make this old guy bleed. Old Sun was sitting in the passenger seat, scratching his head and trying hard to resist the urge to rush out. Finally, he saw Wang Xue and his eyes almost popped out. Wang Xue got into the car, and old son asked him hurriedly, "Do you agree? Do you agree?" "I agree. You're lucky. This thing is 10 million each." Oh. Old son didn't object to the price, but he took the thing and took a look. "Isn't this fennel?" "Old Wang, please don't play tricks on me. You can take it or leave it, but don't give it back to me. Are you sure it's this thing?" "Nonsense. I became like this after eating this thing. Just say it straight out. Do you want it or not?" Old son's suspicion made Wang Xue a little unhappy. "If I had known this, I would not have come here. I would have let you kneel down and die there. 10 million per stick." Old son was a little hesitant. Even a piece of gold wouldn't be worth so much, right? Yes, he has the money to buy it. This bag is just a few 100 million. It doesn't matter. "No, don't joke with me. Even if this thing is made of gold and diamonds, it wouldn't be that expensive." Old son was a little hesitant. "Do I look like I'm suffering from Alzheimer's? Let me tell you, this is Mr. Su's most precious treasure. It's just this little bit. I worked so hard to get it. If you don't want it, I can just take it away." Wang Xue reached out to grab the pocket. "You old thing." However, Wang Xue knew in his heart that Su Ming did not ask for money. But since Su Ming did not want the money, he could not refuse it either. It was a matter of attitude. Okay, I believe you. But you also know that this small handful of at least 30 or so pieces would add up to 300 million. Can I give you a discount?" Old son looked eagerly. "It seems you don't want it anymore, so give it to me." Wang Xue did not give in at all and was about to leave. Stop, I want it, can I?" He knew that Wang Xue would not lie to him. They were old friends and would not do this. Especially after seeing the changes in Wang Xue, old son gritted his teeth and thought, "Isn't it just 300 million? Hey, old son, why do you look so unhappy? How much would this thing fetch if it were auctioned?" Wang Xue was a little unhappy. "I'll pay now." Old son didn't dare to hesitate at all. He counted them immediately and found there were 38 of them in total. He paid 380 million. To be honest, old son felt a little distressed. "My company may have hundreds of billions, but those are market values, and the cash flow on my bank account is only about 400 million. It was emptied out in an instant, and I really feel reluctant to part with it." He blinked and looked at the muddy thing in his pocket. He was really not sure what the medicine was for. At this time, Wang Xue walked quickly to Su Ming holding his bank card. Mr. Su, I have already sold the item. Don't worry, I got a good price." Oh. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't thought about this. But after thinking about it, this was also Wang Guohue's good intention. After all, this thing was worthless to him, but if it was put on the market, its value would skyrocket. Mr. Su has a total of 380 million on this card, 10 million each. Wang Xue stood up and put the card in Su Ming's hand. "This card is opened in my name, but don't worry, you can use it as you like. I won't touch this card. The password is 6 zeros. When Su Ming heard this, he was like, "Wow, your business is really shady. 10 million per stick?" Su Ming blinked. Is business so fierce? Chapter 154, I ate it raw. Seeing Su Ming stunned, Wang Xue was dumbfounded. It's over. I did something wrong. The price I asked for was too low. If you think about it carefully, isn't this the truth? Who is Mr. Su? What kind of medicine is this? What a miracle drug, it's so cheap. If I didn't say I was angry, I might jump up and hit someone. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I'm so inexperienced, and my price is too low. Don't worry, just tell me the amount, and I'll have this old man transfer the money to me right away. Wang Xue said hurriedly. Su Ming must not be offended. If he is offended, the loss will be too great. He had made up his mind. Even if Su Ming only asked for 100 million per stick, he would make up the money later. The relationship with Su Ming is the most important. Fortunately, we are now in Su Ming's villa, which is surrounded by high walls. The two people spoke in a low voice, so passers-by could not hear them. Otherwise, indignant passers-by might rush in and tear down the villa. Hey guys, listen to this. Are you talking like a human being? Fennel is available in the market. You can buy a bunch for 10 yuan. It would be fine if you sold it by the root, but 10 million for one? You are robbing it by force. It would be fine if you just snatched it away, but you actually think the price is too cheap? Are you still human? Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, and seeing Wang Guohue's nervous expression, Su Ming felt amused. Well, don't think too much. Su Ming smiled and patted his shoulder gently. You did very well, not bad. To be honest, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for Su Ming. The money for Bao Bao was transferred some time ago, several hundred million. As for the antiques that were auctioned, the money would be transferred to him after each sale. Su Ming himself didn't know how much money was in the card now, but it was definitely a lot. Now money is really just a number to Su Ming. The most important thing is that he owns 5 acres of land in the city center. If you are short of money, just plant something and you will become rich immediately. Achieving a well-off life is not a dream. Call. Wang Xue breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that his clothes were soaked. Wiping the sweat off his head without leaving any trace, Wang Xue smiled and said, "As long as Mr. Su is satisfied, I'm glad. Mr. Su, you are taking a rest, so I will take my leave first." After Wang Xue finished speaking, he turned and left. My legs went weak when I reached the door. I'll never do this again, it's too scary. Old Sun was sitting in the car. He took a piece of fennel and looked at it over and over again. Could this old guy be kidding me? Is he joking? Why do you feel like you've been cheated? 10 million per stick. If I go to the vegetable market, I can buy all the 10 million. But Wang Xue is an old friend after all. We have known each other for so long. This old guy would not lie to me. Old Sun kept smacking his lips. Is he eating? Or not? Damn it. Never mind. Let's eat first. If it doesn't work, I'll settle the score with this old guy. Old Sun made up his mind not to wash. Although there was some mud on it, Old Sun didn't care and ate it in big mouthfuls. After finishing his meal and drinking a sip of water, Wang Xue got into the car. Old Sun, hurry home. Oh, by the way, if you don't have a car, I'll take you home. You old thing can't cook, so go home and ask your wife to cook for you. I'm telling you, if this thing doesn't work, I'll compensate you tenfold. Well, Old Sun blinked his eyes and said, "Is this only effective when fried?" "That's right, I just fried it and ate it, so what?" Wang Xue started the car and was about to drive away when he suddenly realized what was happening and slammed on the brakes. "Damn you, old man. Are you eating me alive?" Old Sun was a little dumbfounded. "No way. Does this thing only work after it's fried? I just ate it raw out of impatience. If it doesn't work, I will cry to death. The most important thing is that you haven't complained about this matter yet. After all, it was your own fault for using the method incorrectly. Wasted money?" Old Sun really felt like crying. "How's it going? Do you feel anything?" Wang Xue asked hurriedly. To be honest, he didn't know whether this thing could be eaten raw. Anyway, he fried it when he got home. "No," Old Sun said in a crying voice. Old Sun was in despair. It was all over. Wang Xue just said it very clearly. "This is the most precious thing in the family. There is nothing more. I also blame myself for being too impatient. I ate it before I was told how to use it. Fuck you, you idiot." Wang Xue couldn't help but swear. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Old Sun wanted to slap himself. "Tell him you're not talking too fast." Old Sun was about to cry when he suddenly froze and stood stiffly on the spot. I just felt a fire slowly igniting in my lower abdomen, and my body functions that had been silent for a long time were slowly recovering. "Oh my God!" Old Sun blinked his eyes, opened his mouth, and uttered 2 words from the depths of his soul. Wang Xue suddenly understood and felt it. Wang Xue laughed heartily and patted Old Sun on the shoulder. "You old thing, you still say I lied to you? What's the matter, brother? I didn't lie to you, did I?" No. Oh my God. This feeling. Old Sun used to do this often when he was young, and his body was worn out by the time he was in his 30s. Speaking of combat effectiveness, it has been more than 20 years, and I haven't felt that kind of satisfying feeling. But now the feeling is back. How's it going? Isn't this a good deal? Deficit. Old Sun slapped his thigh in an exaggerated manner. "This is the most profitable business I have ever made in my life. I made a fortune." Only then did Old Sun realize that what Wang Xue had said before was true. If this kind of thing were to be leaked out, not to mention 10 million per stick, even if it's 100 million, someone will buy it. "Old Wang, I've lived in this city for a while, and I've never heard of a Mr. Su who's so impressive. Who's his background? Could you introduce him to me?" Endless curiosity flashed through Old Sun's mind. He really wanted to meet Su Ming and see what kind of powerful person he was. "Have to." Wang Xue hurriedly shook his head. "Don't even think about it. The fact that Mr. Su can farm in the city center shows that he's indifferent to fame and fortune and doesn't want to meet too many people. Please don't bother him." When Old Sun heard this, he sighed and felt a little regretful. Wang Xue felt amused. "Damn, I was almost scared to death because of you. You still want to meet Mr. Su? No way. Mr. Su is like a god to me. I haven't even had enough time to offer him my respects, and you still want to meet him and disturb his life. You wish." Chapter 155. I understand. He knew that President Chun had been with Su Ming all along and might have gained a lot of benefits from him. Now that he already has President Chun as his opponent, if another old fox comes along, he will have even less to gain. If it were just me and President Chun now, there would be no problem. After all, there are only 2 of us. Mr. Su is not a stingy person, and usually they can be divided equally. If there were a few more, maybe you can push yourself to the edge. After all, these old guys are quite skilled at licking people. Wang Xue wiped the sweat from his forehead while driving. Goodness, I thought I would never have the chance to compete for favor in this life. I never thought that when I get old, I would live like a woman in the harem. Compete for favor. You must compete for favor. Isn't it okay for us to just meet once, Lao Wang? Do you have any photos? Old son, I urge you to stop. Wang Xue stopped the car at a red light, turned around, and his face showed an unprecedented seriousness. Old son, we have a friendship, but this matter must be made clear. I have already told you very clearly before, Mr. Su likes a simple life and does not want to be disturbed. If you dare to make a fuss about this, I will immediately terminate my cooperation with you even if it means losing money. Wang Xue's words were very serious. The two of them have been friends for a long time and knew each other when they were young, but they have never said such words to each other. Old son was not stupid. After hearing this, he knew that this matter had no chance. I can only nod and forget it. Is it okay if I don't know him? In fact, he didn't want to curry favor with Su Ming. He just wanted to know what this hermit master looked like. And by the way, thank you very much, it's worth it. Although Wang Xue's words were a bit harsh, it did not affect old son's mood at all. Humming kunku opera, shaking his head and patting his calves, although he didn't sleep much last night, he is now full of energy. He really wanted to go home and feel the changes in his body again. Wang Xue understood what was going on and drove directly back to the club where he had been yesterday. You old man have to work overtime just because of your little girl. Hey. Old son smiled and said nothing more. After getting off the car, he slipped inside. Su Ming didn't know all this. After putting all the water into the fish pond, Su Ming cleaned the pond a little, drained the water, and added some clean water. Then test the water for impurities and pH. The water quality is pretty good and suitable for raising these fish. I put all the fish in, installed an oxygen inlet, and put some gravel, rockery, and some sand in it. Su Ming did this kind of thing himself because there was a big lake at the doorstep of his home when he was young. He often played there when he was young and had a natural affinity for water. I went back to the house, took a shower, and sat at the door of the villa. It was just the beginning of autumn and the weather was cool. Su Ming sat in the shade of a tree, rocking in a rocking chair, listening to crosstalk and looking at the goldfish at the door. What a beautiful day. However, Su Ming's mind was quite active. The wall surrounding the 3 acres of land next to it is about to be completed. What should I grow myself? Plant some more fruit trees? Yes, absolutely. However, Su Ming's thoughts quickly diverged. After learning that the system had the function of annexation, Su Ming had many more ideas in his mind. If we buy up all the high-rise buildings around the city center and raise them to the ground, can we annex them all? At that time, all other walls will be demolished and only a huge wall will be built around it. Wouldn't it be great if you could farm the land yourself? Although money is just external things to him, the joy of farming is irreplaceable. But if you want to accomplish this, you will definitely have to spend money. There is no doubt about this, but this place is in the city center and every inch of land is valuable. If you want to buy the entire piece of land, you can't do it without tens of billions of dollars. The most important thing is that Su Ming can only swallow this idea in his stomach now. After all, you can't bring this up. If you shout on the street, I'm going to tear down all the buildings in the city center and turn them into farmland. I guarantee that you will end up in a mental hospital in the afternoon, wearing a white coat, tied to the bed, and receiving all kinds of injections. It won't take a few days. You will become a complete lunatic. And that's completely inconsistent with reality. People's current concept of life is to move to the city center. After all, land here is very expensive. If you can buy a house in the city center or the second ring road, you are already a wealthy person. But what happened to you, old man? It would have been fine if they just bought a building, but they also turned it into land and ended up growing things on it. Good man, why don't you go buy land in the countryside? With the price of a building, you can buy a whole town. The whole piece of land is yours. You can plant whatever you want and roll around on it without anyone bothering you. However, Su Ming was still a little worried. He didn't know whether this system fusion would be triggered randomly or arbitrarily. If you go through a lot of trouble to buy several buildings around, in the end you will only get ordinary farmland. Without the support of the system, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Well, Su Ming sighed. What a happy trouble. Just as Su Ming closed his eyes and thought, there was a sound of footsteps at the door. Su Ming suddenly found that he seemed to have mastered a skill. Listen to the footsteps. He was calm but powerful, cautious, and walked slowly. At first glance, he was President Chun. Sure enough, after raising her eyelids slightly, it was indeed President Chun. It's just that the current President Chun is completely different from before. After taking the medicine with President Chun, he became physically strong, but his face was always pale. It's not that I'm sick, I'm just holding it in. but the key is that he has not yet been able to release it. But now President Chun is striding forward with his back straight, his face rosy and radiant. Although his appearance has not changed much, you can tell at a glance that this person is different. Su Ming felt amused. Looking at the slight dark circles under President Chin's eyes, you can tell that he probably didn't sleep all night last night, but there was no impact at all. It seems that he was very tired last night. Mr. Su, you are truly amazing. I have never tasted such powerful fennel before. The effect is amazing. President Chin stood in front of Su Ming, rubbed his hands, and sighed sincerely. I haven't felt this way in a long time. Yesterday and last night, President Chun was a little carried away, but he stopped abruptly here and couldn't say any more. If you say anything more, this book will be blocked. The author has to work hard to revise the article. Su Ming was a little embarrassed. He sat up straight, rubbed his nose, and tried to change the subject. Chapter 156 Planting Coconuts for Fun. Looking at President Chin's appearance, you can tell that this old man didn't rest all night last night. Very satisfied. President Chin came to express his gratitude, but his arrival also happened to be a coincidence. Seeing President Chin's excited expression, Su Ming calmed down a little and smiled. President Chin, there's something I'd like to inquire about. Su Ming smiled calmly. You said I would tell you everything I know, and I would find a way to find out anything I don't know. President Chin heard it. I feel more energetic than before, as if I had been given a shot of chicken blood. No, it should be that he drank Pulse and Red Bull, took some stimulants, and then added 2 shots of adrenaline. My heart beat faster. Mr. Su has something to ask of me. I can finally do something practical for Mr. Su. Hadn't he waited all this time just for this moment? He had to answer well and perform well to make Mr. Su understand. It's still useful to keep it for yourself. Look, this is the Guoxing Building, and there are 2 office buildings behind it. I want to buy the office buildings and demolish them at the same time. How much would it cost? Su Ming really didn't know much about this matter before. I really only have a vague understanding of this market situation. Oh. President Chin didn't react for a moment. Did I hear wrong? This office building is quite good. Why would they demolish it for no reason? No way. President Chun is not stupid either. He can figure it out immediately. Are you planning to farm? But the total area is 5 mu, which is not small. President Chun, you've already guessed it. I think these 5 acres of land are not enough. Adding these 2 office buildings should be enough. I don't want to move Guoxing Building for the time being. Can you help me calculate how much it will cost? Su Ming's face was calm, and he said such shocking words as if he was saying, Oh, we have 5 cabbages, but they are not enough to eat. I'm going to buy 2 more cabbages. Just buy 2. I don't need the one next to it. My goodness, how can such words sound so bland when they come out of your mouth? President Chin's heart was in turmoil. If he were given a piece of land in the city center, he would never do this. Wow, is this the realm of being awesome? His understanding of Su Ming reached a new level, and he was even more confused. President Chin swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Su, you should understand that Donghai City is also a coastal city and a first-tier city in the country. The land in the city center is extremely expensive. These 2 buildings cover a large area. If you want to buy them together, it will cost at least 20 billion. And President Chin blinked and said, This is just the asking price. If you want to buy it and then demolish it, I'm afraid the price will be even higher than this, at least tens of billions more. Oh, Su Ming understood what was going on when he heard it. So 30 billion is enough? Su Ming nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. President Chin's heart was twitching. That's 30 billion. It's not 300 yuan, let alone 3 million. Why does such a large sum of money seem so small when it is mentioned in front of Mr. Su? Su Ming touched his chin. The money in his bank cards totaled almost tens of billions. Although it seems a long way off, Su Ming believes it. I have only been farming for less than half a month, but I have earned such a huge income. Moreover, the fruits of the things grown nowadays are becoming more and more expensive. Not to mention anything else, just these leg-stretching and eye-glaring pills plus fennel can bring him a huge income. President Chin suppressed the shock in his heart. But I felt a little happy in my heart. Look, farming is such tiring work. Before, I was working on 2 acres of land by myself and could barely handle it. Now, Old Wang comes and competes with me for the work. There is only 1 acre of land left. But the 3 acres of land next to it would be a lot once Su Ming started farming and bought 2 buildings. I can't do it alone, and Su Ming can't do it alone either. 3 people can probably handle it. It's just the right time to show your importance. Mr. Su, I can't say too much about your affairs, but I believe you can do it. If you need anything for farming, please feel free to call me at any time, even in the middle of the night. President Chun hurriedly expressed his attitude. He had been the bank president for several years, And although he had earned some money, it was far less than what he would have earned in just half a month by Su Ming's side. Not to mention anything else, just the potion of the stretching legs and staring eyes pills and those handfuls of fennel. It is far more than the total of my previous income. Okay, don't worry. If I really need your help, I won't hesitate to help you. Su Ming stood up and patted President Shun on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'll think of you if something good happens. Su Ming smiled. Although President Shun was trying to flatter me, there was absolutely no need for him to help me for no reason. Su Ming was still grateful in his heart. If there were another good thing like the stretching legs and staring eyes pills, it wouldn't be a big deal to share it with him. After all, the quantity is large enough. At worst, I can have some more. When President Shun heard this, his eyes turned red and he was about to cry. Oh, these words are worth 1,000 gold. In his opinion, even if the world's largest bank was given to him, he would not want it. Are you kidding? What does money matter? Money is a bastard. How can it be more important than Mr. Su? What's the point? He was not feeling well to begin with, but after drinking the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, he immediately felt stronger. My wife and children are in much better health, and this handful of fennel made her regain the feeling of her youth. Partying every night is not a dream. Later I changed my online name to Chun Shizenlang. Then I won't disturb your rest, Mr. Su. I'm going to get busy. President Shun was very familiar with the situation. He put his clothes aside and started working. Old Wang was not here today, so he was the only one working. So delicious. Su Ming now blinked and tried to find a way to get the money. There are still a large number of antique jades that have not been auctioned. This money together should be enough. But Su Ming thought about it carefully. They are right to do so. This cycle should be very long. After all, if a lot of jade products are sold out suddenly, it will lower the price of the entire industry. They need to do it step by step over the long term. Su Ming was not in a hurry. The wall surrounding the 3 acres of land next to him was about to be completed. He decided to think about what to plant there first. After all, no one can become fat in one bite, right? He stood up and walked to the warehouse next to him, opened the door, and looked through the seeds inside. Conventional vegetables and fruits no longer attract Su Ming's attention. Suddenly Su Ming saw something. Damn, isn't this a coconut? Su Ming was stunned. Yes, you can plant coconut trees on the ground yourself. Chapter 157. The pear tree ripened. The coconut tree has very strict requirements for its growth environment, usually in the south. Although Su Ming is close to the sea, it is located to the north. It's still a bit cold in winter. The probability of a coconut tree surviving is very low, but who cares if there is a system? Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, strode out, and came to the construction site next to him. The workers have started packing up to evacuate, while the boss is lowering his head and checking the details of the wall bit by bit, afraid of missing even the slightest bit. If you look down from the sky, it can be found that the 2-acre and 3-acre lands are surrounded by a wall. The wall that was previously adjacent to the 3 acres of land has been demolished. Standing in Su Ming's villa, you can see 3 acres of land. And according to Su Ming's wishes, an exit was left on these 3 acres of land. The wall was built very high, a full 3 meters. Made of reinforced concrete, it can withstand a force 13 gale. However, the boss said that not to mention level 13, even level 15 is not a problem. After seeing Su Ming, the boss hurriedly stood up and walked towards him with a smile. Mr. Su, look, the wall has been built successfully. Are you satisfied? Su Ming put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth twice like a foreman. Not bad, very good. Hey. The boss was happy when he heard this. This boss is not blind. These 2 days, President Chun and Wang Xue came more frequently than anyone else, just like they were going to a market. The boss knows them. The status of these 2 people is much higher than his. Normally, he can hardly even meet them, but these 2 big shots are just like workers in Su Ming's place. Obviously, Su Ming's status is much higher than he imagined. As long as you are satisfied, we have packed up everything and you can farm anytime. Thank you for your hard work. Su Ming smiled and said, I've ordered a few tables of food and drinks for you at the restaurant next door. You can go back after you finish eating. Oh, how embarrassing. Look, what? You're not going to eat. Su Ming pretended to be angry. Go. The boss was shocked when he heard this and quickly assured, Don't worry, I will not only eat it, but I will also eat it cleanly without missing a single thing. Su Ming nodded. Go ahead. Yes. The boss nodded in panic and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Call. Scared to death. By the way, I'll pay you the wages after our villa is built. Mr. Su's money is. Okay. We'll send you the list of the money later. The boss's clothes were soaked when he walked to the door. It's not that it's too hot, it's that I'm scared. I have never seen this kind of scene before. Those who want to give money don't want to give, and those who want to receive money want to receive more. But for Su Ming, it's just the opposite. One doesn't want to receive, the other insists on giving. Well, the boss stood at the door and shook his head. He thought that his vision was too narrow. Could Mr. Su be short of such a small amount of money? This carelessness almost made Su Ming angry. That was a close call. I should be more careful next time. Su Ming glanced at the time. Because I have been fertilizing and watering diligently, the pear trees should be ripe tonight. Su Ming walked to the warehouse excitedly, drove out the farm vehicle, and plowed the 3 acres of land from beginning to end. President Chen wanted to help, but was stopped by Su Ming. Oh, yes, President Chen. Su Ming placed the bank card Wang Xue had given him in President Chen's hand and said, I have several hundred million in this card. Can you help me process it later? If not, do it now and transfer it to my bank card. You have to do it in person. It's very important. Yes. President Chen stood still immediately and shouted with great vigor and courage. This is the task assigned to me by Mr. Su. He now does things for Su Ming without asking why or why. Just do it. Just do whatever Mr. Su tells you to do. Don't talk so much nonsense. Seeing President Chen driving away, Su Ming laughed. Putting the money in the card and transferring it to his own bank card does not mean that he does not trust Wang Xue. It was Su Ming who wanted to get President Chen out of the way. Then plant coconuts. Because only 25 to 30 coconut trees can be planted on 1 acre of land. So 100 are enough for 3 acres of land. We can definitely finish planting all the crops before President Chen comes back. Just do it. He took a sip of the stretch legs and stare pill. Su Ming was full of strength. He carried 2 bags of coconuts and walked into the field. After measuring the distance, he quickly finished planting. He clapped his hands in satisfaction and stood in the aisle. The system automatically turned the 3 acres of land into rows of fields. There was no sign of any movement. Not long after Su Ming finished his work and took a sip of water, President Chen came back. Mr. Su, I have completed the task you assigned to me. Su Ming nodded. I just finished planting these 3 acres of land. Can you help me water it and apply some fertilizer? Okay. When President Chen heard this, his eyes lit up. I couldn't help but lick my lips with my tongue, looking at the 3 acres of land, as if I saw a beautiful woman. Haha, here I come. It's your loss that old Wang didn't come today. I enjoy these 3 acres of land all by myself. Seeing President Chen working so hard, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You are the first person in history to work at this level. Farming can be so joyful. Ding. Coconuts have been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 28 hours. President Chen was working very hard, so Su Ming didn't want to disturb him. Wang Xue came in the afternoon. When the 2 old men met, they glared at each other and almost started fighting again. Later, Su Ming really had no way to draw a clear line between the 2. President Chen is responsible for weeding, watering, and fertilizing these 3 acres of land. Wang Xue is responsible for weeding, watering, and fertilizing 2 acres of land, as well as cleaning agricultural machinery. Only then did the 2 old men calm down a little, but they still looked angry when they showed up. When others saw it, they thought it was a revenge for someone's wife being stolen and his father being killed. Who knows, it was because someone robbed him while he was working. The migrant workers at the construction site were indignant. Come on, I won't be angry if you take my job. I promise I'm happy. In the blink of an eye, it was night. President Chen and Wang Xue cleaned up and left. The yard, which had been bustling all day, became quiet. Su Ming ate something and looked at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The pears would be ripe in another hour. If it were before, I would definitely be impatient, but now, I am very calm. I went upstairs to play a few games of Summoner's Rift before checking the time. The time has come. Putting down the mouse, Su Ming hummed a song as he went downstairs and walked to the field. It smells so good. The garden is full of pear trees with lush branches and leaves and abundant fruits. Chapter 158. Oh my God. When Su Ming smelled the fruity fragrance, his first reaction was, could it be the same as fennel? It also grows pears, but does it have any other special effects? But when Su Ming got closer and took a look, good job. Damn it. What the hell? Big fortune. This is really like giving a pillow when you feel sleepy. The trees are full of diamonds. Unlike the diamonds dug out of the ground before, these diamonds are all colored. Pink diamonds, blue diamonds, black diamonds. And each one is quite large. Su Ming previously had a designer friend who worked in the diamond industry. He had heard that there was a 24.78-carat pink diamond. Lawrence Graff, the owner of a luxury brand at the time, bought it directly at an auction for a large sum of money. 320 million. That was the price 10 years ago. It would be at least double today. But there was a pink diamond on a tree not far away. It's obviously a lot bigger than the one at the auction. A full circle. You have to know that diamonds in this world are luxury goods and are a scam in themselves. Many years ago, there was no connection between marriage and diamonds. However, the diamond industry uses the saying that a diamond is forever and a diamond lasts forever to equate diamonds with marriage. This can be said to be the most successful advertisement. Not even one. It changed the marriage model for him and changed the marriage values of many people. Diamonds are a luxury item in society, but diamonds themselves are not actually a rare commodity. There are many diamond mines in the world. If all diamonds were mined, everyone would have a lot of diamonds in their hands, and they would be as cheap as silver, and their value would be greatly reduced. Diamond merchants also want to control the market value and the flow of diamonds. But the price of colored diamonds in this world has never been lower. Colored diamonds are a true luxury. The diamonds in each tree are the same color. This tree bears pink fruit, and the other tree bears blue fruit. Su Ming remembered it was 4 years ago. A 14.62-carat Oppenheimer blue diamond was sold for a full 400 million yuan at auction. This value has exceeded the world record for diamond auction. Su Ming blinked. Each tree has about 10 diamonds, and there are thousands of them in total. Oh my God, this is simply invincible. I was a little worried about where the money would come from. With these diamonds, wouldn't 30 billion be easy? Even Su Ming was a little dazed now. He swallowed hard and hurried back to the house to pick up a few more bags. Then the inhumane cleanup began. One bag after another, they carried everything back. Su Ming roughly counted and found that there were nearly 2,000 diamonds. Even if it has no color, it is still a huge raw diamond. These are the scattered diamonds produced in diamond mines. Su Ming thought the red wine grown in the cornfield had a good harvest. But compared with diamonds, it's so rubbish. Su Ming laughed heartily. His grand ambition could finally be realized. So awesome. I can walk sideways now. Restraining his excitement, Su Ming walked to the field and tidied it up simply. The pear tree is still lush and green and will obviously ripen again. Could there be diamonds? If there are more than 2,000 diamonds, it wouldn't be a big deal. Scattered across such a large world, they are still rare and valuable, and their prices are extremely high. Moreover, Su Ming was not planning to take out all of them, just 100. Should be enough. After all, if too much is taken out, it will definitely affect the market value. Take it slow and steady. But if there were more diamonds? It's so frustrating, there's no place to put it. Su Ming originally thought that the 2 underground floors should be enough for warehouses. But now it suddenly feels a bit too small. It's only been a few days. 1.5 rooms were full. Well, what should I do? If anyone else heard it, they would scold Su Ming until he vomited blood. Good job. You don't know how lucky you are. If you think it's too much, give us one. We can never have too much. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 2,000 experience points. Next harvest will be in 24 hours. Ding. Congratulations to the host on upgrading. The system is about to unlock new features. Unlocking time is 24 hours. Depend on. The sudden notification sound in his brain made Su Ming stunned. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV5. Experience, 11050/20,000. Farm, level 1. Skills, blessing of plants, primary scanning function, no tiredness talent. Forget about this. I upgraded myself. Ahaha. Su Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. This time I made a lot of money. Not only does it unlock new features, it also gives you so many diamonds, and you can harvest more. Su Ming couldn't guarantee that it would be diamonds next time, but no matter what it was, it would definitely not be bad. Because for him, these diamonds should be enough to last for a long time. It would be better if it wasn't a diamond next time. Even if you turned into a real pear tree and produced some pears or something, that would be delicious. Su Ming suppressed his excitement and went upstairs. Su Ming knows nothing about buying a house. But President Chun and Wang Xue, you shouldn't need to do it yourself. The most important thing now is to sell things. It only works if you have enough money. Lying on the bed, Su Ming fell into a deep sleep in a short while. Early the next morning, just as Su Ming opened his eyes and finished washing up, President Chun arrived. You came early enough. Su Ming couldn't help but shook his head. President Chun didn't disturb Su Ming but went to the 3 acres of land and started watering and fertilizing. Su Ming couldn't help but smile and walk downstairs. Mr. Su, you got up so early? President Chun was a little surprised, although Mr. Su was a carefree person. But he is a young man after all. Isn't it normal to stay in bed? Su Ming looked at President Chun and felt a little amused. President Chun was not idle last night. He must have fought for a long time. He is not afraid of tiring his wife out. President Chun has something I want to ask you. Mr. Su, please speak. President Chen responded quickly. Do you know where I can recycle diamonds? Diamond. President Chen was stunned for a moment. Our bank will do. Some specialized jewelry stores will also do. Oh. Su Ming nodded in sudden realization. Can you afford 30 billion? How many? President Chen was stunned at that moment. I thought Su Ming had dug out some troublesome diamonds from the warehouse and was going to sell them. It can only sell for tens of millions at most. 30 billion. Am I crazy, or is Mr. Su crazy? President Chen suddenly remembered the conversation yesterday. No wonder Mr. Su asked me how much it would cost to buy the 2 buildings. I see. Mr. Su, this diamond is a valuable item, but 30 billion. President Chen was a little embarrassed. He wanted to say something, but didn't dare to say it directly. If you want to sell ordinary diamonds for 30 billion, you need to use a train to transport them. Even if you have a few precious diamonds, you can't sell them at such a high price. Chapter 159, Still Too Small. Seeing President Chen's cautious expression, Su Ming felt amused. Ouch. President Chen, you are doubting my ability. President Chen, just tell me whether you can eat it or not. Su Ming smiled calmly. President Chen heard it. Oh my God. Is it true? 30 billion worth of diamonds? Oh my God. I always thought I was a rich man, but why do I feel so poor when I'm with Mr. Su? From now on, if anyone tells me that I am rich, I will get angry with him. I can't eat. President Chen is in a difficult situation. It is so difficult to say these words, I almost cry. Chen Guoxing, you useless thing. Mr. Su finally asked you to help with something. Why can't you do it? I used to think that this bank president's identity was quite good. Now you can tell he's a dick. President Chen became more and more depressed the more he thought about it, and suddenly he raised his hand and slapped himself. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I can't help you. President Chen's eyes were filled with tears and his voice was crying. Su Ming was shocked. What the hell? Did you collude with Wang Xue? One kneels down, the other slaps him in the face. What the hell? Your 2 survival tricks? President Chen, please don't get excited. I'm just asking. Su Ming shook his head speechlessly. Is there any place that can take such a large order? Well? President Chen was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. I started thinking desperately, and suddenly my eyes lit up. Mr. Su, you're right. There's actually a place in Donghai City that can eat there. Good. Su Ming nodded. Then come with me. As he spoke, Su Ming led the way in front, and President Chen followed behind. President Chen was extremely nervous as this was his first time entering Su Ming's villa. He took several deep breaths and forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. Don't look around, don't move around, just be quiet. Before entering the door, he carefully rubbed his shoes on the side of the road, looked at them for a long time to see if they were clean, and then stepped carefully onto the floor. As soon as he arrived at the basement, President Chen was stunned. Damn it. Am I dreaming? What's this? It's all red wine. And it is a particularly valuable collector's edition of red wine. If this red wine is to be placed in someone else's hands, it must be kept at a constant temperature, behind bulletproof glass, and carefully preserved. But here with Su Ming, safe does not exist. It's like a pile of very worthless mineral water bottles, piled up haphazardly in a corner. Oh my God. I saw President Chen standing behind me in a daze. Su Ming smiled and said, Does President Chen like it? If you like, pick a few bottles and take them home to drink. Oh. President Chen was stunned for a moment, then shook his head like a rattle. No, 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 no. This mouth is like a machine gun. Okay, once you've helped me with this, I'll pick out a few bottles for you. Su Ming felt amused. This wine was very valuable to others, but not to himself. There is still no bottle of mineral water to quench my thirst. Soon they reached the warehouse next door, opened the door, and walked in. President Chen was petrified again. This time he stood at the door for a full half-minute, unable even to breathe. I was shocked too early. What is this place? Is it my bank safe? No, 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 there are not so many valuables in my bank safe. It's all diamonds. Large raw diamonds were placed randomly in the box. If you don't know, you might think it's glass. The only diamonds that can be placed on the stand are black, pink, and blue diamonds. This. President Chen had previously doubted whether Su Ming could come up with so many things, but after seeing this, he realized. I am narrow-minded. I am too narrow-minded. Bang! President Chen slapped himself again cleanly and neatly. On the one hand, it helps him sober up, and on the other hand, it helps him dispel his doubts about Mr. Su. Then Mr. Su didn't dare to say anything that he firmly didn't believe it. Even if Mr. Su said that he could reach the moon in the sky and catch dragons in the 5 seas. I will never doubt it. Seeing President Chen's expression, Su Ming blinked. No way. Could it be that the stretching legs and staring eyes pill has some side effects? I drank it myself, and it seems there are no side effects. It's all my fault, Mr. Su. I was wrong. I will never doubt you again. President Chen made a loud promise at the door. Su Ming was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth and blinked. What is this and what? Su Ming naturally didn't know what was going on in President Chen's mind. If he knew, he would definitely laugh. President Chen, I don't know much about the diamond industry. Could you please help me take a look? Su Ming pointed to the shelf next to him and said, how many diamonds do you think can be sold for 30 billion? Oh. President Chen took a deep breath and mustered up a lot of courage before walking in. He walked in very carefully, fearing that something might be broken. President Chen forgot one thing. Diamond is one of the strongest substances in the world. Even if President Chen is broken, this diamond will not be broken. Damn, such a big pink diamond? Black diamonds can actually be this big? President Chen finally woke up from the initial shock, then calmness, and finally numbness. I'm afraid that no matter how precious a diamond is, it will be nothing but a piece of chicken in the hands of President Chen. You haven't seen Mr. Su's inventory, but you would think so if you did. After all, President Chen has worked in the bank for many years. Diamonds are valuable, but he borrowed quite a few and the valuations were relatively accurate. I picked about 100 pieces. Mr. Su, these should be enough. Is this little enough? Mr. Su, you don't know. President Chen smiled and said, I believe you should have checked the prices of these diamonds online before. Although these diamonds are expensive, they are far inferior to yours in terms of size and quality. I think your diamonds can be worth several times more. And now you know that the large diamonds have been mined almost completely, with only 1 or 2 found sporadically. They are too scarce in the market. If these diamonds were to be auctioned, I believe the wealthy would definitely spend a fortune on them. But if you put it up at an auction, you'll have to pay a handling fee, and the process will take too long, and you definitely won't be able to wait. Actually, I estimate that 70 yuan should be enough. Choosing more will save you from not having enough. Upon hearing this, Su Ming nodded in agreement, went upstairs dragging a worn suitcase, and looked at President Chen with his eyelids twitching. He had received a diamond before. It is only 1/3 the size of Su Ming's diamond. But that time the escort was armed with live ammunition, which was placed in a heavy safe. Police cars led the way, and everyone stepped aside. It was so cautious. Now take a look. Or the pattern is too small. Chapter 160. Do you accept diamonds? Throw all the diamonds into the suitcase. Even though President Chen felt a little numb, his eyelids were still twitching. Why is it that no matter what happens, Mr. Su Ming seems to think it's not a big deal? Following Mr. Su for so long has not only broadened my horizons, but also increased my knowledge. The people and things that I once thought were extremely powerful now seem just a drizzle. Taking President Chen to the underground garage, President Chen was shocked again. Although I knew that Su Ming bought a car before, I was surprised to see so many luxury cars displayed together. It's so fucking spectacular. Well, Su Ming suddenly sighed. When President Chen heard this, he was shocked. What's wrong, Mr. Su? Are you feeling unwell? Or did something happen? President Chen is so nervous. President Chen, have you ever been troubled? Have. President Chen nodded honestly. So how do you usually solve it? Let it be. President Chen was confused. There's a little bit of truth to that. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, can I ask what's bothering you? President Chen blinked, confused. He really didn't know. I sighed for no apparent reason. Who could possibly know what it was about? Which of these cars should I drive? Puff. When these words came out, President Chen almost vomited blood. My goodness, it turns out that you have been troubled by this matter for a long time. President Chen opened his mouth and stuttered for a long time, but couldn't utter a single word. Su Ming pondered for a moment and touched his chin. Forget it. Let's use the old method. After saying that, Su Ming picked up a stone from the ground. Then throw it forward. The small stone rolled a few meters and then stopped. It's you. A red and cool Ferrari sports car. Su Ming's godlike operation left President Chen dumbfounded. My goodness, how can you do this? It's simply invincible. Learned again. Mr. Su, your method is really amazing. It seems random, but it actually makes a lot of sense. President Chen praised sincerely from the side. Su Ming looked back. I feel funny in my heart. What a guy. How? Is your married life too full these days? Is your brain becoming more alert? He is very good at licking people. President Chen was very diligent and put the box in the trunk. To be honest, the trunk of a sports car is really not that big. After seeing Su Ming sitting down, President Chen got in the car and became Su Ming's full-time driver. After all, this is a sports car, so the shock absorption system is naturally top-notch. Moreover, this is a road in the city center, so there is no need to be suspicious. There are not even any potholes. But President Chun drives very carefully. Even the brakes were applied lightly. If this makes Mr. Su annoyed, angry, or bumpy, I regret it so much. There was also a box of diamonds in the trunk. Take it out like this and throw it on the street. Just shout. Grab as much as you want, no money required. I can guarantee that our friends abroad who get the news will drive their fighter jets back to snatch it away and beat its brains out. Donghai City is very big. After all, it is a coastal city and a first-tier city in the country. Su Ming's location is indeed in the city center. The entire city is in the shape of a disc. It is divided into 4 urban areas: east, south, west, and north. Su Ming previously worked and lived in Dongqing District. Whether going out to buy things or going home, you will pass through Dongqing District, including the antique market we visited before, which is also in the suburbs of Dongqing District. This time they went to Xiqing District, the place Su Ming rarely visited. Walking on the road, looking at the slightly unfamiliar buildings around him, Su Ming sighed inwardly. Before, I couldn't come because I needed to work and save money, so I didn't have time. Now that I have time, it seems it is time to walk around more. After all, this city is very big, and it still takes nearly an hour to drive from one end to the other. President Chun was familiar with the route and quickly drove the car to a place. Su Ming got out of the car and saw that it was a club. The area is large, and there is a huge parking lot at the door. The door was open and many people were coming and going. The cars parked in the parking lot are basically good cars, and there are almost no cheap ones. Mr. Su, this is the largest jewelry appraisal center and trading center in Donghai City. Those who can do the appraisal here are all backed by recycling companies, and they are basically large multinational corporations. When they come across something good, they will buy it even if they have to borrow money. After all, they can make a lot of money from the auction after secondary processing. Su Ming nodded. Su Ming understood it in his heart. It was a routine operation. The arrival of this red and cool sports car attracted a lot of attention. Although there are many good cars present, but the top ones are all worth millions. This sports car worth tens of millions is very rare. Who can afford such an expensive car is a small person. Many people's eyes couldn't help but stay here. Even several people came over here. As a result, President Chen opened the trunk and took out a worn suitcase from it. Everyone was stunned at that moment. What is this operation? Which expert can explain to me what this operation means? Come here to buy or sell things. Everyone selling things is very cautious. At least wrap it in a gift box or something, right? Have you ever seen anyone selling expensive jewelry and jade with just a broken suitcase? Is there money in it? Impossible. What era is this? Are such large transactions still conducted in cash? Moreover, this suitcase is not very big, and it would cost at most 1 million. In this market, 1 million is just the beginning. You drive a sports car worth tens of millions and then spend 1 million to buy things? This is impossible. Su Ming didn't care what the people around him thought. He took President Chen with him and walked in with his head held high. The people behind looked at each other. These two people have extraordinary temperaments and must be rich people. So what's in this crappy suitcase? People are curious, and they are too. Several people couldn't help their curiosity. Followed quietly. President Chen led the way, and Su Ming followed behind. The two took the elevator to the 3rd floor and walked straight inside. After walking a few steps, I saw a huge door. This door is quite large. There is a hall in the center, with 2 young ladies standing at the back to welcome guests. Very beautiful. President Chun was obviously a regular customer. When he walked over, the 2 young ladies' eyes lit up. President Chun, you're here again. We'll notify the boss right away. Tell him to hurry up. I have brought him a big business this time. President Chun smiled happily. Big business? The 2 young ladies didn't dare to neglect it after hearing this. Chapter 161 Weird Corporate Culture. Who is President Chun? President of Tianhua Bank. Are you kidding? This is a big shot with the same status as their boss. Every time they come, they are personally entertained by their boss. But even though President Chun came several times, he never mentioned the word big business. President Chen's big business was probably hard for them to imagine. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing a suit and tie, walked over quickly with a lively laugh. Oh, President Chun. The man laughed and said, Thank you, President Chun, for taking care of my business again. Boss Feng, you are wrong. President Chun smiled mysteriously and stepped aside. This time, it is Mr. Su who brought you this business. Oh, Boss Feng is also a smart man. How could he not know who President Chun is? Could someone who could make President Chun so respectful be just an ordinary person? Excuse me, Mr. Su, we've been inconsiderate. Please come in. Boss Feng made way and let the 2 people in. But he was a little confused. Just come here to do business. Why bring a broken suitcase with you? But Boss Feng didn't dare to ask. You will naturally know what you should know. and it is better to ask less about what you should not know. Soon they arrived at the VIP room. Boss Feng, I'm not going to be polite with you anymore. I came here to sell some food. I wonder if you can eat it here. Su Ming smiled calmly. Haha. When Boss Feng heard this, even though he knew Su Ming's noble status, he couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Su, you are joking. Our store is the largest store in the entire appraisal center. There is nothing we can't eat. Su Ming nodded. Then I feel relieved. After saying that, Su Ming placed the suitcase horizontally on the ground. Unzip it neatly. Boss Feng didn't take it seriously at first. What good things can be packed in a broken suitcase? Still doubting that you can't eat? That's ridiculous. But when Boss Feng saw what was inside, he stood up suddenly. Oh my god. This. Boss Feng, who has always been steady and calm, became extremely stiff when he saw the diamond. He started shaking all over, and his eyes rolled back in the next second before he fainted. Hey. President Shen panicked when he saw it. Holy shit, what's going on? We're here to sell something, and we're being scammed again? Boss Feng, don't be ridiculous. Even if you pretend to faint and try to scam us, we won't reduce the price of this item by a penny. President Chen hurried over and took a closer look. Good God, he really fainted. He started twitching and foaming at the mouth. Su Ming also became anxious when he saw it. What's going on? Not only are people's lives being sold, but things are also being sold. The staff outside the door heard the sound and rushed in. Boss Feng, are you okay? Boss Feng, how are you? No way. Boss Feng hasn't had an epileptic seizure in over 10 years. What's going on? Su Ming's face darkened when he heard this. My goodness, you have epilepsy and you dare to do this? Do you think you have seen and eaten everything and that there is no way you would be surprised? How is it? Did you eat turtle today? Holy shit, what is this? I'm all diamonds. Aren't these the two gentlemen who just entered the store? Holy crap, but this crappy suitcase is filled with top quality diamonds. Gah. Well. Then clean and crisp. Several more people rolled their eyes. President Chen took a look. Good guy, is it a colonel? Boss Feng didn't teach you anything else. He only taught you this one trick. What's up? Is scamming people part of your company's corporate culture? What the hell? Top grade diamonds. Where? Let me see. Fuck, it really is. The commotion inside naturally attracted the attention of people outside. Several white-haired, old men rushed in. There is a brand name on his chest, a 5-star appraiser. The appraisal industry naturally becomes more complicated as time goes by. Older appraisers are treasures to them. It is very rare that you make mistakes. So these old men only took one look and confirmed that the diamonds were real, and they were all top-quality diamonds. Think about it. If the young guys can't bear it, how can these old guys bear it? At that time, several people rolled their eyes. It fell again. Su Ming and President Shen were both numb. Pour it. It's up to you. I just came here to sell something, and you guys are all trying to scam me. Those who knew me thought I was here to sell diamonds, while those who didn't thought I was here to sell poison gas bombs. Just then, a weak voice sounded. Boss Feng opened his eyes wide open, and staggered to his feet. Before he could even stand, he asked tremblingly, Where's the diamond? Where's my diamond? As expected of the boss. As soon as these words were spoken, the young man and the old man behind him woke up. No. There is still an old man who hasn't gotten up yet. Oh my god, this is a cerebral hemorrhage. Call 120. Hurry. Su Ming was really helpless. I just want to come here quietly to sell something, pay the money, receive the goods, and then leave. Who would have thought that as soon as I opened my box, everything would fall apart? And there was even an old man who suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. This club has its own medical team, and it is obvious that this kind of thing has happened more than once or twice. Of course, discovering top-quality products like this is rare. In most cases, someone spends a lot of money to buy a treasure that he thinks is the best and comes for appraisal. Then I tell you that this thing is not from the Western Zhou dynasty, but from last week. It poured very cleanly and neatly. It's okay. The old man is just too excited. One of the doctors was very experienced. He used a small blade to gently cut a blood vessel. In this case, all that was needed was to let some blood out. Damn, top-grade diamonds. The doctor glared. GA. Another one passed by. After a period of panic, some calm was finally restored, but more and more people gathered in a large circle. Several nearby businesses heard the news and rushed over frantically. Can I touch it? Boss Feng looked like a single old man who hadn't seen a woman for many years. He had an expression of extreme desire on his face and licked his dry lips with his tongue. Swallow hard. Carefully sought Su Ming's opinion. Sure. Su Ming didn't care at all. Besides, it was normal to authenticate something when selling it. Su Ming didn't care, but Boss Feng didn't think so. Trembling, He was supported by his two subordinates and carefully picked up the top black diamond. Boss Feng is a very capable person. He has seen a lot of diamonds and can tell at a glance that they are real, and they are top-quality diamonds. And it's the kind that hasn't been processed. Chapter 162 Sensational. A diamond that has not been processed is just a blank piece of paper, and the reserve price is already very high. But after being carved by a master sculptor, it will be carved again. The artistic value plus the material value will increase the price immediately. Woo woo woo. Boss Feng actually cried in the end. Exquisite, exquisite. I never thought I would be able to see such an exquisite diamond in my lifetime. I have no regrets in my death. Su Ming was a little speechless. Is it really that serious? The reason why Boss Feng does this business is because he likes these things. When one's identity and status reach a certain level, what he pursues is no longer just a transaction. It's more about the joy of discovering top-quality items. He hasn't felt this happy for many, many years. Aye. At this moment, an old man nearby said tremblingly, "Sir, can I take a picture?" "Can." Su Ming smiled calmly. This group of white-haired old men, all over their 70s, took photos carefully and also took group photos to prepare to make them into photo frames. After death, they will be buried with them. This is truly a top-quality treasure. At this time, in a shop next door, Boss Feng's competitor, a fat, middle-aged man, was enjoying the air conditioning in the room. He held a magnifying glass in his hand and looked happily at a diamond he had just collected. It's a pink diamond, and the other party is a young and inexperienced person. This diamond can obviously be sold for more than 10 million. I was fooled by myself and only sold it for 8 million. With a little bit of management, if you sell it at auction, you will definitely make tens of millions. He was feeling happy, but then he heard the noise outside and felt a little impatient. When I walked out, I found that Boss Feng's door was crowded with people. What's Lao Feng doing? What's going on? The man frowned a little unhappy. Boss. A man stumbled over and said, Boss Feng met a big customer selling diamonds. Hi. Boss Lee lost interest immediately after hearing this. I thought it was just a lousy diamond. Why is he so excited? Old Feng is really going backwards. How is the item? What's the price? Old Feng offered. Go take a look and see if you can pry him over. But let me be clear, we don't want diamonds below 1 million. We only want the best. There is no way. People don't need to increase volume to expand their business. What we want is to do the best business, and one business deal is enough to sustain us for a long time. Well, the man was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. Boss, how about you come over and take a look with me? Cut. Upon hearing this, Boss Lee sneered. You've been with me for so long, yet you still haven't gained any experience. You're so petty. Come on, let's see what kind of lousy diamond can make them so excited. Boss Lee had his hands behind his back and the diamonds he had just received in his pockets. If you find that the diamonds Lao Feng mentioned are not as good as yours, you should take out the diamonds you just bought to show off and mock him at the same time. Old Feng, I heard you have a big deal. Let me see what diamonds have you so excited. The medical team is here. I'm wondering why you seem to be getting younger and younger. Oh my God, my Jade Emperor, my Saint Mary, my 7th great aunt, my second aunt's 3rd aunt. Boss Lee was just full of excitement and confidence. But when I saw the diamond, I was stunned. His reaction was no better than Boss Feng's. This. Boss Lee was shaking all over and was about to faint again. The man behind him had experience and patted Boss Lee on the back. Boss Lee woke up instantly. This, whose father sent this diamond? I say, Lao Li, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to steal my business? When Lao Feng does business, he buys from whoever offers the highest price. People have already entered my store. Hasn't the deal been done yet? Old Lee, let me tell you, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Okay, then let's settle all the old and new accounts together today. I'm not afraid of you. Everyone looked on, speechless, and then shook their heads helplessly. These two old guys are both enemies and friends. Okay, just fight as soon as you meet. Go ahead, both of you. There happened to be a broom nearby. After you two have cracked out your walnut-sized brains, clean them up and throw them in the trash. Ahem. President Chen couldn't bear to watch it any longer and coughed. Oops. Boss Feng reacted immediately. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I've neglected you. Boss Feng quickly regained his dignity as the owner of the shop. Mr. Su, what are you going to do with these diamonds? Of course I sell them all. Good. Boss Feng's heart was pounding. Of course I believe these diamonds are real, but according to the procedure we need to authenticate them. No problem. Su Ming was very relaxed. He sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, and started playing a small game. The appraisers next to him are, of course, all the highest 5-star appraisers. Having the crowd stand at the back, several people carefully carried a table over and then, wearing gloves, covered it with a thick blanket. One by one, they carefully took out the diamonds, identified them, and placed them on the blanket. Mr. Su, I have a small question. Please don't be angry. I'm just a little curious about where you got these diamonds. Boss Li asked cautiously from the side. Su Ming frowned slightly when he heard this. Are you here to check the household registration? No. Boss Li shook his head desperately. It's unfair, really unfair. I don't doubt you at all. I'm just really curious. Are you kidding me? How could someone who could bring so many diamonds to sell so openly possibly have stolen them? Have you ever seen a thief come to a place full of cameras to sell things? Isn't this just an old man hanging himself to commit suicide? The most important thing is that even if you want to steal these diamonds, there is nowhere to steal them. Could this be the offspring of some big family? I'm telling you, Lao Li, this business isn't yours to handle. Stop talking nonsense. Boss Feng was unhappy when he heard this. I didn't dare to ask a single question, but you helped me find out what I was thinking about you. If you make Su Ming angry, I will strangle you to death. Boss Feng was extremely happy. If I can get this order, I will definitely make a lot of money. It will definitely make your store famous and give you a better chance of attracting more top-notch employees. The old men quickly finished looking at all the diamonds. They could really tell at a glance that they were all real. They could understand them with just a quick glance. Mr. Su, Boss Feng. The leading man was a little embarrassed. We don't have any other intentions, but your item is too valuable, and we really can't offer a suitable price. Chapter 163 Deal. There are precedents for setting prices. Even if they take out something they have never seen before, they can determine its selling price by judging its value. They still have the skill. But there are simply no such top-quality diamonds on the market, and in so many of them. Top-quality diamonds usually go to auction houses and are circulated among extremely wealthy people. They have never seen it. Su Ming was also confused. What the hell? It seems like I have so many treasures but can't sell them. Mr. Su, don't be anxious. Let's discuss it again. Boss Feng was so anxious that he was sweating. If Su Ming left in anger, it would be a huge loss for me. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. First time. This is the first time I've encountered this situation. The item is genuine, but I can't put a price on it because it's so precious. But it is not some antique jade that is priceless. Boss Feng met with several old men and kept discussing. A few minutes passed. Suddenly, there were footsteps at the door. I saw an old man in a Zhongshan suit, with white hair and a slightly hunched figure, walking in slowly with a cane. Dad, Boss Feng was shocked when he saw it. How did your own father come from? The old man also works in this business, but now he is over 80 years old and rarely goes out. The old man has a very high status and was once the president of the jewelry appraisal industry in Donghai City. Although he has already retired to the second line, no one dares to offend him. He is a highly respected senior. The old man has been immersed in this industry for decades and has a very keen eye and vision. Why, you little brat, you got a top-notch treasure, but you didn't tell your father and just took a look at it secretly? The old man was a little unhappy, so he stretched out his crutch and hit his son with it, which made everyone around him laugh. Although Boss Feng seems so successful outside, he is very cautious in front of his father. No matter how old you are, even if you are in your 70s or 80s, as long as your parents are still alive, you will always be a child and can be beaten or scolded. Mr. Su, President Chen, let me introduce you. This is my father. Su Ming and President Chen both stood up. The old man was their elder, and they should be more respectful. Are you Mr. Su? Old man, you're joking. Others can call me Mr. Su, but since you're our elder, just call me Little Su. Su Ming smiled. The old man nodded in satisfaction. It's a good thing. We want all the diamonds. Dad. Boss Feng poked at the side and said, it's hard to say the price. How many diamonds are there in total? Exactly 100 yuan. Good. The old man walked up to Su Ming and said, I'll give you a price. 200 million per stone, 20 billion in total. What do you think, Xiao Su? Su Ming was slightly stunned and frowned. This is a little different from the price President Chen mentioned. President Chen's expression also darkened slightly. Haha, Mr. Feng was so smart that he laughed heartily. You two have misunderstood. I am not forcing you to buy or sell, or forcing you to lower the price. You two should know that rarity makes things valuable. Diamonds like this are extremely rare on the market. If you were to sell just 1 or 2 diamonds today, people would be vying for even 3 or 400 million, not to mention 200 million. But if you suddenly sell 100 diamonds at once, it will impact the diamond market and drive down prices. Master, I can guarantee that the price I offer is absolutely the highest. You won't get such a high price anywhere else. If Xiao Su is willing to sell me these 100 diamonds, I still need to digest them slowly. The cycle is very long. Su Ming suddenly understood when he heard it. What Mr. Feng said is indeed reasonable. This kind of top-quality diamond is rarely found on the market. There are probably only about 100 or 200 of them that can be counted. If these 100 top-quality diamonds of mine were to enter the market at the same time, the diamond market will inevitably be greatly impacted and prices will definitely fall. In this way, Mr. Feng's prices are indeed very reasonable. Moreover, Mr. Feng also said that he did not plan to sell them immediately after purchasing them, but would sell one after a while, so as to make steady profits over the long term. Of course, Su Ming can do the same. But Su Ming doesn't have the time to wait. If he sells the properties one by one and then buys the surrounding properties, how long will that take? And Su Ming really doesn't care about these trivial matters. Money is just a number to Su Ming. After all, there is still a lot in the warehouse. Of course, Mr. Feng's words also served as a reminder to Su Ming. These diamonds in the warehouse will not be moved in the short term. Let them lie there quietly and wait for a while before making any decisions in case of emergency. After careful consideration, Su Ming agreed with the price. President Chun had said before that buying the property would require 20 billion, which was enough for diamonds. Although it will cost some money to demolish the building, I already have some money in my card, which should be enough. Su Ming nodded. Deal. Clean and neat, without any hesitation. The old man couldn't help laughing. The wrinkles on his face softened, and he picked up a diamond and couldn't let it go. This world is so magical. There are such beautiful treasures. Transfer money to Mr. Su immediately. Yes. The person following the old man hurried forward and wrote down Su Ming's account number. Soon the money was deposited into the account. With the cooperation reached, Boss Feng breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground exhausted, not caring about his image as a boss. A group of old men were also like crazy, staring at it, and couldn't let it go. Boss Lee was so jealous that he almost vomited blood. I was so happy about that diamond just now, but now I see it's just trash. Old Feng, we've known each other for a long time. How about selling it to me for $1? How about 300 million? Boss Lee asked quietly. That's not my opinion, asked my dad. I don't dare. When I was little, I wasn't afraid of anyone except your father. That's none of my business. No, Lao Feng. No, Dad. I beg you, Dad. Just let Grandpa sell me one piece. Get out of here. Can't you have some principles? My principles are bullshit. Boss Lee and Boss Feng were whispering to each other. The security team from the appraisal center had arrived, but there were dozens of them. Not only that, they called the police as well. There were dozens of people from the 2 special police forces, all armed with live ammunition. The staff began to seal the boxes. There were not enough boxes, so they went to several nearby stores to borrow some. They barely gathered 100 boxes and carefully transported them to the safe. Chapter 164. The pillow delivery is here. Haha. The old man held a diamond in his hand, obviously intending to keep it for himself and play with it from time to time. Xiao Su, I've met many young people, but very few as outstanding as you. Old man, this is the kind of top-quality diamond I've been pursuing all my life. My old brothers all have 1 or 2 of them, and they used to show off to me. But now, you've helped me a lot. Su Ming laughed out loud. Old man, you are joking. Thank you for your compliment. President Chen followed Su Ming obediently, looking like Secretary Chen. It's just a little old and a little shabby. Mr. Su, at this moment, Boss Lee came forward and said, do you have any more? Can you sell it to me for a few dollars? You want to buy it? After hearing what Boss Lee said, Su Ming was thoughtful. Uh-huh. Boss Lee's face was full of longing. I do have some left, but there are only a few left. Su Ming considered it for a moment, then said. Su Ming said this for his own reasons. The money should be enough to buy the property, but it will cost more to demolish and rebuild it. Su Ming was a little worried whether it would be enough. Look, isn't this a coincidence? Pillow delivery. It's enough to sell it to them for a little money, and it saves a lot of trouble. Boss Lee was ecstatic. I don't have the financial resources of Mr. Feng, but I should still be able to buy one. That's enough. I'm rich. Mr. Su, I can still eat. Boss Feng squeezed his head over. Damn it, old Feng, you're so shameless. I was the one who asked first. So what? Mr. Su is in our store, and we did the first business. Old Feng, I'm begging you, please give me a way to survive. Is it so difficult to give me a bite to eat? You're right. Fuck you. My uncle died a long time ago. I'll fight you. The 2 old guys are about to fight again. Ahem. The old man coughed and slammed his cane heavily on the ground. Just give it to Shaoli. His father asked me to take good care of him before he died. The old man made the final decision. All right. Since his father had spoken, Boss Feng had no choice but to admit defeat. I want one too. We want it too. As soon as the old man opened his mouth, The buyers behind him, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, began to scramble for the goods. Su Ming was speechless. Su Ming pondered for a moment and said, I do have some, but there are only a few left. There aren't enough for so many of you. It's okay, it's okay. The bosses behind him heard it. It doesn't matter, as long as you buy it. If it really doesn't work, we can just split one. If that doesn't work, 3 of us can share one. Mr. Su. One of the men approached cautiously and said, I have a small suggestion. What do you think? What? Su Ming asked with a smile. Let's pool our money and pay first and get the goods later. Yes. That's right, that's all. And you don't have to make a trip. Just give us a call, and we'll send someone to pick it up. Bring the things here, and we'll divide them up. You don't have to do anything. We'll take care of everything. These guys are looking forward to it. These guys are all veterans in the jewelry business. Doing business requires caution and care. Do I have to put it with someone else and pay first, and then get the goods? Don't even think about it. Don't be fooled by the fact that these bosses look rich and are all wearing gold and silver. Actually, he is very stingy. Trying to get something from them is like pulling teeth out of a tiger's mouth. Before Su Ming agreed, these bosses gathered outside and started paying money. You have 10 million. I have 30 million. All the treasures in the bottom of the box are taken out. These are all big bosses of jewelry and appraisal shops. You have to put up at least 10 million to buy shares. What? 6 million? These are just a few trivial things, and you have the nerve to bring them up. Go away and stay cool. This threshold has cut off many people. Wife, sell all the houses under our name. Is there anyone renting them? Kick them all out. Oh, don't ask me, woman. I've got a big deal. Son, since you've been living abroad for a while, I won't be giving you any living expenses. We're out of money. Lao's son sold my factory. I don't want those 2 storefronts anymore, and I'm also selling my 2 cars. Cash them in within 5 minutes. Su Ming was stunned and frightened when he heard it from inside the door. My goodness, doing a business has ruined my family. But Su Ming did not stop him. Because this is not a real family breakdown, it is temporary. Wait until they get the stuff this afternoon. After a few days or a few months, the profits will increase many times. After a while, a man came to Su Ming with a bank card. Mr. Su, we can't compare to Mr. Feng in terms of financial resources. We've pooled 800 million yuan, so please don't despise us. Boss Li took the lead in the front. Said cautiously, there's nothing I can do. The money is too little, and I'm afraid Su Ming won't like it. Okay, I'll take it. Su Ming smiled faintly, nodded, and put the bank card in his arms. When Boss Li and the others saw this, they breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't realized that their clothes were almost soaked because they were so nervous. I came here and sold 20.8 billion yuan. The remaining small bosses could only watch helplessly. Damn, what a big deal. This is 20.8 billion. If all this were converted into money, the house wouldn't be able to hold it all. That's why it is said that it is easiest to make a fortune by trading valuables and antique jade. Can't you prepare for the high price? This is a game for rich people and has nothing to do with them. They are rich in front of ordinary people, but they are just a bunch of poor people in front of these real big guys. Although there were many onlookers, the order was very safe because there were security teams and police on the scene. I'll go back and prepare the goods for you later. It's noon now, so go to Tianhua Bank to pick up the goods at 4 p.m. When President Chun heard Su Ming's words, his eyes lit up. This is advertising for yourself. This is Chun Guoxing, the president of Tianhua Bank. Su Ming patted President Chun on the shoulder and said, he will be in charge of all my matters. You can just go to him to get your things this afternoon. Oh, President Chun, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Now that I see you, I'm sure you're worthy of your reputation. President Chun has a keen eye for talent. Following Mr. Su will surely bring a bright future. President Chun, do you have time tonight? Can we have a drink? I have a deposit, but I'm not sure which bank to deposit it in. Yeah, I have some money on hand too. If I can't curry favor with Su Ming, I can at least curry favor with President Chun, right? A group of people came up to ask about his well-being, and President Chun was flattered. I am so happy. I feel endless emotion in my heart. Look, what a big shot is. He can bring endless income to myself with just one sentence, and my bank deposits will definitely skyrocket. Haha. When the end of the year approaches, I will go to Beijing to attend a conference, and I believe it will be a great time. But if my boss wants to transfer me, there's no way. I'm destined to be in this position for the rest of my life. Getting promoted and getting rich? Bullshit. It's not as comfortable as following Mr. Su. Chapter 165. Are you kidding me? Okay, let's all go. Mr. Su is tired too. Boss Feng stood up. Su Ming nodded and left with President Chen. The police escorted the crowd, and they couldn't get close at all, so they got in the car and drove away with President Chen. We were soon back in the city center. Here's the key. Go downstairs and pick out a few diamonds according to Mr. Feng's standards. They're worth about 900 million. Su Ming threw the key to the villa into President Chen's hand. When President Chen heard this, he immediately understood. Since the valuation of this thing would be biased, Su Ming didn't want others to suffer losses, so he added 100 million to the price. Don't let the other party give 800 million yuan, and the final valuation is 750 million yuan. Wouldn't that make people say Su Ming is unethical? Although they wouldn't say that, because they also knew that Su Ming didn't know much about this business. But Su Ming is not that kind of person. The other party has a good attitude, so he would rather suffer a loss than let others suffer a loss. What's more, isn't it just a matter of a few stones? But Su Ming didn't know that what happened in the appraisal field today was like a storm sweeping out. Many people in the industry have learned about this, especially those in the jewelry industry. The media reporters with extremely sensitive noses had already arrived at the scene and took many photos and videos secretly. As soon as Su Ming got home, a headline hit the headlines. A few diamonds were sold for 20.8 billion. Is this a real transaction or blatant money laundering? This title is so intriguing. It attracted countless people to click on it. Many media reporters like to exaggerate and can make up 100 stories for you just by taking a few photos. Now is the information age, and the thing people cannot live without most is the mobile phone. TV, media, platforms, forums. Various channels were frantically reporting on the news, and in order to attract attention and traffic, many people did their best to hype this matter. Just this little bit of diamonds sold for over 20 billion. Money laundering confirmed. I guarantee it's money laundering. I saw it on TV. This is so abhorrent. They're blatantly laundering money. Where does the law stand? Those of you upstairs, go to bed. I work in the jewelry industry, and 20.8 billion is very reasonable. The internet trolls are here. The people above must be the ones who hired the other party to whitewash the images. We've seen this kind of operation of yours so many times, and you still want to deceive us? Call the police and arrest them. Diamonds are valuable, that's true, but these diamonds can be sold for so much money. Have you ever seen diamonds in a broken box? This might be made of glass. This is such a disgrace to us Donghai people. The internet was instantly in an uproar. When people encounter such things, they are most likely to think in a biased way. Especially when facing the rich, they all have a hatred of the rich and only think of the bad and not the good. Su Ming was sitting in a chair basking in the sun at this time. Little did they know that their service center in the city center had been reported, with calls coming in from all over the country to report it. Captain of the Municipal Public Security Criminal Investigation Brigade. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a strong character, he has caught countless criminals in his life and cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. Upon learning of the report below, he slammed the table. He's so audacious, so brazen, openly laundering money and causing such a bad social impact. I'd be remiss as a police officer if I didn't arrest him. Captain Wu grabbed the phone without a word and said, "Have everyone from Team 6 come out with me. We must catch this criminal." Captain Wu has a very high reputation in Donghai City. His presence means safety. Soon 3 police cars appeared on the road. It was extremely fast and sped all the way, and Su Ming's location was quickly locked down through surveillance footage. But Captain Wu didn't pay attention to the positioning. Because the driver and others were responsible for positioning, he was reviewing the arrest plan later. But when they arrived at the place, Captain Wu was stunned. Oops, isn't this Mr. Su's residence? Mr. Su also launders money? Are you kidding me? Captain Wu. President Chen blinked. Captain Wu, how did you get here? And why did you bring so many people with you? Captain Wu was a bit amused when he heard this. Don't even mention it. The citizen hotline has been completely destroyed by calls. Do you know how many people have reported you for open money laundering? Huh. Su Ming was also stunned. What did you do to launder money? Captain Wu, I'm afraid there's some misunderstanding here. President Chen blinked. Why don't you go over there and ask about the authenticity of the goods? Aren't the police already dispatched? They should know whether it's real or fake, right? As soon as President Chen finished speaking, Captain Wu called. After answering the call, Captain Wu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The local police station dispatched police officers to maintain the scene. Everything is clear and obvious. Law enforcement records captured everything. And those are real diamonds. A diamond that couldn't be more real. It's totally worth the price, so how can there be any money laundering issue? Captain Wu knows Su Ming. It occupies 6 plots of land in the city center. How much is this piece of land worth? Can people use it to launder money? What's more, the local police station had just called me. Mr. Feng, a highly respected figure in the jewelry industry, can verify and testify for Su Ming in court. Everyone in the jewelry industry can jointly guarantee it. It's true. And think about it carefully. Have you ever seen anyone laundering money so openly? Su Ming was also a little amused. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. There's a misunderstanding here, but I'm a little curious. Why did you suddenly cash out so much money? Captain Wu was really a little curious. Nothing. Mr. Su just wants to buy all the surrounding buildings, turn them into farmland, and then farm. Ah. Captain Wu was dumbfounded, and the police officers behind him were also dumbfounded. Wow. Is there a way to do it this way? Okay. They are engaged in fair transactions, and there is no illegality at all. As long as you don't build any illegal structures on the ground and farm the land, who cares? Moreover, farming is a traditional virtue of our great China. Some time ago, China's satellite returned from the moon, and people all over the world were watching to see the soil composition. Only our great China cares about whether we can farm. The genes in the blood cannot be changed. Mr. Su, President Chun, I'm so sorry. I came here so rashly and caused you trouble, but I can't help it. It's my duty. Captain Wu, look at what you said. Only with you in our city is it safe and peaceful. That's why I can farm in the city center. If it weren't for you, my house would have been robbed long ago. Su Ming walked up and said with a smile, if I had known it was Mr. Su, I wouldn't have come. 20.8 billion is indeed a lot. But they trade fairly. There is buying and selling, and no forced buying or selling. Is there anything illegal here? That's fine. I'll go back now since you two are busy. Chapter 166. The internet is not a lawless place. Captain Wu said hello and went back. Su Ming didn't take this matter to heart. What is fake cannot become real, and what is real cannot become fake. As long as you have a clear conscience, you don't care. President Chun was also very calm. He took a few diamonds and went straight back to the bank to explain the matter. He came back soon. Keep weeding and tilling the land. As soon as Captain Wu returned to the police station, Mr. Feng arrived. Hey, Mr. Feng, why are you here? When Captain Wu saw him, he hurriedly stood up to greet him. The old man was highly respected and of noble status, and was an elder. It was this old man who helped to clear up the chaotic situation in the jewelry industry. Captain Wu, I can't sit still at home. I saw this news online, and I feel guilty. I have asked the jewelry store to issue a public announcement and put the diamonds sold by Mr. Su on display. You can send anyone to check it out. If anyone sees that the diamond is fake, we will immediately compensate you 100-fold. But the internet is not a lawless place. I hope Captain Wu can catch those rumor mongers, especially those unscrupulous news media. The old man pleaded. Don't worry, old man. That's exactly what I meant. The internet is not a lawless place. It's time for these rumor mongers to stop. These media reporters are so quick to believe everything they hear that they corrupt many of the domestic social trends. Captain Wu nodded heavily. This was exactly what he was going to do next. That's good, that's good. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, announcements from the jewelry industry came out. Damn it, are you taking us for fools? Even if you're cooperating with money laundering, of course you wouldn't say it's money laundering. Do you really think we're fools? We may be leaks, but after being cut for a long time, we know what the knife feels like. Don't try to hide it here. You can fool others, but not us. But the police notice came soon, and the police and the jewelry industry issued a joint announcement. The announcement stated that all the diamonds sold by Su Ming would be exhibited publicly. If you find it's fake, you will be compensated 100 times. In addition, a high-definition video of Su Ming selling things was also released online. The police also took drastic action. All the media reporters who spread the rumors at the beginning were arrested, and many people who maliciously attacked Su Ming were also dug up online. Soon, the online atmosphere suddenly changed. Oh my God, it's actually true? Brothers, I just went to the site to see the goods. They are real diamonds. I've told you before, I'm an appraiser at a jewelry store. This thing is real. If you don't believe me, it feels good to be slapped in the face, right? Oh my God, look at this pink diamond. It's so beautiful. Moreover, many big verses with certification symbols soon appeared on the internet. I guarantee on my reputation that these diamonds are real. I'm posting them with my real name. If they're fake, call the police and have me arrested immediately. That's right. Diamonds like this are extremely rare, so it's perfectly normal for them to be so expensive. You can search online and find diamonds half the size of this one fetching nearly 100 million yuan at auction. The most valuable item here is probably the black diamond. It's incredibly pure and translucent, and it's incredibly rare. This single diamond alone is probably worth 300 million. Although the large number of diamonds may impact the diamond market and cause prices to drop, they will definitely not drop significantly. After all, they are high-end luxury goods, and their craftsmanship and artistic value are extremely high. These big verses spoke one after another, and all of them were certified. If you dare to stand up, you will naturally have the confidence. Those who had cursed immediately stopped and deleted comments frantically. But don't check the water meter. On a high-speed rail, in a VIP box, an old man sat on a chair with his eyes closed, resting, and a housekeeper stood beside him. Bang! Suddenly, the door was violently slammed open by someone, and a young man rushed in with a cell phone in his hand and a look of ecstasy on his face. Grandpa, I found a top-quality diamond. The old man slowly opened his eyes, frowning slightly, with a hint of annoyance on his face. What's wrong with you, kid? You're about to take over the family affairs, so why are you so unstable? There are diamonds in the family, so why are you making such a fuss? Grandfather. The young man still refused to give in and put his phone in front of the old man. It's not that I'm not steady, it's that I can't be steady. Please take a look. The old man didn't care at first and slowly took the phone over, but when he saw it clearly, his eyes widened and his face was shocked. This. The old man stood up suddenly, no longer with his previous calm expression. He looked even more excited than his grandson. This old man is a big shot. If Mr. Feng is the great collector in Donghai City, then this old man is the great collector in the entire Celestial Empire. The old man came from a wealthy family. Since childhood, apart from taking care of household affairs, the only thing I like is collecting. The old man bought a courtyard house in Beijing. The 3-story courtyard is worth hundreds of millions. To outsiders, it naturally seems extremely wealthy. But they only know one side of the story. The old man's courtyard house is indeed valuable, but compared with the collections inside, it is just a fraction. The old man placed all the items he had collected over the years in it, and some extremely valuable ones were placed in a hidden secret room. The old man was previously the president of the Chinese jewelry industry. Now that he is old and nearly 90, he is retired to the second line, but he is still the honorary president, and his disciples are all over the world. You may not know those big stars in this industry, but this old man's name is well known. Where's the next stop? The old man suddenly asked. Grandpa's next stop is Linhai. Which line on our route is closest to the East China Sea? If we're driving, it's naturally Dongqing Station, but I think we can get off at Linhai and take a plane directly. The old man nodded excitedly and paced back and forth in the room agitatedly. You go and arrange it. Good. The young man took his phone and quickly left to book a flight. Call Old Feng immediately. Old Feng was sitting at home with 2 diamonds in his hands. I feel so happy in my heart. Suddenly the phone rang. I picked it up and took a look. Oh, isn't this my old friend, old brother, Shengwan Wenxiang? Old Feng has been having a good time lately. As soon as the call was connected, Shengwan Wenxiang joked on the other end of the phone. Don't laugh at me, bro. I'm old and my life is in jeopardy. Don't try that on me, old man. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Shengwan Wenxiang laughed and scolded on the phone. If it were before, you old man would be willing to die, but now that you have received so many good things, are you willing to do so? Well, when Old Feng heard this, he thought, wow, you're quite well informed. Okay, Old Feng, I won't waste my time talking to you. Sell one to me for 300 million. Chapter 167, 2 Stubborn Old Men. No. 400 million. No. 500 million is enough, right? No way. See you later, old brother. It hung up with a click. Oh my god. Shengwan Wenxiang cursed directly. The butler behind him was stunned and dumbfounded when he heard this. Good job. The old man actually cursed. Is the sky falling? Shengwan Wenxiang was holding the phone and hadn't reacted yet. 500 million. You won't sell yourself even if you can make 300 million yuan for free. Wouldn't you sell it if you carved it into something? Which one could fetch 500 million yuan? Isn't that ridiculous? And since you have so many in your hands, the market price will definitely be lower. You won't even sell this to me, aren't you too stingy? This is clearly a business that will make a lot of money. Old Feng was decisive and refused without saying a word, leaving no room for negotiation. No wonder Shengwan Wenxiang was so angry that he cursed and his beard stood up. However, the more he was rejected, the more stubborn the old man became. Notify the young master immediately to buy a plane ticket. I can't help it. Yes. The butler turned around and left without saying a word. The old man has always been calm and steady. He always speaks slowly and calmly no matter what the matter is. This is the first time I have seen him like this. Shengwan Wenxiang could no longer sit still. He put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in the room without a cane. Good job. I have a lot of collections including calligraphy and paintings, sandalwood, antique wood, jewelry, and jade. He collects anything that is expensive and rare. Of course, the old man doesn't like cars, cosmetics, bags, and watches and never touches them. He also had a diamond in his hand before. He had come across it by chance when he was traveling abroad. A man who makes a living by shopping on Taobao dug up a diamond on the beach and bought it at a high price on the spot. The man was overjoyed, and the old man was also very happy, and they each gave what they needed. But compared with the diamonds in the photo, they are completely on two different levels. Soon, Shangwan Tianyu had already bought the plane ticket and got off the bus with his grandfather. There were only 3 of them, the grandfather and grandson plus a housekeeper, and no one else. He rushed to the airport, bought the nearest plane ticket, and headed straight to Old Feng's house. Old Feng, we're old friends. You have 100 yuan, why don't you sell me one? Not for sale. Old Feng didn't even open the door, but shook his head and refused through the big iron gate. Old Feng, if you want to sell it too, why don't I just give you the money? Old brother, it's not that I don't give you this face, but I haven't figured out what to do with this thing yet. I haven't liked it enough yet. Let's talk about it when I like it enough. Damn it. 50 years ago, you got an authentic work by Wang Xue and told me you'd give it to me once you liked it enough. It's been 50 years, and you still haven't liked it enough. Oh, I'd forgotten about it if you hadn't told me. Do you want it now? Of course. I want it if you give it to me. I'm sorry, I still don't like it enough. Fuck you. Your grandma. 2 elderly men in their octogenarians started cursing and swearing through the big iron gate, glaring at each other. The housekeeper and Shangwan Tianyu were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I could only pull the old man away. Grandpa, don't worry. I've asked around. The man selling the things is called Su Ming. He still has some. You can just visit him. Yes. The old man's eyes lit up. Hurry up. Su Ming was watering his fish pond. Don't ask why I water the plants. I'm just idle. President Chun was weeding in the field with his, but bent over. Suddenly, I heard footsteps at the door. Su Ming and President Chun looked at each other. It's quite lively today. Boss Feng walked in from outside, followed by an old man, and behind the old man were 2 people. I don't know him. Who is this? When Su Ming saw Boss Feng, he shuddered subconsciously. You have to stay calm today and don't make any trouble. You had a seizure in the store, and so many people testified that it had nothing to do with me. But if you collapsed in front of my house, what would that mean? Hey. Boss Feng didn't know what Su Ming was thinking. He chuckled and said, Mr. Su, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Shangwan Wenxiang, the honorary president of our national jewelry industry. He is also my elder. You sold my father 100 diamonds, and he came here because of your reputation. Do you think it's okay? Buy diamonds. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. Yes. Old Master Shangwan nodded hurriedly. I never thought Mr. Su was so young. He is really handsome. Master Shangwan, you are late. Su Ming smiled and said, I've sold all the diamonds I have. Su Ming remembered Mr. Feng's words very clearly. Scarcity makes things valuable. If so many diamonds were to flow into the market at the same time, the impact on market prices would be quite significant. It's better to take it slow, make a little effort every once in a while, and keep doing it over time. Moreover, this old man Shangwan is of noble status and has an extraordinary background. By rejecting this old man, I was effectively shutting up the gossips of others. This is also a reminder to those who want to buy diamonds. Don't come here, I'm gone. Gone. When Shangwan Wenxiang heard this, his eyes widened. Then his body suddenly stiffened, his hand clenched his heart, and his eyes rolled back. Gah! It's about to pass again. Su Ming took a look. Good job. Others travel thousands of miles to visit and give gifts. You old men have come all the way here to try to scam people. Not afraid of hard work. Are you okay? Su Ming asked hurriedly. Fine. Shangwan Tianyu was extremely calm. He skillfully took out a pill from his arms and stuffed it into his grandfather's mouth, then pinched his philtrum for a while. Su Ming was speechless when he saw it. This old man must have fainted so many times, yet he managed to let his grandson practice so skillfully. Call. After a few minutes, Shangwan Wenxiang let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Well, thinking of what Su Ming had just said, Shangwan Wenxiang stamped his feet and beat his chest. One step too late. One step too late. Let that old man Feng take advantage. No, I can't let him go no matter what. You bought a full 100 yuan. What if you sell it to me for a few bucks? It's not like I won't pay. If you don't sell me, I'll live at your doorstep and never leave. Mr. Su, I won't bother you anymore. It's a pity that I'm a step too late. Shangwan Wenxiang said with regret, This is my business card. If you have anything good, you can call me. Good. Su Ming nodded and took the things, which was much more convenient. Next time you want to buy something, just call this number and you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Shangwan Wenxiang said goodbye and left. However, after the old man got in the car, he went straight to Feng's house. Blocked directly at the gate. Old Feng, listen carefully, if you don't sell it to me, I won't leave. Then I wish you a happy stay. The open space at the door is all mine. You can choose anyone you want. I won't charge you rent. One insists on buying, the other won't sell. Each one is more stubborn than the other. Chapter 168 System Update completed. Su Ming, who was cleaning the fish pond, didn't know about this. Even if I knew, I would just smile and shake my head. These two old naughty boys. Ding. System update completed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the breeding area. Ding. You can raise livestock, chickens, pigs, ducks, geese. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, I remembered the system update during the last upgrade. Oh my god, I totally forgot about it. It actually activated the breeding area? Can I raise livestock myself? Awesome. If you can grow so many awesome things from growing vegetables, what can you produce from animal husbandry? Su Ming couldn't help but check the data panel. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV5. Experience, 11050/20,000. Farm, Level 2. Animal husbandry, Level 1, chickens, pigs, ducks, goose. Skills, blessing of plants, primary scanning function, no tiredness talent. Haha. Sure enough, the system changed and the option of animal husbandry appeared. And the farm has also become secondary. This is just the initial stage, and it's so awesome. What happens next? As long as I persist in farming and raising livestock, won't my business take off? Haha. Thinking of this, Su Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Happy. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, a cell phone rang nearby. Su Ming turned around and saw that it was President Chen's cell phone. President Chen was also stunned for a moment, then hurried over and washed his hands. Mr. Su. Excuse me. I have to take a call. Su Ming smiled and nodded. What's going on? Didn't I tell you? You're not allowed to call me when I'm here with Mr. Su. President Chen answered the phone, frowned, and scolded in a stern voice. President. A trembling voice came from the other end of the phone, very cautious and fearful. I'm so sorry, President. I didn't mean to call you, but someone from the bank is here, and I need you to meet them in person. Who is it? President Chen frowned. In President Chen's eyes, the sky is the boss, the earth is second, and Mr. Su is the third. President, someone's coming from the head office. It would be best if you could meet them in person. Head office. President Chen was stunned. It's not a festival and nothing happened. So why did people from the head office come? Did you tell me what happened? No. Okay, I'll be back soon. President Chen hung up the phone, smiled sheepishly, and said cautiously, I'm so sorry, Mr. Su. Look at me. It's okay. Go ahead and do your work. Su Ming smiled and patted President Chen on the shoulder. Don't worry, I don't have anything to do here. Thank you, Mr. Su. President Chen breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Su Ming would be angry. He wiped the cold sweat from his head and hurried out. After seeing President Chen leave, Su Ming walked towards the field. Su Ming is currently cultivating 2 plots of land. To the left of the house is the original 2 acres of land. On the right is the 3 acres of land donated by Wang Xue. Su Ming didn't know which piece of land unlocked the breeding area, so he could only look at them one by one. Just stepped into 2 acres of land. You will get the system prompt tone. Ding. The breeding area has been unlocked. System detection. Crops are being planted in the breeding area. Buildings cannot be generated at the moment. Ding. After the crops in the breeding area are cleared, the building will automatically generate. Su Ming was stunned when he heard the prompt tone. There is a patch of land in the corner that is completely different in color from the rest of the land. It seems that the land is a breeding area. The building did not generate simply because of the pears planted on it. Su Ming took a look and saw that the pears would soon be ripe. After the harvest, be sure to clear the pears from the breeding area. Raise livestock as early as possible and get rich. The system unlocked new functions, and Su Ming was in a good mood. There's no rush. Gurgle. Suddenly, Su Ming's stomach growled. Only then did Su Ming realize that he had been busy all day and hadn't eaten much. Let's go find food. I went to the villa to take a shower, changed into dry clothes, went to the garage to pick a car at random, and went to the East City night market. I crossed the street, parked the car on the side of the road, and walked into a Chuan Xiang restaurant. I don't know why I want to eat skewers today. There's nothing I can do. I really like this. After ordering a hot pot base and taking some skewers, Su Ming sat next to the pot and prepared to start eating. Su Ming. A surprised voice came. Su Ming looked up. Depend on. Isn't this Wang Kai? Haha. Wang Kai was very happy. He laughed heartily, patted Su Ming on the shoulder, and sat down next to him. What a coincidence. You're not a beauty. What's the point of coincidence? Su Ming couldn't help but complain. Depend on. Wang Kai couldn't help but punch Su Ming. I said, why didn't you come to see me during this time? Su Ming asked. After all, Wang Kai works in the Guoxing Building next door. Well, Wang Kai sighed and shook his head when he heard this. Don't mention it. You should have fallen asleep when I got off work, and you were still asleep when I came to work. So miserable. Su Ming was stunned for a moment. This overtime work was too much. I can't help it. The wind is whistling and the E River is cold. My hair is falling in clumps. Wang Kai pretended to be deeply saddened by his fate. Thinking back to when I was young, handsome, and had beautiful, flowing hair, now, I haven't even heard of shampoo in ages. Su Ming felt helpless after hearing this. It's a pity that I don't have anything that can help promote hair growth. Of course you have hair, but the word handsome is a bit far from you. Damn, don't you understand that life is hard and you can't tear it apart? Don't know. I'm going to destroy you on behalf of the moon. Boss, give me 10 pounds of crayfish, and I want spicy ones. I'm going to kill a rich man today. The two are old classmates and old friends. Wang Kai did not feel any unfamiliarity with Su Ming because of his change in identity. Wang Kai got off work early today, which was rare. He had nothing to do, so when he met Su Ming, the two of them were very happy and ate and drank together. The two of them were enjoying their meal in the air-conditioned restaurant. The sky outside gradually darkened. Suddenly, a figure came from a distance. He was tall and handsome, wearing a black dress, holding a mobile phone in his hand and broadcasting live. Dear audience, this is the famous snack street in the Chengdong district of Donghai City. There are many delicious foods here. If you come to Donghai City, you can come and try them. The most famous one is probably this Chuan Xiang restaurant, which is good quality and affordable. Wait a minute, what do I see? Holy crap, Hennessy Viper. This little anchor is a food anchor and is introducing the various delicacies on this street. As a result, I suddenly saw a cool-looking sports car, and I was stunned when I took a closer look. A sports car, limited edition worldwide and priced in the hundreds of millions, actually appeared right in front of him. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Chapter 169, The Little Anchor Who Was Slapped in the Face. The young anchor held up his mobile phone and walked around the car. This is a top-of-the-line sports car, limited to only 10 units worldwide. It's powered by a 7.0-liter turbocharged V8, has a top speed of 435 kilometers per hour, and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 2.4 seconds. Oh, if Big Brother Bang could also afford this car, I would definitely cling to Big Brother Bang's thigh. The young anchor sighed secretly. I looked at the scattered comments in the live broadcast room. There are also a handful of VIP seats. A large group of freeloaders. I suddenly felt powerless. Nowadays, this anchor world. It's hard to be a small anchor. The anchor industry and the entertainment industry are actually not much different. If you want to get promoted, you can. They are all beauties under the beauty filter. What's more, this little anchor is very beautiful and has natural beauty that she can't help but admire. But the key is that you have to have resources. Who will look at you if you don't have resources? The platform will not recommend you and will also limit your traffic. You have no place to cry. Sports cars are just different. The young anchor went around in a circle again. This street is a food street. It's almost evening now, and there are quite a few people coming to eat. Normally, there are not enough parking spaces on both sides. But look around this car. There is not a single car. We're not blind, okay? A sports car worth hundreds of millions. If it gets bumped accidentally, it will be terrible. Don't want to live anymore. Just find a rope and hang yourself. Just when the little anchor was circling around taking pictures, Su Ming and Wang Kai paid the bill and came out. Both of them had a few drinks and were about to find a designated driver when Su Ming saw the young anchor circling around his car. Su Ming blinked and walked over with a smile. This car is so perfect. It is the ultimate dream of many men. The young anchor put his hand on the hood of the car and stroked it gently. The feel is just different. Just as I was sighing, I suddenly noticed that there seemed to be more barges. Little anchor, run. You're being watched. Old SP. He doesn't even let the young anchor go. Although I can't see his face clearly, he seems to be quite handsome. Isn't the little anchor going to have a romantic encounter? Little anchor, don't move. Go back to the city from the bush. Seeing the barrage, the young anchor was startled and quickly looked back. Question marks appeared above the heads of the young anchor and Su Ming. Why does he look so familiar? Ah, isn't this the little girl, Xiao Kameng, who knocked on the door and broke in that night? It's you, Su Ming and the young anchor said at the same time. Oh, they actually know each other. Why do I feel like there's something going on between the two of you? The small bench with melon seeds is ready. Let's eat them right here. According to a normal movie plot, this is a typical bickering scene, and they're bound to be together in the end. Wang Kai rubbed his nose. Okay, even though I just had a full meal, it would be nice to have another handful of dog food. That what? Wang Kai patted Su Ming's shoulder and said, My driver is here, so I won't call for a designated driver. I'll go home first. Can you do it? Su Ming asked. It's nothing, just a small scene, don't worry. Wang Kai laughed. He had been immersed in the drinking culture for many years. So what was the big deal if he drank just a little bit of wine today? After saying that, Wang Kai lowered his head and said cautiously and mysteriously, Lao Su, don't strain your waist tonight. Roll. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh and curse. Haha. Wang Kai laughed and hummed a song as he walked happily to his car and sat down. The driver drove away. Thank you so much for what happened last time, the young anchor said with a smile. If you hadn't taken me in, I would have caught a bad cold. Nothing, just a little help. Su Ming smiled calmly. I heard some lewd words, take them in. It's just taking her in, isn't it? Did something happen along the way? Is this guy an actor? Why is this plot so shocking? You know nothing about that upstairs. Even if it's just an act, I still like watching it. Please give me the link to the live broadcast. After hearing what the young anchor said, the barrage went crazy. This statement is too easy to arouse people's imagination. You like this car too? The young anchorman set his sights on the Hennessy Viper. Ah, this car is truly a top-notch sports car. Limited to just 10 units worldwide. I never thought Donghai City would actually have one. Who do you think owns it? Su Ming pondered for a moment, took out the car keys from his pocket, and pressed the unlock button. Buzz! The roar of the motors suddenly sounded, and the taillights lit up instantly. It's a bit hot outside. Do you want to go inside and enjoy the air conditioning for a while? Is this car yours? The young anchor was stunned. She knew Su Ming was rich. After all, Su Ming lives in a villa in the city center. But she never thought that the car belonged to Su Ming. Not to mention that this car costs over 100 million yuan. Only 10 cars are available worldwide. Although the price is extremely high, there are definitely many people in the world who can spend hundreds of millions of yuan to buy a car. In other words, for the wealthy, money is just a small problem. The key question is, I want to buy it, but I can't get it. She never thought that this car belonged to Su Ming. Isn't this too incredible? Ha ha. The little anchor is slapping her in the face during live broadcast. Asking who owns the car in front of the owner? Is this embarrassing for the anchor? The anchor just said that whoever owns this car will be the one to cling to him. The owner is right in front of you. What are you waiting for? The car owner sincerely invites the young anchor to enjoy the air conditioning. There must be a story here. It's over. The little anchor has fallen. The young anchor was really dumbfounded. My brain is a little bit insufficient for the moment. Holy shit, this is not a joke, right? Is it such a coincidence? It doesn't matter who this car belongs to. It has to be Su Ming's. Oh my god. Don't be too quick to slap someone in the face. So you're a little anchor. Su Ming smiled with interest. You are the little anchor. Su Ming's meaningful ridicule, coupled with the slight embarrassment just now, made the young anchor a little angry and embarrassed. He stamped his feet in anger. How am I small? Tell me, how am I small? The young anchor held his head high and chest out. Well, Su Ming couldn't help rubbing his nose. The trembling is indeed quite large. But I just glanced at the phone screen. With just these few people, aren't they just small anchors? Su Ming couldn't help but complain. Hey. The young anchor was immediately displeased when he heard this. Look carefully. There are over 100,000 hits. Su Ming found it funny to see the young anchor stubbornly trying to prove herself. I was also a freeloader in the live streaming industry back then. How can I not understand this? Popularity and number of people are two completely different things, okay? Those top anchors have millions of viewers in their live broadcast rooms, but the actual number of viewers is only tens of thousands. What's more, this is a small anchor whose subscription count has just exceeded 10,000. Chapter 170. Do your best as a designated driver. Turn off the camera first. Su Ming smiled and said, with 100,000 hits, I'm afraid there are only about 100 or 200 people watching the live broadcast, right? You. After her secret was exposed, the young anchor's face turned red with anger. But he was still very obedient and turned off the camera. Ha. The truth about the rich man is revealed. Don't turn off the camera. The rich guy seems very handsome. Little anchor, little anchor, little anchor. How ridiculous. Such a small person dares to call himself a big anchor. I wonder where the small anchor gets the courage. Yeah, there are probably only about 100 people online. Seeing the barrage, the anchor became even angrier. Hey, can you guys please stop? I'm your anchor. Where's the housing manager? Stop talking. The housing manager said, you can't ban them. If you do, there will be no one left. Haha, even the housing manager can't give orders. Little anchor, where do you get your confidence from? You dare to silence such a small number of people? I admire you for being a real man. Su Ming felt amused when he saw the young anchor's frustrated look. It's too hot outside. Let's get in the car and sit for a while. Su Ming opened the car door and suddenly remembered that he had just drunk alcohol. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive after drinking. Drunk driving is not allowed. I am a law-abiding citizen. By the way, can you drive? Su Ming blinked. The young anchor was puzzled. Yes, what's wrong? That's perfect. You can drive me back so I don't have to find a designated driver. Su Ming sat down in the passenger seat and closed the door. The young anchor blinked and stood there in a daze. What the hell? I don't think I agreed to send you back. Are all big guys so willful? No, The young anchor blinked and stammered. Get in the car, what are you waiting for? Su Ming lowered the car window and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Oh. The young anchor gave up resisting, nodded obediently, and got into the car. Damn. Drive. This isn't the bus to the kindergarten. I want to get off. Oh my God, is it going to start so soon? Is this what the rich can do? The young anchor was very nervous sitting in the car and became even more nervous after seeing the barrage. This rich man, shouldn't he do something? Car keys. Su Ming threw the car keys into the young anchor's hand and lowered the seat slightly. Drive steadily, don't disturb my sleep. The young anchor was instantly confused. Finished? Is that it? She suddenly remembered that night. It was late at night, and there was a violent storm outside. A man and a woman were alone in a room, and Su Ming did nothing. I seem to have a good appearance and figure. Why isn't the boss interested in me? This big guy shouldn't be. I like men. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Ming blinked and saw the little anchor's eyes. I say, don't think too much. I'm not interested in little anchors. By the way, I won't pay you for this driving, but you can live broadcast in my car. Not only can you turn on the camera. Su Ming deliberately clenched his teeth and emphasized his tone when writing the small words. As expected, the young anchor became furious when he heard it. Humph. You're small, your whole family is small. The young anchor gnashed his teeth in hatred, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only start the car resentfully. Su Ming was a little surprised. The young anchor actually drives such a sports car? The driving method of a sports car is different from that of an ordinary vehicle. It requires special learning and practice, but I didn't expect that this little anchor is quite skilled. It seems that this little anchor is not simple, but Su Ming didn't ask too much and didn't think too much about it. Oh my God. 6,666. Poor little anchor thinks too much. Little anchor, get your tissues ready. I'm crying in the toilet. Haha, the boss's thinking is really beyond our reach. Little anchor, change your career to being a modern driver. The young anchor was a little nervous at first, thinking that Su Ming would hint at something. Result. I think too much and too much. It's just that Su Ming had been drinking and didn't want to drive, but it was troublesome to find a designated driver. Since there was one ready, why not use it? Okay, you know where I live. Let's go. Su Ming glanced at the time. The pears should be ripe, and it was time to harvest them. By the way, take a look at what the breeding area looks like. Seeing that Su Mingjin treated him as a designated driver, the young anchor rolled his eyes speechlessly. However, since Su Ming allowed him to live stream from the car, the anchor said nothing. Dear viewers, this is the interior of the Hennessy Viper. What do you think? Isn't it amazing? Luxurious and cool. Okay, let's go. The young anchor started the car and drove to the street next to him. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, half lying down with his eyes closed to rest. Don't brake so hard. Slow down. Su Ming raised his eyelids slightly halfway through the conversation. Be careful, or I'll give you a bad review. Hearing Su Ming's words, the young anchor couldn't help but roll his eyes again and said impatiently, I know. Although his tone was impatient, his body was still honest, and he drove much more steadily. Su Ming sat in the passenger seat, motionless, as if he was asleep. We arrived at our destination in less than half an hour's drive. And Su Ming also woke up on time. Well, thank you for your hard work. Su Ming nodded. I will come to you later. I'm not a designated driver. I'm a host. The young anchor argued his point. No, you're not the anchor, you're the sub-anchor. You. See you later. Su Ming laughed heartily and strode away, leaving the young anchor alone, stomping his feet in anger. Why didn't I see how irritating you were that night? I'm so angry. Haha, there's white smoke coming out of the little anchor's head. The poor little anchor was bullied online. There's nothing I can do. Who made the little anchor so young? There's a car driving upstairs. Where's the property manager? Silence. The boss's departure was so clean and neat. He just waved his sleeves without leaving a cloud behind. Poor little anchor was still very confident, but in the end the boss didn't even take a liking to you. The barrage of comments was scrolling like crazy. The young anchor was so angry. But there is nothing we can do. I could only grit my teeth, stamp my feet, and walk away angrily. Seeing the young anchor leaving, Su Ming laughed. I walked into the field and looked at the pear tree. Huh. The fruit was indeed ripe. It was true, but this time it was a little different. It turned out to be a pear, not diamonds or anything else. Could it be that it has some special effects like fennel? Su Ming blinked, curious. He walked under a pear tree and reached out to pick a pear. I smelled it, and it smelled very nice and fragrant, with a strong fruity aroma. Walking to the faucet next to him, Su Ming opened his mouth wide and took a bite. So sweet. Su Ming blinked his eyes. It tasted good. Chapter 171. My pear can grow hair. This thing has a rich fruity aroma and is crispy and chewy. The rich juice mixed with the mellow pear fragrance is refreshing. Good stuff. Although we still don't know what specific special effects this thing has, the taste of this fruit is enough to make many people fall in love with it. After eating one, Su Ming stood there. He blinked and looked left and right. There's no change. Could it be? No effect? Just regular fruit? Probably not. Just when Su Ming was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the continuous hair growth pear. This pear is delicious. It will make you say goodbye to baldness and give you beautiful hair. Damn it. Su Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart. System, are you here to make fun of me? Is this thing all finished? Sure, I admire you as a man. Su Ming subconsciously touched his hair. It's okay. Thick and dark, he is also the most handsome guy on the street. But for programmers, this is definitely good news. Su Ming suddenly thought of Wang Kai. Even though this guy still has a few hairs on his head, there aren't many left. I heard that several people in their department no longer know what shampoo smells like. There is nothing I can do except to find a bald spot on my head with no grass growing on it. I will give them a few when I get the chance so that they can experience the feeling of the dense jungle again. Ding! This item is perishable. The system will provide protection to prolong its decay cycle. Please rest assured, host. The system is very sensible. A message was quickly delivered to Su Ming. Su Ming felt relieved after hearing this. After all, the fruits he bought before would rot and spoil quickly, and even if they were put in the refrigerator, they would not last long. With the system in place, you can rest assured. A small cart was pushed over from the side, and all the pears were picked and transported into the warehouse. When I came back again, I found that all the trees had withered. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this crop, which can grow and bear fruit for many years, can mature twice in this system. The first time, it was top-notch stuff, and the second time, it was the fruit itself, but it had a special effect. It's pretty good. Su Ming did not hesitate and cleaned up the place. Gained 2,000 experience points. By the way, I also cleaned up the withered pear tree. Gained another 50 experience points. As soon as the pear tree disappeared, a building appeared in the corner, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. There are small independent compartments next to each other in an area of about 50 square meters, like a pigsty. Su Ming hurried over to check it out. The buildings automatically generated by the system are fully equipped with everything. And although there is no roof, under the protection of the system will provide the most suitable temperature environment for the growth of crops and animals inside. Su Ming doesn't need to worry about this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the breeding area. Ding! The system will automatically remove the feces and other waste produced by the animals in the breeding area for the host. Ding! Please pay attention. The animals in the breeding area have a satiety level. Please feed them in time to prevent them from starving to death. Su Ming immediately understood when he heard it. The system was still the same system, and the operation was still as clean, neat, and sharp. The system can handle all other messy things for you. But in order to ensure that Su Ming can personally participate in the breeding, feeding is essential, and if you don't feed it for a long time, it will easily starve to death. This operation is very systematic. Su Ming touched his chin. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of land was vacated, and there was also a breeding area. What should I plant and raise? Su Ming couldn't help but fall into the distress of happiness. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. One night wouldn't make any difference anyway, so Su Ming planned to go find the boss of the agricultural cooperative after getting up tomorrow morning. See if he has any live poultry and grab some. Buy some other seeds by the way. Try something new. Thinking of this, Su Ming stopped thinking about it, turned around, and went back to the villa while humming a song. Back to the villa. Su Ming sat in front of the computer, turned on the computer, and hummed a song, feeling very comfortable. Just as he opened the game and was about to enter the Summoner's Rift, Su Ming suddenly thought of the little anchor. While eating, Su Ming saw the name of the young anchor's live broadcast room. How about taking a look at the little anchor? After the young anchor separated from Su Ming today, he was teased by his fans and then became withdrawn. She worked in this line for a year. I am well aware of many unspoken rules in the anchor world. The young anchor is pretty and has a good figure. Many big brothers have secretly tried to attract her before, but they were all rejected by the young anchor. Although they all refused, at least these big brothers tried it. But who would have thought that I would meet someone like Su Ming today? Don't look, don't ask. He really thinks of himself as a designated driver. It's totally out of the ordinary. At first she thought Su Ming was playing hard to get. But in the end, she found out that this was just her own wishful thinking. Su Ming's amazing moves made her scalp tingle. Well, is this the world of the big guys? We mortals really can't see through it. The show is about to start. The young anchor took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and started the live broadcast with a smile on his face. All right, it's still exactly the same as before. There are still not many people in the live broadcast room, and most of them are there for free. The ID of the top brother on the list is very interesting. I tipped the wrong person. Little anchor, please give it back to me. It was such a beautiful sight that Su Ming smiled when he walked in. Little anchor, when will you return my money to me? Seeing the young anchor online, the number one on the list immediately sent a private message. Oh, thank you for the news, brother Bongi. I asked you when you can pay me back. Thank you for the tip, brother number one. Thank you, boss, you're so generous. The top brother on the list is vomiting blood. When did I reward you? I asked you to pay back the money. It's all my fault for drinking too much in a daze a few days ago. I accidentally gave money to this little anchor whom I didn't even know. Little anchor, don't play dumb. I'm telling you, not a single cent can be lost. Thank you for the glow stick, brother Bongi. The skills that small anchors have overlooked have become increasingly popular. No matter what you say. Unless it was a miner who tipped me, there's no way I can get my money back. I almost had to go out begging to pay the rent, and you still want me to return the money? Big brother, please be kind. It's not a lot of money, only 5,000 yuan. Although this is the most reward I have ever seen in the past year since I started broadcasting. It's not necessary to just keep pursuing it relentlessly, right? Thank you for your confession, Big Brother Bang, but it's impossible for us. Puff. The top brother on the list vomited blood and died. Chapter 172, Poor Little Anchor. Su Ming felt amused when he saw this. I changed my ID. A good farmer. A skilled farmer. Little anchor, I've bought some wine and peanuts. Please tell us your story with the number one on the list. Sorry, there are no stories, only accidents. The number one on the list gnashed his teeth. Brother Bongi, you are too heartless. When you were in love with me, you didn't say that to me. Fuck. Little anchor, you are too shameless. We have never met before. Alas, I knew that if I couldn't keep the sand contained, I'd better blow it away. I knew this day would come. The young anchor pretended to be sad and held her forehead with her hand. The top brother on the list was so angry that he trembled all over and blood spurted on the screen. He almost died at the age of 21, but when he thought about the money the young anchor still owed him, he managed to hold on. This is the power of money. Oops, I forgot there's a guild PK battle tonight. Everyone, please come and show your support. The young anchor glanced at the time and suddenly exclaimed, Little anchor, you have a fever again, don't you? I haven't slept yet, and I'm talking in my sleep again. I'm a righteous freeloader. If you want me to spend money, no way. Isn't it nice to just get it for free? The barrage of comments flashed by madly. The young anchor still smiled sweetly, but there was a hint of sadness in her heart. This is the current situation of small anchors at the bottom level, struggling to survive. How many people were simply eaten up by others and never had a chance to turn things around? Little anchor, you are so miserable. The little farming expert posted a barrage. Huh. The young anchor was stunned for a moment. I don't think I have seen this ID before. This is your first time visiting my live broadcast room. Please subscribe, please subscribe. I'm sorry, you're wrong. A skilled farmer posted a comment. I wanted to see what the live broadcast room with the lowest traffic looked like. Now I see it. Well, have a nice stroll. Although the young anchor is young, he knows a lot. Okay, here comes another freeloader. Quietly open the background of the farming expert. I found that I watched quite a few anchors. Basically all of them were game anchors, and occasionally I would watch some beautiful anchors. It's just that I have always gotten the highest level for free and never spent a penny. This is a free account made of 24K pure gold. Okay, it's free stuff. I have so many free accounts. This one won't make a difference. One more person means more popularity. As long as it doesn't make people angry, it's fine. The guild war will start soon. I hope all the bosses can lend a hand to support me. I would like to thank you here. The young anchor stood up and smiled. What benefits can we get from giving gifts to the anchor? Little anchor, can you sing a song? You're such a fool upstairs. What's the point of singing? Of course you have to dance. It's a pity to disappoint this brother. The little anchor can't sing or dance. It seems that the person above is a loyal fan of the young anchor and knows so much about him. Damn it. I also recharged the wrong amount of money. Haha, so miserable. I saw the little anchor of the barrage with a bitter face. I really don't have any talents. Although she looks pretty good, she is tone deaf. He has even less talent in dancing, and his limbs are stiff. There is no beauty at all. The popularity is usually higher during outdoor live broadcasts. Once back indoors, the popularity drops by half. When the guild PK begins, most people will immediately disappear tacitly. After all, you will feel guilty if you get something for free for a long time. I feel a little embarrassed. Although we are a freeloader party, we also have dignity. Yes, dignity. Seeing the scattered people in the live broadcast room and the half-dead barrage, Su Ming felt funny in his heart. Do you want to suggest that the young anchor be your designated driver? There will be many opportunities to buy and sell items in the future, and there will definitely be many times when I will need her. What's more, the young anchor is a beautiful lady. It's pleasing to the eyes. The time is almost up. The young anchor didn't say anything, but just sat there with a look of resignation, chatting casually with the barrage. There's no way. I'm used to it. She is always at the bottom in every guild PK. Click traffic and the like are simply an unattainable dream for small anchors. There is no way. When a woman is a little persistent, she will definitely lose something and gain something. Want to win? The young expert in farming posted a comment. Big brother, are you trying to tell me that if you want to win, I have to call you dad? I'm telling you, I've seen quite a few people like you who don't keep their word. The young anchor was very angry. However, Su Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately grasped a key piece of information. How do you know they didn't keep their word? Because my name is. I know what it has to do with you. Haha. Su Ming was holding his phone over there and couldn't help laughing. This girl is so cute. After being a host for so long, I wonder if the real talented guys are hiding in the barrage. Can you fall for this kind of trick? But if you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. A man who is slightly full does not know the hunger of a hungry man. As a small anchor who has always been at the bottom of the union, he has a strong desire for victory. If only I could win just once. What's wrong with calling me dad? After all, these two words have different meanings in different scenarios. I can't say any more, or I'll be blocked. Su Ming was replying when he looked up and saw that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The PK competition also officially began. The young anchor was connected to a female anchor who had a pretty face and was wearing a pink dress. Cover what needs to be covered and reveal what needs to be revealed. Although it is exposed, you just can't find any fault with it. If you don't expose it, it will cause nosebleeds after a long time. The title of the live broadcast room is Pink Lady. Well, it really lives up to the name. You are indeed pink and girly enough. It turned out to be Miss Ming Ming. The pink girl had a smile on her face and was very polite, but she couldn't hide the happiness at the corner of her mouth. Everyone in their guild knows that small anchors are at the bottom of the list. Every time, he would be eliminated in the first round. Meeting her means advancing to the next round. As long as you win once, you will get resources and rewards. My luck is so good. At this moment, a big man appeared in the live broadcast room of the young anchor. The ID name is Pink Boy. You can tell at first glance that it has a close relationship with Pink Lady. I'm afraid it's the Pink Lady's thighs. Thank you for giving me this round. This is my medical expenses for you. The Pink Boy directly swiped a treasure map worth 99 yuan and then sent it back in seconds. Although the treasure map costs 99 yuan, the straw hat map, which means alms, is a bit difficult for the young anchor to accept. Chapter 173. Are farmers so arrogant now? Thanks. The young anchor had just uttered 2 words of thanks. Pink guy left. There was no dragging of feet. People just feel sorry for you and gave you a treasure map. It's only 99 yuan. The young anchor looked gloomy but helpless. The Pink Lady has thighs. But I don't have it. Well, there is no way. There's no comparison. Su Ming frowned slightly when he saw it. You are richer than the small anchor. You are awesome. But isn't it a bit wrong for you to insult people like this? Do you really think that my farming skills are given for free? At least the young anchor drives very steadily. This designated driver is really good. Great technique, great taste. Don't get me wrong. Perfume. A skilled farmer. You're in trouble, little anchor. Oh, I'm used to it. The young anchor sighed. This is considered good. Many people don't even pay for medical expenses. The expert in farming. Okay, since you are so pitiful, I will help you. Brother, are you drunk? Farming is not easy. It's just not easy to make a little money. When the barrage saw Su Ming send a message, they couldn't help but complain. It's obvious that this guy doesn't really do live streaming. Not only is the level not high, but the name is also too rustic. Su Ming smiled secretly in his heart. What happened to my farming? I am proud of my farming. Besides, If you knew what I planted, I guarantee you would be so jealous that your pants would fly all over the place. Su Ming linked his bank card without saying a word. The first thing that comes up is a big rocket, Air Force Number 1. Everyone in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. The young anchor was also dumbfounded. Air Force 1. A gift worth 5,000 yuan. Second time seeing you in my life. The first time I saw this was a few days ago when the top guy on the list got drunk and made a mistake. List 1. Damn, brother, are you drunk too? Ranking 1. I'm telling you, this little anchor is really shady. If you make a mistake, she won't pay you back. The boss is confused. Boss, why don't you go to those live broadcast rooms and find a pretty girl with a good figure, send a rocket, and have the anchor do a dance? Boss, are you going to lose the harvest from these 3 acres of land? It seems that this guy knows a little about farming. If you can sell 3 acres of crops for 5,000 yuan, that's the best you can get. It's a pity that although I am a farmer, you haven't seen a fennel being sold for 10 million. Thank you, brother farmer, for sending me the rocket anchor. Thank you. Brother Bongda, I have already returned your money. List 1. I gave you 5,000 yuan. You pay me back 1,500 yuan. Young anchor, but I can only get 30%. List 1. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Pay me back. You don't know how hard it is to carry bricks. The barrage of comments suddenly became quiet. The 2 bosses of this little anchor are one who farms and the other who moves bricks. Full of the flavor of the countryside and life. Everyone on the other side of the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Especially the pink ladies. His eyes suddenly widened into a circle. No way. Is there still such operation? The guy with pink thighs was also dumbfounded. It starts with a rocket. He suddenly felt his anus tighten. This is quite cruel. Haha. Oh my god, I can't stop laughing. Don't be afraid, little anchor. The other side has no fighting power. There are 2 big guys across the street. One is a bricklayer and the other is a farmer. Why does this little streamer on the other side only attract talented people? At this time, some barrages of comments appeared in the pink lady's live broadcast room. These people have just gone undercover in the live broadcast room of the small anchor. After seeing the other party's operation, I brought the message back directly. The barrage was filled with crazy complaints and ridicule. This is the best I have ever encountered. Brother number 1. The pink girl finally breathed a sigh of relief, then pretended to be coy and said in a coquettish voice, Brother number 1, as long as you help me win this game, at most, I will agree to whatever you want. The number 1 on the list was still hesitating. As soon as these words were spoken, I was immediately filled with excitement. We are all adults. Who doesn't understand this? He has been pursuing this pink girl, but he hasn't had the chance to meet her offline for a long time. Isn't this the opportunity? Poor pink guy. If he knew that the Pink Panther was a 50-year-old woman, you will definitely vomit blood. Don't get me wrong. I'm not talking about Her Highness Chow Biluo. Although almost. Humph. How dare a farmer show off in front of me? The pink man came to the little anchor's live broadcast room and posted a barrage. If you are a man, fight to the end. After sending the barrage, the pink boy returned to the pink girl's live broadcast room and fired a rocket. Yo-ho. Su Ming took a look. This is a provocation. What's up? Do you look down on farmers? Then I'll let you see the power of farming. Su Ming fired 2 more rockets without saying a word. Gorgeous special effects suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. The PK bar was instantly crushed. Pink guy was dumbfounded. Are all farmers so tough? Brother number 1. Seeing that she was about to lose, the pink girl hurriedly said in a coquettish voice, Please, just help me. I know a lot of tricks. Pink guy is still hesitating. But the words of the pink lady instantly awakened him. There are so many varieties. Can you hint at this now? For the happiness of your lower body, fight for it. Anyway, the other party is also a farmer. No matter how much money he has, he must have spent it just to save his face. I'm afraid my bank cards are all empty now. Pink boy, without further ado, 2 more Air Force Ones are coming up. Before the pink boy could show off, 3 more people came from Su Ming's side. The pink guy vomited blood. Brother, it's not easy to grow some crops. Why don't you keep them for yourself? Brother number 1. Pink lady is also ready to act coquettishly. Don't. The pink guy quickly refused. Even if you call me ancestor, I won't come. The guy over there is too fierce. Seeing that the top brother on the list had backed off, Pink lady knew. Have to. Lost. Pink lady thought she would win this round. But I never thought that a farmer would appear out of nowhere. Protect the young anchor and advance to the next round. Big brother. Now it is autumn, which is a good time to harvest. You worked so hard to sell some food and earn some money, but you just gave it all away like that. Don't you feel bad? The pink boy admitted defeat, and the pink girl had no choice but to admit defeat too. PK is a best-of-3 game. In the second game, the opponent just gave me a gift worth 10 yuan and I lost directly. Su Ming felt amused. That's right. Su Ming suddenly remembered something. It is said that there are many monsters and demons in the live broadcast room, and they all survive by slimming their faces, smoothing their skin, and beautifying themselves. He had seen the young anchor, but she had nothing on and was naturally beautiful. What about the pink lady opposite? Su Ming couldn't help but scan it. Result. Oh my god. Chapter 174. What the hell is this? Under the scan, all demons and monsters retreat. Leave your true self. A 50-year-old ant. Su Ming almost vomited his dinner. Looked at the pink guy. This week, I spent nearly 20,000 yuan on gifts. This guy wants to know the truth. Will I vomit blood directly? Thank you, brother, thank you. The young anchor stood up and bowed to Su Ming. Trembling. It's okay. Su Ming smiled faintly. You drive very steadily. There were crazy question marks on the barrage. Damn, it feels like it's Boss Viper. Little anchor, tell me the truth. What did you do in the few hours when you weren't live streaming? As expected of a big boss, this lasted long enough. Be careful, you might get banned upstairs. I can afford a Hennessy Viper just by farming? I'm going to quit my job and go farming tomorrow. The barrage went crazy. It turns out that this little farming expert is the Hennessy Viper boss. The young anchor was also confused. It's Su Ming? Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, she was a little speechless. He spoke as if something had happened between him and Su Ming. But when I think about it carefully, I have only met Su Ming twice. Why did Su Ming help him? Could it be? Just when the young anchor was daydreaming, he suddenly saw a barrage. Farming expert. Don't think too much, little anchor. I just saw that the other side was too bullying, and I couldn't help it. By the way, you are not my type. Ha ha. The little anchor is being disliked. Poor, self-conceited little anchor. The online live broadcast was disliked by the boss. Su Ming just smiled and didn't say much. Instead, he found the pink boy's ID, clicked on his profile picture, and sent a private message. Is my brother here? Su Ming sent a message. The pink boy held up his phone and saw that it was a message from Su Ming. Damn, what are you doing? I've already given up. Are you going to take advantage of my misfortune and step on me? I am a man. Never mind. You're awesome. Go ahead and step on me. Have you ever seen the true face of the pink lady? What surprised pink boy was that Su Ming sent another message, and it was not to step on him. No. Pink guy sent a message back. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in my heart. Well? Su Ming replied. Brother, you are very generous. You are not picky about food. The pink guy was confused. Damn it. Please explain yourself clearly. After Pink Man finished speaking, Su Ming didn't reply for a long time. Pink guy got anxious. I am also an old viewer in the live broadcast circle. How could he not know that there are so many monsters and demons? The key is that he trusts his own eyes and should not be wrong. Could it be that I was wrong this time? Suddenly, news came from Su Ming. Pink Man is a photo at first glance. He clicked on the photo hurriedly. Damn it. What is this? Damn it. This. This photo is obviously a photo of an old lady. Pink Man is confused. I hurriedly looked at the pink lady on the computer. Seems a bit similar. Oh my god. The anchor I have been supporting for so long is actually an old lady. My mentality has collapsed. Take care, brother. Su Ming left only 4 words and left. This photo was obtained by Su Ming through the system. Su Ming discovered that when the scanning system was turned on, he could take photos with his mobile phone, and whatever he saw was what he took. The system is indeed awesome. Pink Panther is crying. You're a liar. Pink guy sent a message in the group with Pink Girl. The anchor will have a Vishin group. The big guys and anchors will be in it. And in this group, Pink Boy is the undisputed boss. What's wrong? Brother number 1. Pink Lady was stunned when she saw the message. Fuck. Don't fucking call me brother. I used to feel good when I called my brother Pink Boy. Now that he was yelling like that, the pink guy almost vomited. Please spare me. Pink Man sent the photo to the group without saying a word. Oh my god, who is this? Brother, what kind of monster is this? Why doesn't this photo look a bit like the anchor? Oh my god, this isn't the host, is it? Damn, it really is. Depend on. Anchor, your uncle. No, I'm going to vomit for a while. My hard-earned money. I'm never going to do live streaming again. Poor guy spent so much money. A moment of silence for our male brothers. The big guys in the group were all shocked. Pink Lady was confused. Live streaming by yourself is very secretive and no one else knows about it. How did Pink Panther know? This. What should I do? Poor pink guy. He immediately left the group. I heard that it happened that night. Many of the Pink Lady's bigwigs were admitted to the hospital. High blood pressure, heart disease. Many people also went to have their stomachs and eyes washed. There is widespread grief and no grass growing. No, no, I'm coming over to wash my eyes. Although the young anchor is not popular, at least she looks good. I've seen young anchors live broadcasting and verified that they don't have anything turned on and are naturally beautiful. No, I feel like I can't breathe. No wonder Brother Farming likes this little anchor so much. Could it be that farming can help develop good eyesight? That makes sense. Planting more crops and spending less time on your phone is definitely good for your eye health. I'll go farming tomorrow too. The truth is revealed upstairs. The young anchor was feeling very happy when suddenly there were many more viewers in the live broadcast room. Many people are also posting messages on the barrage. A group of onlookers didn't know the truth and asked frantically what was going on. Soon a group was established under the leadership of a big boss, and the young anchor also joined in. After learning the truth, everyone was shocked. Damn it. As expected, under the power of beauty, any monster can become a beauty. Even if you turn on the beauty filter, you still can't become a beauty. Either you are a man, or your appearance is really questionable. Just as everyone was eating melons crazily, the second round began. The host in this round is much better than the Pink Panther. He is an anchor with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. It's called Qingfeng Guzhing. She can play and sing, and she is also very beautiful. No matter what it really looks like, at least this craft is quite valuable. And there are many big names among these small anchors. There are at least hundreds of people on the list. The first few are all 10,000 yuan households. She doesn't look like the little anchor at all. She's so miserable. In addition to Su Ming, there was also a brick-moving guy who gave the wrong reward. The rest are just a few pieces. Moreover, none of the 50 places on the reward list are filled. There are only a dozen people in total. On one side, there are tall buildings and prosperity. On the other side, there is only one building and the rest is desolate. The contrast is obvious enough. Chapter 175, The Flirty President Chun. PK starts soon. The two sides exchanged daily courtesies when they were connected. It was the same old operation. The number one on the opposite side came to the live broadcast room of the young anchor. ID Financial Tycoon Mr. Chun. Sorry, little anchor, we won this round. The financial tycoon sent a message. By the way, I got 5 treasure maps. Worthy of being the number one on the list of big anchors. This style is different. What a coincidence. Su Ming saw this comment and smiled slightly. Sorry, the anchor for this round has already been decided. After saying that, Su Ming went directly to the live broadcast room opposite and returned the 5 treasure maps. A good farmer? Financial tycoon Mr. Chin took a look. Hee, where did this fool come from? Are you also an expert in farming? I only know one person who is good at farming. Everyone else is garbage. Dare you play with us? Kill you. Look at the little farmer returning the gift. Financial tycoon Mr. Chun sneered in his heart. Little guy, I can't compare to you. Swipe, swipe. There are 3 Air Force Ones coming up. Then Su Ming directly returned 5. Yo-ho. Mr. Chin took a look. Pretty tough. Come on 6. Su Ming returned 8. Seeing the fierce fighting between the two sides, the onlookers were excited. A young farming expert versus a financial tycoon. This is a battle between the working class and the bourgeoisie. The philosophy class upstairs is pretty good. No big deal, no big deal. The barrage is crazy. Even the two anchors were dumbfounded. Forgot to thank and forgot to be polite. What the hell? Is live PK so brutal? I've never encountered this before. What expression should I make in this situation? What should I say? How to thank? The two anchors were confused at the time. I couldn't say a word, but these two didn't give up at all. It was so lively with you going and me coming. Mr. Chin was worried. Are farmers so rich now? 8. This is 40,000 yuan. Save it to buy some delicious food, isn't it great? Financial tycoon Mr. Chin couldn't help it and came to the live broadcast room of the young anchor. Brother, it's not easy to earn some money from farming. Wouldn't it be better to save some money and buy some delicious food? Mr. Chin sent a barrage. I just sold some diamonds that were taking up space. I have too much money to spend. Su Ming replied a message. Are farmers so arrogant now? This is eye-opening. This is eye-opening. Diamonds are so space-consuming. Brother Farmer's bragging skills are amazing. Is this human language? If you think the diamonds take up too much space, you can give them to me. Although I know you're pretending, I just can't find any reason to refute you. I was careless and didn't dodge. Boss Chun, you've got to learn this lesson. Financial tycoon Mr. Chin thought for a long time and felt that something was not right. Too much money to spend. And sold some diamonds? A good farmer? Mr. Chun touched his hair. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Holy crap. Could this person be Mr. Su? Mr. Chun was confused. But can there be a second person besides this? Mr. Su. Mr. Chin sent a message and asked tentatively. Su Ming took a look. How does he know his last name? Depend on. Financial tycoon Mr. Chen? Oh my god, this can't be President Chen. The more Su Ming thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. Depend on. President Chen, you are playing so cool. The head of an industry actually does live streaming and even gives it such a subdued name. Boss Chen, fennel tastes good, doesn't it? Su Ming posted a comment. President Chen vomited blood. It really is Mr. Su. I'm really crazy. I'm piking with Mr. Su. This is really an old man hanging himself to commit suicide. Mr. Su, I was wrong. President Chen immediately sent a barrage of comments and replied without saying a word. We admit defeat. Boss Chen actually admitted defeat? No way, what happened to Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen, please stop making trouble. Miss Qingfeng Guzhing was also a little confused. This Boss Chen just became a fan of me half a month ago. He is rich and generous. Other big guys all have something to ask for, but Boss Chen just likes to listen to himself sing. He never hesitates to spend money without blinking an eye. Think about his ID. Maybe this Boss Chen is really a tycoon in the financial world. I simply love singing. Such a big shot. How could there ever be a time to admit defeat? Boss Chen, what's going on? The anchor asked. Don't ask, don't ask. We can't compare to the farming experts over there. President Chen immediately posted a comment. Stop sending gifts and competing. I admit defeat this time. Damn it, damn it. A financial tycoon is no match for a farmer? Is farming so popular now? My mother spent 20 years trying to get me to stop farming and go to work. I suddenly feel a little regretful. No, I have to go farm too. There is a golden house in the earth, and there is a beautiful woman in the earth. President Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Back to the Little Anchor's live broadcast room. Hello, Little Anchor. I've decided to be your fan from now on. After saying this, financial tycoon Mr. Chen changed his name. Weeding expert Chen Shower. Damn it. When everyone saw you, they thought you were so skillful at licking. But the more President Chen said this, the more they wondered, who on earth was this little expert? Judging from the interaction between the two people, they should know each other. And seeing that President Chen immediately changed his name, it means that the little farming expert is really into farming. Are farmers so good now? Everyone began to doubt their lives. Miss Qingfeng Guzhing watched her boss run away. I want to cry, but I have no tears. But there's nothing I can do. I can't decide the boss's affairs. Just accept your fate. But there was really endless curiosity in her heart. Who is this big guy? Who is this little farming expert? Is farming so appealing now? Should I stop live streaming my music and start live streaming farming? Mr. Su, please leave the hard work to me. I promise to make this little anchor the champion. President Chen immediately sent a message, feeling extremely panicked. I just had a fight with Mr. Su Ming. Just thinking about it makes me want to slap myself a few times. Well, Chen Guoxing, what can I say about you? I usually behave well next to Mr. Su. Why am I so confused at this time? Well, why do you, at your age, still do live streaming? I regret it so much. If this angers Mr. Su, just find a rope and hang yourself. Mr. Su must have a lot of good things. As long as you don't give it to yourself in anger. Have to. Chen Guoxing. Just find a bridge, jump off, and end your life. The only thing I'm afraid of is that even if I reach the Naiha Bridge, I'll drink Mingpa soup. I can't forget this. I regret it so much. Chapter 176, Another Show-Off. Su Ming found it funny when he saw it, and thought that President Chen must be very panicked right now. I just didn't expect that this old show-off would also do live streaming. I also became a fan of a female anchor. The most important thing is to give it such a sexy name. Financial tycoon Mr. Chen. This old guy. It seems that eating fennel has a significant effect. Okay, thank you for your help, Boss Chen. Su Ming posted a comment. President Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god. Fortunately, Mr. Su was not angry. No, I must put more effort into weeding when I go to farm tomorrow. That's it. With the help of President Chen, the young anchor did not encounter any obstacles and rushed all the way to the finals. The finals are different, because the opponent is a real big anchor. More than 5 million subscriptions. The female anchor has so many subscribers, she is definitely top-notch. As soon as the microphone was connected, the number one on the other side came over and was particularly cocky. Mr. Wang from the trading group. The ID of the top guy on the opposite list. Su Ming took a look. How is this the same routine as President Chen's? Damn, this guy can't be Wang Xue, right? As soon as the other party arrived at the young anchor's live broadcast room, he posted a barrage. We will definitely win the finals. Just admit defeat. Old Wang, you idiot. The expert in farming is Mr. Su. President Chen immediately replied with a message. President Chen is so smart. And they also talked about live streaming when they were having dinner together before. Also shared with a smile. Naturally, I knew that this guy was Wang Xue. Who? Mr. Wang from the trading group was stunned at the time. Mr. Su? Which Mr. Su? Damn. Use your walnut-sized brain and think carefully. Who else could there be? Mr. Wang was stunned when he heard this. Look at the two people's IDs again. A good farmer. Chen Shower, an expert weed remover. I'm fucking. Mr. Wang was completely stunned at the time. Mr. Su? Mr. Wang from the trading group was petrified. Ming, I guarantee you'll be the champion. After saying that, he changed his ID without saying anything. Wang Laosan, the watering expert. This series of magical operations left everyone dumbfounded. The host on the other side was also confused. Finished? Is that it? It's over before it even begins. So fast. The barbarian king still has a 6-second ultimate skill. How come it's gone in less than a second? With 6 pieces of equipment, the Warwick uses his ultimate in the bush to kill a squishy ADC instantly. The barrage was also confused. Fuck, what the hell is going on? My mother asked me why I dropped out of school, and I said I wanted to farm. It's really in our great Chinese genes. It's awesome. After all, for these freeloaders. Even for those who have some assets and can spend at least 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month. Regardless of the previous financial tycoon Mr. Chun or Mr. Wang from the trading group. They are all serious super bosses. When you are in a good mood, you can give gifts worth tens of thousands of dollars at will. But now he suddenly starts to lick the boots of a farmer. What the hell is going on? And it seems that they know each other. Obviously, the identity of this little farming expert was far beyond their imagination. The most important thing is to look at their ID. Farming is real. This little farming expert really does farm. Seeing that the two big guys had changed their IDs, this group of freeloaders all changed their IDs instantly. Fertilization expert Li Laosi. Lu Laowu, an expert in watering. Zhang Laolu, the harvesting expert. Good job. It was clearly a PK between the anchors in the live broadcast room, but it turned into a big harvest. The comments in the live broadcast room also changed from the previous jokes to an agricultural seminar. Everyone, the wheat planting lecture hall is officially open. Planting wheat. The person above is a liar. I have been growing crops for many years. The corn harvest hasn't been very good lately. Can anyone give me some advice? We have a bumper crop of apples. They're delicious. Who wants to try some? Su Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Yes, this is the charm of farming. I'm sleepy. I'm going to bed first. Su Ming posted a barrage and then went offline immediately. President Chun and Wang Xue, the two old men, breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Su was not angry. The young anchor was confused the whole time. I made it to the finals inexplicably, gained 2 powerful players inexplicably, and 1 inexplicably. The most important thing is that the live broadcast room inexplicably turned into a farming live broadcast room. What the hell? I am also a person who loves fashion. Why do I suddenly feel a little bit unsure of the trend now? For Su Ming, this incident was just a small episode. Take a look when you have nothing to do and relax. After washing up quickly, Su Ming looked at the time. The breeding area is now activated. Just waiting to put some livestock in there tomorrow. Haha. Excited. After shutting down his talent for not getting tired, Su Ming fell on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning it was just dawn. Su Ming got up. After having a quick bite, we drove straight to the suburbs. The boss had just opened the shop and was cleaning. When he saw Su Ming, he was shocked. Mr. Su, you're here so early. The boss walked forward hurriedly. This was a big customer. Not to mention anything else. Who can compare with this one for farming in the city center? No one can compare to it. Have you any poultry here? Poultry. When the boss heard that what he sold here were basically agricultural products, seeds, agricultural machinery, and so on. Poultry itself doesn't have this. Mr. Su, I don't have this. The boss looked very embarrassed and rubbed his hands. But don't worry, I know several friends who are in this business. What do you want? I'll contact them right away. Su Ming touched his chin. The system has limitations, and you can only raise 4 types of poultry. When I was young, my parents always raised chickens and pigs. These 2 are the ones I am most familiar with. Are there pigs and chickens? Yes. The boss nodded hurriedly to assure him. Not to mention that these are 2 of the most common poultry. Even if it is not common, even if Mr. Su wants to raise the jade rabbit on the moon, I have to say that I have it. Mr. Su, I'll take you there right away. After saying that, the boss hurriedly walked towards his old car. Take my car. Su Ming smiled faintly. The boss was stunned, looked back at Su Ming's cool sports car, and couldn't help swallowing secretly. He looked down at his worn-out clothes. Mr. Su, forget it. My clothes. Get in the car. Su Ming got into the car without hesitation. The boss was stunned for a moment and was very reserved. He grabbed the towel he used to wipe his face and wiped his clothes vigorously before sitting in the car carefully. He was as nervous as a primary school student seeing his teacher. Don't be so nervous and relax. Su Ming smiled, patted his boss on the shoulder, turned on the navigation according to the location his boss said, and drove off. Chapter 177, I am narrow-minded. The cool interior and the explosive roar of the engine made the boss feel a little dizzy. Damn, is this the charm of a sports car? Well, no wonder a sports car is a man's ultimate dream. How cool. Wrong. The boss suddenly remembered something. Hiss. It seems like Mr. Su drives a different car every time he comes. Damn it. The boss was stunned. How many sports cars does Mr. Su have? Damn it. Is this a truly rich person? The boss was confused the whole time, and he was still confused even after arriving at the destination. After getting out of the car in a daze, the boss slowly came to his senses. So fast. The boss blinked, swallowed his saliva, and hurried to the front. Mr. Su, please come this way. Hey, isn't this Boss Fong? This is a large breeding company. As soon as I reached the door, the security guard came up to me and said, Boss Fong, what brings you? Stop talking nonsense and get your boss out right away. We have a distinguished guest. Boss Fong interrupted the security guard without saying a word. Oh. The security guard was shocked when he heard this and glanced at Su Ming, who was following behind him. Although he didn't know Su Ming's identity, he knew that anyone who could be treated like this by Boss Fong must not be an ordinary person. Okay. The security guard nodded hurriedly and called his boss. Soon, a figure came running over from a distance. Hey, Lao Fong, what distinguished guest? Old Wu, let me tell you, you have to thank me this time. Boss Fong stepped aside and said, This is Mr. Su. He's planning to buy some poultry from you. Oh, when Boss Wu heard this, his eyes lit up. Lao Fong said it was a big customer, which means the other party must be from a very important background. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. What would you like to buy? Boss Wu led Su Ming in and asked with a smile. Chickens and pigs. Have. Boss Wu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he patted his chest. We have several varieties here, and we've recently introduced some rare species. How many are you planning to buy? Let's see first. Okay. Under the leadership of Boss Wu, they quickly entered the breeding area. The breeding area is very large and filled with a bad smell. But it's normal. After all, it's livestock farming. Although the cleaning is timely and the environment is clean, the smell is always inevitable. These are native chickens. This is the yuan bao chicken, the guinea fowl, and this is a new breed our company has just introduced, the Tianshan snow chicken, a rare species unique to our country. Of course, it is artificially bred and can be raised. Boss Wu knows everything about it. Su Ming's eyes fell on the Tianshan snowcock, which had an upright figure and beautiful appearance. This is it. Give me 30 of them. 330. Boss Wu was stunned. Good job. I thought you were a big customer, so you only bought 30? Seeing that Boss Wu wanted to say something, Boss Fong poked him with his finger. The two men looked at each other, and Boss Wu could only sigh helplessly. After all, he was introduced by Boss Fong. Okay, no problem. Soon Su Ming went to the pig farming area. This time he did not choose any special breed, just the most common large white pig. Bought 2. Okay, that's all. Help me transport it back. Su Ming paid the money. Boss Wu was not happy about this. Buy these things and let me transport them? Which big boss wouldn't buy a few thousand of them? You have no more than 40 in total. Forget it, for Boss Fong's sake. Just be lucky. Boss Wu was very unhappy, but there is no other way but to accept it. City center? After seeing the address, Boss Wu was stunned. Could it be that this young man is a purchasing agent for some company? But even when purchasing, I have never heard of buying live animals and then slaughtering them. Shouldn't we buy ready-made ones at the market or slaughterhouse? Boss Wu was confused, but didn't ask any more questions. Soon, Su Ming led the way in front, and these people followed behind. It took 3 hours to drive to the city center. Su Ming parked the car aside, got out, and said, Let's unload the goods into the yard. In the yard? Boss Wu was confused, but he soon reacted. He looked up and was surprised to see such a large piece of land in the city center. There are walls all around it, and there is a villa inside. Looking more closely, I saw that there was wheat growing on a field that I could see. Damn it. So this Mr. Su is farming in the city center? Maybe he felt farming was boring, so he bought some livestock to raise. Oh my god. No wonder Boss Fong told me this was a big client. I am narrow-minded. Who has ever seen farming and raising livestock on land worth tens of billions? All the unhappiness and depression in Boss Wu's heart were swept away. I must treat Boss Fong to a good meal when I get back. If it weren't for Boss Fong, I would never have known such a big shot. Damn it. I originally thought that I had seen and experienced it, but compared with Mr. Su, I'm not even a chicken feather. After hearing Su Ming's instructions, Boss Wu took action without saying a word and quickly carried the things to the yard with his employees. Looking up, I found a place similar to a pig pen and a chicken coop in the corner of the wall. Huh? Mr. Su, are you planning to raise chickens and pigs there? Boss Wu pointed to the distance and said. Su Ming was stunned. Can you see it? It turns out that they can see the buildings generated by the system, but they should not be able to see the things raised and planted inside. At least not the actual situation. Yes. Su Ming nodded. Mr. Su, look, your things have been set up, and I think the facilities are quite complete. I'll carry them over to you. Okay. Su Ming nodded. Soon, Boss Wu and his employees carried all the things over. Mr. Su, if you have any questions, feel free to call me. I don't know how to raise these things, but I do have some experience. Boss Wu is very enthusiastic. The big guys before only lived in their own imagination and on TV. Now that I finally see one, how can I not be polite and flatter him? Damn it, you old bastard. Weeding is my job. Bullshit. What law says weeding is your job? If you do that, I'll water it. Don't you dare. Watering is my job. He said, why are there so many cars parked? None of your business. Mr. Su's business is none of your business. Just as Su Ming was talking to Boss Wu, a familiar quarreling sound was heard nearby. Su Ming turned around and saw that it was President Chun and Wang Xue. The two old men walked in from the door with their beards puffed and their eyes glared. Chapter 178, Coconut Ripening. Mr. Su. When President Chun and Wang Xue saw Su Ming, their eyes lit up and they hurried forward. Are you planning to raise pigs and chickens? I'll take care of this. My family used to keep this when I was little. Bullshit. Didn't you say you were farming in your hometown? Don't come on. Don't you often tell Mr. Su that you used to be a farmer and you can raise these? After yesterday's live broadcast incident, the two old men didn't sleep well all night. They came to help Su Ming with work early in the morning in a very tacit understanding. As a result, I saw Su Ming built a poultry house in the yard. I also happened to buy some chickens and pigs. I understood it immediately. Start grabbing now. My life is mine. You can't take it away from me. The two old men glared at each other, and Su Ming was helpless. But Boss Wu next to him was confused. Because he knows him. His money is in Tianhua Bank. After all, I am the owner of a breeding company, and the company has about 100 or 200 million yuan. He has tens of millions of assets under his name and can be considered a major customer of Tianhua Bank. He also knows Wang Xue. As someone who does overseas trade, the poultry he raises are of very good quality, and he has also done overseas export business. In his opinion, these two are super beings at the boss level. But these two big guys actually have such an attitude towards Su Ming. What does that mean? This means that Su Ming is much more awesome than the two of them. How much do you know? Damn, how can this be considered a big customer? This is clearly my own father and ancestor. Not only will I invite Lao Fong to dinner, I might even have to kneel down in front of him. Thanks to Lao Fong. Otherwise, how could I have met such an awesome person? All right, stop arguing, both of you. Su Ming had a headache. President Chun cleans the chicken coop, and Boss Wang cleans the pig house. Yes. Guaranteed to complete the mission. The two old men stood straight and looked energetic. Boss Wu was stunned. What are you guys still doing there? Come over and help. Boss Wu was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned around to look at his workers and shouted loudly. Then I carried the boxes and did the cleaning work myself. President Chun and Wang Xue were so angry. Damn, why is there another person trying to steal my job? Fortunately, after Boss Wu put his things down and packed up, he said goodbye and left, and the two old men finally breathed a sigh of relief. If there is another competitor, he must be planted in the fields. Oh, there's too much grass in this field. Oh, the ground is dry again. The two old men worked in perfect harmony and began to work. Ding. Poultry. Chicken, successfully raised, growth time, 48 hours. Can lay eggs after maturity, egg laying interval, 8 hours. Number of eggs laid, 3. Ding. Poultry. Pig, successfully raised, growth time 72 hours. Edible. Ding. Host, please feed the poultry every 12 hours. 3 hours after the satiety reaches 0, the poultry will die. Su Ming stood aside when a prompt sound suddenly rang in his brain. Su Ming was delighted when he heard these reminders. Not bad, that's pretty good. Most importantly, chickens can lay eggs. I'm afraid this egg is also a special item. Haha, so delicious. Su Ming walked to the side. When Boss Wu came, he also brought some livestock feed. Su Ming prepared the feed and poured it into the chicken coop and pig pen. If you look closely, you can see that there is a progress bar above the heads of both the chicken and the pig. This is not a maturity bar, but a satiety bar. Now every progress bar is red and empty. After Su Ming poured the feed in, the red color disappeared as they ate, and their satiety levels slowly increased. Feed every 12 hours, plus a 3-hour waiting period. A full 15 hours. I have to say that the system is really considerate. After cleaning up this place, Su Ming clapped his hands and was in a good mood. I glanced at the time, and the coconut should be ripe. I couldn't help but walk over and take a closer look. It was indeed ripe. Green coconuts are hung on it one by one. But President Chun and Wang Xue are still here, so now is not a good time to reap the rewards. What reason could I come up with to get them both away? President Chun, Boss Wang. Su Ming thought about it, and then an idea suddenly came to his mind, and he called them both over with a smile. Mr. Su, what do you want? Two old men hurried over. I have to go out for something later. Don't worry. I promise no thieves will get in. That's right. You can rest assured with us two here. The two old men immediately made a loud promise. Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then blinked his eyes. It's like this. I have some friends coming over later, and it's not convenient for you two to stay here. Oh. The two old men looked at each other and made sounds of sudden realization. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young people. Normal, normal. After seeing this, Su Ming wished he could smash each of their heads. What are you two thinking about? I'm single now, did you know? But Su Ming didn't want to explain anymore. It's good that these two people have a misunderstanding. At least they won't come to bother me today. Hey, Mr. Su, please take care of your health. Mr. Su has fennel, so why are you afraid of this? Oh, I forgot what Lao Wang said made sense. Mr. Su, we'll take our leave then. The two old men chuckled. Without saying a word, he packed up and left. Although work is important, it is not as important as Mr. Su's happiness. Men. Who hasn't made any demands yet? Have to. Seeing the looks of the two old men, Su Ming felt helpless. There was a complete misunderstanding between the two old men. However, Su Ming was too lazy to explain. Seeing the two old men driving away in a hurry, Su Ming smiled in his heart, walked to the door, closed it, and then came to the coconut field. It's true that the food is ripe, but the tree is too tall. Su Ming blinked. Do I have to climb up? Ding. The system detects that the crops planted by the host are very high. Picking them could be dangerous. The system can pick them for the host. Do you agree? Su Ming was in a dilemma when the system prompt sounded. Depend on. So thoughtful. What are you waiting for? Of course, the choice is yes. Yes. This was the choice Su Ming was looking forward to. Ding. Harvesting. Host, please stay away from the coconut trees. Su Ming took a few steps back and stood at the edge of the ground. He saw the coconuts on the coconut trees automatically falling off one after another. Su Ming had known about it before. Coconuts that fall from trees are generally old. Only the ones that are still on the tree can be drunk. Soon, there was a small pile under each coconut tree. The coconut trees also withered instantly. Su Ming didn't care about those things and hurriedly picked up a coconut. It's a coconut, not a special precious item. However, Su Ming believed that this coconut juice must have some special effects. That is, how to drink it. Chapter 179, Poisoning in the Street. Hey, hey, hey. A suggestive sound was heard in the villa, but I went in and took a look. Student Su Ming is holding a screwdriver and fighting with coconut. Fortunately, I have a talent for not getting tired. Otherwise, I would be exhausted by now. It seems so easy to open coconuts when you see people doing it on TV. It opened in a flash. Why is it so difficult here? Su Ming was helpless. Puff. Just as Su Ming was turning the screwdriver frantically, the screwdriver suddenly stabbed in. It's connected. I foolishly took out the screwdriver and saw that it was still stained with crystal coconut juice. Su Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. It's not clean anymore. But Su Ming didn't care. He put the screwdriver aside and poured out the coconut juice. I thought the coconut juice everywhere was pure white, but when I looked closely, it turned out to be. The green is not dull, and the purple is not slippery. Is this fucking poison? Su Ming blinked. You can't make people sick by eating it, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hanshao Bamboo Dian Hangover Solution. Take 1 sip, and you'll be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Take 2 sips, and you'll be able to drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk. This is a must-have remedy for negotiating over drinks at home, on the road, or at the table. Damn it. Su Ming was shocked. Isn't this too childish? A hangover sober is a hangover sober. It has such a color and such a poisonous name. Are you afraid that you won't be able to scare people? Su Ming really couldn't complain. But I have to say, this thing is really good. In today's society, drinking culture is prevalent. Drink when signing contracts and when discussing things. Even during the Chinese New Year, family gatherings are essential. Wine has a long history with the culture of China. To this day, it has been closely related to the lives of the Chinese people and is inseparable from them. Of course, there are many hangover sobering products on the market, but most of them are useless. Just hang up a sign and shout a few times. It is harmless to the human body, but it has no effect on sobering up. But anything produced by the system must be a high-quality product. Although the introduction of the system is a bit childish, the effect is not fake. If this thing were to be sold, I wonder how many people would rush to buy it. Not bad, not bad, good stuff. Su Ming laughed. I pushed a cart inside, sorted all the coconuts, and transported them to the warehouse. 600 coconuts of all sizes. It just filled up a warehouse. Ding. Successfully harvested crops, gained 3,000 experience points. After finishing the work, a prompt sounded in Su Ming's mind. Oops. One coconut actually has 5 experience points? Come to think of it, I have so many coconuts planted on 3 acres of land. If each one of them only gives me a little experience, wouldn't I be crying my eyes out? A system is a system, it is very well thought out. By the way, all the coconut trees were recycled. Added some experience. Now, except for the fennel, the rest has been harvested and a clearing has been left. Su Ming walked into the warehouse. After rummaging around for a long time, some strawberry seedlings were taken out. This thing is so familiar to Su Ming. There is actually not much arable land left at home. Large areas of it are covered with plastic greenhouses, where strawberries are grown in winter for off-season sales. It's at least more than 10 or 20. Once the dealers purchase and sell them, the price will double again. It's big, sweet, and delicious. So Su Ming plans to plant some strawberries this time, but it is not certain what the strawberries will produce. Su Ming was also full of expectations. I drank a bottle of stretching legs and staring eyes pills liquid. Su Ming is full of energy. The conventional procedure for growing strawberries is relatively complicated. You need to bury the seeds in the ground and cover them with plastic film. After germination, remove the film and use a container about the size of a cup to put the strawberry seedlings in it. Then plant it in the soil and water it. And also need to control the temperature and sunshine time. It's definitely a delicate job. However, with the support of the system, all these can be ignored. Su Ming just dug a hole and buried the soil. Just plant it, and it's okay. 5 acres of land is a large area, and it took Su Ming a whole afternoon and half a night to plant strawberries. After the planting was completed, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Strawberries have been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 36 hours. Then comes daily watering and fertilizing. This was quick, and it was done in no time. Soon, the idea of reducing crop maturity time and increasing yield came into my mind. Su Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. I went to the faucet to wash my hands and feet, then returned to the villa. I ordered some takeout and had a big meal before falling into a deep sleep. I slept until noon. After getting up, Su Ming cooked some food, took a shower, changed into dry clothes, and then went downstairs to the field. The 5 acres of land are basically planted with strawberries. After adding some feed to the pig house and chicken coop, everything was thriving and beautiful. Su Ming was very satisfied. When I opened the door, the city center was still bustling with traffic as usual. Just as he was about to go back, Su Ming suddenly saw what looked like a figure in that place. Su Ming's door faces a crosswalk. There are some trees planted next to the crosswalks, and some sycamore trees are planted in the city center of Donghai City. These trees are quite old and very thick and tall. When Su Ming saw the tree, it seemed as if a foot stretched out. No matter how I look at it, it seems a little familiar. Who is it? Su Ming was full of doubts and walked over slowly. Damn it. President Chun. President Chun was wearing a suit and tie. He is quite energetic in tidying up. But now the shoe on one foot is missing, and the suit on his body is covered with dirt. These pants have already been rubbed into a large piece. His face was red, his eyes were closed, he was sleeping soundly, and there was a pungent smell of alcohol on his body. It seems that President Chun drank too much. But the key point is that everyone else is drunk and subconsciously going home. So why is President Chun here? Damn it. President Chun doesn't treat this place as his home, does he? Of course, Su Ming was just thinking about it jokingly. He knew that President Chun must regard this place as more important than his home. Su Ming had no choice but to go back into the house and bring out the coconut juice that he hadn't finished yesterday. Then he grabbed President Chun, opened his mouth, and poured the liquid into his mouth. The pedestrians around were stunned after seeing this. Damn, what kind of deep hatred is this? Drinking drugs in the street. Actually, you can't blame them. The coconut juice is neither green nor purple, and anyone would think it is poisonous. Although we rarely see poisons, Aren't the pesticides shown in TV dramas and in real life all this color? What kind of grudge do these two have? There are so many surveillance cameras in the city center, and there are also many pedestrians. They are all eyewitnesses. Why don't you drag him into the yard and force him to drink? Oh, young man, what are you doing? Killing is against the law, and you have to pay with your life. When an old man saw this, he was so scared that his dentures popped out. He hurried over with his crutches and spoke incoherently. Chapter 180, It Smells So Good. Kid, you're too young to kill anyone. Murder is against the law, and the penalty is execution. What kind of hatred do you have to force someone to drink poison in public? Besides, if you want to kill someone, find a more secluded place. You're on the street, so many people can see you. The people around tried to persuade him. After Su Ming heard this, a few black lines appeared on his head. He tolerated the first two. Can anyone tell me what the third one is? Looking for a secluded place to kill someone? Brother, you are quite experienced. Just as people around him were talking, President Chen opened his eyes. Hey, it smells so good. Seeing President Chen's surprised expression, the people around him wanted to hit him with a stick. Did you drink poison and become stupid? The poison I fed you smells good? I've never heard of any poison that smells particularly good. Aren't they all quite hard to drink? President Chen's mouth was filled with sweetness, and his body seemed to be much better. He looked around with a confused look on his face. Depend on. Isn't this the city center? How did I get here? Huh. Isn't this Mr. Su? Mr. Su, look, President Chen hurriedly got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I drank too much last night. I don't know why. Everyone around was stunned. What the hell? Isn't that poison you're drinking? How come a drunkard who was sleeping soundly with his head covered suddenly woke up after drinking some black potion? Looking at the way he walked with such energy, he didn't look drunk at all. What the hell is this? Are you okay, young man? He just gave you poison. The old man just now said cautiously. Poison? President Chen was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. Wow, it turns out Mr. Su has stuffed himself with something good again. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Su. I'm so embarrassed to have to accept your kindness so many times. Is your field overgrown with weeds again? I hope Wang Xue isn't here. Don't worry, I'll take care of the weeding and watering today. After saying this, President Chen strode into the yard with great enthusiasm. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? What on earth is this drink? Poison? That's impossible. Have you ever seen anyone so energetic after drinking poison? If it weren't poison, what is that? What can make a drunk man sober up immediately after drinking it? Could this be a staged photo by a Douyin blogger to promote their hangover sobering solution? That makes sense. Oh, I worried for nothing. Turns out he's an actor. Disperse. People around were talking at once. After listening to this, Su Ming, who was standing at the door, suppressed the urge to complain. Okay, whatever you say is up to you. What you said makes sense, okay? President Chen took off his coat very skillfully and threw it on the ground since it was dirty anyway. He is so skilled at weeding and watering. Oh, thanks to Mr. Su, I regained my childhood. Thinking about it now, my eyes are still filled with tears. Nowadays, if I don't go to the fields every day, I always feel like something is missing. To follow in Mr. Su's footsteps, I even rented 3 acres of land outside the city. I can grow something there to feel at ease. This life is incredibly fulfilling. President Chen works while flattering others on a daily basis. Congratulations to Su Ming for obtaining immunity to licking others' flesh. But it's still quite comfortable to be praised by others. President Chen was busy for a long time, and when he was almost done, he carefully approached Su Ming and said, Mr. Su, can I ask you something? What did you give me to drink this morning? Oh, Su Ming then remembered. Nothing. I just brought some hangover medicine from home. Hangover medicine? President Chen was stunned. Yesterday's shattered memories are slowly recovering. A few days ago, someone from the head office came to check on the business. Work during the day and eat at night. This guy from the head office doesn't get along well with President Chen. The two used to be competitors. Naturally, they didn't see eye to eye at the table, and we drank one glass after another. It's a pity that President Chen is very ambitious, but he can't drink much. He fell under the table after just a few drinks. In the middle of the night, a man walked to Su Ming's door and lay down without knowing how. President Chen has had this kind of experience before. After drinking too much, I had a headache the next day and felt uncomfortable all over. It will take at least 2 or 3 days to recover. But after drinking Mr. Su's medicine, I am now full of energy and my ears and eyes are clear. There are no after effects of being drunk at all. It's worthy of being Mr. Su's thing. They are all top quality. I've tried some hangover pills before, but they didn't work. To put it bluntly, it's just for psychological comfort. By the way, President Chen, Su Ming suddenly smiled mysteriously. My medicine has another effect. What's the function? President Chen immediately pricked up his ears. After drinking it, you won't get drunk even if you drink a lot. Su Ming smiled slightly. Real? President Chen jumped up suddenly, scaring Su Ming. Oh my god, did you step on the spring? Oh, Mr. Su, you are simply my savior. Mr. Su, I want to leave early today. It's okay, go ahead. Okay. President Chen jumped up excitedly, grabbed his clothes and strode out, muttering to himself as he walked. Damn it, old man. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Today I'm going to let you see my true strength. Su Ming sat on the recliner and felt amused. He knew that President Chen was going to seek revenge. In Tianhua Bank, a thin man in his 50s, wearing a white shirt, suit pants and glasses, was sitting in the accounting office with a frown on his face, watching President Chen's men doing the accounts. Just as I was waiting, the door suddenly opened and President Chen walked in with a beaming face. Oops. Zhao Dehai stood up. Old Chen, you sobered up so quickly? According to past experience, you need to rest at home for at least 2 or 3 days. Snort. President Chen is very arrogant. Old Zhao, I wasn't feeling well yesterday and didn't perform well. Do you dare to come with me again? President Chen put his hands on his waist. I drank Mr. Su's medicine, so why should I be afraid of you? Yoho. Zhao Dehai took a look and asked, are you not convinced? How can I not know how much you weigh? Okay. If you don't accept it, I'll make you accept it again. You guys keep checking the accounts. I'll come over in a few days. Come on, Lao Chun, let's continue. After saying that, the two of them strode out of the bank and found a hotel nearby. Old Chun, you have to do this within your means. You got drunk yesterday, and you're going to drink again today. Can your body handle it? Chapter 181. Poor Zhao Dehai. When President Chen heard this, he smiled happily. If it was yesterday, I definitely couldn't drink more than you, but today? Mr. Su promised that he would not get drunk even if he drank 1,000 cups. Could Mr. Su's words be false? Impossible. Waiter, take your order. President Chen sat on the chair, looking particularly generous. Old Zhao, you are definitely going to go home drunk today, so I will pay for today. Zhao Dehai curled his lips. Just keep talking tough. This time, President Chen is confident. Beer, red wine, white wine, order a lot. Zhao Dehai's eyes widened when he saw it. Old Chen, let's stop here. You're risking your life. Who wants to kill you? You can't leave until you finish drinking today. President Chen was very happy. No, Lao Chun, we all know you can't hold your liquor well, and we can't laugh at you if you drink too much, so why bother? Stop talking nonsense. Are you scared? I'm scared. How can I be scared of you? Then stop talking nonsense and drink. Without saying a word, President Chen grabbed a bottle of matai and brought over 3 cups. Old Zhao, you came from the capital, and I didn't have time to greet you. Let's drink Sanyang Kaitai first. After saying this, President Chen said nothing more. Tun tun tun. After 3 glasses of wine, Zhao Dehai was stunned. Old Zhao and Old Chun, please stop making trouble. We did have some minor friction before, but you wouldn't come here to commit suicide, would you? But President Chen acted as if he didn't hear it and poured 6 more glasses of wine. I heard that Lao Zhao will be turning 60 in 3 years. I wish you all the best. After saying that, President Chen drank another 6 glasses of wine. Zhao Dehai was confused. Is this excuse okay? Should I call the police? This isn't how you drink alcohol, right? And this is white wine. Although matai is a good wine, you shouldn't drink it like this. It will kill you. Hey Lao Zhao, are you drinking? President Chen put down his glass and said, I toast you 9 times. It would be disrespectful of you to drink 1 less. Zhao Dehai blinked his eyes. Can I eat something first? Okay, I'll wait for you. President Chen sat down and smiled happily. Zhao Dehai said this for a purpose. How could he not know how much President Chen drank? I can't drink much to begin with, but I drank so much on an empty stomach, and so quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long and will fall down. And it takes a while for the food to be served. As soon as President Chen falls, you don't have to drink it yourself. But as he waited, Zhao Dehai felt that something was right. Why isn't President Chen dizzy yet? Just sitting there with a smile on his face, nothing happened. President Chen was extremely happy. It feels so good, so good. In the past, when I drank alcohol, not only would my throat feel sore, but my stomach would also hurt after 1 glass. But now, after drinking this glass of wine, there is only the aroma of the wine, but no discomfort. There was indeed a taste of wine in my mouth, but it felt like water in my stomach. Apart from a little bloating in the stomach, I didn't feel any discomfort. Mr. Su is Mr. Su. Anything he makes is a top-notch treasure. If this thing is sold, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Soon, the dishes were served one by one. Zhao Dehai was depressed. Why haven't you fallen yet? What's going on? Did you open up your run and do meridians while drunk yesterday? 1,000 cups without getting drunk, 10,000 cups without falling? This is impossible. There is no such a thing. Poor Zhao Dehai had no idea that although President Chen did not open up his run and do meridians, it was almost the same, and he did it with the help of Su Ming's external force. Seeing that all the food was served, Zhao Dehai could only bite the bullet and eat a few bites of the dishes. He licked his dry lips with his tongue and poured himself a glass of wine. 9 cups. It's okay to drink it slowly, but how can I drink it in one breath? It's okay, Lao Zhao. I know you can't handle alcohol quickly. The previous few glasses were my toast to you. Come on, let's start drinking now. President Chen didn't eat a single bite of the food and poured himself another glass of wine. Dry. Without saying a word, he poured the wine into his stomach in one gulp. Zhao Dehai's scalp felt numb. What the hell am I doing? Is President Chen okay? Did you drink too much yesterday to ruin your brain? Since President Chen drank, Zhao Dehai naturally had to drink too. He had to drink for the sake of face. The two of them clinked glasses and exchanged cups. There is basically no free time. I drink a glass of wine, say a few words, and then drink another glass of wine. Zhao Dehai's eyes turned green from drinking. Soon, Zhao Dehai felt dizzy and his tongue was numb, but when he looked at President Chen again, he saw that his face was flushed and he looked energetic, as if nothing had happened. Zhao Dehai really wanted to arrest President Chen and dissect him. What the hell is going on? How come someone who was so drunk yesterday is so awesome today? No, I can't drink anymore. I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to drink anymore. Zhao Dehai's tongue was sticky. Old Zhao, this won't work for you. It's just a few glasses of wine. President Chen's mouth opened wide. Damn it. So cool. You used to laugh at me for not being able to drink, but today I'll let you see what a huge alcohol tolerance means. Waiter, get a bucket and fill it with some ice. Zhao Dehai heard it. Damn, what are you doing? The waiter quickly brought over a clean bucket filled with some hotel ice. President Chen smiled and looked at Zhao Dehai. Old Zhao, today I will let you open but with a knife, and open your eyes. After saying that, President Chen opened several bottles of wine beside him, including beer, red wine, white wine, and a small amount of drinks to go with the wine. A full barrel of wine. Zhao Dehai was completely stunned. Aren't you afraid of blowing your stomach? Today, I'll give you a drink of 4 C's returning to 1. After saying this, President Chen picked up the bucket and drank from it in front of Zhao Dehai's stunned gaze. Fuck. Zhao Dehai was completely confused. Even he was half sober. This Nima. I give in. President Chen drank it in big gulps and soon finished the whole bucket of wine. Cool. After drinking, President Chen wiped his mouth and shouted loudly. It seems that Mr. Su's medicine not only changed his alcohol tolerance, but also changed the capacity of his stomach, so he felt no burden when drinking it. Zhao Dehai sat in his seat, as if petrified. My eyes wouldn't blink, my mouth couldn't close, and I almost forgot to breathe. What the hell? Hallucination? Could it be that I drank too much yesterday and am still dreaming? Thinking of this, Zhao Dehai couldn't help but slap himself. Hiss. It hurt so much. Later, a legend arose about this hotel. A wine god made a man drunk and stupid. As he left, the man kept shouting, fake, fake, all fake. Ah, I won't drink anymore, I won't drink again. Mom, he forced me to drink. President Chen became a god in one battle. Poor Zhao Dehai, he lay in bed for 3 days and 3 nights after returning home before getting out of bed. Just when he had almost recovered, Zhao Dehai couldn't help but shudder when he saw President Chen. Subconsciously, I shouted, I don't want to drink anymore, I don't want to drink anymore. The sound was quite loud, and most importantly, it happened in the bank lobby, which stunned the people who were doing business, the bank employees, and even the security guards. What the hell? What are you not going to drink? Zhao Dehai hasn't woken up yet? Are you talking nonsense? Chapter 182, give you something good to drink. As a result, this person who was sent from the head office in Beijing was originally planning to make things difficult for President Chen. He fled without even finding out anything. He kept muttering to himself while riding in the car. No more drinking, no more drinking, I won't drink anymore. It's over, I'm sick. Su Ming didn't know about this little episode. Su Ming had enough money and was thinking about buying the building next door. He held a map in his hand. This piece of land in the city center is quite large. If we could buy all the surrounding properties, we might be able to build a farm, plant some flowers and plants, raise some livestock, and then you will have a warm home with your wife and children. Isn't it beautiful? But I don't particularly understand these. Of course, this is nothing, because I have a good candidate. Wang Xue. Wang Xue bought a building for himself before, so he must have done his homework. Thinking of this, Su Ming called Wang Xue. Oh, Mr. Su. A voice of great surprise came from the other end of the phone. You actually called me in person? Well, Su Ming scratched his ears, which had almost been deafened by the noise. I have something to ask you. Okay, what are you talking about? No, Mr. Su. Please wait. I'm going to drive over soon. Don't press it. I have something to go out for. Wait until I come back. Su Ming held the phone. Damn, where's Wang Xue doing again? Are you doing anything inappropriate for children again? Mr. Su, please wait for me. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Su Ming didn't care. It was better if he came. He could always ask in person and get more details. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Xue arrived. Su Ming almost laughed out loud when he saw it. Wang Xue wore a suit on his upper body, but on his lower body, he wore pajamas and a pair of slippers. The Baiyun Club logo is also printed on it. This old guy is quite playful. Wang Xue was stunned when he saw Su Ming's expression. He looked down and was immediately embarrassed. Oh shit. Forget about this. I was so excited when I heard that Mr. Su was looking for me. Mistake. Mr. Su, what do you want to talk to me about? Wang Xue came to Su Ming and was very well behaved. I want to buy a few properties around here. Can you help me contact them? I want to buy all the properties around here. Well, when Wang Xue heard this, he was surprised. What a big deal. Mr. Su, I'm not trying to spoil your fun, but you know that land in the city center is extremely expensive. The place I bought for you was sold to me because the owner went bankrupt and needed money urgently. I've inquired about several other places, but no one is willing to sell. Oh, Su Ming nodded and said, how about this? You can help me arrange it later, and I'll talk to a few bosses to see if I can buy it. Okay, no problem. Wang Xue nodded. Mr. Su, you buy this piece of land. Wang Xue regretted what he said as soon as he said it, and wanted to slap himself in the face. Aren't you mentally ill? What can Mr. Su do with the land? Of course it's farming. These plots of land are too small. I want to buy a few more. I'm not satisfied with just planting. Yes. Wang Xue quickly agreed. He would never say something stupid like why not buy a few acres of land in the suburbs. Are you kidding? Who is Mr. Su? Can crops be grown in ordinary places? It feels great in the city center. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I'm not particularly anxious about this matter. Please ask for me when you have time. Su Ming smiled meaningfully. Wang Xue's face turned red immediately. To be honest, it was nothing, and he was actually quite proud of it in front of others. But I don't know why in front of Mr. Su. It's like a primary school student being caught doing something wrong. Feeling very guilty. That's right. Su Ming suddenly remembered something and walked back to the villa. Picked up a cup. You guessed right. It's that cup of black and purple coconut juice. There was also a lip print of President Chin on it. Can't say anymore, disgusting. Su Ming originally wanted to throw it away, but it would be a pity to throw away the coconut juice. Look, isn't this delivered to your door? But Wang Xue didn't know this. When he saw Su Ming coming out with a glass of water, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Could it be something good? Drink it, it's good stuff. Su Ming held the bottom of the cup with disgust and handed it to Wang Xue. Okay, Wang Xue didn't notice this detail. He took the cup without saying a word and drank it in a few sips. He has tried Mr. Su's things several times. They are all rare and top-quality products in the world. Although this thing looks like poison. But with the experience of the last time he used the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, he now had no doubts at all. For Mr. Su, the more something looks like poison, the better it is probably. Watching Wang Xue drink it in big gulps, Su Ming couldn't help but close his eyes. Don't ask me why. It's a bit disgusting to ask. Hey, it smells so good. Wang Xue smacked his lips after drinking. He said the same thing as President Chen. Please stop talking, I'm going to vomit. Su Ming couldn't help but complain in his heart. Mr. Su, may I ask what this thing is used for? Wang Xue blinked and asked. People who can hold their liquor well are basically the kind who can drink as much as they want without getting drunk. Real? Wang Xue couldn't help but be overjoyed. Wang Xue is the boss, so naturally he has a lot of business at the wine table. But he was old and not as strong as before. Even after drinking Su Ming's leg-stretching and eye-gazing pills, his alcohol tolerance did not improve much. I never thought I could drink something like this. Thank you, Mr. Su. Wang Xue was almost crying. I feel extremely grateful. Mr. Su is a man of great vigor. Now you can even drink? How can I repay this? No, I must do everything Mr. Su assigns me to do. Be sure to do it well. Okay, you go back first. Yes. Wang Xue stood still and went back with high spirits. I want to let you see the true power of a man. Seeing Wang Xue leave, Su Ming stood up and took a look. The strawberries were growing well. The chickens and pigs in the breeding area are all very healthy. I also added some feed. Su Ming went back upstairs. As usual, we went to Summoner's Rift and invited two big names. However, ever since Su Ming drank the stretching legs and staring eyes pill, his reaction speed and awareness have been much higher than before. I used to have a hard time playing in the master rank, but now it's like a duck in water. Before, I asked for help from a big shot to improve my rank, but now it's just because I feel lonely playing games alone. Don't ask me why I didn't invite the young lady. The question is, I have a strong character and a pure heart. Yes, pure as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 183. A group of old men came to block the door. No words were spoken that night, until the next morning. Su Ming, who had just woken up, picked up his phone. When I saw a message on my phone, I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Su, I'm already on my way and I promised to complete the mission. The person who sent the message was Wang Xue. Okay, come on. Su Ming replied a message. Wash up, go to the toilet, take a shower, change clothes, and eat something. This process is extremely familiar. Walking to the door and seeing the bright sunshine, Su Ming was in a good mood. He stretched himself, walked slowly to the door, and opened it. Damn it. What the hell? I saw a group of old men standing at the door, all with white hair. Su Ming was so frightened that he immediately did the white crane spreads its wings. Oh my god, why are you here? Collective fraud? Robbery? The landlords don't have any surplus food. Hey. Seeing the door finally open, the old man in the lead smiled and looked ambiguous. Looking at Su Ming gave me goosebumps. What are you doing? I'm not interested in men. Especially an old man like you. Mr. Su, we meet again. The old man rubbed his hands. Again? Why did he say again? Su Ming frowned and tilted his head. I don't think I've seen you before. Mr. Su is like this. The old man chuckled again, making Su Ming feel sick. Do you remember the last time you sold a batch of antique jade? Su Ming suddenly realized. Who are you? Several black lines instantly appeared on the old man's head, and he was speechless. You didn't recognize me, what? But the old man didn't dare to say more. Mr. Su, I've been squeezed out by these old guys before. It's normal that you don't know me. I'd like to introduce myself today. My last name is Li Qingshan. Oh, Su Ming remembered this time. What do you want to talk to me about? That. Li Qingshan was a little reserved. I have something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Su Ming is very free and easy. We've already sold more than half of the antiques you asked us to sell, and you've received the money. However, a few of them are national treasures, and officials have come to collect them. I wonder if you can bear the pain of parting with them. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and spoke nervously, paying attention to Su Ming's expression as he spoke, fearing that he would annoy him. Mr. Su, please don't be angry. I didn't reveal the news on purpose. I was so happy after discovering those things that I couldn't help but take a photo to show off. Who knows? Su Ming was speechless. Why do I only encounter top-notch items? You mean the authorities want to collect my things? Su Ming asked calmly. Yes. Seeing Su Ming's expressionless face, Li Qingshan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. But don't worry, we can compensate you. I don't want any compensation. Su Ming smiled calmly. As a member of the Celestial Empire, it is my responsibility to make some contribution to the Celestial Empire. Call. Li Qingshan breathed a sigh of relief. His clothes were soaked. Although Mr. Su is young, he is so careless. He is truly a role model for young people. Yes, we have lived for so long, but we haven't lived as clearly as Su Xian. Mr. Su is indeed a young and promising man. A group of old men instantly switched to licking the boots mode. All right. Su Ming waved his hands hurriedly. A group of old men complimenting themselves. It seems a bit weird no matter how I look at it. That. Li Qingshan suddenly changed his expression. Mr. Su, I have another question. Besides, Su Ming was stunned for a moment. What? Do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter is just 18 this year, in the prime of her life. Fuck, Old Li said fair competition. What do you mean by this? Damn it, old Zhang. The one who's closest to the water gets the moon first. Don't you understand? Fuck, you guys are so disloyal. We agreed to let me go first. Get lost, when did you come first? These old men were glaring and looking like they were about to fight. Su Ming was completely confused. What and what? What are you going to do? Only then did Su Ming realize that there was a group of young girls standing behind the group of old men. It turns out that these old men are going on blind dates today in addition to their official business. I really am drunk. The key is to be really pretty. Dear old men, don't you look back and see what your granddaughters have grown up to be like. I'm not making fun of anyone. Your appearance is given by your parents, so it's okay. Whether you are ugly or handsome, you can live confidently in this world. But the key is to pay attention to your body shape, right? Even if life is good, you can't eat like this, right? Look at your granddaughters. Several people standing there almost blocked my door. All right. Su Ming raised his voice. The old men who were fighting were stunned for a moment. And those girls with wealthy looks also looked over shyly and threw a few flirtatious glances at him. Su Ming almost vomited after watching it. I just finished breakfast. Stop making trouble. I have a girlfriend. Su Ming had no choice but to lie. Oh. The old men were stunned. It's okay. I have a girlfriend so I can share it. You can get divorced after marriage. That's right. When Su Ming heard this, he was like, damn, what kind of vicious words are you talking about? All right. At this moment, a rather majestic voice sounded, and all the old men fell silent. The crowd parted, and a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit walked over slowly. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm an official. Thank you for your generous gift this time. We have a few more treasures that can be passed down to future generations. Your merit is immeasurable. I have to say, as expected of an official, he speaks much more seriously than these old men. You're joking, old man. I can't say I've done a great deed. After all, I'm a Chinese and have a patriotic heart. It's a good thing that some of these national treasures can be preserved for future generations to appreciate. I'm happy to. Su Ming responded with a smile. Mr. Su, is this your home? It was only at this time that the official old man noticed the yard behind. Yes. Su Ming nodded calmly. You are here. Farming. Farming. All the old men were shocked. Everyone knows that Su Ming is not an ordinary person. He can come up with so many good things. How can his identity be ordinary? But I never expected that it was farming. Farming. This. Farming in the city center? Oh my God. The old men suddenly felt that they had lived in vain for so many years. He lived so clearly at such a young age. Compared to me, I am still chasing fame and fortune at such an old age. I feel ashamed, so ashamed. The old men suddenly felt ashamed and embarrassed. Chapter 184 Auction. Su Ming couldn't help but ask, is there something wrong? No. The old men hurriedly shook their heads. Oh, my waist hasn't been feeling well lately, so my granddaughter, come and give me a massage. This look has been getting worse lately. When you get older, you can't stay up late. It will ruin your health. Yeah. Hearing Su Ming's words, the group of old men panicked immediately. They were full of energy just now, but now they immediately staggered. Su Ming was stunned. What the hell? The feng shui of this place is bad. Are you all sick as soon as you come here? Mr. Su has one more thing. The official old man said. Besides? Su Ming blinked. Could you please give me some peace and quiet early in the morning? Nothing else. The official old man smiled and said, you have so many antiques. I believe you must be quite experienced in collecting them. There is an auction tonight. Are you interested in attending? Auction? Su Ming was stunned. I'm in a good mood. I used to watch it on TV all the time. Whether it's a live broadcast, a movie or TV series, or even a novel, I always watch it. At that time, he was particularly envious of the rich people. How wonderful it is to spend a fortune. But now, I can be considered one of the rich people. It's nothing anyway. Just participate and you'll participate. It's good to watch the fun. Okay. Su Ming nodded. Come and pick me up in the evening. Good. The official old man laughed when he heard it. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tang Song. Mr. Su, just call me Old Man Tang. Well then, Mr. Tang, we'll see you there. Good. Tang Song shook hands with Su Ming, turned around, and left. Mr. Su, please consider my granddaughter. Get lost. Your granddaughter is so ugly. You should consider my granddaughter. Get lost. Your granddaughter's, but is so big it can make 2 holes with just 1 sitting. Damn it. My granddaughter is so pretty and slim, and you dare to say that about her. I'll fight you. Su Ming stood at the door and blinked. Then, put your hands together. Bang. Just close the door. Snap. It's also locked. Call. It's so nice to have a quiet world. Fearing that these old men would chase and intercept him, Su Ming hurriedly slipped out through the back door. Fortunately, the back door was quiet. I just feel sorry for President Chen. I came early, but was turned away. I could only leave dejectedly. Wandered outside all morning. Su Ming went around to the other side of the street like a thief and glanced at his door from a distance. Call. Fortunately, the old men have dispersed. He sneaked around to the back door, went in, and opened the main door. Su Ming stuck his head out, looked left and right, and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there was no one there. After opening the door, he looked at the 2 plots of land and then at the pigs and chickens. Feed them some feed. Not bad, growing well, very good. Congratulations. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Mr. Tang arrived on time. After taking Su Ming into the car, he drove away and headed straight for the auction house. This was Su Ming's first time at the auction house. The main gate was heavily guarded, and people lined up to go inside. Everyone has to go through security check. It's impossible to take pictures because the items on sale are all valuable. If one of the guys is carrying a weapon, he might get angry and smash the items. Their auction house has to pay compensation. However, with Mr. Tang around, Su Ming was able to use the VIP channel without any obstruction. And it's a private room. But when Su Ming went in and took a look, his scalp felt numb again. Damn, these old guys are sitting there in an orderly manner. Oh, Mr. Su, my granddaughter. As expected, these old men couldn't hold back. All right. Elder Tang frowned slightly and said, let's just leave this matter at that. Don't mention it again. Oh, the old men are so disappointed. A look of loss. The cold icy rain splashed on my face. Seeing the expressions of these old men, Su Ming really wanted to kick them in the face. It is indeed normal to consider the happiness of your granddaughter in the second half of her life. But you can't harm people. I really don't dislike it. Your granddaughters are truly amazing. I can't control it. Mr. Su, please sit down. Mr. Tang smiled and pointed to the seat. Su Ming and old man Tang sat side by side on the two large sofas in the front. These old men at the back are all squeezed on small benches. How pitiful. This auction is a special sale for antiques. All the items are carefully selected by experts and are great. Mr. Tang introduced it on the side. Su Ming knew what the old man meant. After all, he had taken out so many antiques and jade artifacts before. Mr. Tang must think that he is a collector too. I also know that I am not short of money, so I might buy one or two. Su Ming knew what the old man was thinking, so he naturally wouldn't refuse this kindness. After all, he is an official. There are only benefits and no harm in making friends with him. With a flash of light, most of the people below are seated. An old man walked into the auction venue. He was very old and walked a little unsteadily, but he was in good spirits. There are a lot of familiar faces here. Thank you to the auction house for remembering an old man like me and giving me this opportunity. I'll give you a spoiler in advance. There are a lot of good things today. It seems that this old man often hosts auctions. He knocked on the table lightly, and the auction officially began. You are all experts, so I don't need to introduce it in detail. The first lot to be auctioned is a painting by Bada Shanren. As everyone knows, Bada Shanren's paintings are mainly about flowers and birds. The images are quite exaggerated, and the brushwork is concise and profound. There are not many rare examples of his paintings on the market now. This friend was also in trouble with his business and had to reluctantly let it go. Don't worry, I've checked this thing, and it's absolutely authentic. The starting price is 1 million. Bada Shanren's things must be good things. Even if Su Ming didn't know much about it, he had heard of it. It was a famous name. I heard that this person is a descendant of Zhu Yuanzhang. It's just that we lived in an era when two dynasties were changing. The turbulent times in which he lived gave rise to Bada Shanren's elegant and imaginative paintings. The market value is very high and the value preservation is very high. Everyone below raised their signs. Mr. Su, if you want to increase the price, just press the button in front of you. Good. Su Ming nodded. To be honest, not interested. Oh, Bada Shanren's paintings. TSK. If I could sleep all night holding his paintings, I would die without regrets. You old pervert. You short, fat bastard. The old men behind seemed to be about to fight again. Su Ming was speechless. Could it be that your horoscopes don't clash with each other? Why do you start fighting as soon as you meet? Chapter 185 Discovering a National Treasure. All right, Mr. Tang groaned. The old man behind him shut up instantly. So well behaved. What does it mean that one thing can conquer another? Su Ming was able to clearly understand the interests involved here. Mr. Tang is an official figure. On the way here, the old man also briefly introduced himself. He is the honorary president of several museums. To put it bluntly, all the treasures in several museums can be viewed freely. The group of old men behind me all love treasures like their lives. When I see a good baby, I can just go for it. Of course, Su Ming had experienced this before. That's spectacular. If a few old men wanted to see the treasure, they still had to listen to Mr. Tang's instructions. So I dare not offend him in the slightest. Very obedient. Bada Shanren's paintings have a very high circulation value in the market, and the transaction rate is particularly high. And the prices remain high. Mr. Tang nodded. His tone was full of admiration, but it was obvious that from the perspective of Mr. Tang, he really didn't take this painting seriously. In the end, the painting was bought by a buyer for more than 80 million yuan. The old men behind were so jealous that they almost vomited blood. His eyes are almost popping out. Su Ming originally thought the auction would be boring. But there was Mr. Tang explaining on the side, and a group of funny old men behind him. It's quite interesting. Soon another treasure came up. Hey, everyone, we've confirmed that this is a great treasure, but we don't know where it came from. We only know it's an antique. The auctioneer sighed and shook his head. I always tell the truth, old man. I won't lie to you. If you like it, buy it and keep it. Maybe you can figure out something with it. If you don't like it, forget it. When everyone heard this, they lost interest. The key to buying things is a reason. To put it bluntly, it's identity. It's the background. Let me give you a crude example. But tissue. If it was ordinary people's toilet paper, throw it as far as possible. But if you say it is Qin Shi Huang's toilet paper, there will definitely be countless people snatching it. After all, it is an existence that has brushed against the dragons, but, of course, this is just an example, because there was no paper in Qin Shi Huang's time. Tiles or bamboo strips are generally used. What if it's winter? How cool. I've seen this too. Mr. Tang nodded. It's a pity that I can't see the depth. I just know that it's not close now. Su Ming nodded. If the cultural relics are unearthed by gentry and princes, they must be of high value. But if you accidentally find that it belongs to ordinary people, wouldn't you be at a loss? Reserve price, 100,000. The starting price was at least 500,000 before, but it has dropped so much now. It is obvious that the auctioneer has no confidence either. As expected, as soon as he appeared, everyone below fell silent. Ding! The system has detected a precious treasure. Suddenly, a prompt sound rang in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming was stunned at that time. This is the first time the system has given me a prompt in this situation. Su Ming quickly widened his eyes, opened the scanner, and looked at the thing. Fragments of the ancient book, 5 classics. These few simple words made Su Ming dumbfounded. Damn it! 5 classics. This is actually a fragment of a lost ancient book. Su Ming had learned this before when he was studying history. The Chinese civilization has a long history. During the thousands of years of civilization history, many ancient books have been lost. One of the most famous is the 5 classics. It is a work from the Prexia period. It is ironclad evidence from the records of celestial civilization. But it has been lost now. Who could have imagined that this pile of black stuff in front of them, which no one of them looked down upon, was actually a lost ancient book? Alas, it seems that no one is willing to take the risk. The host shook his head and was about to wave when Su Ming suddenly pressed the button in front of him. The old men were dumbfounded. Mr. Tang was also dumbfounded. No, don't think too much. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't make it like this. Mr. Su, please stop joking. I've seen this thing. It's not worth the price. Mr. Su, is it not okay if I don't force you to marry my granddaughter? Mr. Su, don't be confused. A group of old men tried desperately to stop them. Mr. Tang also blinked. But he was not as excited as the old men behind him. Mr. Su, what are you doing? I have a feeling this is something good. Su Ming smiled mysteriously. The old men around were dumbfounded. Nice one. How come we didn't notice? Although we old guys are old, we still have good eyesight. Did we make a mistake? That's impossible. If one person makes a mistake, it's possible. But if so many of us make the same mistake, we might as well just hang ourselves. That's right. Su Ming heard it. Have to. Today I'm not here for the auction. I'm here to see a murder scene. No, it's a suicide scene. Hey, the bid for VIP seat number 1 is 110,000. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? 110,000 per time. 110,000 twice. 110,000 3 times deal. The hammer fell, and the deal was officially done. After taking such a good picture, Su Ming couldn't help himself and stood up and walked out. Everyone was stunned. Could it really be something good? They all followed impatiently. But after seeing this black thing, they immediately dismissed the idea. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a pancake. Even if it was passed down thousands of years ago, it's still a pie. Spend 110,000 yuan to buy a cake that is thousands of years old. This. Haha, I guess you were the buyer? The staff laughed and handed over the money and the goods. The intermediary commission is handled by them and has nothing to do with Su Ming. Mr. Tang stood aside and blinked. Although I have only known Su Ming for a short time, I can see that this young man is calm and steady and doesn't seem like someone who would make mistakes. Mr. Su, I'm very curious. Why did you buy this? A premonition. Su Ming blinked. Turned on scanning again. The fragment of the 5 classics is covered with debris. Just clean it up. After seeing the scanned information, Su Ming finally understood. I see. Premonition? Mr. Su, do you have any premonition of marrying my granddaughter? Get lost. What time is it, and you're still saying this? My granddaughter is already 18 and still hasn't gotten married. I'm worried. Go away, go away. My granddaughter is 19 and I'm not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? Su Ming ignored the bickering of the group of old men. Instead, placed things carefully on a flat surface. If I'm not mistaken, this is a fragment of the 5 classics. What? One sentence was earth-shattering. Impossible, impossible. Absolutely impossible. This looks like a piece of pancake no matter how you look at it. How could it be a fragment of the Five Classics? Mr. Su, the Five Classics is an ancient book from the pre-Xia period, and it was all made of bamboo slips. How could this be a bamboo slip? That's right. A group of old men shook their heads desperately. I trust you, my baby. I would believe you even if you had money. But if you say that this thing is really a fragment of the Five Classics, I will never believe it even if you kill me. Chapter 186, I rely on my intuition. Haha. Even Elder Tang laughed out loud. Mr. Su, you must be joking. How is this possible? Mr. Tang. Su Ming turned around and asked, have you ever encountered a situation where a treasure is wrapped in something and cannot be removed? It's natural. So how do you usually deal with it? Usually, I soak it in warm water. Then give it a try. Su Ming's firm belief made these people feel a little suspicious. No way. Could it be? Is what Mr. Su said true? Damn, if that's the case. Big fortune. Impossible. Thinking of the big talk they had just said, these old men all felt a little pale. If what Mr. Su said is true, could it be that they really want to find a rope to hang themselves? That would be spectacular. A group of old men were hanging on ropes and swaying in the wind. Like a seaweed. Stop. This magical BGM. Get lost. Seeing Su Ming's serious expression, Mr. Tang also realized the seriousness of the matter. He hurriedly took Su Ming to the back and asked someone to get a basin of warm water. After all, this was an auction center, and there were many antiques and jades, so this equipment was still available. Everyone stared at him with sharp eyes. Soaked for a full half hour. The staff then carefully took the things out and peeled them off layer by layer with tweezers. It took a full hour before the true face of Mount Lu was revealed. It was a badly damaged bamboo slip with a few faintly visible words engraved on it. It is the writing of the pre-Xia civilization. Damn it. It's actually true. It is a genuine fragment of the Five Classics. Gah. Well. Oh. The old men are particularly competitive. Each of them pulled it out with great strength. There was a pile of fallen leaves on the ground. But no one cares about them now. Everyone in the work area was shocked. Fragments of the Five Classics. It means so much. This is simply a national treasure among national treasures. This is ironclad evidence of the Celestial Empire's civilization, proving that the Celestial Empire had a pre-Xia period. This is more than just a relic. In a sense, it is the backbone of the Celestial Empire. Mr. Tang's hands were shaking. Bang! Tears streamed down my face. I thought I would never see it in this lifetime, but I really didn't expect it. Mr. Tang reached out his hand to touch it, but finally pulled his hand back. This thing is so precious. When the cleaning crews were doing the final cleaning, they found a thin layer of bronze on top. It seems that the owner of this book has protected it very well, but it has rusted and corroded over time. It is for this reason that when taking an X-ray, you can see nothing but a pitch-black mass. Who would have thought that this thing that no one looks down upon is actually a national treasure among national treasures? The auction is still going on at this time. The old host was still very interested. Suddenly, a staff member ran up quickly and crawled over. The old man frowned immediately. How could he be so unruly? You? The old man frowned and just said a word when the staff member whispered a few words in his ear. Holy crap. What did you say? Say it again. The old man was shocked at the time and didn't care about the auction anymore. He threw the hammer to the ground and ran away with the staff. I just said that this staff member didn't follow the rules. Now my running posture is no better than this staff member's. Where? Let me see. The old man parted the crowd, stepped over the old men lying on the ground, and rushed directly to Mr. Tang. Old Tang, are you serious? Mr. Tang nodded heavily. Old Song, I'm afraid it's true. This. Old Master Song was in a panic. Who would have thought that the junk that he had just looked down upon would turn out to be such a treasure? No, not baby. It's a national treasure. Who found it? Oh right. Who bought it? Only then did Mr. Song realize who the buyer was. How could he have such a keen eye? It's Mr. Su. Old Master Tang sighed, feeling truly ashamed of himself. I have lived for 84 years in vain, but am not as good as a young man of around 20 years old. God have mercy on me. Mr. Su? Mr. Song was stunned. Who was Mr. Tang of such status that he actually called someone sir? When I turned around, I saw a young face. It's even more confusing. No way, has this world become so crazy? Don't doubt it, Old Song. It was discovered by Mr. Su. The few treasures that our museum collected before were also given to us for free by Mr. Su. Mr. Tang naturally knew that Mr. Song had some doubts in his heart, so he explained. Oh my God, you are Mr. Su? Mr. Song was shocked at that time. The true God is right in front of me, but I haven't recognized him yet. Mr. Su, I've heard of your great name for a long time. You truly deserve the title of Mr. But could you tell me how you recognized me? Yeah, we want to know that too. How did you recognize him? We spent quite a while using a magnifying glass to look at it. The old men lying on the ground woke up instantly and all climbed up. This was the place they were most concerned about. Su Ming smiled calmly, his lips curled up, and he uttered 2 words mysteriously. Intuition. I can't just tell the truth, can I? I have a system, and the system helped me figure it out. This is a bit too much. No more martial ethics. Moreover, Su Ming could not guarantee that if he revealed the existence of the system to the outside world, the system would disappear immediately. If the system disappears, won't I suffer a huge loss? When the old men heard this, they didn't believe it at all. You have so many treasures in front of you, and none of them are fake. They are all rare treasures, and some of them are national treasures. Later, you didn't bid for so many treasures at the auction, but instead bid for something that none of us cared about. You said you rely on intuition? Who would believe that? However, everyone also knew that Su Ming probably had his own secrets that he couldn't reveal. This is someone else's privacy, so they naturally can't ask too much. Yes, Mr. Su has such a good eye. He must be very good at choosing a girlfriend. We've been worrying for nothing. Alas, it seems that Mr. Su can't marry my daughter. Get lost. Your daughter is already over 40, right? Haven't you heard that women are still beautiful at 40? Shameless old thief. After listening to this, Su Ming really wanted to leave his feet on the faces of these old men. It's not that I don't respect you. It's already this time, and you still have the time to talk about this? Su Ming's discovery shocked the entire auction house. The news spread quickly. The auction was forced to end. Who could have imagined that this ultimate national treasure, which none of them cared about, was once very close to them and was priced at only 100,000 yuan? They actually missed it. I regret it so much. Chapter 187. The strawberries are ripe. The scene was completely crazy. The news of the discovery of the national treasure spread like wildfire. The most important thing is that this is not an ordinary national treasure, but evidence of the ancient civilization of the Celestial Empire. Some foreign scholars have maliciously slandered China. It is said that the Chinese civilization is not 5,000 years old, but only 2,000 years old. With such a piece of evidence, although it is incomplete, it is the ironclad evidence of history. In other words, this dilapidated ancient monument is, in a sense, the backbone of the Celestial Empire. Quick, show me. Don't worry, damn. Shit, where's my watch? Who took my wig off? The scene was in chaos. Quiet. Old Master Tang pounded the cane in his hand heavily, frowned, and looked stern. As soon as the words fell, there was silence. Su Ming blinked. Good guy, you are so obedient. There is no way. Mr. Tang is the real Taishan in the antique world. Dare not to obey? I'll ban you in one sentence. You will never have the chance to own treasures in this life. For these treasure lovers, it would be better to kill them. Get out of the way. Just then, footsteps were heard outside. The auction security guards rushed in quickly. The security provided by a place is determined by its location. This is an auction house. What they sell are antiques, calligraphy and paintings, and precious jades. Can a security guard be an ordinary person? You can't just look for those old men at the entrance of the community who are in their 40s or 50s, overweight, with few hairs and half of their teeth missing, right? We really need to hire these people as security guards. Have to. Don't go to the construction site to carry bricks. Come here and grab it. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Take a chance, and your bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. The security guards were well-trained and quickly took control of the scene, isolating Mr. Tang and Su Ming from the crowd. Thank you so much, Mr. Su. Old Master Tang sighed inwardly, feeling ashamed of himself. If it was before, it was because Su Ming selflessly donated several national treasures, and he admired him in his heart. Now it has become admiration. I thought my eyesight was one of the best in the Celestial Empire, but now. He finally understood what it meant that if you have ambition, you will never be too old. If you have no ambition, you will live in vain. Mr. Tang, you're joking. It's just a small favor. Su Ming smiled faintly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, we will. Mr. Tang, it's only a few 100,000. It's nothing to contribute to the country. Su Ming waved his hand and glanced at the time. Mr. Tang, it's a bit late. I'll take my leave now. Well. Mr. Tang nodded hurriedly. Escort Mr. Su out through the back door. Yes. Hearing this, several security guards came over and escorted Su Ming out through the back door. Several people in the crowd heard this. Could it be that this young man is the mysterious buyer? Is it so amazing? No, I can't miss this opportunity to make friends. A group of people were ready to block Su Ming at the back door. This is no ordinary person. At least you have to make yourself familiar to others. Whoever dares to stop Mr. Su from leaving Humph. Be careful, or I'll burn his private stash. Mr. Tang is so smart. Add a sentence immediately. Sure enough, these people immediately became obedient after hearing this. The old man is an official. Do you dare to offend? I dare not. I can't afford to offend you. There were 2 reasons why Su Ming left. One was because the scene was messy and he didn't like it. Another thing to note is that the strawberries should be ripe. What will come out? Su Ming was getting impatient. Su Ming politely declined the security guard's request to drive him home, and instead hailed a taxi and went back. Sure enough, when I went into the field and took a closer look, I found that the strawberries were really ripe. Under the street lights, the strawberry leaves are green and beautiful. Su Ming rubbed his hands excitedly, walked quickly to the nearest strawberry plant, squatted down, and took a closer look. Huh, what's this? What came out was a small square box. It's not big and it's red. Su Ming curiously grabbed a box, held it in his hand, and with a slight force, pulled the box off the strawberry beads. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3,000 truth pills that will kill you. Ding! After taking the truth pill, even the gods agree. Ask anything and answer without reservation, restoring the host to a world without lies. Time limit, 10 minutes. Depend on. Su Ming was shocked at that time. Is there such a thing? Su Ming suddenly remembered the Harry Potter he had watched. Professor Snape inside has a potion. Veritaserum. Although the names are different, the effects appear to be the same. Haha. Good stuff, good stuff. Su Ming couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ding. System prompt. The host can dissolve the 3,000 life-threatening truth pills in water and make a spray. It will be equally effective. The duration will be halved. The system beeped again. Oh my god. It's worthy of being a system. It's really thoughtful. After all, this thing is in pill form. The prerequisite for it to be effective is that others must eat it. But if it is made into a spray, hey, it can be said that it is impossible to guard against. Su Ming became very interested. I felt instantly motivated. I took a pill to stretch my legs and stare, which activated my talent of not getting tired, and I got to work. There are 5 acres of strawberries in total. There is a truth pill growing on every strawberry plant. Su Ming took out a bag at random from the warehouse. The word urea is written on it. No way. There are too many things, and there is no room for anything else. The moon hangs in the sky at night. Su Ming was like a hard-working little hamster, working frantically on the ground. The feeling of having a great harvest is refreshing. It took a full 3 hours to complete the harvest. Beautiful. After putting the things into the warehouse, Su Ming clapped his hands. Ding. Successfully harvested crops. Gained 25,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host on upgrading. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning a chance to draw a prize. Depend on. Su Ming was stunned. So much experience. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, it is only 5 acres of land. Normally, more than 7,000 strawberry plants can be planted on 1 acre of land. However, due to system reasons, only 5,000 plants were planted per acre. 5 acres of land means 25,000 experience points. Su Ming suddenly felt that this was more experience than all the things he had grown before combined. So awesome. Farmer, Su Ming. Level, LV6. Experience, 41200/50,000. Farm, level 2. Breeding, level 1. Skills, blessing of plants, primary scanning function, no tiredness talent. The most important thing is that I got a chance to win a lottery. Su Ming couldn't help rubbing his hands. The European Emperor is possessed. The European Emperor is possessed. Lottery. Su Ming said in his mind. Ding. The system is drawing a lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have gained the mosquito immunity skill. Ding. In the scorching summer heat, do you enjoy appreciating the moonlight beneath lanterns? Do you enjoy eating barbecue with friends on the street? While the scenery is beautiful and the food is delicious, are you bothered by mosquito bites? With this skill, even if you run naked in the middle of the night, you won't be bitten by mosquitoes. This is a must-have skill for spending the night in the mountains or woods. Chapter 188. The system also makes jokes. Puff. Su Ming almost vomited blood. Is your system poisonous? Running naked in the middle of the night? Spend the night in the mountains? Spend the night in the woods? What do you want me to do? System, your purpose is not simple. Depend on. System, you don't have any special hobbies. Ding. The system detects host dissatisfaction. The system is unbinding. Oh my god. Su Ming was stunned and suddenly became anxious. No. Come on, this is no joke. I was just joking. Is that serious? Is that serious? Su Ming hurriedly smiled and said sorry. Ding. The system is joking too. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Yo huh? The system actually interacts with itself? You have to know that normally, apart from planting and harvesting things, the system won't even fart. Only remind yourself at the auction that it is a national treasure. Ding. Please rest assured, the skills provided by the system will be useful in the future. Please be patient. Okay. Su Ming shrugged indifferently. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Who makes you the system? You are so awesome. And although this skill seems useless, it is actually somewhat useful. At least in the summer, there is no need to light mosquito coils, hang mosquito nets, or apply lotion toilet water on your body. The strawberries in the field have withered. Su Ming recycled it, by the way, and gained another 1,000 experience points. Large-scale planting is still the way to go, and it will upgrade quickly. After cleaning up the fields and plowing the land with farm machinery, it was already 2 a.m. when I finished. I won't plant it today. Although I have a natural talent for not getting tired, my body is still full of energy. But we are farmers. Follow the rule of rest at sunset and work at sunrise. Okay, I feel a little guilty. Hey, am I not trying my best? Su Ming was in a good mood with a great harvest. He returned to the villa while thinking about what to plant tomorrow. After taking a shower, I opened the refrigerator, took out something to fill my stomach, and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Su Ming got up. I stretched and washed up. After coming out of the villa, he walked to the door and opened it. Seeing the hustle and bustle of people coming and going at the entrance, Su Ming was in a good mood. Life is so comfortable. Just when Su Ming was about to go back, he saw a figure squatting on the steps of the Kingdom of Heaven building. Why does this figure look familiar? Oh my god, isn't this Captain Wu? Captain Wu was seen wearing casual clothes, with a sad and haggard face, squatting on the steps, and smoking a cigarette with a miserable look on his face. There was a pile of cigarette butts scattered nearby. What happened? Su Ming couldn't help but be curious and walked over. Captain Wu, what's wrong with you? Su Ming asked, blinking. Oh, Mr. Su. Captain Wu stood up quickly after seeing Su Ming. As a result, I squatted for too long, and when I stood up suddenly, my vision went dark and I was shaky, and I was about to fall. Su Ming was stunned at that time. No way. Could it be that I have a tendency to get into trouble? Why does everyone who sees me want to scam me? Don't make trouble. Can we talk it out? Su Ming hurried forward and supported Captain Wu. I'm sorry, Mr. Su. I didn't sleep all night last night. Captain Wu stopped, looking haggard. Captain Wu, what's wrong with you? Su Ming asked. Well, Captain Wu sighed and said, have you heard about the theft that happened to Mr. Su half a month ago? Su Ming was stunned for a moment and thought about it, then nodded. I have some impression. What's wrong? Half a month ago, a theft occurred in the largest local jewelry store. To be honest, not many people rob jewelry stores these days. There are so many surveillance systems, and the anti-theft measures are so advanced. Unless you are a tough guy, how tough would you have to be to think of robbing a jewelry store? But just half a month ago, a group of tough guys actually went to rob it. The most important thing is that it was successful. Actually, it's a coincidence. It happened that the city was repairing the circuit that night. The power was out for 15 minutes. Then this group of iron-headed kids succeeded. This case caused quite a stir. Captain Wu, the leader of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, received a call from the city leaders 5 minutes after the incident, giving him a deadline to solve the case. Captain Wu is an upright person with strong ability to solve cases. The leaders above also trust him very much. But looking at Captain Wu, things don't seem to be going so smoothly. We tracked down a suspect for half a month and finally caught him. Captain Wu frowned, feeling extremely worried. But this guy is a seasoned shrew with a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. We searched his residence, checked his call logs and bank records, but couldn't find any clues. We originally wanted to get something out of him, but he was stubborn. We interrogated him all night last night, and he didn't say a word. Goo goo. Before Captain Wu could finish his words, his stomach suddenly growled. Captain Wu scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Look at me. It just so happens that I have some food in the refrigerator. If Captain Wu doesn't mind, you can go to my place and eat. Look, how can this be so embarrassing? 15 minutes later, Captain Wu held a big bowl of noodles and slurped them up, enjoying the delicious taste. Aren't you embarrassed? Excuse me, why are you eating so openly? There were 5 heads of garlic in front of him. Su Ming was so disgusted by what he saw. A bowl of noodles and 5 heads of garlic? 5 whole heads of garlic, not 5 cloves. Isn't it spicy? However, Su Ming also felt a little emotional. Captain Wu is worthy of being the people's defender. Even though he is so tired, he still insists on working and refuses to sleep. That's right. What did Su Ming suddenly remember? Depend on. How could I have forgotten about this? The truth is pills. This is where my skills come in handy. Hey. Su Ming chuckled. Big brother. I'm sorry. You can only blame yourself for walking into trouble. You say that the country is developing so well now. Why can't you do something else to make a living? But you choose to do this illegal business. If you don't suffer, who will? Captain Wu eats very quickly, which, in his words, is the result of years of work. Sometimes I'm so busy at work that it only takes me 2 minutes to eat a bowl of instant noodles. Captain Wu felt much better after eating. Captain Wu, I've never seen a prisoner interrogation before. Can you take me to see it? Su Ming asked. Well, Captain Wu blinked, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm really sorry, Mr. Su, but according to the regulations. Captain Wu, you might not know this, but I took a criminal psychology course in college. Maybe I can help you out. This? Captain Wu heard it. That makes some sense. As long as it can solve the case, any method is acceptable, as long as it is not illegal. After all, this case is too important and urgent. Okay, Mr. Su, then please come with me. Chapter 189, Is Captain Wu thirsty? After hearing this, Su Ming felt a few black lines on his head. Take a trip? No matter how I listen to it, I feel like I'm going in. Captain Wu, please wait for me for a moment. After saying that, Su Ming stood up and walked to the warehouse. He opened a bottle of mineral water and put a pill that made him stretch his legs and stare into it. Another hair growth pill. After all, Captain Wu's high ground is already somewhat thin. Then Su Ming came to Captain Wu with some water and said, Captain Wu, you must be thirsty after eating noodles. Have some water. Thanks. Captain Wu had just said thank you when he saw the bottle of water. Oh boy, what color is this? The simple stretching legs and staring eyes pill is black, like ink, but it has hair growth pills added to it. This color is a bit. It's weird. If you say it's dark, it's not really dark. If you say purple, it's not really purple. Look, it's a little red, and from a different angle it's also blue. What the hell? This. Mr. Su, I have no grudge against you. There's no need for that. Captain Wu blinked his eyes. Mr. Su, I'm not thirsty. Su Ming felt amused when he saw Captain Wu lying with his eyes open. Not thirsty yet. When you were eating the noodles, just now, you poured a lot of soy sauce into them. I feel choked just looking at it. Look at your lips now, they are all chapped, and you insist that you are not thirsty? However, Su Ming also knew that Captain Wu could not be blamed for this. After all, the color of this thing is there, and no one can drink it if they see it. Such a complex color. I'm afraid the only thing that can be done is poison. Don't worry, Captain Wu. This thing has only benefits and no harm. Su Ming smiled. Captain Wu heard it. I have little education, so don't lie to me. Young people have no martial ethics. You'll learn your lesson. It's good enough if this thing doesn't kill people after drinking it. Is there any benefit? What are the benefits? It's a pleasant journey without any pain, right? Mr. Su, I don't think I have any grudge against you. Even if there were rumors of money laundering in the newspaper that day, my rash visit would seem like calling someone to task. But I also explained the reason. And I caught those rumor mongers very quickly. Killing is against the law. And I'm a police officer. Could it be that Mr. Su is in cahoots with those guys? No way. How could it be possible? Seeing Captain Wu's conflicted and twitching expression, Su Ming shook his head speechlessly. It was obvious that Captain Wu must have a big drama in his mind. Su Ming had no choice but to walk aside, take out an empty cup, open the mineral water bottle, pour a little into it, and then drink it all. He smacked his lips after drinking it. It tastes good. Su Ming sighed sincerely. It tastes like mango. Mango flavor. Captain Wu's scalp tingled when he saw this. I don't think this has anything to do with mangoes. Try it, Captain Wu. Su Ming smiled and poured a glass for Captain Wu. It's okay, I'm not thirsty. Captain Wu shook his head firmly. It's too scary, I won't drink it. I won't drink anything. Oh, Mr. Su, I have a client who brought some local specialties from his hometown. I know you have everything you need, but these specialties are really delicious, so I brought some for you to try. At this moment, President Chen's voice came from outside the villa. Because Su Ming did not close the door, President Chen saw Su Ming through the glass, so he came in directly with the things. I was at the door when I saw Su Ming pouring something to drink for Captain Wu. Captain Wu's refusal was also heard. Oh my, Mr. Su, have you found something good again? Captain Wu, are you sure you don't want to drink it? No. Captain Wu was very determined. Hey, then I won't be polite. President Chen threw the things to the door and ran at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Fearing that Captain Wu would regret it, he grabbed the cup and drank it down in one gulp. Damn it. Even Captain Wu couldn't help but swear. President Chen, please don't let it get to your head. Captain Wu stood up hurriedly. But it was too late. President Chen had already drunk the drink. Oh, it's delicious, mango flavor, and the fragrance lingers in my mouth. President Chun was still not satisfied. Captain Wu was puzzled and confused. What the hell? Why is it mango flavor again? Are you two conspiring to make fun of me? Hey, Captain Wu, let me tell you, this is good stuff. You'll regret it if you don't drink it. President Chun put down the cup. Seeing that President Chun looked as usual, no, he looked even more energetic than before. Captain Wu blinked. Just as he was about to speak, President Chun was stunned. Oh my, this. President Chun grabbed his head and scratched it. Captain Wu was shocked. Whatever, I told you it's poison. Still trying to lie to me. Who I am? Captain Wu of the Criminal Investigation Brigade has seen all kinds of scenes. Can this little trick fool me? But there was one thing he really couldn't understand. Why did Mr. Su do this? It's totally unnecessary, okay? Could it be that I've been heartbroken? It's possible. Young people are most vulnerable to emotional hurt. Well, poor Mr. Su, one misstep led to eternal regret. What a wonderful time, what a beautiful future. A single thought can lead to a life in prison. Captain Wu felt regretful. There's no way. Even if we know each other, I have to arrest you if you have broken the law. Thinking of this, Captain Wu took out handcuffs from his pocket and said, Mr. Su, you are suspected of murder. Come with me. Su Ming was stunned. What the hell? When did I kill someone? Oh my God. At this moment, President Chun suddenly yelled, which scared Captain Wu. What are you doing? Captain Wu is a little nervous now. What are you doing? You're so jumpy. You're afraid you won't be able to scare people to death, right? Hair, my hair. President Chun touched his head. The original Mediterranean Sea is now covered with dense vegetation. To be honest, hair has a huge impact on a person. It's just that some people have no choice but to face the pressure of life when they reach middle age, and hair loss is inevitable. People like President Chun, who is over 50 years old, have tried everything, but nothing works. But who would have thought that with Mr. Su, I would have thick and beautiful hair again? Mr. Su, how can I thank you so much? President Chun burst into tears. You have helped me so much. I have no way to repay you. How about you take care of my daughter? Roll. Su Ming suddenly thought of the siege by the group of old men last night. I got goosebumps all of a sudden. I instantly wanted to kick President Chun out. I will get angry with anyone who talks about my daughter again. Can this thing grow hair? Captain Wu was stunned. I drink. Chapter 190. Can Mr. Su do it? Captain Wu, who had just refused 1,000 times, grabbed the mineral water bottle. Without saying a word, he drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he wiped his mouth. It really tastes like mango. Captain Wu originally thought that this thing would taste terrible, but he never expected it. Mr. Su and President Chun were not lying. This thing really has mango flavor and is very delicious. What does it feel like? This. Captain Wu only felt a little warmth in his lower abdomen, and then it spread to his limbs and brain. Soon, all the fatigue from staying up all night was gone. My limbs are strong, and I'm full of energy. I can work for another 10 days. The dull pain in my left leg is gone. Because I ate too fast and ate so much garlic, my stomach, which was churning, gradually felt better. Stomach problems are an occupational disease in this industry. After all, people who do bad things don't work from 9 to 5. Police officers don't solve cases from 9 to 5. Time is life. Captain Wu has had stomach problems for a long time, which have been getting better and worse for more than 20 years. Basically, I rely on medication to control it, but now, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore, and the feeling of health is slowly returning. This is a feeling I haven't felt in a long time. Captain Wu only felt that he was full of energy and his face was flushed. He stretched out his hand in disbelief. I feel like I'm back to my 20s, full of energy. I can even go out for a 5 kilometers run. The next second he suddenly felt a little itchy on his head and couldn't help but reach out and scratch it. Oh my God. Reach out and touch the beautiful hair. Oh my God. My hair is back. Mr. Su, what is this water? It's amazing. Captain Wu blinked. Well, I told you, Mr. Su's things are all good. President Chun took out his cell phone and kept boasting about it. Yeah. Captain Wu nodded, still in shock. What kind of magic potion is this? It's so powerful. All right, Captain Wu, don't delay any longer. Let's get going. Good. When it came to business, Captain Wu calmed down his excitement. My health has improved and my hair has grown back, but the case has not been solved yet. Su Ming took a few bottles of mineral water with him and followed Captain Wu directly to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. President Chun stayed in the villa to weed, water, and fertilize Su Ming. On the way there, Su Ming also saw Wang Xue's car. Wang Xue was wearing pajamas, his hair was messy, and he kept looking at his watch with an anxious look on his face. Apparently, I slept too late last night and got up late today. He rushed here to work without even having time to change his clothes. It is conceivable that when Wang Xue and President Chen meet later, they will have another quarrel. Okay, you two can just take your time and don't beat all the brains out. Under the leadership of Captain Wu, Su Ming joined the Criminal Investigation Brigade. All the policemen had serious expressions and furrowed brows. I thought there would be a breakthrough after arresting a suspect, but this guy was too stubborn. I can't open it at all. Captain Wu, you're back. In the office, an elderly police officer looked at Captain Wu with a weary expression. Did the surveillance footage at Guoxing Building reveal anything? No. Captain Wu also sighed. Director, the other party acted at the right time and had a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. Basically, they didn't find any useful clues. The director's gaze fell on Su Ming. Oh, by the way, Director, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su. Captain Wu glanced at Su Ming with a smile. Mr. Su, this is our director. He is in charge of supervising the entire case and has been with us for several days. So you are Mr. Su. The diamond incident had caused quite a stir a few days ago, and the director was naturally aware of it. I wonder if Mr. Su has something to ask for, or is he reporting a crime? No. Captain Wu shook his head. Mr. Su has studied criminal psychology before, so he might be able to help with our investigation. It just so happens that two of our psychology experts are away studying. I think Mr. Su might be able to help us. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su. The director sat there, speaking politely, in a low mood. It was obvious that he lacked confidence in Su Ming. Captain Wu is a veteran in the criminal investigation field. When prisoners see him, they can't help but shiver. What kind of vicious person have you not seen? Even Captain Wu couldn't get any information from him. This young man. Well, there's not much hope. Su Ming just smiled faintly. No words were spoken either. There are times when you are shocked. You are indeed all veterans in the police force. Eliminate violence and maintain peace. But you don't have a system. No way. Cheating is so invincible. Led by Captain Wu, they quickly arrived at the room next to the interrogation room. From the surveillance camera, they could see a middle-aged man sitting inside the interrogation room. The man was in his 40s, slightly overweight, with a face full of flesh and short hair. He closed his eyes and said nothing. Even breathing was barely audible. As soon as Captain Wu saw the man, he got a headache. Captain Wu, I'll talk to him and try to enlighten him. Su Ming said with a smile. Mr. Su is a seasoned man. Just trying to persuade him won't help. Captain Wu was a little skeptical. Is it okay? Why do you sound so unreliable? This isn't a spiritual counseling class. Just a few words of guidance will be enough. This is a vicious criminal with a criminal record. Is it okay to give some advice? Su Ming smiled mysteriously and walked out of the monitoring room with Captain Wu. Is it really possible? Captain Wu was very uncertain. Let's try it. Su Ming blinked his eyes, looking innocent. Well? Captain Wu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking it. Such a criminal couldn't even be interrogated by himself. Although Mr. Su is rich, money does not represent everything. Professional things still need professional people to do. Look at Mr. Su, he has a handsome face, but I don't think he can defeat such a vicious criminal. Old Wu, you are still anxious. When you are desperate, you try any possible treatment. Mr. Su, why don't you just forget it? Captain Wu was a little hesitant. In his opinion, Mr. Su is not very old. Very rich, and being rich means everything will go smoothly. I'm afraid I've encountered very few setbacks. If you encounter any setbacks here, the criminals will come back and make some sarcastic remarks. Mr. Su came with full confidence, but ran into a big obstacle. There is a huge psychological gap, and I am afraid that Mr. Su will become mentally ill. If I get depressed, I might develop depression or something. Your sin is serious. It's okay, Captain Wu. I'll give it a try. Maybe it will work. Su Ming smiled. Okay. Captain Wu took out the key and opened the door, still a little worriedly reminding him. If he says anything, don't take it to heart. Chapter 191. That's it. Finally, under Captain Wu's extremely worried and hesitant eyes, Su Ming strode in with his head held high and chest puffed out. Hearing footsteps at the door, the man opened his eyes slightly. Oh, Wu Xiaoqing can't find a better candidate. Let you, a young boy, deal with me. The man sneered, his face full of sarcasm. Wu Xiaoqing can't do anything to me. Just you? A baby still wet behind the ears. What can you do to me? Captain Wu is in the monitoring room. See this scene. Well, am I really overthinking it? 2. A criminal who can't even do anything about it. How can we count on Mr. Su? Let's work overtime to find evidence. Really? Su Ming walked over. There was a huge iron fence in the middle of the interrogation room. Su Ming walked to the gate of the fence and said, I bet you will tell the truth. The man closed his eyes and said nothing. Why are there so many bumps on your face? Did you pick at acne when you were younger? Su Ming said. The man closed his eyes and said nothing. Hey, why would a strong man like you want to rob a jewelry store? Isn't it better to work as a bricklayer at a construction site? The man closed his eyes and said nothing. But you guys are really amazing. You actually managed to evade surveillance. The power went out just when you did it. The man closed his eyes and said nothing. Where are you from? What did your parents do when you were a child? When I was a child, my parents were farmers, and now I am a farmer too. The man closed his eyes and said nothing. Captain Wu heard this in the monitoring room. Have to. It's good enough that you didn't say the criminal was asleep. Are you telling a story to a criminal? Although I have not studied criminal psychology professionally. But they are police officers after all, and they must understand this aspect. Some flaws and clues can be found through criminal psychology. But I've never heard of it. Before interrogating a prisoner, you have to tell him a story. Captain Wu sighed, shook his head, and sat down in his chair. The joy of regaining my beautiful hair has almost faded away. Okay. I didn't expect Mr. Su to ask anything. At this time, the door opened and the director walked in. Old Wu, how are you? Director Zhang, this is tough. Captain Wu turned on the speaker. Have you ever grown strawberries? Growing strawberries is such a hassle. Director Zhang heard it. Several black lines appeared on his head instantly. What? Are you interrogating a prisoner? Or is this an agricultural lecture? Did we come to the wrong set? The two people looked at each other. Everyone felt a little disappointed. I didn't expect Mr. Su to get anything out of me. Forget it. I'll call a meeting with them to discuss the direction of the investigation. Captain Wu stood up. Good. Director Zhang also nodded. I will join in too. Why is it so hot in this room? Captain Wu is too stingy. The prisoners are human too. What's wrong with turning on the air conditioner? Hearing Su Ming's complaints, Captain Wu had several black lines on his head, without causing any bodily harm to the suspect. This is a very normal interrogation method, and it is also intended to break down the psychological defenses of the suspect. Why did Su Ming become stingy? It's too hot. I happen to have some water with me. Oh, and since you can't drink it, I'll spray some on you. After saying that, Su Ming took out a small spray from his pocket. A bunch of random comments. Ding. The 3,000 truth pills that will cost you your life are ineffective against the host. Please use them with confidence. A prompt sounded in Su Ming's mind. Su Ming smiled calmly. It's expected. It's a system after all. Be sure to consider it carefully. Captain Wu and Director Zhang saw this scene. His face was almost black. Mr. Su, please stop making trouble. You should go back to farming. This line of work is really not suitable for you. Oh, never mind. I'll call him out. Captain Wu sighed. Director Zhang also nodded. We have finally created a serious and tense atmosphere in front of the criminals. Maybe if we persist for a while, the criminals will open their mouths. As a result, Mr. Su started telling a story. Also spray water to cool down. Are you helping us or him? May I have your name? After spraying, Su Ming smiled calmly. First he told me a story, then he sprayed me with water, and then he suddenly asked me my name. Captain Wu was disappointed when he saw Xiao Ming's operation. It would be a miracle if I could even ask this question. Isn't Mr. Su making a fuss? I'd better bring him out. Captain Wu shook his head, turned, and walked towards the door. Young man. Director Zhang also sighed and shook his head. Although this guy has a criminal record, know his name and some background. Even so, this guy never uttered his own name. This is a professional interrogation method. There is no effect at all. Mr. Su, you just come up and tell a story and spray some water, and you can get the answer? If I could find out this, I would just quit my job and go home to farm with you. Wang Xue. Just as Captain Wu and Director Zhang shook their heads and sighed, preparing to leave, two words came from the microphone in the monitoring room. Captain Wu and Director Zhang were stunned. What? This. You actually asked that. You asked this right. Damn it. Oh my god. The two old men who had worked as criminal police for most of their lives were stunned at the time. What kind of interrogation method is this? Storytelling interrogation method? Never heard of it. Can you tell the name by telling a story? Because this person's name is indeed Wang Xue. They all know. But Wang Xue never said it himself. Wang Xue didn't even tell the police what he knew, let alone other things. They were already completely disappointed with Su Ming and had no hope at all. What's the result? Asked it out. Captain Wu and Director Zhang were in a daze. The most confused person should be this criminal. How the hell did I tell the truth? He originally regarded Su Ming as a clown. He muttered for a long time. I've made myself so sleepy. As a result, he sprayed some water and asked his name. I don't know why I said it without any hesitation. This. What's going on? Is this a ghost? How many of you are there? Su Ming asked. 5. The man opened his mouth immediately. After saying that, I was confused again. I don't want to say it. God can testify that I really don't want to say it. What's going on? Why did I say that? Why am I so obedient? Where are they now? In a dilapidated house in Group 3 of Lianhua Village. Where's the thing you stole? It's hidden in the sewer pipe not far from the jewelry store. Su Ming asked a question, and this guy answered it. Captain Wu opened his mouth wide. Director Zhang's eyes widened. The two veterans in the detective world have now turned into two stone statues. Are we really out of date? Is this what psychology has become now? We both take further studies every year, so we can be said to be keeping up with the times. Never heard of it. Are we both ignorant? But no matter how I think about it, something seems a little off. Tell a story, and the criminal will tell the truth? What kind of trick is this? Chapter 192. This should be enough. Old Zhang and Old Wu. You need to solve the case faster. Just when the two men were confused, footsteps were heard at the door again. He is the city leader, Minister Chun. The impact of this case is too bad. Although it is not murder or arson, it is not a good thing either. It caused quite a bit of panic. After Minister Chun came in and spoke for a while, he found that the two men ignored him. I say, did you two hear what I said? Minister Chun was helpless. Captain Wu realized what was happening and blinked. Director Zhang also turned his head and blinked. Two people with exactly the same expression. His mouth was wide open, his face was full of shock, and his eyes were wide open. Minister Chun was shocked. I'll go, are you two okay? Minister Chun hurried forward and said, Oh, it's my fault too. I rushed you too much. Why don't you two go back and take a rest? No. Captain Wu closed his mouth. Indeed, there is no need. Director Zhang also nodded. You two are so stubborn, you've finally gotten together. Solving a case requires a gradual process. I was a little too impatient. Let me reflect on this. You two go back and get some sleep. I'll explain to the higher-ups. Minister Chun said hurriedly. These two are his capable subordinates. It seems that I can't endure working overtime anymore. Even a strong body can't withstand it for more than half a month. The case is solved. Captain Wu said these 4 words calmly. Don't ask me why I'm so calm. Because there is no ripple in my heart. You two are such idiots. Why wouldn't you listen? We're not the only ones in this police station. There are so many people in the criminal investigation brigade who can help. Listen to me, both of you. Go back and get some rest. Minister Chin obviously didn't react. Don't worry, you two are still responsible for this case. I'll give you 8 hours of vacation. Eat something and have a good sleep. You can't work so hard anymore. You two are. Wait a moment. What did Captain Wu say just now? The case is solved. So fast. Are you two kidding me? Director Zhang, I just called you to ask. Just 10 minutes ago, you told me that the case is still unresolved. I just drove here from the City Hall building, and you tell me the case is solved? Is it so fast? How did you solve the case? Minister Chin blinked. Chatting, broken. Captain Wu struggled for a long time, and then found the most practical explanation. Chat. Broken. Minister Chin was confused. Don't mess with me, you two. The people above are very serious. Are you two okay? Is it because of a demonic obstacle in solving the case? That shouldn't be the case. You two are old comrades. You can't even lack this level of mental toughness, right? Minister Chen really couldn't understand what the connection was between chatting and solving the case. Could it be that he was having a heart-to-heart talk with the criminal suspect? Convinced him? That's impossible. He knows exactly who this criminal suspect is. A real old hand. How can it be so easy to break through? Can the case be solved just by chatting? I won't believe it even if you kill me. Don't believe it. Captain Wu and Director Zhang exchanged a glance and said, To be honest, neither of us believes it, but the facts are right before our eyes. If you don't believe me, just look for yourself. Minister Chun was stunned. Step forward. It was only then that they discovered that there was a young man in the monitoring room with his back to them, talking to the suspect. Minister Chen has been here before. After Captain Wu's interrogation, the other party didn't even say a word. It's like I didn't hear it. As a result, he talked incessantly in front of Su Ming, saying whatever he wanted. Are you married? It's done. Any children? Have. Where do you live? Inhua community. Does anyone else know? Have no idea. Ever been to the ladies' room? Yes. What other bad things have you done? I've stolen sausages from the neighbor, snatched the phone from the girl downstairs, and stolen the underwear from the woman upstairs. Huh. Why should I tell you? Squeak. Then Su Ming started spraying water everywhere with the water bottle. When I was little, I stole 20,000 yuan from my cousin, sold my aunt's TV, and set fire to someone else's haystack. All right. There was another confused person in the monitoring room. Am I thinking too simply, or is this world too crazy? When did this criminal become so easy to talk to, answering whatever you ask? Who is this person? What's going on? Minister Chen turned around, confused. Remember the diamond thing? Remember, could this young man be Mr. Su? That's him. Did he help to find out the things? Yes. How do you ask? Chat. There are 3 experienced detectives in their 50s in the monitoring room. I deeply felt what it means to doubt life. Su Ming asked questions for half an hour, and his mouth was dry and his tongue was parched. Huh, Captain Wu, is that enough? I've gotten all the information out of him about drinking other people's milk as a child. That should be enough, right? Su Ming turned around to look at the surveillance camera. He knew that Captain Wu could hear it. Captain Wu only reacted at this time and rushed out hurriedly to the interrogation room. That's enough. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. Captain Wu was very excited, with tears streaming down his face. Behind him followed Director Zhang and Minister Chen, both of whom were also extremely impressed. Young people are young people. This method of psychological interrogation is so advanced. How come just by talking about some childhood things, the truth came out? The most depressed person should be the criminal. He really doesn't want to say anything. I'm very tight-lipped, really. But for some reason, he was like transparent in front of Su Ming, and he answered whatever Su Ming asked. Tell everything you know, and say it all. As well behaved as a baby. The most important thing is that you can suddenly control your body in the middle. You don't have to tell the truth, but as long as the other party sprays water. Have to. He immediately started telling the truth again. Nothing. It's every citizen's duty to help the police solve crimes. Su Ming smiled calmly. I have already asked clearly. I will leave it to you. Good. Captain Wu nodded. He knew that now was not the time to express gratitude. So he quickly checked the surveillance footage and wrote down all the locations the man had just mentioned. Then a large number of police officers rushed out with guns. Minister Chen watched the replay with Captain Wu. When he saw Su Ming chatting in front, he was also confused. But when Su Ming started asking questions, the criminal told the truth, and Captain Chen began to doubt his life. The word confused is not enough to describe how I feel. Unfortunately, I haven't learned enough, so I can only say fuck to get people's attention. Chapter 193, Please teach us. Captain Wu acted quickly. The criminal was quickly arrested and brought to justice. When the other party found out that it was his companion who revealed his location, he didn't believe it at all. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I'm telling you, Mr. Wu, don't think you can alienate our brotherly relationship by using this so-called alienation tactic. That's right. We all know Lao Wang's character. He would never betray us. Captain Wu was sitting in the car and felt amused when he heard the people gritting their teeth in the back of the car. You may not believe it, but we already know where you hid the jewelry. It's in the sewer not far from the jewelry store. Hear what Captain Wu said. These people were confused. This location is very hidden. Only a few of them know. It is impossible for others to know. Could it be that Wang Hu really betrayed them? It shouldn't be. Wang Hu has been captured for several days. If he wanted to be betrayed, he would have been betrayed long ago. How can we wait till today? Humph. Stop lying to us, Wu. Maybe someone saw it and told you. That's right. You can't make a conclusion without evidence of our crime. You want to hear the truth from us? No way. Captain Wu would have had a headache before, but now he was sitting on the chair humming a song. Okay, you guys keep talking tough. Mr. Su will show you a way of chatting later. Let's see if you will tell the truth. Soon, all the criminals were in place. Everyone started to be very stubborn. But Su Ming appeared soon. On the big screen in the conference room. All the police officers in the police force sat there obediently. Everyone is there except those who are doing field work. Mr. Su's chat interrogation method is extremely advanced. Everyone should take a good look at it and learn from it. Minister Chen stood in front and said, I will ask Mr. Su to teach you soon and introduce this method systematically into our public security department. Yes. These policemen were also extremely curious. They had already received the news. A young man managed to break through the criminal that they had been helpless against for several days. The chat interrogation method is still used. I have never seen or heard of anything like it. So everyone widened their eyes and held their breath. Staring at the big screen, Su Ming walked leisurely into an interrogation room. Mr. Su, I will detain these people separately, and you can interrogate them separately. This is done to prevent them from colluding with each other. No need, just lock them up together. Su Ming smiled calmly, full of confidence. Captain Wu was a little embarrassed. Listen to Mr. Su. Director Zhang made the final decision from the side. Soon, 5 criminals, including Wang Hu, sat together. Damn it, Lao Wang, did you really betray us? You're too unreliable, aren't you? What did you promise me at the beginning? After seeing Wang Hu, the remaining criminals couldn't help but start questioning him because they had seen the interrogation video. Showing them the video is also to break down their psychological defenses. Let them confess their guilt quickly. Wang Hu was so depressed. I really don't want to say it. I don't know what happened, so I just said it all. Damn it. You're a piece of crap. We won't tell you. Useless thing. That's right, that's right. The remaining few people couldn't help but look at him with contempt. It is just like people like you who have unstable minds and temperaments, who can be broken through by others. We are too strong-minded to do that. What's more, I'm facing this kind of child who is still wet behind the ears. The most important thing is that this doll is still standing in front of you, talking endlessly about his past. Damn it. Also introduce the technology of growing wheat? Is it poisonous? Several criminals had their eyes closed, looking exactly like Wang Hu before. No matter how violent the earthquake is, I will remain unmoved. Squeak. Then, there was a familiar voice. You guys did this? Su Ming asked calmly. Yes. The 5 people answered in unison. Uniform. Except for Wang Hu, the remaining 4 criminals were confused. What happened? Why did you tell the truth? This. That's not right. That's not right. That's not how the script is written. You hid the jewels in the sewer? Yes. Do you plead guilty? Confess. Su Ming stood in front, with his hands behind his back, and asked questions one by one. The 5 people were as neat and orderly as if they were in military training. All the police officers in the conference room were stunned. I dare not even breathe. Everyone was silent, staring with wide eyes. Even Minister Chun, Director Zhang, and Captain Wu have seen it before. Now I still feel immense admiration and surprise. This is awesome. These 5 criminals are as well behaved as babies. Just answer whatever you are asked. How is this done? How is this done? Some people even had some absurd thoughts in their minds. Could it be that Su Ming had colluded with these 5 people? Of course, this is just an extremely absurd idea. How is it possible? But they really couldn't think of any other explanation. The half-hour interrogation ended quickly. These 5 people really told the truth and said whatever they wanted. From the initial reconnaissance and planning of the action time, we decided to take action after learning that there was a power outage in the city center. Where are the tools used in the crime? Who are you planning to sell it to? How to communicate? So everything was explained clearly. Even some of the more covert illegal activities they had done in the past were asked about. The interrogation is over. The live broadcast stopped. The policemen in the conference room were all stunned. The shock in my heart is beyond words. Whether it is a young policeman or an old policeman, they have all received training in school and experienced the hardships of society and are rich in experience. But I have never seen this kind of interrogation method before, and most importantly, it is so efficient. Soon, Su Ming appeared in the conference room. Stand up. Minister Chen suddenly yelled, and all the police officers stood in unison. Applaud. Wow, wow, wow. The policemen clapped their hands vigorously. This was a huge mountain hanging on their hearts and weighing on them for a whole half-month. This difficult problem that countless experienced police officers could not solve was actually solved by Mr. Su. And in such an incredible way. It's worth learning, so worth learning. Mr. Su, you are truly amazing. I have an unwelcome request, and I must agree to it no matter what you say. Minister Chen's face flushed with excitement. Your method is so powerful and advanced. I wonder if you would be willing to bear the pain and teach it to us. Well, Su Ming was a little embarrassed. I feel ashamed. What do I know about interrogation? That's right. I have a system. There are 3,000 truth pills that will kill you. That's why it's so powerful. But seeing Minister Chen's excited eyes, Su Ming really couldn't bear to refuse. All right. I agree to this with reluctance. It's not easy for you to be a police officer. Chapter 194 Big Liar. In the police station's conference room, a group of policemen sat upright with serious expressions. There was also a camera at the back. This is a good opportunity to learn. Such a powerful and advanced interrogation method is truly unheard of and unseen. It must be very profound. I'm afraid you won't understand it at all if you listen to it once. Mr. Su was busy and I felt embarrassed to ask him to explain in detail. You can only record it and learn it slowly later. Ahem. Su Ming stood there and coughed lightly. I can definitely deceive. No, I can teach these policemen well. That's right. I'm not lying. I am teaching and educating people. Well, I don't believe it myself. That. Su Ming swallowed his saliva, considered it for a moment, and said, extremely vicious criminals tend to have strong psychological defenses. A sweet nod from the policeman. Swish, swish, swish. There was also the sound of taking notes. It's great to see these policemen taking notes so seriously. Su Ming felt ashamed. Shame on you. Shame on you. What we have to do is to break through the psychological defenses. Swish, swish, swish. The strategy used is called indirect attack and circuitous tactics. Swish, swish, swish. That means saying something that has nothing to do with the case to make them let down their guard. Uh-huh. Swish, swish, swish. They will think, why are the police asking me these questions? What does it have to do with the case? Their psychological defenses will start to weaken. Uh-huh. Swish, swish, swish. You should spray some more at this time, Su Ming said as he took out the spray from his pocket and put it on the podium. This spray contains a special medicine I prepared. It will make people feel relaxed after smelling it. Criminal suspects are already under intense interrogation in the interrogation room. Their nerves are already on edge, and they are physically and mentally exhausted. If they suddenly relax, they will lose their vigilance. If you suddenly ask them, they are likely to tell the truth. Once you have a breakthrough, the rest will be easy. This method sounds simple, but you need to practice more. It's difficult to master the timing and size. Su Ming didn't blush or feel nervous. There's no way, being thick-skinned is just invincible. I can't tell you that I have a system. I have a truth pill in my hand. Just stuff it in your mouth and answer whatever you are asked. The key is that no one believes this when I tell them. Captain Wu, I'll leave this spray for you. If you run out, come get some from me. I still have some. Oh, thank you, Mr. Su. Captain Wu was stunned and overjoyed. He quickly stood up and carefully placed the spray in his hand. Old Wu, you are so rude. Leave it to me for safekeeping. Damn it. Lao Chun, this is our criminal investigation team's business. Don't interfere. If you say that, I'm going to bring up my official position. I'm higher than both of you. This is what Mr. Su gave me. 3 old men in the criminal investigation field, strong men, were arguing over a bottle of spray. Well, Su Ming stood aside, looked at it, and blinked. Actually, there's no need for that. I still have a lot of this stuff. Real. There are several bags of urea. I don't even have anywhere to put it. That's right. Su Ming suddenly remembered something. Captain Wu, where are those mineral water bottles I brought with me? Su Ming asked. Oh. Captain Wu didn't react at first. Then I suddenly remembered. That looks like poison, but it's actually a mango-flavored magic potion. In my office. Captain Wu replied. Give everyone a cup. That should be enough. Good. It's getting late. I'll be leaving now. Take care, Mr. Su. 3 old men over 50 years old saw Su Ming off. Old Wu, what water did Mr. Su talk about? Yeah. It must be a good thing. You can't hide it. As soon as Su Ming left, Minister Chun and Director Zhang grabbed Captain Wu's arms on the left and right. Good fellows, are you two escorting the prisoners? If you don't hand it over, you're escorting a prisoner. Confess and be lenient. Resist and be strict. Otherwise, I'll tell your wife you're hiding some private money. I didn't. There's a gap between your desk and the wall, and you used double-sided tape. Shoo. Captain Wu was horrified when he heard this. Good brother. I'll take it. Is that not okay? It is said that there is always something that can defeat something else. The same is true for Captain Wu. Captain Wu and his wife are childhood sweethearts. Don't be fooled by Captain Wu's majestic appearance. He has arrested countless criminals and punished evil and promoted good. At home, won the title of Kneeling Washboard of the Year. Many times, when the criminal investigation team encountered an emergency case, Captain Wu rushed over from home. You can see horizontal lines on the knees. I finally got some bonuses and hid some private money. If my wife knew about this, not only would she be arrested, but she would also definitely be beaten with a washboard. 10 minutes later, all the police officers in the conference room stared at the bottles of mineral water in front of them. It is neither black nor purple, neither yellow nor green. When the sunlight shines on it, it even looks a little red. No matter how you look at it, this looks like poison. Old Wu, didn't you bring your pesticides here? Director Zhang blinked and looked at Captain Wu in amazement. TSK, you look like you've never seen the world. Captain Wu raised his eyebrows. Another one who doesn't know the value of things. Captain Wu probably forgot that just an hour ago, when he was at Su Ming's house, he was just like that, no better than Director Zhang. Captain Wu reached out and took a disposable paper cup, opened a bottle of mineral water, poured a cup into it, and picked it up to drink. No, Captain Wu, don't let that get you down. Old Wu, I was wrong before. Is it okay if I don't tell your wife about my private money? Director Zhang hurriedly stopped him. No matter how you look at it, it looks like poison. Captain Wu is hiding some private money? Well, the police listened. What a big melon. Captain Wu actually hid his own money. Captain Wu felt a chill in his heart. It's over. When it comes to his subordinates and how they handle cases, there is nothing to say. Hardworking, highly self-aware, and secret cases are kept extremely confidential. But if we talk about everyday gossip, have to spread faster than anyone else. I'm afraid it won't be long before my wife knows the news. Thinking of this, Captain Wu suddenly felt a slight pain in his knees. It will leave sequelae. Look at how ignorant you are. Captain Wu sneered, feeling a heroic feeling of a warrior cutting his wrists. If I get discovered, I get discovered. What are you afraid of? I've never been afraid of my wife. If she dares to do anything, I will. Set up a bed in the office and stay at home for a few days to avoid the limelight. Chapter 195 The Little White Mouse is here. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Captain Wu drank it all in one gulp. Hiss. It's still so delicious, mango flavor. Captain Wu nodded. The police were stunned when they saw it. Still, is Captain Wu really okay? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like everything is alright. At this time, a policeman who was working on a case outside returned and prepared to find Captain Wu to report the situation. As I walked to the door of the conference room, I suddenly heard a terrible sound coming from inside. No, I don't want to drink. I'd rather die than drink it. Captain Wu, it's my fault. I shouldn't have tipped off my sister-in-law, but you wouldn't poison me, would you? Help, help, call 110. Oh yes, I'm a police officer. Help, help. The policeman standing at the door was stunned. What the hell? What are you doing in there? He really couldn't contain his curiosity, so he slowly opened the door of the conference room, leaving a small gap, and stuck his head in. Squeak. Then there was a creaking sound from the door. The room was quiet at that time. Swish. Everyone in the conference room looked at him in unison. Well? The policeman at the door suddenly panicked. I took the wrong path. Please continue. Please continue. Don't run. The guinea pigs are coming. Someone yelled. Help. A scream came from the corridor. No, I don't want to drink it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Gulp, gurgling. Seeing this guy drink the medicine, everyone dispersed instantly and stood far away. Hold your breath. Huh? It smells so good, like mango. The policeman at the door was stunned for a moment and stood up suddenly. The fatigue from a busy day is gone, and I feel refreshed now. Oh my God, my knee injury is actually healed. The policeman at the door ran around the door and even tried to jump, but he actually touched the ceiling. Oh my God, what kind of magic medicine is this? Captain Wu, give me a drink. Captain Wu, I want one too. Captain Wu, although it was wrong of me to tip off my sister-in-law, I've been with you for so many years. You can't be partial to one and treat the other the same, right? Captain Wu. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Director Zhang, Minister Chun, and Captain Wu were all disheveled in the wind. Although these people kept calling Captain Wu had already been squeezed out of the crowd, and you haven't seen him yet. You guys are going too far. Will they finish drinking it? Minister Chen blinked. Yeah, maybe there won't be any place for me. Director Zhang was also a little worried. Hey. Captain Wu smiled mysteriously. I still have some. Captain Wu said there are more in his office. Go for it. Those who got the drinks drank it, and those who didn't got the drinks rushed to the office. Captain Wu blinked. Then he reached behind his back and pulled out a bottle. I didn't say I was in the office. All in all, everyone on duty today drank it, and 2 bottles were left for those working outside. Everyone unanimously discovered that this potion can heal old injuries, strengthen muscles and bones, and greatly improve physical functions. The most important thing is that several balding old comrades found the feeling of having a full head of hair. How can I describe how awesome it is? During this period, no, it can be said that from today on, the lives of criminals will not be so easy. Although they have Su Ming spray, they will not use it easily because it is too precious. Well, it's just more precious to them. There are so many of them in Su Ming's warehouse. Although this spray is not necessary, the physical fitness of these policemen has been greatly improved with the help of Su Ming's potion. So they were almost crying. Please, police comrades, aren't you sleepy? After staying up for 24 hours, why are you still so energetic? Was it from eating the magic cookies? Su Ming didn't know what happened in the police station, and even if he knew, he would just smile. Hide your merits and fame. It was already afternoon, almost dusk, when we returned. After all, it was already noon when Su Ming got up. When they got home, President Chun and Wang Xue were working hard. One weeds, one waters, and then the 2 of them fertilized together, having a lot of fun. Standing in the aisle, you can see that the wheat is growing well and has already reached ears. Of course, Su Ming knew that this was an illusion created by the system. In fact, both plots of land were empty, and Su Ming had not had time to plant them. And of course a little fennel. It doesn't take up any space, so Su Ming is not in a hurry to deal with it. Because Su Ming really likes fennel, he would cut a handful and stir-fry it with some vegetables when he had nothing to do. It tasted pretty good. Just a little bit of supplement. Mr. Su is back. Oh, Mr. Su. When President Chun and Wang Xue saw Su Ming, they jumped up and hurried forward. Mr. Su, do you think I have cleaned up this land? Stop trying to steal Mr. Su's credit. I've also cleaned up this piece of land, okay? What the hell are you cleaning up? You're lucky you didn't destroy anything. How dare you, Mr. Chun, spread rumors? Mr. Wang, do you think you have too much beard? Su Ming stood aside and sighed helplessly. These two old guys must have conflicting fates. They start fighting as soon as they meet. Okay, stop arguing. Su Ming was helpless. By the way, Boss Wang, I asked you to help me find out about the property before. How's it going? Yes. Wang Xue slapped his head suddenly, realizing that he had forgotten something important. Mr. Su, I've inquired about the surrounding properties, and most of the owners have no intention of selling. Even if you offer a high price, they still don't want to sell. Wang Xue said, of course, you should understand what I mean. No matter how high the price they say is, it is within a reasonable price range. I see. Su Ming nodded. The reason why people don't want to sell real estate is naturally for money. For example, a property in the city center can be sold for 10 billion yuan. Bidding 11 billion or 12 billion is within the normal fluctuation range, and even 15 billion is normal. The main reason is the rising prices in the real estate industry. What's more, this is the city center, and the prices will only go up, not down. If you sell it for this little money, you will most likely lose money in the future. But if the buyer is generous, he can directly throw out 100 billion. Then they will definitely sell it. This is definitely profitable, and a huge profit. Because no matter how expensive the land in the city center is, it is impossible to sell it at such a high price. The key point is that this is not how business is done. The buyer is not stupid. Not to mention that Su Ming doesn't have that much money. Even if he had that much money, he wouldn't do that. Although I want to annex land and expand the scope of cultivation. But buying and selling is buying and selling, and it must follow market rules. However, there is one person who is interested. Wang Xue said, it's the securities building in front. He's out of town right now and won't be back for a while. He also wants to meet with you in person. Good. Su Ming nodded. If that was the case, he would not be in a hurry. Chapter 196, Glazed Pearl Chicken. Okay, thank you for your trouble, Boss Wang. Su Ming patted Wang Xue on the shoulder. Wang Xue was flattered. Look at what you said, Mr. Su. We have known each other for such a long time, and you still call me Boss Wang. Please stop calling me Boss Wang and call me Old Wang. Wang Xue said hurriedly. Well, Old Wang. Old bastard. You are really bold. Okay. Su Ming nodded. You two go back first. President Chun and Wang Xue looked at each other and realized that it was indeed getting late. And young people, it's normal to have demand. Afraid of being caught, shy. It's normal to be sneaky. Seeing the looks of the two old guys, Su Ming knew that they were starting to daydream again. But Su Ming didn't explain much. Think about it. I have a crooked mouth, but I'm not afraid of my eyes being squinting. Even if your body is crooked, don't be afraid of your shadow being straight. Don't worry if your shoes are straight, even if your feet are crooked. Just so tough. Of course, the main reason why Su Ming asked President Chun and Wang Xue to leave was because it was time to farm. After closing the door, Su Ming came to the warehouse. Seeing the seeds he had bought before, Su Ming was in trouble. It's time to make difficult choices again. What should I plant? Vegetables and fruits. They have all been planted. I have even grown cacti and coconuts myself. Su Ming's eyes scanned it once and again. The trouble of happiness. Do you want to make a program yourself? Enter all plantable varieties. Delete the ones that have been planted directly, and randomly select the ones that have not been planted, so you don't need to make such a painful choice. Later, Su Ming was helpless and closed his eyes. On a white Sunday morning, old men collecting scraps lined up in a row, and the sentry gave the order. Su Ming used a long legendary skill. Select the troops and generals. But what he was humming were the old vernacular nursery rhymes. After saying the last word, Su Ming's finger stopped there. It's you. Su Ming opened his eyes and looked carefully in the direction of the finger. Blueberry? Yeah, sure. In recent years, more and more people have been growing blueberries. It is sweet and sour, nutritious, and I heard it can also prevent cancer and anti-aging. As a result, more and more people are growing blueberries. When Su Ming went home last time, he found that some strawberry greenhouses had been turned into blueberry greenhouses. Su Ming also knows something about growing blueberries. The steps are also very complicated. You need to peel the blueberry fruit, remove the very tiny seeds from it, rinse it, and remove the pulp inside. The soil for planting also needs to be proportioned, the temperature and humidity need to be suitable, and there are also requirements for the pH of the water in order to successfully sprout seedlings. Then, after the seedlings grow up, transplant them from the pots and place them in the ground. They need to be watered and ventilated regularly, and the sunshine time, temperature, and humidity need to be strictly controlled to grow the best fruits. So it makes sense that this thing is expensive. After all, hard work pays off. But to Su Ming, these are not a big deal. Because I have a system, Su Ming only needs to be responsible for one thing. Dig a hole, bury some soil, and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fertilize, water, and weed. The rest is up to time. A complete hands-off boss. Whatever grows out is of top quality. Isn't it infuriating? Just do it. Su Ming started working without saying a word. Plow the land, dig holes, and plant. Ding. Blueberries have been successfully planted. Harvesting time, 72 hours. Then water and fertilize. Then comes the familiar chime of shortened ripening and increased yields. An extremely skilled set of processes. Now I can be considered a real expert in farming. His head is full of shining awesomeness written all over it. I am the hard-working little bee. After finishing the work, Su Ming clapped his hands and looked at the 2 pieces of land, feeling very proud. Haha, cool. While he was full of passion, Su Ming also fell into a moment of contemplation. Now we have discovered the pattern. As long as it can be planted in real life, the system can plant it. It's just that everyone's experience is different. Although the length of time it takes to mature is somewhat arbitrary, it seems like the system is acting arbitrarily. But there are some rules in this regard based on experience. The fruits produced by crops with low planting density and less experience are relatively precious and valuable. However, the fruits with high planting density and more experience gain will be relatively inferior. Actually, it's normal. After all, rare things are valuable. Su Ming has enough money now. There are quite a few precious items, and Su Ming's most important thing now is to upgrade quickly. Refresh new features. Because my level is only level 6 now. To be honest, in the game, even the novice village hasn't been released yet. It already has so many awesome features, so what about the future? Su Ming couldn't contain his excitement. It is said that you reap what you sow. But with the support of the system, that may not be the case. Anything can grow. So Su Ming's first priority now is to upgrade. The higher the level, the more new features you get, which is really refreshing. Moreover, Su Ming believes that many new features after the system upgrade will definitely exceed his imagination. After all, anything produced by the system must be a high-quality product. With this expectation, Su Ming no longer felt that farming was boring. Every day was full of harvest and expectation. Suddenly, Su Ming remembered something and looked at the time. Oops, 2 days have passed. The Tianshan snowcock should have grown up. Su Ming ran over in a hurry. Sure enough, in the chicken coop, the Tianshan snow chicken has grown up, with smooth feathers and a huge body, a full circle larger than the normal Tianshan snow chicken. Moreover, the feathers on its surface are colorful, shining, and bright, and it is obvious that it is not an ordinary one. Fuck, how can this girl be so beautiful? Su Ming was stunned when he stood at the door. She was so beautiful. It's not an exaggeration at all, it's really beautiful. Su Ming hurriedly opened the door of the chicken coop and walked in. The Tianshan snow chickens were very well behaved and would not run around. Su Ming grabbed one and examined it carefully. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the glazed treasure chicken. The meat is delicious, tender and chewy, and extremely nutritious. It can nourish the body, replenishing yin and yang. It is very suitable for middle-aged and elderly people to eat. It can relax muscles and blood circulation, slow down aging, and strengthen the foundation. When Su Ming heard the introduction, he was stunned. A great tonic. Stretching legs and staring eyes pills are used to strengthen muscles and treat diseases. More suitable for young and middle-aged people. The effect is quite obvious, but also a bit rough. But the glazed guinea fowl is different. It is a very tonic food. After eating it, it can secretly nourish the human body. The process is slower, gentler, and the effect is better. Especially suitable for the elderly. It and the stretching legs and staring eyes pill are one internal and one external. The most important thing is that this thing is a chicken. Isn't soup delicious? Yes, this is good stuff. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh. Or, try one. Su Ming didn't eat dinner at night and looked at the chickens in the chicken coop. My saliva started to flow immediately. Chapter 197, The Ultimate Taste. Su Ming grabbed one without saying anything. Snap. The knife fell with a loud swoop. Boil water, remove the hair, and gut the fish. Anyone who has killed a chicken knows that this process is the most tedious. It's very tiring. But maybe because of the system, the chicken's feathers fell off as soon as it was rinsed with boiling water. Just shake it off cleanly. There are no fine hairs, including the thick stratum corneum on the soles of the feet. And cut open the stomach with a knife. I discovered that all the internal organs were wrapped in a thin membrane, and even the trachea came out when I pulled it with my hands. Awesome. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I'm afraid the system is also designed to allow oneself to experience the pleasure of breeding and harvesting. After all, Working hard yourself can ensure you have enough food and clothing. Otherwise, I'm afraid the system can even do things like removing internal organs. When Su Ming was young, he often helped his parents kill chickens at home. Now he can do it easily. It would take others 2 or 3 hours to clean it up, but it only takes him 20 minutes. Well, it's not because I'm good at my job. Because the system is so awesome. Chop the chicken into pieces, rinse, and place in cold water. There was nothing added in it. Su Ming just wanted to drink some original chicken soup this time. Sitting on the sofa playing with my phone, cooking slowly over low heat. Just when Su Ming was dozing off, the system prompt sound suddenly came to his mind. Ding! The chicken will be at its peak taste in 5 minutes. Su Ming suddenly woke up. At this time, the house was filled with the aroma of chicken. The chicken fragrance is not greasy and makes people feel comfortable after smelling it. Su Ming's stomach couldn't help but growl. He glanced at the time, ran to the kitchen and looked at it eagerly. In 5 minutes, Su Ming turned off the fire as soon as he arrived. With thick gloves on his hands, he took the ceramic pot off the stove, placed carefully on the dining table. Open the pot, and the aroma will fill the air. OMG. There is a hint of sweetness in the mellow aroma, and the taste is strong but not greasy. Su Ming really couldn't help it, no matter how hot it is. Holding the chopsticks in one hand, he grabbed the chicken feet with the other and tore them apart with all his strength. A big chicken leg was pulled off with force. Su Ming took a bite. Damn it. Ascended to heaven. The chicken is incredibly tender and just as described in the system, tender, chewy and juicy. The fragrance lingers on your lips and teeth, leaving a lasting aftertaste. This is an indescribable ultimate taste. It's perfect. It's over. Su Ming might never be able to eat any other chicken again, because there is a world of difference between the two. This taste should only exist in heaven. How many times can we taste it in the world? Su Ming ate with big mouthfuls of food. His appetite was whetted. In a short time, I had finished most of it and also drank 2 bowls of chicken soup. Cool. Lying on the sofa, Su Ming opened his mouth wide and burped with satisfaction. You can actually taste the sweetness of fruit in this chicken soup. It's not abrupt, but rather blends in perfectly. This is the ultimate taste for your taste buds. Su Ming finally understood it this time. Although the functions of the glass guinea fowl seem to overlap slightly with those of the stretching legs and staring eyes pills in some aspects. But in reality, there is still a huge difference. Apart from anything else, the taste alone is incomparable. One is just a bottle of water, tasteless. One is the ultimate enjoyment that can make one's soul ascend to heaven and one's taste buds explode. Eating is a necessary survival skill for humans. Delicious food is the ultimate goal of human pursuit. This delicacy has no health benefits at all. It's just a chicken. Just based on the taste, I'm afraid many people will rush to buy it. I still want to eat and drink. But I really can't eat anymore. Su Ming touched his belly, let the remaining food cool down, sealed it with plastic wrap, and put it in the refrigerator, and would finish it tomorrow. After eating and drinking, Su Ming prepared to go to bed. Soon, he fell asleep in a daze. In the haze, Su Ming felt as if he had forgotten something. What's going on? With this doubt in mind, Su Ming quickly fell asleep. Su Ming opened his eyes early the next morning. After brushing my teeth, washing my face, and going to the toilet, I couldn't wait to heat up yesterday's chicken soup. This time, eat it all. Even the marrow was sucked out of the bones. No way, the taste is perfect. Contented, Su Ming sat on the chair and touched his belly. Suddenly remembered something. Depend on. This chicken can lay eggs. Damn, did I forget about this? Su Ming stood up hurriedly and walked quickly towards the chicken coop. When I went in and took a look, I saw a pile of golden eggs in the corner. This isn't an egg, is it? Su Ming blinked. Ordinary eggs are either reddish or white. Have you ever seen golden eggs? Su Ming rubbed his hands and walked over excitedly. Grabbed one and shook it. No response. Forget it, I won't open it here. Su Ming grabbed the egg and went straight back into the house. He found a bowl, tapped it lightly, and then broke it open. Baji. A small object fell down. Huh, what is this? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed it and took a closer look. Damn, seasoning packet. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the seasoning packet for cooking the glazed guinea chicken. This seasoning packet is exclusive to the glazed guinea chicken. Cooking with it will bring the flavor to its peak. I'm fucking. Su Ming was shocked at that time. Damn, is this even possible? The system actually generated a seasoning packet directly. It seems these chickens cannot escape the fate of being eaten. It's so delicious without adding anything. How will it taste like if you add the system's exclusive seasoning packet? Su Ming couldn't imagine it. Huh, that's right. I've eaten a chicken and taken an egg, but why didn't the system prompt me to gain experience? Is it possible that the breeding area is different from the planting area? Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the system won't treat you unfairly. Worry about nothing. Su Ming was in a good mood and laughed heartily. Just as he was about to sharpen his knife to attack the chicken, his cell phone suddenly rang. He put the knife aside, walked into the living room, picked up his phone, and took a closer look. Oh, the construction team boss's phone number. It seems that my parents' villa has been built. Mr. Su. As soon as the call was connected, an enthusiastic voice came from the other end. We have built your parents' villa. Okay, thank you for your hard work. How much did it cost? Mr. Su, look, it's my duty to work for you. I'll keep my word. Su Ming said lightly. The boss heard it. He received direct instructions from his superiors. Whatever Mr. Su Ming says is what it is, so don't refute it. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll send you the bill later. Good. Su Ming nodded after he finished speaking. Then he hung up the phone. My parents' villa has been completed, so I'll take this opportunity to go home. Bring some glazed jumbo chicken. Let your parents try it too. After all, it's a housewarming occasion, a big deal. Besides, it takes a long time for blueberries to ripen, so there is no need to rush. Just do it. Chapter 198, Go Home, Go Home. Su Ming grabbed a plastic bag at random and went to the basement. I packed some leg stretching and eye-glaring pills. A bottle of coconut water came. Truth pills. Su Ming blinked. Bring it with you too. Then I went to the breeding area and put some feed. Caught 5 chickens. Can't catch any more. If you grab it again, you won't be able to let go. Because the cages in my warehouse are only that big, these 5 are the limit. The most important thing is that this place is not far from home. At worst, I just have to make a few more trips. I also brought some seasoning packets for stewing chicken. I went to the garage and picked a car at random. He called President Chun and asked him to deliver feed to the breeding area on time every day, and then drove directly home. Su Ming felt happy when he returned home again. It took more than 3 hours to get home. It's very lively at home today. The gate was open, and folks came in and out. After all, the villa Su Ming built for his parents was designed by a professional designer. Very grand. The villagers rarely see this kind of villa, so they are naturally very interested in it. Son. Su Tao, who was standing at the door with a rosy face welcoming guests, had his eyes light up when he saw Su Ming. You little brat. Why didn't you tell me in advance when you came back? Su Tao hurried forward. Hey, Dad, didn't I want to give you a surprise? Su Ming scratched his head and smiled. Okay. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. My son is home. Su Tao turned around and shouted at the top of his voice. Who? Li Sumei was in the yard, chatting with fellow villagers. Suddenly, she heard her husband's voice, and when she looked carefully, she saw Su Ming. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. How can I not be happy that my son is back? My son is back. Mom and Dad, this time, I brought you something good. You little bastard, you're spending money recklessly again. Do you have a girlfriend? When are you getting married? Mom and Dad are waiting to have a grandchild. Su Tao and Li Sumei looked at each other, and then started forcing marriage as usual. Su Ming felt helpless after hearing this. Mom and Dad, don't be in a hurry, okay? This kind of thing can't be rushed. I can't just go out on the street and find a girl. Hello, do you want to get married? Do you want to have a baby? If it were really that simple, why would there be so many bachelors? This thing depends on fate, do you understand? Besides, isn't being single bad? Dad, over the years, your pockets have been cleaner than your face. I haven't seen many red banknotes. And you're telling me to get married? Never mind, I'll just wait a little longer. Hey, your son is back. Xiao Su is really getting more and more handsome. In ancient times, he would be a handsome scholar. Does Xiao Su have a partner? My niece just graduated from university and is working in a state-owned enterprise. Think about my daughter. You saw her when she was little. The ants nearby immediately surrounded Su Ming after noticing him, talking in a flurry. Su Ming blinked. My head is so big. All right. The village chief came over and said, Xiao Su is back. The 3 of them must have a lot to talk about. Let's not stay here to join in the fun. Let's go. After the village chief spoke, these uncles and aunts had nothing to say. Li Sumei, on the other hand, took note very seriously of what the villagers had just said. This is a big matter concerning your future daughter-in-law, so be careful. Su Ming felt a headache after seeing this. Mom, dear Mom, I'm not in a hurry, really. Most of the villagers have dispersed. Su Ming drove the car into the yard and closed the gate, then opened the trunk. The couple looked at each other. It's a chicken. But what kind of chicken is this? Never seen it. Why are you so beautiful? Mom and Dad, this is a new variety, just bred. I bought it from a friend. It tastes great. Su Ming explained with a smile. Oh, son, these days, everything is genetically modified. Don't eat anything you want. It's bad for your health. Li Sumei frowned. Several black lines appeared on Su Ming's head. Dear Mom, play less with your phone in normal times. Don't always read the messages forwarded in the group. Don't believe it even if you see it. The toxic chicken soup in short videos and the forwarded articles in WeChat groups have become two major cancers of society. Don't worry, Mom. Su Ming could only console him by saying, this has nothing to do with genetic modification. Su Ming said as he carried the cage to the chicken coop. This chicken coop was specifically requested to be built by Su Ming's parents. There is a chicken coop, a pig pen, and two open spaces that no one can touch. The old couple are from the countryside. Although they live in a villa, they feel uncomfortable if they don't grow something or raise something. Su Ming put the chicken in the chicken coop. Ding. System prompt. The glazed guinea fowl is being raised outside the breeding area. Its growth rate will be the same as that of ordinary chickens. Its taste will remain the same, and it can be raised with ordinary feed. It cannot reproduce. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the prompt tone. To be honest, he was a little worried. Worried about not being able to support it. Fortunately, the system's prompt gave him reassurance that everything was fine. Mom and Dad, haven't you eaten yet? Let's kill one first. Su Ming was very excited. Good. Li Sumei and Su Tao also love their son. When I was young, I would kill a chicken and leave all the delicious food and drinks to my son. Although my son is grown up now, my love for him has never changed. The old couple were quite skilled. They boiled a pot of water and slaughtered 2 chickens. Oops. Li Sumei brought a basin of boiling water and poured it on him, and was stunned. I've never seen this kind of species. The chicken feathers fell off after being permed. The old couple looked at each other. Our chicken breed's so advanced now. I'm so old, I can't keep up with the times. Although the old couple was shocked, they didn't say anything and just cleaned it up and put it in the pot after washing. Su Ming took out 2 packets of seasoning from his pocket. Son, Li Sumei hurriedly tried to stop him. Don't add any seasonings randomly. We want the original flavor. Adding seasonings will change the taste. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Su Ming smiled mysteriously. These 2 packets are medicinal powders, Chinese medicine, not seasonings. They can nourish the body and have only benefits and no harm. Oh, when the old couple heard this, they suddenly understood and stopped trying to stop him. Really? The excuse of traditional Chinese medicine is the most perfect one. The old couple would never agree to anything else. Add seasoning and cover the pot. After adding firewood, the rich fragrance soon filled the air. Although the old couple lives in a villa with gas, the food cooked with gas tastes different from that cooked with firewood. So the old couple asked the construction team to build a stove in the yard. When the weather is good, we use the stove outside, and when the weather is bad, we use the gas at home. Things like making chicken soup naturally require slow cooking over firewood. Only by gurgling it can the essence be brought out. Chapter 199, The Most Feared Thing is coming. It smells so good. Soon, the aroma from the pot filled the air. Li Sumei and Su Tao couldn't help but stand by the pot and took a deep breath with their noses held up. It smells so good. Son, where did you buy this? Su Tao looked at his son stupidly. The old couple were born and raised in the countryside. Domestic red chicken, local chicken, Jujinhong, Yuan Bao chicken, and guinea chicken. Even when he was a child, 30 or 40 years ago, Su Tao went up the mountain to catch pheasants. It smells good indeed. But compared with this, the gap is quite big. The air is filled not only with the aroma of chicken, but also with the sweetness of fruit. The flavors seem completely unrelated, but they blend together perfectly. My friend gave it to me. Su Ming smiled. Does your friend have any more? I'm planning to raise some more, and if I sell these. Su Tao's eyes lit up. What a good deal this is. Raising this breed of chicken is a sure win. Dad. Su Ming smiled helplessly. This kind of chicken is very precious. There are very few of them, and it is difficult to breed. Adult chickens are easy to raise, but the conditions for raising chicks are very harsh. We can't raise them at home now. Well, Su Tao just thought so. How could something so good be so easy to raise? What a pity. By the way, where are the people from the construction team? Su Ming suddenly remembered. Where did they go? Oh. Su Tao smiled and said, they left after they finished building the villa. I wanted to treat them to a meal, but they refused to stay. Su Ming nodded. He could see that the construction team put a lot of effort into building the villa. He left as soon as he finished building the house, obviously not wanting to disturb Su Tao's life. Su Ming also kept this kindness in mind. The chicken soup cooked with firewood tastes really extraordinary. A special seasoning packet was added. The combination of the two makes it smell even better than what Su Ming made last night. Because this chicken is tender and has good texture, it doesn't take too long to cook, and it can be served in 40 minutes. Hurry, try it. As soon as the pot was opened, The aroma became more intense, and Su Tao couldn't help it. You're so fussy. Let your son eat first. Li Sumei couldn't help but hit her husband, but there was still a smile in the corner of her eyes. It smells so good that she can hardly resist it. It's okay, Mom. Let Dad try it first. Su Ming smiled and said, I've already tasted it. The old couple each scooped a large bowl of chicken soup with a few pieces of meat in it and sat next to the stove without going into the house. Delicious, delicious, so delicious. Can this chicken taste so good? Yes, it's really good. Su Ming also filled a bowl of chicken soup and picked up a piece of meat. Hiss. This tastes a bit more delicious than last night. It turns out that the seasoning packets produced by the system are different, not the inferior products sold on the market. A family of 3 sat by the stove, the chicken drinking chicken soup, and behind them was a newly built villa. The happiness belonging to the family of 3 slowly floats in this small courtyard. After eating and drinking, Su Ming helped his parents clean up. Su Tao touched his belly and went upstairs to sleep. Li Sumei was just about to watch TV when there was a knock on the door. Old Li, have you finished your meal? Standing at the door was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a smile on her face and an apron on her body. Just finished eating, come and sit inside. This middle-aged woman is their neighbor, living not far away on the same street. Ah, your villa is different, it's so bright. Old Li, I really envy you for having such a good son. If my son had even half the ability of yours, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Xue walked into the room and looked around. The combination of European and Chinese styles just fits the aesthetic of our parents' generation. The lobby is clean and tidy, and both the floor and window glass are made of the best materials. The materials used by other households in the village are basically ordinary. In comparison, the gap is still a bit obvious. Sit down, let me wash some fruit. Li Sumei brought Wang Yue into the house and led her to the sofa. Oops. Seeing this obviously expensive sofa, Wang Yue felt very awkward. She didn't know where to put her hands and kept rubbing them against her body. Forget it, Lao Li. Do you have a bench at home? I'm afraid it will get dirty. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? We grew up together and are from the same village. If you keep doing this, I'll be unhappy. Li Sumei pretended to be angry. Okay. Wang Yue could only nod, but she was obviously still very embarrassed. She sat cautiously next to the sofa, her whole body stiff, and she didn't dare to move. Su Ming was lying in the bedroom next door, playing a small game. He pricked up his ears and heard it was his neighbor's voice. When I saw it was Wang Yue, I felt panicked. Have to. I can't escape it. Why am I always on blind dates these days? Don't ask me why I know. Why else could Wang Yue come to visit? I can't think of any other reason. Li Sumei went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, took out some fruits, washed them, and put them on the coffee table. Old Li, I won't hide anything from you this time. Wang Yue smiled and pulled out a photo from her bosom. This is my eldest niece. She's 2 years younger than your son. She graduated from a prestigious university and now works for a state-owned enterprise. She makes over 10,000 yuan a month. Of course, it's far less than your son's. But at least I've watched my eldest niece grow up. If nothing else, she's a good person. She's thrifty and filial to her elders. You said your son is getting old enough and it's time for him to start a family. When the time comes, your son will bring his grandson and daughter-in-law home. It will be a lively family with so many people, right? Su Ming stood at the door and listened. Aunt Wang, you are worthy of being the sister who grew up with my mother. This is simply a one-shot victory. The last sentence is too destructive. Bring your daughter-in-law and grandson home. My mother would definitely lose control of herself when she thought of this scene. This girl is so pretty. Actually, it doesn't matter whether she's pretty or not, as long as she has a good figure and can work. Li Sumei was obviously very satisfied and took the photo with a smile. Su Ming had several black lines on his head. I'm afraid my mother will create a file full of potential daughters-in-law. Well, if it were someone else, even if it was his own father forcing him to get married, Su Ming would always find a way to get around it. But when it comes to facing my own mother, I have no idea what to do. Can you not listen to your mother? What should I do? That's right. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Su Ming's mind, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Aunt Wang, if you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Chapter 200. This is called outsmarting. Su Ming said as he quickly walked to his bed, opened his backpack, took out a bottle of spray from it, and took out 3,000 truth pills that would kill you. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Su Ming hesitated. Ding. The system detects that the host is using a special potion. Do you need to specify a target? The sudden prompt sound in his brain made Su Ming stunned. Depend on. It's worthy of being a system. It's really thoughtful. Su Ming was wondering in his heart. If this gets sprayed out, my mother will also be sprayed. It's a bit bad. As a result, the system immediately detected my intention. Okay, it's okay if you use it this way. Yes, for the guests. Ding. The truth pill has been adjusted and is only effective for guests. After it was completely dissolved, Su Ming opened the door and walked out with a smile. Oh, Xiao Su is at home. Wang Xue's eyes lit up when she saw Su Ming. This kid. I watched him grow up, and he had good academic performance when he was young. I heard that there aren't many good jobs out there after graduating from university. The villagers were still gossiping about him, but who knew that this kid would turn into a dragon once he encountered water? Well, people should not be so short-sighted. How do you know where it will rain tomorrow? Fortunately, during that period, I had a good relationship with Li Sumei. Otherwise, Li Sumei would not let herself enter this door. Auntie Wang is here, Su Ming said with a smile. Auntie Wang, you and my mom continue chatting. The air is too dry. Let me spray some water. As he spoke, Su Ming took out the spray and sprayed it in the air. You kid, you don't even use this room. Li Sumei blinked in confusion. Son, come and take a look. This is your Aunt Wang's niece. Isn't she pretty? As she spoke, Li Sumei placed the photo in front of Su Ming. Let your son take a look and see if he likes it. Well, Su Ming was stunned for a moment, blinked, and then scanned. Oh my god. Even if it was photo-edited, it wouldn't be this excessive. They look like two completely different people, okay? The person in the photo has an oval face, big eyes, a pretty nose, and an upturned mouth. And after scanning and restoring. Alright, what kind of monster is this? It's not that Su Ming is mocking people. Beauty and ugliness are determined by fate, and no one can change what is in their genes. No matter how ugly you are, you can live confidently, but you can't lie to others. And what's the point of lying like this? It makes absolutely no sense. Will the difference between the two people when they meet be exposed to the light? Aunt Wang, what does your niece do? He doesn't do anything. He just lies at home and doesn't know how to work. He doesn't want to work. He just plays with his phone. His parents are worried sick. Aunt Wang told the truth directly. The air suddenly became quiet. Li Sumei was stunned. What's going on? Didn't you just say your niece works in a state-owned enterprise? Why is she lying dead at home now? Wang Xue was also confused. Me. How did I tell the truth? Aunt Wang, how old is your niece this year? Only 28. Oh my god. Wang Xue almost said a swear word. Why did I tell the truth again? 28. Li Sumei's face suddenly darkened. So much older than my son. Isn't Wang Xue betraying her own son? Aunt Wang, does your niece really look like this? No, my niece weighs over 200 pounds and has a face full of acne. Very embarrassing. The air was quiet. The whole world is filled with an awkward atmosphere. Aye. Wang Xue stood up hurriedly. There's still water on my stove. I'll go home and check. After saying this, Wang Xue fled in panic. Lao Wang, don't let me see you. Li Sumei was so angry. Aren't you just making a fuss? He said that his niece was pretty, worked in a state-owned enterprise, and was still young. Is your reality a bit too different from the actual situation? If you were a year or two older and looked more ordinary, it would be fine even if you were a little uglier and not so fat. It's okay if you don't work in a state-owned enterprise, even if you do odd jobs in a factory, as long as you are willing to work hard. Aren't you kidding me? When Wang Xue walked out the door, he looked back and then down. What's going on? What was wrong with me that I told the truth? This. Could it be that this son of the Su family is blessed by God? It's so possible. I'm sorry. Wang Xue was so frightened that she went home trembling. Mom, don't be angry. You have to trust your son's judgment. Su Ming sat beside Li Sumei and comforted her before he could finish his words. Is Laoli at home? Another voice in a high octave. Have to. Here comes another one. Hey, old Li, your son is not young anymore. My granddaughter is about the same age as your son. How about you consider my granddaughter? My granddaughter works in a bank now. She doesn't earn much a month, just over 8,000 yuan. She just bought a house. Sizzle. Grandma Zhang, you're here. What is your granddaughter doing now? Playing mahjong at Lao Wang's house in the next village. Don't you work at a bank? What kind of job? I'm a salesperson at a small company affiliated with a bank. Last month, my sales didn't meet the standards, so I got fired. How much do you make a month? 2,500. She spends money lavishly. Her father even gives her 2,000 every month. Then the air was quiet again. Grandma Zhang blinked. That's not right. I'm not that old. Why did he start talking nonsense? How did you tell the truth? Oh boy, another one ran away. Brief explanation. 4 or 5 people came to visit in the afternoon. Only one of them was relatively reliable. Li Sumei kept the photo, and the rest fled. Soon rumors spread in the village. The son of the Su family is blessed by the gods. and they have a house god in charge. You can't lie when you propose marriage to someone. Otherwise, how could his son become so successful? He must have someone's blessing. Li Sumei was originally very happy, but in the end, one came and one ran away, which made Li Sumei angry. Are these still fellow villagers? Why do you only do this? Mom, don't be angry. This kind of situation is very common in blind dates. They always say good things about their children. But won't lies be exposed as soon as we meet? Mom, there are always two people who are so hungry that they won't choose what to eat. Li Sumei was also helpless. By the way, it's just right that you're home this time. Tomorrow, Old Man Lu at the east end of the village is celebrating his 100th birthday. Let's go and celebrate together. Good. Su Ming nodded. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, so it's good to go home more often to spend time with my parents. President Shun and Wang Xue are helping to look after the land in the city center. I can rest assured too. Moreover, Su Ming always had a mysterious feeling that he would gain something this time. It is the kind of gain related to the system. It's hard to describe this feeling. Well, I don't want to think about it anymore. This might be the handsome guy's sixth sense.